In the classroom of Class 6, Grade 3, at Qingqing No. 3 High School, Chen Fan spent an entire lesson just to recover his composure. He rubbed his throbbing head, confirming he wasn't dreaming, it was real, he had transmigrated. This world was called Blue Star, a place remarkably similar to his previous one. The difference was that, 100 years ago, instead of world wars, numerous interdimensional spaces had appeared here. The entrances to these spaces were scattered across Blue Star, housing powerful creatures known as exotic beasts. They would occasionally break through and attack humans. Fortunately, humanity gradually awakened supernatural abilities, barely managing to fend off the assaults of these beasts. In this world, at the age of 16, during the summer after the first year of high school, the schools held a supernatural awakening ceremony. Students who successfully awakened abilities would be placed into special ability classes, giving them the chance to attend universities for ability users. They would then go on to fight on the front lines, protecting humanity, and their status would be far superior to ordinary people. Those who failed to awaken abilities, however, could only enter liberal arts classes, take the standard college entrance exams, and face a future of working low-level jobs. What frustrated Chen Fan was that his current body had not awakened any abilities, it was just an ordinary student in a regular class. Really unlucky. Even getting a second chance at life didn't make me extraordinary. Giving me the identity of a normal person is bad enough, but I'm also ranked last in the liberal arts class. This is literally the bottom of the school hierarchy. Chen Fan thought bitterly, a wry smile on his face. He almost wanted to bang his head against the wall, hoping for one more transmigration. Just then, a robotic notification voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Binding to task system. Estimated time, 1 hour. Ha ha, I knew it. I definitely have a system. Chen Fan exclaimed in excitement, slapping his thigh. Ouch. Chen Fan, are you crazy? His deskmate, Dong Xiaohu, winced in pain but could only complain softly since the class was still ongoing. Ha, I got too excited, don't blame me. Chen Fan quickly whispered an apology. If you're excited, slap your own leg. Why are you hitting mine? Dong Xiaohu rolled his eyes while rubbing his leg. Chen Fan glared at him, are you stupid? Hitting my own leg hurts more. Dong Xiaohu. Chen Fan. Dong Xiaohu. Pay attention to the lesson. A sweet voice came from the front of the classroom. Standing at the podium was a young, beautiful teacher dressed in professional attire, wearing high heels, with long, jet-black hair. Her name was Wan Yanran. According to the memories in Chen Fan's mind, she was his homeroom teacher, as well as the goddess in the hearts of all the male students at Qingqing No. 3 High School. That face, that figure, absolutely perfect. Chen Fan glanced up at the stunning teacher on the podium, unable to resist comparing her to the A-list celebrities from his previous life. He concluded, she was even better. For the rest of the class, Chen Fan occasionally glanced at the countdown in his mind, stealing moments to admire the beauty of his teacher. Before he realized it, the class was over. Wan Yanran closed her textbook and addressed the class, don't forget to complete your college entrance exam registration on the system tonight. Oh, and Chen Fan, you can come to my house tonight to register. Whoa! As soon as Wan Yanran left the classroom, a flurry of chatter erupted. Chen Fan is so lucky. He gets to go to Teacher Wang's house to register. Yeah, and she's still single. The two of them alone in the same room, so jealous. It's probably because Chen Fan is an orphan, and Teacher Wang is worried he'll have trouble registering on his own. Chen Fan's grades are dead last. Taking the college entrance exam is just for show. Wouldn't it be less embarrassing to just skip it? Jealousy filled the voices of the male students in the class as they ridiculed Chen Fan with disdain. But Chen Fan didn't get angry upon hearing their words. Dong Xiaohu, his deskmate, stood up to defend him. We're all classmates. Isn't it too much to say things like that? Whether or not Chen Fan takes the exam is his own business, you don't have the right to criticize. Someone immediately retorted, we're just reminding him to face reality. With grades that bad, he's only troubling Teacher Wang. Besides, the registration fee for the exam is 1,000 yuan. Where's he, an orphan, going to get that kind of money? Exactly. The fee must have been paid by Teacher Wang. If he doesn't do well, won't that embarrass her? You're going too far. I'll pay Chen Fan's registration fee myself. Dong Xiaohu's face turned red with anger. This chubby guy is really kind. Chen Fan felt touched, patting Dong Xiaohu on the shoulder as he gestured for him to sit down. Looking at the noisy group, Chen Fan spoke calmly, since you think me taking the exam is a waste of money, why don't we make a bet? A bet? On what? Who can score lower? Li Wenbin, the class monitor, sneered. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Ah, he really doesn't know his place. Chen Fan smirked coldly. Let's bet on who can get into a better university. Ha, this is the funniest thing I've heard in my life. Are you overconfident or just stupid? Li Wenbin laughed so hard he clutched his stomach, his eyes full of mockery. After the laughter subsided, he said coldly, fine, since you want to embarrass yourself, I'll humor you. What's the wager? If you lose, you run 800 meters around the school track naked while shouting, Chen Fan is my dad. If I lose, I'll do the same. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Deal. Li Wenbin scanned the room and addressed everyone seriously, you all bear witness, no one can back out later. Don't worry, I've already recorded it. No one's getting out of this. A classmate holding a phone declared confidently. Chen Fan, you'd better get ready to streak. Li Wenbin slung his bag over his shoulder, gave Chen Fan a disdainful glance, and walked straight out of the classroom. This guy is so arrogant. Chen Fan watched his retreating figure, debating whether to follow him and ambush him with a burlap sack. Beside him, Dong Xiuhu looked at Chen Fan with sympathy. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind today? Li Wenbin is the top student in our liberal arts year, practically guaranteed to get into Peking University. You're just asking for trouble. So what if he's number one? I'm getting into a university for ability users. Chen Fan sneered, offering no further explanation. He turned to the classmate who had recorded the video and said, make sure to send me a copy of that video. Everyone was speechless. Today's Chen Fan seemed like a mystery to them. Where was all this confidence coming from? A few minutes later, Chen Fan left empty-handed, not even bothering to take his bag, heading straight home. In his mind, the countdown finally reached 0, and a robotic notification sounded. System binding complete. Ha, the system's online. I'm invincible now. Chen Fan was ecstatic, eagerly opening the system interface in his mind. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, none. Level, none. Physique, 12. Mental strength, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick. Current task, rescue young Choo-Choo, task countdown, 5 minutes. Task difficulty, F. The system's evaluation is just too discouraging. You're the chick, your whole family are chicks. Chen Fan felt a wave of critical damage in his heart, infuriated. However, he quickly shifted his focus back to the task panel. What does this current task mean? Chen Fan frowned, staring at the system. The familiar electronic voice rang out once again. The system will issue tasks periodically. Upon completion, the host will receive a chance to draw a prize. Considering the host has not awakened yet, completing this task will grant the opportunity to extract an ability. So that's how it is. Chen Fan had a sudden realization but immediately frowned again. By the way, who is this young Choo-Choo? Chen Fan stared at the countdown, which now showed only 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. His heart was in a panic. System, please just tell me who young Choo-Choo is. The world is so big, where am I supposed to find her? But no matter how loudly he called out, the system completely ignored him. I can't panic. The system wouldn't issue a task without a reason. Since there's only 5 minutes, it means the person must be nearby. However, Chen Fan glanced around, and the pathway was completely empty. This is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Chen Fan was falling into despair, a girl's startled scream came from the distance. The sound came from ahead. Chen Fan became excited and immediately ran in the direction of the voice. A dozen seconds later, he reached the end of the path. Turning to his right, he saw a girl in the uniform of Qingcheng No. 3 High School being cornered against a wall by 3 delinquent youths. What a beautiful girl, so pure-looking. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The girl was about 165 centimeters tall, with fair skin, a ponytail, large eyes, and an aura full of youthful vitality. At this moment, her face was pale with fright, her back pressed against the wall, and her whole body tense. The 3 delinquents, however, were extremely excited, as if they had locked onto their prey. The leader, a yellow-haired youth, teased, "Hey, little girl, come have a few drinks with us at that bar over there. We can talk about life while we're at it." As he spoke, one hand landed on the girl's shoulder, while the other reached to lift her chin. Seeing this, Chen Fan could no longer hold back. He shouted, "Let her go, and face me instead." The group was startled, turning to glare angrily at Chen Fan. "Kid, yelling like that, are you looking to die?" Chen Fan ignored them, turning to the girl to ask, "Miss, is your name young Choo-Choo?" The girl was too scared to speak, only nodding repeatedly. "Then I found the right person." Chen Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Cracking his knuckles, he stepped forward toward the 3 delinquents. The 3 were stunned. "This kid isn't afraid of us? Could he be an ability user?" But the yellow-haired leader quickly sneered and came to his senses. If you weren't wearing a school uniform, I might have actually thought you were an ability user. You almost fooled me. In school, the uniforms of ability users and liberal arts students were noticeably different. Anyone with an eye could tell them apart. This kid wants to play the hero and save the beauty? Boys, let's beat him so bad he can't even take care of himself anymore. But Chen Fan showed no fear. Although he wasn't an ability user, his martial arts skills were exceptional. His parents had been killed in a battle between ability users when he was young, leaving him and his younger sister to depend on each other. At the time, he was still a child, and the compensation of over 1,000,000 yuan was swindled away by his second uncle, forcing him and his sister into a difficult life. To support his sister and make a living, Chen Fan worked as a sparring partner for ability users at the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall every weekend. Through countless intense fights, he had developed outstanding combat skills. Most newly awakened ability users, if they didn't use their abilities, were no match for him, let alone these three delinquents. Chen Fan moved swiftly, easily dodging a kick aimed at his chest. He retaliated with a punch to the attacker's jaw. There was a loud crack, and the man's jaw dislocated, leaving him twitching on the ground. One punch, KO. Chen Fan smirked in satisfaction. It seemed this body had some decent capabilities, at least his combat skills were top-notch. Third brother. The remaining two delinquents were enraged at the sight of their fallen companion and charged at Chen Fan together. Chen Fan grabbed one of their fists, and in the next moment, he kicked the man in the abdomen, sending him flying 2 meters away. By this time, the last delinquent's punch had landed on Chen Fan's chest. But compared to the damage an ability user could deal, this punch was nothing. Chen Fan was long accustomed to extraordinary levels of impact. This punch felt like nothing at all, it didn't even make him budge. Is this supposed to tickle me? Chen Fan sneered, grabbing the man by the collar and pulling him close. He delivered over a dozen fierce slaps, knocking out all of the man's teeth. From the moment he started fighting to now, less than 30 seconds had passed, and the three delinquents were already sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Young Chu-Chu stood to the side, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Chen Fan. This senior is so cool. Chen Fan had no time to bask in her admiration. He quickly checked the system. However, the task countdown was still ticking. What? I haven't completed the task yet? Chen Fan was anxious. Do I need to make these delinquents leave the area for it to count? A thought crossed his mind. In a cold voice, he ordered the three, get lost. Terrified, the three scrambled to their feet, staggering and limping away as fast as they could. Yet even after they completely disappeared, the system panel still showed the task as incomplete. System, stop messing with me. Chen Fan shouted, sweating as the countdown showed only 1 minute left. Could there be another danger? He looked around, but the surroundings were so quiet that even the chirping of insects was audible. There was no sign of any danger. Could the danger be coming from young Chu-Chu? Is she about to faint, and I need to perform CPR or artificial respiration? His thoughts raced. At this moment, young Chu-Chu noticed the sweat on his forehead and asked with concern, Senior, are you okay? Ha! Chen Fan snapped back to reality, carefully observing the girl in front of him. She had already recovered from her panic and showed no signs of fainting. With only 40 seconds left on the countdown, Chen Fan anxiously shook her shoulders and urged, Miss, are you feeling unwell anywhere? I'm fine, really. I just twisted my ankle a little while running earlier. Yang Chu-Chu's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, but her heart felt warm. This senior was so considerate, not only had he chased away the bad guys, but he also cared about her well-being. Sprained? Take off your shoes and let me see. Chen Fan said urgently, every second counting. Ha! Young Chu-Chu froze. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chen Fan, seeing her stunned, crouched down and grabbed one of her feet, starting to untie her shoelaces. Hey, hey, hey! Young Chu-Chu flustered, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. Chen Fan worked swiftly, and in just a few moves, he took off her shoe and sock, revealing a tender, pale little foot. Senior, no. Yang Chu-Chu's face turned as red as a ripe apple. This foot is fine. Chen Fan frowned as he examined it. It's not this one, it's the other one. Yang Chu-Chu said softly, images of romantic dramas flashing through her mind as she wondered if this senior might actually be her Prince Charming. Ha! Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Fan quickly began removing the shoe on her other foot. Sure enough, her ankle was swollen. Hold still. Chen Fan glanced at the countdown timer, 5 seconds left. He quickly gripped her ankle and gave it a sharp twist. With a crack, he reset the bone just as the timer hit 0. Young Chu-Chu let out a soft cry. When she realized what had happened, her ankle felt light and completely pain-free. Is it better now? She opened her eyes wide, her face so red it seemed like it might drip water. Chen Fan ignored her, immediately turning to check the system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Abilities, none. Level, none. Physical strength, 12. Mental power, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a weak and helpless chick. Current task, save young Choo-Choo, task completed, host may now perform an ability draw. Task difficulty, F. It's changed. The system panel has changed. Ha, my ability is coming. Chen Fan was ecstatic inside. At this moment, young Choo-Choo shyly spoke, Senior, you're still holding my foot. Ha? Oh, sorry. Chen Fan quickly let go, feeling awkward. Ha, Yang, you're safe now. I'll get going. Chen Fan planned to slip away quietly, better to stay low-key. After all, if he didn't leave now and got labeled a pervert, what then? Senior, wait. Yang Choo-Choo called out to him. Yes? Is there something else? Chen Fan turned back, pretending to be serious, giving her a faint, sunny smile like an innocent boy next door. Young Choo-Choo hesitated, a bit fearful. Senior, I don't dare walk down this road alone. Could you walk me to the main intersection? Chen Fan hesitated. He was eager to start his ability draw. But looking at young Choo-Choo's innocent face filled with nervousness, his heart softened. Damn this compassion. Damn this protective instinct. Chen Fan cursed internally. Looking at her beautiful face, he said, I was heading that way anyway. Let's go together. Thank you, Senior. Young Choo-Choo happily put on her shoes and jogged to catch up. Senior, my name is Young Choo-Choo. I'm in Class 2, Year 1 at Chingcheng High. What about you? Her face was still a bit flushed, and with the evening light dimming, her features weren't too clear. I'm Chen Fan, Fan as in ordinary. I'm in Class 6, Year 3. Chen Fan replied flatly. Year 3, huh? Young Choo-Choo's voice carried a hint of disappointment. The reason was simple, in a week, she would take her college entrance exams, and she might never see this kind-hearted senior again. Yang, this path is pretty dangerous. Girls usually avoid it. Chen Fan kindly reminded her. I didn't know. Usually, my dad's driver picks me up, but he got delayed today. I thought I'd just walk part of the way. Thinking of the earlier danger, young Choo-Choo couldn't help but move closer to Chen Fan. Senior, you're so kind, she murmured softly. What kind of nonsense is that? Miss, please keep your distance. Chen Fan was speechless. A few minutes later, they emerged from the small path and arrived at a crossroads. A Bentley pulled up in front of them. A slim man in his 30s quickly stepped out of the car and walked up to young Choo-Choo. Miss, I'm sorry I'm late. This guy's definitely a second-tier or higher ability user. Chen Fan felt a jolt of alarm. He'd seen many ability users, but this man's aura far exceeded that of ordinary people. When Yang Choo-Choo saw him, her nose twitched and tears slid down her cheek. Uncle Chen, you're finally here. I almost got bullied, sob. Who's so bold? Uncle Chen's face darkened as he coldly glanced at Chen Fan. Was it this kid? Chen Fan immediately felt a chill down his spine, like being stared at by a predator. If young Choo-Choo nodded, he'd be done for. No, Uncle Chen, it wasn't the senior. Young Choo-Choo quickly blocked Chen Fan and explained the events to Uncle Chen. After listening, Uncle Chen's expression grew even darker. Miss, don't worry. I'll send people to deal with those thugs, they won't get away with this. He finished speaking, gave Chen Fan a cold glance, and urged, Miss, get in the car. Let's go. Young Choo-Choo turned back, reluctantly bidding farewell to Chen Fan. It wasn't until the Bentley disappeared from sight that Chen Fan retracted his gaze. There was something off about that Uncle Chen. When hearing about what happened, he appeared angry, but his eyes seemed too calm, not like someone genuinely concerned for Yang Choo-Choo. Chen Fan couldn't figure it out, but he quickly set the matter aside. He was eager to start his ability draw. System, can I start the ability draw now? Chen Fan asked. The electronic voice responded, Host, please note, after drawing an ability, your body will be immobilized for 30 minutes, during which you cannot move at all. Would you like to proceed now? Forget it. Chen Fan, hearing this, quickly jogged home. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan burst through his front door, only to see a delicate little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. This was his 8-year-old sister, Chen Tongtong. Tongtong waddled over with her short legs, circling him with a pouty, aggrieved expression. Big brother, you promised to buy fried chicken for me this morning. This is my sister, so adorable. Chen Fan looked at the little girl in front of him, his heart brimming with affection. Damn, in my past life, I was such a doting brother. Chen Fan internally complained, reaching out to rub her cheek. Tong Tong, be good. Big brother forgot because he was busy. I'll buy it for you tomorrow, I promise. But you said the same yesterday. Tong Tong's face was full of grievance. Her big eyes glistened with tears, ready to fall at any moment. My past life really was unreliable. Chen Fan looked at her helplessly, his heart aching with affection. Alright, let's pacify this little troublemaker first. Having inherited all the memories of his past life, Chen Fan cherished his 8-year-old sister dearly. Tong Tong, what else do you want to eat? Big brother will buy it all for you, he said gently, pinching her cheek. I want double-skin milk, grilled sausages, candied hawthorn skewers. Tong Tong excitedly rattled off a dozen snacks. Can your little tummy even hold all of that? Chen Fan teased. It can, brother. Tong Tong said with eager anticipation. Fine, wait here. Chen Fan locked the door and rushed downstairs. A little over 10 minutes later, he came back carrying more than 10 plastic bags. Tong Tong, you can only eat a little of each. If you eat too much, your stomach will hurt tonight, Chen Fan reminded her as he turned on the TV and switched to her favorite cartoons before returning to his room. System, initiate the ability lottery. Chen Fan commanded as he lay on the bed. The system lottery has been initiated. A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. The system interface in Chen Fan's thoughts shifted, and a massive roulette wheel appeared. The wheel was divided into countless differently sized segments. Chen Fan scanned the wheel, each segment was labeled with a unique ability name. B rank fire ability. D rank speed ability. A rank lightning ability. SSS rank spatial ability. SSS rank temporal ability. S rank psychic storm ability. Chen Fan's eyes quickly darted across the wheel, finally locking onto the extremely small SSS rank ability segments. If I can draw an SSS rank ability, I'll fly to the heavens, he thought excitedly, though he tempered his expectations. Those minuscule SSS rank segments were as thin as a thread, with an almost non-existent chance of landing on them. As long as I can draw an A rank or higher ability, I'll be satisfied. Chen Fan thought to himself. In Qingqing City's third high school, among more than 600 ability users, there were only 3 A rank users. The roulette wheel began to spin, with ability names flashing by at lightning speed. Chen Fan's heart raced to his throat. After a dozen breaths, the wheel slowed to a stop, and the pointer landed on a very small segment. Chen Fan focused his gaze. SS rank ability, Thunder Devourer Physique. Though it's not SSS rank, SS rank is already incredibly powerful. After all, in over 100 years of ability history on Blue Star, only a handful of SSS rank ability users have ever appeared. Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling fortunate. And my system can perform multiple lotteries, who knows, I might draw an SSS rank ability someday. Though he wasn't entirely familiar with the Thunder Devourer physique, the SS rank designation signified its extraordinary nature. While he was deep in thought, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Ability extraction complete. Now beginning ability allocation. The next moment, a tingling electric sensation coursed through Chen Fan's body, from his brain to his extremities, rendering him unable to move. This sensation lasted for a full half-hour before it gradually subsided like receding waves. The system voice chimed once more, "Congratulations, host, on mastering the SS rank ability, Thunder Devourer Physique. The Thunder Devourer Physique excels in both close combat and ranged attacks. It grants the ability user a significant boost in physical attributes, with speed and strength far surpassing others of the same rank. As a top-tier lightning mutation ability, it allows the user to wield lightning with greater mastery than standard lightning ability users. It is the ultimate lightning king of the world. Additionally, the Thunder Devourer physique can continuously grow stronger by absorbing electrical energy." Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan could barely contain his excitement. This ability was far more powerful than he had imagined. Suppressing his exhilaration, Chen Fan quickly checked the system interface. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, Thunder Devourer Physique, SS rank. Level, Tier 1 Beginner. Physical attributes, 22. Mental strength, 16. Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Pong. Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick. Current task, none. Task difficulty, none. Wow, my physical attributes have nearly doubled. Is this the physical boost from awakening the Thunder Devourer physique? Chen Fan was overjoyed. For ordinary people, physical attributes generally hovered around 8. His previous physical attribute was 12, already above average. When ability users first awakened, their physical attributes were typically around 13. Even without using abilities, Chen Fan's superior skills gave him an 80% win rate against them. But now, with his physical attributes soaring to 22 upon awakening, it was exhilarating. With such physical attributes, the explosive power and lethality he could unleash with his abilities would increase dramatically, making it easy to defeat wild beasts like tigers and bears. This is the benefit of having a high-rank ability. Chen Fan eagerly glanced at the skill list. These 3 skills come with the Thunder Devourer physique? Skills that others have to train tirelessly for nights on end. I awakened with them already? This is heaven-defying. 9 Heaven's Thunder movement allowed him to form an electric field around himself, manifesting as 9 thunder dragons that he could command with a thought. These dragons were formidable in both offense and defense, though the skill consumed a tremendous amount of energy and wasn't something to use lightly. Thunder Flash was a mobility skill, enabling him to instantly move a certain distance. It was perfect for evading attacks or launching quick counterattacks, making it an exceptional divine skill. Thunder Palm had a lower energy cost, generating lightning in his palm to massively enhance attack power and destructive force. Wow, this SS rank ability is insanely powerful. It's no joke. Chen Fan was so excited he nearly shouted. But the system's evaluation still calls me a weak and powerless chick. That's just too harsh. Just as Chen Fan was about to argue with the system, his bedroom door was pushed open. Brother, why does it smell so bad in here? Tong Tong pinched her nose and quickly ran out. Ha! Chen Fan then realized his body was covered in a layer of black sludge, emitting a foul stench. Is this cleansing of the body? Purging impurities during ability awakening? Chen Fan widened his eyes in disbelief. SS rank abilities truly live up to their reputation. Chen Fan rushed into the bathroom, scrubbing off the grime until the stench was completely gone. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he felt he looked a bit more handsome. How many girls am I going to attract now? He mused with a mischievous grin, stroking his chin. Brother, are you done yet? Sister Ran is calling. Tong Tong's childlike voice rang out from outside the bathroom. Ha! Sister Ran? Wang Ye Ran? Chen Fan's mind immediately conjured up the beautiful face of the teacher from class. He leisurely walked out of the bathroom, picked up his phone, and answered the call. Hello? Chen Fan? Didn't you say you'd come over to my house tonight to help with your college entrance exam registration? Did you forget? On the other end of the line, Wang Yanran's voice carried a hint of irritation. I'm planning to register for the martial arts exam. Can going to your house help me with that? Chen Fan muttered to himself, then quickly made up an excuse. Sister Yanran, I already registered myself. Didn't want to bother you. Chen Fan, what is wrong with you? Do you realize this is a major life event? If there's a mistake in your information, you won't even be able to take the exam. Can you be a little more responsible for yourself? Wang Yanran's voice was clearly upset, her tone growing increasingly exasperated. Sister Yanran, don't be mad. I've double-checked, no, triple-checked everything. It's all good. Chen Fan hurriedly reassured her. Wang Yanran, who lived in the same neighborhood as Chen Fan, had known him for several years. After graduating from university, she became a teacher at Qingqing No. 3 High School, which happened to be the school Chen Fan attended. As a result, she often looked out for him. In private, Chen Fan always addressed her as Sister Yanran. Chen Fan, just you wait. I'm coming over for a home visit. Wang Yanran yelled angrily before abruptly hanging up the phone. Oh no! Chen Fan hurried to his computer. It only took Wang Yanran 5 minutes to get to his house, so he had to finish the registration immediately. Tong Tong, clean up the table. Sister Yanran is on her way. Chen Fan shouted, quickly turning on his computer and logging into the college entrance exam registration system. Name, Chen Fan, gender, male. He typed at lightning speed, filling in his personal information one field at a time. When it came to the exam category, he selected martial arts without hesitation. 5 minutes later, he pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code for payment, and successfully completed the registration. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Wang Yanran had arrived. That was close. Chen Fan exhaled in relief and motioned for Tong Tong to open the door. A few seconds later, a tall beauty in casual home attire appeared before him. Before he could react, her long, fair legs had already carried her to his side. In the next moment, a slender hand grabbed his ear directly. Chen Fan, have you been naughty? Wang Yanran's voice was like a witch's, as she twisted his ear mercilessly. Sister Yanran, ouch, ouch, let go of me. Chen Fan hurriedly reached out to pry her fingers away. Her palm was cool and smooth, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Humph. Wang Yanran finally loosened her grip after twisting his ear for a full 10 seconds. She then plopped herself down on the sofa. Upon seeing the table filled with snacks, her anger flared up even more. Chen Fan! How could you, as an older brother, buy so much junk food for Tongtong? You know she's just a child. Oh. Chen Fan glanced awkwardly at Tongtong, who was standing nearby. Didn't I just tell you to clean up the table? Why didn't you hide these snacks? My little troublemaker. Chen Fan, you're too much. Not only are you irresponsible for yourself, but you're also not considering Tongtong's well-being. Wang Yanran glared at him fiercely, clearly gearing up to scold him further. Faced with her rebuke, Chen Fan, of course, refused to admit fault. Those snacks are for me. Not for her, he retorted. Then, to back up his claim, he quickly stuffed all the snacks on the table into the fridge. Humph. Wang Yanran shot him a piercing glare, then shifted her attention back to the college entrance exam registration. Xiaofan, open your registration system and let me take a look. If you made a mistake, just see how I'll deal with you. Chen Fan, unwilling to let anyone uncover his secret, feigned confidence. Sister Yanran, trust me. I'm meticulous. There's no problem at all. No need to check. You're the last person I trust to do things properly. Wang Yanran stood up, walked over to the computer desk, and began operating it herself, her movements completely natural. Hey, Sister Yanran, you can't just look at a guy's computer like that. Chen Fan quickly grabbed the mouse, trying to stop her. What? Do you have secrets? As a teacher, I must check now. If I see anything I shouldn't, you're done for. Wang Yanran frowned at him. Well. Chen Fan was momentarily speechless. After all, she was his teacher, and everything she said sounded right. Wang Yanran seized the mouse, opened the browser history, and found the registration system. She navigated into it effortlessly and began meticulously checking each field from top to bottom. Martial arts? When she reached the final category, her eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Chen Fan! The beauty's furious roar erupted. You! Wang Yanran was so angry that her chest heaved, her teeth clenched tightly, and her eyes seemed to blaze with fire. It took her a long time to calm down. Chen Fan, what kind of irresponsibility is this? You even got the most important part wrong. Sister Yanran, let me explain. Chen Fan quickly tried to speak up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Wang Yanran cut him off like a pouting girl, refusing to let him explain. Chen Fan. Tong. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Yanran seemed to find a reason to console herself and surprisingly began to comfort Chen Fan. Xiaofan, if you didn't do well, then so be it. With your grades, you wouldn't get into a good university anyway. Don't take the exam this year. I hope you'll repeat next year and work hard, okay? Repeat? I'm not someone who repeats, Chen Fan thought to himself but said aloud, Sister Yanran, you misunderstood. I chose martial arts on purpose because I want to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Are you serious? Wang Yanran looked at him, utterly incredulous. According to the regulations of the Grand Xia Education Bureau, liberal arts students were allowed to register for the martial arts exam. More importantly, students who performed exceptionally during the exam were rewarded with an opportunity for ability awakening by the Bureau. However, for ordinary people, taking the martial arts college entrance exam was extremely risky. The exam took place in a unique dimensional space, a realm filled with dangerous exotic beasts. For liberal arts students to participate in the martial arts exam was essentially courting death. Every year, out of millions of liberal arts examinees nationwide, only a handful, unwilling to resign themselves, would sign up for the martial arts exam. Yet, nearly all of them perished during the test. Since the implementation of the Grand Xia's college entrance exam system, only one person had ever passed the martial arts exam. That person had performed remarkably, earning his second chance at ability awakening and rising to prominence. Over the decades, he became a legend of Grand Xia. He was the white-clad war god Luo Changsheng. Wang Yanran stared at Chen Fan sternly and said, I know you're quite skilled, but even so, it's impossible for you to defeat a mutant beast. Moreover, you can't just think about yourself, you have to consider Tongtong as well. She only has you as her family. If you die, what will happen to Tongtong? Wang Yanran's face was filled with worry and unease, and Chen Fan felt deeply moved. Yanran, watch this. Chen Fan reached out and grabbed the corner of the coffee table, lifting the over a meter-long table effortlessly with one hand. He used his actions to show her that he was confident about passing the martial arts entrance exam. Xiaofan, how are you so strong? Wang Yanran asked in astonishment. For an ordinary person, lifting a table was one thing, but to grab one corner and lift it effortlessly with one hand was far more challenging. Chen Fan didn't reveal his awakened ability, choosing to maintain a bit of mystery. It made him more intriguing. With a cheeky smile, he said, "I'm just naturally strong. A fortune teller once told me that I'm the reincarnation of Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Shu, so my chances of passing the martial arts exam are very high." "Don't worry. Reincarnation of the overlord? If that's true, then I'd be UG." Wang Yanran joked, her guard slightly lowered. The moment she said it, she immediately realized that the overlord and UG were destined lovers. Her face turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. "Xiao Fan, have you really thought this through? Even with your strength, the risks are still very high." "Don't worry, Yanran. With my biceps, even mutant beasts would bow before me after a single punch." Chen Fan rolled up his sleeve, showing off his arm to Wang Yanran. "Ha ha." Wang Yanran was amused, her laughter as radiant as the springtime. "So beautiful." Chen Fan stared at her, momentarily dazed. "Chen Fan, what are you looking at?" Wang Yanran noticed his odd behavior and glared at him fiercely. Chen Fan quickly smiled to cover his embarrassment. "By the way, Yanran, how old are you this year?" 23, why?" Wang Yanran asked, puzzled. "She's 23, I'm 18, that's a 5-year difference. They say a woman 3 years older is a treasure, and 5 years older is a golden mother." Chen Fan mumbled to himself. "What are you muttering about?" Wang Yanran couldn't hear clearly but knew it wasn't anything good. She shot him a glare and turned to chat with Tong Tong about other topics. "Phew, this hurdle is finally over." Chen Fan sighed in relief as he noticed Wang Yanran was no longer angry. Suddenly, his stomach growled. "Yanran, I'll go make something to eat," he said as he headed toward the kitchen. He wasn't picky with food and quickly cooked a simple bowl of noodles. In the living room, Wang Yanran was earnestly instructing Tong Tong. "Tong Tong, don't follow your brother's example. Pay attention in class and finish your homework on time, okay?" A few minutes later, Chen Fan finished cooking the noodles and walked out of the kitchen, only to be greeted by an awkward scene. Tong Tong was pointing at Wang Yanran's chest and said, "Sister Yan, you're all puffed up here. Are you hiding snacks? Let me see." Wang Yanran looked helpless. "Tong Tong, who told you that puffiness means hiding snacks? When you grow up, you'll be like this too. It's just a normal part of a girl's development." "Really?" Tong Tong was skeptical. "But brother said that puffiness means hiding snacks." "Chen Fan, I'm out of here." Chen Fan quickly retreated to the kitchen. "Chen Fan!" Wang Yanran roared angrily, "If you don't know what you're talking about, don't teach nonsense to kids." Wang Yanran looked at Tong Tong, her heart aching a little. This child lost her mother at such a young age. I need to spend more time teaching her, or else Chen Fan will end up leading her astray. With this thought, she shouted toward the kitchen, "Chen Fan, tomorrow's the weekend. I'm taking Tong Tong to the amusement park." "Got it, Yanran." Chen Fan readily agreed. At 8:15 in the evening, Wang Yanran left Chen Fan's place. Tong Tong was already so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. Chen Fan carried her to his room, tidied up the house, and finally returned to his bedroom. Picking up his phone, he saw over a dozen missed calls. "What's up with Dong Xiaohu? Why so many calls at night?" Just as Chen Fan hesitated about whether to call back, Dong Xiaohu's call came in again. With no choice, Chen Fan answered. The voice of the chubby boy came through the line. "Chen Fan, you're doomed. Someone posted the video of your bet with Li Wenbin in the grades group chat. You're now the talk of the entire school, over 1,000 people are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Li Wenbin is even mocking you in the chat." Chen Fan sneered, "Are you sure they're here to mock me and not Li Wenbin?" Dong Xiaohu was at a loss for words. "Brother, how can you still be so confident at a time like this? Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." Chen Fan lay back on his bed lazily. "Wait, there's one more thing. What did you do today? Someone's asking for your WeChat ID and came straight to me about it." "Who?" Chen Fan asked, puzzled. "Yang Chuchu, our school's beauty queen," Dong Xiaohu said with a hint of jealousy. "Yang Chuchu? Her?" Chen Fan thought of the girl he had saved on the way home. Her looks truly lived up to her title as the school flower. "I see," he replied calmly. "Hey, brother Fan, aren't you excited? She's a stunning beauty, a goddess in the eyes of so many, yet you're this indifferent? I really don't get you." "Never mind, just tell me, should I give her your WeChat or not?" "Do whatever you want," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly before ending the call. He casually opened the grades group chat, and at the top was the video of his bet with Li Wenbin. The chat was in chaos. Ha ha ha, has Chen Fan already admitted defeat? Nominee for the best joke of the year. Last place challenging first place? Li Wenbin's got this in the bag. Can't wait to see Chen Fan streak across the track. Li Wenbin occasionally popped in, posting a smile emoji with the comment, "At Chen Fan, looking forward to your university acceptance letter." Chen Fan put down his phone, the relaxed look on his face gone, replaced by a sharp, murderous aura. In this world, no matter how hard ordinary people worked, they could only remain at the bottom. Only top-tier ability users could control their destinies. Blue lightning crackled around his hand. He felt that if he struck with his palm, he could punch through a wall. Tomorrow morning, I must go to the Wolf Warrior Martial Hall and test my strength. Chen Fan thought with growing anticipation. Meanwhile, in a villa several kilometers away, young Chuchu sat at a desk in light yellow pajamas. Her skin was fair and delicate, like frost on snow. At this moment, the beauty of the young girl was on full display. Resting her chin on her hand, she was video chatting with her best friend, Wang Wenli. Wang Wenli was equally beautiful, wearing black-framed glasses that gave her a big-eyed, adorable charm. However, compared to young Chuchu, she still fell short. "Chuchu, I found Chen Fan's WeChat, but I must tell you, this guy is quite strange." Young Chuchu frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing across her face. "Chuchu, did you know? He's quite famous at school now. Can you imagine? He's ranked last in the grade, yet he dared to challenge the top scorer to a bet about who would get into a better university. And he even wagered that he'd streak through the campus. Isn't that hilarious?" Wang Wenli couldn't help but laugh, her eyes full of mockery, completely unaware of the change in young Chuchu's expression. "Lily, Senior isn't like how you think. If he made a bet, he must have confidence. He wouldn't make a baseless claim. Chuchu, I think you're a little obsessed with him, huh? Isn't he just the guy who helped you chase off those bad guys?" "No need to get so excited over that," Wang Wenli teased. Young Chuchu's cheeks flushed slightly. The scene of him saving her replayed in her mind repeatedly. She had to admit she was a bit curious about this boy, even a little moved. Teenage girls often let their thoughts run wild. "Chuchu, you're hopeless." Wang Wenli shook her head helplessly. In her view, someone like Chen Fan, so ordinary, was completely undeserving of young Chuchu, so she advised her to think twice. "Chuchu, Chen Fan is a liberal arts student without any special abilities. He's not worthy of you. If your parents find out you like someone so ordinary, they'll definitely scold you. By then, even Chen Fan will get dragged into trouble." "Lily, enough." Young Chuchu's face darkened, her pure and delicate face filled with grievance. "Alright, I sent you Chen Fan's WeChat. I believe once you get to know him, you'll be disappointed." After hanging up the video call, young Chuchu saw the message on her phone and immediately looked up Chen Fan's WeChat number without hesitation. "Alive." Looking at Chen Fan's nickname, she stayed silent for a moment before softly murmuring, "Senior must have a story." She quickly typed out a friend request. "Good evening, Senior. I'm young Chuchu. Thank you for saving me." After hesitating for a few seconds, she added a cute emoji before hitting send. After sending the friend request, young Chuchu anxiously waited. More than 10 minutes passed, but she still hadn't received a response from Chen Fan, leaving her somewhat disappointed. "Could it be that I look too messy today, so Senior doesn't like me?" Young Chuchu began overthinking, her mind filled with all sorts of possible reasons. However, the truth was, Chen Fan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Having just crossed into this world, after experiencing memory fusion and the emotional surge from his ability awakening, he was exhausted. By the time night fell, he had already collapsed into bed and drifted off to dreamland. Thus, tonight, young Chuchu was destined not to get Chen Fan's approval. At 5:30 a.m. the next morning, the biological clock of Chen Fan's body woke him up on time. According to the memories of this body's original owner, he would go to the nearby park every morning to practice martial arts. This was also why his physique was stronger than most people. Chen Fan wanted to go back to sleep for a bit longer, but his mind was unusually clear, and he felt an adrenaline-like energy coursing through him. Helpless, he got out of bed, quickly freshened up, and headed downstairs. The map of this world's Daxia kingdom was almost identical to the Huaxia of his previous life. He was currently in Xincheng, which belonged to Shannan province, located in the eastern part of Huaxia, a coastal city. The morning sea breeze swept through the city. Although it was already June, the air still carried a hint of coolness. Worried that the sound of his practice might disturb others, Chen Fan jogged to a park a kilometer away. In this world, martial skills were extremely important. When ability users fought, it wasn't just about abilities. More often, it was about combining martial techniques with their powers. For example, fire-type users could coat their weapons with flames, unleashing even greater destructive force. With a single strike, the flame could transform into a blade of energy, sweeping through their enemies. Thus, physique, martial skills, and abilities combined were the strongest combat state for an ability user. Chen Fan's ability was the Thunder Devouring Divine Physique. His physical strength far exceeded that of ability users of the same level, and he possessed powerful lightning-based attacks. Therefore, as long as he mastered top-tier martial skills, he could easily dominate others of the same level. Over the years, the original owner of this body had self-taught over a dozen martial arts and leg techniques online, making him highly skilled in close combat. He practiced them daily to maintain his proficiency. After completing a round of martial arts practice, he approached a tree with a trunk half a meter thick. He activated his ability, channeling the power of thunder into his palm, and struck the trunk fiercely. With a boom, a palm print 1 inch deep appeared on the tree trunk, surrounded by intricate cracks. Wow, such power? Chen Fan was startled. If this palm strike landed on an ordinary person, it would surely be fatal. With my ability enhancing me, my strength has multiplied several times. Chen Fan was thrilled and decided to head to the Wolf Warrior Martial Hall to test his strength after breakfast. By 7 a.m., Chen Fan returned home to prepare breakfast. At this moment, Chen Tongtong had also woken up. Losing her parents at a young age made her more mature than kids her age. Chen Fan was busy cooking when Tongtong ran into the kitchen, her face full of surprise. "Brother, I discovered something amazing." "What is it?" Chen Fan patted her little head lovingly. "Brother, I realized that my weight doesn't change before and after going to the bathroom." Tongtong looked up, as if she had discovered a new continent. "What?" Chen Fan froze for a moment, then quickly ran to the living room. "Chen Tongtong, if you broke the scale, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." He glanced at the electronic scale in the corner, saw that it wasn't broken, and finally sighed in relief. "Then why is the weight the same?" Chen Fan didn't believe it and stepped on it himself. It displayed 23.6 kilograms. Turns out the scale was malfunctioning. "I knew it, Tongtong is still a good girl." After they finished breakfast, at 8:15, a beautiful figure appeared at Chen Fan's doorway, Wang Yanan. Today, she wore her hair in a high ponytail, paired with a stylish white shirt and exquisite makeup, looking just like a young maiden. TSK, no wonder she's the woman I fancy, young, beautiful, and capable. Truly amazing. Chen Fan praised her inwardly. "Chen Fan, where exactly are you looking?" Wang Yanan shouted. "Hee, Sister Yanan, it seems like your shirt is missing a button." "You." Realizing what he meant, Wang Yanan quickly buttoned up, glaring fiercely at Chen Fan before taking Tongtong's little hand. "Tongtong, Sister Yanan is taking you to the amusement park today. Let's not hang out with this old pervert." "Chen Fan, who says I'm a pervert? I'm a gentleman, okay?" After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yanran left with Tongtong, and Chen Fan also set out for the Battle Wolf Martial Arts Hall. In this world, martial arts halls were quite common and offered diverse services. Besides acting as a sparring partner, which Chen Fan had done before, they also provided combat training and strength evaluation. The Battle Wolf Martial Arts Hall ranked among the top in Daxia, attracting numerous ability users every day. Chen Fan used to work as a sparring partner here frequently, earning about 1,000 yuan a day, and had saved up 100,000 yuan over 3 years. But today, he wasn't here to make money, he was here to test his combat strength. "Chen Fan, you're finally here. We've got a guest today who specifically requested you as their sparring partner." As soon as he stepped into the martial arts hall, a man in his 30s approached him. This was Lu Tao, one of the managers at the hall. "Sorry, Uncle Lu, I'm here to test my strength today, not to take on any part-time jobs." Chen Fan replied politely. Before Lu Tao could respond, a young man walked out from the resting area, pointing at Chen Fan with an arrogant expression. "So you're Chen Fan? I heard you're quite famous as a sparring partner at Battle Wolf. Today, you'll spar with me." Chen Fan frowned, looking up at him. The man was around his age but wore an arrogant expression, as if he was invincible. Feeling slightly irritated, Chen Fan said coldly, "I don't have time to spar with you. Find someone else. I've been waiting here for an hour, and you think you can just brush me off with a no time?" The young man's face darkened, and hostility gleamed in his eyes. Clearly, he was here to cause trouble. At this moment, 2 more young men stepped out from the resting area, semi-surrounding Chen Fan. "Kid, young Master Yun is giving you face by calling you out. Don't be ungrateful." "Humph." Chen Fan smirked coldly. "And what if I ignore you all?" "Ignore us? Then we'll beat you to death." One of them, without warning, swung a slap toward Chen Fan's face. "Stop. Manager Lu Tao, standing nearby, shouted angrily and tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Fortunately, Chen Fan reacted swiftly, grabbing the assailant's wrist in an instant. Lu Tao rushed over, glaring at the three young men. No private fights allowed here. Battle Wolf Martial Arts Hall doesn't welcome you. Leave immediately. He was enforcing the hall's rules while also defending Chen Fan, who had worked part-time here for 3 years and helped him earn a lot of money. However, the leader of the group, young Master Yun, responded coldly, "Lu, do you dare offend the Yun family?" "You." Lu Tao flushed with anger but was clearly intimidated and didn't dare to retaliate. "Uncle Lu, it's fine. Since he's here to cause trouble, I'll play along," Chen Fan said, patting Lu Tao's shoulder to ease the tension. Originally, Chen Fan hadn't intended to deal with these punks, but suddenly, his system issued a mission. A few seconds earlier, the system's notification chimed. Faced with provocation, respond with an invincible demeanor. System mission, break one of the opponent's arms to teach him a lesson. Mission level, F-. Completion rewards, 1 green lottery draw. No wonder you're so arrogant. Even the system can't stand you. Chen Fan sneered internally as he walked toward the sparring platform. Pointing at young Master Yun, he mocked disdainfully, "You self-important brat, come on up." "Fine. How dare you provoke me?" Yun sneered, enraged, and stormed up to the platform. Lu Tao quickly reminded them, according to Daxia law, ability users cannot use their powers on ordinary people. This sparring match can only involve fists and combat techniques. "I know that. Even without using my abilities, I can beat him half to death today," Yun said arrogantly, completely dismissing Chen Fan. "Let me tell you the truth, I'm here to crush you. I won't tolerate someone like you making young Chuchu like you. I won't let anyone get close to her." Yun Jinhua, the second son of Qing City's Yunxiang group, had been eyeing the innocent young Chuchu for a long time. The Yun family and Yang family had close business ties. However, yesterday, Yang Chuchu's friend Wang Wenli told him that young Chuchu actually had feelings for Chen Fan. He couldn't tolerate it. After investigating Chen Fan overnight, he discovered that Chen Fan was an ordinary person who hadn't even awakened any abilities. The thought of such a person surpassing him infuriated him, so he came to the martial arts hall early to wait for Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned, not expecting trouble caused by the pure-hearted junior girl. Truly a case of beauty inviting disaster. But he didn't mind and thought to himself that a few more troubles like this could be fun. Looking at Yun, he retorted mockingly, "Are you the ugly guy Chuchu mentioned?" "What did you say? Chuchu said I'm ugly?" Yun was shocked and in disbelief. While he knew young Chuchu didn't like him, he hadn't expected her to see him that way. "You're lying. I'll kill you," Yun roared, charging toward Chen Fan. His movements were swift, and his punches incorporated a clever mix of feints and direct attacks, aiming straight for Chen Fan's abdomen. This has a hint of Bajiquan, Chen Fan immediately identified and casually deflected Yun's fist with a simple hand movement. Yun was taken aback by Chen Fan's skill. He launched several more moves, but each was effortlessly neutralized. He had assumed his abilities and speed would easily overpower Chen Fan, but he hadn't expected Chen Fan's combat techniques to be so proficient. The two young men below the platform were equally stunned. How could Yun lose to an ordinary person? "Come on, young Master Yun," the two shouted nervously, their expressions grim. "What a waste of time," Chen Fan said casually, finding the fight increasingly dull after a few exchanges. "Who are you calling a waste of time?" Yun Jinhua's face turned red with anger, and his punches became even more ferocious, each strike carrying heavy force. "Let's test my current strength," Chen Fan decided. Instead of relying on technique, he met the punches head-on. Bang! 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 Chen Fan threw 5 punches in quick succession, forcing Yun to back off 5 steps. "How is your strength this immense?" Yun clutched his numb arm, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how a first-stage ability user like himself could lose in physical strength to an ordinary person. "Strong?" No, I was only using 70% of my power," Chen Fan said with a cold smile, launching a series of rapid attacks that left Yun completely defenseless. After a dozen moves, Chen Fan switched to leg techniques. With a powerful Tongbei snap kick, he landed a fierce blow on Yun's forearm. A loud crack echoed as Yun's arm broke. "Ah!" Yun Jinhua screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground and clutching his broken arm, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Young Master Yun." The two onlookers were terrified, rushing onto the platform to check his injuries. "His arm is broken." They exchanged horrified looks before glaring at Chen Fan. "You're courting death. You've brought big trouble upon yourself. The Yun family will never let you go." "Oh? Are you suggesting I meet the elders? Planning to get back at me?" Chen Fan jumped off the ring, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, took a few sips, and spoke nonchalantly. He set the bottle down, looked up at the three people on the stage, and coldly said, "By the way, don't forget the sparring fee, 2,000 yuan. Pay up when you leave." The two men helped Yun Jinhua up with anger written all over their faces and hurriedly left the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall. Lu Tao stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. "Xiao Fan, how did your strength suddenly become so powerful?" "Not bad, I guess." Chen Fan smiled slightly, not elaborating further, and walked directly to an empty combat power testing room. Lu Tao quickly reminded him, "Be careful these coming days. The Yin family will definitely come looking for trouble." After shutting the door, Chen Fan didn't rush to test his combat power. Instead, he opened the system interface in his consciousness. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS. Level, Stage 1, Beginner. Physique, 22. Mental Power, 16. Skills, Thunderous Heavens, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and powerless little brat. Current task, beat up Yun Jinhua, completed, rewards 1 green grade lottery draw. Task difficulty, F. Green grade lottery draw? Even lottery draws are graded? Chen Fan felt curious, but considering tasks had difficulty levels, it seemed reasonable for the lottery to have grades as well. System, begin the draw. Chen Fan said decisively. The lottery begins. A green roulette appeared in his consciousness. The pointer began to spin slowly, and after 10 seconds, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have received an F-grade physique enhancement card." "Ha? A physique enhancement card? It works like this?" Chen Fan exclaimed excitedly as he clicked to use it. A soothing sensation surged through him, making him let out a soft groan. He clearly felt his physique improve and quickly checked the system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS. Level, Stage 1, Beginner. Physique, 25. Mental Power, 16. Skills, Thunderous Heavens, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and powerless little brat. Current task, none. Task difficulty, none. My physique increased by 3 points. Though it wasn't much, Chen Fan was thrilled. For an ordinary ability user, improving 1 point of physique could take months of grueling training, except for geniuses. Yet, he had achieved it just by completing a simple task. System, I hope more of these tasks come my way. Chen Fan made a silent wish and walked over to a piece of equipment. He threw a punch with all his strength. With a loud bang, the device displayed his punch force, 380 kilograms. Amazing. If I add my ability, it should exceed 1,000. Chen Fan thought to himself. Lightning crackled around his arm as he struck again with all his might. The screen displayed 1,520 kilograms. 1,520 kilograms. Exactly 4 times the base value. It matches what they say online. Chen Fan marveled. Publicly available data indicated that abilities below B grade had a 1.5x boost, A grade had 2x, S grade had 3x, and SS grade geniuses like him had a 4x boost. This explained why higher grade abilities had such devastating power and why geniuses could easily defeat higher tier opponents. Wow, with this punch, I could probably kill a bull. Chen Fan stared at his lightning-covered fist, unable to resist testing further. Let's try the innate skill of the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, Palm Thunder. With a thought, the lightning surged violently, and a purple thunderball formed in his palm. Boom! A massive explosion followed, and the device displayed 3,888 kilograms. My god, this is insanely powerful. Chen Fan was utterly shocked. If Palm Thunder is this strong, just how terrifying is Thunderous Heavens? He felt an itch to try it out but ultimately resisted. The device's weight limit was 5,000 kilograms. If he broke it, he couldn't afford the compensation. Online sources say Stage 1 peak ability users generally cap at 5,000 kilograms of destructive force. I wonder if my Thunderous Heavens can break that limit. But I'm only at Stage 1, Beginner. Once I reach the peak, a normal punch might easily hit 5,000 kilograms. Satisfied, Chen Fan moved to another piece of equipment to test his speed. This equipment resembled a treadmill from his previous life. Ability users simply had to run at full speed on it. After adjusting his breathing, Chen Fan began to accelerate. The display quickly updated, 16, 17, 18. Eventually, it stabilized at 25. Chen Fan stopped and looked at the number with satisfaction. 25 means I can run 25 meters per second, roughly 3 times the speed of an average person. Not bad. Let's see how much faster I can go with my ability. After catching his breath, arcs of green lightning flickered across his body. His legs rotated like windmills, moving so fast they became a blur. The speed tester displayed his limit, 40 meters per second. Unlike strength, speed enhancements from abilities didn't grow exponentially. A near doubling was already incredibly rare. With my current strength, I have an absolute advantage against Stage 1 peak ability users below B grade. After gaining a clear understanding of his abilities, Chen Fan entered the weapons training room. To perform well in the college entrance exams, he decided to master a weapon. Having never practiced with weapons before, he chose a long blade after some deliberation. The reason was simple: it was easy to learn, and he was confident he could handle it proficiently within 10 days. I'll start with the blade. Once I'm in university, I'll train with spears or heavy war blades like the Green Dragon Crescent blade. Chen Fan trained in the room for 2 hours, only leaving when it was noon. He hadn't spent any money thanks to his part-time job benefits. As long as the training rooms were unoccupied, he could use them freely. When he got home, it was already 11:30. He called Wang Yanran and learned neither of them would be coming back for lunch, so he made himself a simple bowl of instant noodles. After finishing his meal, he sat in front of his computer and started researching information about ability users. He typed "Thunder Devouring Sacred Body" into the search bar and hit enter. To his surprise, in over 100 years of recorded ability history on Blue Star, no one had ever awakened this ability. "This is going to be troublesome," Chen Fan muttered helplessly. It meant no one could pave the way for him. Advancing his ability would rely entirely on his own exploration. In this world, ability users had to cultivate ability techniques to enhance their power. After a century of development on Blue Star, there were over 1 million registered ability techniques. However, not all techniques suited every ability user. They had to match one specific ability. For instance, fire ability users could only practice fire-related techniques, and thunder ability users could only cultivate thunder-related techniques. That said, an S-grade ability like Samadhi True Fire was essentially a fire ability at its core. If a specialized cultivation method cannot be found, one can still practice a general fire element method, though progress would be slower. Chen Fan's Thunder Devouring Sacred Body is essentially a combination of lightning-based abilities and physical reinforcement. Since no one on Blue Star had ever awakened such an ability, there wasn't any specialized method for it. He could only search for something similar. After poring over numerous resources, he came up with an idea. My ability is a combination of lightning and physical reinforcement. I need to find a method that includes both aspects. He searched for a long time but still couldn't find a perfectly fitting method. Heavens, don't joke with me. Without a suitable method, how am I supposed to level up? Am I supposed to create one myself? Chen Fan fell into a deep despair. In this world, cultivation methods didn't just drop from the skies, they were painstakingly summarized by generations of practitioners. For him to figure it out all by himself was simply too difficult. He quickly searched online. What should ability users do if they don't have a suitable cultivation method? Soon, he discovered that many ability users faced the same issue. After all, there were countless strange and unique abilities. Fortunately, there was a universal method that any ability user could practice, called Dao Origin. The name sounded incredibly impressive, but in reality, the cultivation speed was so slow it drove people mad. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to select this method. Well, Dao Origin is better than not being able to cultivate at all. With a sigh, Chen Fan reluctantly opened the ability user's marketplace. The price shocked him: 1 million. Crooks. Chen Fan's face turned dark. This trashy method was priced at 1 million? A standard fire element method only cost 100,000. And this garbage was 10 times that price, utterly unreasonable. What angered him even more was that this method was sold by only one online store, a complete monopoly. 1 million? Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Chen Fan felt like crying but was helpless. Wait a minute, didn't the system mention before that the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body could grow stronger by devouring lightning? What does that mean? Does it mean absorbing lightning can enhance my physique, or directly raise my level? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. After pondering for over 10 minutes, he decided to test it out himself. Chen Fan's plan was simple. Lightning was essentially high-voltage electricity. He intended to use the 220-volt current at home for an experiment. He researched online and learned that the maximum voltage an ordinary person could endure was 36 volts, while a first-tier ability user could handle 100 volts. He estimated his limit might be around 150 volts, maybe even 200 volts. But Chen Fan wasn't the reckless type. He knew he had to test gradually to determine the safe voltage. For this experiment, he needed to buy a voltage regulator. Chen Fan wasted no time. That afternoon, he spent 30,000 yuan on a voltage regulator. He connected one end to the home socket and gripped the other end in his hand. For safety, he set the voltage to 80 volts initially. His body felt nothing. Then he increased it to 100 volts, still no reaction. He slowly raised the voltage. At 180 volts, his body began to feel a faint pain. However, within the pain was a peculiar sensation of pleasure, yes, pleasure, as if every cell in his body was reveling in delight. My body really can absorb electrical energy. Chen Fan was ecstatic. He continued to increase the voltage. At 250 volts, both the pain and pleasure reached their peak. At this moment, his entire body's cells began to transform under the stimulation of the electrical energy. After about 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt completely renewed. The earlier sensation of extreme cold and heat dissipated, and his body returned to normal. He turned off the voltage regulator and immediately checked the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS. Level, First Tier, Mid-Stage. Physique, 42. Mental Strength, 30. Skills, 9 Heavens Thunderclap, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm Strike. Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick. Current mission, none. Mission difficulty, none. First Tier, Mid-Stage? Physique 42? Oh my god, I can really level up by absorbing lightning. Chen Fan's heart raced with excitement. This meant he didn't need to buy that ridiculously overpriced ability cultivation method. As long as he could find sufficiently strong lightning, he could continuously advance. Invincibility is no longer just a dream. My era of abilities is about to begin. Chen Fan was overjoyed. He knew that as long as he continued to train his abilities and enhance his mental strength, the next step would be using higher voltages to force breakthroughs. Now, even without using my abilities, my physical strength alone can match a first-tier, mid-stage ability user with a B-class ability. If I use my abilities, I could even contend with a first-tier, peak-stage A-class ability user. Chen Fan estimated his strength. Everyone knew that B-class abilities were a threshold. The higher the class, the greater the ability to leapfrog levels. A first-tier, mid-stage A-class ability user could defeat a first-tier, late-stage B-class user. An S-class, first-tier, mid-stage user could take on a first-tier, peak-stage B-class user. As for him, an SS-class user, he could leap 3 levels and even challenge a second-tier, early-stage B-class powerhouse. Of course, this was just a rough estimate. Actual combat would also depend on technique, experience, and skill mastery. No matter what, however, he was now undoubtedly invincible at Xinqing City's 3rd high school. Based on what he knew, the school's martial arts class only had 5 first-tier, late-stage ability users, and they were all A-class. With his first-tier, mid-stage level paired with an SS-class ability, there was no doubt he was the strongest man in the school. That classmate, Li, who had bet with him, would probably have no choice but to admit defeat. In the afternoon, Chen Fan visited the War Wolf Martial Hall again. First, he measured his physique. His base punching force was 600 kilograms, and with his abilities activated, it reached 2,400 kilograms. He didn't dare test the explosive power of combat techniques because a single thunder palm strike would exceed 5,000 kilograms. After measuring his strength, Chen Fan began practicing blade techniques. The Martial Hall's weapons training room was highly advanced. By inputting the name of a technique, a 3D humanoid hologram would appear for him to mimic. The Martial Hall offered over a dozen blade techniques to choose from. Chen Fan selected the Gale Blade technique. This technique featured wide, open moves and immense power, perfectly suited for a physically strong ability user like him. Moreover, the Gale Blade technique had unique weapon requirements. A standard crescent moon scimitar couldn't fully unleash its power. So, Chen Fan chose a straight blade that was 1.4 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. In truth, the blade looked more like a massive, heavy sword. Chen Fan hefted it, feeling the solid weight in his hands, and was extremely satisfied. He spent the entire afternoon mastering the Gale Blade technique, mimicking its moves with about 70 to 80% accuracy. Just as he was about to leave the War Wolf Martial Hall, 4 people blocked his path. Among the 4 individuals, 3 were the young men who had provoked him earlier in the morning. As for the remaining one, there was no need to guess, he was undoubtedly the skilled fighter they had invited as backup. "Brother, that's the guy who broke my arm." Yin Jinhua, his arm wrapped in a sling, furiously pointed at Chen Fan with his other hand, shouting his crimes to the tall, burly youth beside him. The tall youth, towering at over 1.9 meters, stared coldly at Chen Fan. "Break your own arm, or I'll dismantle all 4 of your limbs myself." "Ha! Quite the arrogant words you've got there." Chen Fan chuckled, clearly amused by his posturing. His gaze remained fearless as he stared back at the youth. Break his own arm? Not a chance, not even a strand of his hair would be harmed. Did they really think Chen Fan was some weak, helpless ordinary man? The tall youth clearly hadn't expected Chen Fan to show no fear at all. His expression froze momentarily before he resumed his domineering stance. Kid, I already gave you a chance, but you just won't cherish it. So what? Chen Fan shrugged, signaling with his posture that if the guy had any tricks, he should just get on with it. Got guts? Let's see if you'll still be this bold in a moment. The tall youth sneered, tilting his chin upward. Come on, let's fight. 1-on-1. Do you dare? I don't want to fight. Move aside, Chen Fan responded blandly. What? Should he fight every time someone demanded it? Did they think he was so easy to push around? You don't have a choice. The tall youth grew furious and reached out to grab Chen Fan's shoulder, intending to drag him forcibly onto the fighting stage. But Chen Fan was quick. With a slight sidestep, he easily evaded the grab. In truth, Chen Fan had been itching to teach him a lesson. That pretentious attitude made anyone want to send him flying with a punch. However, he hadn't agreed to the fight because he was waiting for the system to assign a task. Without any reward, he couldn't be bothered. Sure enough, the system's notification rang out. A true man should face challenges head-on and never back down. System task, beat Yun Tianba senseless. Task level, F. Completing this task will grant a lottery draw. Ha, the system is more impatient than I am. Chen Fan laughed as he leaped onto the fighting stage. Crossing his arms over his chest, he looked down at the tall youth with a cold, disdainful expression. You worthless trash, come on up. Faced with Chen Fan's taunt, the tall youth could no longer maintain his cool demeanor. Like an enraged bear, he charged onto the stage, glaring angrily. Kid, you've pissed me off. 3 punches. He held up 3 fingers and continued. I'll only need 3 punches to make sure you spend the rest of your life in bed. Dude, can you stop pretending already? Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. He crooked his finger at Yun Tianba. If I take even one step back today, I'll consider it my loss. Pretentious? Did they think he couldn't do it too? The crowd inside the martial arts hall grew larger, with many recognizing the tall youth. Someone exclaimed in surprise, isn't that Yun Tianba, the eldest young master of the Yun family? I heard he awakened an A-rank ability, the Diamond Physique. Yeah, and he's already a late-stage Tier 1 ability user. With Diamond Physique, his body is incredibly tough. Even without using his ability, his combat power is terrifying. That kid is asking for trouble. The onlookers whispered among themselves, with most expecting Chen Fan to make a fool of himself. But that kid doesn't look simple either. If he's brave enough to get on stage, he must have something up his sleeve. Maybe he's an A-rank ability user too, someone speculated in Chen Fan's defense. Don't be ridiculous. Look at him, so ordinary. He's just a part-time sparring partner at the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall, a regular guy who hasn't even awakened an ability. At most, he's sparred with newly awakened ability users, a buzzcut youth explained. Is that so? Does he even stand a chance against young Master Yun? If he can withstand 3 punches from Yun Tianba, I'll eat 3 pounds of crap right here, a tall, skinny onlooker shouted loudly. Their voices carried, and those who hadn't known Chen Fan before now leaned toward Yun Tianba's side after hearing that he was just an ordinary person. Chen Fan overheard their chatter and glanced a bit longer at the tall, skinny youth, secretly applauding him, a gutsy character. Yun Tianba basked in the crowd's praise. He gestured one with his finger and charged toward Chen Fan like a bolt of lightning. His massive fist, full of power, aimed directly at Chen Fan's forehead. Whoa, this guy's serious? Chen Fan's heart tightened. A punch like that could kill an ordinary person instantly. With a cold snort, he used the Tai Chi move Cloud Hands to deftly deflect the punch, letting it brush past him. Ha! Yun Tianba froze, stunned that his heavy punch had been neutralized with just Tai Chi technique. The audience, who had expected Chen Fan to be beaten senseless, widened their eyes in disbelief as he easily deflected the attack. This kid's got some serious skills. He actually countered that punch. Must have been luck. Maybe Yun Tianba was holding back. Most of the crowd still didn't think highly of Chen Fan. Judging by their physiques, it seemed obvious who would win. Here comes the second punch. Yun Tianba, unable to knock Chen Fan down with one blow, felt humiliated. He immediately threw another punch, faster and fiercer than before, aiming from Chen Fan's side, making it impossible for him to dodge using the same move. Chen Fan could have easily stepped back to avoid the punch, but he had already vowed not to retreat. So, instead of stepping back, he stepped forward. He charged directly into Yun Tianba's chest, causing him to stumble, his punch dissipating instantly. Whoa! The spectators gasped in astonishment. They couldn't believe Yun Tianba had been effortlessly knocked off balance. This kid's movements are so fast. Yeah, he defeated power with technique. His talent is incredible, reminiscent of the modern martial arts master Yi Wentian. It's a shame he's just an ordinary person. No matter how talented, what's the use? While many admired Chen Fan's skills, they still dismissed him as insignificant. Yun Tianba's face turned livid. Failing to take down an ordinary person in 2 punches was a complete disgrace. Kid. A real man fights head-on. Yun Tianba, realizing he probably couldn't win with a 3rd punch, decided to provoke Chen Fan into trading blows directly. Chen Fan saw through his intentions immediately and replied calmly, "You want an ordinary guy to go blow for blow with you? You've got guts. But today, I'll indulge you. Bring it on." Chen Fan shouted, planting his feet firmly and gathering all his strength into his fist. He launched a powerful punch forward. Yun Tianba also went all out, his fist crashing into Chen Fan's with a muffled bang. Chen Fan only swayed slightly, but Yun Tianba stumbled 3 steps back, his face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yun Tianba got pushed back by a single punch? Is he really just an ordinary person? That's insane. Incredible. That's a top student from Qingqing No. 1 High School in Cloud City, a strong contender for first place in the martial arts exam, defeated by an ordinary person. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes filled with admiration and doubt. Chen Fan shook his numb arm and looked at the kneeling Yun Tianba, saying indifferently, "Is this the body you're so proud of? Just a so. Yun Tianba felt his arm go numb, and a faint pain in his internal organs left him unable to believe that his physique was inferior to Chen Fan's. "I don't believe it," he roared, charging fiercely at Chen Fan. "No matter how strong you are, so what? I'm an ability user, and your speed can't compare to mine." Yun Tianba intended to use his speed advantage to defeat Chen Fan. This time, he launched a full-force attack, moving as fast as lightning. However, after launching more than a dozen consecutive strikes, Chen Fan easily countered each one without even moving his feet. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Who could believe that an ordinary person could have such quick reflexes? Who just said he's not an ability user? Come out, I'll beat you to death. The person who had earlier claimed Chen Fan couldn't win glared angrily around. But Chen Fan has only ever been a sparring partner for new ability users. "I've never seen him this strong before," a young man nearby said doubtfully. "He's been hiding his strength all along, just playing around with you rookies," another person sneered and then shouted, "Who said my big brother is weak? Who's waiting to laugh at him? If you've got the guts, come out and try him." The crowd cast disdainful glances at him. The person who had been shouting the loudest earlier was now afraid that Chen Fan might come after him, even resorting to calling Chen Fan big brother. Truly shameless. On the stage, Yun Tianba, unable to defeat Chen Fan, was roaring furiously in frustration. "What is this clown yelling about?" Chen Fan frowned and moved even faster. He had already gauged Yun Tianba's physique, which was slightly weaker than his own. "Enough, I've played with you long enough." Chen Fan feinted and then fiercely kicked Yun Tianba in the head. The heavy blow left Yun Tianba's ears ringing, temporarily deafened. He struggled to stand, but dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed unconscious after a few shaky attempts. Yun Tianba got knocked out with one kick. The crowd was shocked, their eyes filled with fear. Ignoring the stares, Chen Fan looked at the stunned second young master of the Yun family and said, "When your brother wakes up, tell him that showing off in front of me won't just end in a beating next time." Yun Jinhua swallowed hard, stepping back a couple of paces, not daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. "How boring. I'm leaving." Chen Fan stepped off the stage, and the crowd parted for him, no one daring to block his path. After leaving the martial arts hall, Chen Fan couldn't wait to open his system interface. This mission was graded F level. The last one was only F-. The rewards should be a bit better this time. He eagerly addressed the system, "Start the lottery." System lottery initiated. With an electronic buzz, a giant green wheel appeared before Chen Fan again. But he noticed that the items on the wheel were identical to the last time. So, F-level and F- missions have the same rewards? In that case, isn't it more economical to do F- missions? Chen Fan frowned. The wheel began spinning, the green pointer passing over various segments before finally stopping on a black card. Upon closer inspection, it was another physique enhancement card. "Not bad, I'm satisfied," Chen Fan thought to himself, pleased. Just as he was about to claim his reward, the wheel started spinning again. After more than 10 seconds, it slowly came to a stop. This time, it landed on a small jade bottle. "Congratulations, host. You have received one physique enhancement card and one bottle of muscle rejuvenating skin lotion. Chen Fan understood that F-level missions awarded 2 draws from the green prize pool, but he was less than thrilled about the bottle of lotion. System, what does this thing do? When added to bathwater, it removes body keratin and deeply cleanses, leaving skin as smooth and tender as a baby's, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Chen Fan's eyes widened. He had thought it was some kind of healing elixir, but it turned out to be a high-end skincare product. System, are you kidding me? What am I supposed to do with this? Turn into some kind of pretty boy? Although dissatisfied, he admitted the product wasn't entirely useless. He decided to give it to Wang Yanran to make her skin smoother and more radiant. Then looking at her would be much more enjoyable. A peerless beauty cultivated with my own hands will surely feel special. Chen Fan pocketed the jade bottle and immediately used the physique enhancement card. A warm current surged through him, and his physique increased by 3 points, reaching a total of 45. This rocket-like feeling of leveling up is absolutely exhilarating. Chen Fan clenched his fists, feeling a surge in strength. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan returned home and found that Tong Tong hadn't come back yet, which made him a bit worried. He quickly called Wang Yanran, joking, "Sister Yanran, you didn't kidnap my Tong Tong, did you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Yanran's playful scolding came from the other end of the line. "Tong Tong is at my place. I'll bring her back after dinner. What are you eating?" "Sister Yanran, I'm too lazy to cook. How about I crash at your place for dinner?" Chen Fan leaned back on the sofa, speaking lazily. "Fine, come over then," Wang Yanran said hurriedly before hanging up the phone. "Humph, such a cold woman." Chen Fan sneered, put on his shoes, and headed to Wang Yanran's house. Chen Fan lived in Building 2 of Sunshine Garden Community, while Wang Yanran lived in Building 5. 5 minutes later, he arrived at her home. At that moment, Wang Yanran was dressed in silky pajamas, looking both sexy and alluring, with an apron tied around her waist, a picture-perfect image of a beautiful home chef. "Wow! Sister Yanran is cooking herself? Where's your housekeeper?" Chen Fan stood at the kitchen door, staring at her graceful figure. "Aunt Jo went back to her hometown for a few days," Wang Yanran replied, looking slightly flustered as it was evident she wasn't skilled at cooking. In truth, her family was well off. Her parents had been involved in overseas trade for years, leaving her to grow up in this city under her grandmother's care. After her grandmother passed, she chose to stay because this city held her happiest memories. A few minutes later, Chen Fan couldn't bear to watch Wang Yanran's clumsy knife skills any longer, fearing she might accidentally cut herself. "Step aside, woman. Let me handle this." Chen Fan decisively took the knife from her. Although his culinary skills weren't top-notch, years of taking care of Tong Tong had honed his abilities. Half an hour later, the table was filled with dishes: braised beef with potatoes, cola chicken wings, stir-fried sea cucumber with scallions, and sautéed broccoli. Wang Yanran and Tong Tong, having spent the entire day outside, were already starving. The two of them devoured the food ravenously, too hungry to even speak. Wang Yanran was dressed in a silk nightgown with a low neckline. Chen Fan was seated directly across from her, and every time she reached out to pick up food, he could vaguely catch a glimpse of the enchanting sight within. Full and rounded, like flawless white jade. What a beautiful view. Our future kids definitely won't go hungry. Chen Fan marveled silently in his heart. Why are you just staring at me eat? You eat too. Wang Yanran noticed the strange look on Chen Fan's face, tapped his bowl lightly with her chopsticks, and scolded him playfully. "Haha, I'll eat. Chen Fan quickly withdrew his gaze, picked up a piece of beef, and praised, "This beef is so tender." Wang Yanran. "Ah. Slip of the tongue, I meant the beef is in such big pieces." Chen Fan hastily corrected himself. "Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking like a proper human being?" Wang Yanran pretended to scold him sternly. "Is this the kind of thing a student preparing for college entrance exams would say? Can beef be described as tender or big? Why not?" At this moment, Tong Tong chimed in earnestly. "Of course not." Wang Yanran turned her head, gently rubbing Tong Tong's little head, and explained seriously, "Beef can only be described as delicious. Do you understand, Tong Tong?" "Got it, Sister Yanran." Tong Tong nodded earnestly. However, Chen Fan refused to back down and said, "Sister Yanran, you're wrong. Whether beef is delicious or not can only be determined by tasting, but whether it's white or big can be seen at a glance. What nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Yanran glared at him, secretly feeling relieved that Chen Fan hadn't applied for liberal arts. Otherwise, he'd definitely embarrass himself by ranking last in the entire city. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject and asked, Sister Yanran, has Tongtong been well behaved today? Tongtong is much better behaved than you. Wang Yanran gave him a glance, her tone carrying a hint of indulgence. From Chen Fan's angle, Wang Yanran was absolutely captivating, her subtle allure the most mesmerizing. After dinner, Chen Fan took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and placed it in front of Wang Yanran. Sister Yanran, thank you for taking care of Tongtong today. This is a small gift for you. What is this? Wang Yanran curiously picked it up. The jade bottle was cold to the touch, seemingly carved from top-quality jade. Such an expensive thing for me, she asked in surprise. The bottle's not worth much, the treasure is inside. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Inside? Wang Yanran opened the stopper and peered inside. She saw a semi-transparent lotion, exuding a cool sensation and looking incredibly high-end. Xiao Fan, what is this? She asked curiously. This is a treasure that can remove dead skin cells, deeply cleanse, and make your skin softer than a baby's. Chen Fan explained. Really? Even cosmetics worth tens of thousands wouldn't make such claims. Wang Yanran was half skeptical. It's true. Chen Fan patted his chest confidently. You can take a little, dilute it with water, and try washing your hands. Alright, I'll trust you for now and give it a try later. Vanity is a woman's nature, and though she was doubtful, she was still willing to try. By the way, Xiao Fan, where did you get this? Wang Yanran asked curiously. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously and replied casually, that's a secret. Leaving the skincare lotion with Wang Yanran, Chen Fan then left with Tongtong. Wang Yanran couldn't wait to give it a try. She dropped a little of the lotion into a basin of water and immersed her left hand, waiting quietly. Soon, the water turned murky, and her hand became noticeably whiter and softer. The stuff Xiao Fan gave is indeed effective. Wang Yanran compared her two hands, and the difference was apparent. Excited, she quickly filled the bathtub, poured the entire bottle of lotion into the water, removed her clothes, and soaked her bare body in the tub. Of course, Chen Fan didn't see any of this. He was already sitting in front of his computer, checking the latest updates on college entrance exam registration. The Department of Education for South Mountain Province had just released an announcement, both the liberal arts and martial arts entrance exams would be held next Saturday. This year, there were 500,000 applicants, 410,000 for liberal arts and 90,000 for martial arts. Chen Fan carefully reviewed the martial arts exam guidelines. Candidates were only allowed to bring F-grade weapons into the testing grounds. Before the exam began, inspectors would check for violations. Carrying weapons exceeding the F-grade would be considered cheating, resulting in a lifetime ban from martial arts exams. Even the cheapest F-grade weapons cost over 200,000 yuan, which Chen Fan couldn't afford. He planned to rent one from the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall when the time came. The martial arts exam was divided into two parts, a written test and a physical test. The written portion focused on the geography of different dimensional spaces and knowledge of exotic beasts, such as the rank and weaknesses of the three-eyed red-tailed tiger. The written test had no grades, only pass or fail. With a score of 100 as the maximum, a minimum of 60 was required to proceed to the physical test. Chen Fan hadn't studied these subjects in the martial arts class, so he had to cram madly in the few remaining days. Fortunately, the written test was relatively straightforward. There was a 600-page book available online, and as long as he read through it carefully, passing wouldn't be an issue. Chen Fan downloaded the e-book to his computer and began studying diligently. His mental strength had already reached 30, far surpassing that of ordinary people. He could read 10 lines at a glance and had an eidetic memory, so finishing the book within a few days was no problem. While Chen Fan was focused on studying, in a luxurious villa at Yuhua Mansion, a high-end neighborhood in Qingqing City, Yang Chuchu had been staring at her phone, sending messages for half a day. From last night until now, an entire day had passed, and she still hadn't received a notification that her friend request had been accepted. For the first time, she began doubting her own attractiveness. Her mood had been sour all day. Maybe Senior is busy and hasn't checked his phone? Yang Chuchu tried to console herself. 10 minutes later, she couldn't resist and sent another friend request. As she waited anxiously, Chen Fan's phone chimed with a ding-dong notification. He glanced at the message and decisively ignored it. Junior, you're still too young. You couldn't hold out, huh? Actually, you're already at a disadvantage, Chen Fan chuckled lightly, putting his phone back on the desk. Yang Chuchu leaned against her bed, waiting for more than 10 minutes. Her pure face was filled with disappointment. Senior cared so much about my health back then, I thought he liked me. Turns out, I was just overthinking it. A confident and brave man like him must be very hard to impress, young Chuchu thought, staring at her phone, her heart heavy. She wasn't the only one lost in thought. Yun Tianba was also in a daze. Since regaining consciousness, he had been staring at the ceiling, immersed in deep contemplation. Such a strong physique, was he really just an ordinary person? Could he really have been defeated by an ordinary person? This was a humiliation, an indelible shame. Yun Jinhua stood nearby, cautiously handing over a document about Chen Fan. But, he really is just an ordinary person. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yun Tianba roared in anger. As the top-ranked martial arts student at Qingcheng No. 1 High School, he refused to believe he could be easily defeated by someone his own age, let alone an ordinary person. Investigate. Find out everything about him from birth to now. I refuse to believe he's just some ordinary person. Yun Tianba glared at his younger brother, his eyes blazing like fire. Yes, I'll get someone to investigate immediately. Yun Jinhua, terrified of his elder brother, quickly retreated. At 10 p.m., Chen Fan had already flipped through more than 100 pages of a book, feeling like his head was about to explode. He decisively shut off his computer. At this time, Tong Tong was already asleep. Chen Fan carefully washed up and lay down on the bed. He picked up his phone, scrolled through a few short videos, and then switched to WeChat, opening the Grade White group chat. The chat was full of ridicule aimed at him, with some even suggesting he streak naked as a performance for the graduation ceremony. What infuriated him, even more, was that Li Wenbin, the one he had bet against, chimed in. Dear classmates, I will give it my all and not let you down. I'll teach this arrogant Chen Fan a lesson. At the graduation ceremony, I'll make sure you all see the show you've been waiting for. Thank you for your support. Seeing this message, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Oh, this kid is really confident. Saying he won't let everyone down? Doesn't care about the rules, huh? Wants to streak? Then I'll make sure he gets his wish. He noted down the names of the most active participants in the chat and left the group. Then, he opened his friend request list and noticed Yang Chuchu's request had been sitting there for 2 hours. Only then did he reluctantly accept it. Elsewhere, Yang Chuchu was complaining to her best friend, Wang Wenli. Lily, the senior doesn't seem to like me. I sent him 2 friend requests, and he didn't accept either. Wang Wenli smiled and comforted her. Chuchu, don't overthink it. Maybe he just didn't see them. But in truth, Wang Wenli didn't believe Chen Fan would ever accept. She had already told Yun Jinhua, the second young master of the Yun family, who had a crush on Yang Chuchu, about Chen Fan the night before. Knowing Yun Jinhua's temper, he must have already warned Chen Fan. She wouldn't even be surprised if Chen Fan was lying on a stretcher right now. Suddenly, Yang Chuchu's phone vibrated. She instinctively opened it and saw that Chen Fan had accepted her friend request. Lily. The senior accepted it. Her disappointment turned to excitement as she eagerly shared the news with Wang Wenli on the other end of the video call. What? Impossible. Wang Wenli was in disbelief. She couldn't imagine that the Yun family's second young master couldn't handle an ordinary person. Really, he accepted it. Yang Chuchu was displeased with Wang Wenli's reaction, as if she didn't want Chen Fan to accept. Alright, well, as long as he accepted. Wang Wenli stammered, unable to voice her inner doubts. She was clever enough to know that her family background was far inferior to Yang Chuchu's. To become Yang Chuchu's close friend, she had to use some tactics and schemes. Now her mind was filled with questions. Was Chen Fan too bold, or was there something wrong with Yun Jinhua? Wang Wenli quickly ended the video call and immediately called Yun Jinhua. The phone took a long time to connect. Hello, who is this? Yun Jinhua's tone was icy, clearly impatient. Wang Wenli's heart tightened. Although she had interacted with Yun Jinhua many times and secretly passed on a lot of information about Yang Chuchu, she hadn't expected that he hadn't even saved her number. Despite feeling a bit annoyed, she forced a smile and said, Brother Jinhua, it's me, Wenli. Speak, came the cold response from the other end. Wang Wenli pursed her lips and cautiously probed, Brother Jinhua, didn't you warn that Chen Fan today? He actually accepted Chuchu's friend request tonight. On the other end, Yun Jinhua shivered involuntarily at the mention of Chen Fan, and the pain in his arm seemed to intensify inexplicably. Got it. He feigned calmness and hung up directly. Without understanding Chen Fan's background, he didn't dare to act recklessly and had no choice but to endure for now. Wang Wenli was dumbfounded. That was it? Just a got it? Shouldn't he at least say a few threatening words? Was this really the second young master of the Yun family she knew? Meanwhile, Yang Chuchu, unable to contain her excitement, immediately sent a message to Chen Fan. Hi, senior. She even added a cute emoji. However, 10 minutes passed before she got a reply from Chen Fan. It was just one word, Yang Chuchu was stunned. That's it? Nothing else? Was this guy a total straight-laced bore, or did he simply not like her? Feeling dejected, she opened Chen Fan's social media moments. He just updated tonight? She quickly clicked into it. There was only a picture of an elegant dining table with 4 dishes, and nothing more. The caption read, "Is beef really that good? I want to try it." Yang Chuchu frowned. If she wasn't mistaken, one of the dishes was indeed beef. How could he know if it was good without tasting it? She examined the photo closely and suddenly discovered a detail. In the top left corner, there was a partial view of an arm. Someone else is there? Women's observational skills truly are remarkable. Yang Chushu zoomed in and identified the arm, a fair, delicate, and undeniably feminine arm, young and beautiful. Those slender fingers were so alluring that even she felt a pang of envy, wanting to touch them. Senior only has an 8-year-old sister, doesn't he? Who could this other woman be? Yang Chuchu suddenly realized why Chen Fan was ignoring her. There must be another woman in his life, someone who had stolen his heart. Her eyes welled up with tears. This was the first time in years that she had liked a boy, only to be mercilessly rejected. A few minutes later, after steadying her emotions, she sent another message to Chen Fan. "Thank you for saving me yesterday, Senior." She had come to terms with it. Since Chen Fan didn't like her, she would politely express her gratitude and then let it go. Her first love would end here. Lying in bed, Chen Fan saw the message and froze for a moment. Strange, the message didn't include any emojis, which didn't quite fit with a love-struck young girl. His heart tightened. Had he been too cold? He quickly replied, "No need to thank me, Junior. It's getting late. Take care and get some rest. Don't stay up too late. Good night." When Yang Chuchu saw his reply, her mood flipped 180 degrees. Her nose tingled, and tears welled up in her eyes again. The senior cares about me. She tried her best to control her emotions and quickly replied, "Thank you, Senior. Good night." At 10:30 p.m., Chen Fan turned off his phone, went to bed on time, and concluded his exhausting day. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Fan headed to the Wolf Fong Martial Arts Hall to continue practicing the Gale Blade technique. Yesterday's performance caused everyone in the hall to become more respectful. Even the steward, Lu Tao, greeted him with courtesy. "Xiao Fan, would you like to stretch your muscles today? A customer is offering 20,000 yuan to have you teach combat techniques for a day." "Sorry, Uncle Lu, the college entrance exam is approaching, and I need to practice my blade skills," Chen Fan politely declined. The payment of 20,000 yuan for a day was tempting, but he valued the entrance exam more. Lu Tao nodded. "All right, I'll turn it down for you. The weapon training room you used yesterday is reserved for you, just head there directly." Watching Lu Tao leave, Chen Fan sighed. "If you're strong enough, people will naturally respect you." He spent the entire morning in the weapon training room without being disturbed, focusing solely on practicing his blade techniques. When his training concluded at noon, Chen Fan returned home. Opening the door, he was greeted by Wang Yanran. Seeing her face, Chen Fan froze. The skin rejuvenating lotion was truly miraculous. Wang Yanran looked as if she had been airbrushed, her skin white, tender, and smooth like fine jade. He couldn't help but want to touch it. "Haven't seen enough yet?" Wang Yanran complained shyly and pulled him inside. Snapping back to reality, Chen Fan gave her a thumbs up. "Sister Yanran, I'm willing to crown you the most beautiful woman in Xia." "Flatterer." Wang Yanran's face flushed red. Of course, she was happy. What girl doesn't love being beautiful? Though she had always been gorgeous, now, she was absolutely stunning. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Sister Yanran, let me dedicate a poem to you. You can write poetry?" Wang Yanran looked at him skeptically. After all, this was the same guy who once used big and white to describe beef, who would believe he could compose poetry. Clearing his throat, Chen Fan began, "Listen closely. In the north, there's a beauty, unique and unmatched. At a glance, she topples cities, at a second glance, she topples nations." Reciting one line after another, he delivered one of the few poems he remembered from his past life. Hearing the poem, Wang Yanran stood in a daze. As a literature teacher with a strong ability to appreciate poetry, she immediately recognized its exceptional quality. Reflecting on it, she realized she'd never encountered such a poem in Blue Star's history. She looked at Chen Fan in surprise. "Did you really write this?" Chen Fan merely smiled without explaining. Wang Yanran read the poem a few more times, her cheeks tinged with red. After all, no matter how beautiful a girl is, she enjoys being praised. "I really like this poem. Thank you, Xiao Fan." No need to be so formal between us." Chen Fan replied with a smile. Deep down, he thought, we're family, there's no need for such politeness. A bit flustered from the compliments, Wang Yanran avoided eye contact, looking particularly charming. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan said, I gave you a poem, shouldn't you give me something in return? What do you want? Wang Yanran asked softly. I'd like a hug of love. Chen Fan said with a shy smile. Get lost. Get out of here right now. Wang Yanran shouted angrily. Got it. Chen Fan quickly dashed into the kitchen. If you pass the martial arts exam, I might consider it, Wang Yanran added, feeling her earlier tone might have been too harsh. The weekend passed quietly. Chen Fan spent most of his time practicing blade techniques and reading books. During this period, he had a brief conversation with young Chu-Chu. She mentioned wanting to treat him to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, but Chen Fan declined, needing to focus on his training with the martial arts exam looming. Unwilling to give up, young Chu-Chu set the dinner date for the following Sunday evening, the night after Chen Fan's college entrance exam. On Monday morning, Chen Fan requested a week off from Wang Yanran, saying he needed to focus on preparing for the martial arts exam. Wang Yanran, aware that he had registered for the martial arts exam, immediately agreed, knowing that attending class would be a waste of time. When his classmates saw his empty seat, they assumed he was avoiding the bet and had chosen to run away. That same day, the head of the senior grade, Du Jiang, approached Wang Yanran. Slightly overweight and usually amiable, Du Jiang appeared exceptionally stern today as he coldly questioned, Teacher Wang, did you know that Chen Fan from your class registered for the martial arts exam? Yes, I knew, Wang Yanran nodded, having anticipated this confrontation. It was inevitable that the school would intervene when a liberal arts student applied for the martial arts exam. Du Jiang's expression immediately darkened. Since you knew, why didn't you stop him? If it weren't for the Provincial Education Bureau's call, the school wouldn't have even known. He glared at Wang Yanran, his face as cold as ice. No matter what it takes, make him withdraw from the exam. Wang Yanran frowned slightly. Director Du, registering for the martial arts exam is the student's right. It was his choice. We should support him, why stop him? Why? Du Jiang tried to suppress his anger but almost shouted. The martial arts exam is extremely dangerous. For an ordinary person to take it is almost a death sentence. If something happens to him in the exam, do you know how much damage it'll do to the school's reputation? Moreover, students are already gossiping about how he registered for the martial arts exam out of spite against Li Wenbin. A liberal arts student impulsively taking such an exam, if he dies, the online backlash will crush us. If news of this spreads, the Education Bureau will accuse the school of poor management and inadequate guidance. The principal, you, and I will all be held accountable. That won't happen, Wang Yanran said softly, shaking her head. I know Chen Fan. He wouldn't gamble with his life, he's confident. Confident? Du Jiang sneered. Do you know that in the last 100 years, 728 liberal arts students have registered for the martial arts exam? Of them, 719 died during the test, 8 survived by sheer luck, and only 1 truly passed. With a death rate close to 99%, you still call that confidence? Though worried, Wang Yanran remained staunch in her support for Chen Fan. I believe he can do it. You! Du Jiang's face trembled with rage. Teacher Wang, you're playing with the school's reputation. Let me be clear, this is a direct order from the principal. If Chen Fan dies in the martial arts exam, all the responsibility will fall on you. The school will fire you, and it will be recorded in your file. No one will dare hire you again. Director Du, please stop. As long as he's willing, I will support him. Wang Yanran's tone was resolute. You're utterly foolish. Du Jiang slammed the desk, shot her a furious glare, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Wang Yanran sighed deeply. She understood the dangers of the martial arts exam and worried for Chen Fan, but inexplicably, she had faith in him. At the same time, the news of Chen Fan registering for the martial arts exam caused an uproar at Qingqing No. 3 High School. Hearing the news, young Chu-Chu was stunned, standing frozen for a long time before regaining her composure. She didn't want anything to happen to Chen Fan. Although she had witnessed his skills, she was still worried. For the first time, she felt concern for a boy, as if her heart were being tightly gripped, making it hard to breathe. She hurriedly sent a message to Chen Fan, Senior, did you really sign up for the martial arts exam? A few minutes later, she received a reply, yes. She wanted to persuade him. Otherwise, but she didn't know how to start. For a long time, she put down her phone and stared blankly out the window. You must stay safe. That was the only thought in her mind. Time flowed by swiftly like a river. Over the past few days, Chen Fan had been relentlessly training in the practice room, his clothes soaked with sweat. Finally, the last day of the college entrance exams had arrived. Time seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye, and it was now the day before the martial arts exam. After an intense day of training, Chen Fan prepared to leave and sought out Lu Tao, the manager of the martial arts hall. "Uncle Lu, I want to rent an F-grade longsword from the hall for 2 days," Chen Fan said. Lu Tao had long guessed that the liberal arts student stirring up a storm in Qing City was none other than Chen Fan. Without asking much, he retrieved a brand new longsword from the storage room and handed it to Chen Fan. "This is a brand new F-grade combat weapon, worth 250,000 yuan. The rental fee is 5% of the total price per day, so for 2 days, it's 25,000 yuan. "No problem," Chen Fan readily agreed. Then he added, "Uncle Lu, I also want to buy a combat suit." For ability users, regular clothing was easily torn apart by mutant beasts, so they often wore combat suits. Combat suits made from the hide of mutant beasts were both elastic and durable, not easily damaged. According to the martial arts exam regulations, combat suits could not exceed F-grade, meaning the materials could only come from Tier 1 mutant beasts. Lu Tao recommended a black combat suit worth 10,000 yuan to Chen Fan. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. Spending money was like pouring water. Half of his 3 years' savings had been spent in just 1 week, leaving him a little reluctant. By the time he got home, it was already 6 o'clock. Tong Tong had returned early and was sitting in front of the TV watching cartoons. To Chen Fan's surprise, Wang Yanran was also at home. "Yanran, tomorrow is the exam. Aren't you going to school to oversee the arrangements?" Chen Fan asked curiously. "Everything's already set." Wang Yanran looked at Chen Fan seriously. "Xiao Fan, you'll do well, right?" Chen Fan understood her meaning and nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Yanran, I've got this. Just wait for my triumphant return. By the way, you said after the martial arts exam, you'd give me a big hug," Chen Fan teased her, trying to ease her nervousness. "All right." Wang Yanran nodded earnestly this time, without any retort. She took a piece of paper out of her bag and handed it to him. "This is your martial arts exam admission ticket. I picked it up for you." "Thanks, Yanran." Chen Fan carefully examined the ticket. The martial arts exam would begin at 8 a.m. the next day with a written test conducted on computers, similar to a driving theory test on Earth. It would last 30 minutes. Once the written test was complete, the system would automatically grade the papers and display the results on the spot. Only candidates scoring above 60 would be allowed to gather at 9 a.m. to enter an alternate dimension for the practical test. The practical test was a points-based competition. Candidates earned points by hunting different mutant beasts, with rankings determined by the total points. The practical phase lasted 24 hours, starting at noon the next day and ending at noon the day after. After repeatedly confirming he hadn't missed any important details, Chen Fan carefully put the admission ticket away. Wang Yanran said earnestly, "Xiao Fan, I believe in you. You've always been stronger than others since childhood. I'm sure you'll pass the martial arts exam. I'll be cheering for you outside the exam venue." "Don't worry, Yanran," Chen Fan reassured her, patting her shoulder with confidence. He was determined to secure first place in Qing City's martial arts exam and shock everyone. Wang Yanran nodded solemnly and said, "I'll head out now. Get some rest tonight and stay in good condition. I'll pick you up at 7 tomorrow morning, and we'll go to the school together." After seeing Wang Yanran off, Chen Fan quickly headed to the kitchen to prepare food. No matter what, Tong Tong's hunger came first. After dinner, Chen Fan washed up early and lay on his bed. Picking up his phone, he saw that Yang Chuchu had already sent over a dozen messages, all expressing concern for him. "Senior, do you have your weapon ready? What about your combat suit? It's your lifeline." "Senior, if you're not prepared, I'll have Uncle Qian send a set over right now." Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh as he read her messages. He quickly replied, "Thanks, Junior, I've got everything ready." Dong Xiaohu also sent a message of concern. "Chen Fan, are you sure about tomorrow? Should we just give up? I heard those mutant beasts are terrifying." "Give up? Don't underestimate me." Chen Fan snorted. "How can a man say he can't? All right, brother Fan, good luck." Dong Xiaohu replied before going silent, clearly nervous as well. In reality, Chen Fan did have some relatives. On his father's side, there was a second uncle, but years ago, they had fallen out after the man embezzled over 1 million yuan from his parents' compensation fund. On his mother's side, there was an uncle and an aunt, but they didn't live in Qing City. They rarely contacted each other, only calling occasionally during the Lunar New Year. They probably didn't even know that Chen Fan was taking the martial arts exam this year. That's just as well, fewer relatives, fewer troubles, Chen Fan sighed, then quickly drifted into sleep. The next day, at 5:30 a.m., Chen Fan woke up to the sound of a system notification in his mind. Host, take note, system task, win the top spot in the martial arts exam for Southern Province. Completion rewards include 1 F-grade ability lottery draw. What? An ability lottery? Chen Fan sat up abruptly, staring at the screen in disbelief. The reward for this task was another ability draw. Although it was just F-grade, it was still an ability, meaning he could gain 1 more power. It seems I'll have to give this martial arts exam my all. Chen Fan was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. He was determined to win the ability reward at all costs. F-grade abilities were called the weakest abilities. With the lowest rank and a defining trait, the user's strength would never improve. For example, the commonly heard of limb regeneration ability sounded impressive, allowing users to regrow severed limbs. But in reality, the regeneration process was extremely slow, and the user's strength would remain at the beginner level forever, never improving. Rather than a true ability, it was more of a basic skill. But Chen Fan didn't care about any of that. His SS grade ability was already powerful enough to skyrocket his strength. Gaining 1 more skill would only make him even more formidable. After all, F-grade abilities weren't inherently weak, they only seemed that way because the users themselves lacked the strength to fully utilize them. If the ability to regenerate severed limbs fell into Chen Fan's hands, once his strength reached a certain level, he might be able to instantly restore lost limbs or even achieve immortality. Thus, Chen Fan was eagerly looking forward to the F-level superpower lottery this time. To him, the type of power didn't matter, as long as it could help, that was enough. At 7 in the morning, Wang Yanran arrived at Chen Fan's house right on time. Xiao Fan, make sure you've got your ID and exam admission ticket. Let's go. All right. Chen Fan nodded, and the two headed downstairs together. Wang Yanran was driving a Porsche worth around 800,000 yuan. In the car, Chen Fan had nowhere to place his giant blade, so he could only hold it in his arms. By the time they arrived at the school entrance, the crowd was already so dense it was impossible to move. The place wasn't just packed with parents sending off their children, there were also many onlookers. But most surprisingly, the majority of people were reporters from media outlets and live stream hosts. Whoa, what's going on? How can a college entrance exam be this lively? Chen Fan looked out at the sea of people, feeling a little dazed. Wang Yanran rolled down the car window, and Chen Fan immediately heard the noisy shouts from outside. A young man wearing a baseball cap was holding a phone, enthusiastically live streaming. Hey guys, don't you want to know about Qingqing's famous martial arts candidate? Today, I, Liuzi, will take you to investigate. Thanks for your support, and shout out to my brother Black Hurricane for the 666 donation. Chen Fan estimated there were at least 200 live streamers of the same kind gathered here. His head started to ache, these people were all here for him. Scanning the crowd, he actually spotted someone familiar, the skinny, bamboo-like young man who had previously boasted about eating dung while watching him spar with Yun Tianba at the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall. The bamboo-like youth was now shouting into his phone, guys, I've already guessed the mysterious person's identity. When he shows up, I'll interview him live on the spot. Help me boost my views. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss over signing up for a martial arts exam? Chen Fan muttered to himself, then turned to Wang Yanran. Can we still drive in? There's no way we can drive through this mess. Let's park and walk to the school, Wang Yanran said, helplessly. After parking the car, Chen Fan strapped the giant blade to his back and walked toward the school gate with Wang Yanran. He kept his head down, trying not to attract attention. But Wang Yanran was too eye-catching, it was hard for passers-by not to stare at her. Just then, a reporter quickly approached, holding out a microphone. Hello, we're reporters from the Southern Province TV station. May we ask you a few questions? Wang Yanran exchanged a glance with Chen Fan, feeling conflicted. Would it be rude not to cooperate with a provincial TV station? The reporter, noticing her looking at Chen Fan, immediately handed the microphone to him. Student, you're dressed for the martial arts exam, right? Do you happen to know the candidate named Chen Fan? Am I supposed to recognize myself? Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied, I guess you could say I know him? Great. The reporter's excitement grew. How much do you know about him? Do you think he'll pass the martial arts exam? Will he mess up during the test? You want me to comment on whether I can pass? Chen Fan cursed internally but maintained a polite demeanor. I think he should pass. It seems this mysterious Chen Fan isn't simple, his peers even acknowledge him. The reporter muttered a few words to the camera, then turned to Chen Fan. Thank you for the interview. Good luck on your exam. With that, the reporter signaled the cameraman to stop recording and left to find the next interviewee. Beside him, Wang Yanran couldn't hold back her laughter. This reporter was truly something else. She hadn't even realized she'd just interviewed the actual candidate. Wang Yanran could already imagine how viral this segment would become. Meanwhile, just a dozen meters away, the bamboo-like youth, who had been chatting with his stream audience, suddenly caught sight of Chen Fan and Wang Yanran through his camera. Immediately, sharp-eyed viewers in the livestream chat pointed out, Streamer, there's a stunning beauty behind you." This comment instantly set the chat ablaze. The audience, who had been discussing the mysterious martial arts candidate, now shifted all their attention to Wang Yanran. "I've seen plenty of beautiful women, but today I finally understand what breathtaking means. My God, she's unreal. This girl must have fallen from the heavens. What a rare beauty, brothers, I'm in love. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I need all her information right now." The chat was flooded with exclamations as everyone was stunned by Wang Yanran's beauty. The bamboo-like youth quickly turned around and froze when he saw the pair through his camera. This was the same big brother he had just met. It must be the mysterious martial arts candidate, Chen Fan. As expected of a big brother, accompanied by a beautiful woman. "Others are here to fight hard in the exam, but you're on vacation, huh?" The bamboo-like youth's admiration was written all over his face as he jogged over. "Hello, big brother. It's me." The bamboo-like youth greeted fawningly. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," Chen Fan replied bluntly. Since this guy wasn't from a TV station, Chen Fan saw no need to be polite. The bamboo-like youth panicked and quickly said, "You fought Yun Tianba a few days ago." "I was there." "Oh, I remember now." Chen Fan nodded and then smirked. "You're that brave soul who said he'd eat dung, right?" The bamboo-like youth felt awkward and immediately turned his phone away to prevent his audience from hearing such harsh words. Noticing that Chen Fan and Wang Yanran didn't intend to stop, he hurried after them. Big brother, can I ask a question for my fans?" "Speak." Chen Fan replied indifferently. The bamboo-like youth quickly asked, "The lady beside you, is she your girlfriend? Do I look old, or does Sister Yanran look young?" Chen Fan was speechless but found the question amusing. He looked at the bamboo-like youth and replied with a mysterious smile, "You guess?" Hearing this response, countless male viewers in the livestream chat clutched their chests and wailed. Did they even need to guess? The girl didn't deny it. They must be a couple. Why? How could such an otherworldly beauty be taken by this guy? I'm furious. Where's my sword? I'm climbing online to hunt this jerk down. The livestream chat was filled with cries of despair. Watching Chen Fan walk away, the bamboo-like youth's admiration only deepened. He turned to his audience and said, "This is Qingqing's mysterious martial arts candidate. What do you all think?" The fans fell silent. Countless fans were left speechless. As expected, someone daring to register for the martial arts exam as a liberal arts student was no ordinary person. After Chen Fan and Wang Yanran entered the school gates, the campus grew much quieter, and a tense atmosphere began to spread. Their appearance still attracted plenty of attention. "Who's that senior walking with Teacher Wang? He's so handsome, and his aura is amazing." Many curious first and second year girls whispered among themselves. Before they could think further, someone nearby reminded them, "Don't you know? That's the guy who made a bet to streak around naked, Chen Fan." "What? It's him? He does look good, but why is he so dumb?" The girls who had initially been interested immediately shook their heads in disapproval. Chen Fan paid no attention to these staring eyes and walked straight toward the waiting area with Wang Yanran. There, a large number of examinees had already gathered. Wang Yanran led him to a middle-aged male teacher in his 30s and said, "Mr. Zhang, this is Chen Fan from our class." "I'm counting on you." "No problem, Miss Wang. Go ahead and take care of your liberal arts class business," Zhang replied with a smile and a nod, then turned to Chen Fan. "Hello, Chen Fan. I'm Zhang Lei, the homeroom teacher of Martial Arts Class 4. Since you've signed up for the martial arts exam, you'll need to stick with our class for the next 2 days. Consider yourself temporarily part of Class 4. "Understood," Chen Fan responded politely. "Go ahead and line up at the back of our team," Zhang Lei said, patting Chen Fan on the shoulder and pointing to the line behind him. Chen Fan nodded and made his way to the end of the martial arts Class 4 queue. At the back of the line stood a chubby guy. He glanced back at Chen Fan and sneered, "You're the one who thinks he can try the martial arts exam? Don't you know your limits? You're not even qualified." "Mind your own damn business," Chen Fan retorted coldly, crossing his arms. He couldn't stand such arrogant and unreasonable people, and he felt an urge to slap the guy right then and there. The chubby guy was infuriated by this and barked, "You're pretty cocky, huh? Do you even know who I am? Of course I do. A piece of trash who thinks too highly of himself, Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. Are you looking to die? The chubby guy, enraged, lunged forward to grab Chen Fan by the neck. But Chen Fan wouldn't let him get his way. With a quick motion, he extended his hand and caught the chubby guy's wrist with precision. Ha! The chubby guy froze, shocked by Chen Fan's swift reaction. His arm felt as if it was clamped in a vice, completely immobilized. Let go, he shouted, struggling to escape Chen Fan's grip. Suddenly, Chen Fan released his hand. The chubby guy, having used too much force, lost his balance and fell flat on his back. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of others nearby. Hey, Fatty Xiong, what are you doing? Getting knocked over by a regular guy? Are you trying to put on a comedy show to lighten the tense mood? The people around burst into laughter. That wasn't my fault. He did it himself. Chen Fan shrugged, hastily distancing himself from the situation. Xiong Fatty got up, fuming, and prepared to charge at Chen Fan again. Xiong Shan, have you lost your mind? Fighting outside the exam hall could get you disqualified. Zhang Lei, the homeroom teacher, rushed over to stop the enraged chubby guy. You just wait. You better pass the written test. Xiong Shan growled through gritted teeth, too furious to let it go, but unwilling to risk getting disqualified. He stomped off, muttering curses under his breath. Zhang Lei patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, gave him a warning look, and then returned to the front of the team. Chen Fan smirked. Once Zhang Lei was out of earshot, he leaned over and whispered into Xiong Shan's ear, "Coward." Xiong Shan was so angry he nearly exploded. He suspected Chen Fan wasn't even planning to take the martial arts exams seriously and just wanted to drag him down too. Fury burned in his chest, but there was nothing he could do about it. Hey, Big Bear, do you know how most bears die? It's because they're stupid. And do you know the difference between you and a bear? The difference is that bears die from stupidity, but you'll die from being a coward. Ha ha ha. Chen Fan relentlessly taunted him, his words sharp and cutting like a blade. Xiong Shan's chest heaved with rage. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and punch Chen Fan, but he didn't dare to. He truly didn't dare. Of course, it wasn't just Chen Fan's sharp tongue at work here. The system had given him a task, to thoroughly humiliate this guy. After all, Xiong Shan had picked the fight first, and while Chen Fan could let it slide, the system wouldn't. The bystanders were stunned into silence, marveling at the sharp wit of this so-called liberal arts student. Those who had initially planned to ridicule Chen Fan now felt relieved they hadn't provoked him. 10 minutes later, the system notified Chen Fan that the task was complete. Only then did he stop tormenting Xiong Shan. System, draw a prize. Chen Fan said with satisfaction, activating the system's lottery. This time, he drew a purple card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mental power enhancement card. Good stuff! Chen Fan exclaimed. His mental strength had been lagging behind his physical abilities, so this reward was perfect. Use the enhancement card. Without hesitation, Chen Fan used the card. He immediately felt his mind clear up as his mental strength increased from 30 to 33. He could sense his memory improving, and his understanding of the Gale Blade technique deepened. One step closer to being the provincial top scorer. Chen Fan thought with satisfaction. A few minutes later, a sharp whistle blew, followed by a booming voice, "Homeroom teachers, please take attendance and line up your students to enter the exam hall." The previously noisy crowd instantly quieted down as the homeroom teachers began calling out names from their lists. A few minutes later, the voice rang out again, "All teachers, report your head counts. Martial Arts Class 1, all 48 students present. Martial Arts Class 2, all 51 students present. Martial Arts Class 12, all 52 students present." One after another, the 12 classes reported in. All 621 martial arts examinees from Qingcheng No. 3 High School were present and accounted for. All examinees, line up and proceed to the written test hall. The 600-plus students began moving, heading toward their assigned exam rooms. The martial arts written test was conducted in computer labs. The seating was spread out, with each desk separated by partitions. Cameras were installed above the computers to prevent any cheating. Chen Fan sat down, entered his exam ID number and name, and waited as the camera conducted facial recognition. Within seconds, he was granted access to the test system. Chen Fan felt no pressure at all. The knowledge in the books was already firmly etched in his mind, and the written test would be a breeze for him. At exactly 8 a.m., the test questions appeared on the screen. Chen Fan quickly began to answer them. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Zongwen and the head of the senior year were anxiously awaiting results. The reason was simple: they hoped Chen Fan would fail the written test. The two were under enormous public pressure. Just moments ago, reporters from the Southern Province TV station had conducted a sharp, 10-minute-long interview with them. If Chen Fan failed the written test, they would be relieved. But if he passed the written test only to fail the physical test, the school would face a major scandal for poor teaching performance. At that time, the school would be accused of mismanagement, resulting in a liberal arts student betting on taking the martial arts exam and ultimately dying in the examination arena. The news would spread like wildfire. Thus, their greatest hope was for Chen Fan to fail the written test. But they were destined to be disappointed. At exactly 8:30, the system announced Chen Fan's written test score, 100 points. Perfect score as expected. Chen Fan was extremely satisfied. Meanwhile, the monitor in the principal's office also displayed the written test results of all the martial arts students in the school. Grade director Du Jiang hurriedly reminded, "Principal, the results are out. Quick, check Chen Fan's score." Zhang Zhongwen urged anxiously. They opened the report card and were instantly stunned. Among more than 600 students, Chen Fan's name was ranked first, the only one in the entire school to achieve a perfect score. The two of them felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, collapsing weakly into their chairs. It was over. Completely over. Their careers might just end here. "Principal, what should we do?" Du Jiang asked solemnly. Zhang Zhongwen steadied himself and said, "Quick, call Zhang Lei from class 4. No matter what, persuade Chen Fan to withdraw from the martial arts exam." The news also shocked the first-year and second-year students across the school. At this moment, a giant screen in the campus updated the written test results in real time, with Chen Fan's name prominently displayed at the top. Damn, more than 600 people took the written test, and a liberal arts student ended up ranking first. Isn't this like giving a massive slap in the face to all the martial arts students? Yeah, usually everyone just winged it, as long as they got above 60 points. Who would have thought someone would take it seriously this year and actually score full marks? Those martial arts students must be so humiliated. The news of a liberal arts student taking first place in the written test spread across the campus in an instant. Wang Yanran, looking at Chen Fan's name, couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Fan, you didn't sign up for the martial arts exam on a whim. You have to give it your all in the martial arts test." Yang Chuchu shook her desk mate Wang Wenli's arm excitedly. "Lily, I told you, if Senior dared to sign up, he must have confidence. I believe he'll definitely pass the martial arts test." Wang Wenli, however, dismissed it disdainfully. "Chuchu, ordinary people have no chance in the martial arts test. A perfect score in the written test means nothing. Lily, why are you so pessimistic? Can't you at least hope that Senior survives? He's different from the others. I believe in him." Yang Chuchu's face flushed slightly with excitement. The news quickly caught the attention of netizens, who were all amazed. At this moment, all the candidates who had passed the written test had gathered in the square in front of the teaching building. More than 20 buses were parked in the square, specifically arranged to transport the candidates to a dimensional space. A few minutes later, the headcount for each class was completed, and the candidates began boarding the buses one after another. Homeroom teacher Zhang Lei suddenly stopped Chen Fan. "Chen Fan, don't get on the bus yet." "What's the matter, Mr. Zhang?" Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Lei didn't hide the school's intentions and said directly, "Chen Fan, I have to tell you, the school doesn't want you to participate in this martial arts test. If you die in the examination arena, it will greatly damage the school's reputation." "So, Mr. Zhang, what exactly are you trying to say?" Chen Fan frowned and asked. Zhang Lei said, "Don't overthink it. I'm just here to remind you about the seriousness of the martial arts test. Whether you participate or not is up to you. You may not know, but the aura emitted by exotic beasts can evoke fear. Ordinary people with weak mental strength won't even have the courage to resist. Are you sure you want to go?" "Of course," Chen Fan answered calmly. "If that's the case, then get on the bus." Zhang Lei, seeing his resolute attitude, said no more. As the homeroom teacher of the martial arts class, Zhang Lei was already a second-rank practitioner and didn't care much about the pressure from the school. Chen Fan found a seat and sat down. His fellow busmates cast him strange glances. This guy is really going? Isn't he afraid of dying? Who knows? Scoring full marks on the written test shows he wasn't just messing around. Still, he's as good as dead now. Sitting next to him gives me the creeps. The candidates on the bus whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with both pity and mockery. Chen Fan ignored them, closing his eyes to check the system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS. Level, Mid-Stage First Rank. Physique, 45. Mental Strength, 33. Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Pong. Evaluation, weak and powerless little chick. Current task, achieve a perfect score on the written test, task grade F, completed, eligible for lottery draw. Task difficulty, F. Another chance for a double draw. Chen Fan was a little excited. The system had issued him the written test task as soon as he entered the exam hall, which was why he had taken the test so seriously. Start the lottery. Chen Fan silently commanded in his mind. The roulette wheel began spinning, accompanied by the system's electronic sound. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 physique enhancement card and 1 bottle of strengthening milk. Strengthening milk? What's that? Chen Fan looked at the small bottle in front of him and asked the system. This is a liquid extracted from the fruit of an F-grade plant. When consumed by ordinary people, it can increase their physique by 3 points. Great stuff! Although it's not much use to me, it will be perfect for Sister Yenran or Tonton. Chen Fan was very satisfied with the reward. It was said that the dimensional space contained many magical fruits with incredible effects, but these items were extremely rare and outrageously expensive. Chen Fan thought about it and decided to give the strengthening milk to Wang Yenran. Tonton was still young, and her bones hadn't fully developed, consuming it might have adverse effects instead. He chose not to extract the strengthening milk, avoiding drawing attention with extra items in his hands. Use the physique enhancement card. Without hesitation, Chen Fan clicked. His physique felt a surge of comfort, increasing to 48 points. 1 step closer to becoming the provincial champion. Chen Fan was incredibly satisfied. The 20 buses roared out of the campus, heading toward the outskirts of Qing City. At the same time, Principal Zhang Zongwen and Grade Director Du Jiang, upon learning that Chen Fan was determined to take the martial arts test, felt as though the sky was falling. Du Jiang whispered, "Principal, should I just stop him directly?" Zhang Zongwen's anger flared. "Are you stupid? With so many media outlets outside, do you think you can cover it up? Then, what do we do?" Du Jiang's face was grim, his voice weak. "There's nothing we can do. We can only pray for his luck." Zhang Zongwen sighed and said, "Let's go. We still have to attend the martial arts test's opening ceremony. Don't wear the deadpan look, or people will laugh at our school." Okay. Du Jiang quickly nodded in agreement. The buses sped along the road, leaving the city behind. Soon, there was no trace of human activity along the way. An hour later, the convoy entered a desolate mountain range and eventually stopped outside a small town. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Lei, addressed everyone. "This is the junction of Qingcheng, Yanqing, and Weicheng. There's a dimensional rift entrance here where candidates from all 3 cities will participate in the martial arts examination." He then pointed out the window. "Do you see that small town outside? It's called Yuliang Town, also known as Yuliang Pass. There's a 1,000-strong core of ability users stationed here, tasked with guarding the dimensional entrance and eliminating any alien beasts that trespass into Blue Star. In a short while, after the joint examination of the 3 cities concludes, all of you will enter the dimensional space from here to begin the combat test." Everyone curiously craned their necks to look outside. Yuliang Town's perimeter was enclosed by a 10-meter-high high-voltage electric fence, with only 1 entry and exit point for the town. Outside the town stood a massive concrete square, where over 200 buses were already parked. Zhang Lei glanced at his watch and instructed the students on the bus, "Everyone, bring your admission tickets and weapons, and gather in front of the podium on the square." Students from more than 200 buses disembarked one after another. The crowd was densely packed. There were over 5,000 people. The square was vast, and examinees from each school were assigned to different areas. At this moment, a tall young man carrying twin axes stepped out from the Qingcheng No. 1 high school team and walked toward the Qingcheng No. 3 high school formation. His appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Isn't that Yun Tianba from Qingcheng No. 1 high school? What's he doing here? He looks aggressive, like he's here to cause trouble." "No idea. I heard he's an A-level ability user with late-stage first-tier cultivation. He's the top contender for first place in this 3-city joint exam. Whoever provokes him is in for bad luck." The young man carrying twin axes was indeed Yun Tianba. He walked up to the No. 3 high school team and shouted loudly, "Where's Chen Fan? Where is he? Chen Fan? Is he looking for that liberal arts student, Chen Fan? What did Chen Fan do to offend Yun Tianba? Looks like he's in trouble now." The crowd whispered among themselves, but no one pointed out Chen Fan's location. No one wanted to get involved. However, a chubby guy from Class 4, Xiong Shan, grinned and raised his hand, shouting loudly, "Chen Fan is over here." The crowd immediately parted to make way. And Yun Tianba strode through, stopping in front of Chen Fan. He said coldly, in the interdimensional space, I'll make sure you understand my power. Chen Fan glanced at him indifferently and replied disdainfully, you're just a loser. Truly overestimating yourself. You. Yun Tianba's anger flared instantly, his fists clenching tightly, emitting a creaking sound. Chen Fan, the interdimensional space is not like the outside world. I have 100 ways to make you die miserably. Ha! We'll see. Chen Fan remained calm. Just wait and see. Yun Tianba spat out his threat, glared at Chen Fan for a few seconds, and then returned to his team. The number 3 high school students began whispering. As soon as Yun Tianba left, these two seemed to have deep animosity. Yun Tianba is actually Chen Fan's defeated opponent? How is that possible? You must have misheard. I didn't catch that part. How could an ordinary person defeat Yun Tianba? That's ridiculous. As they were talking, a loud rumble echoed, and the bronze gates of Yuliang Town swung open. Several ability users in military uniforms stepped out. Leading them was a colonel whose powerful aura made it hard for anyone to look directly at him. He stepped onto the podium and addressed the crowd, hello, everyone. I am Mu Hongtao, the person in charge of the interdimensional space entrance here. Listen carefully to every word I say. Next, if you die inside, no one will come to collect your corpse. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Life was no joke. Mu Hongtao continued, the combat test lasts for 24 hours. We've prepared a military backpack for each of you, containing a smart wristband, an emergency energy orb, and 1 day's worth of rations and water. The smart wristband will record your scores and rankings. You must wear it at all times. The emergency energy orb is for critical moments. Crush it, and an energy shield will appear within 10 seconds, providing temporary protection. Our soldiers will then come to your rescue. However, if you're too weak or encounter a powerful beast, you might be killed before the orb takes effect. So, act within your limits. Now, let me explain the test site. After entering the interdimensional space, you'll find yourself on a vast grassland. The entrance is the center, and the test area has a radius of 30 kilometers. Our soldiers have already cleared the area, driving away all second-tier and higher beasts. Of course, if anyone wants to aim for higher rankings, you can venture further out. But if you die there, we won't intervene. Does everyone understand? Mu Hongtao's voice suddenly grew louder. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Since that's clear, proceed to enter the interdimensional space. All examinees, line up for soldier inspections. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers began organizing the crowd into lines, preparing to enter Yuliang Town. After his inspection, Chen Fan received his military backpack and followed the others into the mysterious town. The town mostly consisted of neatly arranged barracks, with a twisted spatial gate towering in the central clearing. Chen Fan walked straight through the gate, and in the next moment, he found himself on an endless grassland. So this is the interdimensional space? The air is so fresh, and the scenery is stunning. The first time examinees stepping into the interdimensional space curiously looked around. But at that moment, a deafening beast roar echoed, startling everyone into silence. On the grassland, the roars of beasts continued, leaving those with weaker mental strength pale and trembling. It seems ordinary people can't possibly handle these exotic beasts. This oppressive force directly targets the depths of the soul, stripping away even the courage to resist, Chen Fan thought to himself. At that moment, a silver metallic sphere composed of countless fragments slowly ascended into the sky, eventually stopping thousands of feet above. What is that? Chen Fan asked a nearby examinee out of curiosity. That's the sky eye, don't you know? It's used to monitor every movement in the examination field. It's said to be made from materials unique to the interdimensional space. These materials can connect across dimensions, similar to quantum entanglement, and are the only tools that enable communication between Blue Star and the interdimensional space. So, everything we do here can be clearly seen by people outside? Exactly. Thanks for explaining. Chen Fan clasped his hands in gratitude toward the other examinee. Soon, all the examinees entered the examination field, and the time reached noon. Mu Hongtao's voice rang out again. The martial exam begins now. As soon as the words fell, all the examinees sprang into action. Charge! Martial exam champion, here I come. Don't talk nonsense, the champion is mine. Many examinees shouted, gripping their weapons tightly, scattering in all directions to search for targets. Of course, there were also weaker individuals who hesitated at the back, cautiously observing and waiting for opportunities. Chen Fan locked onto a direction and sprinted forward. Every second counts in the martial exam. After about 10 minutes, there were no other examinees visible around Chen Fan. Just as he let his guard down, a dangerous aura emerged from behind him. He turned sharply to see a terror wolf lunging at him. Terror wolves are common exotic beasts on the grassland. They resemble wolves with gray fur but are much larger, akin to a small cow. Their running speed is astonishing, and their strength and explosive power are formidable, easily defeating tigers and bears from Earth. This terror wolf spotted Chen Fan and immediately roared, charging at him. First stage beginner level, and it dares to seek death. Chen Fan judged its level based on its aura. The terror wolf was strong, but Chen Fan was stronger. Facing the lunging terror wolf, he didn't dodge. There was no need to use his abilities. He swung his fist, enveloped in immense power, and sent the terror wolf flying. Whimpering sounds, the terror wolf crashed to the ground, struggling to get up, but its head was already caved in. After a few gasps, it died. Too weak, Chen Fan remarked. The next moment, his wristband emitted a beep, displaying his current score. 1. Killing a first-stage beginner-level exotic beast earns 1 point. Fair enough. Chen Fan switched his wristband to the ranking list. First place, Jiang Tianan, Yanqing No. 1 High School, 35 points. Second place, Chui, Weiqing No. 1 High School, 32 points. 10th place, Yun Tianba, Qingqing No. 1 High School, 19 points. They're fast. How did their scores get so high? Did they encounter a group of monsters or higher-level exotic beasts? Chen Fan was surprised. Looks like I can't afford to slack off. Chen Fan tried to check his own ranking but found that the list only displayed the top 1,000. His single point wasn't enough to make the list. Just as he was about to move forward, a new section suddenly appeared on the system panel. Host, Chen Fan, Ability, Thunder. Devouring Sacred Body, SS, Level, First Stage Intermediate, Physique, 48, Mental Strength, 33, Slaughter Points, 1, Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash. Thunder Palm, Evaluation, Weak and Powerless Rookie, Current Task, Achieve the top provincial score in Shannon Province. Completion will grant eligibility for an ability. Lottery. Task Level, E, Slaughter Points? What's that? Chen Fan asked the system. Slaughter points are earned by hunting exotic beasts. Accumulating 100 points allows you to redeem a green grade lottery opportunity. Good stuff. Looks like I need to show my true skills. Chen Fan excitedly ran toward the farther regions, where more exotic beasts awaited him. At the same time, in a conference hall in Yuliang Town, the principals and grade directors of 10 high schools from 3 cities were gathered. On the large screen at the front of the hall, the real-time rankings of the candidates were displayed. Jiang Tianan? Could it be the genius who awakened the A-level ability Golden Flame? Blaze? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes toward the principal of Yanqing No. 1 High School filled with envy. Jiang Yishan, the principal of Yanqing No. 1 High School, wore a proud expression as he looked around and said, Tianan is already close to reaching the peak of the first tier. This time, the first place in the 3-city competition is undoubtedly his. The faces of the envious crowd immediately turned sour. The competition had just begun, and you've already claimed the first place? The principal of Weiqing No. 1 High School, unwilling to concede, said, Our student Chuhi is also close to the peak of the first tier, only 2 points behind Jiang Tianan. The competition has just started, the first place isn't decided yet. Exactly, our Mu Jijun is no less capable. Others chimed in one after another. However, only 2 figures sat quietly in the corner, not participating in the discussion. They were Zhang Zongwen, the principal of Qingcheng No. 3 High School, and Du Jiang, the grade director. Both looked tense, their eyes fixed on the bottom right corner of the screen, where the list of eliminated candidates was displayed. Principal, Chen Fan has already lasted 15 minutes. Du Jiang whispered nervously to Zhang Zongwen, his face pale. Zhang Zongwen responded, no longer paying attention to the scores of the other talented students from his school. At that moment, Jiang Yishan, the principal of Yanqing No. 1 High School, suddenly looked in their direction. Principal Zhang, I heard your school has a liberal arts student participating. What's their name? Let's see their ranking. Zhang Zongwen's face darkened. The rankings only displayed the top 1,000 candidates, didn't you know that? He hadn't made the list, and you still want to see his ranking? This was clearly an attempt to embarrass him, but with everyone's eyes on him, he could only feign composure. His name is Chen Fan. He hasn't made the list yet. Not on the list? Old Zhang, are you still dreaming? The only ones on the list are those on the elimination list, right? Jiang Yishan laughed heartily, showing no mercy. Old Zhang, I heard your students are quite unique. Someone even wants to streak at the graduation ceremony? Another principal teased. Ha ha ha. The conference room erupted in laughter. Zhang Zongwen's face turned ashen. He maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Outside, many people were also paying attention to this martial arts exam. Wang Yanran had already lost interest in her class's academic exam. She stood in the square in front of the teaching building, staring at the screen, dreading the appearance of Chen Fan's name on the elimination list. Yang Chuchu was equally anxious. It was Saturday, and there were no classes, but every year at this time, the school voluntarily organized a viewing of the three-city joint exam live broadcast. Normally, Yang Chuchu wouldn't care about this event and wouldn't attend, but this time she came and even dragged her friend Wang Wenli along. While other students discussed the top rankings, she kept her eyes on the lower end of the rankings, thinking Chen Fan's name might appear there. In the dimensional space, over 10 minutes had passed. Chen Fan had already traveled 5 kilometers, but he had encountered very few alien beasts along the way. So far, he had only earned 3 points and still hadn't made the list. So unlucky. Why are there so few alien beasts on the path I chose? Chen Fan looked around and shook his head helplessly. At that moment, the first eliminated candidate appeared. An alarm sounded in Yuliang town, and a soldier shouted, 8 kilometers from the entrance, at 6 o'clock, a candidate has crushed their energy ball. Rescue team, move out immediately. Someone's been eliminated? The principals in the conference hall were startled, their eyes fixed on the screen. Yanqing No. 2 High School's Lu Hong has been eliminated. Zhang Zongwen and Du Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, secretly wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Fortunately, it wasn't Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan's luck finally turned. He climbed over a small hill and found himself facing a lake. By the lakeside, more than 30 alien beasts were gathered, drinking water. Jackpot! Jackpot! Chen Fan was so excited he almost jumped for joy. He dropped his backpack and charged toward the herd of beasts. Roar! The beasts were startled but quickly reacted, roaring angrily as they charged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan showed no fear and first engaged a swift golden-striped cheetah. He ducked to avoid the pounce, swiftly reaching out to grab the jaguar's tail, which was over a meter long. The opponent's body froze mid-air, unable to react, and was flung away by Chen Fan. Like cracking a whip, Chen Fan slammed the jaguar hard onto the ground. With a series of cracking sounds, the jaguar's bones shattered, and it collapsed, unable to move. Chen Fan then accelerated and collided head-on with an iron-skinned black bull. Relying on his robust physique, he knocked the bull several meters away and then delivered a kick straight to its heart. The black bull died instantly. Chen Fan, like a god of slaughter, was as strong as a late-stage first-tier beast. The beasts here were all only early-stage first-tier, no match for him at all. In just 5 minutes, Chen Fan had killed over 30 beasts, and his score skyrocketed to 38 points. His name finally appeared on the leaderboard. First place, Jiang Tianan, Yanqing No. 1 High School, 285 points. Second place, Zhuhe, Weiqing No. 1 High School, 260 points. 998th place, Chen Fan, Xingqing No. 3 High School, 38 points. Chen Fan stared at his ranking. Initially a bit excited, he instantly became furious. Where on earth did these guys get so many points? What Chen Fan didn't know was that the three-city joint exam was held here every year. The candidates were well aware of which areas had more beasts. Some families even had elders personally take their children to familiarize themselves with the dimensional space before the exam. From the very beginning, Chen Fan was already at a disadvantage. When Chen Fan ranked around 1000th, it didn't attract much attention. But the principal of Yanqing No. 1 High School, Jiang Yishan, smiled and said to Zhang Zongwen behind him, "Principal Zhang, that Chen Fan from your school is really tough. It's been half an hour, and he hasn't been eliminated yet." Zhang Zongwen snorted coldly, ignoring him. Jiang Yishan pressed on, "Your highest ranking is only 21st. That's such a poor performance, it's really disappointing." Zhang Zongwen's face turned green with anger. Beside him, grade director Du Jiang suddenly brightened up, poking Principal Zhang. "Principal, am I seeing things? Isn't that our school's Chun Fan in the third to last row? Hearing this, Zhang Zongwen quickly followed. Du Zhang's finger. 998th place, Chen Fan, Qingqing number 3 high school, 38 points. This unexpected good news made Zhang Zongwen's face flush with excitement. He hurriedly asked Du Jiang, do we have any other Chen Fan in our school? No, none. Du Jiang was equally thrilled. Incredible. How on earth did he do it? Zhang Zongwen's mind was in turmoil. A liberal arts student participating in a martial arts exam, not only avoiding elimination but also breaking into the top 1,000. Their reaction quickly drew the attention of those around them. Seeing Chen Fan's name, everyone was stunned. Impossible. Is it really that liberal arts student? 38 points, that means he killed 38 beasts. Amazing. How did he manage that? Everyone present widened their eyes. A principal turned to a soldier operating a display and said, young man, can you switch the camera to Chen Fan? I want to see who this is. The soldier shook his head. No can do. The Sky Eye system can only track the top 100 candidates. Unless he breaks into the top 100. We can't see him. Everyone felt a pang of regret. The footage here was also being broadcast live. Sharp-eyed netizens immediately noticed Chen Fan's name. The news spread like wildfire, sparking heated discussions and widespread shock. The hottest topic was, could Chen Fan become the next white-clad war god? In the square in front of Qingcheng, number 3 high school's teaching building, someone exclaimed Chen Fan's name, causing a commotion. Wang Yanran trembled slightly, her face a mix of nervousness and excitement, almost on the verge of tears. Xiao Fan, I always knew you could do it. Meanwhile, in class 4 of the first year, Yang Chuchu was the first to spot Chen Fan's name. Her heart raced, her face pale, but she finally breathed a sigh of relief, though tears still streamed uncontrollably down her face. Next to her, Wang Wenli noticed and asked, Chuchu, what's wrong? Did Chen Fan die? Wang Wenli herself was nervous, quickly checking the death list but not finding Chen Fan's name. Just as she was puzzled, someone in the class called out Chen Fan's name. Chen Fan, ranked 998. Oh my god, he made it into the top 1,000. The entire class immediately erupted in excitement. However, Wang Wenli suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable anger in her heart. Why? Why him? How could he make it into the top 1,000? She suppressed her fury and said coldly to Yang Chuchu, I'm going to the restroom. She absolutely did not want to hear Yang Chuchu share this news, absolutely not. Yang Chuchu nodded slightly without saying much. She couldn't understand why. Her good friend always got so worked up whenever Chen Fan was mentioned. While everyone was still in shock, Chen Fan's ranking steadily climbed. 995, 990, 960. At this moment, in the alternate dimension, Chen Fan bypassed a small lake and spotted a pack of terror wolves. He was overjoyed, his figure moving like lightning as he quickly caught up to them, killing more than 20 terror wolves within minutes. Suddenly, a larger snow-white terror wolf charged at him at an incredible speed. A late-stage first-tier terror wolf? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. It was perfect for honing his combat skills. He discarded his long blade and rushed forward barehanded. This terror wolf was as large as a bull. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it leaped over 10 meters. Chen Fan reacted quickly, dodging to the side while delivering a punch to its abdomen. The terror wolf staggered but landed unharmed. Roar! The terror wolf growled furiously and charged at him. Come on, beast! Chen Fan met its charge head-on, landing a punch on its head that sent it flying. He himself was shaken back several steps before regaining his footing. What incredible strength! Chen Fan leaped up and aimed a kick at the wolf's head. But the terror wolf was extremely agile, dodging more than 10 of his kicks in succession. The two were locked in a stalemate. After a few minutes, Chen Fan finally landed a punch on the wolf's eye, directly bursting its eyeball. The terror wolf howled in pain and tried to escape, but Chen Fan wasn't about to let it go. While you're weak, I'll take your life. Chen Fan lunged forward, using his Tong Bei Tan leg technique to deliver a powerful kick to its skull. With his leg strength far surpassing his punches, the terror wolf's hard skull was split open, and it collapsed instantly. At this point, Chen Fan's score reached 82 points, and his ranking soared to 600th place. All the principals at Human Pass were stunned. They could barely accept him being in the top 1,000, but 600th place was simply too. These massive creatures, weighing 3 to 4 tons, were no match for Chen Fan's single strike. Within 10 minutes, over 100 black-armored rhinos were slaughtered by him, leaving his black battlesuit stained bright red. So far, he hadn't even used his abilities. Since abilities recover slowly, he didn't want to waste them on these low-level beasts. His points had already surpassed 300, and his ranking had risen to 382. The crowd outside was utterly shocked, with everyone's eyes fixed on him, even more so than on Zhang Tiannan, who was ranked first. Impossible. How can an ordinary person have the strength of a late-stage Tier 1? I don't believe it. I'm sure he's an ability user, one who awakened late, otherwise, there's no way he could have such combat power. Although the battle scenes weren't visible, everyone could roughly guess what was happening based on the rankings. At 2 p.m., Xinjiang No. 3 High School. The second exam for liberal arts students began. Li Wenbin stared blankly at his test paper. Just moments ago, he had heard news he could never bring himself to believe. 2 hours into the martial arts test, not only was Chen Fan still alive, but his ranking had risen to 400. What did this mean? It meant that even if Chen Fan gave up on the martial arts exam now, his score would still be enough to get him into a martial arts university. Everyone knew that even the worst martial arts university was better than the top liberal arts schools. This bet he had completely lost. There wasn't even a sliver of hope left. Why? Why? He's clearly an ordinary person, the last in the class, someone who should look up to me. Li Wenbin roared internally. He thought of the bold words he had spoken, the promise to streak naked, and he almost wanted to die. I'm the top student in the liberal arts class. How could I lose to him? How could I streak naked? I'm the idol of the liberal arts students. Li Wenbin's mental state began to collapse, and he couldn't calm down at all. The thought of streaking naked in front of the entire school made him want to jump off a building. More than 10 minutes passed, and he couldn't answer a single question, completely losing his ability to think. You must die in there. He could only pray now. But how could Chen Fan possibly die? He had already ventured 20 kilometers deep, where beasts roamed in groups, stronger in power, with mid-tier beasts gathering and even late-tier beasts appearing. Points, here I come. Chen Fan charged into the pack of beasts like a tiger among wolves, his giant sword slicing through the air with streaks of light. The 1.5-meter-long giant blade continuously cut down the surrounding beasts. His points climbed rapidly. An hour later, Chen Fan's points broke through 500, officially entering the top 100. Chen Fan made it into the top 100. The crowd at Yuliang Pass was stunned. A principal hurriedly shouted to a nearby young soldier, "Quick, pull up Chen Fan's battle footage." Chen Fan's figure soon appeared on the massive screen. At this moment, he looked like a demon-slaying god, wielding the 1.5-meter-long giant blade with an overwhelming sense of power. His speed and strength were astonishing, and the beasts around him were effortlessly cut down with a single strike. The shocking scene left everyone wide-eyed. How is this possible? He doesn't have any abilities? It's all just physical strength? This kind of physique is completely on par with a late-stage Tier 1 ability user. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The principals present were all in awe. It was well known that late-stage Tier 1 ability users could, at best, barely contend with mid-tier beasts using only their physical strength. They relied on their abilities to kill beasts, with physical strength and combat skills serving as support. But Chen Fan, with just his blade, was driving late-stage Tier 1 beasts into retreat. How can someone have such a strong physique? Could he have obtained some rare treasure that enhanced his body? Everyone speculated. In any case, such a physique would undoubtedly attract the attention of many ability user universities, which would compete to offer him opportunities for a second awakening. Congratulations, Principal Zhang. The crowd turned to Zhang Zongwen with looks of admiration. At this moment, Zhang Zongwen and Du Jiang exchanged glances, their expressions filled with relief. It was fortunate they hadn't given up on Chen Fan, otherwise, they would have missed this incredible opportunity. For 20 years, the first liberal arts student in Xinjiang to participate in the martial arts exam, for 100 years, the second liberal arts student in Daxia to pass the martial arts exam. Cultivating such a genius naturally elevated Zhang Zongwen's career to new heights. Of course, Chen Fan's battle footage was simultaneously transmitted to Xinjiang No. 3 High School. Everyone was shocked by his killing style, clean and decisive, one strike per enemy. Senior Chen Fan is so cool. I declare him my new idol, a girl in Yang Chuchu's class said earnestly. Who was it that was crazily mocking him as an idiot before? A classmate teased. At this moment, all the girls who had once ridiculed Chen Fan changed their attitudes. This young man might one day shoulder the responsibility of becoming Dacia's white-clad god of war. Yang Chuchu felt a surge of pride in her heart. This is the person I chose. But one girl had a livid expression, Wang Wenli. She was both shocked and furious. Why? Why did the trash Yang Chuchu casually chose have such potential? Why was it Yang Chuchu who was saved back then and not her? She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and anger. She had gone to great lengths to get close to Yang Chuchu, to become her friend, and to look down on ordinary people. Yet, heaven seemed so unfair to her, giving all the good fortune to Yang Chuchu. She stood up angrily and stormed out of the classroom. The others looked at her in confusion but quickly turned their attention back to the screen showing Chen Fan, ignoring her entirely. Yang Chuchu hesitated to speak but ultimately said nothing. In the other dimensional space, Chen Fan was slaughtering alien beasts relentlessly. However, when his ranking rose to 88th place, it became increasingly difficult to climb higher. At this point, the candidates ranked near Chen Fan were all desperately killing, fiercely guarding their positions, and refusing to let Chen Fan surpass them. Then I'll show some real skills. Chen Fan thought to himself. Blue lightning appeared on his giant blade, and soon, the entire blade was enveloped in thunder. At that moment, the conference hall in Yulian Pass erupted. What? A lightning-type ability user? Everyone stood up abruptly, staring at the unbelievable scene. He has abilities. I told you, how could an ordinary person possess such strength? A principal breathed a sigh of relief. But another person beside him calmly said, have you considered this? He can kill late-stage first-tier alien beasts with just his physical strength. Adding abilities to that, who among this year's candidates could possibly be stronger than him? Everyone was stunned. Can you determine the level of his abilities? Someone asked. A principal shook his head. It's impossible to judge from the video unless you personally feel the aura when he uses his abilities. However, based on his physique, I guess he should be at the peak of first tier, possibly close to second tier ability. User, or what? Everyone pressed eagerly. Or his ability is S level, with strength close to the late stage peak of first tier. Everyone gasped in shock. An S-level ability user hadn't appeared in the 3 cities for 10 years. Upon awakening an S-level ability at the end of freshman year, such a student would be directly recruited by universities. Therefore, it's rare to see S-level ability users at martial arts exam sites. As for Chen Fan possessing SS-level abilities, they didn't even dare to imagine it. This shocking scene also left the teachers and students of Qingcheng No. 3 High School in awe. Senior Chen Fan actually has abilities. He's so strong, Senior is incredibly strong, and it's a lightning-type ability, so cool. Senior is going to be invincible. Please, crush Jiang Tianan from Yen City No. 1 High School into the ground. For us, Senior. At this moment, everyone realized that Chen Fan was very likely to be the top scorer in this year's 3-city joint exam, and he even had a chance to compete for the top spot in the entire southern mountain province. Yang Chuchu's cheeks flushed slightly. Senior is so humble. Even though he has abilities, he never pays attention to others' doubts. Confident yet modest, he's simply the perfect male idol in my heart. In front of the teaching building, Wang Yanran had been standing for 2 hours. Finally, she smiled, a beauty so captivating that no one could look away. Xiao Fan, you've been hiding this from your sister all along, how frustrating. Just wait, your sister will definitely teach you a good lesson when the time comes. She clenched her fair little fists and gestured twice at the screen showing Chen Fan. Suddenly, she remembered that Chen Fan had promised her a hug after the martial arts exam, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. In the alternate dimension, the giant blade in Chen Fan's hand was enveloped in thunder. With one slash, blue lightning tore through a Tuzhang space, instantly killing a late-stage first-tier red-tailed tiger. Following that, the giant blade slashed diagonally, and a massive thunder fox burst forth, splitting over a dozen mid-stage first-tier beasts in half wherever it passed. His ranking instantly soared into the top 80. This scene left the livestream viewers in shock. So strong. He took out over a dozen mid-stage first-tier beasts with just one strike. Everyone had only one thought: Chen Fan was invincible. Even the top 100 candidates noticed Chen Fan's ranking jump by more than 10 places, and they were all astonished. However, some genius youths remained unimpressed. A young man with fiery wings on his back frowned slightly. Chen Fan? Never heard of him. His momentum is fierce, but no matter how strong he is, he poses no threat to me. At the same time, a tall youth wielding twin giant axes stared blankly at Chen Fan's name. He made it to the top 80? This. Yun Tianba fell into deep thought. It wasn't surprising for Chen Fan to enter the top 300, but making it to the top 80 seemed too exaggerated. No, I must find him and figure out a way to eliminate him. The chubby boy from class 4, who had provoked Chen Fan earlier, was now scared out of his wits. He had struggled to squeeze into the top 1,000 and hadn't even had time to celebrate before seeing the rankings and breaking into a cold sweat. Rank 78, Xincheng 3rd High School, Chen Fan, with 702 points. Just how strong is he? As he came to his senses, a giant ape smashed its fist into his back. He tried to crush his energy orb but found himself completely powerless. No, don't. The next moment, the giant ape stomped down like Mount Tai, crushing his skull. Meanwhile, the name Xiong Shan of Xincheng 3rd High School appeared on the bottom right corner of the casualty list on the Yuliang Pass big screen, dead. Xiong Shan became the first candidate to die in this martial arts exam. Chen Fan fully unleashed his power. After activating his abilities, he declared that the first place was his for the taking. He slaughtered his way forward, leaving no beasts alive in his path, and his ranking climbed rapidly. Half an hour later, he officially entered the top 30. At that moment, the ground shook violently, and a massive creature emerged, a peak first-tier 3-tailed red-armored scorpion. The giant scorpion was about 7 meters long, with 3 tails, each ending in a half-meter-long black venomous stinger. As soon as the giant scorpion appeared, everyone watching the screen held their breath. This was the first peak first-tier beast to appear in this martial arts exam. The aura of this giant scorpion is terrifying. Can Chen Fan defeat it? The teachers and students of Xincheng 3rd High School grew nervous. The teachers and students of other schools, however, secretly rejoiced. They believed Chen Fan's strength might also be at the peak of the first tier, and encountering this beast would surely give him a hard time. The people in the Yulian Pass conference room shared the same thought. A peak first-tier 3-tailed red-armored scorpion, this will truly test Chen Fan's strength. But no one knew just how strong Chen Fan really was. Hiss, the scorpion's tail suddenly stabbed forward, aiming straight for Chen Fan's chest. Furious dragon out to sea. Chen Fan showed no fear. Gripping his blade with both hands, he unleashed the Gale Blade technique, channeling immense thunder power into the blade. With one slash, a bolt of lightning roared out, and in the next moment, one of the scorpion's tails was severed and sent flying. The scorpion screeched in pain, but its fury only grew. The remaining 2 tails attacked rapidly like phantoms. Still not giving up? Chen Fan sneered. He swung his blade again, severing another tail, then stomped on the scorpion's back with thunderous force before quickly retreating. The scorpion howled in agony, a bloody hole torn into its back, with blood gushing out. But its vitality was tenacious, and the injury wasn't fatal. It shrieked and lunged at Chen Fan once more, courting death. Chen Fan's body was surrounded by thunder, his speed. The principals in the meeting room were dumbfounded. This so-called first-tier peak level exotic beast, known as the boss of the martial test, was effortlessly slain by Chen Fan. Wasn't it supposed to test his limits? Good. Just as everyone was still in shock, Zhang Zongwen, the principal of 3rd High School, suddenly stood up and began clapping enthusiastically. His face flushed with pride as he looked around and said, "This is the student I personally nurtured. Chen Fan, my pride." Next to him, the grade director, Du Jiang, was so impressed that he was practically bowing in admiration. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You are the true leader," speaking without a hint of hesitation. The others, unaware of the backstory, could only see the principal's excitement and looked on with envy. Chen Fan is incredible. He actually killed a first-tier peak-level exotic beast with just 3 strikes. The teachers and students of Xincheng 3rd High School, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but stand up and applaud enthusiastically. They felt an overwhelming sense of pride. For years, Xincheng 3rd High had performed poorly, with their top scorer in this year's Tri-City Joint Exam, Morong Xiaoxiao, ranking only 19th. Senior Chen is truly a godlike existence. The younger students even felt like kneeling in worship. At this moment, Wang Yanran had already returned home. Since Chen Fan had to fight in the dimensional space for a full 24 hours, the task of taking care of Tongtong fell to her. The two of them watched Chen Fan battling on TV, their hearts filled with excitement. "Brother, you must defeat that monster." Tongtong stood in front of the TV, jumping up and down with excitement. After killing the giant scorpion, Chen Fan did not continue moving outward but instead began searching along the edge of the examination field. Most of the exotic beasts here were in the late first tier, which allowed him to quickly accumulate points. As he walked and fought, an hour later, his score successfully entered the top 10, pushing out Yun Tianba. Impossible. He's just an ordinary person. Yun Tianba roared angrily as he looked at the leaderboard. He had originally planned to stabilize his score and then settle the score with Chen Fan, perhaps even luring a few high-level ferocious beasts to ensure Chen Fan's demise. But now, he was starting to feel fear. He realized he was no match for Chen Fan and had offended someone he shouldn't have. Don't panic, absolutely don't panic. I need to avoid him at all costs, make sure he doesn't find me. Yun Tianba's tall figure trembled slightly with fear as he quickly turned and ran toward the entrance of the dimensional space. Another hour passed, and Chen Fan's score surpassed Jiang Tiannan's, taking the top spot on the leaderboard. First place, Qingqing third high, Chen Fan, 1692 points. Second place, Yanqing first high, Jiang Tianan, 1672 points. Although everyone watching the live broadcast had anticipated this, they were still thrilled when it happened. The classrooms of Qingqing third high's first and second years were brightly lit, with teachers and students so engrossed that they even forgot to eat. The entire campus was filled with applause and cheers. Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Everyone shouted his name in unison. At this moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 4, Year 1, looked at the group of students who were as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, feeling both happy and helpless. Students, I have to remind you, the cafeteria will stop serving food in 10 minutes. Mr. Li, we won't eat. The students in the class replied in unison. This scene was playing out in other classrooms at third high as well. Sitting in her classroom, young Chuchu felt a bit despondent. Senior, he's just too outstanding. At this moment, she felt unworthy of Chen Fan. Senior's achievements will definitely get him into a top university. Can I catch up to him in 2 years? After the martial test for the third years, the awakening ceremony for the first year's abilities was about to begin. She could only pray that she would awaken a powerful ability. Wherever Senior goes, I will follow. In the dimensional space, the sky was gradually darkening, and the roars of beasts echoed continuously. Many candidates began looking for companions to huddle together for warmth. The weaker ones retreated directly to the entrance, planning to come out and fight again at dawn. The martial test not only assessed combat ability but also survival skills. This was why the test lasted 24 hours. After reaching 3,000 points, Chen Fan decisively occupied the cave of a bloodthirsty berserk ape and began to rest. At this moment, since the Sky Eye system couldn't capture Chen Fan's image, the young soldier in the Yulian Pass conference room had no choice but to switch the main screen to Jiang Tianan, who ranked second. However, after witnessing Chen Fan's strength, watching Jiang Tianan felt dull. Taking advantage of the gap in the livestream where Chen Fan was absent, young Chuchu contacted her family and asked Uncle Chen to pick her up and take her home. Inside the cave, after a simple meal, Chen Fan began studying the system panel. At this point, his kill points had already reached 628. He discovered that whether he killed a first-tier early stage or peak stage beast, the points awarded were always just 1. However, during the martial arts exam, the points varied, depending on the strength of the beasts. Without overthinking, Chen Fan directly spent 600 points for 6 lottery draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mental power enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-grade weapon, a dagger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blessing card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mental power enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique enhancement card. Listening to the system's notifications, Chen Fan was overjoyed. This F-grade dagger alone could sell for 200,000 yuan. What a great system! After examining the dagger, his attention shifted to the blessing card. System, what is this? The system replied, Host, the blessing card can be used on others to temporarily increase their luck value. Hey, could I use this to bless Tong Tong and have her buy a lottery ticket? Maybe she'll hit the jackpot. Satisfied, Chen Fan carefully stored the blessing card and immediately used the 2 physique enhancement cards and mental power enhancement cards. He eagerly checked the system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS, level, first tier mid-stage, physique, 54, mental power, 39, kill points, 28, skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder. Flash, Thunderpalm, Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick, current task, achieve the top score in Shannon Province's martial arts exam to qualify for the ability lottery. Task level, E, my physique is about to break through 60, and once my mental power reaches 40, I can attempt to absorb high-voltage electricity for another breakthrough. This rapid improvement feels amazing. I can't stop now, I need to keep killing beasts. Once I leave this dimensional space, kill points will be much harder to earn. Having tasted the benefits, Chen Fan rested briefly before emerging from the cave. Beasts, come to me. He charged out, wielding his broadsword, and attacked any beast he encountered. With his enhanced physique, killing first-tier peak-stage beasts was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Chen Fan became a demon on the battlefield, leaving a trail of corpses wherever he went. By 9 p.m., while others were treading cautiously, Chen Fan's points had surpassed 5,000. At this moment, his smart wristband suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, followed by an urgent notification, attention, candidates. A second-tier beast has broken into the southern part of the exam field. All candidates in the south must evacuate immediately. Candidates unable to evacuate in time, please crush your energy ball immediately. Our soldiers are on their way. As the alarm ended, a deafening roar echoed from the southern part of the exam field. The southern candidates turned pale and frantically fled for their lives. The roar had just subsided when another beastly howl came from the south. Chen Fan, currently in the southeast, was not far from the source of the roar. He paid it no mind, with his current strength, as long as it wasn't a mid-stage second-tier beast, he had nothing to fear. Suddenly, the system issued an electronic prompt, task update, head to the southern part of the exam field to rescue Morong Xiao Xiao. Countdown, 4 minutes. Task level, F+. Morong Xiao Xiao? That female tyrant from our third high school's martial arts class? Chen Fan frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to get too involved with too many girls, but the F+ task reward was too tempting, so he decided to go to the rescue. Only 4 minutes she must have been targeted by that second-tier beast. He strapped the broadsword to his back, lightning crackling under his feet, and leaped forward 7 or 8 meters. Chen Fan shot forward like an arrow, racing toward the source of the beast's roar. At this moment, an 8-person team was desperately fleeing, pursued by a second-tier flame lion. The lion, its entire body engulfed in flames, was as massive as a rhinoceros and moved with astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, it caught up with the fleeing soldiers. Morong Xiao Xiao, who had been leading the group, turned back in panic, her face instantly turning pale. The flaming lion leaped fiercely, its massive claws striking down the last member of the team. Chan Koan, crush the energy orb now. Morong Xiao Xiao shouted. The fallen examinee, ignoring his pain, hurriedly crushed the energy orb in his hand. But before the protective energy shield could form, the lion sank its teeth into his head, biting off half of it in one swift motion. We're not going to make it. The bloody scene plunged everyone into despair. These 8 students were the strongest from Qingcheng Third High School. Yet against a second-tier mutated beast, they were utterly powerless. Morong Xiao Xiao shouted again, if we can't escape, crush the energy orbs. Though reluctant, the remaining 6 understood how dire the situation was. They would rather face elimination than die here, and one by one, they crushed their energy orbs. The flaming lion pursued relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of fire. The resulting explosion sent the group flying. Hold it off together. The energy orbs take 10 seconds to activate. Morong Xiao Xiao shouted as she summoned a long whip of thorns with her soul power and lashed it fiercely at the lion. However, the flames on the lion's body only rippled slightly, leaving it completely unharmed. In the next moment, without giving Morong Xiao Xiao a chance to retreat, the lion's massive tail swept her off her feet and sent her flying more than 10 meters. Quick, save Xiao Xiao! The group cried out in shock, unleashing their most powerful attacks. With a thunderous crash, their combined strike landed, but the flaming lion remained unscathed. As despair overtook them, the lion struck another examinee, sending him flying several meters. When he hit the ground, his chest was crushed, and he immediately lost consciousness. Just as the lion opened its jaws to finish him off, the energy shield activated, enveloping him in its protective barrier. At the same time, energy shields appeared around the other students, enclosing them all. We survived. The group breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, the lion spewed another wave of searing flames, turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. The heat caused the energy shields to crackle ominously, as if they were about to burn through. Can we hold out until rescue arrives? The group grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, in the Yuliang Pass conference hall, everyone was drenched in cold sweat, especially Zhang Zongwen, the principal of Qingqing Third High. His face was ashen. These 8 examinees were the top talents of his school. If they all perished in the examination arena, even with the dark horse candidate Chen Fan, Zhang Zongwen would not escape accountability. He anxiously turned to the nearby soldier and shouted, "When will your team arrive for the rescue? Our people are already on the way, but the distance is too great. Even moving at top speed, it'll take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Zhang Zongwen's eyes widened. The energy orbs can only withstand a second-tier mutated beast's attacks for 3 minutes. 10 minutes is far too long. What about Colonel Mu? He's a 4th-tier ability user and incredibly fast. Why isn't he going to rescue them himself? He could get there in no time." Zhang Zongwen roared in fury. "Colonel Mu isn't at Yuliang Pass. He went deep into the other dimensional space on a mission 2 hours ago. You have to save them," Zhang Zongwen said desperately. His emotions had swung from elation to despair throughout the day, and now he was on the verge of fainting. At the same time, the audience watching the competition in the livestream held their breath, especially the teachers and students of Qingqing Third High. Senior Morong and the others, they're not really going to die, are they? Oh my god, someone save them. Some even burst into tears. In the other dimensional space, the energy shields surrounding the 7 remaining students were covered in cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. The situation was perilous. We're not going to last until the rescue. Despair filled their hearts. The shadow of death loomed over them as seconds ticked by. Finally, the energy shields succumbed to the relentless flames and shattered one after another. It's over. The 7 closed their eyes, bracing themselves for death. Even the livestream audience couldn't bear to watch and turned away. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the livestream screen. Is that the rescue team? The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure moved with incredible speed, surrounded by flickering blue lightning. Wait, is that Chen Fan? As the figure grew larger, the crowd recognized him. It's Chen Fan. Great, he's here to save us. The audience instinctively believed that Chen Fan would surely defeat this second-tier mutant beast. Chen Fan did not disappoint their expectations. Just as the blazing lion's massive claw was about to strike Morong Xiaoxiao, Chen Fan swiftly drew the giant blade from his back and hurled it with a swing of his arm. The blade, imbued with the power of thunder, collided with the lion with a resounding crash. Lightning and flames exploded simultaneously, and the shockwave sent Morong Xiaoxiao flying once again. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw a young man, his body flickering with lightning, standing in front of her. Everyone, step back. Chen Fan calmly instructed the crowd. Someone on the scene recognized him and exclaimed, "You're Chen Fan? The liberal arts student? What? He's the top-ranked Chen Fan?" The crowd was stunned. The blazing lion seemed to sense Chen Fan's strength. It stopped roaring and dared not attack rashly. Inside Yuliang Pass, Zhang Zongwen finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Fan. With his strength, he should be able to hold off the second-tier mutant beast for a few minutes. No one on the scene expected Chen Fan to kill the lion, but at least he could buy time until the rescue team arrived. However, no one truly understood how formidable Chen Fan was. As the others slowly retreated dozens of meters away, the thunder around Chen Fan grew increasingly intense. "You bastard, die!" Chen Fan launched the first attack. He didn't pick up the giant blade but instead charged barehanded. Thunderous power gathered in his fists as he punched fiercely at the blazing lion. The lion was not to be outdone. It raised its massive claw, and a fiery claw slashed down toward Chen Fan. Thunder fists and fiery claws clashed violently, evenly matched. But Chen Fan's assault didn't stop there. In the next moment, thunder erupted from beneath his feet. He kicked the lion's jaw, sending it flying. The two quickly became entangled, the surrounding air filled with the intertwined energy of lightning and flames. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Chen Fan was holding his ground without faltering. Although Morong Xiaoxiao was severely injured, her eyes remained bright as she curiously watched Chen Fan. After 3 years as classmates, she had no idea such a person existed at their school. After battling the lion for a minute, Chen Fan prepared to unleash the skill of his thunder-devouring sacred body. He concentrated all the thunder in his body, rapidly gathering it in his palm, forming a powerful thunderball in an instant. In the next moment, Chen Fan struck the lion's abdomen with his palm. The thunderous force exploded, sending the lion's massive body flying. Its abdomen was charred black, and blood gushed out continuously. "Come again." Chen Fan immediately closed in and delivered another palm strike, slamming it hard onto the lion's head. The lion let out a miserable cry as its face became a bloody mess, and it was sent flying another dozen meters. Realizing the dire situation, the lion retracted all its flames, concentrating them in its mouth. In the next moment, a fireball shot out, aimed directly at Chen Fan. The speed was incredible, reaching Chen Fan in the blink of an eye. But Chen Fan's figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing instantly behind the fireball. This was the unique skill of the thunder-devouring sacred Morong Xiaoxia was indeed beautiful, but at this moment, with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, she appeared even more alluring. However, the blood stain on her chest had dyed her clothes red, causing Chen Fan to worry. Sigh, what a pity. Such a fine girl, she might end up with a disability. Morong Xiaoxia noticed Chen Fan's gaze, blushed, and said softly, I wasn't hurt there. Why are you telling me this? Chen Fan was speechless. In his heart, there was only Sister Yanran. Besides, looking at your figure, you're far behind my sister Yanran. No chance. Wait a few more years, little girl. At this moment, 10 rescue team members finally arrived. The captain was a late-stage Tier 2 ability user. He glanced at the corpse of the flame lion on the ground, then swept his gaze over Chen Fan, momentarily stunned. Among this batch of examinees, there was actually such a monster. Just as he was about to salute Chen Fan, the ground suddenly trembled, and roars echoed from the distance. At the same time, everyone's smart wristbands sounded an alarm. All examinees, evacuate the dimensional space immediately. A beast tide has erupted in the south. All soldiers within Yuliang Pass enter the dimensional space. The beast tide must be stopped. No alien beasts are allowed to invade Blue Star. As the alarm sounded, the examinees panicked, turning to flee toward the dimensional space's entrance. At Chen Fan's location, the rescue team captain's expression turned grim as he ordered his team, hold back the beast tide and ensure the examinees' safe evacuation from the dimensional space. Yes. The 9 soldiers responded in unison, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. The examinees looked at each other, unsure of what to do. What are you waiting for? Retreat now, the captain roared. The crowd hesitated no longer, supporting each other as they desperately ran toward the entrance. Only Chen Fan remained standing still. Young man, aren't you leaving? The captain, recognizing that Chen Fan had killed the flame lion and acknowledging his strength, asked tentatively. In times of crisis, how can a man of Daxia run away? I will fight to the end with the soldiers. Chen Fan declared righteously, his voice firm. The soldiers were filled with admiration. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a true man of responsibility. But in truth, Chen Fan was extremely nervous inside. The system had given him a task to hold back the beast tide until the end, and it was only an E-level task. Damn system, you're going to get me killed sooner or later. This is a beast tide. How can my small frame withstand thousands of beasts? Chen Fan complained helplessly. The soldiers, seeing his calm demeanor and fearless expression, admired him even more. Young man, you're a real man. If we survive this battle, I'll treat you to a drink. No problem. Chen Fan picked up the giant blade on the ground and responded coolly. Oh no, I'm probably going to die here. Today. Sister Yanran will probably become a widow. Boo-hoo-hoo. In the distance, dust billowed as tens of thousands of alien beasts charged madly. Chen Fan's heart raced as he quickly activated the system's lottery. The reward for completing the F+ level task was a triple draw. Chen Fan was lucky enough to draw 2 physique cards and an F-level round shield. He dared not use the round shield in the dimensional space, but the 2 physique cards greatly boosted his combat power. Use the physique cards. Without hesitation, Chen Fan's physique value instantly rose to 60. With 300 points accumulated, Chen Fan chose to draw again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 F-level nourishing pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 piece of warm spirit jade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 mental power enhancement card. Nourishing pill? Warm spirit jade? What are these things? Chen Fan quickly asked the system. Soon, he got his answer. The nourishing pill was a type of medicine that could rapidly restore abilities. The warm spirit jade could nourish the wearer's soul and help enhance abilities. I can't use the warm spirit jade, but the nourishing pill is crucial for the current situation. Chen Fan immediately used the mental power enhancement card. A refreshing sensation swept over him, and his mental power increased from 40 to 42 points. My strength has increased a bit more. I should barely be able to handle mid-tier 2 alien beasts now, right? Just as he was pondering, the first wave of the beast tide surged forward. This wave consisted of 200 alien beasts, the weakest of which were at the peak of tier 1. Brothers, don't retreat. Charge with me. The squad leader gripped his spear tightly and led the charge. Behind him were 9 others, all at tier 2 strength, with 3 at mid-tier 2 and the rest at early tier 2. They unleashed their abilities one after another, charging toward the beast horde. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and rushed forward. His physique was now stronger, making it much easier to slay the beasts. However, there were too many around him, and 5 tier 2 beasts simultaneously lunged at him. Chen Fan countered with Thunderclap Palm and Thunder Flash, but after exchanging blows for several breaths, he was still at a disadvantage. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Chen Fan roared, thunder rolling across his body. Blue lightning quickly condensed, transforming into a blue thunder dragon that coiled around him. This was his strongest combat technique at the moment, 9 Heavens Thunder Surge. At its peak, it could summon 9 thunder dragons, but his ability wasn't strong enough yet, so he could barely condense one. Still, it was enough. Chen Fan slashed with his blade, and the thunder dragon surged forward along the blade's trajectory. Roar! The dragon-shaped blade energy roared, slicing through a tier 2 early-stage beast in one strike. So powerful! Chen Fan exclaimed in delight and slashed again. The thunder dragon roared once more, splitting another beast in two. This feels amazing. With the thunder dragon coiled around him, Chen Fan felt invincible. However, when he swung his blade again, the massive weapon couldn't withstand the thunder dragon's power and shattered into pieces. The remaining 3 beasts seized the opportunity to attack, but the thunder dragon on Chen Fan's body blocked all their strikes, leaving him unscathed. Courting death, Chen Fan discarded the broken blade and chose to fight head-on. He punched forward, and the thunder dragon followed his fist, charging fiercely. Boom! The thunder dragon collided with a beast, blasting it apart. Then, he struck with his palm, killing another beast. The last beast tried to flee in terror, but Chen Fan wouldn't let it escape. Die! The thunder dragon surged forward for over 10 meters, smashing it into fragments. Within a minute, Chen Fan had single-handedly taken down 5 tier 2 early-stage beasts. This spectacular scene was captured by Sky Eye. The viewers held their breath, astonished. Chen Fan is incredible. In the dimensional space, after slaying the 5 beasts, Chen Fan's ability was nearly depleted. He quickly retrieved a nourishing essence pill from the system and secretly swallowed it. As the pill entered his mouth, his ability rapidly recovered. Within a few breaths, his power returned to its peak state. Chen Fan looked toward the battlefield. The squad leader was fiercely battling a tier 2 late-stage beast, locked in a stalemate. The others were each dealing with multiple weaker beasts, and the situation was tense. Has the main force not arrived yet? Chen Fan frowned and charged back into the fray. Gradually, he lost count of how many beasts he had killed. Although the nourishing essence pill helped him recover his ability, his physical strength and mental energy were nearing their limits. At that moment, the thunderous sound of battle cries erupted behind him. The soldiers of Yuliang Pass had arrived. The beast tide was also pressing toward the front lines. A tier 2 peak ability user at the front shouted to those behind him, "Brothers, it's our duty to protect the land of Daxia. We must clear out all the beasts. Follow me and fight. Kill." Over 1,000 ability warriors unleashed intense killing intent, facing tens of thousands of beasts without fear. Soon, the grasslands were filled with the sounds of battle, blood splattering everywhere. After a brief rest, Chen Fan rejoined the fight. After killing several tier 2 early-stage beasts, he caught the attention of a tier 2 mid-stage thunder python. A powerful lightning column struck from behind, sending him flying over 10 meters. Damn it, a sneak attack! Chen Fan roared, scrambling to his feet to engage the thunder python in battle. Facing the tier 2 mid-stage thunder python, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. Another lightning column, as thick as a bowl, struck his chest. Electric currents surged through his body, blasting him another 10 meters away. Fortunately, his strong physique prevented any injuries. As he stood up, he was shocked to discover that his body was absorbing the energy released by the thunder python. The opportunity to break through to late tier 1 is right in front of me. Chen Fan was ecstatic. He immediately withdrew the protective thunder dragon into his body, allowing the thunder python's electric energy to fill him completely. "Come on, trying to tickle me? Give me more!" Chen Fan taunted loudly. Sure enough, the thunder python was enraged, its tail coiling tightly around Chen Fan. Immediately after, it unleashed a surge of powerful electric energy, currents crackling wildly within Chen Fan's body. So exhilarating! Chen Fan felt the pleasure of every cell in his body absorbing the electric energy, reaching the peak of excitement. Among the crowd watching the live broadcast, reactions varied. Some thought Chen Fan was too arrogant and deserved the trouble he brought upon himself. Some felt sorry for him, believing this genius might fall here. Others were worried for him, especially Wang Yanran and Yang Chuchu. The two stared at the screen, their faces pale and breathing rapid. Xiao Fan, hold on, fight back. Senior, you must come back alive. Tears welled up in their eyes, streaming down uncontrollably. However, Chen Fan appeared unconscious, offering no resistance as the thunder python tormented him. A few minutes later, suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes. In the next moment, his body became like a black hole, madly absorbing the electric energy from the thunder python. The thunder python panicked, trying to break free, only to find itself firmly held by Chen Fan. Its electric energy was being drained at an alarming rate, and within just a few breaths, its power was completely exhausted. Chen Fan felt an unprecedented surge of strength, finally breaking through to the late stage of the first tier. Draining the power of a thunder python feels amazing. Chen Fan erupted with energy, lightning surging all over his body. With a loud bang, the thunder python exploded into pieces. Chen Fan quickly checked the system panel. Host, Chen Fan, ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS. Level, first tier, late stage, physique, 82, mental power, 60, slaughter points, 410, skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash, thunder palm, evaluation, a weak and powerless chick, current tasks, 1. Achieve the top scholar title in Shannon Province and participate in the ability lottery, task level E, 2. Hold off the beast tide until the last moment, task level E-. My physique increased by 20 points. Chen Fan felt the explosive power coursing through his body and the strength of his abilities, so excited he almost jumped up. The people watching the live broadcast outside were all shocked. Why did the thunder python suddenly explode? Why was Chen Fan completely unharmed? Wang Yanran and Yang Chuchu, on the other hand, wept tears of joy. At this moment, Chen Fan charged back into the battlefield. He picked up a large blade discarded by a warrior, swung it, and unleashed a blue lightning arc that instantly tore through 10 meters of space, slicing a second-tier early-stage beast in half. Now, I can completely contend with top-tier mid-second-tier beasts. Chen Fan was brimming with confidence. He activated 9 Heavens Thunder movement again, and the protective thunder dragon around him grew larger than before. He swung his blade at a nearby mid-second-tier ancient armored bull, known for its strong defense. After a few slashes, the bull was covered in wounds. Within 10 breaths, Chen Fan delivered a combined strike, unleashing both the protective thunder dragon and blade energy, blasting the bull into a mist of blood. Chen Fan, like a god of slaughter, specifically targeted early and mid-tier beasts. The battle raged on for over 2 hours without pause. Around him, piles of beast corpses accumulated, and the number of second-tier beasts he had slain exceeded 100. His system's slaughter points surpassed 1,500. The citizens of the 3 cities watching outside dared not close their eyes, nervously fixated on the battle. If the warriors couldn't hold on, what awaited them would be a horrific massacre. The battle continued into the late night, and the warriors were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, a 10-person squad charged out from the depths of the dimensional space. This team was incredibly powerful, consisting entirely of third-tier and above ability users, led by Colonel Mu Hongtao, the person in charge of this dimensional entrance. Once they joined the battlefield, they began slaughtering the beast horde with abandon. The tide of the battle finally turned. An hour later, over 10,000 beasts were completely annihilated. Chen Fan sat on the corpse of a black panther, gasping for breath, his stamina and mental power pushed to their limits. But seeing his system's slaughter points surpass 3,000, he felt all the effort was worth it. The surrounding warriors, however, had no time to rest. They began clearing the battlefield and rescuing dying comrades. Chen Fan saw the bodies of comrades being pulled from the beast corpses one by one, and the joy in his heart instantly vanished. So many people died. He looked around and had already counted over 100 bodies. At this moment, the squad leader who had initially fought alongside him limped over, sighed, and said, "Ordinary people envy those with special abilities, but little do they know that when the beast tide strikes, it is these ability users who protect others with their lives." Chen Fan nodded silently, remaining quiet. For a long time. Soon, a whistle sounded. The squad leader patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, brother. Back to Yuliang Town. Half an hour later, Chen Fan and the others emerged from the interdimensional space and returned to Yuliang Town. Here, the students who had just come out of the examination hall stood on both sides, their eyes full of admiration. They had already seen Chen Fan's performance on the large screen in the central square. Seeing him appear, everyone was thrilled. Being able to take the martial arts exam alongside such a genius was something they could boast about for a lifetime. Chen Fan! Chen Fan! The crowd chanted his name in unison. Chen Fan felt a bit embarrassed, but he knew he had to control his expression at this moment, keeping a calm demeanor as he walked directly toward the Qingqing No. 3 high school team. Principal Zhang Zhongwen came forward from a distance, grabbing Chen Fan's arm, almost moved to tears. Chen Fan had brought him so many surprises. Student Chen Fan! Amazing! Zhang Zhongwen beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Trying hard to appear kind. Chen Fan recognized the principal and naturally nodded in response. He said calmly, Principal Zhang, I heard someone didn't want me to take the martial arts exam? Zhang Zhongwen looked awkward, quickly forcing a smile and saying, it must have been your grade director, Fatty Zhang, stirring up trouble. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson when we get back and stand up for you. Ha! Chen Fan chuckled lightly, ignoring him. We're not close, so don't pretend to be. Zhang Zhongwen panicked, hurriedly jogging to catch up, leaning close to Chen Fan's ear and whispering, Chen Fan, don't embarrass me in front of so many people. Our No. 3 high school has an annual martial arts exam bonus of a full 1 million. I've decided to give it all to you this year. How about that? Chen Fan smiled faintly. Not bad, he knows how to handle things. Fine, I'll give you some face. Ha ha, looks like I really misunderstood Principal Zhang. He truly is a reasonable person. Zhang Zhongwen and Chen Fan stood at the front of the No. 3 high school team, pretending to chat casually, acting like a close teacher-student pair. This scene made the principals of other high schools envious, thinking to themselves, sigh, why doesn't our school have a genius like Chen Fan? The people Chen Fan had saved also squeezed to the front, expressing their gratitude one after another. 10 minutes later, Mu Hongtao finished arranging military matters and walked to the front of the examinee teams. Listen up, everyone. I have already consulted with the Provincial Department of Education. This year's martial arts exam ends here. You spent a total of 8 hours in the examination field, and we will multiply your scores by 3 to determine your final results. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Some were happy, while others were distressed. This seemed unfair, but it was actually reasonable. Every year, there were over 400 martial arts exam venues in Daxia. These tides had occurred before, but the exams were rarely rescheduled due to the high costs. Thus, the authorities had established this rule to amplify scores in such situations. As the crowd gradually quieted down, Mu Hongtao continued, Yuliang Town cannot accommodate so many people. Each school may lead their teams away. Of course, if you think it's too late, you can wait in the square outside the town until dawn. The examinees had no choice but to accept this, it was the rule. Civilians were not allowed to linger in military camps. Mu Hongtao raised his hand to quiet the noise and added, during the defense against the beast tide, Chen Fan performed outstandingly, killing 208 second-tier exotic beasts and making a significant contribution. I have reported this to the military command, and the higher-ups have decided to award Chen Fan the bronze 2-star medal. Wow! The crowd immediately erupted in exclamations. Chen Fan actually got a medal. And it's a 2-star. My God, I've never heard of a high school student receiving a medal before. Don't be jealous. If you could kill 100 or 200 second-tier exotic beasts, you'd get a medal too. The crowd buzzed with discussion, most of it filled with admiration and respect. After speaking, Mu Hongtao stepped off the stage and personally hung the bronze medal around Chen Fan's neck. Well done. Mu Hongtao patted him on the shoulder and returned to the podium. I hereby announce that this martial arts exam is officially over. As soon as Mu Hongtao finished speaking, the results of the martial arts exam were announced. First place, Chen Fan from Qingqing No. 3 High School, 18,000 points. Second place, Zheng Tiannan from Yanqing No. 1 High School, 6,265 points. Third place, Zhuhi from Weiqing No. 1 High School, 5,824 points. Chen Fan unsurprisingly secured first place in the 3-city joint exam, but his brows furrowed slightly. This was because the exotic beasts he had slain were not included in the martial arts exam results. 18,000 points. I wonder if that's enough to secure the top spot, Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, the top scorer's reward included the chance to draw a superpower. I killed over 200 second-tier exotic beasts, which should convert to at least 200,000 points, right? And yet, 200,000 points only got me this lousy bronze medal? What a huge loss. Chen Fan looked at the medal on his chest with some dissatisfaction. One side was engraved with the totem of the Great Xia Dragon, while the other bore his name and the date it was awarded. Old Zhang, what exactly is this thing good for? Chen Fan asked Zhang Zongwen, who was standing beside him. Hearing Chen Fan call him Old Zhang, Zhang Zongwen not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed even more heartily. Ha, this medal is a treasure. There are 4 types: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Each type is further divided into 1 to 5 stars, making 5 levels in total. It's a symbol of honor. But how much is it actually worth? Chen Fan curled his lips. What practical use was honor, anyway? Zhang Zongwen quickly explained, you have to understand, normally entering dimensional spaces to hunt exotic beasts costs money. But those wearing a bronze medal can enter for free. Plus, you can summon 10 Town Guard warriors to assist you temporarily. Oh, old Zhang, I don't quite get it. Isn't hunting exotic beasts helping the country? Why does it cost money? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Zongwen adopted a deliberately serious demeanor, clasping his hands behind his back and pretending to be a teacher. Because the blood and flesh of exotic beasts are extremely valuable, every part is a treasure. Superhumans who kill exotic beasts can take the corpses out and sell them for money. Sell the corpses? Chen Fan was even more indignant. This is such a huge loss, an absolute disaster. As they chatted, the two arrived at the square outside Yuliang Pass. Zhang Zongwen had Chen Fan get into his private car, with the driver being the grade director, Du Jiang. The moment Du Jiang saw Chen Fan, he immediately put on the friendliest smile of his life. Chen Fan, congratulations on taking first place in the 3-city joint exam. Chen Fan sneered, adjusted the seat to its lowest position, and almost lay flat, clearly showing he didn't want to engage. Du Jiang felt awkward and tried to explain, but Principal Zhang abruptly interrupted him with a stern tone. Director Du, today, I must criticize you in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan is so outstanding, yet he almost missed the martial arts exam because of your prejudice and ignorance. You nearly caused a major incident for the school. When you get back, write a 10,000-word self-reflection and personally hand it to Chen Fan. Understood? Du Jiang's face instantly fell. In his 20-plus years of work, he had never imagined he'd have to write a self-reflection for a student. But he had no choice. He couldn't afford to offend either of the two people in the car. Alright, fine, I'll write it overnight and hand it to Chen Fan tomorrow. Enough. Chen Fan waved his hand, cutting them off. Old Zhang, there's one more thing I must tell you. Li Wenbin from my class, who made a bet with me, said he would streak at the graduation ceremony. The school has to let him follow through. Zhang. Zongwen's expression froze, and he awkwardly replied that students suddenly started shouting and acting crazy during the math exam this afternoon, so his exam qualification was revoked. How could he even show his face at the graduation ceremony? Chen Fan was speechless. He was, after all, the top humanities student in his grade. How could his mentality be so fragile? We can't let him off so easily. Chen Fan muttered under his breath. Zhang Zongwen felt helpless. This was all a scandal for the school. He quickly changed the subject. Chen Fan, I estimate that universities will contact you in a few days. You should start thinking about which one you want to attend. Contact me in advance? Chen Fan was puzzled. Aren't the martial arts exam results officially released in 7 days? Zhang Zongwen explained, top universities have channels to access your results early. With your scores, you don't even need to apply. Universities will directly offer you special admissions. Alright, I'll look into the situation at various universities over the next few days. When Chen Fan returned home, it was already 3 a.m. Tong Tong wasn't home. She was at Wang Yanran's place. He quickly took a hot shower and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The next morning, before dawn, Chen Fan's sweet dreams were interrupted by the urgent ringing of his phone. The caller was his uncle, whom he had always kept at a distance. Chen Fan frowned slightly. His uncle lived in Yanqing and rarely contacted him. This call was undoubtedly because he had learned that Chen Fan had ranked first in the Tri-City joint exam. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan answered the call. As expected, an enthusiastic voice came through. "Nephew, it's your uncle." Chen Fan responded coldly. "Ha, Xiao Fan, I heard you got first place in the Tri-City joint exam? Not bad. I'll come pick you and Tong Tong up in a couple of days to stay at my place for a bit. One can take you around Yenching for a few days. Oh, by the way, One will also be taking the martial arts exam next year. You can help her out when the time comes." Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle. The One his uncle mentioned was his cousin, his uncle's only daughter. Internally, he sneered. He had initially thought his uncle was calling to congratulate him, but it turned out the real purpose was to get free tutoring for his daughter, a typical case of reaching out only when there's something to gain. However, he didn't confront him directly and instead made an excuse. "I can't go to Yencheng. In a few days, I'm taking Tong Tong on a trip down south." The voice on the other end clearly became displeased. After a few seconds of silence, his uncle said, "Xiao Fan, One happens to want to travel too. Let her go with you. You can help her along the way, and I'll cover the expenses." Chen Fan was thoroughly disappointed. He replied indifferently, "We'll talk about it later. I have something to do now. Bye." With that, he hung up. What kind of relative is this, with no sense of familial affection? The calls kept coming, but Chen Fan simply put his phone on silent and tossed it aside. "You used to ignore me, but now I'm out of your league," Chen Fan muttered to himself. Forget it, no point dwelling on these annoying relatives. Time for a lottery draw. Chen Fan quickly opened the system. He had just completed a mission to fend off a beast tide and earned an E-level lottery draw. The system also showed he had over 3,000 slaughter points, enough to exchange for 30 F-level draws. Chen Fan decided not to hold back this time and use them all. His focus locked onto the system interface in his mind, where the panel was clearly visible. He commanded, "System, initiate the E-level mission reward draw." As soon as he spoke, a brand new lottery wheel appeared in his mind. This time, the wheel emitted a deep blue glow, no longer the usual emerald green. Looks like the reward this time will be precious, Chen Fan thought, with anticipation. A few seconds later, the wheel slowly stopped, and a silver, gleaming ring floated before him. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a low-grade spatial ring." A spatial ring? Chen Fan murmured in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. This ring was no ordinary item, it contained an independent space for storing various objects. To Chen Fan, it was a treasure. "From what I know, there's nothing like this on Blue Star." He couldn't wait to manifest the ring into reality and gently put it on his finger. The silver ring was exquisitely crafted, with intricate patterns on its surface that shimmered like starlight, exuding both mystery and elegance. Using his consciousness, he sensed the ring in clearly, felt the 3 cubic meter space inside. The space isn't huge, but it's more than enough for carrying weapons and equipment daily. Chen Fan was overjoyed. He began testing the ring's functionality. With a simple touch and a thought, items were instantly absorbed into the ring. Conversely, when he wanted to retrieve something, it appeared in his hand with just a thought. Not bad at all. Truly worthy of an E-level reward. Chen Fan grinned from ear to ear. Next, he turned his attention to the 3,000 slaughter points. System, convert the slaughter points into lottery draws. Host, would you like to exchange for F-level or E-level draws? Huh, I can exchange for E-level? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, how does that work? An E-level draw requires 1,000 slaughter points. 1,000 points. Chen Fan's heart trembled. F-level only required 100 points, but E-level required 10 times more. After thinking for a moment, he decided to use 1,000 points to draw an E-level reward. System, spend 1,000 points to redeem an E-level draw. Alright, the draw begins. The blue roulette spun and stopped after a few seconds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an E-level physique enhancement card. Physique enhancement card? E-level? Chen Fan was stunned and quickly checked. The E-level physique enhancement card only increased physique by 10 points. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. The physique enhancement card in the E-level prize pool only adds 10 points to physique, but the points required are 10 times that of F-level. This is such a loss. It's still more cost-effective to go for F-level draws. Feeling dissatisfied, Chen Fan directly used the remaining 2,000 points for F-level draws. 20 consecutive draws, let's go. With his command, the system's roulette began spinning. Congratulations To the host for obtaining an F-level pair of gloves. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level mental power enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-level light wave sword technique book. After 20 consecutive reward announcements, Chen Fan received a total of 4 F-level physique enhancement cards, 6 F-level mental power enhancement cards, 4 F-level weapons, a sword technique book, a spear technique book, a spirit nurturing fruit, a bottle of hair growth serum, a piece of high-grade ice silk sexy camisole, and a gynecological sacred pill. I can understand everything else, but what's the deal with the camisole? And what on earth is the gynecological sacred pill? System, are you serious? Chen Fan picked up the camisole. The fabric was smooth and delicate, as thin as a cicada's wings, with exquisite lace edges and a cleverly hollowed-out design at the chest, both elegant and slightly seductive. It was a silent temptation, suitable only for the secrets of the night. Unbidden, an image of Wang Yanran wearing the camisole appeared in Chen Fan's mind, almost making his blood boil. Ah, this thing is nice, but if I give it to Sister Yanran, she'll probably kill me on the spot. He stored the camisole in his spatial ring, planning to find an opportunity to give it to Wang Yanran later. When he asked the system about the use of the gynecological sacred pill, the system replied, when consumed by women, it can relieve menstrual pain. This is also quite suitable for Sister Yanran. Chen Fan checked the other rewards one by one. The sword and spear techniques were useless to him, so he decided to sell them. The 4 F-level weapons weren't strong enough either, so he planned to sell them as well. He decided to keep the hair growth serum and spirit nurturing fruit for now. The hair growth serum was effective for middle-aged hair loss, and the spirit nurturing fruit could enhance mental power. Chen Fan stored all the rewards in his spatial ring and immediately used the physique and mental power enhancement cards. The 4 F-level physique enhancement cards and 1 E-level physique enhancement card increased his physique by 22 points. The 6 F-level mental power enhancement cards increased his mental power by 18 points. At this moment, Chen Fan's system panel displayed, Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS, level, late stage of Tier 1 physique. 104 mental power, 78 kill points, 65 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash, thunder palm evaluation, a weak and powerless chick. Current task, 1, achieve the top scholar in Sannan province to qualify for the ability draw. Task level, E, my physique has broken through 100. Chen Fan was thrilled, feeling that he was close to the threshold of the peak of Tier 1. As long as my mental power improves as well, I can forcefully break through. After completing his upgrades, the sun had just risen outside. Although he had only slept for 3 hours the previous night, the significant increase in his mental power made him feel refreshed, with no trace of fatigue. I wonder if Sister Yanran is up yet. I'll go to her house for breakfast and bring Tong Tong back while I'm at it. After a quick wash, Chen Fan stepped out the door. 5 minutes later, he arrived at Wang Yanran's house, where the housekeeper, Aunt Zhou, opened the door. Good morning, Aunt Zhou, Chen Fan greeted politely. Aunt Zhou, nearly 50 years old, had been working at Wang Yanran's house for 10 years and was very familiar with Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, you're here so early. The young lady isn't up yet. Aunt Zhou habitually referred to Wang Yanran as the young lady. Chen Fan sat on the sofa and lowered his voice, saying, Aunt Zhou, don't wake Sister Yanran. I'm here to freeload a meal today. Alright, I'll prepare a bit more, Aunt Zhou replied, pouring a glass of water before heading to the kitchen to get busy. 10 minutes later, Wang Yanran slowly walked out of the bedroom, her eyes still drowsy but exuding an irresistible charm. She was wearing a thin nightgown, the soft satin clinging to her body and outlining her perfect curves. The neckline of the nightgown was very low, revealing alluring skin. As she moved, the hem of the dress swayed lightly, faintly revealing her long, fair legs. Chen Fan's eyes widened, and the sight before him almost made his nose bleed. Wang Yanran noticed Chen Fan in the living room, rubbed her eyes, and looked incredulous. Xiao Fan, is it really you? Why aren't you catching up on sleep? Why did you come to my house so early? She seemed unaware of how revealing her outfit was and sat directly in front of Chen Fan, her face full of surprise. Chen Fan had no mind to listen to her words. The beauty before him made his heart race. Sister Yanran, are you seriously not dressed properly? He sneaked a few more glances, savoring this rare visual feast. Wang Yanran noticed his flushed face and his eyes fixed on her chest. She looked down at her clothes. Ah, she screamed, quickly running back to the bedroom. A few minutes later, she came out wearing proper loungewear, her face still flushed. From Chen Fan's earlier perspective, he must have seen everything clearly. How embarrassing. Chen Fan teased with a smile, Sister Yanran, you truly have an extraordinary presence. Chen Fan, are you itching for trouble? Wang Yanran's face turned even redder as she grabbed a stuffed toy and threw it at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, quick on his feet, easily dodged it. Wang Yanran, unwilling to give up, walked over and grabbed his ear, twisting it hard. Now you've got guts, daring to provoke your sister? Wrong, Sister Yanran, I was just joking. Chen Fan quickly admitted his mistake and begged for mercy. Humph. Wang Yanran finally let go after venting her anger. Xiao Fan, be honest. When did you awaken your abilities? Such an important matter, and you kept it from me and Tong Tong. She sat beside him angrily, questioning him. I awakened them myself in my second year of high school. Chen Fan lied without batting an eye. Second year? Then why didn't you apply for the martial arts class? Wang Yanran asked, puzzled. Isn't it because I couldn't bear to leave Sister Yanran? The liberal arts class is so much better, pleasant to look at every day, and it even speeds up cultivation. Such a smooth talker. Wang Yanran glared at him with her beautiful eyes, both charming and adorable. Xiao Fan, you can't do this in the future. Once you've awakened, you should go to the martial arts class. That way, you might become even stronger. Got it, Sister Yanran, Chen Fan replied perfunctorily. He then produced a small jade bottle, which he had drawn from the interdimensional space, a body-strengthening elixir. Sister Yanran, this is for you. Wang Yanran's eyes widened in surprise, looking at Chen Fan in disbelief. Xiao Fan, where did you get this from? It's a secret. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously, unwilling to reveal the secret of the spatial ring. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yanran, but the system was too miraculous, no one but a transmigrator could understand it. Besides, maintaining a sense of mystery would keep the girls curious about him. Wang Yanran didn't ask further, taking the jade bottle. The fragrance immediately wafted into her nose. Why does this lotion smell so good? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Xiao Fan, did you add something to this, planning to do something improper to me? Do I even have such thoughts? Chen Fan rolled his eyes immediately. Who knows? But even if you did, you wouldn't have the guts, humph. Wang Yanran snorted coldly. Chen Fan was stunned, not expecting to be looked down upon by Wang Yanran. Wang Yanran ignored his dissatisfied expression and softly asked, Xiao Fan, what exactly is this? Chen Fan explained, this is a lotion extracted from F-grade spiritual fruits. Drinking it can enhance your physique. Really? Wang Yanran was half skeptical. Really, absolutely. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and urged, hurry up and drink it. I guarantee there's no problem. All right. Wang Yanran trusted Chen Fan quite a bit, knowing he wouldn't harm her. She brought the porcelain bottle to her lips and slowly drank it down. The next second, a blush suddenly appeared on Wang Yanran's fair face, and fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She felt a wave of heat coursing through her body, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Wang Yanran was startled. Why did this reaction feel like something out of a TV drama where someone takes an aphrodisiac? So it turned out that Chen Fan not only had impure thoughts but also dared to act on them. Seeing her unusual state, Chen Fan quickly reached out to support her. Yanran, how are you feeling? Wang Yanran exclaimed, Xiao Fan, let go of me, don't do this. She tried to retreat to her bedroom, but the tingling sensation grew stronger, leaving her body weak. She collapsed directly into Chen Fan's arms. This effect is way too strong. Chen Fan held her upright with a self-assured demeanor, while reassuring her, Yanran, I'm here. Just hold on, it'll pass soon. Wang Yanran's eyes widened in panic. Xiao Fan, I'm your sister, you can't do this. Well, it's not like we're blood-related. Chen Fan retorted, deliberately flashing a mischievous grin. Her body was soft and smooth to the touch, her ample chest rising and falling with her breaths. Xiao Fan, stop. Wang Yanran was on the verge of tears. Knowing he couldn't take the joke too far, Chen Fan quickly placed her back on the sofa and explained, just kidding, Yanran. This tingling sensation is the medicine adjusting your constitution. Wang Yanran couldn't speak, only gasping for air. Hearing Chen Fan's explanation, her panic subsided somewhat. At that moment, Aunt Zhou, hearing the commotion in the living room, came out and saw Wang Yanran slumped on the sofa. She was incredulous. That flushed face, the rapid breathing, and the slightly sweaty neck, it all looked like something had just happened. Aunt Joe glanced at Wang Yanran, then at Chen Fan, and quickly retreated to the kitchen. Young people these days, they really need to pick the right time and place. In the living room, Chen Fan stayed by Wang Yanran's side for over 10 minutes until the redness on her face finally faded, and her expression returned to normal. She pinched Chen Fan's ear hard. "You little rascal, were you deliberately bullying your sister? Trying to take advantage of me, huh?" Wang Yanran grabbed his ear and spun him around the living room twice before letting go. "No, Yanran, I was just trying to help." Chen Fan quickly defended himself. "Did you know there would be side effects like this?" Wang Yanran's face turned red again at the thought of her earlier state. "I really didn't know." Of course, Chen Fan wouldn't admit it. "Humph. I'm going to take a shower first, I feel gross. I'll deal with you later." Wang Yanran shot him a glare and disappeared into the bathroom. Wang Yanran spent half an hour in the shower. When she came out, drying her damp hair, Chen Fan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Truly stunning, natural and pure. Such a beauty shouldn't be easily taken by anyone else. Wang Yanran's figure was simply perfect. Fresh out of the shower, water droplets still clung to her body. Her white t-shirt clung tightly to her graceful figure, becoming slightly transparent, like a thin veil. Her delicate curves were even more alluring under the thin fabric. As she turned slightly, her slender waist and full chest were accentuated by the damp clothing, outlining an irresistible silhouette. The captivating sight made it hard not to steal a few more glances. Faced with Chen Fan's unabashed gaze, Wang Yanran felt a bit uncomfortable. She glared at him and softly said, "Stop staring. You're turning into a little pervert." Chen Fan chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Yanran, how are you feeling now?" "My body feels much lighter," Wang Yanran said with surprise after closing her eyes to sense it. "That means your constitution has improved." "Xiao Fan, where did you get this lotion?" "This kind of special lotion for ordinary people costs millions. Someone gave it to me," Chen Fan replied nonchalantly. This miraculous spiritual lotion could also be purchased in specialty stores for ability users on Blue Star. The lotion was formulated by alchemists, a unique profession. Although they didn't possess great power, they were highly respected. Most of them were wood or plant ability users, with a keen sensitivity to the properties of spiritual materials. They could use spiritual fruits and plants from dimensional spaces to create all kinds of extraordinary elixirs. So Chen Fan didn't need to explain the origin of the bottle of spiritual milk. When Wang Yanran saw him being so generous, she felt even more touched. "Xiao Fan, if you come across something like this in the future, just sell it for money. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't need to deal with exotic beasts, so there's no need to waste these spiritual medicines." "That's not true." Chen Fan shook his head and said, "Having a strong body is always beneficial." "Yanran Jia, you're so beautiful, what if some thugs target you? I'll be going to college and won't be by your side, no one will be there to protect you." Wang Yanran was somewhat moved and whispered, "It's a society governed by law now, there aren't that many thugs and hooligans anymore." The two then started talking about Chen Fan going to college, both feeling a bit reluctant. At 7:20, Aunt Joe finished preparing breakfast and Tong Tong had also woken up. "Brother, did you come back after fighting monsters?" Tong Tong was especially happy to see Chen Fan and immediately threw herself into his arms. "Brother came back last night." Chen Fan rubbed her doll-like little face, full of affection. "Then did you bring a gift for Tong Tong?" Tong Tong pushed away Chen Fan's big hand and asked seriously. In a few days, brother will take you shopping, you can buy whatever you like." Chen Fan said generously. "Pinky promise, it counts." Tong Tong showed her dimples and jumped up happily. "Alright, Tong Tong, go wash your face and brush your teeth, it's time to eat." Wang Yanran softly called out as she watched the siblings' close interaction. "Okay, Sister Yanran." Tong Tong was especially obedient in front of Wang Yanran. Breakfast was sumptuous. Aunt Joe had fried dough sticks, made tofu pudding, fried eggs, and rujiamo early in the morning. So lavish. Chen Fan sat down and started eating heartily. After breakfast, Wang Yanran put on a pink jacket and hurried out. The martial arts college entrance exam was over, but the liberal arts exam was still ongoing, so Wang Yanran had to rush to school. Chen Fan originally planned to take Tong Tong home, but she didn't want to leave, so he had to let her stay. "But while you're here, don't cause trouble for Aunt Joe." Chen Fan walked to the door, pinched Tonton's little face, and left satisfied. In the morning, he had to go to the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall. The F-grade broadsword he rented earlier had been damaged in the dimensional space, so he needed to go and reason with them. When he arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, Chen Fan was stunned by the banner that had been put up, and there were quite a few onlookers around. Congratulations to Chen Fan from our community for ranking first in the Tri-City Joint Exam. Chen Fan quickly covered his face with his hand. Who had taken the liberty to do this so quickly? He walked out of the community with his face covered. Although being the center of attention felt great, it was also a bit embarrassing. He flagged down a taxi by the roadside and headed to the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall. The car radio was still broadcasting the news of him ranking first in the Tri-City Joint Exam. Fortunately, the driver didn't recognize him. When he arrived at the martial arts hall, the scene was several times more crowded than usual, with people packed inside and outside the hall. The atmosphere was lively, and everyone was talking. I heard Chen Fan works here part-time to experience life. I wonder if we'll get to meet the legend. I'm here to try my luck too. I hope I can rise to prominence when my abilities awaken. Hey, Auntie, why are you here? I'm here to get an autograph for my daughter, she's too shy to come herself. Chen Fan had excellent hearing and could clearly make out these discussions from dozens of meters away. Is this what it feels like to be famous? He quickly ran to the small supermarket across the street to buy a mask and put it on before squeezing into the martial arts hall. But he was still recognized. Ha! Bro, your back looks so familiar. A tall, skinny guy suddenly appeared beside him. After confirming half of his face, he widened his eyes. Quick, come here. Chen Fan is here, don't let him get away. The tall, skinny guy grabbed Chen Fan's arm. Hearing the commotion, people nearby rushed over and quickly surrounded him. It's Chen Fan. We really ran into the legend. Legend, touch my head and bless me. Heartthrob, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? I want to have your baby. The crowd instantly erupted. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, wondering who wanted to have a baby. Are female fans this crazy nowadays? He was helplessly surrounded. It's fine to be flamboyant in actions, but it's better to stay low-key as a person. He tentatively said, everyone, I have something to do. Could you please make way? No way, everyone said in unison. Chen Fan frowned and continued, I'm looking for the person in charge here, I have something to discuss. I'll come back and chat with everyone later, okay? No way, the crowd unanimously opposed again. Faced with this enthusiastic group, Chen Fan was utterly helpless. At this moment, the martial arts hall manager, Lu Tao, came out to help resolve the situation. Everyone, quiet down. You can't keep surrounding Chen Fan like this. Here's the deal, I'll take a group photo with everyone, and the martial arts hall will print it out. Everyone present will get a copy. Lu Tao's seasoned suggestion immediately gained unanimous approval. The crowd eagerly gathered behind Chen Fan, numbering over 100 people, creating an impressive scene. After breaking free from the crowd, Lu Tao pulled Chen Fan aside. Chen Fan, you came at the perfect time. I was just about to look for you. Don't tell me you're in a hurry to make me pay for the damaged weapons? Chen Fan joked. That small amount of money is nothing. Today, Lei Jun, the general manager of the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall for Shannon Province, is here. He wants to discuss a big deal with you. Lu Tao's tone carried excitement. A deal? Chen Fan was puzzled. War Wolf Martial Arts Hall was one of the top 10 martial arts halls in Daxia, with thousands of branches nationwide. The Shannon Province manager held a very high status, at least a 6th-tier ability user. Why would such a powerful figure come to him for business? Seeing Chen Fan's confusion, Lu Tao quickly explained, our War Wolf Martial Arts Hall invests in promising students. Chen Fan, your performance in the martial arts exam was outstanding, and you're worth this investment. Oh, what price do I have to pay? Chen Fan didn't believe in free lunches. You don't have to pay anything, you just need to acknowledge yourself as a student of our martial arts hall. We want to use your fame to expand the hall's influence. So, you're saying I'll be an advertising spokesperson? That's pretty much the idea. That sounds negotiable. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The terms will definitely satisfy you. Come, let's go to the office. Master Lei is waiting for you. Lu Tao happily led him to the second floor. When the two entered the office, a man in his 40s stood up, his face full of enthusiasm as he looked at Chen Fan. Young brother Chen, truly a hero in his youth, not only is your talent extraordinary, but your appearance is also remarkable. Lei Jun patted Chen Fan's shoulder warmly. Logically, someone of his level wouldn't be so courteous to a low-tier ability user. But Chen Fan's talent was truly astonishing, fully deserving of such respect. This kind of genius might surpass him within 10 years, so he dared not underestimate him at all. Given the other party's enthusiasm, Chen Fan naturally maintained his manners and quickly saluted. I've long admired your reputation, Senior Lei. Seeing his composed demeanor, Lei Jun's evaluation of him rose even higher. Come, young brother Chen, have a seat. Lei Jun led him to sit down and said, Manager Lu should have told you my purpose for coming, right? Chen Fan nodded. Lei Jun handed over a contract and said straightforwardly, here's the contract, take a look first. Chen Fan took the contract and carefully reviewed it. It detailed various benefits. War Wolf Martial Arts Hall would provide him with 8 million cash annually, and he would enjoy a 30% discount on the hall's products and services. Quite generous, Chen Fan thought as he looked at the 8 million figure, his heart racing. For ordinary people, this was an astronomical amount. But now, based solely on his potential and fame, this money was well worth it. Lei Jun added with a smile, additionally, I'll personally gift you an E-grade weapon. With that, Lu Tao quickly handed over a large saber. Young brother Chen, are you satisfied with this saber? Lei Jun asked with a smile. Chen Fan understood this was a gesture of goodwill and didn't refuse. There would be many opportunities to interact with such figures in the future. This saber was similar in style to the one he had used before, but of a higher grade and E-grade premium weapon worth about 70,000. He was very satisfied and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Lei. Seeing him accept, Lei Jun's eyes grew even more enthusiastic. This indicated that Chen Fan was willing to accept the favor. He smiled and said, Young brother Chen, Mayor Li of Qingcheng has invited me to lunch at noon. Would you like to join us? Mayor Li, Chen Fan's heart trembled. A gathering of this level actually invited him? It was hard to believe. Before the martial arts exam, he had been just an ordinary liberal arts student, and overnight, he now had the qualifications to dine with these prominent figures. Without overthinking, he quickly replied, how could I decline an invitation from a senior? Good. Lei Jun laughed, his gaze growing even more approving. He then turned to Lu Tao and said, Manager Lu, go prepare some tea. I want to have a good chat with young brother Chen. Lu Tao promptly responded and respectfully left. Chen Fan, naturally talkative and bolstered by the system, was full of confidence about the future. Facing a 6th-tier powerhouse, he showed neither fear nor flattery. As a result, their conversation flowed naturally, without any awkwardness. From Lei Jun, Chen Fan learned an important piece of yet-to-be public information. A month ago, a new dimensional space entrance had appeared in Shanbei Province. The space was rich in resources, with high-grade spiritual materials everywhere. Some had even encountered the legendary dragon, and an ability user had brought back a dragon egg, which hatched into a young dragon. Although the news hadn't been officially announced, many high-level ability users were already aware. Lei Jun predicted that the admission scores for the National Martial Arts University in Shanbei Province would rise significantly this year. It was highly likely that many provincial top scorers would forego the top 2 universities in Kyoto and Shanghai to choose the National Martial Arts University instead. This news immediately piqued Chen Fan's interest, and he decided to thoroughly investigate this university the next day. By noon, Lu Tao drove the two of them to the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Qing City. A welcoming party had already lined up at the hotel entrance. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with a refined demeanor, none other than Qing City's Mayor, Li Ji. As soon as Chen Fan and Lu Tao stepped out of the car, Li Ji warmly approached them. In Daxia, officials were all ability users, and Li Ji was no exception. He was a 5th-tier ability user. However, in front of Lei Jun, he remained extremely humble. Brother Lei, you've been waiting long, Li Ji greeted with a smile. Lei Jun nodded with a smile, patting him on the shoulder, then turned to Chen Fan and said, Mayor Li, today I brought my young brother along. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Li Ji replied with a smile, but when he got a clear look at Chen Fan, his eyes slightly narrowed. You're Chen Fan? Hello, Mayor Li. Chen Fan greeted him amicably. Hello. Li Ji was evidently surprised, but he quickly recovered, his smile growing even warmer. To have reached his position, his emotional intelligence and intellect were undoubtedly high. He was well aware of Chen Fan's potential. If he didn't establish a good relationship now, he might not even have the chance to carry Chen Fan's shoes in the future. Grasping Chen Fan's hand, he enthusiastically said, "The most outstanding young talent in our city, welcome, welcome." Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Fan, Lei Jun, and Li Ji entered a top-tier luxury private room on the hotel's top floor. Inside, a large round table was laden with an array of high-end delicacies. Once the three of them were seated, the accompanying entourage all withdrew, leaving only the hotel owner and three waitresses standing by, ready to serve at any moment. The three waitresses were clearly carefully selected, with outstanding appearances and dressed in slit cheongsams. The hotel owner, a slightly chubby middle-aged man, respectfully introduced the dishes before quietly leaving. All the dishes were rare delicacies sourced from the dimensional space, a highlight being a braised paw of a fourth-tier golden flame violent bear. Chen Fan estimated that this meal was worth at least hundreds of thousands. In the spacious private room, only Chen Fan, Lei Jun, Li Ji, and the three alluring women remained. Each of the three women stood beside one of them, attentively pouring wine and serving food. Their smiles were sweet, their movements graceful, exuding the charm of Eastern women. The slits in their cheongsams extended all the way up to their thighs. The fair, slender legs of the woman beside Chen Fan swayed gently near him, her eyes filled with tenderness, as if conveying a message: "Master, please command your doji at any time." The lifestyle of the upper class is truly extraordinary. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. If it were any other young man, they would probably have been overwhelmed by such a scene, but after experiencing the unparalleled beauty of Wan Yanran this morning, he now found it a bit plain. Lei Jun and Li Ji were surprised to see that he had no reaction at all. Lei Jun joked, "Brother Chen, I used to think you had the potential of a 7th-tier grandmaster, but now it seems that becoming an 8th-tier grandmaster in the future won't be a problem." Chen Fan smiled but didn't respond. For someone nurtured by the system, what was an 8th tier? Li Ji directly asked for Chen Fan's WeChat, saying that his 18-year-old daughter, beautiful as a flower and still unmarried, could be introduced to him. Chen Fan felt helpless, sensing that his romantic prospects were becoming increasingly abundant. The three of them spent a full 2 hours on the meal. During this time, Chen Fan learned an important piece of news. Yesterday's beast tide at Yuliang Pass was orchestrated by the beast worship cult. The beast worship cult was the largest cult organization on Blue Star. Their doctrine claimed that the arrival of exotic beasts was the creator's punishment for humanity, and humans should not resist. They advocated letting the beasts kill enough humans, believing the beast tide would naturally stop. This cult was notorious. Li Ji reminded Chen Fan to protect himself during this period, as the cult specifically targeted geniuses. The gathering lasted until 2 p.m. When Chen Fan returned to the Sunshine Garden community, he received an 8 million transfer from the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall. Looking at the balance in his bank account, Chen Fan couldn't help but grin. The feeling of having money was exhilarating. After the excitement, Chen Fan opened his computer to research information about martial arts universities. Daxia had 985 superpower universities, divided into 9 tiers. The first tier included only 2 schools, Kyoto University and Moda University. Kyoto University was located in the political center of the nation, Tianjin City, while Moda University was situated in the economic hub, Modu City. The strength of these 2 schools was unparalleled. Of the 7 ninth-tier martial saints currently in Daxia, 6 were graduates of these 2 universities, a testament to their power. Amazing! Chen Fan was filled with admiration. Let's also check out National Martial University, which Senior Lei mentioned. Dragons had a strong allure for Chen Fan. If given the chance, he also wanted to become a Dragon Knight. Chen Fan typed National Martial University into the browser and quickly found relevant information. National Martial University ranked 5th among Daxia's universities and was located in Chang'an City, the capital of Shanbei Province. After half an hour of research, Chen Fan discovered that this university was very suitable for him. Near the university was an interdimensional space called Thunder Abyss. Almost all the beasts there were of the thunder attribute. Lightning frequently struck from the sky. This environment was extremely beneficial for him, as his thunder devouring sacred body could rapidly improve. It's really a dilemma: should I choose the best university or the one most suitable for me? Chen Fan pondered for a long time but couldn't make a decision. However, according to Principal Zhang, universities would soon start reaching out to him, and the final choice would depend on the conditions they offered. Just as Chen Fan closed his computer, he received a message from Yang. Choo choo. Senior, congratulations. You're amazing for taking first place, hee hee. You came back at 3 or 4 in the morning last night, right? Have you rested well now? Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. Meaningfully. This junior was only messaging him now, likely to avoid disturbing his sleep. This junior is really considerate. His impression of young Choo Choo improved even more. He thought for a moment and replied, I've rested well, thank you for your concern. At that moment, in her villa, young Choo Choo held her phone carefully, typing, Senior, I promise to treat you to a meal. Do you have time tonight? Seeing the message, Chen Fan was momentarily speechless. He had actually forgotten about this. He initially wanted to find an excuse to decline, but thinking of young Choo Choo's delicate and charming demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. So he replied, I have time. Young Choo Choo was overjoyed and quickly said, Senior, 5 p.m., second floor of Tianyuan Hotel. See you there. Alright, see you there, Chen. Fan replied politely, put down the phone. Just as he was hesitating about what gift to bring young Choo Choo, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. System task, help young Choo Choo awaken an S level or higher ability during the high school graduation awakening ceremony. Task level, E-. Chen Fan was surprised. This was already the second task the system had issued specifically for young Choo Choo. The system was clearly giving her special treatment. But for ability awakening, how can I be of any help? He fell into deep thought. Checking the prizes in his spatial ring, his gaze finally settled on the spirit-fostering fruit. This fruit can enhance an ordinary person's mental strength, which might be helpful for ability awakening. This wasn't just a random guess. Online research data showed that the stronger one's mental strength before awakening, the higher the chance of obtaining a high-level ability. System, oh system, it seems you've planned everything perfectly. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. He had originally intended to give this fruit to Wang Yanran, but to complete the E-level task, the fruit could only go to young Choo Choo. In southern province, the weather in June was already very hot. At around 4 in the afternoon, the sun hung high in the sky, showing no signs of setting. Today, young Choo Choo wore a light green lace dress and arrived early at a windowside seat on the second floor of the Tianyuan Hotel. She had dressed up beautifully, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, pure and lovely. This was her first date with a boy, and her face was filled with nervousness and anticipation. She took out her phone and sent Chen Fan her location and seat number, then waited anxiously. 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the city's most luxurious hotel. As Chen Fan got out of the car, the people entering and leaving the hotel cast him strange looks. The reason was simple. Chen Fan was the first person to arrive by taxi, and he was dressed very plainly. Just then, a BMW X8 pulled up behind him, and a man and a woman stepped out of the car. The young man, about 20 years old, glanced at the entrance of the Tianyuan Hotel with a look of disdain. I haven't been back in 2 years, and I didn't expect this place to still be so shabby. The young woman laughed and said, Cousin, this place definitely can't compare to Taishan City, the provincial capital of southern province, but it's the best hotel in Qing City. If young Choo Choo were here, she would surely recognize the young woman. It was her best friend, Wang Wenli. The young man was Wang Wenli's cousin, Li Yapeng, who was studying at a university outside the city. Li Yapeng's family background was average, but he had decent talent and had already advanced to a second-tier ability user. His main purpose in returning to Qing City this time was to show off his abilities in front of relatives and friends. So today, he brought his cousin here to flaunt his wealth. Li Yapeng's face was full of contempt. If this were Taishan City, I wouldn't even bother entering such a shabby hotel. Hearing this, Wang Wenli's eyes lit up, and she quickly clung to his arm, acting coquettishly. Cousin, when will you take me to Taishan City to have some fun? Feeling her soft arm, Li Yapeng's heart melted. Haha, no problem. Once I'm done with my current tasks, I'll take you to see the sights. Chen Fan overheard their conversation and couldn't help but laugh. This guy really knew how to show off. Driving a car worth millions and still daring to look down on a 5-star hotel? He shook his head lightly, his smile tinged with helplessness. Unexpectedly, the two behind him suddenly shifted their focus and targeted him directly. Li Yapeng looked at Chen Fan's back with disdain. This place really is low class, even a country bumpkin can come here. Wang Wenli covered her mouth and laughed, completely forgetting that she herself wasn't from a big city either. Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh in anger. He knew full well that this guy had no idea he was dealing with someone equipped with a system. Calling him a bumpkin? Not only would he not let this slide, but the system certainly wouldn't either. Sure enough, the next second, the system issued a task. System task, make Li Yapeng lose face and even question his existence. Task level, F+. Chen Fan sneered, turned around, and stared coldly at the young man. You really know how to act pretentious. Li Yapeng was visibly stunned. He hadn't expected the bumpkin in his eyes to dare mock him. He immediately flew into a rage. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Do you even know who I am? Just a stray dog that bites indiscriminately. Chen Fan crossed his arms and retorted coldly. Good. It seems that after 2 years away from Qingqing City, no one recognizes me anymore. Li Yapeng's face turned ashen, and he looked ready to make a move. Beside him, Wang Wenli clearly recognized Chen Fan, her expression complex and her eyes showing a hint of panic. She whispered to Li Yapeng, Cousin, this guy is Chen Fan. He's this year's martial arts exam champion, ranked first in the Tri-City Joint exam, and very strong. Oh? Li Yapeng was slightly surprised but didn't take it to heart. He himself had been in the top 10 of the Tri-City Joint exam back in the day. Now, he had even advanced to a second-tier ability user. Just a Tri-City champion, and he thinks he's all that? Coming from a small place and acting like a big shot, what a frog in a well. Li Yapeng stared coldly at Chen Fan and said, kneel down and apologize now, and I might let you off. Otherwise, I'll make sure you understand my power. Ha! Chen Fan sneered, meet me tonight at the abandoned building in the northern district. Dare to have a match? Good. Li Yapeng had never encountered someone so arrogant before and laughed angrily. I'll remember you. You won't escape me. If you don't show up tonight, I have 100 ways to deal with you. After saying this, he shot Chen Fan a cold glance and walked into Tianyuan Hotel with Wang Wenli. The Great Xia Kingdom had regulations prohibiting private fights among ability users. Although Li Yapeng wanted to teach Chen Fan a lesson immediately, he didn't dare make a move in public. Chen Fan sneered inwardly, if he didn't beat Li Yapeng so badly tonight that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, he wouldn't be worthy of his surname Chen. Adjusting his mood, Chen Fan glanced at his phone. Yang Chuchu had sent him the table number. So he walked into the hotel. On the second floor of the hotel, Yang Chuchu was gazing out the window, lost in thought. Wang Wenli ascended the stairs and immediately spotted her. Why is she here? Li Yapeng followed her gaze and was captivated by Yang Chuchu's profile. So young and already so beautiful. In a couple of years, it's unimaginable. Li Yapeng's eyes gleamed with intense desire. He asked Wang Wenli, cousin, do you know that girl? Wang Wenli, who was quite calculating, clearly noticed her cousin's interest in Yang Chuchu and smiled. She's my classmate, Yang Chuchu. Cousin, let me introduce you to her. Li Yapeng's eyes lit up, and he adjusted his hairstyle before quickly following her. Wang Wenli approached Yang Chuchu, pretending to be surprised. Chuchu, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. Lily. Yang Chuchu was also a bit surprised. Although there had been some friction between them recently, she was still happy to see her. Wang Wenli grabbed her hand and smiled brightly. Chuchu, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, a top student at Southern Mountain Martial Arts University and now a second-tier ability user. Li Yapeng smiled confidently. Hello, beautiful. I'm Li Yapeng. Young. Chuchu nodded politely but didn't spare him another glance. Wang Wenli quickly added, Chuchu, my cousin also graduated from Qingqing No. 3 High School and was the top student in his year. Aha. Young Chuchu responded perfunctorily and quickly changed the subject. Lily, are you here for dinner today? Wang Wenli smiled. Yes, Chuchu, how about we share a table? Before Yang Chuchu could reply, Wang Wenli continued, Chuchu, the awakening ceremony is in 10 days. My cousin is an A-level ability user and can give us some tips on what to watch out for. Li Yapeng knew Wang Wenli was creating an opportunity for him and smiled, no problem. I guarantee you'll all awaken successfully. Young Chuchu, however, apologized, Lily, sorry, I have plans today, so it's not convenient. How about I treat you to something delicious tomorrow? Both Wang Wenli and Li Yapeng's expressions turned a bit sour. Li Yapeng hadn't expected a junior fresh out of school to dare reject him. Chen Fan had been watching the scene unfold and knew it was the perfect moment for him to step in. He adjusted his clothes and walked toward them. Faced with Yang Chuchu's rejection, Li Yapeng was clearly unwilling to give up and was about to persistently ask for her WeChat. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Excuse me. Chen Fan's voice rang out. Li Yaping turned around and saw Chen Fan's mocking gaze, his expression twisting slightly, but he didn't want to lose face in front of Yang Chuchu. With his back to her, he whispered to Chen Fan, "Get lost." Chen Fan chuckled softly, completely ignoring him, and turned to Yang Chuchu, saying, "Miss, may I sit here?" Yang Chuchu recognized Chen Fan, her face slightly flushed, and quickly replied, "Of course you can." Chen Fan smiled in response, then nudged Li Yaping, somewhat displeased, and said, "Aren't you going to move?" Only then did Li Yaping realize that Yang Chuchu had been waiting for Chen Fan all along. He felt increasingly annoyed. Why was such a beautiful person so cold toward him, but so enthusiastic toward Chen Fan, whom he looked down on? He was so angry he almost exploded, but he didn't dare to, as he still had to save face. "Just you wait. Tonight, I'll settle this with you." Li Yaping spat out harsh words, then dragged Wang Wenli to another seat. Wang Wenli was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected the two to progress so quickly and already start dating. From the beginning, she had regarded Chen Fan as a minor character. Even though Chen Fan was now showing astonishing talent, she still refused to admit that he had completely changed. She gritted her teeth and said to Li Yaping, "Cousin, you don't know how much I hate that guy. Tonight, we must teach him a lesson, break his legs if possible." "Don't worry, I hate him even more than you do." Li Yaping turned back to glare at Chen Fan, as if trying to etch his image into his mind. But Chen Fan paid them no attention and was happily chatting with Yang Chuchu. Today, Yang Chuchu's outfit perfectly showcased her unique beauty, and Chen Fan couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. The two had been chatting on WeChat for a week, so they weren't exactly strangers anymore. Yang Chuchu ordered a table full of beef, and Chen Fan asked in surprise, "Junior, do you like beef that much?" "Not really, Senior." Yang Chuchu shook her head with a shy smile. "I saw your post on your Moments saying you wanted to try the taste of beef, so I ordered it." Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. "So you thought I hadn't eaten beef before and ordered so much?" Yang Chuchu nodded shyly. Chen Fan was speechless, thinking, "Junior, you're so thoughtful, but the beef I mentioned wasn't what I meant. I was talking about the beef made by Sister Yenran. Anyway, thank you. Junior, I was just joking." Chen Fan quickly explained. Then I'll order something else." Yang Chuchu blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing her nervousness, Chen Fan softened and quickly reassured her, "No need, this is fine." However, thinking about beef, Chen Fan couldn't help but glance down at Yang Chuchu's fair neck. Did a little secret just peek out? Chen Fan felt a bit dissatisfied but immediately found a reason to comfort himself. She's only in her first year of high school, there's still plenty of room for growth. With that thought, he picked up a piece of beef and placed it in front of Yang Chuchu, saying, "Junior, you're still growing, eat more meat." "Thank you." Yang Chuchu's face turned red, looking especially adorable. Their intimate interaction was noticed by Wang Wenli and Li Yaping nearby. Li Yaping slammed the table, feeling as if the delicious food in front of him had turned into unappetizing garbage. Suddenly, he came up with an idea and whispered to Wang Wenli, "I've thought of a way to ruin his reputation." Wang Wenli's expression turned unpleasant upon hearing this, but she still nodded in agreement. Just as Chen Fan and Yang Chuchu were chatting warmly, Wang Wenli suddenly walked over. She looked at Yang Chuchu with a face full of guilt and said, "Chuchu, I came to apologize to you." She appeared very sincere. "Chuchu, I misunderstood Chen Fan before. I thought he was a bad person. Anyway, I was just looking out for you, afraid you'd be deceived." Yang Chuchu felt a lump in her throat upon hearing this. "Lily, I didn't blame you. You're my best friend, I'm not angry." "Chuchu, you're so kind," Wang Wenli said happily. She then turned to Chen Fan and apologized, "Senior Chen Fan, I spoke ill of you before, and I want to apologize." After saying that, she bowed deeply. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Speaking ill of him? What did she say? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Wang Wenli suddenly let out an ah, and fell onto him. Chen Fan was stunned. What was going on? He quickly raised his hands, afraid of touching something he shouldn't and causing embarrassment. At that moment, Wang Wenli struggled to get up, her face pale as if she had been frightened. Why did you pull me? You pervert, you touched me there," she shouted loudly, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Li Yaping rushed over, angrily pointing at Chen Fan. "How dare you bully my cousin? In broad daylight, you treat her like this, you're truly despicable." Chen Fan was dumbfounded. These two were incredible actors. If there were an Oscar for Best Performance this year, he'd vote for them first. He quickly clarified, "Miss, you fell on Your own. Don't blame me. While others couldn't see the truth, young Choo-Choo understood everything. She looked at her best friend in disbelief. Lily? What are you doing? Why are you framing Senior? I'm not framing him. He pushed me. And he took the opportunity to touch my chest, so shameless. Wang Wenli retorted. The surrounding crowd began to gather, and someone recognized Chen Fan, exclaiming in surprise. Isn't this Chen Fan? I can't believe he's this kind of person. Exactly. Having ability but no morals is the scariest thing. People like him should be sent to the police station for a few years, another chimed in. Chen Fan frowned slightly, thinking to himself how ruthless this woman was. She didn't even care about her reputation just to smear him. He noticed someone starting to take out their phone to record, and quickly stood up to explain to the crowd. Everyone, I didn't touch her at all. She pretended to apologize but deliberately framed me instead. Li Yaping shouted loudly, You're just making excuses. People like you should be sent straight to the police station. Wang Wenli cooperated by crying and shouting that she had been bullied. Young Choo-Choo had seen everything clearly earlier. Chen Fan absolutely hadn't. Pulled Wang Wenli and had even raised his hands immediately to show he hadn't touched her. Watching Wang Wenli's dramatic performance, young Choo-Choo was completely disappointed and stepped forward to say, I saw it very clearly. Senior didn't pull you, it's you who's framing him. Chen Fan remained calm, glanced around, and noticed a surveillance camera overhead. He smiled inwardly and turned to the crowd, saying, Everyone, stop arguing. Whoever is lying, we can check the surveillance footage to find out. That's right. The camera is the most reliable evidence, the crowd agreed. Li Yaping wasn't worried at all. He knew the owner of this place. 2 years ago, the city had organized a banquet for outstanding students here, and the owner had been especially warm to him, even saying he could eat for free at Tianyuan Inn. The future. So he believed the owner would stand by his side and help him put on a good show. He looked around angrily and said, Call the owner here. I want to expose this hypocrite in front of everyone. The commotion had already caught the attention of the waitstaff. Everyone dining here was a VIP, and no one could afford to offend them, so the staff immediately went to report the situation. Before long, the slightly chubby owner hurried over. Seeing Chen Fan, he was surprised and said, Isn't this the distinguished guest who had lunch with Mayor Li and Lord Lei this morning? He quickly ran over, his face full of smiles. Li Yaping thought the owner had recognized him and sneered at Chen Fan before stepping forward to greet the owner. Boss Zhang, long time no see. Help me uphold justice here. However, the owner completely ignored him and walked straight to Chen Fan. Bowing respectfully, he said, Why are you here? You shouldn't be eating here. I'll arrange the top-floor supreme private room for you. In his eyes, Chen Fan was a big shot who was on good terms with 6th-level ability users, and he wouldn't dare to neglect him. Li Yaping was shocked, thinking, Isn't this treatment supposed to be for me? His face turned ugly, and he coughed, trying to get the owner's attention. Boss Shang, I'm Li Yaping. You should remember me, right? Li Yaping? Never heard of you. The owner looked at him coldly, his attitude stiff. Internally, he thought, no matter who you are, if you dare to make Chen Fan unhappy on my turf, I won't let you off. Li Yaping's face turned ashen. He had once been the pride of Qincheng, respected in both political and business circles. But today, he was decisively distanced by Chen Fan, leaving him completely baffled. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He loudly questioned the boss, Boss Zhang. What do you mean by this? The chubby boss, burning with rage, said coldly, The Tianyuan Hotel will no longer welcome you. Get out. You. Li Yaping's face twisted. He knew he had completely lost to Chen Fan today, and his face burned with shame. This time, he had lost big. Chen Fan sneered and looked at the boss, saying, Don't be in such a hurry to kick them out. First, pull up the surveillance footage for everyone to see. Let everyone be the judge. If they falsely accused me, I'll have to sue them for defamation. The boss hesitated, unsure who was right or wrong, and wavered on whether to actually check the footage. He tentatively said, I don't think we need to check the footage. Chen Fan is a good student with strong morals. It must be her falsely accusing you. We can't let it go like this. This matter must be clarified for everyone. Pull up the footage now. Chen Fan said calmly. Hearing this, the boss immediately understood that Chen Fan wasn't lying. Without further hesitation, he instructed Manager 1. Beside him, pull up the surveillance footage immediately. Li Yaping and Wang Wenli turned pale. If the footage was revealed, the two of them would truly lose all face this time. Wang Wenli wiped her tears and said softly, maybe I falsely accused you. I was scared earlier and didn't react properly. Didn't react properly? Chen Fan sneered. You accused me of touching you, was that also an accident? I? Wang Wenli was at a loss for words. The two of them wanted to slip away, but with so many people watching, they had no choice but to brace themselves and wait for the outcome. Before long, Manager Wen brought the footage. Boss, it's clear these two deliberately slandered Chen Fan. How despicable. Boss Zhang was even angrier than Chen Fan. He handed the tablet to the onlookers and said, everyone, take a good look. Li Yapeng and Wang Wenli's faces turned ashen. Wang Wenli even collapsed to the ground. Chen Fan said coldly, everyone has seen it. Clearly. People like this, with such poor character, should be sent for reformation. Who will help me call the police to have them arrested? I want to sue them for malicious defamation. I will. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, began to criticize Wang Wenli and Li Yapeng for their shamelessness. Wang Wenli was completely panicked. She clung to Yang Chuchu's leg, pleading in agony, Chuchu, don't call the police, I beg you. I'm only in my first year of high school, I don't want a criminal record. Seeing her like this, Yang Chuchu hesitated, her heart softening a little. She looked at Chen Fan, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After all, Wang Wenli had once been her best friend. Although she was deeply disappointed, she couldn't bear to personally send her to the police. Soft-hearted girl, Chen Fan thought to himself, fully understanding Yang Chuchu's feelings. However, he still wanted to consider her emotions and decided to deal with the two of them later that evening. He said coldly, for Chuchu's sake, I'll let you off this time. But if there's a next time, I won't. Show mercy. Yang Chuchu nodded gratefully and looked at Wang Wenli. You should leave. Don't come looking for me again. Wang Wenli wanted to say something, but Li Yapeng pulled her up. He gave Chen Fan a cold look and left in disgrace under the crowd's disdainful gazes. After the hotel boss dispersed the crowd, he quickly approached and respectfully said, would you like to come to the top floor? I can arrange a quiet private room for you. No need. Here is fine, thank you. Chen Fan, satisfied with the chubby boss's attitude, responded politely. The boss immediately beamed with joy, ordered a few dishes to be brought over, and then carefully left. At this moment, the electronic notification sounded in Chen Fan's mind again. F+. Level system task completed. Reward available for collection. Chen Fan paused for a moment. How could Li Yapeng possibly accept this? The system may let you off, but I won't. Chen Fan thought to himself. Tonight's duel would make the other party completely doubt their life choices. Chen Fan didn't rush to claim the reward. After all, when on a date with a girl, it was better to stay focused. Yang Chuchu watched as Chen Fan kept placing beef on her plate. She gently rubbed her forehead and said softly, Senior, I really can't eat anymore. You're too skinny, Junior. You need to eat more. If you miss the age for growing, you'll regret it later. Chen Fan earnestly advised. His concern genuine. Young Chuchu took a few more bites and asked, Senior, have you decided which university to apply to? Kyoto University or Guowu University, one of the two. I haven't decided yet. Guowu University? Isn't it ranked only 5th? Yang Chuchu was a bit puzzled. She thought Chen Fan would choose between Kyoto and Mota University. Guowu suits me better, Chen Fan explained. By the way, you freshmen have the ability awakening ceremony in 10 days, right? Yes, Senior. I still don't know if I can awaken any abilities, Young Chuchu said, her face showing concern. She was worried she wouldn't be able to keep up with Chen Fan. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Chen Fan comforted her and took out a small box. Junior, thank you for treating me to dinner. This is for you. What is it? Young Chuchu was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't expected Chen Fan to bring a gift. Someone gave it to me, but I can't use it. Eating it will help with your ability awakening, Chen Fan said, handing over a divine fruit he had won in a lottery. Young Chuchu carefully opened the box and saw a deep red fruit inside. This seems quite valuable, I can't accept it. No way. I'm counting on you to awaken an S-level ability, Chen Fan said with a hint of indulgence in his tone, speaking without hesitation. I feel bad giving it to someone else, but I'm happy to give it to you. Yang Chuchu's face instantly turned red, her romantic thoughts kicking in, and she dared not look directly at Chen Fan. Little sister, you'll never escape from my grasp, Chen Fan thought as he saw her shy reaction, deciding to tease her a bit more. Chuchu, be good and eat it now, he said. He wanted to pat her head but felt it might be too much. Senior called me Choo-Choo? Young Choo-Choo felt sweetness welling up inside her. She obediently nodded and carefully placed the fruit in her mouth. The fruit melted instantly, transforming into invisible energy that surged into her brain. Moments later, young Choo-Choo opened her eyes, her mouth agape in surprise. Senior, my previously blurry memories suddenly became clear, my vision has improved a lot, and my mind feels so sharp. Chen Fan smiled and said, your mental strength has improved significantly, far surpassing that of ordinary people, which is why you're experiencing these changes. This fruit is too precious, young Choo-Choo said, feeling a bit embarrassed and thinking she should repay Chen Fan somehow. Alright, let's just hope you awaken a powerful ability, Junior. Thank you, Senior. You're so good to me, young Choo-Choo whispered softly, her affection for Chen Fan deepening further. After dinner, Chen Fan gentlemanly escorted young Choo-Choo to the entrance of her neighborhood. Young Choo-Choo waved goodbye to him reluctantly before heading toward her family villa. Chen Fan, on the other hand, walked toward the abandoned construction site in the northern part of the city. When young Choo-Choo arrived home, her father, Yang Jianjun, and her mother, Chu Xiaoyun, immediately surrounded her. Yang Jianjun was the head of Jianjun Group, one of the top 10 corporations in Qincheng, and a third-tier ability user himself. Her mother, Chu Xiaoyun, was beautiful, and, despite being nearly 40, showed almost no signs of aging. Yang Jianjun glanced at his wife and deliberately said, our precious daughter is impressive, she's only a freshman and already starting to date. What are you talking about, Dad? Young Choo-Choo blushed and quickly denied it. She really is dating someone? Yang Jianjun saw her expression and vaguely guessed something. His face darkened as he pretended to be serious and said, which guy dares to steal my precious daughter's heart? Tell me honestly, or I'll break his legs. You wouldn't dare. Young Choo-Choo was furious when she heard her father insult Chen Fan and even threatened to break his legs. If you dare to trouble my senior, I'll cut ties with you. Young Jianjun felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. He hadn't expected his daughter to defend Chen Fan so fiercely. He kept a stern face and said seriously, young Choo-Choo, you're only a freshman. Your focus should be on the ability awakening ceremony in 10 days. No matter who he is, I won't allow you to associate with him. Young Choo-Choo had never seen her father so strict before. Feeling wronged, she ran straight to her room. Yang Jianjun's face was grim, while Chu Xiaoyun reproached him, how could you talk to our daughter like that? Well, Yang Jianjun also realized his words were too harsh, but he had his reasons. Wife, you say it's fine for our daughter to date, but she's being so headstrong right from the start. How can I not be angry? Besides, people say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, but ours feels more like a vest, cold and distant. You can't talk like that. Chu Xiaoyun criticized him and quickly went to knock on young Choo-Choo's door to comfort her. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiaoyun came out with a smile on her face. Yang Jianjun was surprised. Wife, our daughter is dating, and you're still so happy? Chu Xiaoyun glanced at him with a touch of tenderness. Do you know who the boy eating with our daughter is? Yang Jianjun raised his eyebrows and asked eagerly, stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me. It's Chen Fan. Chu Xiaoyun said with a smile. Chen Fan? Which Chen Fan? The one who ranked first in the 3-city joint exam and single-handedly killed 200 second-tier exotic beasts. What? Yang Jianjun was shocked, then burst into laughter. Great. My daughter has excellent taste. Spotting such a talent so early. He looked at his wife excitedly and said, tomorrow, invite our relatives and friends over for dinner. I must share this good news. Don't jump to conclusions. Chu Xiaoyun gave him a sideways glance. From what I heard, Choo-Choo seems to have a one-sided crush. What? That's unacceptable. Yang Jianjun said. Quickly share your experience of chasing me back then with our daughter. Such a promising future son-in-law must belong to the Yang family. Get out of here. It was clearly you who chased me. Chen Fan had no idea that he had already caught the attention of young Choo-Choo's father. At this moment, he took a taxi to an abandoned construction site in the northern part of the city. 2 people were already waiting for him there, Wang Wenli and her cousin. The unfinished building in the northern part of Qincheng had been abandoned for over a decade. The area was overgrown with weeds, and hardly anyone came here. Inside a brand new BMW, a man and a woman were tightly embracing, their clothes disheveled, kissing passionately. These two were Wang Wenli and Li Yapeng. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. Oh my, this is so intense. He carefully approached the car window, took out his phone, and secretly captured the shocking scene. "Who's there?" As soon as the flash went off, the two inside the car immediately noticed him. Li Yaping pushed Wang Wenli away and quickly got out of the car. Seeing it was Chen Fan, his tense expression instantly relaxed. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here." Chen Fan flipped through the photos on his phone and praised, "Great angles. Which website should I post these on? For maximum views? You brat, are you looking for death?" Li Yaping's mouth twitched, his eyes cold, like a venomous snake ready to strike. "Hand over the phone." Chen Fan put away his phone and beckoned him provocatively, "Come and get it if you can." Alright. You really don't know your place," Li Yaping roared, charging at him like a hungry tiger. His hand transformed into sharp claws, aiming fiercely at Chen Fan's neck with swift and ruthless movements. If it were an ordinary late-stage first-tier ability user, they would have already been caught and subdued. But Chen Fan was no ordinary person. He easily sidestepped, dodging the attack perfectly. Li Yaping launched consecutive strikes but couldn't even touch the hem of Chen Fan's clothes. "What are you doing?" Li Yaping was shocked. His strength was 2 minor levels higher than Chen Fan's. Logically, even without using his abilities, he should be able to fight evenly with a late-stage first-tier Chen Fan. With such limited skills, you still act so arrogant? Just because you've been to college for 2 years, you think you're invincible? Chen Fan sneered. He couldn't stand pretentious people. At this moment, Wang Wenli stepped out after tidying her clothes. She didn't know what had just happened between the two, but her eyes were full of resentment. "Cousin, he actually dared to come here. You must cripple him." "Don't worry, cousin. Today, I'll make sure he can't take care of himself and has to stay in bed for at least half a month." Li Yaping was still brimming with confidence. "Extreme cold domain." Li Yaping shouted loudly, unleashing his supernatural ability. Centered around him, the temperature within a radius of over 10 meters plummeted, and a thin layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. At the same time, his entire body was encased in a transparent ice armor. "You should feel honored that I'm using my powers." Li Yaping's physical capabilities surged dramatically as he threw a punch at Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered disdainfully, his arm crackling with electricity as he countered with a punch of his own. When their fists collided, Chen Fan remained completely still, while Li Yaping staggered back several steps. His ice armor shattered completely. "How are you this strong?" For the first time, fear appeared in Li Yaping's eyes. Wang Wenli, standing nearby, was also stunned. She remembered Li Yaping boasting that killing a second-tier mutant beast was a piece of cake. "I don't believe it." Li Yaping roared, forming an ice blade in his hand and charging at Chen Fan again. Chen Fan's fist, glowing with blue lightning, directly clashed with the ice blade. Bang! 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 After several minutes of combat, Chen Fan remained at ease, while Li Yaping's ice armor shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Cousin, keep going," Wang Wenli shouted desperately. In truth, Chen Fan wasn't using his full strength. He wanted to use Li Yaping to help him improve his mastery of his powers. His body had already reached the peak of the first tier, but he lacked proficiency in utilizing his abilities. Although Li Yaping was in a sorry state, he grew more determined as the fight went on. As the surrounding temperature dropped further, his strength continued to increase. Chen Fan only used his thunder punches to spar with him. After another 5 minutes of fighting, Li Yaping finally reached his peak state, and Chen Fan began to feel the pressure. "Not bad," Li Yaping thought to himself. With delight. Little brother, you're so cold, treating a girl so roughly." The voice was filled with allure, as if it were enchanting him. Chen Fan shuddered and quickly turned around. He saw an absolutely stunning woman step out from the shadows. She was dressed very boldly, her snow-white skin on her chest faintly visible, and her fair abdomen exposed. As she swayed her hips, she exuded a seductive charm. Her long, slender legs appeared even more enticing in the darkness. "Little brother, do you think big sister is beautiful?" The woman approached, lightly biting her lip, her peach blossom eyes brimming with allure. "Quite beautiful," Chen Fan replied honestly. Although her looks couldn't compare to Wang Yanran's, the innate charm she exuded could make even Su Daji bow in admiration. The woman covered her mouth with a laugh, pointing to the abandoned building behind her, and playfully said, "Little brother, want to go inside with big sister for a chat?" "I'd like to, but I'm afraid you'll drain my energy," Chen Fan joked, keeping a 5-meter distance. "Don't tease, little brother. I'm not a ghost, How could I possibly drain your energy? The woman chuckled lightly, her figure enchanting. Not a ghost? Then you must be a bad woman? Chen Fan feigned surprise. How could you think that of Big Sister? I just want you to help me with something. If you help, you can do whatever you want with Big Sister, the woman said seductively, her eyes dreamy. What? A temptress? Chen Fan felt parched from her teasing, but his rationality told him to keep his distance. He pretended to be regretful and said, I admit you're very tempting, but my life is fragile, I can't afford this trouble. Little brother, you're so heartless. In that case, Big Sister will take matters into her own hands. The woman grew impatient, her voice turning cold. The next moment, her figure vanished like a ghost, reappearing in front of Chen Fan in an instant. Little brother, come with Big Sister. Her slender hand reached for Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan was prepared and immediately activated his Thunder Flash skill, instantly moving several meters away. Be a good boy and listen to Big Sister. The woman's body suddenly transformed into a shadowy cat. Beast transformation ability? Chen Fan grew alert, his body surging with lightning, a thunder dragon protecting him. Shadow kill. The shadowy cat extended claws a foot long, swiftly attacking Chen Fan. Such a petty trick. Chen Fan showed no fear, striking out with a thunderous palm, forcing her back. But the shadowy cat landed lightly, unharmed. Meow, she pounced again. The two exchanged dozens of moves, evenly matched. At that moment, a thin man stepped out from the shadows, sneering mockingly, Catwoman. You're getting more and more useless. The man wore a mask, obscuring his face, but his voice revealed he was no young man. Another one? Chen Fan's heart tightened. He punched Catwoman away and quickly created some distance. Catwoman reverted to her human form and stood beside the man. Eagle General, if the boss didn't want him alive, I would have taken him down already, the woman said with a dissatisfied snort. Use your brain. The man called Eagle General tapped his temple. Then, he pulled out two feather-like blades and precisely stabbed them into the unconsciously Yapang and Wan Winley's backs. Chen Fan frowned deeply, realizing the situation was dire. The other party clearly intended to use him. Sure enough, the man Luke joined us, and not only can we tell you who killed your parents, but we can also provide you with immense wealth and resources to help you grow quickly. The masked man spoke confidently, trying to pique Chen Fan's interest. With your talent, I believe you'll rise swiftly. When our cult overturns this world, you'll be a hero. Power, beauties, money, all yours. Chen Fan sneered inwardly. The teachings of the beast worship cult involved having exotic beasts slaughter 90% of humanity, a cruelty he could never condone. At this moment, the Catwoman approached to persuade him further. With a shy expression, she said, Little brother, the boss said that if you agree, this sister will be yours. Chen Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This seductive act, his frail body probably couldn't handle it. Who would end up playing whom was still uncertain. Just as Chen Fan was about to refuse, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Attention, host, system mission: infiltrate the beast worship cult and sabotage their secret operations in Qingqing City. Mission level, E. Chen Fan frowned. It seemed the beast worship cult indeed planned something sinister. However, he didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. Saving people was for those willing to do it. Chen Fan had no interest. But Qingqing City was connected to him, it was home to Tong Tong and Sister Yanran, and he couldn't let go of that. Thus, he decided to first uncover the cult's intentions. Feigning contemplation, he said indifferently, You're right, I do dislike this world. But I haven't planned to join you. Your identities are too sensitive, if exposed, I'd die miserably. The eagle-faced man and Catwoman exchanged glances, preparing to find an excuse when Chen Fan suddenly changed his tone. However, joining you isn't entirely out of the question. For starters, prepare 100 girls like her for me. Faced with Chen Fan's outrageous demand for 100 women, both the Catwoman and eagle-faced man widened their eyes. Brother, are you planning to be an emperor? 100 women, why not aim for the heavens? After a moment of thought, the eagle-faced man said, If you're not picky about appearances, 100 women is doable. But if they all have to be of her caliber, that might be difficult. The Catwoman stepped directly in front of Chen Fan, her chest almost pressing against him. She was tall, about 1.78 meters, nearly the same height as Chen Fan. Her red lips were just an inch away from his cheek. A fragrant tomorrow night, you must lure her here. After that, you don't need to worry about anything else. Consider this your pledge of loyalty. They want to deal with Choo Choo? Chen Fan's heart tightened. He carefully examined the masked man again, feeling even more uneasy. When this man appeared, Chen Fan had found his gaze familiar. Now he was certain. Chen Fan spoke directly, I guessed right. Your Uncle Chen, the one who almost got bullied that day when you came to pick up young Choo Choo, aren't you? The hawk-faced man's pupils contracted, clearly not expecting to be recognized. This kid has sharp eyes, recognizing me after just one meeting. His emotions were complicated, and after a dozen seconds, he removed his mask. Brother Chen, since you figured it out, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Let's work together from now on. Yes, it's me. Chen Fan was surprised by the man's straightforward admission. I don't understand. You're Yang Choo-Choo's father's driver, so you have access to her. Why do you need me to lure her here? What exactly are you planning to do to her? We're capturing her to deal with her father. Catwoman was about to reveal their plan when Uncle Chen interrupted her sharply. Catwoman, shut up. He's not one of us yet. Don't foolishly spill everything. Oh. Catwoman responded softly and quickly closed her mouth. Chen Fan secretly felt it was a pity. Uncle Chen took out a black pill and tossed it to Chen Fan. Swallow this, and you'll officially be one of us in the beast worship cult. Only then can we share our secrets with you. Chen Fan looked at the black pill in his hand, feeling wary. He asked, what is this? Uncle Chen smiled broadly. Brother Chen, don't be nervous. This is the Ascension pill bestowed by the beast god. After taking it, your soul will be closely connected to the beast god, who will continuously nourish your soul and rapidly enhance your mental strength. I don't believe it. Chen Fan rolled his eyes internally. He knew that taking this pill would likely turn him into a puppet of the so-called beast god. But with the system task in front of him, he had no choice but to proceed. Feigning hesitation, he asked, Uncle Chen, are you sure this thing has no side effects? Uncle Chen replied, only benefits, no drawbacks, of course, as long as you don't betray our cult. And if I do betray? Chen Fan asked curiously. Then you'll suffer terribly. The beast god will use his will to make your death extremely miserable. Uncle Chen's eyes showed fear as he spoke, clearly having witnessed the fate of traitors. Catwoman, on the other hand, was optimistic, giggling as she said, don't worry. Little brother. You're a genius. The organization won't harm you. As long as you don't betray us, they wouldn't bear to make things difficult for you. When you make it big, don't forget your sister, okay? Alright. Chen Fan pretended to be convinced, nodding as he tossed the pill toward his mouth. Seeing the pill disappear, the two immediately looked much friendlier. Brother Chen, welcome to the beast worship cult. Little brother, your sister will always be by your side from now on. Remember to take care of your sister, okay? Here's a secret for you, your sister is still a virgin. Chen Fan laughed heartily, his face showing great excitement. In truth, he had already written these two off as fools. He hadn't swallowed the Ascension pill at all. At the very moment he was about to put it in his mouth, he had secretly stored it in his spatial ring. His movements were clean and swift, and the two hadn't noticed his trick. After all, spatial rings had never appeared on Blue Star before. Chen Fan smiled at Uncle Chen. Now, can you tell me why you're capturing Yang Choo-Choo? Go ahead. Uncle Chen looked toward the center of Qing City, his expression cold. In 3 days, we will unleash a beast tied to completely destroy Qing City. What? Chen Fan's heart surged with shock. These lunatics, he cursed internally. Steadying his mind, Chen Fan continued to ask, and what does this have to do with capturing young Choo-Choo? Uncle Chen didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, do you know what kind of business the Yang Group is involved in? I heard they do maritime shipping and own 2 private docks, Chen Fan replied. Uncle Chen sneered. We plan to use the Yang Group's dock as cover, install powerful sonar, and lure the sea beasts to charge ashore, destroying Qingqing City in one fell swoop and turning this place into hell, ha ha ha. These lunatics. Chen Fan looked at Uncle Chen's almost maniacal expression, speechless. He really wanted to know how the beast cult brainwashed people. Interrupting the others' laughter, he asked, so you want to capture Yang Choo-Choo to threaten Yang Jianjun, ensuring your secret operation goes smoothly? Brother Chen is indeed clever, that's exactly our plan. Catwoman looked at Chen Fan's profile with admiration. This shameless woman. Chen Fan grumbled inwardly. Uncle Chen restrained his emotions and explained, I've been lurking in the Yang family for years, waiting for this day. Unfortunately, Yang Jianjun has started to suspect me and recently wants to transfer me away, so the plan to lure young Choo-Choo can only rely on you. Chen Fan calculated inwardly and pretended to hesitate. That little girl Choo-Choo is as pure as water. I quite like her. I feel a bit reluctant. Uncle Chen sneered. Brother Chen, you're overthinking. When the time comes, you lure her here, and you can deal with her however you want. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. Choo-Choo was still like a budding flower. He didn't want to rush things and ruin her. Suddenly, Catwoman hugged Chen Fan's arm, her ample chest rubbing against him incessantly. Brother? So you like purity, huh? Then how about me? As she spoke, her gaze became alluring, and her clothes instantly transformed into a JK schoolgirl style. A gray short skirt barely covered her hips, white stockings reached above her knees, and her pristine thighs were tightly wrapped. Her upper body was clad in a white shirt that couldn't conceal her ample chest, with the neckline slightly open, revealing an enticing cleavage. This was pure seduction, both innocent and sexy. My goodness, who could resist this? Chen Fan dared not look directly. He slightly tilted his head upward, fearing his nose might start bleeding. Seeing his flushed face, Catwoman proudly shook his arm, laughing joyfully. A little virgin, trying to escape my grasp. Chen Fan took a few deep breaths, suppressing his anger, and calmly said, I'll take on the task of luring young Choo-Choo. Great, great. Uncle Chen seemed very pleased. Chen Fan continued to ask, do you really know who killed my parents? Of course we do. Uncle Chen smiled mysteriously and said, since you're one of us now, come with me to meet the boss. He'll tell you the truth you want to know. Chen Fan hesitated. He could sense the respect these two had for the boss. He didn't know the other's strength and feared being discovered for not having taken the ascension pill. But he decided to go anyway. On one hand, the system's mission required him to sabotage the Beast Cult's plan, and he needed more clues. On the other hand, he genuinely wanted to know why the parents of this body had died. It was a pain in his heart. Lead the way. A few seconds later, Chen Fan decisively spoke. Uncle Chen chuckled and led the way into the shadows behind him. Chen Fan and Catwoman followed closely. A few minutes later, they entered a basement, taking an elevator down dozens of meters underground. To Chen Fan's surprise, the place was built luxuriously. Following Uncle Chen and Eagle General through several twists and turns, they finally arrived at a secret room door. Before they could knock, the door opened automatically, and a deep voice came from inside. Come in. Such sharp mental power. Chen Fan was startled, reminding himself to act like a member of the Beast Cult and not get exposed. Inside sat a chubby middle-aged man with his chest exposed. The strangest thing was that another human face grew on his chest, looking bizarre and terrifying. Chen Fan was utterly shocked. What kind of monster was this? As he froze, the face on the man's chest spoke first. Young man, welcome to the Beast Cult. I am one of the stewards here. You can call me Two-Face, or, like the others, call me Boss. Chen Fan swallowed hard, repeatedly telling himself in his heart that this man was part of the cult. He respectfully said, Boss, I've already guessed your purpose. Take a look at this. The two-faced man pointed at the air in front of him, and a ripple spread out. A mirror appeared out of thin air, its image shifting from blurry to clear. In the scene, a Volkswagen car was driving across a bridge spanning the river. Inside the car were 4 people. The driver was Chen Fan's father. In the passenger seat sat his mother, while his second uncle and aunt were seated in the back. The 4 were chatting and laughing, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Suddenly, 2 fierce figures rushed in from afar, completely ignoring the vehicles on the bridge. The force of their fight directly shattered the several hundred-meter-long bridge. Chen Fan's father's car plunged into the river along with the broken section of the bridge. The massive impact caused all 4 passengers to lose consciousness. The car drifted with the current and soon got stuck against a large rock by the riverbank. As water seeped into the car, it slowly began to sink to the bottom of the river. The first to wake up was Chen Fan's father. He desperately smashed open the car window and dragged the other 3 to the shore. However, he himself, having exhausted all his strength, collapsed in the water and failed to make it to the shore. When the 3 on the shore regained consciousness, they quickly understood what Chen Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Miss Cat, please behave yourself. I'm still a kid. I was just asking your age, okay? Hee hee, little brother, you're so funny, Catwoman said with a laugh. A lady's age is always a secret. Fine, forget it. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, quickly shook off her hand, and walked away briskly. Miss Cat, stop following me. No way. Catwoman clung to his arm again. The boss said I have to stick to you like glue during this time. Hee, don't trust me, huh? Chen Fan muttered as he walked, thinking about how to shake off this clingy demon. He made an excuse: if a stunning beauty suddenly appears by my side, it'll attract attention. By then, forget about luring Yang Chu here, she might misunderstand us and refuse to see me. Hee, silly brother, don't worry, I won't reveal my identity, Catwoman said. Then her body transformed into a 1-foot-long white cat, which lightly leaped onto Chen Fan's shoulder. Wow, this beast's transformation ability is amazing. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Damn it, I can't beat her, can't shake her off, what a hassle, he thought helplessly. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. He adjusted his mindset, picked up the white cat on his shoulder, and gently stroked it. Miss Cat, you can follow me, but don't reveal your true form in front of others. Don't scare people. Silly brother, don't touch me. Randomly, Catwoman's voice came from the cat's mouth. I will touch you. Chen Fan rubbed her head hard and reminded her, remember what I just said. Relax, silly brother, I value my life more than you do. That's good. Chen Fan nodded, holding the white cat as he headed home. By the way, how were the 2 corpses of Wang Wenli's cousins handled? Don't worry, little brother. The organization will claim responsibility. No one will trace it back to you, Catwoman said in a pure voice. That's good. Chen Fan returned home at 10 o'clock. Tong Tong was at Wang Yanran's house, so he didn't have to worry. Seeing that no one was home, Catwoman reverted to her human form. She unceremoniously lay sideways on the sofa, her skirt riding up, revealing a pair of long, fair legs without a hint of modesty. Little man, you held me for so long just now. You have to take responsibility. Chen Fan was helpless. This woman always teased him, igniting his desires. He decided to take a shower to cool off. I'm going to take a shower. Make yourself at home, he said, grabbing a dry towel from the balcony and heading to the bathroom. Catwoman continued to tempt him. Brother, want to shower with your sister? Chen Fan was so startled that he quickly darted into the bathroom and locked the door. This woman was terrifying. Honestly, with her seductive demeanor, who would believe she's a virgin? A few minutes later, Chen Fan came out of the bathroom after his shower. At some point, Catwoman had found all of Tong Tong's snacks and started eating them herself. You're really not shy, are you? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Catwoman giggled. I hereby declare that I am now the mistress of this house. No way, I don't agree. Chen Fan flatly refused. He pointed to a room and said, you can sleep in that room. Little man, no need to be so distant. Sister understands men the best. From now on, I'm yours. You can do whatever you want with me, Catwoman said lazily, lying sideways on the sofa. One fair leg was raised high, her fingers lightly caressing her smooth skin, exuding temptation. I'm for second-tier ability users, ordinary 220-volt voltage is completely useless. Fortunately, he had a voltage regulator at home. Catwoman, don't blame me for being ruthless. At 3 in the morning, Chen Fan quietly sneaked out of his bedroom and carefully adjusted the voltage to 600 volts. He connected one end of the wire to the doorknob of Catwoman's bedroom. Tomorrow morning, as soon as she opens the door, she'll definitely be knocked out. After setting everything up, he tiptoed back to his room to wait. Time passed slowly, and just as he was about to fall asleep, a scream rang out, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Mission accomplished. Chen Fan excitedly rushed out of his bedroom. Sure enough, Catwoman was lying stiffly on the ground. She must have passed out, right? He bent down to check. Unexpectedly, Catwoman suddenly grabbed his neck and pulled him into her embrace. What the? Chen Fan's face was buried directly into the soft embrace. But he had no time to enjoy it. The intense pain of the electric current swept through his body instantly. The agony was so severe he almost passed out. The 600-volt high voltage caused the two to stick tightly together. Catwoman held on for a few seconds before finally losing consciousness. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and endured. I can't pass out. If I can withstand this tearing pain, not only will I survive, but I might even break through to the peak of the first tier. Sweat soaked his entire body, but his will was as solid as a rock. Since returning from Yuliang Pass, he had used a large number of physique and mental strength enhancement cards, and his physique had already exceeded 100. What he lacked most now was mental strength. This tearing pain was precisely a test of mental strength. The more painful it was, the faster his mental strength would improve. If he could endure it, there was hope for a breakthrough. The endless pain continued, and he felt as if his cells were about to collapse. Half an hour later, the pain gradually subsided, and a sense of comfort slowly surged in his heart. Chen Fan knew he had made it through. Next came cellular regeneration. Another half hour passed, and his body fully adapted to the 600-volt current. Phew, it really feels like I escaped death. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS, level, first tier peak physique, 125 mental strength, 100 slaughter points, 65 skills, 9 heavens thunder. Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm evaluation, weak and powerless little chick current tasks, 1, achieve the top scholar title in Shannon province and participate in the ability. Lottery. Task level, E2. Humiliately yapping, upon completion, participate in the lottery. Chen Fan looked at the panel, thrilled. I really broke through to the peak of the first tier. My strength has improved significantly again. After his excitement, he realized he was having trouble breathing. What is this soft thing? And it smells so nice? He sniffed lightly and then realized his head was still buried in Catwoman's embrace. It's not like I deliberately took advantage of you, you're the one who hugged me. Chen Fan felt that if he didn't get out soon, he might suffocate, so he reluctantly pulled his head out. Since you gave me warmth, I won't kill you for now. He reluctantly picked up the unconscious Catwoman and placed her on the bed. This woman is beautiful, but she's too dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he directly tied Catwoman up tightly on the bed. Looking at his secure handiwork, Chen Fan couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Catwoman, oh Catwoman, now that you're in my hands, don't expect to live an easy life anymore. Half an hour later, Chen Fan took a taxi to the entrance of Qingqing City Hall. Just as he was pondering how to get inside, a man in a suit recognized him. The man, carrying a briefcase, hurried over with a flattering expression. Chen Fan, what brings you here? Chen Fan turned to look at him and found him familiar. He had seen him yesterday when he and Lei Jun went to meet Mayor Li. I have an urgent matter to discuss with the mayor. Can you take me inside? Chen Fan said urgently. No problem, brother Chen, follow me. 5 minutes later, Chen Fan successfully entered the mayor's office. Li Ji was somewhat surprised by Chen Fan's sudden visit. Chen Fan didn't bother with pleasantries and directly explained the beast worship cult's plan in detail. After hearing this, Li Ji's expression immediately turned serious. Brother Chen, this intelligence is extremely important. I've been keeping an eye on these beast cult followers for a long time. I didn't expect them to be hiding in that abandoned building. Don't worry, I'll send people over right away and make sure to capture those cultists in one fell swoop. After arranging the raid, Li Ji started chatting with Chen Fan. It took more than 10 minutes before Chen Fan managed to shake him off and leave the city government building. He first went to a Huawei store to buy the latest model of the Farah headphone, and then returned home. By this time, the Catwoman had already woken up. Although she was tightly bound to the bed, there wasn't a trace of fear or embarrassment on her face. When she saw Chen Fan enter, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at him coyly. Little brother, so you like playing with ropes, huh? If you'd told me earlier, Big Sis would have cooperated with you. Why go through all this trouble? She added, by the way, do you need a whip? Big Sis can even lend you her tail to play with. As she finished speaking, a white tail emerged from beneath her, swaying gently. Chen Fan sat down beside her, smiling as he stroked her smooth cheek. I suspect you're not really a shadow cat but more like a fox spirit. The Catwoman wasn't offended. Instead, her eyes curved into a smile. Little man, if you like, Big Sis can become a fox spirit for you. The next moment, her body went soft, and she easily slipped out of the ropes. She lay on her side on the bed, propping her head up with one arm, gazing at Chen Fan with deep affection. I guess you just went to tip someone off. Chen Fan flashed a devilish smile. It seemed this Catwoman wasn't as simple as she appeared. He openly admired her curves and waved his hand dismissively. So what? If you guessed? The plan is already set, you can't change anything. The Catwoman remained coy and gentle. Little brother, how about we make a bet? I bet the police will come to arrest you in less than an hour. Do you believe me? What do you mean? Chen Fan frowned. She didn't seem worried about being exposed at all. The Catwoman sat up, wrapping her arms around Chen Fan's neck like a lover. Her red lips brushed against his ear as she whispered, Little man, let me tell you, no one can save Qing City. Stop daydreaming. If you want to live, your only option is to leave Qing City immediately. Chen Fan couldn't tell if her words were true or false. There wasn't a hint of fear or concern on her face. He even wondered if the Catwoman had been electrocuted. Seeing him deep in thought, the Catwoman sighed regretfully. Little brother, Big Sis really likes you, but we are destined to be apart. With that, she gently kissed Chen Fan's forehead. Little brother, good luck. The next moment, the Catwoman transformed into a white cat, leaping from the windowsill and landing steadily from a height of 20 meters. Her white figure darted through the streets and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan stood by the window, watching her leave without stopping her. Where did things go wrong? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. By now, Mayor Li's people should have already captured several beast cult cultists. Logically, I should have disrupted their plans. So why does the system still show the mission as incomplete? Half an hour later, Chen Fan finally understood why the system deemed the mission incomplete. At that moment, more than a dozen police officers surrounded his home, their attitude firm, ready to act at any moment. Leading them was the captain of Qing City's Criminal Investigation Unit, a second-tier peak ability user. He stared coldly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, to cover up your murders, you fabricated lies about the beast cult. Someone like you is utterly despicable and deserves to die. Don't think you can escape the law just because you're talented. Come with us. Before he could finish speaking, they had already moved to handcuff Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt frustrated. Clearly, he had underestimated the beast cult's methods. He guessed that someone on the inside must have betrayed them, allowing the beast cult to learn about the raid immediately. This also explained the Catwoman's composure and confidence. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Chen Fan, and he had to find a way to break out of it. He looked at the captain and asked coldly, "Captain, may I know your name?" "What, are you planning to take revenge on me?" The captain sneered, "You brat, your crime ensures you'll spend your life in prison." "Want revenge on me? Wait for your next life." At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chen Fan's mind. "Attention, host, there's no need to endure harassment. System task, kill Li Wenxiang within 3 days. Task level, E-. Completion will grant a chance to participate in the lottery." Chen Fan frowned slightly. The opponent was at the peak of the second tier, and a direct confrontation would be impossible to win. However, with 3 days allotted for the task, he had enough time to deal with him. Chen Fan stared at the captain with a sinister look, and directly called out his name. "Your name is Li Wenxiang, right? I guess you have a younger brother named Li Wenbin? Your brother got into a spat with me, lost his composure, went crazy during the exam, and ended up disqualified from the college entrance exam. So, you're trying to use this as an excuse to take revenge on me, aren't you?" Chen Fan's words were like sharp blades, piercing Li Wenxiang's heart one by one. Li Wenxiang had no idea how Chen Fan recognized him, but it made him fear and hate Chen Fan even more. "Stop talking nonsense and come with me. Back at the police station, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Li Wenxiang, furious, grabbed Chen Fan's arm and dragged him outside. As he walked, he loudly cursed Chen Fan, making sure the onlookers knew what was happening. As they left the neighborhood, many people recognized Chen Fan and began discussing him in shock. "Isn't this the top scorer of the 3-city joint exam? I never thought he'd commit murder. I heard Captain Li say that Chen Fan not only killed someone but also did something unspeakable to a high school freshman girl. Looks like I misjudged him. I thought he was a hero, but it turns out he's so filthy behind the scenes." The surrounding chatter was unbearably harsh. If Chen Fan weren't thick-skinned and mentally strong, he would have been driven mad by these words. The Li brothers are truly cut from the same cloth, neither of them is any good. At this moment, Chen Fan felt that besides killing Li Wenxiang, he also needed to deal with his brother, Li Wenbin. Being taken to the police station didn't scare him at all. Chen Fan was always cautious. When he left the abandoned building yesterday, he had taken the dashcam from Li Yaping's car. It clearly recorded the events of the crime scene, and he had already handed the video over to Mayor Li Ji. Li Ji would definitely help him, this was a sure thing. As soon as Chen Fan was brought into the police station, Li Ji appeared. He dismissed everyone else, leaving only Chen Fan behind. "Chen Fan, this time it's my oversight. I didn't expect there to be a traitor from the beast worship cult among us, and we failed to catch them. I brought you in to confuse the enemy and use you as bait to lure out members of the beast worship cult. Given their methods, they'll definitely send someone to kill you. I've already set up a trap. As long as we catch one member, we can force them to reveal their hideout. Old Li, you should have told me in advance. Chen Fan was a bit displeased. Although Li Ji's reasoning was sound, he didn't like being manipulated. Li Ji's expression changed, and he explained, the situation is urgent. I don't know who is friend or foe, so I had no choice but to make you uncomfortable. Once this is over, I'll privately compensate you with 10 million yuan. That's more like it. Chen Fan's expression relaxed. He looked at Li Ji and said, the fewer people who know about this plan, the better. Be extremely cautious with the undercover personnel. If the spy is among them, I might not even know the cause of my death. Don't worry, I'll handle it properly. Li Ji nodded and then whispered, time to act. With that, Li Ji suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, Chen Fan, I never thought you'd do something like this. You've really disappointed me. He shouted for several minutes before storming out in anger, slamming the door behind him. This old Li's acting is really bad, Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling a bit worried. Soon, the news of Chen Fan's murder and imprisonment spread throughout Xinjiang. He went from being a respected young hero to a despised murderer. Chen Fan didn't care. After all, Li Ji had promised to compensate him with 10 million yuan and publicly clear his name. In the interrogation room, Criminal Investigation Captain Li Wenxiang sat across from Chen Fan, his gaze as fierce as a tiger's. Chen Fan, do you know how Wenbin is doing now? He's the laughingstock of the entire class. Because of you, he's hiding at home, too. Scared to go out, mentally broken, and even contemplating suicide. Between classmates, why would you treat him like that? Why are you an ability user? Why didn't you say so earlier? Tell me, don't you deserve to die? Every word from Li Wenxiang dripped with hatred, cutting into Chen Fan like a knife. Chen Fan was speechless. Only your brother is allowed to humiliate others, and I have to endure it? Chen Fan sneered coldly, I can only say, your brother deserved it. Trash like him dares to insult me? When I get out, I'll make sure he fulfills his bet, streaking in front of the whole class. You! Li Wenxiang nearly ground his teeth to dust. Chen Fan, you're on the brink of death, yet you're still so arrogant. If it weren't for the surveillance camera above, he would have already beaten him up. Don't think just because Mayor Li ordered not to touch you that I have no means. I suggest you hurry up and confess to the murder. No one here will bring you food or water, let's see how long you can last. After speaking, he shot Chen Fan a venomous glare before reluctantly leaving the interrogation room. Once the interrogation ended, Chen Fan was taken to a special detention room for ability users. From 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., a full 12 hours, no one brought him even a bite of food. That bastard. The first thing I'm doing when I get out is killing Li Wenxiang. Chen Fan gritted his teeth. But he wasn't worried at all. With his body, going a few days without food or water was no problem. Late at night, Chen Fan remained wide awake, staying on high alert, fearing that the cult of beast worship might launch a surprise attack under the cover of darkness. The entire night passed without incident. Early the next morning, just as Chen Fan was starting to nod off, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The system has determined that you have ranked first in the Southern Province Martial Examination with a score of 18,000 points. You have been awarded the title of Top Scholar of the Southern Province Martial Examination and unlocked the F-rank ability extraction privilege. Would you like to begin the draw? Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, then a broad smile broke across his face. Looks like the Southern Province Education Department has released the results. He was ecstatic but didn't rush to draw the ability. The last time he received an ability infusion, he lost control of his body for half an hour. It felt incredibly dangerous. If someone were to attack him right now, he wouldn't stand a chance. He tentatively asked, System, how long will this ability infusion render me immobile this time? F-rank ability infusion will not deprive the host of body control. Perfect. Chen Fan decisively hit the draw button. The wheel spun slowly and finally stopped on the words mimicry. Mimicry? What kind of ability is this? Chen Fan pondered. The system immediately explained, the mimicry ability allows the host to imitate the appearance of anyone they have seen. Simply put, you can become someone else. This is incredible. Chen Fan couldn't wait to try it out. He visualized a person's face in his mind, and his body instantly began to change. A few seconds later, his appearance and physique had completely transformed. Although this doesn't directly aid in combat, it's perfect for infiltration, concealment, or pulling off some sneaky tricks. Chen Fan was very satisfied. Could I turn into a girl and sneak into the women's bathhouse? A wild idea suddenly popped into his head. Bah! I'm not that kind of person. Chen Fan quickly shook his head, dismissing the lewd thought. Ha! My physique and mental strength have improved. He glanced at the system panel, his eyes lighting up. Host, Chen Fan. Abilities, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS, Mimicry, F. Level, First Tier Peak. Physique, 132. Mental Strength, 110. Kill Points, 65. Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Move, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm, Mimicry. Evaluation, a weak and powerless little chick. Current missions, 1. Kill Li Wenxian, mission level, E. Completion reward, ability draw. 2. Humiliate Li Yaping, mission complete. Reward available, ability draw. It seems the new ability also enhances my physical attributes. I wonder when the system will issue another ability draw mission. After some thought, Chen Fan decided to claim the reward for the Humiliate Li Yaping mission. System, begin the draw. A few seconds later, the notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have received a skill reward, Thunder Wings. Thunder Wings? What's that? Chen Fan was shocked, he hadn't expected to draw a skill. The possessor can transform lightning into wings, enabling flight. Amazing! Chen Fan was overjoyed, as flying was everyone's dream. Everything is ready, just waiting for the beast cult guys to show up. I can't wait to soar into the sky. Just as Chen Fan used himself as bait, waiting for the beast cult to take the hook, a military port in Xinjiang was filled with over a dozen massive sonar emitters. A special low-frequency sound wave was being transmitted into the deep sea. Meanwhile, groups of sea beasts began to stir, swimming toward the coastline. This was all extremely strange, yet no one noticed anything unusual. The next day, Chen Fan was brought to the interrogation room again and questioned for a full hour. He adamantly denied committing murder, leaving criminal investigation. Captain Li Wenxian furious due to the lack of evidence. Life in the detention room was monotonous and dull, and by the afternoon of the second day, the beast cult's retaliation still hadn't appeared. However, the conversation of a few police officers outside caught Chen Fan's attention. Did you see the news online? Someone filmed a massive gathering of sea beasts at Bohai Port. No idea what they're up to. I heard from experts that it's the season for sea beasts to pair up and lay eggs. Nothing major, they'll disperse on their own after a while. Oh, I see. That scared me for a moment. This conversation made Chen Fan highly alert. He suspected the beast cult's plan might have succeeded. These experts are so clueless. Pairing up and laying eggs? The sea beasts are about to attack the city, and they're still saying that. Shouldn't we evacuate the citizens? Xinjiang is doomed. Chen Fan was extremely anxious. Tong Tong and Wan Yanran were ordinary people. If a sea beast tide broke out, they wouldn't survive. Chen Fan realized that Li Ji's scheme had failed. He hurriedly shouted at the two officers who were about to leave, "Comrades, wait a moment." The two turned back impatiently, saying coldly, "Looking for food? Forget it. You've offended Captain Li, you're in for it. Damn it." Chen Fan roared inwardly, wanting to slap each of these small fries. He suppressed his anger and said, "Call your chief, I have something important to report." "You think you're worthy of seeing our chief?" The two sneered disdainfully. "Just wait here to die." Chen Fan initially wanted to reason with them, but they wouldn't listen at all. "Talking to you is such a waste of time. Get lost." Chen Fan knew no one here would help him. Looking for a fight? One of them got angry and was about to rush in to beat him. The other quickly held him back. "Brother Pang, calm down. Do you still want to wear a police uniform in the future?" Mayor Li already said not to touch a single hair on him. "You're lucky." The man ultimately didn't act. "Just starve to death here." After they left, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. It's one thing for others not to understand the sea beast gathering, but Li Ji can't possibly be unaware, right? Why hasn't he evacuated the citizens? Moreover, his plan failed. He should have notified the police station to release me. Why am I still locked up? After thinking for a long time, Chen Fan realized one possibility: Li Ji was in trouble. Chen Fan waited in the detention room for an hour, but there was still no news of his release. Li Ji is unreliable. If I want to get out, I'll have to rely on myself. He began carefully observing, trying to see if he could break through the walls to escape. This was a last resort. If he stayed here and the beast tide struck, he would surely die. But this detention room was specially designed for those with abilities, and his strength couldn't break through. Am I really going to die here? I haven't even wooed Sister Yanran yet, and Chu Chu hasn't confessed to me. I'm not willing to accept this. Chen Fan pounded his chest in frustration. Finally, after 10 minutes, he came up with a way to escape. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Chen Fan activated his mimicry ability, transforming into Li Wenxiang's appearance within seconds. He walked to the bed and deliberately revealed himself. Soon, a passing officer noticed him. "Ha, Captain Li? Why are you locked up here? Where's Chen Fan?" The officer looked surprised. "The fish has taken the bait." Chen Fan smiled inwardly and quickly said in Li Wenxiang's angry voice, "Damn it, I was tricked by Chen Fan. He lured me into the room and escaped himself." "What? Chen Fan escaped?" The young officer was shocked. "Captain Li, I'll go sound the alarm right now. Maybe we can still block him." "Get back here, kid." Chen Fan would never let him sound the alarm. If Li Wenxiang really came, it would be over for him. Imitating Li Wenxiang's tone, Chen Fan said domineeringly, "Open the door first and let me out. I'll handle this personally." "Oh, okay." The young officer didn't think much of it and quickly pulled out the key to unlock the door. The next moment, he was knocked unconscious by a single palm strike from Chen Fan. "Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's just your bad luck." Chen Fan glanced around and quickly dragged the unconscious officer into a corner. "Stay put, little guy. I'm going out for a spin." He transformed again, this time into the young officer. Calmly, he walked out of the holding room, locked the door, and strode toward the police station's exit. 5 minutes later, Chen Fan successfully walked out of the police station courtyard. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. "Chen Peng, what are you doing running out during work hours? Did you ask for leave? Get back here." What a coincidence. Chen Fan froze. Judging by the voice, it was Li Wenxiang. "I almost forgot, I still have a system task. I must eliminate this guy within 3 days, and T.I. Catwoman, I let you go last time, but this time I won't." Chen Fan reached out to grab her. His strength had greatly increased, and he was no longer the same as before, but he still came up empty-handed. The white cat moved nimbly, leaping lightly to a spot 10 meters away. "Don't run!" The lightning on Chen Fan's arm transformed into a large hand, reaching for the white cat. "Little brother, you really have the heart to strike your big sister, don't you?" The white cat appeared 10 meters away. This time, she had returned to her human form. "Little brother, big sister is here to discuss a deal with you." "A deal? Do you think I would make a deal with someone from the beast cult?" Chen Fan stared at her coldly. Previously, when the beast cult hadn't threatened his family, he could maintain a superficial cooperation with Catwoman. But now that Wang Yanran and Tongtong's lives were in danger, he would not show any mercy. Catwoman's face still carried an enchanting smile, her voice full of allure. "Little man, don't you want to save Qingqing City? Don't you want to know where the mayor has gone? Li Ji, that guy, whether he's dead or crippled, I don't care. As for saving Qingqing City, sorry, I'm not interested." Chen Fan snorted coldly, his tone icy. His coldness stemmed from his understanding that once he showed any weakness, the beast cult would exploit it to control him. Catwoman covered her mouth and laughed softly, walking toward Chen Fan without the slightest fear of him making a sudden move. "Men are such liars. Little brother, big sister has been secretly observing you these past few days. I know exactly what you're planning." Catwoman's coquettish demeanor faded, her expression turning serious. "Chen Fan, although your strength is a bit lacking, your talent is exceptional. You're a dual ability user with an outstanding mindset and intelligence. You're already qualified to cooperate with me." Chen Fan frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. He couldn't figure out what Catwoman was up to. Seeing his confusion, Catwoman took the initiative to explain, "You and I work together. I'll help you save Li Ji, and you help me take down Shuangmian." "You want to kill Shuangmian?" Chen Fan was almost shocked silly. Catwoman's words were becoming more and more outrageous. He looked at her suspiciously. "As far as I know, the beast cult has strict rules. Attacking a superior would bring punishment from the beast god. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? That's why, sorry, I don't believe you at all." Chen Fan, of course, didn't believe her. Anyone who did would be a fool. After all, everyone knew the beast cult's methods of controlling its followers. "I like cautious men." Catwoman chuckled lightly, her aura suddenly surging, instantly revealing herself as an early-stage Tier 3 ability user. "Little brother, if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Now, do you believe me?" Chen Fan's heart trembled. Catwoman had been hiding her strength all along. His 600 volts of electricity hadn't been able to take her down at all. She had been acting from the very beginning. Oh no, I've taken advantage of her for so long. Will she take revenge on me? Chen Fan thought of the awkward moments when they had fallen together and couldn't help but shiver. Ha, little brother, the strength you've shown has truly impressed big sister. You're very attractive, and big sister can't bear to kill you. Catwoman returned to her coquettish demeanor, gently kissing her fingers. The next moment, she pressed her lipstick-marked finger against Chen Fan's lips. Oh my god, a seductress. Chen Fan had been indirectly kissed. He pretended to stay calm and said, "Now I believe you, but I still have some doubts. You must have taken that ascension pill, right? Aren't you afraid of the beast god's curse?" Catwoman chuckled softly, leaning close to Chen Fan's ear and whispering, "Little brother, haven't you heard? Cats have 9 lives. What? Is that even possible?" Chen Fan was utterly shocked. "Big sister, your beast transformation ability is truly amazing." Now, Chen Fan basically believed Catwoman. With her strength, she could have easily dealt with him long ago. Even if she wanted to force-feed him that ascension pill, it wouldn't have been impossible. But she hadn't done so, which meant she was telling the truth. She was secretly planning to defect from the beast cult. One last question. Why do you want to kill Shuangmian? Chen Fan voiced the doubt in his heart. Catwoman fell silent, lost in her memories. After several breaths, she spoke faintly. When I was 8, the beast cult massacred all 523 people in my village. Only I survived because my parents hid me in a dry well. I clearly remember the leader of the group. It was Shuangmian. Over the years, I joined the beast cult just to find an opportunity to kill him and avenge my family. Hatred filled Catwoman's stunningly beautiful face. So, she has such a story too. Chen Fan felt a twinge of sympathy in his heart. Such a good person, yet she must have suffered greatly in the evil beast cult all these years. Come here, let big brother give you a hug. Chen Fan opened his arms, wanting to comfort her. Stupid little brother, your intentions aren't pure. Catwoman placed a soft hand on Chen Fan's chest, stopping him. Haha, my bad. My bad. Chen Fan quickly laughed to cover his embarrassment. Curse this damned sympathy. Alright, tell me your plan. I agree to cooperate with you. Chen Fan instantly regained his commanding aura, exuding confidence. Catwoman covered her mouth with a light laugh and then spoke seriously. Right now, the beast cult has gathered nearly 50,000 sea beasts near Bohai Bay. If 50,000 sea beasts charge into Qingqing City, the entire city will be reduced to ruins in an instant, and millions of ordinary people will be slaughtered. The only way to stop the beast tide is to mobilize the garrison troops stationed at the entrances of nearby dimensional spaces. But the authority to deploy troops lies with Li Ji, and he has been captured by the beast cult. So, to save Qingqing City, we must first rescue Li Ji. I see. Chen Fan nodded, then quickly asked, where is Li Ji being held? Catwoman smiled at him but didn't directly reveal the location. Instead, she said, little brother, you haven't promised to help me deal with Shuangmian yet. Sister, I have plenty of opportunities to eliminate Shuangmian. Right now, the priority is resolving the crisis in Qingqing City. Chen Fan reluctantly assured her. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll persuade Li Ji to find a way to kill him. If that doesn't work, once I'm strong enough, killing him will be a piece of cake. Sister, rest assured. Hold tight to my sturdy thigh, and I guarantee you a life of wealth and glory. Ha ha ha. Catwoman burst into laughter, pouting her lips and tilting her chin up. Little man, just relying on this thigh won't attract your sister. What? Then which thigh needs to be sturdy to attract you? Chen Fan was alarmed. This enchantress, her words, were full of hidden meanings. What do you think? Catwoman raised an eyebrow. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject. So, where exactly is Li Ji being held? Catwoman stopped teasing and said seriously, at the Bohai Bay port. There are many sea beasts there, along with several members of the beast cult. My plan is for you to follow me in. I'll distract them while you take the opportunity to rescue Li Ji. Chen Fan found it risky and asked, I'm not a beastified ability user. If I get close to the beast tide, I'll definitely be attacked. We'll need another way to sneak in. Catwoman was already prepared. Don't worry, sister won't send you to your death. She playfully scolded as she leaned closer to Chen Fan and whispered, open your mouth. Chen Fan, confused, obediently opened his mouth. Catwoman's red lips moved closer, less than half an inch away. The next moment, a glowing white pearl slid from her mouth into Chen Fan's. This is a beast core I nurtured within my body. Holding it in your mouth will mask your human scent. As long as you don't attack first, the sea beasts won't attack you. Catwoman's face turned pale, her breath weak. Clearly, removing the beast core from her body had taken a toll on her. Chen Fan quickly supported her soft body. He was shocked, realizing the deep connection between beast cores and beastified ability users. Yet Catwoman dared to give such a thing to him. Aren't you afraid I'll use this to threaten you? Chen Fan asked with a smile. Threaten me? What bad thing do you want me to do? The enchantress's peach blossom eyes feigned innocence. Of course, to threaten you into doing some bad things for me. Chen Fan grinned mischievously. Ha, little brother, it's good to have the thought, but do you have the guts? Catwoman giggled, shrugging. That morning, sister was unconscious, and you still didn't do anything to me. Oomph, who are you underestimating? Chen Fan stomped his feet in anger, secretly vowing that next time he would show Catwoman what true power meant. Besides, if he had really dared to lay a hand on Catwoman that day, he would have been doomed. Chen Fan felt secretly relieved, thank goodness he was a gentleman. After the two discussed their plan, Catwoman transformed back into a white cat and leapt into Chen Fan's arms, treating him as a free mode of transportation. Chen Fan, helpless, could only carry her as they headed toward the Bohai Bay port. Little brother, you're not planning to run there on foot, are you? The white cat asked, looking up. Isn't that the plan? Chen Fan retorted. Take a cab, you silly brother. I really doubt your brain. Sometimes. Oh. Chen Fan slapped his forehead and quickly flagged down a taxi by the roadside. Driver, to the Bohai Bay port. Chen Fan, holding the white cat, got into the front passenger seat. The driver, hearing someone was heading to Bohai Bay, not only showed no fear but seemed particularly excited. Young man, are you also going to see the sea beasts? You're my fifth customer heading to Bohai Bay today. So many people are going? Chen Fan frowned. Of course. The scene there is absolutely spectacular, tens of thousands of sea beasts, at the very least. But don't worry, they're very docile. As long as you don't get too close, they won't attack you. The driver grew more and more animated as he spoke, while Chen Fan remained speechless, marveling at how ignorance could be so terrifying. Driver, I suggest you finish this trip and head home to stay safe. These sea beasts are no joke, Chen Fan kindly advised. What a joke! Only a fool wouldn't make money. Business has been booming these past few days. I can earn several days' worth of income in just one day. The driver had a look that said, mind your own business. Suit yourself. Knowing he couldn't persuade the driver, Chen Fan gave up. He placed the white cat on his lap and closed his eyes to rest. For the past 2 days, he'd been on high alert, guarding against sneak attacks from the beast worship cult. His mental energy was already drained, and he needed to seize the time to recover. The ride was silent. About an hour later, the taxi stopped a kilometer away from the Bohai Bay port. Brother, this is as far as I can take you. Driving any closer might attract the sea beast's attention. The driver patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, waking him from his nap. We're here? Chen Fan looked out the window and saw a dense, dark mass in the distance. The beach was teeming with sea beasts. What do you think? Spectacular, right? The driver, accustomed to the sight, looked at Chen Fan's stunned expression with pride. Young man, you've never seen these exotic beasts before, have you? You young people these days are so sheltered. Not like in our day, we had to endure hardships. Ordinary folks had to pick up weapons and fight exotic beasts. The driver began boasting about his youthful exploits. Chen Fan had no interest in listening. He paid the fare and quickly got out of the car. The driver stayed where he was, convinced that Chen Fan wouldn't last long before coming back. After all, most young people who came here were just looking for a thrill or to broaden their horizons, and they usually got bored quickly. But this time, he was wrong. As he lit a cigarette and leisurely watched Chen Fan walk away, he was shocked to see Chen Fan heading straight toward the beast horde. This young man has guts, the driver muttered, taking a couple of puffs and shaking his head. But soon, his eyes widened in disbelief. He witnessed a scene he would never forget. The young man he had just driven walked boldly into the beast horde, and the sea beasts completely ignored him. Oh my God, did I just give a ride to a ghost? The driver turned pale with fear. It wasn't until the cigarette burned his fingers that he snapped out of it. He quickly tossed the cigarette, slammed on the gas, and sped back to the city. Meanwhile, Chen Fan walked among the beast horde, appearing calm on the surface but feeling incredibly tense inside. Many of the sea beasts around him exuded an aura far beyond the second tier, and he didn't even dare to take a deep breath. Damn it, Li Ji, you useless fool. I can't believe I have to risk my life to save you. That 1 million compensation you promised feels like a huge loss. Now, Chen Fan thought as he walked, already planning how to extort 1 billion from Li Ji to soothe his wounded soul. As they were about to pass through the beast horde, Catwoman jumped out of his arms and transformed back into her human form. Silly brother, the Eagle General has been sent on a mission by the double-faced faction. You can disguise yourself as him, it'll be much safer that way. After Catwoman finished speaking, she took the lead and walked deeper inside. Chen Fan nodded, his figure transforming into the appearance of Eagle General, and cautiously followed. The Bohai Bay port was vast, with hundreds of cargo ships docked. Catwoman led him through the crowd and quickly boarded the deck of a massive freighter. Little brother, try not to speak later, don't give yourself away, Catwoman warned cautiously. Don't worry, I'm a master of acting, Chen Fan replied, confidently with a smile, closely following Catwoman into the cabin. The two moved carefully through the dark cabin, navigating narrow passageways until they reached a rest area. Here, 7 or 8 members of the beast worship cult were gathered, each with a unique appearance. Their arrival immediately drew attention. Weren't you sent out on a mission by the boss? Is it completed? A young man with a dog's head approached and asked. Completed, Catwoman replied softly, quickly bypassing him. However, the young man moved closer to Chen Fan, sniffing him intensely, his eyes narrowing slightly. Eagle General, something's off about your scent. This guy's nose is terrifyingly sharp. Chen Fan's heart tightened. Could it be that he had been discovered as soon as he appeared? The surrounding people began to gather, scrutinizing Eagle General Chen Fan closely. Catwoman also grew tense. Suddenly, the dog-headed man smirked mischievously, clicking his tongue in amazement. Eagle General, I didn't expect you to be the first among us brothers to taste Catwoman. The scent of this cat demon on you must have been quite a battle, huh? Impressive. Come on, tell us, what's so special about Catwoman's scent? The expressions of the crowd shifted unpredictably as they stared at the two in astonishment. Catwoman, how could you favor this old guy Eagle General? How about playing with me instead? A bald man said with a wicked grin toward Catwoman. Get lost. Catwoman snorted coldly, walking quickly alongside Chen Fan through the area. The group behind them continued to stare at Catwoman's back with teasing gazes. You're quite popular, huh? Chen Fan teased after they had walked some distance. Jealous, little brother? Catwoman replied playfully. With a smile. I wouldn't get jealous. If anyone's jealous, it should be others jealous of me. Chen Fan stubbornly denied it. Hearing those vulgar remarks about Catwoman earlier had indeed made him a bit upset. Don't worry, little brother, your sister is still a virgin. I couldn't care less. Chen Fan snorted coldly. Soon, a man in a suit with elegant manners appeared before them. He took a rose from behind his back and handed it to Chen Fan, exuding gentlemanly charm. Eagle General, here's a rose for you. This? Chen Fan was puzzled. Giving roses to everyone he met, this man seemed to have a good relationship with him. Just as he was about to accept it, Catwoman slapped the rose away. Flower gentleman, don't mess around. This is the most critical time for our beast worship cult. If the boss finds out about this, don't blame me for being rude. Catwoman scolded sternly. Before the man could respond, Catwoman pulled Chen Fan away quickly. The man, called Flower Gentleman, wasn't angry at all. With a sly smile on his face, he admired Chen Fan's figure, occasionally plucking a petal and chewing it slowly. Who is that guy? Chen Fan asked, confused as to why Catwoman wouldn't let him accept the rose. Catwoman whispered. To him, that guy has a peculiar fetish. If you accept his rose, you won't live past the next day. Is the rose poisoned? Chen Fan's face turned pale, he had almost lost his life. Catwoman smirked mischievously, not poison. It's his preference for men. He'll knock on your door at midnight and play with you until you die. What the? Chen Fan broke into a cold sweat, swearing he never wanted to have any dealings with the beast worship cult again. Of course, Catwoman was an exception, after all, she was still tolerable. Little brother, I'll take you on a tour of the ship first. You need to remember the layout because we'll have to act separately later. Catwoman said as she walked, introducing the purpose of each room to Chen Fan. Soon, the two arrived in front of a heavy iron door. Catwoman signaled to Chen Fan with her eyes, and then the two quickly left. Little brother, Li Ji is locked behind that iron door, and Double Face is inside too. Double Face is there too? What's he doing? Chen Fan was surprised, It seemed rescuing Li Ji wouldn't be easy. He wants to extract Li Ji's life essence, absorb it into his own body, and enhance his power. What kind of madness is this? Chen Fan was shocked. The beast worship cult was indeed terrifying. So we must rescue Li Ji quickly. If Double Face's plan succeeds, everything will be over. Catwoman's eyes were filled with urgency. Understood. Chen Fan nodded firmly. Catwoman continued, I'll try to lure away the other members of the beast worship cult. As for how to deceive Double Face and rescue Li Ji, that's up to you. This mission is tough. Chen Fan frowned, but since they'd come this far, he could only grit his teeth and press on. He nodded confidently, don't worry, leave it to me. Within 10 minutes, Chen Fan memorized all the terrain, even remembering everyone's names, personalities, and weaknesses. Catwoman took him back to her room to continue planning the next steps. In a moment, I'll be responsible for attracting as many people as possible to the beach near the port. You go cut the power to create chaos, then find an opportunity to act. After finalizing the details, the two quickly began their operation. Catwoman headed to the entertainment lounge, pretending to deliver orders. What time is it now, and you still have the mood to play? The boss asked me to inform everyone to immediately patrol near the port and capture all suspicious individuals to ensure the operation goes smoothly. The boss is really something. Can't he let us rest for a bit? We've already controlled the experts and media, and the entire Qing city believes this place is a breeding ground for sea beasts. There's no need to be so tense. Someone complained, but they still took action, clearly showing Double Face's high prestige among them. Chen Fan, meanwhile, stood outside the ship's control room, quietly waiting for the next step. 5 minutes later, he confirmed that everyone in the cabin had left before pushing the door open and entering. Inside the control room sat a slightly chubby man wearing a baseball cap. He looked surprised when he saw Chen Fan enter. Eagle bro, why did you come here? Chen Fan carefully recalled his interactions with Eagle General and imitated his tone. The boss asked me to check around to ensure there are no issues on the ship. The man in the baseball cap paused for a moment before quickly assuring, don't worry, Eagle bro, everything here is absolutely fine. That can't be guaranteed. Chen Fan pretended to conduct a routine inspection. He pointed to a row of switches on the control panel and asked, what do these control? The man in the baseball cap hurriedly explained them one by one. A few minutes later, Chen Fan had a basic grasp of how to operate the entire ship. He flicked his finger, sending a small electric arc into one of the switches. The next second, the entire cabin plunged into darkness. Luya, what's going on? Chen Fan shouted in panic, his tone urgent. Maybe the power's out. Don't worry, Eagle bro, I'll fix it right away. Luya fumbled to take out a flashlight and began checking the circuits. But the next moment, a thin electric arc struck the flashlight. A puff of black smoke emerged, and the control room was once again enveloped in darkness. Luya stared speechlessly at the darkness before him. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had quietly slipped out. Here, only I can use a flashlight. He took out the flashlight he'd prepared earlier and headed toward the heavy iron door. Behind the iron door, Li Ji lay on an operating table, a high-tech device extracting milky white liquid from his body. Double Face stood silently nearby. Suddenly, the secret room plunged into darkness, and the device stopped. Double Face frowned and walked out of the room. At that moment, Chen Fan was standing right at the door. Eagle General, what's going on? Double Face, completely unflustered, immediately recognized Chen Fan. Chen Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed respectfully. Boss, there's an issue on Luya's side, he's repairing the power now. Double Face, though slightly displeased, didn't say much. Suddenly, the eyes on the face on his chest snapped open. You're not Eagle General. Who are you really? Damn, I've been exposed. Chen Fan's heart tightened, unsure how the other party had seen through him. But the most important thing now was to escape. He raised the flashlight in his hand, shining it directly into Double Face's eyes, and darted away in an instant. By the time Double Face regained his vision, Chen Fan had vanished without a trace. No matter who you are, you're dead today. Double Face roared, his voice echoing throughout the cabin. Attention everyone, the imposter pretending to be Eagle General has appeared. Seal off the deck immediately. No one is allowed to enter or leave the cabin. Although many people had been lured outside by Catwoman, there were still a few members of the beast cult inside the cabin. These individuals immediately became alert, their hearts pounding with fear. Chen Fan slipped into a passageway, his expression shifting as he transformed into Catwoman's appearance. As long as Double-Face doesn't recognize me, no one will suspect I can change faces. He carefully concealed himself. A few minutes later, a burly man holding a flashlight bumped into him. Catwoman? Have you seen Eagle General? Chen Fan gently shook his head without speaking, as it was difficult for him to mimic Catwoman's sultry voice. The man nodded, brushing past him and continuing his search. Chen Fan, bold yet cautious, quietly made his way back toward the heavy iron door. Standing at the entrance was a man in a suit, Flower Gentleman. This guy didn't get lured ashore? Chen Fan frowned, imitating Catwoman's gait and swaying his hips. At the same time, he had one hand behind his back, where a powerful ball of lightning was forming in his palm. Flower Gentleman tensed up when he saw someone approaching, but relaxed upon realizing it wasn't Eagle General. Catwoman, the boss said no one is allowed near here. I'm just passing through. Chen Fan tried his best to mimic Catwoman's voice. Your voice. Flower Gentleman frowned. In the next instant, the lightning in Chen Fan's palm struck Flower Gentleman's left chest with a sudden burst. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the lightning nearly tore through Flower Gentleman's heart. He was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. Chen Fan quickly rushed into the secret room. Old Li. He patted Li Ji's shoulder, trying to wake him up. But Li Ji was deeply unconscious, showing no response. Damn it! Chen Fan was extremely anxious. He pulled out the tubes connected to Li Ji, hoisted him onto his back, and darted out of the secret room. At that moment, the cabin lights came back on, and 6 or 7 people rushed in. No time left. Chen Fan quickly opened a door and hid inside. Double-Face soon arrived, his expression dark as he looked at the fallen Flower Gentleman. He forcibly woke him up and coldly asked, "Who attacked you?" Boss, it was Catwoman," Flower Gentleman weakly replied. Catwoman? Could there be more than one person hiding in the cabin? Or can she change faces? Double-Face frowned deeply, carefully scrutinizing everyone around him. After confirming no one showed any flaws, he quickly issued orders. Road Duck, steer the ship 5 kilometers out to sea. I want to cut off his escape route. Pei Tiger, guard the cabin exit. No one is allowed to leave, not even me. Dong Ernia, take your men and thoroughly search the entire cabin. Understood. The group quickly obeyed and split up to take action. Meanwhile, Chen Fan was in a cramped room, desperately trying to save Li Ji. Old Li, if you don't wake up soon, we're both done for. Chen Fan slapped Li Ji's face hard, trying to force him awake. In this situation, Li Ji waking up was their only chance of survival. Li Ji was a 5th-tier psychic manipulator. According to Catwoman, he had been ambushed and severely injured by a hidden member of the Beast cult before being captured. Therefore, waking Li Ji was Chen Fan's only hope. Within a minute, Chen Fan had slapped Li Ji dozens of times, but he remained unconscious. By now, the search team had reached the room next door, and Chen Fan was burning with anxiety. Old Li, I'm out of options. If you don't wake up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan's hand crackled with blue lightning. The electric current enveloped his palm as he pressed it directly onto Li Ji's head. A powerful surge of electricity instant Chen Fan was forcibly awakening Li Ji's consciousness. This was extremely dangerous. One wrong move could leave someone brain damaged or even cost their life. As the electric current entered Li Ji's brain, his entire body began to convulse violently. Old Li, wake up. Just as the search team pushed the door open, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and increased the current sharply. Finally, Li Ji opened his eyes. They're here, shouted a member of the Beast cult. The next second, a 2-meter-long steel pipe shot out from the corner, moving as fast as lightning. Thud, the steel pipe pierced straight through the man's heart with such force that it pinned him to the metal wall. Li Ji had made his move. Old Li, you're finally awake. Chen Fan was so excited he almost cried. Brother Chen, I owe you one. Li Ji quickly regained his composure and understood the situation. But before the two could counterattack, Shuangmian and his men blocked the doorway. Shuangmian stared coldly at Chen Fan. You must be Chen Fan? That's right. Chen Fan stepped out from behind Li Ji, revealing his true face. Old Li, take him down. This time, Chen Fan was no longer afraid of Shuangmian. Shuangmian gritted his teeth. Not bad. He turned to Li Ji and said coldly, Mayor Li, your current strength is probably only at 30%. Escaping is impossible. Don't waste your energy. Whether it's possible or not isn't up to you. Li Ji waved his hand lightly, and dozens of steel pipes piled in the corner instantly stood upright, forming a barrier behind him. Step aside, or die. Li Ji said coldly. Watching Li Ji's imposing demeanor, Chen Fan felt a surge of adrenaline. This old Li looks scholarly, but when it comes to fighting, he's pretty badass. Shuang Mian's face darkened as he ordered his men, attack. In the next second, 5 of his subordinates transformed into beast-like forms and lunged at Chen Fan and Li Ji. Old Li, charge! Chen Fan shouted. The 5 attackers were all at least late-stage Tier 2 ability users. Chen Fan could only hide behind Li Ji and cheer him on. Li Ji showed no weakness, wielding the steel pipes and easily inflicting heavy damage on the 5 attackers. Useless trash! Shuang Mian roared in fury. The face on his chest quickly shifted, moving to his neck in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Shuang Mian grew a second head out of thin air. Death stare! Shuang Mian bellowed. A beam of gray light shot out from the eyes of his 2 heads, heading straight for Li Ji. Li Ji waved his hand, and a person on the ground was pulled into his grasp, blocking the gray beam. Chen Fan watched as the person hit by the beam turned ashen gray all over, and in the next second, transformed into a stone statue. How bizarre! Chen Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly hid behind Li Ji. Be careful not to get hit by the beam, Li Ji warned, charging angrily at Shuang Mian. Chen Fan watched his shield run off and grew anxious. This old Li is so unreliable. Electricity crackled around Chen Fan's body, and a lightning dragon coiled around him. At that moment, a beast cult member seized the opportunity to charge at Chen Fan. A late-stage Tier 2 dares to challenge me? Chen Fan flashed with lightning and instantly appeared in front of his opponent. Die! The lightning dragon followed Chen Fan's fist, piercing through the opponent's chest in one strike. This was Chen Fan's current strength. Old Li, you handle Shuang Mian. I'll take care of the small fry. Chen Fan shouted and charged at the other beast cult members. Kid, don't get cocky. A muscular beast cult member instantly transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. His fist, carrying immense power, swung toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan reacted quickly, sidestepping the Chen Fan paid them no attention. Swinging his blade, a blue dragon-shaped energy swept out, cutting one of them in half on the spot. The remaining 2 dared not be careless. One of them was clad in white bone armor, wielding a giant bone spear. The other transformed into a fiery bird, spewing flames from its beak directly at Chen Fan. Thunder wings! Chen Fan muttered under his breath, as thunder gathered behind him, forming a pair of wings. This was a skill he had won in a lucky draw. With a single thought, the wings folded, shielding him from the raging flames. Immediately after, he charged forward, clashing his blade against the bone spear. This opponent was a second-tier peak superhuman with immense strength, quickly suppressing Chen Fan within just a few exchanges. Crushing geniuses is my favorite pastime. Ha ha ha. A sinister laugh emanated from beneath the bone mask, sending chills down one's spine. However, Chen Fan remained calm. His gaze was fixed on the distant battle between Li Ji and Shuang Mian, double face. As long as Li Ji emerged victorious, Chen Fan would easily dispatch these foes. Yet, he noticed Li Ji was growing increasingly strained. Old Li, what's going on? Falling apart at the critical moment. Chen Fan muttered in exasperation. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Chen Fan's confidence stemmed from the fact that he had just extracted a reward for killing Li Wenxiang, a strength boost card that lasted 2 minutes. Though the duration was short, it was enough to eliminate these lackeys. Use the strength boost card. Chen Fan silently commanded. Instantly, a surge of boundless power coursed through his body. My turn to take the stage. With one slash, Chen Fan shattered the bone spear. Before the wielder could react, Chen Fan's next strike cleaved him in 2. The fiery bird in the air was startled and attempted to flee, but Chen Fan slashed at it from a distance, killing it in one blow. Old Li, I'm coming to help you. Chen Fan knew he had to change the tide of battle within these 2 minutes. Foolish arrogance. Shuang Mian sneered, unleashing a deadly beam of energy at Chen Fan. Thunder flash. Chen Fan moved with a thought, instantly flashing several meters away to evade the attack. The next moment, his blade slashed toward one of Shuang Mian's heads. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and Shuang Mian was completely unscathed. The gap is this wide? Before Chen Fan could react, Shuang Mian's punch sent him flying over 10 meters. He got back on his feet, ready to fight again, but suddenly heard Li Ji's urgent voice in his mind. A mental transmission? Chen Fan was startled. Chen Fan, you can't kill him. I'm barely holding on. You need to open the ship's hatch and then wait for me on the deck. We'll figure out a way to escape together. Li Ji's voice was urgent. Old Li's really dragging me down. Chen Fan grumbled inwardly but immediately sprinted toward the control room. There, Luya was steering the ship deeper into the sea. Turn around. Head back. Or I'll stab you to death right here. Chen Fan suddenly appeared behind Luya, pressing a dagger against his back. Brother, don't kill me. Luya, a mere early second-tier superhuman, was too terrified to resist Chen Fan's overwhelming presence. Stop talking and turn the ship around. Open the hatch while you're at it. Chen Fan pressed the dagger harder, breaking the skin. Panicked, Luya obeyed immediately. As the hatch opened and the ship turned course, Chen Fan showed no mercy, plunging his dagger into Luya's heart. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Be a better person in your next life. Moving swiftly, Chen Fan dashed out of the control room and onto the deck within just a dozen breaths. Soon after, a battered figure emerged. It was Li Ji. Old Li. Chen Fan grabbed hold of him. Li Ji's breath was weak, and his injuries severe. Mayor Li, you can't escape. Stop resisting and obediently become my nourishment. You'll help me ascend to a 5th-tier superhuman. An evil voice echoed from the ship's interior. Moments later, a monstrous creature with a human head and snake body slithered out. It was Shuangmian. Staring at the grotesque Shuangmian, Chen Fan whispered to Li Ji, "What kind of ability is this?" "He's a beast transformation ability user, a two-headed serpent. His abilities are strange," Li Ji explained, then added in a mental transmission, "I only have one last strike left. I'll use it to push him back with all my strength. You take the chance to escape." Understood. Chen Fan nodded, thunder rolling within his body, ready to summon his thunder wings and take flight. God-slaying slash. Li Ji roared, pressing his fingers against his temples. A translucent spiritual energy beam shot from his forehead, piercing straight into Shuangmian's brain. Facing the mental assault, Shuangmian was completely unguarded. His soul was struck, and he instantly froze in place. Go! After spitting out this final word, Li Ji completely lost consciousness. Chen Fan knew he couldn't break through that dual-layered flesh body, so he decisively grabbed Li Ji. A pair of translucent blue lightning wings immediately sprouted from his back, and in an instant, he soared into the sky with him. Chen Fan's lightning wings were incredibly fast, 3 times faster than his running speed. Reaching a height of 100 meters, he scanned the surroundings. The ship had already sailed 5 kilometers away. Relying on the thunder power within his body, he could barely manage to carry Li Ji back to shore. However, after flying for just half a minute, Shuangmian, who had been in a daze on the giant ship, finally regained consciousness. He stared angrily at the distant Chen Fan, now a mere black dot. His body rapidly swelled, and a pair of fleshy wings grew from his back. "Kid, you can't escape." In the next moment, the fleshy wings flapped, propelling him into the sky with a speed even faster than Chen Fan's. Sensing the murderous intent closing in, Chen Fan hurriedly glanced back, his heart tightening as his lightning wings began to falter. At this moment, a 10-meter-long two-headed serpent appeared behind him, rapidly closing the distance. Is this really the end for me today? Unwilling to accept his fate, Chen Fan pushed his lightning wings to their limit, but the pursuer remained relentless. "System, help me. Give me something useful now, and I promise to repay you in the future." Chen Fan desperately pleaded with the system in his mind. But the system ignored him completely. "I can't panic. I need to think of another way." Chen Fan forced himself to stay calm and quickly reviewed the items he had obtained from previous draws. Gynecological sacred pill, hair. Growth water, ice silk pajamas, blessing card. Blessing card? This was his only hope. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. It was the only item that might be useful. He had drawn this card during the martial arts exam and originally planned to use it during Yang Chuchu's awakening ceremony. But now, in this dire situation, he had no choice but to use it. If my luck is good enough, I might just survive this. Treating a dead horse as if it were alive, Chen Fan immediately commanded the system, use the blessing card. Give me some good fortune. Apologies, host. The blessing card can only be used on others, not on the host. Damn it. Chen Fan cursed angrily. This useless system. I need blessings for myself. What's the point of blessing someone else? Just as he was about to give up, a sudden idea struck him. I can't bless myself, but I can bless Li Ji. As long as he survives this ordeal, I'll be safe too. Without hesitation, Chen Fan decided to bless Li Ji. Old Li, I wish you safety. For the next 10 seconds, nothing happened. What a scam. It's useless. Just as the pursuer was about to catch up, a 100-meter-long whale beast suddenly swam beneath them. It clearly disapproved of the two-headed serpent above it. With a powerful slap of its massive tail, it sent towering waves crashing toward Shuangmian. In the next moment, the immense force flung Shuangmian hundreds of meters away. So that's how the blessing card works. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the two-headed serpent that had fallen into the water. He quickly flew toward the shore. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan landed on the beach, casually tossing Li Ji to the side before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. I'm exhausted. Li Ji, did I owe you something in a past life? I actually wasted a blessing card on you. Chen Fan felt a bit resentful. If the system hadn't tasked me with sabotaging the beast worship cult's plan, I wouldn't have bothered with you. He lay flat on the beach. A few minutes later, after regaining some strength, Chen Fan reluctantly picked up Li Ji and started running again. After just a few hundred meters, he ran into a dog-headed man from the beast worship cult. Who are you? Why do you smell like the Catwoman? And who are you carrying? The dog-headed man blocked his path, his expression unfriendly. Chen Fan's face darkened even more. Why is Li Ji so unlucky? Did the blessing card's effect expire? Just as Chen Fan prepared to fight with all his might, a graceful figure approached. Doghead, don't meddle. This person is a new member of our cult, said the newcomer, who turned out to be Catwoman. The dog-headed man was clearly skeptical. This kid looks sneaky, and the person he's carrying seems awfully familiar. Just as he was about to step forward to investigate, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through his chest. The attacker was none other than Catwoman. You! The kobold turned back with difficulty, looking at the Catgirl, his face full of disbelief. It's not my fault. Who told you to bully my good little brother? The Catgirl swayed her hips as she walked up to Chen Fan, her face full of flattery. The kobold was so enraged that he collapsed to the ground. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. Sis, if you had come any later, your good little brother would have been done for. He quickly handed Li Ji over to the Catgirl. I really have no strength left. You take him first, I'll rest for a bit. How could I let a girl carry something heavy? The Catgirl pouted, looking particularly adorable. My dear sister, do you realize what time it is? Still fussing over this? Hurry up and run. If Shuangmian catches up, we're finished. Chen Fan had no time for jokes and dashed ahead, running quickly into the distance. The Catgirl, a bit reluctant, picked up Li Ji and followed closely behind. However, a few minutes later, they ran into several members of the beast cult. Catgirl, am I seeing this right? Is that Li Ji you're holding? Where are you planning to take him? Does the boss know? Of course the boss doesn't know. The Catgirl faced the three men without fear and admitted it outright. Are you planning to betray our sacred cult? The three were shocked and immediately surrounded Chen Fan and the Catgirl. The Catgirl shrugged indifferently and handed Li Ji over to Chen Fan. She placed her hands on Chen Fan's shoulders, gazing at him tenderly. Good little brother, give your sister her beast core back. It's my turn to take action now. Faced with the encirclement of the three, the Catgirl showed no fear. She wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's neck, her eyes full of affection, and her red lips slowly approached him. Open your mouth, you little rascal. Chen Fan was so scared he didn't dare move, afraid she might actually kiss him. Obediently, he opened his mouth, and a white beast pearl was instantly sucked into the Catgirl's mouth. You little rascal, leave these guys to your sister. The Catgirl lifted Chen Fan's chin and gently kissed his cheek. Her figure disappeared in an instant, moving as fast as lightning. She almost stole my first kiss. Chen Fan roared internally. The Catgirl had nearly kissed him on the lips. Watch your sister perform. The Catgirl's aura surged, instantly transforming into a Tier 3 beginner-level ability user. The three beast cult members were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Catgirl, how are you so powerful? Why were you hiding this? Aren't you afraid of the beast god's punishment? Of course I'm afraid, but if I kill you all, who will know I betrayed the organization? The Catgirl chuckled, her movements as swift as a phantom. Don't worry, I'll send Shuangmian to hell soon to join you. In the next moment, her claws slashed across the three men's necks, ending their lives with ease. That was so fast? Chen Fan hadn't even seen how the Catgirl made her move. Let's go, you little rascal. The Catgirl somehow reappeared beside him, taking his hand and pulling him out of his shock. Chen Fan felt her soft hand and couldn't help but feel conflicted. She was beautiful, yes, but far too ruthless. He was no match for her in the short term. The two of them ran at full speed, quickly leaving the Bohai Bay port behind. Chen Fan was utterly exhausted. He decisively flagged down a taxi. Driver, can you take us to Sunshine Garden Community? The driver Chen Fan and Catwoman exchanged a glance, their faces full of terror. Could it really be a ghost encounter? Chen Fan looked around and noticed that Li Ji was already awake. He was annoyed. Old Li, supernatural powers aren't for circus tricks, okay? If you're awake, can't you say something? Scaring. People can scare them to death. Chen Fan scolded him. Li Ji walked over with an apologetic expression. Brother Chen, the situation is urgent, don't blame me. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him, coldly indicating he didn't want to talk. Li Ji smiled awkwardly and urged, get in the car quickly, let's leave here. The three of them got into the taxi, and the driver kept flooring the gas pedal. No matter how hard he pressed, the car wouldn't budge. Gee ghost. The driver looked at the three of them in the car with terror. Chen Fan was speechless. You were boasting about how great you were, and now you're acting like a coward? Helplessly, he turned the driver's head toward Li Ji and said coldly, take a good look, this is your mayor. Where's the ghost? Ha? The driver steadied himself, looked at Li Ji, and was incredulous. Is it really you? Li Ji was very polite and apologized, there are reasons for this, so I had to commandeer your car. Please help us out. Alright, no problem. The driver recovered and agreed excitedly. Looks like Old Li has quite the reputation among the people. Chen Fan couldn't help but look at Li Ji in a new light. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at Sunshine Garden Community. The three of them went to Chen Fan's house and began a half-hour-long secret discussion. Chen Fan's task was to obtain Li Ji's troop mobilization order and then go to several nearby interdimensional spaces to deploy forces. Li Ji needed to quickly recover his strength and organize the city's existing superhumans to defend Qingqing City. Everyone split up, not daring to delay. Half an hour later, Chen Fan used his mimicry ability to successfully infiltrate Li Ji's office, opened the specially made safe, and obtained the troop mobilization order. 10 minutes later, an off-road vehicle sped out of the city, heading straight for the nearby Yuliang Pass. The two people in the car were Chen Fan and Catwoman. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled driver. Catwoman sat in the passenger seat, her long, slender legs resting on the car window, completely unconcerned about the male companion beside her. Chen Fan was speechless. With legs that white, are you letting me look or not? By the way, sister, do you know you're supposed to focus while driving? My speed is already at 180, a slight mistake could mean a fatal crash. His mouth was dry, and he couldn't help but plead, Miss Cat, could you please put away your charm skills? Catwoman giggled and deliberately pulled her white skirt up a bit, revealing her smooth thighs completely. I feel so hot, she pouted. Chen Fan blushed and quickly said, dear sister, I can almost see the color of your underwear. Please, put away your powers. Oomph, little man, can't handle a tease. I haven't even tried hard, and you're ready to surrender? Catwoman smugly moved her legs closer to Chen Fan, almost sticking her foot in his face. Huff. Just a femme fatale, I can't see it. Women only slow down my blade drawing speed, Chen Fan could only comfort himself. As they sped along, Shuangmian had already gathered the remaining members of the beast worship cult. Shuangmian was no longer calm, he was furious. You're all useless. You let a little brat play you like fools, disgracing the beast worship cult. Everyone hung their heads, not daring to argue. Li Ji has been rescued. He might soon organize forces to resist the beast tide. We can't delay any longer. Immediately trigger the beast tide and completely destroy Qingqing City. And capture Chen Fan alive. I want him to wish he were dead. Yes. The subordinates responded in unison, their bodies beginning to beastify. They created chaos among the sea beasts and led the charge. Instantly, the Bohai Bay port was filled with dust, deafening roars, and yellow sand shooting hundreds of meters into the sky. The tremors caused by the movement of tens of thousands of beasts were so intense that even Qingqing City, 100 kilometers away, felt them. At first, people thought it was an earthquake and rushed outside, only to be stunned by the sight of the sky filled with yellow sand. What on earth is happening? Is this the end of the world? Don't be silly, it's a beast tide outbreak over by Bohai Bay. Beast tide? Didn't the experts say it was mating and spawning? How did it turn into a beast tide? The public fell into panic, trying to drive away, but the roads quickly became completely jammed. Wang Yanran and Tong Tong hid at home, their faces full of fear. Yanran's sister, is brother really okay? Tong Tong clung to Wang Yanran, her little face filled with worry. Don't worry, your brother just called He said he's carrying out the mayor's orders and will be back soon, Wang Yanran comforted her. But the uncles and aunties in the neighborhood are saying brother killed someone, that he's a bad guy, and that he was taken away to be executed. They're even secretly cursing him for bringing shame to the neighborhood. Tongtong's tears began to fall. Wang Yanran hugged her tightly with a heart full of pain. Be good, Tongtong. You have to trust your brother. Xiaofan would never kill anyone. But her eyes were also filled with worry. Outside Qingqing City, Li Ji had already organized 2,000 warriors with special abilities. Brothers, our family and friends are all in Qingqing City. If we retreat, they'll be torn to pieces immediately. We cannot retreat. Li Ji stood at the front of the group, his voice impassioned. That's right, not an inch back. What's a few tens of thousands of sea beasts? Back in the day at Baita Pass, I faced 1,000,000 mutant beasts and wasn't afraid, shouted a third-tier retired veteran. Exactly. Once sea beasts come ashore, they're just a bunch of crawling creatures, nothing to fear. If they want to invade Qingqing City, they'll have to get past this leg of mine first. Don't think that just because I only have one leg left, I can't charge and kill enemies like a pro. These 2,000 people were mostly retired veterans, many of whom were disabled. But only they would charge into battle without hesitation to protect their homeland. Return if there's a fight. Return if there's a fight. The crowd shouted in unison, voicing the oath they had taken upon retiring. Good. Li Ji shouted loudly, if we survive today, I promise to drink with my brothers for 3 days straight. Brothers, don't let the beast tide enter the city. Charge with me. Li Ji led the charge at the forefront, heading straight for the beast horde. Soon, the two sides clashed, and the sounds of battle cries and killing shook the heavens. Shuangnian, if you surrender obediently and bind your hands, I can withdraw my troops and spare Qingqing City. The enemy General Shuangnian rushed in front of Li Ji, taunting him. Li Ji knew full well that binding his hands would only lead to death and was utterly useless. Shuangnian, your beast cult is cruel and heartless. No one supports you. Trying to control everyone will ultimately be futile. Li Ji fought and cursed at the same time, showing no weakness. The two sides engaged in fierce combat, with verbal sparring continuing simultaneously. Shuangnian, you think your 2,000 crippled soldiers can stop my 50,000 beast tide? Dream on. Shuangnian roared, his body instantly transforming into a 10-meter-long two-headed snake, his aura surging. Li Ji, a mental manipulator, could control all things, turning everything in the area into his weapon. The sounds of battle cries and beast roars shook the earth and sky. The great battle has begun. Many citizens climbed to rooftops, nervously watching the battle outside the city with binoculars. At this moment, Chen Fan had just arrived at Yuliang Pass. A speeding off-road vehicle approached, but when it was still 100 meters from the pass, it was stopped by guards. This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Chen Fan quickly took out an item to show the guards. Emergency mission. I must see Colonel Mu Hongtao. The two soldiers took the item and were instantly shocked. A troop mobilization token? What's happened? Qingqing City is under attack by sea beasts. The situation is critical. Open the gate and take me to Colonel Mu. Chen Fan's words were brief and urgent, leaving no time for further explanation. Understood. The soldiers realized the gravity of the situation and quickly opened the city gate. Chen Fan's vehicle sped through. 2 minutes later, he met Mu Hongtao. Colonel Mu, the situation is urgent. Please, immediately assemble the troops and follow me to rescue Qingqing City. Chen Fan handed over the troop mobilization token. A troop mobilization token? Mu Hongtao raised an eyebrow, suddenly standing up with a shocked expression. It's Li Ji's troop mobilization token. What's happening in Qingqing City? Sea beasts are attacking the city. The situation is dire. Chen Fan responded urgently. What? Mu Hongtao was stunned and immediately rushed out of the camp. The sharp sound of whistles echoed, and the assembly call resounded over Yuliang Pass. Everyone, assemble immediately. The camp instantly erupted into action. In less than 2 minutes, 1,000 soldiers were ready to move. Brother Chen, take the troop dispatch token to Beiyang Pass first. We can't hold off 50,000 sea beasts with just our manpower. Understood. Chen Fan responded without hesitation, got into the vehicle with Catwoman, and set off immediately. Beiyang Pass was 120 kilometers away, and even at Chen Fan's fastest speed, it would take 40 minutes. Just 20 kilometers out from Yuliang Pass, a hawk suddenly appeared overhead. Chen Fan initially paid it no mind, but the hawk continued to follow them. The Hawk General is here. Catwoman immediately became alert. Chen Fan frowned. Is this the Hawk General's beast transformation ability? No, Catwoman shook her head. This is just an ordinary wild animal. The real Hawk General is still on the way. Before her words had fully landed, a sharp eagle cry pierced the air. A golden-feathered divine eagle with a wingspan of 2 meters came hurtling toward them, reaching the car roof in the blink of an eye. The golden-feathered eagle exuded an overwhelming aura and moved with astonishing speed. Its talons easily tore through the car's metal roof during a dive. Damn it, we can't let it destroy the car. Get out and take it down. Chun Fan made a decisive call, but Catwoman stopped him. Little brother, leave the Hawk General to me. Time is tight, you must hurry to Bayan Pass. Knowing Catwoman's formidable strength, Chen Fan nodded. Be careful. Don't worry, little brother. Without waiting for the car to stop, Catwoman opened the door and leapt out. Whoa! Chen Fan was startled, watching as Catwoman landed gracefully and unharmed, her movements still elegant. Do you all enjoy performing stunts? Chen Fan quipped, then reminded her, Sister Cat, be careful not to mess up. Got it, little brother. Now go. Catwoman replied casually, her gaze showing no trace of tension. The golden-feathered eagle in the air did not pursue Chen Fan but landed in front of Catwoman, transforming into a human form filled with murderous intent. Catwoman, you betrayed the organization. Your crime is unforgivable. Surrender today, and perhaps you'll die quickly. The Hawk General blared at Catwoman, his eyes blazing with fury. Catwoman covered her mouth and chuckled. Surrender to you? Let's see if you have what it takes first. Arrogant. The Hawk General's aura surged, breaking through to the early stage of the 3rd tier. He transformed into a human form with a pair of metallic, gleaming wings on his back. Each feather resembled a sharp blade, and as he flapped his wings, the feathers shot toward Catwoman like arrows. Catwoman suddenly became alert. Her figure blurred and instantly transformed into a ghostly white cat. Her speed was astonishing, like a shadow weaving through the incoming feather blades, emerging completely unscathed. The two clashed fiercely, their tension escalating into an intense battle. Meanwhile, outside Qing City, the battle had reached its most critical stage. On the human side, 2,000 retired veterans displayed incredible resilience. Fearless, they managed to hold off the beast tide's assault for a short time. Among them, a fire element veteran named Li Jianguo had slain dozens of sea beasts, but his abilities were now completely depleted. Old Li, fall back, someone beside him shouted urgently. But Li Jianguo's face was flushed, his spirit unusually high. If I retreat, what will happen to the ordinary people behind us? Brothers, comrades, we swear to protect this place to the death, no. Retreat. He looked toward Qing City, his eyes filled with reluctance. Remember, my name is Li Jianguo. I enlisted at 17, served at Yuliang Pass for 23 years, and have slain 1,328 beasts. Today, let me burn the last ounce of my strength for this land. He roared, his entire body igniting in blazing flames, charging into the beast horde while shouting, live as heroes, die as warriors. As his words fell, a deafening explosion shook the battlefield. Li Jianguo had detonated himself. Flames engulfed the area, instantly consuming dozens of sea beasts. Everyone was stunned. Li Jianguo had fallen. Similar scenes played out across the battlefield. These veterans no longer cared about life or death. They knew that to save Qing City, their 2,000 men had to hold off the beast tide for at least an hour. At this moment, within Qing City, the citizens were gripped by endless panic and despair. The grim news from the battlefield weighed on their hearts like heavy stones. Are there any ability users left in the city? If so, please head to the front lines immediately. The broadcast in Qingcheng City kept calling on the citizens, but almost no one hiding in the city stepped forward voluntarily. At this moment, a different voice emerged from Qingcheng No. 3 High School. All the students went on strike and gathered on the playground. If they won't fight, we will. All the second-year students of Qingcheng No. 3 High School request to join the battle and vow to defend Qingcheng City to the death. These young students raised banners, filled with anger and determination. We must become stronger, only we, the youth, can do it. Principal Zheng Zongwen and the teachers looked helplessly at the crowd below. Nonsense. You've only awakened for less than a year, going to the front lines is a death sentence. Zheng Zongwen shouted angrily from the podium. But the students' voices grew louder. Senior Chen Fan faced the beast tide at Yuliang Pass, fighting second-tier mutant beasts with first-tier strength. Although we're not as strong as him, we can still fight against first-tier mutant beasts. That's right. The veterans on the front lines are bravely killing enemies. We can't be cowards, we must join the battle. Zhang Zongwen, feeling helpless, quickly contacted the students' parents. Soon, many parents arrived, their faces heavy with concern. Go back, kids. You can't help, and going there is just throwing your lives away. This is ridiculous. With your limited strength, you'll only cause trouble if you go. Many tried to dissuade them. But the students of Qingcheng No. 3 High School remained resolute and filled with righteous indignation. Suddenly, someone in the crowd stepped forward, their expression firm. The children can't go to the battlefield. I, Zhang Jin, volunteer to fight. The crowd began to stir, and more people started signing up. I, Gao Bowen, volunteer to fight. I, Li Jing, volunteer to fight. This wave of enthusiasm quickly spread throughout Qingcheng City. The citizens gradually overcame their fear, and over 1,000 awakened individuals chose to join the battle, rushing to the battlefield. Outside the city. At this moment, Chen Fan was still speeding toward Beiyang Pass. He was driving an off-road vehicle at its maximum speed. I hope Li Ji can hold on this time. Chen Fan was anxious, knowing that the warriors at Yuliang Pass would need at least another hour to arrive. If Li Ji couldn't hold back the beast tide, it might be too late by the time he got there. After all, Qingcheng City was home to the people he cared about most. As Chen Fan silently prayed, a white shadow leaped into the car window like lightning. It was Catwoman, transformed into a white cat. Sister Cat, is the Eagle General dealt with? Chen Fan had just asked when he noticed something was wrong with Catwoman. She was curled up, trembling all over, seemingly enduring intense pain. Are you okay? Chen Fan called out to her nervously, but there was no response. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart as he hurriedly picked up the white cat with one hand to check her condition. Her breathing and heartbeat are rapidly weakening. Chen Fan's pupils contracted, and his heart grew heavy. These were signs of impending death. Was it the Eagle General who hurt you? Chen Fan's anger instantly turned into murderous intent. Beast cult, I won't let this go. Just as Chen Fan roared, ready to explode, the white cat weakly spoke, her voice barely audible. Stupid brother, don't worry. I was just cursed by the beast god and can't hold on anymore. But rest assured, when I wake up, I'll start my second life. As soon as she finished speaking, Catwoman completely lost consciousness. Chen Fan stared at the unconscious white cat, a complex mix of emotions surging in his heart. Without Catwoman, he wouldn't have been able to save Li Ji, and Qingcheng City would have long since fallen. He adjusted his mindset and continued speeding toward Beiyang Pass. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at his destination. To Chen Fan's surprise, thousands of soldiers had already assembled here, ready to depart. A colonel quickly approached him. Are you Chen Fan? Did you bring the troop mobilization token? His tone was urgent. I brought it. Although Chen Fan didn't understand the reason, he quickly took out the military token. The colonel snatched it, confirmed it was genuine, and immediately rushed to the front of the troops, shouting loudly, the army will set out immediately. All soldiers must reach Qing City within 2 hours. Follow me to kill the enemy and defend Qing City. Yes. Thousands of soldiers roared thunderously, quickly boarding military vehicles and speeding toward Qing City. Hundreds of military vehicles formed a long convoy, exuding an imposing momentum. Chen Fan, anxious and restless, rode his horse to the front of the convoy. In the passenger seat of the lead vehicle sat the colonel from earlier, named Yang Hongjun. Brother Chen, I just spoke with Old Mu on the phone. Their troops will take another half hour to reach the battlefield. Half an hour still? Chen Fan's face darkened. It was slower than expected. Yang Hongjun said, the army's speed is naturally slower than individual soldiers, but don't worry, Old Mu will lead an elite force to arrive first. Chen Fan nodded without saying much, his mind focused solely on reaching Qing City as quickly as possible. At this moment, outside Qing City, Li Ji, the dual-faced general, had repelled the enemy forces. Surveying the battlefield, his expression was grim. He hadn't expected the enemy to be so tenacious. Beast blood boiling. Li Ji roared. Tens of thousands of sea beasts instantly erupted with frenzied battle intent. Roar! The sea beasts' eyes turned blood red as they charged madly. The human warriors were forced to retreat step by step, and the new recruits, overwhelmed, scattered in panic. Hold the line. Don't let them break through. The veteran soldiers shouted desperately. Break through? Not a chance, one veteran roared, swallowing a blood fury pill. Instantly, his veins bulged all over his body, making him look like a blood-red monster. His combat power surged as he wielded his blade, slaying countless sea beasts. However, his body couldn't withstand the strain, and after killing dozens, he collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. Explosions erupted continuously on the battlefield, blood spraying everywhere. Many veterans chose to self-detonate, blocking the sea beast tide's charge. Long live humanity! Prosperity to the great Xia! Their voices were tragic yet resolute. With wave after wave of self-detonations, tens of thousands of sea beasts were blown to peak. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Fan's mind as he spread his thunder wings and soared straight into the sky. He planned to fly directly to Sunshine Garden Community. At this moment, the community was plunged into extreme panic. Two massive tyrant squids were rampaging, slaughtering residents without mercy. Their tentacles moved with astonishing agility, snapping necks with ease. Within mere minutes, hundreds had perished. Oh God, is there anyone who can save us? I don't want to die yet. This is a nightmare. Isn't there a single ability user in this community? Step up and kill these monsters. Cries of despair and screams of terror blended into an infernal cacophony. It was as if hell itself had descended. Wang Yanran clung tightly to Tongtong, her face filled with fear and hopelessness. She felt certain there was no way they could escape this day alive. Just as the crowd was drowning in despair, a figure descended from the sky, landing right in front of the two tyrant squids. The figure appeared to be a young man, around 17 or 18 years old, exuding a heroic aura. Behind him, a pair of thunder wings flickered with a mysterious light. An ability user has finally come. We're saved. The crowd erupted into sobs of relief. But as they recognized the young man, their expressions changed dramatically. It's Chen Fan. I can't believe Chen Fan is the one saving us. The crowd's emotions became complicated. Many of them had gossiped about Chen Fan's imprisonment in the past. Now, seeing him here clearly innocent, shame spread across their faces. I told you, Chen Fan slaughtered so many beasts at Yuliang Pass all by himself. How could he possibly have committed murder on purpose? Exactly. Some even accused him of assaulting a girl. I never believed it. Someone as exceptional as him wouldn't need to force anyone. The girl must have been willing. The crowd murmured among themselves. Amidst them, Wang Yanran and Tongtong also spotted Chen Fan. It's Big Brother. Big Brother is back. He's come to save us. Tongtong's eyes brimmed with tears. Wang Yanran's nose tingled, and tears rolled down her beautiful face. Xiao Fan, he's finally back. Big Brother. Tongtong missed you so much. Tongtong, unable to contain her emotions, dashed toward Chen Fan. Don't come over. Chen Fan quickly shouted to stop her. Wang Yanran was startled and hurriedly grabbed Tongtong, pulling her back into her arms. As Chen Fan momentarily lost focus, a tentacle suddenly shot toward his head. Watch out, the crowd shouted in alarm. But Chen Fan showed no fear. With a cold snort, his figure blurred, instantly moving 3 meters away. You scared Sister Yanran and Tongtong. You must die. Chen Fan drew his battle blade from the void and charged at the two tyrant squids. His thunder wings remained unfurled, protecting his back while enhancing his agility. With a single flick of his wings, his speed surged, allowing him to easily dodge the thick tentacles. The blade flashed, slicing half the head off one of the tyrant squids. The creature roared in agony as its numerous tentacles lashed out wildly. Is this the best you can do? Chen Fan's thunder wings swept across, unleashing a streak of blue lightning that sliced through dozens of tentacles. These wings are incredibly sharp. Chen Fan thought with delight. He launched another thunder wing slash, executing his Nine Skies thunder motion technique. A blue thunder dragon danced between his wings. With a powerful swing, the wings unleashed immense force, instantly cleaving one tyrant squid in half. Hiss! The onlookers gasped, astonished by Chen Fan's strength. But his prowess didn't stop there. In the next moment, thunder gathered across his entire body, condensing into his fist. With one punch, the roar of a dragon shook the heavens. A divine thunder dragon shot out from his fist, obliterating the other tyrant squid, which had attempted to flee, into a bloody mist. That was incredible. The neighbors erupted in cheers, applauding Chen Fan and celebrating their survival. Big Brother defeated the monsters. Tongtong wiped away her tears, her excitement brimming as she threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Big Brother, you're amazing. Tongtong wants to be just as strong as you someday. Tongtong will be even stronger than Big Brother someday. Having not seen her in a long time, Chen Fan was equally overjoyed. Wang Yanran approached, her gaze softer than before. Xiao Fan, next time something happens, let me know earlier. Stop disappearing without a word. Wang Yanran was proud and rarely expressed her emotions directly. Chen Fan was slightly surprised but could tell from her eyes that she had shed many tears during his absence. I won't anymore, Sister Yanran, Chen Fan replied, nodding obediently. To be honest, Chen Fan felt a bit unaccustomed to the sudden transformation of the aloof goddess into a gentle, delicate woman. He put Tong Tong down, used the excuse of comforting her, and naturally pulled Wang Yanran into his arms. Sister Yanran, don't worry about me. Chen Fan gently stroked her hair, his demeanor so natural it was convincing. Wang Yanran's cheeks flushed, but she didn't push him away. Ha! Brother, where did you pick up this cat? Tong Tong tugged at Chen Fan's clothes, curiously staring at the white cat in his arms. The moment was interrupted, and Chen Fan reluctantly let go of Wang Yanran, turning to Tong Tong to explain. This is my friend. She's asleep now. For the next few days, help me take good care of her. Chen Fan rubbed Tong Tong's little head and handed the cat girl to her. Okay. Tong Tong happily hugged the cat tightly. Children always loved animals. Chen Fan then turned to Wang Yanran. Sister Yanran, right now, sea beasts are everywhere in Qingcheng. Staying in the building isn't safe at all. You should go to the underground parking lot and seal off the entrance. It's relatively safer there. Wang Yanran nodded, feeling that what he said made sense. Their conversation was overheard by the people around them, and everyone began to move in an orderly manner toward the underground shelter. After arranging everything, Chen Fan spread his thunder wings and sped toward the front lines. That was the source of Qingcheng's chaos, and he had to get there. Although thunder wings weren't suitable for long-distance flight and consumed a lot of energy, the distance from here to the front lines was short enough not to drain too much. Despite being mentally prepared, Chen Fan was still shocked when he saw the brutal battlefield. Explosions echoed in the distance, and many ability users chose to self-destruct when their lives were at their end. The scene was bloody and horrifying, with flesh and bones scattered everywhere. Kill! Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. He drew his broadsword and charged into the battlefield without hesitation. Swinging his blade with ferocity and precision, he cut down any beast that wasn't beyond the peak of the second tier in no more than 3 moves. Of course, this also consumed a significant amount of his energy. In his mind, the system's notifications of accumulated kill points kept ringing. Soon, he had amassed 100 points. System, use the kill points for an F level. Draw. Chen Fan didn't hesitate, there was the two-headed serpent, enraged to the extreme, charged at the two with fury. This time, before Li Ji could counterattack, the ground churned, and a massive pillar shot skyward. In the next moment, the pillar transformed into a 10-meter-long earth dragon. The earth dragon and the two-headed serpent were evenly matched and immediately began to grapple with each other. Meanwhile, 2 other figures appeared behind Chen Fan, Mu Hongtao and Yang Hongjun. Li Ji quickly asked, "How's the battle going?" Mu Hongtao replied, "It's basically stabilized. I've led the entire army of Yulian Pass and the vanguard troops of Beiyan Pass into the fight. Now it's a war of attrition. As long as the main forces of Beiyan Pass arrive, the 50,000 sea beasts can be completely annihilated." Good. Li Ji nodded, finally feeling reassured. He turned his gaze to the two-headed serpent not far away, his eyes cold as a blade. Today, we must completely eliminate the two-headed serpent. Li Ji shouted, and the weapons on the ground flew toward him. 10,000 swords piercing the sky. He pointed into the distance, and the weapons behind him shot toward the two-headed serpent like a rain of arrows. Behind Yang Hongjun, countless massive wind blades also appeared. With a furious roar, the wind blades instantly sliced through 100 meters of space, heading straight for the serpent. The battle in the distance erupted immediately, and Chen Fan, watching the dazzling special effects on the screen, swallowed hard with envy. When will I ever have such incredible power? At this level of combat, he couldn't intervene at all, even a slight misstep would mean death. Forget it, I'll go collect kill points. Seeing the 3 gradually suppressing the serpent, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to attack the sea beast horde. Most of these sea beasts were first or second tier, with only a few third tier ones. Chen Fan confidently began his slaughter. Half an hour passed, and he had lost count of how many beasts he had killed, only knowing that his system's kill points had surpassed 5,000. On the human side, with the arrival of Beiyan Pass's main forces, the sea beasts were completely suppressed. The sea beasts within Qingcheng were also thoroughly cleared out. The only Ongoing fierce battle on the battlefield was the three-person assault on the two-headed serpent. The serpent was one of the beast cult's deacons, capable of simple communication with the beast god. A strange energy emanated from him, instantly healing all his injuries. This was the reason the three had been unable to defeat him for so long. As the number of sea beasts dwindled, more peak, third-tier ability users joined the siege. Li Ji seized the opportunity and unleashed the god-slaying strike, his mental power transforming into a sharp blade that pierced deep into the serpent's soul. The serpent froze instantly. Kill! The warriors roared in unison, and all their attacks slammed into the two-headed serpent. Boom! Deafening explosions echoed continuously as the serpent's body was riddled with wounds, blood splattering everywhere. But these injuries failed to harm him fundamentally. Just as the serpent was about to regain consciousness, a massive, transparent wind blade, 10 meters long, suddenly formed above Yang Hongjuan's head. Swift wind slash. Cut! Yang Hongjun shouted, sweeping his hands across the void. The giant wind blade instantly tore through the air, slashing fiercely at the serpent. Not good. In times of danger, not only can it form a protective barrier to block physical attacks, but it can also teleport to escape from a distance. Li Ji looked at everyone and said apologetically, I didn't expect that even though he's just a steward, he possesses spatial abilities. Since we failed to take him down this time, it'll be even harder to kill him in the future. Mayor Li, he lost a head, so his strength has greatly diminished. There's no need to worry too much in the future. Rest assured, everyone comforted him. Chen Fan had been watching the scene closely. Seeing the two-faced man escape, he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. Old Li, can you be a bit more reliable? Li Ji seemed to sense Chen Fan's gaze, turned to look at him, and nodded apologetically. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him and continued focusing on harvesting kill points. As more human warriors arrived, the battlefield began to tilt in their favor. The sea beasts could no longer act arrogantly and were left to await their deaths. Half an hour later, Chen Fan tossed aside his nearly broken battle blade. There were no living sea beasts left around him. Still didn't break 10,000 kill points. Chen Fan looked at the system panel, which showed just over 9,000 points, feeling a bit dissatisfied. At that moment, the system's electronic notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to save Qing City. You have earned an E-level lottery opportunity. Phew! At that moment, Chen Fan finally felt a weight lifted off his chest. This mission was harder than topping the college entrance exams. He couldn't help but complain. If such a difficult mission only gives me 2 physique enhancement cards, I might really lose it. After praying, Chen Fan immediately activated the lottery. The blue roulette wheel spun rapidly and soon completed 2 draws. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Thunderstorm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the weapon, Thunder God Rifle. Thunderstorm? Thunder God Rifle? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. He quickly asked the system, what kind of skill is Thunderstorm? The host can pre-store thunder seeds within their body and scatter them into the space, forming a thunder net. When the ability user detonates the thunder seeds, it triggers a chain explosion within the space, causing massive destruction. Oh, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This was definitely a sinister and strategic skill. This skill is great, suits me perfectly. I like it. Countless ways to use Thunderstorm had already started forming in Chen Fan's mind. Next is your weapon, the Thunder God Rifle. Chen Fan looked at it. The Thunder God Rifle resembled a sniper rifle from Earth but was more complex and precise. It was entirely blue and covered in lightning patterns. How do I use this thing? He asked the system. The Thunder God Rifle's bullets are converted from thunder energy. The host channels their ability into it, compressing it into bullets capable of killing enemies from a distance. What a treasure! Chen Fan was overjoyed. He had always been curious why there were no guns or cannons on Blue Star. After researching, he concluded that this world didn't allow the existence of gunpowder. Therefore, this special sniper rifle in his hands was absolutely one of a kind and completely beyond the imagination of Blue Star's inhabitants. Another sinister tool, just my style. As Chen Fan was immersed in his joy, someone patted him on the shoulder. Brother Chen, you're smiling so wide your ears are about to split. What's making you so happy? Chen Fan turned around and saw it was Li Ji. He immediately put away his smile and adopted a serious expression. Old Li, about that 1.1 billion, when are you transferring it? Li Ji's face froze, and he quickly laughed. You know Qing City suffered severe damage, and rebuilding is expensive, so I'll owe you for now. But don't worry, I'll pay you back sooner or later. Ha, an empty promise, huh? Chen Fan sneered, never giving him a pleasant look. Li Ji had been holding him back all along, which made him quite dissatisfied. Oldly, you're the mayor and a 5th-tier ability user. I really don't believe you don't have 10 or 8 billion on hand, Chen Fan said, looking at him helplessly. Li Ji blushed and hurriedly explained, you don't know how expensive it is to run a household. Qing City's finances are in deficit every year, and all the money I earn goes to subsidizing the budget. Really? Then you're quite the honest official? Chen Fan looked at him suspiciously. Of course. Li Ji puffed out his chest proudly. The two had been through so much together that they were already familiar with each other, practically life and death brothers with a strong bond. Brother Chen, how about I make you the guest of honor at tonight's celebration banquet? Li Ji joked, forget it, I'd better keep a low profile and avoid being targeted by the beast worship cult again. The two chatted as they walked, quickly returning to Qing City. The streets were crowded with people, cheering and celebrating their survival. Thank you, warriors. Thank you, Mayor Li. Thank you, Chen Fan. That evening, Chen Fan skipped the celebration banquet. It wasn't because he wanted to keep a low profile, it was mainly because two beauties were waiting for him at home. As soon as he pushed open the door, he sensed something was off. Only Tong Tong came to greet him, while Wang Yanran sat on the sofa playing with her phone, not even looking up. Tong Tong, what's wrong? With Sister Yanran? Chen Fan asked softly, afraid of provoking this frosty beauty. Brother, Sister Yanran is mad at you, Tong Tong whispered in his ear. Mad at me? Chen Fan quickly understood. She must be upset that he left without saying a word after being imprisoned. Chen Fan rubbed Tong Tong's little head and walked over to Wang Yanran with a smile. Sister Yanran, come here, give me a kiss. What? Wang Yanran froze. Did she hear that right? Did he just say to kiss him? She was still mad at him. Can't you see I'm still angry? Humph. She turned her head, her face a mix of resentment and shyness. So, if you're not angry anymore, I can kiss you? Chen Fan, thick-skinned, asked with a cheeky grin. Wang Yanran snapped out of it, her face instantly turning red. You? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your sister, she said, blushing. Progress in conquering Wang Yanran, plus 10. Seeing her evasive gaze, Chen Fan was overjoyed. He knew when to stop teasing and quickly changed the subject. Sister Yanran, don't blame me. After I was imprisoned, Li Ji and I agreed not to disclose any information, so I couldn't tell you. Later, the situation became urgent, and every second counted. Anyway, it was my fault. Don't be mad anymore. Wang Yanran's expression turned serious. Xiao Fan, I'm not angry about that. I'm worried that you always disregard your own safety. During the beast tide at Yuliang Pass, you could have retreated like the other students, but you insisted on standing at the front line to block the tide. And this time, facing the beast worship cult, too. Dangerous tasks will always have someone to do them, but you keep treating your life like it's nothing. Xiao Fan, we don't need you to be some great hero. We just want you to be safe and sound. Wang Yanran looked at Chen Fan, her eyes full of worry and heartache. Chen Fan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Sister Yanran, don't think too highly of me. I'm not that noble. However, he would never admit it. Even without the system's tasks, he would still charge to the front. The next morning, several government officials knocked on Chen Fan's door and delivered a banner. Chen Fan, this is personally inscribed by Mayor Li and specially sent to you. Old Li really put in the effort, Chen Fan said, feeling a bit touched. But when he saw the words on the banner, his face immediately darkened. Young hero, selfless and noble. Chen Fan gritted his teeth as he accepted the banner, sent the officials off, and immediately called Li Ji to curse him out. Old Li, I'm not some selfless noble hero. Stop pretending. I bet you're just trying to avoid paying me back. Li Ji laughed and apologized, quickly changing the subject. I specifically applied for a silver 1-star medal for you. Isn't that thoughtful enough? A silver medal? Chen Fan was surprised. Li Ji proudly said, not everyone can get a silver medal. It's only awarded to those who perform outstandingly in operations that save millions of lives. It's way better than your previous bronze medal. With this medal, you'll be able to walk sideways in dimensional spaces from now on. Well, that's more like it. Chen Fan finally let him off the hook. By noon, the rankings for the martial arts exam in Shannon Province were announced. Unsurprisingly, Chen Fan secured the top spot with 18,000 points. The second place went to Mu Wudi from the provincial capital, Taishan City, with 16,520 points. Although Chen Fan already knew he was the provincial champion thanks to the system, he was still thrilled to see the news. Of course, while some were happy, others were troubled. In previous years, the provincial top scorer's results were around 15,000 points. Mu Wudi thought victory was in his grasp, but he was completely outdone by Chen Fan, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. Who is this Chen Fan? I've never heard of him in the news. Mu Wudi frowned and asked the principal. I haven't heard of him either. The principal of Taishan No. 1 High School replied, his expression equally unpleasant. This was supposed to be an easy victory, but it slipped away, leaving everyone feeling bad. 18,000 points, truly unbelievable. Mu Wudi muttered to himself. He was an S-level ability user, possessing the top-tier variant of ice abilities Absolute Zero. When he awakened, in his first year of high school, he could have taken the special recruitment route to top universities, but he chose to stay and take the college entrance exam, aiming for the provincial top scorer title. The admission conditions for provincial top scorers were far better than those for regular special recruits. 2 years of effort had not yielded the desired result, and he found it hard to accept. The principal stared at his phone for a long time before suddenly saying, Wudi, I found out. This kid got lucky. There was a beast-tied outbreak near Yuliang Pass, which gave him triple points. His actual score was only 6,000 points. Damn it! Mu Wudi slammed the table into pieces, furious. He could accept someone being stronger than him, but he absolutely could not accept being unfairly surpassed. Over in Xincheng, the principal of No. 3 High School, Zhang Zongwen, immediately called Chen Fan. Chen Fan, congratulations. Provincial top scorer, truly impressive. You've brought glory to the school and to Xincheng. I'm genuinely happy for you. Chen Fan directly exposed his true intentions. I think you're happy for yourself, aren't you? The next Education Bureau Chief of Xincheng is definitely going to be you, right? Ha ha. Mainly, I'm happy for you. My achievements are nothing compared to yours, Zhang Zongwen said, clearly unable to contain his excitement. Old Zhang, I advise you not to celebrate too early. I think your professional ethics are questionable, and you're not suitable for the position of Education Bureau Chief, Chen Fan said indifferently. What the hell? Zhang Zongwen panicked instantly. Who in Xincheng didn't know Chen Fan's status? He was someone who dared to criticize the mayor to his face. If Chen Fan really said a few words to Li Ji, not only would Zhang Zongwen lose the Education Bureau Chief position, but he might even be directly dismissed. He quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to decipher the meaning behind Chen Fan's words. Finally, he figured it out. Outside Yuliang Pass, he had promised Chen Fan a 1 million yuan bonus. He slapped his forehead, quickly took out his phone, and transferred the money. Chen Fan, the extra 200,000 is just a token of goodwill. When you and Teacher Wang have your big day, remember to invite me to the wedding banquet. Ha! Chen Fan chuckled. This old guy was quite good at gossip. Looking at the 1.2 million yuan notification on his phone, he said with satisfaction, Old Zhang, I suddenly think you're actually suitable for the Education Bureau Chief position. Ah, Zhang Zongwen laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. That afternoon, Chen Fan received over 100 similar congratulatory calls. He was already a bit fed up. This year's martial arts top scorer emerging in Xincheng had indeed brought a lot of joy to the city, which was in the midst of a revival. In the evening, Chen Fan had originally agreed to have dinner with Yang Chu-Chu. However, a recruitment officer from Kyoto University suddenly visited Chen Fan's home, accompanied by No. 3 High School's principal, Zhang Zongwen. Zhang Zongwen enthusiastically introduced him to Chen Fan. This is Master Yi from Kyoto University. He wants to discuss your college application. Master? Chen Fan was startled. Being called a master usually meant a 7th level ability. User. He quickly glanced at Yi Beichen and found that he was no older than 30. Reaching master level at such a young age, Kyoto University's faculty was indeed extraordinary. Chen Fan stood in awe. Yi Beichen smiled and said, My name is Yi Beichen. Hello, student. Yi Beichen? Chen Fan almost spilled the tea in his hand upon hearing the name. The reason was simple. Shuangmian had told him that one of the 2 people responsible for his parents' deaths was Yi Beichen, Kyoto University's most promising young mentor. A murderer of my parents. At this moment, Chen Fan almost couldn't hold back his anger on the spot. But he didn't dare. Killing him for someone of this caliber would be easier than crushing an ant. Although Chen Fan hid his emotions well, his reaction still caught Yi Beichen's attention. Your heart rate just spiked to 200. Do you know me? Yi Beichen suddenly asked, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Fan's eyes. Of course, I've heard of you. The youngest and most promising mentor at Jing University, renowned and celebrated. Chen Fan tried his best to put on a look of admiration. Fortunately, he was a seasoned actor, otherwise, he would have been exposed long ago. Ha ha. Hearing Chen Fan's flattery, Yi Beichen was very pleased. He patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous. I was the top scorer in the provincial exams for Shannon Province in 2025, and you were the top scorer in 2035. We're from the same hometown. What a coincidence." Indeed, what a coincidence. Chen Fan sneered inwardly. So couldn't they at least ask what my ability is before speaking? Do you think what you assume is always the truth? Next, he met with teachers from several universities, including Zhejiang University and Nanjing University. These schools still couldn't compare to Beijing University and Magic University in terms of heritage, and the conditions they offered were far inferior. It wasn't until representatives from National Martial Arts University appeared that Chen Fan's interest was reignited. This time, it wasn't just one person who came, but 3 people together. This clearly showed that National Martial Arts University valued him highly. The leader was named Zhang Kuan, who got straight to the point. Chen Fan, we've repeatedly analyzed your combat videos and don't believe your ability is Thunder Extreme Body. Thunder Extreme Body is weaker than you in both close combat and ranged attacks, so we suspect that you've awakened an SS level ability. Chen Fan nodded. Finally, someone who understood. The 3 saw him nod and felt both surprised and delighted. They exchanged glances, secretly relieved, determined to recruit this promising talent. Zhang Kuan adjusted his glasses and said, "Chen Fan, you should know that the alternate dimension space code name Thunder Abyss is located right in Chang'an City, practically at National Martial Arts University's doorstep. Our university is the national leader in research on thunder-based abilities, so you can join us with confidence." Have you heard of the story of the white-clad god of war, Luo Changsheng? Luo Changsheng? Chen Fan frowned but quickly understood. I've heard of him. It's said he's the first liberal arts student in Dacia's history to pass the martial arts exam. Zhang Kuan nodded. That's correct. Now he's known as the #1 person below the martial saint. Back then, National Martial Arts University gave him the opportunity for a second awakening based on his physique. And the ability he awakened was also an SS Level 1, Chaos Thunder Body. Although he now works in the military, he still holds an honorary vice principal position at our university. If you can catch his eye and become his disciple, your future will be limitless. Chen Fan nodded. This person's strength was indeed admirable, one of the few he acknowledged. But he also knew that such a figure was proud and aloof, and it would be difficult for him to gain their favor. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan said, I understand what you're saying, but it's not enough to attract me. I heard that a new alternate dimension space appeared in Chang'an City recently, and it's said to contain dragons? The 3 were shocked. This information was known to very few outsiders, yet Chen Fan, who had no background, was aware of it. Chen Fan continued, joining National Martial Arts University isn't out of the question, but I only need 1 dragon egg. Zhang Kuan smiled mysteriously upon hearing this. Chen Fan, I can tell you that for this year's recruitment, our university has indeed prepared a dragon egg, but its ownership will go to the strongest freshman of this year. We'll organize a freshman competition. If you're confident, the dragon egg will naturally be yours. Quite the schemers. Chen Fan thought helplessly. National Martial Arts University would likely attract many students with this tactic. He didn't immediately agree but picked up the contract to examine it carefully. The conditions offered by National Martial Arts University weren't much, only 3 million in scholarships per year, and the dormitory was merely a suite. A suite meant a large room divided into several small ones, with each person living in a small room. Zhang Kuan noticed Chen Fan frowning and said awkwardly, after all, the economy in Shanxi province isn't as strong as in big cities. This is already the best we can offer. Chen Fan sighed and didn't rush to decide. He stood up and said, Thank you, teachers. I'll seriously consider National Martial Arts University. After sending off the 3 teachers from National Martial Arts University, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. On one side was the Thunder Abyss alternate dimension and the Dragon Egg, on the other was an 8th tier peak mentor. It was indeed a tough choice. Just as he was hesitating, Zhang Zongwen called. As soon as he spoke, he was furious and scolding harshly. Chen Fan, Beijing University is so unreliable. That Yi Beichen guy looks righteous on the surface but is despicable behind the scenes. What happened? Did something happen at Beijing University? Chen Fan was momentarily puzzled. Zhang Zongwen said angrily, just now, Yi Beichen called me and said the 8th tier peak mentor assigned to you is no longer available. What? How can they do that? Chen Fan was stunned and furious. Does Jing University not keep its word? Zhang Zongwen said, I'm not sure about the specifics, but I guess it has something to do with Mu Wuti, the second-place finisher in the martial arts exam. It said that he recently broke through to become a second-tier ability user, and Yi Beichen also went to Taishan City. Zhang Zongwen's guess was correct. After leaving Qingshan, Yi Beichen's second stop was to meet Mu Wuti, who ranked second. He greatly admired Mu Wuti and, being a graduate of Taishan No. 1 high school himself, immediately changed his mind and decided to swap the rewards originally intended for the top two. Under his insistence, the senior management of Jing University concluded that Chen Fan's martial arts exam results were somewhat coincidental and decisively adjusted the plan. Meanwhile, discussions on Weibo about the martial arts exam rankings in Shannon province were unusually heated. 90% of netizens were crying injustice for Mu Wuti, believing he was the true first place. An S-level top-tier ability absolute domain was already nearing the second tier, a true genius among geniuses of this era. The remaining less than 10% of supporters were mostly residents of Qincheng. They were furious. Do you really think Chen Fan stood out just because of triple points? On the battlefield, Chen Fan charged at the forefront of the beast tide, single-handedly killing 200 second-tier exotic beasts. In terms of points, forget 18,000, it's probably over 100,000. Your so-called Mu Wuti is not even qualified to compare with our Qingqing's Chen Fan. Although Qingqing's netizens argued with reason, it had little effect. Stop it. Killing 200 exotic beasts? Do you think they're chickens? Do you even believe what you're saying? Exactly. I bet he was just following the main group and picking up scraps. Right, if Chen Fan were really that strong, Jing University would have given him the best special admission spot. I heard this year's best special admission went to Mu Wuti. For a while, two major factions formed on Weibo, arguing incessantly. Chen Fan stared at his phone, watching the heated argument for a long time, and finally couldn't hold back anymore. I've had enough. No need to endure this any longer. With that thought, Chen Fan immediately verified a Weibo account under his real name. He straightforwardly posted, "The strong prove themselves, there's no need for debate. Thank you to my fellow townspeople, brothers, and sisters, who support me. I've decided to attend National Martial University. Jing University has deeply disappointed me. In this year's National College Freshman League, I'll show Jing University's freshmen what true strength is." This statement was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples upon ripples. The argument on Weibo instantly quieted down, and a few minutes later, it erupted again. Qingcheng residents, as expected of our Qingcheng genius, so bold. Who cares about Jing University? I believe in Chen Fan. He'll punch down the prodigies, kick Jing University, and bring glory to Qingcheng. Supporters of Mu Wuti, on the other hand, mocked in response, a so-called genius from a small place. Thinks he's the real deal? Forget challenging all of Jing University's freshmen, you can't even beat Mu Wuti alone. Mu Wuti directly issued a challenge, Chen Fan, just talking isn't the behavior of a gentleman. How about a showdown at the top of Mount Tai? Do you dare? This guy is really amusing. Chen Fan chuckled lightly and continued to mock. You're not even qualified to fight me. 3 months from now, I'll represent National Martial University's freshmen in the National College Freshman League. Want to compete with me? First, secure a spot on Jing University's team. Mu Wuti, Chen Fan, don't get too arrogant. After mocking Mu Wuti, Chen Fan contentedly turned off his phone. At this moment, Zhang Kuan from National Martial University looked at Chen Fan, speechless. Classmate, you haven't even enrolled yet, and you've already set National Martial University and Jing University against each other? If you get defeated by Jing University's students in the National Freshman League, the school won't take responsibility. He helplessly handed over a contract. Chen Fan, if there's no issue, just sign it. No problem. Chen Fan took the contract, carefully read it, and confidently signed his name. Zhang Kuan smiled. Knowingly, thinking, an SS-level genius has successfully joined, he said to Chen Fan with great enthusiasm, our ability university starts early. Freshmen need to report on July 1st. July 1st? That is quite early, Chen Fan calculated. There was just over half a month left. Zhang Kuan added, the National Freshman League starts on October 1st. The school only has 3 months to select and train participants. Time is tight. Understood, Chen Fan nodded. As the two were chatting, there was a knock at the door. Several soldiers entered Chen Fan's home, respectfully delivering a silver medal. Zhang Kuan's eyes widened when he saw the medal. He could hardly believe that such a high-level medal would be awarded to a high school graduate. Chen Fan, just how much did you contribute? Zhang Kuan asked eagerly after the soldiers left. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. Not much, just saved Qing City, that's all. Zhang Kuan was stunned. Chen Fan's status in his mind skyrocketed instantly. He began to anticipate that Chen Fan might truly have the strength to defeat the entire capital university. After seeing Zhang Kuan off, Chen Fan headed to the outskirts alone. He was ready to test the newly acquired thunderstorm skill and the one-of-a-kind Thunder God Gun. In the outskirts of Qing City, military squads were still active, clearing out sea beasts that had fled into the wilderness. Chen Fan stopped under a massive boulder. He placed a thunder seed and quickly retreated 50 meters. With a thought, the thunder seed exploded. The boulder only showed a few cracks, with no significant damage. This thunder seed is way too weak, Chen Fan muttered helplessly. It was far from what he had imagined. The system prompted, arrange the thunder seeds into a thunder net for a chain explosion, and the power will increase significantly. Chen Fan immediately tried it, arranging 10 thunder seeds in a pentagram pattern around the boulder. With a thought, the pentagram glowed, followed by a deafening roar. The 10 thunder seeds exploded in a chain, releasing violent energy. The massive boulder shattered into powder. Watching from a distance, Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. This explosion power is equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT. Chen Fan conducted multiple tests with the thunderstorm skill. He discovered that with his current mental strength, he couldn't detonate thunder seeds beyond 100 meters. Moreover, he could only condense up to 49 thunder seeds at a time. Once used up, it would take 24 hours for them to fully recover. Although the power of the thunder seeds satisfied Chen Fan enough to injure a third-tier ability user when detonated. Simultaneously, there was a problem. Enemies wouldn't foolishly stand in the center of a thunder net. Thus, the thunderstorm skill could only be effective in specific situations. After understanding the limitations of the thunderstorm skill, Chen Fan took out the Thunder God Gun. The gun was heavy, about 1.2 meters long. Holding it, Chen Fan began infusing it with his ability. Blue lightning coursed along the gun's body, and a thunder bullet quickly formed. Don't disappoint me, Chen Fan murmured as he aimed at a large rock 200 meters away. The moment he pulled the trigger, a blue thunder bullet roared out. Unfortunately, the rock remained intact. He had forgotten to load the bullet. Ah! This really is a skillful task, Chen Fan chuckled bitterly and tried several more times. After more than 10 practice attempts, he finally got the hang of sniping. Holding his breath, he fired again. This time, the thunder bullet hit the large rock 200 meters away with precision. With a loud bang, the rock shattered into several pieces. Not bad. Chen Fan looked at the Thunder God Gun in his hands with satisfaction. He had only used 1% of his ability just now. The gun's range and power were entirely dependent on how much ability he infused. If he poured in all his energy, one shot could take down a third-tier sea beast. Chen Fan then practiced his marksmanship in the open field. After consuming more than half of his ability, he finally achieved pinpoint accuracy. The next step is real combat, Chen Fan said, holding the Thunder God Gun as he began searching for targets in the distance. There were still many sea beasts that had escaped in the outskirts of Qing City, and he planned to find one to test his skills. However, after searching for an entire hour, he found nothing. Could they all have been cleared out by the military? Just as Chen Fan was feeling frustrated, faint sounds of battle came from afar. Here's my chance. Chen Fan excitedly ran to a higher vantage point, straining his eyes to look into the distance. Sure enough, about 400 to 500 meters away, 3 people were besieging a giant octopus monster. This octopus monster was incredibly powerful, already at the peak of Tier 2, and it was still handling the 3-person assault with ease. Chen Fan quickly lay prone, stabilizing his Thunder God rifle. Soon, he locked onto the octopus monster's position through the scope. This is my first kill, give me some face. Chen Fan held his breath, aiming at the octopus monster's head. He pulled the trigger, and the blue bullet shot out at lightning speed. Hundreds of meters away, the bullet struck the octopus monster's head with precision. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the monster's head burst into a mist of blood. First bleed. Chen Fan clapped excitedly, cheering at his accomplishment. The three attackers were utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged looks, momentarily unsure of what to do. Did its head just explode by itself? Their faces turned pale, as if they'd seen a ghost. The leader of the group hurriedly scanned the surroundings but found no trace of anyone. Maybe it was a passing expert who took care of it effortlessly, he speculated. While the three were still making wild guesses, Chen Fan had already turned and left the hilltop. His mission was complete, and he was ready to go home and enjoy some lottery draws. After all, his system panel showed over 9,000 kill points waiting to be spent. When he returned home, Chen Fan first checked on the white cat, ensuring she was still asleep. Then, he retreated to his bedroom. With over 9,000 kill points, Chen Fan decided to go all out this time. After all, the real benefits only count when they're in your hands. Having learned from his previous lottery experience, Chen Fan decisively chose the F-grade lottery option. After 20 consecutive draws, he obtained 4 physique enhancement cards, 6 mental power enhancement cards, 2 essence nourishing pills, 1 curse card, a piece of rare metal, a bottle of strengthening milk, and 1 spirit wound fruit. The rest were weapons he wasn't particularly interested in. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately used the physique and mental power enhancement cards. A wave of comfort washed over him, and his physique increased to 147, while his mental power rose to 128. Chen Fan felt that this was already the limit of what he could achieve while still in Tier 1. To progress further, he would need to become a Tier 2 metahuman. This meant that, at least in the short term, the physique and mental power enhancement cards would no longer be of much use to him. So, he decided to use 1,000 kill points for an E-grade lottery draw. When the roulette stopped spinning, a wooden fish appeared before him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the South Sea Monk's wooden fish. When struck, the wooden fish forms a barrier within a 100-meter radius of the host. Within the barrier, the host will gain 10 seconds of invincibility. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan almost jumped with excitement. Immunity to all damage? Isn't this just like a golden body skill? This is amazing. Chen Fan's eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't wait to test it out. He summoned the wooden fish, which, at first glance, looked like an ordinary piece of wood, devoid of any mystical aura. But the moment he lightly struck the wooden fish, a transparent wave of light immediately spread out from its center, covering a 100-meter radius. Next, Chen Fan took out a dagger and stabbed it directly at his arm. To his astonishment, a swastika-shaped protective barrier appeared where the dagger struck. No matter how much force he applied, the dagger couldn't penetrate the barrier. 10 seconds later, the barrier quietly disappeared, and the swastika symbol faded along with it. This is incredible. Now I'm truly invincible. Chen Fan smugly put away the wooden fish, tucking it into his spatial ring. Though it wasn't absolute invincibility, it was definitely a lifesaver in critical moments. Just as he was basking in his triumph, the system notification suddenly chimed. Host, please note, once the wooden fish is used, its effect will expire within 1 month. Ugh, you should have told me earlier. Chen Fan nearly spat out blood from frustration. He had just wasted a chance to be invincible. After calming himself, he quickly proceeded with a second lottery draw. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have run dry. The next 3 draws yielded no surprises. He only managed to get 1 E-grade physique enhancement card and 2 E-grade weapons. The physique enhancement card wasn't immediately useful, as he would have to reach Tier 2 before it could be of any value. Only 3 lottery chances left. Chen Fan took a deep breath and continued drawing. This time, he drew an ancient book. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate leg technique, Aurora Whirlwind Break. Once mastered, when the host performs an airborne kick, both legs will drive a thunderous as violent rotation, creating a powerful tearing force specifically designed to break defenses. What a treasure! Chen Fan was thrilled. With this move, his combat power would be greatly enhanced when facing exotic beasts like the highly defensive turtle beast. The Aurora Whirlwind Break was extremely difficult to master, requiring not only a strong physique but also exceptional leg technique skills. After all, this move relied entirely on the power of the legs. Chen Fan materialized the ancient book. The booklet had over 40 pages, complete with detailed illustrations explaining how to exert force step by step. He flipped through a few pages casually and found the content complex and hard to understand. He decided to put it away for now and focus on studying it tomorrow at the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall. With the remaining 2,000 slaughter points, Chen Fan decided to save them for later. His luck had already been used up today, and hitting the jackpot again would require accumulating good karma. Looking at the rewards in his spatial wristband, he fell into thought. The nourishing essence pill could continuously restore his abilities, so he would use it himself. As for the strengthening milk and the divine fruit, he hesitated on how to distribute them. Chu-Chu will awaken her abilities in a few days, and the divine fruit is more important for her. But she has already eaten one before, and the effect will weaken if she eats another. Last time, I gave the strengthening milk to Sister Yenran. After careful consideration, Chen Fan decided to give the strengthening milk to young Chu-Chu this time and the divine fruit to Wang Yenran. This way, the effects of both items could be maximized. After all, the body is the vessel for abilities, and a strong physique greatly aids in ability awakening. Once he made his decision, Chen Fan immediately called young Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu, are you free tonight? Let's go to the Tianyuan Hotel, I have something good for you. Don't forget to bring your ID card. The two were already quite familiar, and Chen Fan deliberately teased her. On the other end of the line, young Chu-Chu was a bit confused. A hotel? Something good? ID card? What was the senior planning? Could it be? Thinking of this, she quickly pulled the blanket over her head, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. A few seconds later, she shyly said, "But my ID card is with my parents." Chen Fan chuckled mischievously and stopped teasing her. "You don't need to bring your ID card, but we do need to go to the hotel. I have something to enhance your physique, and this kind of thing can't be consumed outside." "Oh, okay." Young Chu-Chu nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved yet slightly disappointed. After agreeing on the time, Chen Fan changed into a white t-shirt and hurried out. 10 minutes later, he met the pure and lovely young Chu-Chu at the Tianyuan Hotel. Young Chu-Chu seemed a bit shy, her face tinged with a faint blush, avoiding direct eye contact with him. This little girl really can't handle teasing, Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling secretly pleased as he noticed the blush spreading down her fair neck. She's grown so fast. Chen Fan's gaze traveled down her neck. What was once just a budding hint had now blossomed into a full springtime radiance, growing impressively. It's been a while, and she's truly become eye-catching, Chen Fan mused. Young Chu-Chu felt Chen Fan's unusual gaze and blushed even more, lowering her head to stare at her toes, too shy to speak. News of Chen Fan booking a room quickly reached the ears of the Tianyuan Hotel's owner. Upon seeing Chen Fan, the owner immediately became excited. "Haha, brother Chen, how about the presidential suite on the top floor? It has a bathtub, a large round bed, mood lighting, everything you need. I'll even have the staff bring up 2 bottles of red wine, the atmosphere will be perfect." "Stop joking," Chen Fan interrupted helplessly. "Can't you see the girl is still here? It's fine for us. Mendo have thick skin, but her face is already red enough to drip water." He waved his hand dismissively. "No need for extravagance, just make sure the room has good soundproofing." "Soundproofing?" The owner's eyebrows raised, and his smile grew even wider. "I get it. I understand completely." He quickly instructed the manager, "Take Brother Chen to room 8888 on the top floor, and make sure no one disturbs him until he comes out." Soon, Chen Fan entered the super luxurious presidential suite. The decor was extremely luxurious, and there was even an open-air swimming pool of over 60 square meters built on the balcony. "Rich people really are different, they know how to enjoy life," Chen Fan exclaimed. Young Chu-Chu had been following behind him the whole time, so shy that she didn't even dare to lift her head. "Alright, Chu-Chu, it's just the two of us here now," Chen Fan said, sitting on the sofa and smiling at her. "Senior, why did you ask me to come here? What do you want to do?" Young Chu-Chu asked nervously. "Lie down on the bed first," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Ha?" Young Chu-Chu's eyes widened, her chest slightly heaving, clearly unprepared. "Ha, I'm just teasing you. Look at how scared you are." Chen Fan laughed contentedly and stopped teasing her. He took out a bottle of lotion and handed it to young Chu-Chu. "This is a strengthening lotion. Drinking it can greatly enhance your physical condition and will be very helpful for awakening your abilities. However, it has side effects. It will make you feel hot and weak, along with other reactions. In short, it's a bit awkward, so don't be afraid. If you feel uncomfortable, just say it loudly. The soundproofing here is pretty good. Ha! Senior, what kind of reactions are you talking about? Young Choo-Choo, being young and clueless about such things, widened her eyes even more, her face full of innocence. What a sin, what a sin! Chen Fan silently recited a prayer in his heart. He felt like he was corrupting a pure young girl. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "You'll find out soon enough. You can use it in the room by yourself. I'll wait outside and won't go in." Young Choo-Choo's eyes grew even wider. "Senior, I'm a little scared. I don't dare to stay here alone." "Alright, then I'll go in with you." Chen Fan stood up without hesitation and went into the room with her. "After all, you're the one who asked me to come in." Yang Choo-Choo followed Chen Fan's instructions and drank the lotion. The next moment, her body felt a wave of pleasure, as if countless large hands were gently caressing her, tingling and ticklish. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, her breathing quickened, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her neck. From time to time, she let out shy, soft moans. Chen Fan looked at the pure and lovely girl on the bed and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, the system produces good stuff. This is truly top-notch. After more than 10 minutes, the effects of the strengthening lotion stabilized, and young Choo-Choo gradually recovered. Only then did Chen Fan realize just how awkward the situation he had described truly was. To be honest, it was downright mortifying. Young Choo-Choo quickly wrapped herself in the blanket, not daring to show her face. "Senior is so bad." Chen Fan put on a serious expression, pretending to be a good person, and kindly comforted her. After a long while, Yang Choo-Choo finally peeked out, her hair a bit messy and her cheeks still flushed. "Senior, I want to take a bath." The next day, Chen Fan dove headfirst into the training room at the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall. He had to fully master the Aurora Whirlwind Break before university started. Only then would he have the confidence to win the National Martial Arts Freshman Competition and the National Freshman League. However, this technique required extremely high proficiency in leg techniques. Even though Chen Fan had already mastered more than a dozen advanced leg techniques, practicing it was still very challenging. For the next 3 days, except for sleeping, he hardly left the martial arts hall. Finally, he managed to preliminarily master the technique of spinning his legs at lightning speed without losing control. Finally, some progress. Chen Fan nodded but still wasn't satisfied. He knew he was far from being able to inflict truly lethal damage. On the 4th day, Chen Fan had to stop training. Because today was the awakening ceremony for first-year high school students. The awakening ceremony consumed a large amount of resources and required a spirit awakener to inscribe a magic array, chanting continuously to stimulate inner strength and help the students awaken. In Xincheng, the awakening ceremony for first-year students was held uniformly every year in mid-June. This year, the ceremony was held at the city's People's Sports Stadium. When Chen Fan arrived, the venue was already packed with people. The ground was covered with densely packed golden symbols, and a transparent hemispherical dome hung overhead. Inside the dome was a row of boys and girls preparing for their awakening. Chen Fan looked around. The steps were crowded with people, at least 10,000 of them. Fortunately, he had the invitation letter from Li Ji, which allowed him to smoothly enter the viewing platform. To his surprise, Zhang Kuan, a teacher from National Martial Arts University, was also there. "Chen Fan, come over here." Li Ji waved at him, inviting him to sit beside him. Zhang Kuan, sitting nearby, also greeted him with a big smile. "Chen Fan, we meet again." "Mr. Zhang, you sure have a lot of free time." Chen Fan chuckled lightly, not holding back. Although his words were subtle, Zhang Kuan immediately understood Chen Fan was implying that he must be quite idle to attend such an event. "Ha, I happened to catch the awakening ceremony in Xincheng. I was invited by Mayor Li to liven things up and also to see if there are any promising talents," Zhang Kuan replied with a friendly smile. After all, as an SS-level genius, Chen Fan's strength could easily surpass his as long as he didn't meet an untimely end. Li Ji chimed in, "Chen Fan, I also graduated from National Martial Arts University." "Surprised?" "Quite unexpected," Chen Fan replied, looking at Li Ji with a slightly more favorable impression. Li Ji smiled and said, "Zhang Kuan and I are senior and junior disciples. We were taught by the same master back in the day, and we got along pretty well." "There's that connection?" Chen Fan was surprised, but inwardly didn't think much of Li Ji. After all, the gap between them was significant. One was already a 7th-tier grandmaster, while the other was still lingering at the 5th tier. Li Ji noticed the disdain in Chen Fan's eyes and felt a bit awkward. He rubbed his nose and quickly changed the subject. The awakening ceremony is about to start. Chen Fan looked over and saw a man holding a golden book, with a solemn expression, walking into the midst of the students. As he chanted continuously, the golden symbols on the ground began to flicker. At that moment, all the students instinctively closed their eyes. After a dozen breaths, the first awakened student appeared. It was a boy with glasses, a buzz cut, and a simple, honest appearance. A blue light emerged above his head, and the next second, he opened his eyes. The awakening was quite fast, but it's only an E-level ability, the onlookers murmured softly. The boy looked a bit dejected, lowering his head as he slowly walked out of the transparent light shield. Chen Fan was puzzled. How could everyone tell the level of his ability? Li Ji noticed his confusion and explained, the color above the head represents the ability level. Ability levels, from lowest to highest, are green, blue, white, yellow, orange, red, black, purple, and gold. They correspond to levels F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. I see. Chen Fan nodded. One by one, students began to awaken. Most had white or yellow lights above their heads, representing D-level and C-level abilities. Some were overjoyed, while others appeared disappointed. 2 minutes later, the first red light ring appeared in the field. Someone awakened an A-level ability. Quick, see whose child it is. The crowd was filled with astonishment and envy. An A-level ability was considered top tier in Xinjiang. Time passed slowly. As the priest continued chanting, a quarter of the students had already awakened their abilities. At this point, the golden book in the awakening master's hands began to dim, as if it was about to extinguish. The awakening ceremony is almost over. Many parents were still anxiously waiting, hoping their children would awaken at the last moment. Chen Fan stared intently at young Chu-Chu in the field, listening to the worried discussions around him, feeling as if his heart was on fire. She clearly ate the divine fruit and drank the strengthening milk. At the very least, she should awaken an A-level ability, right? How? Could she have no ability at all? The golden symbols on the ground were almost completely dimmed, and the priest slowly closed the book. Everyone knew the awakening ceremony was over. Those who hadn't awakened would have to follow the ordinary academic path in the future. Just as Chen Fan was in despair, suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted in the field. The crowd, who had been preparing to leave, turned back in astonishment. The purple light was incredibly dazzling, illuminating the entire stadium. What? An SS-level ability. Everyone around was stunned. The only one who remained calm in the arena was Chen Fan. He let out a sigh of relief because the one who had awakened the SS-level ability was none other than young Chu-Chu. The next second, young Chu-Chu opened her eyes. The purple light gradually faded, replaced by a crisp and resonant phoenix cry. A golden fire phoenix burst out from her body, circling around her continuously. SS-level ability, true phoenix physique. Li Ji and Zhang Kuan were dumbfounded, simultaneously shouting out the name of young Chu-Chu's awakened ability. Fantastic! Chen Fan was overjoyed. At that moment, an electronic notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, young Chu-Chu has successfully awakened an ability above S-level. You have earned 1 E-level lottery chance. While everyone was still overwhelmed with excitement, a massive rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the gymnasium. A fierce wind howled, and an ominous aura surged forth. What is that? The crowd looked up in shock, exclaiming in unison. At that moment, a gigantic hand reached out from the rift, aiming straight for Yang Chu-Chu in the center of the arena. The enormous hand in the air was covered in thick black fur, clearly not a human hand. The hand, over 3 meters long, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression as it grabbed young Chu-Chu from the ground in one swift motion. Chu-Chu! Chen Fan was panic-stricken, but he was utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the oppressive aura in the gymnasium had caused tens of thousands of spectators to collapse to the ground, unable to move. How dare you! At that moment, an angry shout exploded in Chen Fan's ears. Immediately after, the sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed. A massive sword light shot skyward, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant and slashing fiercely at the giant hand. Chen Fan turned his head to see that it was Zhang Kuan who had made the move. The sword light struck the giant hand, splitting the flesh and causing blood to splatter everywhere. At the same time, a deep, bull-like roar of anger came from the black rift in the sky. The creature was clearly enraged. Due to its injured arm, it violently flung Yang Chu-Chu down from the air. Oldly, catch her quickly. Chen Fan was so anxious he almost jumped up, urging Li Ji beside him. Got it. Li Ji reacted swiftly, using his mental power to form a large hand that securely caught young Chuchu just before she hit the ground. Li Ji brought young Chuchu over to Chen Fan. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of fainting. Are you okay, Chuchu? Chen Fan quickly supported her. The creature in the black rift, however, was clearly unwilling to give up. Its entire arm extended out, reaching fiercely toward Chen Fan and the others. The massive arm swept past Chen Fan, nearly scaring him out of his wits. He hurriedly retreated while holding Yang Chuchu. The creature in the rift roared deafeningly in anger and frustration, the sound so loud it made Chen Fan's eardrums ache. Everyone, evacuate immediately! Li Ji shouted, beginning to guide the crowd to safety. Meanwhile, Zhang Koan gripped his Qingfeng sword tightly, ready for battle. After several breaths, the creature finally withdrew its arm reluctantly. Then, a pair of enormous ape-like eyes appeared in the rift, glaring intently at young Chuchu in the arena. At the same time, a powerful aura of a ferocious beast surged forth. Chen Fan quickly shielded young Chuchu behind him. At that moment, he finally saw clearly it was the eyes of an ape-like creature. Zhang Kuan's sword slashed horizontally once more, the sword energy sweeping through the void and piercing into the rift. In the next moment, the eyes disappeared, and a booming voice echoed from the rift. The true Phoenix physique is the only candidate for the holy maiden of the beast worship cult. This girl belongs to the beast worship cult, no exceptions. Servant, bring her back to me. With a furious command, the rift in the sky rapidly expanded, growing to a width of 100 meters in an instant. The next moment, a colossal black shadow descended from the sky. It was the owner of the giant hand from earlier, a titan giant ape, standing over 30 meters tall. What kind of monster is this? Chen Fan's heart pounded wildly. Zhang Koan's expression was grave as he explained, this is a primordial beast raised by the beast worship cult. Judging by its size, its strength is at least close to the 8th tier. 8th tier? Chen Fan was stunned. The giant ape let out a thunderous roar, its massive foot stomping down toward the crowd. Protect the civilians! Li Ji shouted, using his mental power to manipulate the ground. The ground beneath the giant ape's feet instantly transformed into two thick chains, tightly locking its legs. But this did nothing to hinder the ape's strength. It suddenly lifted its leg, and the thick chains shattered with a thunderous crack. At the same time, Li Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, his mental energy visibly damaged. Faced with such a ferocious beast, he was no match at all. I'll handle this. At that moment, a spirit awakener stepped forward, spitting blood onto the book in his hand. The previously dim pages instantly radiated golden light. He chanted softly, and the golden text transformed into streams of light that entered the giant ape's consciousness. The previously raging ape suddenly became calm. Everyone, run! Li Ji struggled to his feet, using his mental energy to break open the gymnasium wall, creating an exit. The crowd quickly scattered and fled for their lives. However, the giant ape soon regained consciousness. When it opened its eyes, the spirit awakener had already collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Watch out! Zhang Kuan shouted, controlling his flying sword with mental energy. Flying sword technique, sky burial. The sword light flared, and the flying sword transformed into a blade dozens of meters long. The powerful sword energy slashed fiercely at the titan ape. Roar! The giant ape roared, crossing its arms in front of its chest. With a deafening boom, the ape forcibly blocked the sword energy, emerging completely unscathed. In the next moment, it punched out with astonishing force. Sword shield technique. Zhang Kuan maneuvered the flying sword, and the sword energy instantly formed a massive shield, blocking the ape's punch. Chen Fan picked up Yang Chuchu, unfolded his thunder wings, and soared into the sky, leaving the battlefield. You should leave too. Zhang Kuan shouted to Li Ji. Then, the flying sword in his hand split into two, then into four, and finally stopped at 36. Heavenly Sword Formation, activate. Zhang Kuan divided his mental energy into 36 parts, simultaneously controlling the flying swords. Each sword, carrying sword energy, was 3 meters long. The 36 flying swords formed a sword formation, encircling the titan ape completely. The ape showed no fear, emitting a cyan glow as its fists continuously struck out, effortlessly deflecting all the flying sword attacks. Chen Fan held Yang Chuchu tightly, hovering in midair with the help of his thunder wings, his eyes fixed on this master-level duel. The gymnasium soon couldn't withstand the flying sword energy swirling everywhere and was torn apart in an instant. The giant ape in the center displayed astonishing strength, its muscles bulging all over, and its fists clashing with the flying swords produced metallic collision sounds. This giant ape's body is truly formidable. And this flying sword technique is simply unbelievable. Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. Flying sword techniques rank first among killing moves. Only those with mental energy manipulation abilities can use them. Their mental energy is incredibly powerful, allowing them to control flying swords remotely to kill enemies, and their understanding of sword energy is profound. They are true masters of swordsmanship. Just as Chen Fan was marveling, the battle between Zhang Kuan and the giant ape began to turn unfavorable. Chen Fan anxiously shouted to Yang Chuchu, "Chuchu, hold onto my neck tightly, don't fall." Yang Chuchu obediently nodded, wrapping her arms tightly around Chen Fan's neck. With his hands free, Chen Fan summoned the Thunder God gun. "I hope this can help a little." He focused intensely, channeling almost all his ability energy into the Thunder God gun. In the next moment, Chen Fan seized the opportunity and fired a lightning bullet, which instantly traveled hundreds of meters and accurately hit one of the giant ape's eyes. Although the bullet couldn't penetrate the eyeball, the lightning energy temporarily blinded the ape in that eye. Roar! The giant ape roared furiously in Chen Fan's direction. A powerful beastly aura surged forth, almost knocking Chen Fan out of the air. At this moment, Zhang Kuan finally seized the opportunity. From the sword formation, one flying sword shot out like a dragon emerging from the water, swiftly stabbing the giant ape's other eye. Faced with this sudden strike, the giant ape was unable to defend itself. With a squelching sound, the massive eyeball burst, blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The giant ape howled in pain, its eyes completely blinded. "All swords unite!" Zhang Kuan shouted. The 36 flying swords in the air instantly merged into one giant sword. Flying sword technique, heaven-shattering strike. He bit his tongue, pouring all his mental energy into the giant sword. The flying sword transformed into a stream of light, tearing through the void and piercing straight into the Titan ape's chest. The raging giant ape froze in midair as if immobilized, and a few seconds later, it crashed to the ground. "We won!" Chen Fan saw Zhang Kuan half-kneeling on the ground, his face pale. He quickly landed beside him and helped Zhang Kuan up. "Mr. Zhang, are you okay?" Zhang Kuan gasped heavily, clearly at his limit. He looked at Chen Fan with surprise and asked, "What weapon did you use just now? Where is it now?" Chen Fan was prepared and answered calmly, "That's a special skill of my ability. What you saw was just an energy projection, not a real weapon." His explanation was flawless. After all, his ability was unprecedented on Blue Star, and all extraordinary phenomena could be attributed to it. Moreover, no one on Blue Star knew about guns or cannons, so no one would suspect anything. Zhang Kuan nodded, evidently convinced. After all, a weapon disappearing into thin air could only be the manifestation of a skill. He politely said to Chen Fan, "Chen Fan, thanks to your thunder bullet, I almost didn't make it out alive today. Without your help, we'd probably all be dead." Chen Fan spoke honestly, "No, without your assistance, we wouldn't have survived either." "All right, stop complimenting each other," Li Ji interrupted as he walked over. He frowned, looking at the void rift gradually disappearing in the sky, and said, "I've heard that the Holy Son of the Beast Worship cult is an ability user who has awakened the true dragon physique and can already partially transform into a dragon. That's why they're urgently searching for an ability user who can transform into a phoenix. It's said that the offspring of a dragon-phoenix union can inherit the so-called beast god's will, allowing the beast god to appear on Blue Star in human form." This was the first time Chen Fan had heard of such secrets, and his brows furrowed deeply. If this were true, Yang Chuchu's safety would be in constant jeopardy. Zhang Kuan, being shrewd, spoke up, "Let Chuchu stay here. Neither her personal safety nor the security of Qingcheng can be guaranteed." He smiled at Yang Chuchu and said, "Our National Martial University is full of experts and can absolutely protect you. Are you interested in joining our Hidden Dragon class?" Hidden Dragon class? Chen Fan and Yang Chuchu were puzzled, clearly hearing about it for the first time. Zhang Kuan explained, "Top universities recruit a few highly talented first-year high school students every year for focused training. That's the Hidden Dragon class. You'll study in the Hidden Dragon class during your second and third years of high school, and after graduation, you'll officially enroll in university alongside new college entrance exam students. All the teachers in our National Martial University's Hidden Dragon class are master-level experts." Yang Chuchu nodded repeatedly, very willing, as going to the same university as Chen Fan had always been her dream. Chen Fan also hoped Yang Chuchu could join National Martial University. With him by her side, he believed she would grow even faster. However, Chen Fan frowned and interrupted. Mr. Zhang, I'd like to ask, for the dragon egg prepared for the strongest freshman this year, do we have to compete with the students from the Hidden Dragon class 2 years ago? Yes, Zhang Kuan nodded somewhat awkwardly. But, Chen Fan, don't worry too much. With your strength, you still have a 30% chance of winning against those top students in the Hidden Dragon class. 30%? Chen Fan was speechless. That's underestimating me, isn't it? Are the students in the Hidden Dragon class really that strong? Chen Fan asked skeptically, frowning. Zhang Kuan smiled confidently. They've been personally taught by masters for 2 years, how could they not be strong? Let me tell you secretly, all 30 students in the Hidden Dragon class who enrolled the same year as you are S-level ability users, and more than half have already advanced to level 2. This is quite the pressure. Chen Fan finally felt the urgency. There are still nearly 10 days before enrollment. I must strive to advance to level 2. Only then can I ensure victory. Zhang Kuan then explained some of the benefits of the Hidden Dragon class to young Chu. Seeing her firm attitude, he finally felt reassured. Chu, then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring the contract over. Once you sign it, it's finalized. Alright, Mr. Zhang, young Chu said happily. Not long after, news of an SS-level genius appearing in Xinjiang was spread online by someone. Upon hearing this, major universities immediately notified their recruitment officers still in the southern province of the. Next day, over a dozen top universities gathered in the principal's office of Xinjiang No. 3 High School, demanding fair competition for Yang Chuchu's school choice. Zhang Zongwen was overwhelmed and immediately informed Chen Fan. When Chen Fan arrived, the atmosphere was extremely tense, almost confrontational. Competing for an SS-level genius is on a completely different level than competing for an S-level 1. Back then, they only considered me an S-level ability user. Chen Fan shook his head slightly, feeling no regret about choosing National Martial University. At this moment, in the office, young Chu stood nervously beside Principal Zhang Zongwen. Zhang Kuan was arguing passionately, engaging in a heated debate with the many teachers present. This time, Beijing University had sent none other than Yi Beichen. He glanced coldly at Chen Fan, a contemptuous smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, clearly displeased with Chen Fan's choice of National Martial University and his public challenge to all Beijing University freshmen online. However, faced with so many teachers and master-level experts, Yi Beichen merely snorted without acting out. This guy, I remember every grudge, old and new. Chen Fan was unfazed by Yi Beichen's gaze. Yi Beichen then turned to mock Zhang Kuan. Mr. Zhang, can your National Martial University really nurture a genius like Yang Chu, an SS-level talent? Don't waste her potential. Exactly. National Martial University doesn't even have a single martial saint-level expert. Can it withstand the pressure from the beast worship cult? Don't ruin the young girl, a teacher from Magic University sneered. Zhang Kuan, it's true you saved her life, but you can't use that to coerce her into joining your National Martial University, can you? Other teachers chimed in, their attitudes equally unfriendly. Zhang Kuan's face turned red, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Chu hurriedly explained, I joined National Martial University voluntarily, no one forced me. Chu, you're still young and don't understand the importance of resources. At National Martial University, at best, you'll be taught by master-level teachers. But if you come to Magic University, I can guarantee you'll receive personal guidance from an 8th-tier Grandmaster, the Magic University teacher said kindly, trying to persuade her earnestly. Yi Beichen cleared his throat and pretended to look warmly at young Chu, flashing a confident smile. Chu, you must have heard of me. I'm Yi Beichen. Come to Beijing University. As a fellow native, I'll take extra care of you, even personally teach you. The Beichen battle team will always reserve a spot for you. This Yi Beichen is so shameless. Chen Fan cursed inwardly. A few days ago, when Yi Beichen tried to recruit him, he said he would only consider giving him a spot on the Beichen battle team if he graduated as an outstanding student. Now, facing Yang Chu, he directly guaranteed her a spot. Really looking down on me. And this guy clearly has ulterior motives for Chu. Chen Fan deliberately moved closer to young Chu, blocking Yi Beichen's sinister gaze. Senior, I don't want to go to any other school. I just want to go to National Martial University with you, young Chu said with a hint of grievance on her face. Being young, she was nervous and uneasy in this chaotic, almost combative recruitment scene. Chu, don't be afraid. They can't intimidate you. Which university you choose is entirely up to you. Chen Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered reassuringly. Seeing the two so close, the crowd raised their eyebrows and began pressuring Chen Fan instead. Chen, you should persuade her. An SS-level genius going to National Martial University is a waste of talent. Exactly, don't ruin the young girl's future for personal gain. She's only 2 years younger and doesn't understand the implications. You should know better. Chen Fan felt that, in the eyes of these people, an SS-level genius was 100 times more valuable than him. Zhang Kuan, who had been stunned by the criticism, finally regained his composure. How is National Martial University wasting students' talents? Back then, Luo Changsheng was also an SS-level ability user, and now he's an 8th-tier peak grandmaster. That's because he had high talent and worked hard. It has nothing to do with your National Martial University, someone immediately retorted. Chen Fan was speechless. As expected, these teachers sent to recruit students had skin thick enough to deflect bullets, and their sophistry was top-notch. He strode forward and said, I think National Martial University is pretty good. At least their vision is better than yours. The teachers' faces stiffened, immediately understanding Chen Fan's implication, and began criticizing him in unison. These university professors are all masters in their field, essentially S-level ability users. Therefore, they completely disregard Chen Fan, who has yet to showcase his strength. Chen Fan, stop beating around the bush. Do you think we can't understand what you're trying to say? Your talent is just average, not top-notch, and doesn't deserve the best resources. Exactly, I think this kid has no sense of reverence at all. People like him can't go far. I'm actually glad he didn't choose our university. Alright. You all think I'm not capable, huh? Just wait to be slapped in the face by me. Let's see who can still laugh then. Chen Fan took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and silently recorded all their mocking remarks. He planned to play it back for them when he retaliated in the future. Yang Chuchu's attitude was, of course, aligned with Chen Fan's. She mustered her courage and said, wherever Senior Chen Fan goes, I will go too. You little girl, sigh. The crowd shook their heads helplessly. Young love is always so impulsive. Just as everyone was trying to persuade her to reconsider, Yi Beichen suddenly looked at Chen Fan and said, Chen Fan, how about this? Why don't you two join my Jing University? I guarantee to secure a top-tier 8th-level mentor for you, and will even cover the penalty fees for leaving Guowu University. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen Fan rejected him outright, leaving no room for negotiation. I wouldn't dare trust Jing University's promises. Yi Beichen's face turned red with anger, almost losing his temper on the spot. Originally intending to use this offer to persuade Chen Fan, the teacher from Mo University saw Yi Beichen hit a wall and swallowed his words. This competition lasted for over an hour. Seeing Yang Chuchu's firm stance, the crowd sought other avenues. They took out their phones and immediately called Yang's parents. The couple's attitude was resolute, fully respecting their daughters and Chen Fan's decision. Their message was clear, they had accepted this son-in-law. The crowd had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Yi Beichen was the last to go. He turned back to look at Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan, saying, You two better pray you can safely escort young Chuchu to Guowu University. What do you mean? Zhang Kuan stood up, staring coldly at him. Nothing, just a reminder, the beast worship cult won't let her go easily. That's none of your concern. Zhang Kuan retorted coldly. Good luck. Yi Beichen sneered, stopped lingering, and turned to leave. Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan exchanged glances, both filled with disdain for Yi Beichen. Zhang Kuan frowned and said, But Yi Beichen is right. The beast worship cult will definitely make a move. For safety's sake, I'll take Yang back to Guowu University today. Let's not delay this any longer. Yang Chuchu hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. She knew staying here would do no good and might even implicate Qing City. Senior, I'll wait for you at Guowu University first. Yang Chuchu looked at Chen Fan with reluctance. All right. Chen Fan patted her head affectionately. In the afternoon, after sending Yang Chuchu off, Chen Fan immersed himself in the Warwolf Martial Arts Hall. To seize the dragon egg, he had to give it his all for the next 10 days. Over the following days, Chen Fan focused on practicing the Aurora Whirlwind break in the mornings and trained his physique and willpower in the gravity training room in the afternoons. The gravity training room could adjust the gravity experienced by ability users, making them feel as if they were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. With Chen Fan's current physique, undergoing high-intensity training under 10 times gravity was just right to strengthen his body and hone his willpower.
During these days, Chen Fan's astonishing willpower greatly impressed Lu Tao. Every time Lu Tao
entered the training room, he was struck by Chen Fan's relentless effort, drenched in sweat. In the mechanism array training room, Chen Fan, under 10 times gravity, battled 10 combat robots simultaneously, yet he didn't fall
behind it all.
His strong physique, resilient willpower, and superb combat skills made Lu Tao feel he was no match for him. Finally, on the 7th day, Chen Fan had honed his first-level peak strength to perfection. His Aurora Whirlwind Break was also successfully mastered. With no exotic beasts to test its power, he could only ask Lu Tao to bring a 30-centimeter thick titanium alloy steel plate. Chen Fan leaped into the air with a flying kick, his feet spinning at lightning speed like a drill, piercing straight into the steel plate and instantly shredding it into fragments. Good. Chen Fan looked at the iron scraps on the ground, very satisfied with the power of this move. Next, he could fully focus on breaking through to the peak of the second tier. That noon, after having lunch at Wang Yanran's house, Chen Fan returned home alone.
The time to advance to a second-tier ability user has arrived.
Suppressing his excitement, Chen Fan adjusted his state and prepared to face the challenge. He set the output voltage of the voltage regulator to 800 volts.
Yet his body showed no reaction.
Chen Fan frowned and slowly increased the voltage. When the voltage reached 1000 volts, his entire body was in intense pain, as if his cells were being torn apart.
But Chen Fan quickly realized something was wrong.
Previously, when his body was in pain, it was always accompanied by the pleasure of cellular regeneration. This time, there was no pleasure at all. His body's cells seemed to be strongly rejecting this electrical energy. After enduring for several breaths, Chen Fan decisively unplugged the power source.
Why can't I advance by absorbing lightning this time? He was full of confusion, unable to figure it out.
The system had previously said that the thunder-devouring sacred body
could grow stronger by absorbing lightning.
He quickly asked the system about his doubts, but the system always remained silent in the face of such questions.
Damn system!
Chen Fan cursed inwardly.
After thinking for a long
time, he decided to seek help from someone else. The only person he could trust was Li Ji. After all, Li Ji was the strongest person he knew. Li Ji quickly answered the call, and after hearing Chen Fan describe his abilities, characteristics, he was almost dumbfounded.
Are you sure you used to advance by absorbing lightning? Li Ji repeatedly confirmed.
Of course, old Li, I wouldn't lie to you. Chen Fan, asked several times, became a little impatient. Li Ji was shocked and really wanted to say, calm down, don't rush into anything.
Wait until you become a martial saint with this ability, then show off all you want. Chen Fan, from now on, I'll call you bro, and I'll be your little brother, okay?
Li Ji suddenly joked. Stop messing around, old Li. I can't advance by absorbing lightning anymore, so it looks like I'll need your help.
Chen Fan sounded a bit dejected. Li Ji replied sourly, no way.
It's impossible for you not to advance.
You're just facing a major obstacle right now. A major obstacle? Different from previous advancements? Chen Fan asked, puzzled.
Of course it's different, Li Ji said, through gritted teeth. Honestly, Chen Fan, once you get into college, you need to catch up on the basics of ability cultivation. Chen Fan sighed helplessly, old Li, now's not the time to bring up my shortcomings.
Li Ji
awkwardly chuckled and quickly explained, any ability advancement requires understanding the corresponding laws.
That's why everyone has to cultivate techniques.
Techniques record the predecessor's insights into the laws, and
learning related techniques allows for faster and more direct understanding of the essence of abilities.
Your ability is quite special, being able to advance by absorbing lightning.
I think your body, when absorbing lightning, automatically extracts some kind of law contained within the electrical energy.
Now that you can't absorb electrical energy to upgrade, it's likely because you've already fully mastered the laws within this artificial electrical
energy.
So, to advance to the second tier, you need to absorb other types of lightning, such as the lightning within exotic beasts or the thunder in nature.
So that's how it is.
Chen Fan listened attentively, feeling
that Li Ji's explanation made a lot of sense.
Every time he absorbed electrical energy, he felt his brain working rapidly, which was probably the process of gradually comprehending the laws.
Old Li, thanks to your explanation.
You're truly my big brother,
Chen Fan said happily. Not at all. Just don't turn your back on me once you become a martial saint, Li Ji joked. Absolutely not, Chen Fan teased back.
I might ignore other friends, but
not you.
After all, you still owe me 1.01 billion, and I haven't forgotten that debt.
The two now have a very good relationship.
Chen Fan admires Li Ji for being a reliable mayor, and Li Ji respects Chen Fan as a passionate
young man. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan began planning his next move.
He dared not touch natural lightning, as it could instantly reduce him to ashes. Therefore, to advance to a second-tier ability user, he could only
absorb the lightning within exotic beasts.
According to Li Ji, he would need to absorb the lightning from at least 3 second-tier exotic beasts to have a chance at breaking through.
There's still a few days before school starts. I'll head to Yuliang Pass first and try my luck to make the breakthrough.
After preparing, he called Wang Yanran to ask her to help take care of Tong Tong. Once everything was arranged, Chen Fan packed food, seasonings, pots, pans, and camping gear into his spatial ring.
I'll treat it like a vacation, but this 3 cubic meter space ring is really too small,
Chen Fan muttered helplessly, wishing he could fit a folding bed inside.
I wonder
when I'll be able to draw another spatial ring. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't yet claimed the reward for helping Yang Chu-Chu awaken her abilities.
He quickly clicked to draw the prize. Spatial ring. Spatial ring.
Chen Fan prayed silently. The blue roulette will finally stopped, revealing a red porcelain bottle. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a bottle of Great Sun Pure Yang pills.
I didn't get the spatial ring. Chen Fan was a bit disappointed.
He picked up the porcelain bottle and opened the stopper, revealing over a dozen small red pills inside.
So fragrant? Chen Fan sniffed lightly and immediately felt a surge of vitality. This must be some kind of divine medicine. He quickly asked the system, what does this do?
After consuming the Great Sun Pure Yang pill, ability users can fight continuously for 3 days without fatigue.
Wow, this is great. It's like an upgraded version of the Nourishing Essence pill. No wonder just smelling it makes you feel energized. Chen Fan was overjoyed.
But the system's next sentence nearly made him curse aloud.
Host, please note, this pill requires mobilizing all the body's yang energy, and the side effects are significant. After consumption, there will be 3 months of sexual dysfunction. Wait, what do you mean by 3 months of sexual dysfunction? Chen Fan's hand trembled slightly as he held the jade bottle. Is this impotence the kind I'm thinking of? Chen Fan asked tentatively.
The system, however, ignored him. Chen Fan quickly sealed the bottle to prevent the fragrance from
affecting him. 3 months of sexual dysfunction? That's like being a eunuch for 3 months. I can't stand it.
He was very displeased with this side effect. But throwing away such a life-saving treasure would be a waste. After some thought, he decided to give it to Li Ji in the future. Old Li is at that age, having issues in that area is normal.
He probably won't mind.
At that moment, Li Ji was in his office assigning tasks to his secretary. For some reason, he suddenly felt something was off. The attractive secretary in front of him suddenly seemed much less appealing. That afternoon, Chen Fan borrowed an off-road vehicle from Li Ji and set off alone for
Yuliang Pass. Speeding along the way, he arrived promptly at 3 p.m. This time was different from before.
The square outside Yuliang Pass was bustling with activity, filled with cars and people, at least 1,000, resembling a
marketplace in a big city.
Many ability users were trading exotic beast items here. A long line stretched out in front of the large iron gate outside the town.
Late-stage first-tier complete violent armor bear corpse, selling for 5,000. Early-stage second-tier firebird tail feathers, take them for 12,000. Anyone interested in first-tier scarlet flowers? Price negotiable. Chen Fan parked his car to the side and walked into the market, unable to help but marvel. So this is the legendary Beast Fate Bazaar?
The Beast Fate Bazaar was a place where ability users sought and traded exotic beast items. Chen Fan had heard of it before. Every dimensional
space would periodically open.
Ability users could enter the dimensional space to hunt exotic beasts and then bring their spoils out to sell. He hadn't expected to arrive just in time for the Beast Fate Bazaar at Yuliang Pass. The items for sale here were incredibly diverse, including even exotic beast cubs.
Young man, interested in a terror wolf cub?
It's great as a contract beast and can guard your home too, a vendor eagerly pitched as Chen Fan
stopped. Sorry, I'm not a beast taming ability user. Chen Fan shook his head and quickly left.
On Blue Star, there was a special type of ability user known as the Beast Tamer class.
They typically possessed psychic or mental
abilities, allowing them to form emotional bonds with exotic beasts and command them in battle. Beast tamers were extremely rare, at least in Qingcheng Third High School. Chen Fan had never seen one.
Moreover, being a beast tamer
was very costly, as the price of high-grade exotic beast cubs had already skyrocketed. As Chen Fan wandered around, he discovered that the corpse of a second-tier exotic beast could sell for tens of thousands of yuan. This made him even more eager to obtain a high-capacity spatial ring. But even if I draw a spatial ring, it would only be 3 cubic meters unless I win a higher-level prize.
Just as he was pondering this, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, little brother, want to team up to hunt exotic beasts? There are 3 of us interested in joining?" Chen Fan turned around to see a burly man. Judging by his aura, he was likely a mid-second tier ability user. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both around 25 or 26 years old, and both early second tier. Chen Fan frowned. Would a group of second-tier big shots really invite a first-tier weakling like him? Out of kindness? He didn't believe it for a second. Seeing his hesitation, the burly man explained, "We mainly need someone to help carry the exotic beast corpses." Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Did they really think he was some naive student fresh out of school? He didn't know what these 3 were up to, but he certainly didn't trust their words. Waving them off, he said, "Sorry, but judging by your faces, I'm afraid following you would bring me bad luck." "Who says we look unlucky?" the young man behind them snapped, pointing at Chen Fan. The other 2 also looked displeased. Realizing they couldn't fool him, their true colors emerged. "Kid, do you think just because the Great Xia prohibits ability users from fighting, you're safe? Once you're in the dimensional space, no one's going to stop us. I'll make sure you wish you were dead." Chen Fan smirked coldly. "Do you know why I said you look unlucky? Offending me means you haven't recognized a true expert when you see one." When it came to verbal sparring, Chen Fan had never lost. The tension between the 2 sides quickly drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Someone kindly warned, "Wu Xiong, are you trying to scam newcomers again? If you keep this up, the authorities will catch you sooner or later. Everyone faces trouble in the martial world, don't bring it upon yourself." "That's right. Young man, don't fall for it. These 3 often lure newcomers to hunt exotic beasts, and no one ever makes it out of the dimensional space alive. After all, the Great Xiao was a society governed by rules, and most people abided by the law." Wu Xiong and his group were left speechless and had no choice but to slink away through the crowd in embarrassment. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. He hadn't even had the chance to deal with them himself. How could they leave so easily? After politely thanking the crowd, he began searching for the trio. He planned to follow them into the dimensional space and find a secluded spot to deal with them directly. However, after scanning the area, he couldn't find any trace of the 3. Left with no other option, he decided to give up for now and headed to the entrance of Yuliang Town to queue up. All ability users entering the dimensional space had to undergo inspection by the soldiers. When it was Chen Fan's turn, the soldier on duty didn't recognize him. After all, Chen Fan had changed his appearance after getting off the vehicle. Given his significant reputation in Qingqing City, there were bound to be many ability users from Qingqing who knew him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had used his mimicry ability to take on the appearance of Li Yaping. The silver medal engraved with Chen Fan's name couldn't be taken out for use, so he obediently paid the entry fee of 1,000 yuan. Even after entering the dimensional space, he didn't revert to his original appearance. After all, it was safer to use someone else's face when doing questionable things. Before entering the space, Chen Fan had already obtained an internal government document from Li Ji. He had a rough idea of where thunder beasts might appear. The document says that 30 kilometers south of the entrance, in a canyon, thundercloud leopards often appear. I'll head there first to take a look. Taking out the military map, Chen Fan confirmed his direction and set off quickly. Along the way, he saw many ability users carrying exotic beast corpses, their expressions tense, as if afraid their prey might be stolen. Chen Fan had a clear goal and didn't want to waste time on other exotic beasts. As long as they didn't attack him first, he chose to let them go. An hour later, he finally arrived at the canyon marked on the map. He hid on a mountaintop, carefully observing. In the valley below, there were more than a dozen second-tier thundercloud leopards. The leader, 3 meters long, was surrounded by blue and white electric arcs. This was already at the peak of second-tier strength. Although Chen Fan could easily defeat late-stage second-tier beasts, he was still slightly inferior when facing a peak second-tier one. Of course, with his diverse methods, he still had a chance to take them down. After confirming there were no third-tier thundercloud leopards in the area, he quietly took out the Thunder God rifle. He wasn't foolish enough to charge directly into the group of thundercloud leopards. That would be suicidal. His plan was to first eliminate the other leopards from a distance and then have a proper Showdown with the leader. Chen Fan held the Thunder God rifle, observing intently. Thundercloud leopards were dual attribute beasts of wind and lightning, with incredible speed. From his current position the next moment, it bared its sharp fangs and leaped fiercely, its claws carrying 3 streaks of wind and thunder energy as it lunged straight at Chen Fan. The 3 lightning-like slashes struck the protective thunder dragon around him. Chen Fan was jolted back by the heavy blow, and the protective thunder dragon nearly dissipated. Too fast, too strong. Chen Fan marveled, realizing this creature's strength was likely close to Tier 3. Before he could steady himself, the thundercloud leopard's claws were already coming down. Chen Fan immediately activated Thunder Flash, disappearing in an instant and reappearing 5 meters away, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. The thundercloud leopard was slightly surprised but quickly launched another attack. Chen Fan fought back with all his might, swinging his broadsword to unleash dragon-shaped energy waves, engaging in a fierce battle with the thundercloud leopard. After a dozen breaths, the broadsword was finally shattered by a swipe of the leopard's claw. Chen Fan was in danger, but his agility saved him. He executed a Tongbei kick, infused with thunderous power, and struck the thundercloud leopard's face hard. Catching it off guard, he sent it flying 10 meters, barely avoiding its fangs. "This thing is too fierce, my strength is still lacking," Chen Fan panted heavily, retreating 10 meters and keeping a wary eye on his opponent. The thundercloud leopard, agile and nimble, suddenly leaped again, pouncing toward Chen Fan. Not daring to be careless, Chen Fan instantly formed a pair of thunder wings behind him, shielding his entire body and blocking several wind and thunder attacks. At the same time, thunder erupted beneath his feet as he kicked toward the leopard's neck, sending it flying 10 meters. However, the thundercloud leopard's body was so robust that it landed without a scratch. This creature has been nourished by thunder for years, its body is as hard as steel. Defeating it won't be easy. The thundercloud leopard also realized Chen Fan was no easy opponent, and began circling him, looking for an opportunity to launch a thunderous strike. Chen Fan regretted not bringing more broadswords. Most of the weapons he had drawn earlier were daggers and warhammers, which were entirely unsuitable for him. Left with no choice, he transformed his thunder wings into blade-like edges. Deliberately exposing a weakness, he turned his back to the thundercloud leopard. Thinking it had found an opening, the leopard lunged at Chen Fan's nape with its claws. But Chen Fan was prepared. He swiftly turned around, the thunder dragon merging with his thunder wings, and slashed at the airborne thundercloud leopard. A massive gash was torn open on the leopard's abdomen by the sharp thunder wings. It howled in pain and rolled to the ground. "While you're weak, kill." Chen Fan leaped up, delivering a thunder palm that shattered the leopard's skull. The light in the thundercloud leopard's eyes gradually dimmed. "You can't die just yet." Chen Fan pressed his thunder-infused hand against its head. An invisible suction force spread from his fingertips, frantically absorbing the thunder energy from the leopard's body. The thundercloud leopard, now on the brink of death, could not resist and could only let Chen Fan drain it. 5 minutes later, Chen Fan withdrew his hand, still unsatisfied. As Li Ji said, "To break through, I must absorb different types of thunder energy." Chen Fan felt the thunder surging within him, just one step away from advancing to Tier 2. A bolt of thunder shot from his fingertips, now a third faster than before. Could it be that the devouring thunder's sacred body absorbed the thundercloud leopard's wind thunder attributes, enhancing the speed of my lightning? This discovery thrilled Chen Fan. It meant his combat power had taken another significant leap. Just as Chen Fan was about to get up and leave, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the valley. Leading them was the burly man who had previously threatened him at Yuliang Pass, Wu Xiong. Behind Wu Xiong was a woman with a small lizard-like beast perched on her arm. The lizard occasionally flicked out its long tongue, as if sniffing the air. Wu Xiong asked indifferently, "Lin Shan, have you found that kid's trail?" Lin Shan pointed toward the valley ahead. "Boss Wu, that kid is just up ahead. The little lizard told me it sensed his presence." "Good." Wu Xiong nodded in satisfaction, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "We'll use him to help us get that purple thunder flower. If he survives, we'll capture him and finish him off." The white-robed man beside him had a cold, sinister look in his eyes. "That brat dared to defy us in public. I'll make sure he learns his lesson." "Enough. He's just ahead. Don't let him escape," Wu Xiong said, quickening his pace and stepping into the valley first. But as they approached, the scene before them left the trio utterly shocked. Scattered across the valley were the corpses of over a dozen thundercloud leopards. The state of the bodies was horrific. Some were missing their heads, and others had been split clean in half. Boss, who could have done this? Some expert must have wiped out the entire small pack. The man in white nervously swallowed hard. Such a display of power, it must have taken a third-tier ability user to pull this off. Wu Xiong's face also changed dramatically. After scanning the surroundings to confirm there was no one nearby, he suddenly broke into a grin. Bai Song, Lin Shan, the claws of these thunderclad leopards are excellent materials for crafting combat weapons. Hurry up and cut them off. With this many claws, we can probably sell them for 20 or 30,000. Ha, it's like a pie falling from the sky. The two happily pulled out their daggers and began cutting the sharp claws off the corpses. At this moment, Chen Fan was hiding behind a large rock, watching them with a calm smile on his face. Looks like I need to study the Beast Encyclopedia more thoroughly. Wealth is right before my eyes, and I didn't even realize it, Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful but also grateful for the trio's efforts. After all, these things would eventually end up in his hands. 10 minutes later, the trio had collected all the thundercloud leopard claws from the ground, filling half a burlap sack. Just as they were reveling in their success, Chen Fan casually walked out into the open. Well, what a coincidence, you three, Chen Fan said with a smile, showing no signs of fear. The trio froze for a moment, exchanging glances before breaking into smiles. This kid, how unexpectedly bold. Wu Xiong fixed his gaze on Chen Fan and said domineeringly, Kid, do you want to die or live? Chen Fan paused for a moment, thinking, brother, shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? Before Chen Fan could respond, Wu Xiong interrupted, if you want to die, it's simple, I can chop you down with one strike. If you want to live, that's also simple, help us with something. Help with what? Chen Fan wasn't in a hurry to act. After all, taking down the three of them would be a piece of cake. There's a cave over there with a patch of purple thunder flowers inside. Fetch them for us, and we'll let you go, Wu Xiong said as the trio moved to surround Chen Fan, the tension in the air palpable, ready for a fight at any moment. Purple thunder flowers? Chen Fan frowned slightly. He didn't know their exact use, but the word thunder in their name naturally piqued his interest. He looked at the trio and cautiously asked, that cave must be dangerous, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking me to fetch them. The three exchanged glances, and Wu Xiong offered a faint smile, replying, you're sharp, kid, but you don't need to worry too much. There's a three-eyed thunder ape in the cave, it's at the late stage of the second tier. The three of us may also be second tier, but its aura is too overwhelming. Just getting close to it would wake it up. But you, with your weaker abilities, can move silently. As long as you don't make a sound, it won't wake up. I see. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. A three-eyed thunder ape, huh? Not bad. Though its strength is a bit lacking, absorbing the lightning from its body will undoubtedly help me make a breakthrough, he thought, rubbing his chin as he began to calculate. If you succeed, I'll give you 10,000 bucks. Wu Xiong, thinking Chen Fan was still hesitating, quickly patted his chest to reassure him. All right. Chen Fan pretended to deliberate before finally agreeing. Good man. Here, take 5,000 first. The rest will be yours once the job is done. Wu Xiong laughed heartily, pulling out a wad of cash and shoving it into Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan accepted it with a smile, sneaking a glance at Wu Xiong's pocket. There's still quite a bit of money left in there. Well, all of it's going to be mine anyway, Wu Xiong and the other two saw the smile on Chen Fan's face, mistaking it for greed, and their eyes filled with even more ridicule. The group proceeded cautiously, and half an hour later, they found a cave hidden within the mountainside. Brother, this is the place. The thunder ape loves to sleep, so don't make a sound when you go in, it won't wake up that way, Wu Xiong whispered as the trio stopped outside the cave, lowering their voices to warn Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded silently and walked straight into the cave. Now is not the time to kill them. He planned to first squeeze out all their value and then finish them off with a single strike. After entering the cave, Chen Fan quickly heard a thunderous snore. Before long, he saw the three-eyed thunder ape. The patch of purple thunder flower was growing right beside it. If this doesn't wake it up, it would truly be a miracle. Chen Fan was speechless but not the least bit afraid. This thunder ape was only at the late second tier, easy to handle. Chen Fan quietly approached. Lightning flickered in his palm, exuding an imposing aura. Thunderclap palm, he murmured, slamming his lightning-charged palm down on the thunder ape's head. The aura of death instantly startled the thunder ape awake. Its furious eyes widened, and the third eye on its forehead suddenly opened. A streak of purple lightning shot out, heading straight for Chen Fan. The lightning was powerful and incredibly fast, but Chen Fan had been on guard. He instantly activated thunder. Flash, dodging the attack. That was close. He stood 3 meters away, staring in shock at the massive hole the purple lightning had blasted behind him. This Thunder Ape's strength is already nearing the peak of the second tier. The Thunder Ape stood up, towering 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging and radiating immense power. Roar! It roared furiously, leaping up and swinging its fist at Chen Fan. Then let's test our strength. Chen Fan showed no fear. Over the past period, he had been training under 10 times gravity. Although his physique value hadn't changed, his body had become much tougher. Come on! Chen Fan shouted, his fist wrapped in lightning as he met the attack head-on. With a thunderous boom, the two fists collided. The Thunder Ape staggered back 3 steps, while Chen Fan remained unmoved. This was his current physique, unparalleled strength. Again! Chen Fan charged forward, actively provoking the beast. The Thunder Ape grew even more enraged, its body covered in purple lightning as it unleashed a flurry of punches, determined to settle the score. Boom! 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 The cave echoed with deafening sounds. The purple lightning struck Chen Fan, causing his cells to buzz with excitement. At this moment, his blue lightning was gradually absorbing this energy. After exchanging hundreds of punches, Chen Fan grew stronger as the fight went on, with faint traces of purple appearing in his lightning. Meanwhile, the Thunder Ape's momentum gradually weakened, and the lightning on its body dimmed. This feels amazing, Chen Fan exclaimed, as he absorbed the Thunder Ape's lightning while tempering his physique. A few minutes later, the Thunder Ape realized something was wrong and tried to retreat, but Chen Fan held it firmly in place. At this point, it was completely immobilized. Chen Fan treated it like a charger, draining it almost completely within 5 minutes. The Thunder Ape's punches became feeble, and its eyes filled with fear. That's enough. You're useless now. Chen Fan's speed suddenly surged as he delivered a thunderclap palm to its head. With a squelch, the Thunder Ape's head exploded like a watermelon. That was exhilarating. Chen Fan felt his body's state and was overjoyed. As the Thunder Ape's head shattered, a purple eyeball rolled out. Ha! Is this the vertical pupil from the Thunder Ape's forehead? Chen Fan was surprised and quickly picked it up. The next second, he felt a suction force, and the thunder eye in his hand instantal. The 3 people outside the cave are truly my lucky stars. Chen Fan was very satisfied with his harvest this time. At this moment, his body was surging with thunder, just a step away from advancing to the second stage. He didn't even need to seek out late-stage second-level beasts anymore. Even an early-stage Thunder Beast would be enough for him to level up. After composing himself, Chen Fan walked out of the cave. Outside, the 3 people were extremely tense. Earlier, they had faintly heard beast roars and the sounds of fighting from the cave entrance. They suspected that Chen Fan had awakened the Thunder Ape. This kid is such a waste. He must have startled that Thunder Ape and is probably already dead. The plan failed. We'll have to think of another way. The 3 were preparing to retreat quietly when, to their surprise, Chen Fan walked out alive. He's not dead? How is that possible? The group was utterly shocked, as they had clearly heard the beast's roars earlier. Wu Xiong asked incredulously, "Where's the Thunder Ape?" Chen Fan smiled faintly. "Want to know? I'll take you to meet him." The vertical pupil on Chen Fan's forehead suddenly opened, and a purple lightning bolt shot out. Not good. Wu Xiong's face turned pale with fear. At such close range, there was no way to dodge. With a loud explosion, Wu Xiong's head instantly shattered, turning into a mist of blood. "Boss!" The 2 people beside him turned pale with fright. They realized they had provoked a major disaster. "Run!" The 2 exchanged a glance and fled desperately. But there was no way Chen Fan would let them go. "Thunder Wings!" Chen Fan shouted, and his figure instantly soared into the sky. Within a few breaths, he intercepted the 2 fleeing individuals. "What kind of monster are you?" The 2 were terrified. They saw Chen Fan's back unfold into a pair of lightning-like wings, and the vertical pupil on his forehead. Chen Fan frowned, finding it hard to believe this explanation. The man pointed to the corpse nearby. "She is Lin Shan." "You're lying." Chen Fan's anger flared. "Do you think you can say anything you want just because no one can prove you wrong?" Cold sweat dripped down the man's face. "And no, I'm telling the truth. Look at her body. Her blood turns green as soon as it touches air." "What?" Chen Fan turned his head to look at the corpse. The woman's neck had been slashed, and blood was pooling all around. Squinting to inspect closely, he noticed a faint green hue in the blood, one that grew greener over time as it flowed. How is this possible? Chen Fan was incredulous.
Normally, blood would darken upon exposure to air, but this woman's blood turned a deep green.
I'm telling the truth. She's a descendant of the lizard folk. It's said their blood is green.
The man, seeing Chen Fan's shock, let out a slight sigh of relief.
What else do you know?
Tell me everything, I want to know all of Lin Shan's secrets. Chen Fan turned his head, his voice cold and commanding.
The mention of the lizard folk and their connection to the subterranean world completely overturned Chen Fan's understanding of reality.
He was desperate to uncover the truth. However, the man only shook his head, claiming he had told Chen Fan everything he knew. Lin Shan herself had never met her lizard folk father, and everything she knew about him came from her mother. After confirming that the man had no further value, Chen Fan mercilessly snapped his neck. Tossing the body aside, he crouched down to carefully examine Lin Shan's corpse. Chen Fan discovered that her anatomy was completely human, except for the fact that her blood was green.
It seems this world is even more complex than I imagined. I need to ask Li Ji about this. Maybe he knows something.
Even if Li Ji doesn't, once I get into the university and meet stronger individuals, they should have answers. After a moment's thought, Chen Fan emptied the cash from the pockets of the bodies, left it behind, and moved on his way.
Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at the edge of a cliff.
According to military intelligence, this area had once experienced a natural thunderstorm, and the trees below the cliff had been struck by lightning, transforming them into thunderwood. A certain species of bird-like beast was especially fond of perching on these thunderwood trees. These creatures were known as thunder falcons.
Chen Fan's goal this time was to capture one.
He waited by the edge of the cliff for half an hour before spotting a thunder falcon flying back with its prey. Chen Fan was well hidden as the Thunder God rifle instantly locked onto one of the falcon's wings. With a sharp sound, the thunder bullet roared through the air, heading straight for the thunder falcon.
Bang!
A loud explosion scattered blood and flesh in the sky.
Got it! Watching the thunder falcon lose its balance and plummet, Chen Fan couldn't contain his excitement. This is the perfect opportunity to advance to the second tier.
He put away the Thunder God rifle, spread the thunder wings on his back, and shot into the sky. Within seconds, he had grabbed the falling Thunder Falcon midair. The Thunder Falcon was terrified, but Chen Fan forcibly absorbed the lightning energy within its body. As the lightning entered his own body, Chen Fan broke through the limits of the second tier.
His aura surged as the power of thunder became even more potent and solidified.
His physique and speed both increased rapidly. Within a dozen breaths, Chen Fan had completely drained the Thunder Falcon's lightning energy. He tossed the Thunder Falcon's lifeless body to the bottom of the cliff and quickly checked his system panel.
Host, Chen Fan.
Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Physique, SS, Mimicry, F. Level, Early Second Tier.
Physique, 200. Mental Strength, 200. Kill points, 2371.
Skills, 9 Heavens Thunderstorm, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm, Thunder Wings, Thunderstorm, Aurora Cyclone Break.
Evaluation, a young wild wolf beginning to show its fangs. Current task, none. Seeing the panel, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel elated.
Both his mental strength and physique had surpassed 200. He felt that the enhancement of his mental strength was closely tied to the thunderous eye at the center of his forehead. With my current strength, I should be able to easily defeat those so-called geniuses at National Martial Arts University. He threw a punch, and the massive ancient tree in front of him was instantly reduced to splinters.
Powerful. Too powerful. Chen Fan was thoroughly satisfied.
What excited him even more was that his mimicry ability had undergone a transformation. Previously, he could only change his appearance but couldn't mimic the other person's aura.
Now, he could replicate both appearance and aura perfectly. Even more.
Astonishing, his form could transform into a mythical beast. Logically speaking, an F-level ability is just a skill, and the ability user remains at the first tier, unable to advance. But I successfully broke through to the second tier thanks to the
Thunder Devouring Sacred Body.
The physique of a second tier ability actually caused the F-level mimicry ability to mutate.
Chen Fan realized the key to this and was extremely excited.
This meant that when he broke through again in the future, his
mimicry ability might undergo even greater changes. Chen Fan couldn't wait to test his mutated mimicry ability.
With a single thought, his body instantly transformed into the Thunder Falcon he had just seen. As his wings gently flapped, his body soared into the sky.
This is just like shape-shifting magic.
Chen Fan was so excited he was at a loss for words. The surprise brought by the mutation of his F-level ability exceeded his imagination. However, he quickly discovered that he could currently only transform into 3 types of mythical beasts: the Thundercloud Leopard, the Three-Eyed Thunder Ape, and the Thunder Falcon from earlier.
In other words, he could only transform into beasts he had absorbed. Although it wasn't as miraculous as he had imagined, it still made Chin Fan extremely thrilled. Even though I can't shapeshift at will, this is already powerful enough. And in the future, I can disguise myself as a beast transformation ability user. Chen Fan planned to learn the techniques and combat methods of beast transformation ability users after entering university. From then on, he would have two identities, one is Chen Fan, the thunder-devouring sacred body user, and the other is Chen Fan, the beast transformation ability user. As for which beast transformation combat techniques to learn, he decided to figure that out after starting university. Chen Fan hadn't expected his trip to Yuliang Pass to go so smoothly. He had originally planned to stay overnight there. Unexpectedly, he successfully broke through to the second tier in less than half a day. However, Chen Fan didn't plan to leave immediately. With a few days left before school started, he decided to stay and fight more mythical beasts to push his strength to the limit. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan encountered a peak second-tier crocodile turtle. The battle lasted only a few breaths before Chen Fan leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick, using his Aurora Whirlwind Strike to tear open the crocodile turtle's shell. He then followed up with a punch that pierced through its body. Over the next few days, Chen Fan continued to fight relentlessly. Except for a humiliating retreat when he encountered a third-tier tiger peak, almost no peak second-tier mythical beast could withstand more than a few moves from him. On June 30th, Chen Fan had no choice but to leave Yuliang Pass town. After all, he was set to depart for Guowu the next day. Upon returning to Qing City, Chen Fan immediately went to see Li Ji. However, Li Ji had no knowledge of the Blue Bloods or Lizardmen. Chen Fan could only resign himself to waiting until he entered university to investigate further. At home, Wang Yanran and Tong Tong were reluctant to part with him. After all, once he started university, there would be fewer opportunities to return home. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Sister Yanran, why don't you quit your job and come to Chang'an City with me? I'll take care of you," he said loudly. "Get lost." Wang Yanran glared at him, her eyes full of playful mischief. However, she was still unwilling to leave Qing City. "Xiao Fan, now that transportation is so convenient, make sure to come home often to visit Tong Tong." "And me," Wang Yanran said with a hint of sadness. "I will, Sister Yanran." Chen Fan nodded seriously for once. He then patted his younger sister's head and said, "Good. Tong Tong, why don't you come to Chang'an City with your brother? I can live off campus and rent a place." Tong Tong was tempted. She looked at Chen Fan, then at sister Yanran, unable to decide. Wang Yanran decisively stepped in and made the decision for her. Hugging Tong Tong tightly, she said seriously, "Xiao Fan, once you're in university, how will you have time to take care of Tong Tong? Besides, with the way you used to teach kids, I wouldn't dare let Tong Tong go with you." Chen Fan scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. The atmosphere grew silent. In the end, Tong Tong made the decision herself. "Brother, Tong Tong has already made up her mind. I don't want to transfer schools, nor do I want to make new friends. But, brother, you have to come back and visit me often." "All right." Chen Fan lovingly ruffled her hair, his face full of reluctance. July 1st, 5:30 a.m. Chen Fan bid farewell to everyone and boarded the train to Chang'an City alone. The train was almost entirely filled with college students, returning to school, with luggage piled up in the aisles. In contrast, Chen Fan traveled light, his face relaxed and carefree. All his belongings were stored in his spatial wristband, and he was only holding a sleeping white cat in his arms. Compared to others carrying large bags and suitcases, he stood out distinctly. After sitting down, Chen Fan took out his phone to browse the latest news. Beside him sat a handsome young man about his age. The young man, who had been wearing headphones and resting with his eyes closed, immediately showed a surprised expression upon seeing the white cat in Chen Fan's arms. "Hey, are you a beast tamer type ability user?" "Beast tamer type? No." Chen Fan was momentarily stunned and shook his head. The young man looked surprised. "I can tell that white cat of yours is no ordinary one. It's just a regular house cat," Chen Fan replied politely. "Ha ha." The young man clearly didn't believe him and joked, "If it's just a regular house cat, how about selling it to me? For 100,000? Chen Fan responded with a ha-ha of his own. "Sell the white cat? Dream on. The beauty in my arms is a living, breathing goddess, and you think 100,000 is enough?" Faced with Chen Fan's cold smile, the young man wasn't offended.
Instead, he enthusiastically began sharing his beast-taming experiences. His name was Gao Wenba, a sophomore at the Beast Taming Academy of National Martial University. Although Chen Fan didn't admit to being a beast-tamer type ability user, Gao Wenba was convinced he was. Chen Fan didn't bother correcting him, as he was genuinely interested in beast-taming. After all, the reward for the National Martial University's freshman king was a dragon egg. Chen Fan had no idea how to communicate with a baby dragon once it hatched, so he was willing to chat a bit more. Upon learning that Chen Fan was a freshman, Gao Wenba became even more excited, speaking animatedly. "Junior, meeting you is fate. If you ever run into trouble at National Martial University, just come find me. I can't promise much, but among the sophomores, my name, Gao Wenba, still carries some weight." Gao Wenba spoke confidently, adopting the demeanor of a senior. Chen Fan didn't take him seriously, he was more interested in the art of dragon taming. "Senior, sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask, after hatching a baby dragon, how do you control it? You're not eyeing that dragon egg, are you?" Gao Wenba was momentarily stunned by the question, then looked at Chen Fan suspiciously and said dismissively, "Junior, don't aim too high." Over the years, the freshman kings have always been the top talents from the hidden dragon class. So, the dragon egg belongs to them. Ha ha. Chen Fan sneered again. "You talk as if you're so impressive." Gao Wenba spoke earnestly, "One must dare to acknowledge the gap between oneself and others." He continued, with the air of a senior, "Back in the day, I was just like you, reckless and carefree, until I entered National Martial University and met those truly formidable individuals." Chen Fan was almost fooled by his pretentious demeanor, but deep down, he couldn't help wanting to slap him twice. Before he could act, an invisible force suddenly seemed to grip his neck from behind, making it hard for him to breathe. Startled, Chen Fan struggled to break free from the grip. But the force was too strong, and he had to exert all his strength to escape. "Who?" Chen Fan was furious. He turned around but saw nothing. Beside him, Gao Wenba looked surprised and asked, "Junior, what just happened to you?" "Someone attacked me." Chen Fan scanned his surroundings warily. Behind him stood a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. The invisible hands definitely weren't hers. But everyone else seemed completely normal, showing no signs of anything unusual. "Could you have been mistaken?" Gao Wenba asked skeptically. "Mistaken?" Chen Fan shook his head. "Impossible." The next moment, a sudden sense of danger surged. Chen Fan immediately bent down to dodge. An invisible force swept over his head, narrowly missing him. However, Gao Wenba next to him wasn't so lucky. With a loud bang, Gao Wenba was slammed heavily to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. "Who the hell dares to ambush me?" Gao Wenba scrambled to his feet in a disheveled state, glaring around furiously. The people around them frowned and looked at them with displeasure. "Both of you, please keep quiet in the carriage and stop causing a commotion," a woman said sharply. Gao Wenba immediately exploded, "Quiet my ass. Whoever ambushed me, come out now." Chen Fan was also scanning the crowd intently. Such an invisible and intangible sneak attack had to be the work of a psychic or someone with air manipulation abilities. And the intent behind the attack was clearly lethal. But no one admitted to it. Instead, everyone looked at them as if they were watching a joke. Just as Gao Wenba continued shouting, a suitcase behind Chen Fan suddenly flew up and hurtled towards his head. Everyone was terrified. Chen Fan quickly turned around, his eyes widening sharply. This time, he finally saw the attacker, a transparent silhouette, like a ghost. What kind of power is this? Could there really be ghosts on Blue Star? Chen Fan's heart tightened, but his actions were swift. He kicked out hard, sending the blurry figure tumbling to the ground. The suitcase fell back down. Gao Wenba stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. "Is this third eye of yours some kind of ability?" Chen Fan ignored him, keeping his gaze locked on the shadow on the ground. The attacker had come straight for him, likely sent by the cult of beast worshippers. "No matter if you're human or ghost, you're going to die." Lightning surged from Chen Fan's palm as he struck the figure's forehead with a thunderous blow. But the soul-like entity was only pushed back and remained unharmed. Seeing Chen Fan attack repeatedly, Gao Wenba grew anxious, scratching his head. "Junior, what on earth is this thing?" "A ghost," Chen Fan replied coldly, kicking the figure away again. By now, everyone in the carriage had backed off to the sides. "Young man, stop scaring us." "There's no such thing as ghosts," someone muttered, their face pale with fright. In just a few seconds, Chen Fan repelled the figure over 10 times, but the enemy remained ferocious, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. "What the hell is this thing?" Chen Fan gritted his teeth, and a purple bolt of lightning shot out from the thunderous eye on his forehead. This time, the attack finally had an effect. The figure froze after being struck. But its body slowly started to solidify, its aura growing stronger, and soon it revealed its true form, a young man. Everyone was stunned, because this man looked exactly like Chen Fan. Gao Wenbo swallowed hard. "Junior, do you have a twin brother?" Chen Fan shook his head lightly, saying nothing. This was too strange. As he hesitated about what to do next, the figure charged at him again, smiling but attacking with ruthless intent, clearly aiming to kill. The bizarre scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Suddenly, Gao Wenbo spoke up, "I think I know what this is. Could it be the legendary doppelganger?" Doppelganger? Chen Fan frowned. This was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. Gao Wenbo quickly explained, "Legend has it that if you encounter someone who looks exactly like you, be careful. That might be a doppelganger. Their mission is to kill you and take over your life." Such a bizarre thing exists in this world? Chen Fan's heart tightened. First, he had encountered the Blue Bloods, and now, a doppelganger. Seeing Chen Fan's grim expression, Gao Wenbo stepped forward to shield him. "Junior, don't be afraid. This guy isn't that strong. I'll take care of him for you. Golden armored ant, come out." With a low shout, a tiny gold-colored ant, no bigger than a fingertip, quickly crawled out of Gao Wenbo's pocket. In the next moment, it rapidly enlarged to the size of a prairie wolf. "This guy dared to ambush my master earlier. Take him down." The giant ant roared angrily upon receiving the order, locking its eyes on the charging doppelganger. With its mid-tier second-rank strength, it moved at lightning speed, like a golden flash darting out to tackle the doppelganger. The two immediately became entangled in a fierce battle, causing the carriage to shake violently. The train car fell into chaos. Chen Fan quickly called out, "Take it easy. The train is moving at high speed. If we derail, it'll be a disaster." At the same time, the alarms in the carriage blared, and several attendants rushed over. After understanding the situation, they immediately pressed the emergency brake button. The train slowly came to a stop in the suburbs. A chief attendant anxiously said, "First, get this guy out of the carriage, then figure out how to deal with him." "Understood." Chen Fan and Gao Wenbo nodded simultaneously. The pseudo-human was a pure energy entity, impossible to kill. It could only be defeated by continuously depleting its energy. Several people rushed out of the carriage, and the pseudo-human immediately lunged at Chen Fan. Nearby, the golden armor ant charged from the side, intercepting the opponent once again. "Junior brother, your strength isn't enough yet, don't act recklessly." Gao Wenbo said righteously. Chen Fan had always hidden his true strength using his mimicry ability, so Gao Wenbo assumed he was just a first-tier ability user. With someone stepping in to help, Chen Fan was naturally happy to oblige. He felt the situation was far from simple. The enemy's target was clearly him, and there must be more to come. Sure enough, a sharp screech pierced the air as a giant bat monster descended rapidly from the sky. On the ground, a 5-meter-long giant tiger sprinted at high speed, its target also Chen Fan. The two mutant beasts exuded a powerful aura, moving faster than the train. Gao Wenbo's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling. "How can there be mutant beasts here?" "They're not mutant beasts, they're beast transformation ability users from the beast worship cult." Chen Fan stared at the two figures in the distance, his killing intent intense. "Beast worship cult." Gao Wenbo's terrified voice rose several octaves. Clearly, this was his first encounter with this cult organization. Nearby, the chief attendant's face turned pale as he frantically rushed back into the carriage, shouting for help. "The beast worship cult is here. Are there any strong ability users? Step forward and resist them together." Inside the carriage, chaos erupted upon hearing the infamous name of the cult. In people's minds, the beast worship cult was synonymous with demons. Worse still, there wasn't a single second-tier ability user on this train. Outside, the two mutant beasts approached Chen Fan and reverted to human form. They sneered at Chen Fan. "You must be Chen Fan, right? I think we don't even need to act, just come with us." Gao Wenbo continued to stand in front of Chen Fan, full of righteous indignation. "You cultists dare to kill in broad daylight." Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. It was clear Gao Wenbo had never seen the world. Sure enough, the two beast worship cult members looked at him as if he were a fool. "Shut up." The Batman struck out with a palm, and a ball of purple flame instantly crossed 10 meters, heading straight for Gao Wenbo. The opponent's strength far exceeded Gao Wenbo's, and the attack was so sudden that Gao Wenbo didn't even have time to react, standing frozen in place. Just as the flame was about to hit his head, a hand crackling with lightning suddenly appeared and crushed the flame.
The one who acted was none other than Chen Fan. The flame splashed onto Gao Wenbo, startling him awake. He broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale. He had almost lost his life just now. Only then did he realize that these two beast worship cult members were early-stage third-tier powerhouses. Step back for now. Chen Fan patted his shoulder and said calmly. Gao Wenbo felt the powerful aura of lightning surrounding Chen Fan and couldn't help but swallow hard. So strong. He couldn't believe this freshman was so formidable. He instinctively took 2 steps back and stood behind Chen Fan. Junior, good luck. The two beast worship cult members exuded a powerful aura, pressing closer to Chen Fan. The organization sent us 2 elites to hunt you down, which means you're quite capable. Come with us, or die. Chen Fan's expression remained calm as he coldly stared at them. You're not qualified to touch me. The two beast worship cult members sneered. No wonder the organization rated you as an SS-level genius, so arrogant. But slaughtering geniuses is my favorite pastime. The bat monster strode forward, completely disregarding Chen Fan. SS-level geniuses could fight across 3 minor realms, so they estimated Chen Fan was at most a second-tier peak. Chen Fan knew he couldn't handle 2 third-tier powerhouses simultaneously. He pulled out the Thunder God Spear and said calmly, do you know what this is? The bat monster was shocked to see Chen Fan pull out a weapon seemingly out of thin air. Are you also a spatial ability user? In the beast worship cult, their chief was a spatial ability user, rumored to be able to retrieve items from thin air. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously and said, I just want to show you a treasure. The opponent took the bait, staring curiously at the strange contraption in Chen Fan's hand, which was crackling with lightning. The next second, the Thunder God rifle finished charging, and Chen Fan decisively pulled the trigger. A compressed thunder bullet shot out at lightning speed, appearing instantly in front of the opponent. Terrified, the man tried to dodge but was too late. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and his head burst into a mist of blood on the spot. Ghost Bat. The nearby tiger-headed man widened his eyes in fury and disbelief. His longtime comrade had just had his head blown apart with a single shot. That shot had carried 30% of Chen Fan's supernatural energy. Now that he had advanced to the second tier, the energy he could infuse into the Thunder God rifle was even more powerful. I'll make sure you die with no burial ground, the tiger-headed man roared, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant tiger before lunging at Chen Fan. For the second shot, Chen Fan didn't have time to recharge. He quickly stored the Thunder God rifle into his spatial wristband. At the same time, lightning crackled furiously around his fist. He met the incoming giant tiger head-on with a thunderous punch. Boom! Their collision sent Chen Fan flying 10 meters away. Fortunately, his body was strong, and he was unharmed. Having just taken down one member of the beast cult, Chen Fan now faced the remaining opponent with growing confidence. Let's put on a good show today. Titan Thunder Ape versus third-tier giant tiger. With a thought, Chen Fan's body suddenly transformed into a towering 4-meter-tall 3-eyed Thunder Ape. In his beast form, not only did he retain his original robust physique, but he also gained the Thunder Ape's immense strength. He had become even stronger. Furthermore, the Thunder Ape's long arms and body structure made it more suitable for combat against the giant tiger. This transformation startled the giant tiger, but it quickly regained its composure and roared in anger, pouncing at Chen Fan again. 9 Skies Thunder Roar. Chen Fan silently chanted in his mind, and 2 thunder dragons suddenly appeared behind him. This was his new ability after advancing to the second tier. Die! Chen Fan roared, the 2 bluish-purple thunder dragons coiling around his arms. The Thunder Ape smashed its fists down with tremendous force. Boom! The 2 were evenly matched. He's too strong. Gao Wenbo, who was watching from the sidelines, was stunned. He could hardly believe Chen Fan possessed such overwhelming power. Power so immense that it made him look up in awe, unable to catch up. Is he really a freshman? Gao Wenbo's thoughts solidified. Those so-called elite students in the National Martial Academy's Dragon class would surely be crushed by Chen Fan. Everyone in the train carriage was fixated on the battle. The conductor, who had earlier considered leaving Chen Fan behind and driving the train away, now had only one thought in mind: he wanted to see Chen Fan win. Not far away, the battle between Chen Fan and the giant tiger was reaching its climax. Chen Fan furiously swung the Thunder Ape's massive arms, one hand tightly gripping the giant tiger's neck while the other relentlessly pummeled its head. Dust and dirt filled the air, shrouding their figures and obscuring them from everyone's sight.
Outside the carriage, Gao Wenba controlled his golden-armored ants to fend off the pseudo-humans trying to approach Chen Fan, silently praying for his victory.
Time passed slowly.
As the dust gradually settled, the beastly roars subsided.
A figure emerged from the haze. It was Chen Fan.
When the dust fully cleared, everyone finally saw the tragic state of the giant tiger. Its massive head had been smashed to a pulp, leaving it utterly lifeless.
To the crowd, Chen Fan appeared tall and majestic.
So young, yet capable of defeating a third-tier supernatural being, he was sure to stand at the pinnacle of humanity one day.
Gao Wenba looked at Chen Fan, his gaze filled with admiration, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to kneel in reverence. The future surely belonged to Chen Fan.
However, Chen Fan's brow furrowed as he turned his eyes toward the pseudo-human still battling the golden-armored ants.
Doubt lingered in his mind.
He still wasn't certain if this pseudo-human was a creation of the beast cult. Fortunately, the creature wasn't very strong. Being entirely an energy construct, it was already on the verge of collapse. Chen Fan decided not to waste any more time. He threw a heavy punch, sending a wave of energy over 10 meters away, directly shattering the pseudo-human into pieces.
"Let's go.
Time to leave this place," he said, patting Gao Wenba on the shoulder before striding back into the train carriage.
Gao Wenba quickly retrieved his golden-armored ants and hurried to catch up. Excitedly, he said to Chen Fan, Jr., "I finally understand why your name sounds so familiar. You're the one who declared you'd beat all the freshmen at Beijing University, aren't you?"
"That's right." Chen Fan sat down, picked up the white cat beside him, and after confirming it wasn't injured, smiled at Gao Wenba.
He had a good impression of Gao Wenba and was willing to make friends.
Gao Wenba pretended to bow in admiration, gave a thumbs up, and said with a
face full of respect, "That's amazing." As the two chatted, the train slowly started moving again, resuming its journey.
Along the way, Gao Wenba was curious about Chen Fan's endless tricks, but Chen Fan only replied with 2 words, "Secret."
Gao Wenba was tactful and didn't
ask further, but he had already decided in his heart, from now on, he would stick close to Chen Fan. The train, which was originally supposed to arrive in Chang'an at 12 o'clock, ended up being delayed by a full half hour.
Outside the train station, Yang Chuchu and Zhang Kuan had been waiting for a while.
Mr. Zhang, Sr. said he was chased by members of the beast worship cult on the way and even encountered
something called a pseudo-human. He won't be in any danger, right?
Yang Chuchu asked worriedly, looking at the man with a sword on his back beside her. Zhang Kuan shook his head helplessly. Yang Chuchu had already asked him this question at least 20 times.
"Don't worry, Yang. Chen Fan called, so he should be fine." As the two waited anxiously, Chen Fan and Gao Wenba finally got off the train. Unlike Chen Fan,
who looked relaxed and carefree, Gao Wenba was dragging a large suitcase behind him.
"Hey, Chen Fan, you're a freshman reporting to school. And you didn't bring any luggage?" Gao Wenba asked curiously.
Chen Fan had long forgotten about the process of packing. Besides, everyone knew that spatial rings didn't exist on Earth, so he wouldn't even think in that direction.
The two quickly walked out of the train station.
Although Yang Chuchu was still young, she stood out in the crowd. Gao Wenba immediately recognized her and nudged Chen Fan quietly, whispering, "Chen Fan, look over there, there's a beauty.
Wow, she's so pure." Chen Fan followed his gaze and indeed saw Yang Chuchu. At
that moment, Yang Chuchu also spotted Chen Fan in the crowd. Her face immediately lit up with a happy smile, and her eyes carried a hint
of shyness.
The two locked eyes, and their longing for each other was evident.
"Wow, she seems to be looking at us. She looks even prettier
when she smiles," Gao Wenba whispered excitedly, eager to share his observation with Chen Fan. By this time, Yang Chuchu was already
walking toward them.
"She's coming over, Junior," Gao Wenba said, quickly tidying his clothes in excitement, preparing to strike up a
conversation.
But before he could say anything, Yang Chuchu suddenly quickened her pace and ran straight into Chen Fan's arms.
"What the?" Gao Wenba's mouth hung open in shock, his emotions a mix of envy and disbelief.
He looked at Chen Fan, full of admiration.
Not only was he strong, but he also managed to win over a girl of this caliber? Chen Fan was also a bit surprised. As Yang Chuchu rushed over, he instinctively placed the white cat on Gao Wenba's suitcase and caught her in his arms.
The soft sensation against his chest sent ripples through his heart. He couldn't help but marvel. After just a few days apart, it seemed he needed to re-evaluate his relationship with his junior.
Yang Chuchu shyly looked up and asked, "Senior, you weren't hurt on the way, were you?"
Chen Fan smiled faintly and replied confidently, "Taking
down those small fry from the beast worship cult was no big deal. Yang Chuchu finally felt relieved and couldn't help but smile. Senior, Mr. Zhang is here too.
Chen Fan looked over and indeed saw Zhang Kuan standing about 10 meters away, smiling at them.
After the two finished their emotional exchange, Zhang Kuan walked over. He looked Chen Fan up and down and said in surprise, "You've already broken through to the second tier?" The speed was so fast it was like riding a rocket, truly unbelievable. Chen Fan was also shocked. As expected, his mimetic ability to conceal his cultivation level could fool ordinary people like Gao Wenba but couldn't deceive a master like Zhang Kuan. Gao
Wenba, standing to the side, was already stunned.
He recognized Zhang Kuan, the director of the Divine Arts Academy at National Martial
University and a master-level expert, who had personally come to pick up Chen Fan. The experiences along the way had completely overturned his imagination. It seemed Chen Fan's potential far exceeded his expectations. After some brief exchanges, Zhang Kuan suggested, "Let's go. My driver is still waiting outside. Let's head to National Martial University first." Cao Wenba was a bit at a loss. He didn't dare to casually
ride in the Grandmaster's car.
Chen Fan patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to hurry and follow.
Zhang Kuan was driving a 6-seater
business car, which was more than spacious enough for the four of them. The white cat in Chen Fan's arms naturally caught Zhang Kuan's
attention. He looked at Chen Fan in surprise and asked, "What's going on with this white cat?
I feel like the soul inside it is changing, as
if it's about to awaken." About to awaken? Chen Fan's heart leaped with joy.
The cat girl's sacrifice was related to him, and he had promised her that he would definitely kill the doppelganger. However, after that great battle, the doppelganger had only lost one of its heads, and he had always felt a bit guilty about it. After thinking for a moment, he decided to share the story of the cat girl. Everyone in the car was shocked. "So cat girl sacrificed herself to save Mayor Li, the youngest," Yang Chuchu said with emotion.
Zhang Kuan nodded repeatedly.
"Chen Fan, if cat girl really has 9 lives, then her ability isn't just Shadow Cat.
It should be the legendary SS level ability, 9 lives Phantom God.
Moreover, once she awakens, her strength will increase significantly." The car sped along, and after a dozen
minutes, they arrived at the gates of National Martial University.
The gates were grand and imposing, towering over 10 meters high and
spanning dozens of meters wide, with the 4 large characters National Martial University inscribed above. Zhang Kuan took the initiative to act as a guide.
"Our National Martial University is known as the top military school.
It was originally a military academy. Later, the state reassigned it to the Ministry of Education for unified management.
However, over the years, the school has maintained close ties with the military, and most graduates join the armed forces."
The top military school?
That does sound impressive.
Chen Fan nodded silently in his heart.
Soon, their car drove into this top-tier university for ability users in the country.
The campus was bustling with activity.
Today was the day for new students to register, and there were many parents dropping off their children, making the entire campus
crowded and packed.
The group had no choice but to get out of the car and proceed on foot. Along the way, Chen Fan learned that National Martial University was divided into 6 colleges: the Combat College, the Magic College, the Divine Control College, the Beast Control College, the Pharmacology College, and the Weapon Forging College. The Combat College primarily trained close combat ability users, commonly referred to as warriors. The Magic College, as the name suggests, trained long-range ability users, also known as mages. The students of the Divine Control College were all spiritual ability users, such as Li Ji, who could manipulate objects with mental power and were often called
Divine Controllers.
The Divine Control College also had a special profession called Sword Controllers, like Zhang Kuan, who specialized in flying sword techniques. These ability users gave up the power to control all objects in exchange for extremely high offensive capabilities.
The Beast Control College was even more unique.
Its students primarily relied on beast companions for combat. Their own bodies were
relatively weak, and they usually didn't participate directly in battles. For example, Gao Wenba relied on his golden armored ant for combat.
This type of ability user was also very powerful. Some wealthy families could afford to buy strong young beasts and raise them from
a young age.
These beasts grew quickly and were fiercely loyal, never betraying their masters even if their masters were weaker.
For instance,
in top universities, it was common to see second-tier ability users commanding third-tier beasts in battle. The Pharmacology College and Weapon Forging College were different from the other colleges, as they practiced targeted admissions, similar to specialized art exams. On Earth, ability users had to apply separately and pass the school's assessment to enroll. The Pharmacology College mainly admitted wood or plant-based ability users, focusing on pharmacological research and the crafting of spiritual medicines and elixirs, without participating in combat. The Weapon Forging College required students to be metal-based ability users, with their ultimate goal being the creation of divine weapons. Chen Fan's ability, the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, allowed him to choose either the Combat College or the Magic College. However, he preferred the Combat College, enjoying the feeling of close combat. Moreover, his transformed state was more suited for melee fighting. Before long, they arrived at the registration point for the Combat College, where a long line had already formed. Zhang Kuan checked the time and apologized. Chen Fan, I have to go now. There's something I need to handle at the college. I'll find you this afternoon. I'll need your help regarding the matter of the imposters. Alright, thank you, Teacher Zhang, Chen Fan replied politely. Being personally received by a Grandmaster level expert was already a great honor. Gao Wenba carried his suitcase in one hand, closely following behind Chen Fan, ready to take instructions at any moment. Chen Fan turned back and smiled. Senior Gao, you can head back to the dorm. First, I might take some time here, having Chu accompany me is enough. Gao Wenba firmly shook his head. It's fine, I'm quite free and familiar with the campus. I'll take you to the dorm later. Alright, sorry to trouble you. Chen Fan reluctantly agreed. Young Chu occasionally glanced at Chen Fan, her face full of happiness. After all, she had always dreamed of getting into the same university as Chen Fan. Amid their chatter, it was their turn. The person in charge of registration was a young female administrative teacher. She was quite attractive, with a figure that stood out under her white shirt. However, perhaps due to a busy morning, her attitude was somewhat cold, and she didn't even look up. She handed Chen Fan a form. Fill out your personal information and give me your ID card. Chen Fan pursed his lips and obediently filled it out. Beside him, Gao Wenba noticed Chen Fan's SS level ability, the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, and was thoroughly impressed. As expected, this makes sense. Without an SS level ability, how could he be so strong? Even Grandmaster Zhang personally received him. SS level ability? The previously indifferent female teacher froze when she took the form, exclaiming in surprise. She looked at Chen Fan, and her attitude immediately underwent a 180-degree change. A smile appeared on her face as she coquettishly brushed her bangs aside. She even habitually straightened her chest, inadvertently revealing a hint of snow-white skin at the collar of her white shirt. Chen Fan, I'm the administrative supervisor, Yin Xiaoye. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here's my WeChat, add me. As an administrative teacher, her strength was only at the 4th tier. Faced with someone like Chen Fan, who possessed both talent and looks, she paid extra attention. Chen Fan was a bit stunned but picked up his phone to scan and add her WeChat. Beside him, young Chu pouted, her face full of jealousy. She could tell that this teacher, Yin Xiaoye, was definitely trying to get Chen Fan's WeChat with ulterior motives. Yin Xiaoye, satisfied, put away her phone and handed Chen Fan a card, speaking gently. Chen Fan, this is your campus card. I've activated SS level permissions for you. You can use almost all the facilities on campus for free. Of course, you can also use this card to eat at the cafeteria. Gao Wenba, standing nearby, was so envious his eyes lit up. SS level permissions? That's the kind of treatment reserved for Grandmaster level teachers, right? At National Martial University, students' permissions were based on their abilities. For example, high-level training rooms required permissions. Without them, you'd have to pay a high fee to enter. Some materials and techniques also required corresponding permissions to access. However, permissions weren't fixed. If you performed well enough, the university would naturally upgrade them. Gao Wenba, being an A-level ability user, only had A-level permissions. Chen Fan accepted the campus card and politely said, "Thank you, Teacher Xiaoye. No need to be so formal, it's just between students." Yin Xiaoye smiled brightly. Chen Fan, I guess you haven't had lunch yet? I haven't either. How about we eat together? This. Faced with the invitation from a beautiful teacher, the newly enrolled Chen Fan was momentarily unsure whether to accept or decline. Gao Wenba was so envious he couldn't even speak. Yin
Xiaoye might not be a top-tier beauty, but she was far more attractive than most girls, especially the faintly visible curves under her white shirt, which sparked the imagination. Is this the difference talent makes? Gao Wenbo sighed inwardly. Yang Chuchu quickly grabbed Chen Fan's arm, nervously looking at him. Vixen, humph. She glared at Yin Xiaoye fiercely in her heart, then hurriedly urged, Senior, you still need to go to the dorm to handle your accommodation. Ah, right. Chen Fan felt a strong wave of jealousy. He quickly apologized to Yin Xiaoye. Teacher Xiaoye, I'm sorry, I need to go to the dorm first. I'll treat you to a meal another time. Hee, alright. It's a deal then. Yin Xiaoye adjusted her glasses and smiled sweetly. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the dormitory area. Chen Fan registered his identity with the dorm manager and successfully received his dorm key. The dormitory supervisor, a woman in her 40s, glanced at young Chuchu and gave a thumbs up. Young man, your sister is really beautiful. Ugh. Chen Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who's my sister? Don't go around assigning relationships. How am I supposed to make a move after this? Young Chuchu's eyes widened, and she hurriedly explained, Auntie, he's not my brother. Not siblings? Then are you a couple? The dormitory supervisor looked skeptical. She turned to Chen Fan with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Young man, the girl is still so young. Don't go overboard. Who's going overboard? Chen Fan was about to retort when a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. System task, help young Chuchu become a disciple of this quasi-martial saint. Task level E. Completing the task grants a chance to participate in a lottery. Chen Fan's jaw dropped so wide it could swallow a fist. On Blue Star, 9th level ability users were called martial saints. A quasi-martial saint. Was someone just one step away from that level? Chen Fan was utterly shocked. Such a big shot was actually a dormitory supervisor? Could this be one of those hidden masters working in ordinary jobs? Or perhaps they're tempering their mindset, waiting for the right moment to break through? Chen Fan speculated internally. Just as he was preparing to speak politely and change the other party's impression, Gao Wenbo's face darkened, and he spoke first. Big sister, you must be from a dye shop selling fabric, a rice store selling salt, and now you want to be the head of the family in your son-in-law's house? What did you say? The dormitory supervisor's expression changed. Although she didn't fully understand, she knew it wasn't something good. Gao Wenbo snorted coldly. Nothing much, just advising you to mind your own business. After saying that, he turned back to Chen Fan, winking and signaling that he was a loyal follower. But the next second, smack! A loud slap landed on Gao Wenbo's head. Gao Wenbo was stunned. The one who struck him wasn't the dormitory supervisor but Chen Fan. How can you talk to her like that? Chen Fan said angrily. Gao Wenbo was dumbfounded. This was bad. Brother, I was standing up for you. Did I flatter the wrong person? Ignoring him, Chen Fan quickly smiled apologetically at the dormitory supervisor, putting on a well-behaved act. He doesn't know any better, but that doesn't mean I agree with what he said. The quasi-martial saint dormitory supervisor glanced at Gao Wenbo and smiled meaningfully. Young man, you have quite a sharp tongue. Of course. Gao Wenbo snorted proudly, about to say more. But seeing Chen Fan frantically signaling him to stop, he held back. Surprisingly, the dormitory supervisor didn't pursue the matter further. She turned to young Chuchu with a doting look. Young lady, as someone who's been through it, let me tell you, this young man may have talent, but he's a lecher. If you stick with him, you'll suffer a lot in the future. Young Chuchu's cheeks turned bright red. The relationship between her and Chen Fan wasn't clearly defined yet, and being publicly commented on like this made her blush furiously. Chen Fan, however, felt deeply uncomfortable. The words lecher stung his ears. He never thought of himself as a playboy, he just wanted to give them a warm home. Old women would rather tear down 10 temples than ruin one marriage. Chen Fan roared internally, but outwardly, he maintained a polite smile, bidding the dormitory supervisor farewell courteously. Revenge isn't taken lightly, but once decided, it will never be forgotten. After the three of them reached the stairwell, Gao Wenbo finally couldn't hold back his complaints. Junior, I'm so frustrated. Why didn't you let me talk back? As soon as he finished speaking, his legs suddenly gave out, as if nailed to the ground, and he lost his balance. He fell straight to the floor, and blood immediately gushed from his nose. Are you okay? Chen Fan quickly helped him up. Gao Wenba awkwardly wiped his nosebleed and laughed. I'm fine. I just missed a step. But after taking a few steps, his legs gave out again and he fell to the ground. Ouch! He struggled to stand up, pinching his legs, but found nothing wrong. Yet after walking a few more steps, he fell again. At this point, Chen Fan understood it must have been the dormitory supervisor secretly taking action. Earlier. Good thing I reacted quickly, or I'd be the one in trouble this time. On the 4th floor, Gao Wenba stumbled and fell more than 30 times, nearly breaking down. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Junior Chen Fan, I won't join you for dinner, he said. I need to go to the hospital to check my leg. If it's really crippled, By the end, he was almost in tears. Young Chu-Chu, standing nearby, looked worried. Chen Fan knew the truth but didn't dare to tell him, so he could only comfort him. Senior, don't worry, your leg will be fine. After seeing Gao Wenba off, Chen Fan and young Chu-Chu continued up to the 5th floor. Soon, he found his room. Number. The dormitories at Guowu University resembled residential buildings, with 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. 4 people shared a suite, each with their own bedroom, while the living room was a common area. This is so much better than the dorm conditions at my university in my previous life, Chen Fan thought as he opened the door. Inside, 3 roommates were sitting on the living room sofa, chatting about life. The atmosphere was lively. They all turned to look at young Chu-Chu, completely ignoring Chen Fan. She's so pretty, with such a pure aura. Chen Fan cleared his throat deliberately, making a sound to draw their attention. Only then did the 3 of them awkwardly look at him, their eyes full of envy. A handsome young man stood up and shook Chen Fan's hand. Hello, classmate. You must be the new roommate, right? My name is Zhao Mingze, from the capital. Chen Fan discreetly observed him. Zhao Mingze was dressed in designer clothes, and his watch was made of rare stones from an alternate dimension, worth tens of millions. Wow, a rich second generation. From the capital, Chen Fan thought, smiling slightly and responding politely, Hello, I'm Chen Fan, from Shannon Province. The other 2 also stood up to introduce themselves. One was a scholarly-looking young man with black-framed glasses named Wenhua. He smiled and said, Classmate Chen, my family is in Chang'an City. If you want to explore anywhere, let me know, and I'll show you around. Thank you. Chen Fan replied courteously. The last one was a tall, burly young man, about 2 meters tall, resembling a tower. He seemed a bit shy and spoke with a heavy accent. I'm Gao Yuan, from Yuzhou. Chen Fan looked at Gao Yuan, surprised. Despite his thick accent and simple appearance, his strong physique indicated that his strength had already reached the early stage of the 2nd tier. Looks can really be deceiving, Chen Fan thought. Zhao Mingze smiled at Chen Fan and pointed to a bedroom. The south-facing room is the best. We specifically left it for you. Aren't we great roommates? These roommates were really considerate. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Slightly. Don't listen to his nonsense, Wenhua, the guy with glasses, said seriously. Before you arrived, we drew lots, and the remaining room just happened to be yours. Turns out you got lucky. I see, Chen Fan understood. These guys were still pretty fair. After a brief introduction, Chen Fan took young Chu-Chu into his room and locked the door. The room was set up like a hotel. Bedding and toiletries were all prepared in advance by the school for new students. Chen Fan, like performing a magic trick, pulled clothes out of thin air and stuffed them into the wardrobe. Young Chu-Chu wasn't surprised at all. Senior, let me help you organize, young Chu-Chu offered, trying to ease the tension. Now that the 2 of them were alone in a room again, she couldn't help but recall the scene in the hotel last time when she had taken the strengthening milk. At that time, she had moaned in front of Chen Fan for quite a while, her clothes completely soaked, her curves fully revealed. No need. Just sit and rest, Chen Fan quickly refused. The reason was simple, there were a few pairs of underwear among his clothes. He didn't want things to get awkward. Alright, senior, young Chu-Chu said softly, following behind Chen Fan. Senior, at Guowu University, girls can enter the boys' dormitory, but boys can't enter the girls' dormitory. Young Chu-Chu's voice was crisp, like a bird's, with a hint of smugness. Chen Fan, however, wasn't too pleased. Why? Isn't this supposed to be about gender equality? By the way, Chu-Chu, how are your roommates? Chen Fan asked while organizing his clothes, trying to keep the conversation going.
About 10 minutes later, Zhao Mingze knocked on Chen Fan's door. He raised an eyebrow and smirked mischievously. I didn't interrupt.
You too, did I? Yang Chuchu blushed on the spot. Bro, it's broad daylight. Chen Fan, thick-skinned as ever, retorted without a hint of embarrassment.
Ha, how about the three of us go stay somewhere else tonight and leave this place to you?
Zhao Mingze laughed wickedly. Alright, what do you want?
Chen Fan glared at him, pulling the conversation back to a serious tone. After all, he had to consider Yang Chuchu's feelings. The three of us are heading to the cafeteria for a meal.
Want to join us?
Zhao Mingze, knowing when to stop joking,
quickly got serious. Chuchu and I haven't eaten yet. Let's go.
Chen Fan put his clothes aside and pulled Yang Chuchu along as they headed
out.
I heard our National Martial University cafeteria is ranked #1 in the country.
The food must be great. Zhao Mingze kept chatting nonstop as they walked. With him around, the five of them didn't feel awkward at all. On the way, Chen Fan got to know them a bit better. Zhao Mingze's ability was S rank, Electromagnetic Storm.
He applied to National Martial University because he wanted to become a
sword master.
Electromagnetic Storm allowed him to manipulate metal swords by controlling magnetic fields, giving him the potential to become a
swordsman. Wenhua's ability wasn't combat-oriented, it was a top-tier wood-based ability called Heart of Nature. He could sense the emotions of trees and plants, and his dream was to become a top-tier alchemist. Gao Yuanzi was even more unique. His ability was called Indestructible Vajra Body, an S-rank top-tier ability. It was said that after reaching the 5th stage, even decapitation wouldn't kill him. Chen Fan didn't hide his own ability either, as it was clearly marked as SS rank on his campus ID. The group, sharing the same dormitory, quickly realized each other's strengths. Zhao Mingze was so shocked that his jaw dropped, and he flattered Chen Fan, saying, "Big brother, please accept my respect." Wenhua and Gao Yuanzi were equally astonished. Gao Yuanzi's gaze toward Chen Fan even ignited a fighting spirit. I didn't expect my roommates to be so amazing. Being assigned to the same dorm must have been the school's deliberate arrangement. Chen Fan thought to himself. The gap in abilities between people who were too far apart made it hard to become good friends. Those with weaker abilities might even lose their motivation to train. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the cafeteria. It was already past 1 o'clock, and most of the people in the cafeteria were new students who had just registered. The food was affordable. Chen Fan ordered 3 dishes, spending only 10 yuan. Just as they sat down, a commotion suddenly broke out in the cafeteria. Chen Fan and the others looked up to see a white-haired young man walking in, surrounded by a group of female students. The young man exuded an icy demeanor, and the girls around him screamed like fans at a concert. The scene was almost like a live performance. Who's that? His entourage is even bigger than yours, Fan. Zhao Mingze nudged Chen Fan with his elbow, looking envious. Chen Fan was speechless. Ever since Zhao Mingze found out he had SS rank abilities, he had been calling him Fan with a newfound sense of closeness. Wenhua, who clearly recognized the person, explained. His name is Bai Zun. He's this year's provincial top scorer from Shanxi province, and his ability is the S-rank Ice God domain. Provincial top scorer? The group was surprised. Generally, provincial top scorers would choose to attend prestigious universities like Jing University or Mo University. Wenhua adjusted his glasses and said, "He's here for the dragon egg. I heard the dragon is ice elemental." Ah, that makes sense. The group understood but didn't pay much attention. Chen Fan's roommates seemed easygoing, but in reality, they were all very proud. Gao Yuanzi's second stage early level strength spoke for itself. Zhao Mingze, though he hit it well, was also at the second stage early level, as Chen Fan had secretly observed with his thunder vision. Of course, Chen Fan didn't take this provincial top scorer seriously at all. An S-rank second stage early level ability user was no match for his dragon egg. As for the girls surrounding Bai Zun, Chen Fan was even less interested. Compared to Chuchu beside him, those girls were nothing. Zhao Mingze noticed Chen Fan's dismissive expression and curiously asked, "Fan, I can't figure out your level. Just how strong are you?" "Second stage early level, I guess," Chen Fan replied casually, continuing to eat. "Then, Fan, does that mean you can easily defeat that guy?" Zhao Mingze's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as Chen Fan and the others continued eating, Bai Zun sat nearby with his food.
Naturally, his group of female fans followed, crowding
the area completely.
"This guy does look pretty handsome, but that white hair is obviously styled on purpose to look cool," Zhao Mingzi
muttered quietly.
Although his voice was low, Bai Zun, who was not far away, heard it. Bai Zun turned his head and snorted coldly, his
aura instantly becoming icy.
The food in front of the group was frozen into ice blocks in an instant. Bai Zun's gaze was full of warning. Chen Fan was about to retaliate when suddenly there was a loud bang on the table. A large hand slammed down heavily, and a tall figure
stood up abruptly. It was Gao Yuan. He glared angrily at Bai Zun. "I hate people who waste food the most.
White-haired kid, come to the field
and spar with me."
Chen Fan and Zhao Mingzi were stunned. They hadn't expected the most hot-tempered one to be the straightforward Gao.
"Yuan, who are you, big guy? How dare you talk to our Zun like that? Sisters, curse this guy out. How dare he provoke our Zun? He'll never have peace in school again."
Bai Zun's female fans stood up one after another, hurling insults at Gao Yuan like a pack of fierce
tigresses. Gao Yuan was clearly not good at dealing with a group of girls' unreasonable behavior. He admitted defeat on the
spot, his face turning ashen as he sat back down. Bai Zun's eyes were full of mockery. None of them had experience arguing with a group of girls, and their faces all looked grim.
"Fan, I can't take it anymore.
This white-haired guy really thinks he's something."
Zhao Mingzi fumed. "Fan, show them your SS level campus card and let them know who the real boss among the freshmen is," Zhao Mingzi urged. "Stop messing around."
"I'm not that ostentatious," Chen Fan shot him a look. Campus fighting was prohibited, and for the moment, he didn't know how to
deal with Bai Zun and his fans.
Bai Zun glanced coldly at Chen Fan and the others from a distance, calmed his fans, and continued eating.
"Fan, I can't hold back anymore," Zhao Mingzi whispered. The next moment, he quietly activated his electromagnetic storm ability. The surrounding magnetic field was instantly under his control.
Bai Zun and his female fans were chatting while eating, but suddenly, the metal trays in front of them began to deform, as if an invisible hand was crushing them into balls. The group froze for a moment, quickly locating Chen Fan's position through the fluctuation of abilities.
"You're courting death,"
Bai Zun erupted completely.
He hadn't expected a few small fry to repeatedly provoke him.
His fans were also furious. Arguing wasn't enough to vent their anger.
A group of them surrounded Chen Fan and his friends, and the atmosphere became tense. Chen Fan quickly shielded Yang Chuchu behind him. Her abilities were too weak, and he was afraid she wouldn't be able to react in time and might get hurt.
"You dare provoke me, fine, but don't you dare provoke my fans.
I absolutely won't allow it.
Kneel and apologize to my fans, and I might let you go.
Otherwise, for the next 4 years of college, I'll make your lives a living hell."
Bai Zun's aura was overwhelming, and his voice carried immense power. Every word he spoke in defense of his
fans moved the female students around him to tears. Zun, we love you."
The girls swooned, their eyes filled with admiration.
"I'll definitely get justice for you all."
Bai Zun stared at Chen Fan and his group, finally locking his gaze on Gao Yuan. In his eyes, Gao Yuan was the strongest among them. "Don't think that just because you're at the early stage of Tier 2, you can challenge me.
Even within the same stage, there are differences."
As his words fell, a domain barrier suddenly appeared around them, instantly enveloping Chen Fan and his group. Just as the tension reached its peak and both sides were about to clash, a furious shout suddenly rang out, tearing through Bai Zun's
Ice God domain. "Causing trouble?
Gathering a crowd to stir up trouble on your first day of reporting? Are you looking to get expelled?" A burly man appeared, shouting sternly. His surname was Tian, a Tier 7 ability user, and he was the disciplinary director of the school's
military academy. His name was Tian Xiong. His aura was like that of a fierce beast, and the moment he appeared, he locked onto everyone present. So strong.
Chen Fan felt his presence and didn't dare to move recklessly. The others were also trembling with fear, not daring
to make a sound. "You, explain clearly what's going on." Tian Xiong pointed at a student dining nearby, his aura overwhelming. The student,
terrified, hurriedly recounted what he had just witnessed. "It seems both sides are at fault," Teacher Tian snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Considering you're new to the school and unfamiliar with the rules, each of you will be fined 100,000.
Now, all of you, follow me to the field. Want to exercise, huh? I'll make sure you get your wish." But our Zunzan did nothing wrong. They were the ones who badmouthed him first. A female fan stepped forward to defend Bai Zun. You dare question my decision? Tian Xiong was furious, his gaze locking onto the girl. Her face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground, nearly losing control of herself. Bai Zun didn't dare to stand up for his fan, but his eyes were filled with malice, clearly harboring resentment toward Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong scanned the crowd and barked, "Everyone, follow me to the field immediately. Brother Fan, what do we do?" Zhao Mingze and a few others looked at Chen Fan, unsure of what to do. "What else can we do? Let's go. We'll figure it out later," Chen Fan said helplessly, following the group. Soon, under Tian Xiong's stern gaze, the group arrived at the school's field. The field was enormous, unlike anything on Earth in Chen Fan's previous life. A single lap around the track was a full kilometer. The ground was covered with a special alloy, incredibly hard. Tian Xiong said coldly, "You all want to exercise? Fine. From now on, no using abilities. Run laps for me. 100 laps each. No one leaves until they're done." 100 laps? Everyone was stunned. That was equivalent to running 100 kilometers, and they couldn't use their abilities to help. Although their bodies had been enhanced by their abilities and were incredibly strong, without the support of their powers, 100 kilometers would still exhaust them completely. The group began murmuring, their faces grim. "What's wrong? You were all so energetic earlier. And now you're scared? I'll count to 10. Anyone still not moving will get 10 lashes." Tian Xiong said, pulling a long whip from his waist and cracking it against the ground with a loud snap. The hard alloy surface immediately split open with a deep crack. Seeing the crack on the ground, everyone was too frightened to speak. If that whip landed on someone, it would surely tear their skin apart. 10, 9, 8. Tian Xiong began counting down, whip in hand, ready to strike at any moment. "Start running." No one dared to hesitate, and they quickly began jogging. "Anyone who hasn't finished by sunset will get 10 lashes." Tian Xiong roared. When he saw them running too slowly, his anger flaring, he cracked the whip in the air, the sound echoing like thunder. Terrified, everyone picked up their pace. Who could possibly finish 100 kilometers before sunset? Bai Zun's female fans muttered under their breath. With less than 5 hours until sunset, completing 100 kilometers was an almost impossible task for them as first-tier ability users. However, for Chen Fan and the second-tier ability users, it was much easier. The group quickly spread out, with Gao Yuan and Bai Zun leading the pack. The two, clearly displeased with each other, sprinted furiously, trying to outpace one another, soon leaving the others far behind. The second group consisted of Bai Zun's female fans. Despite their complaints, they were determined to keep up with Bai Zun and maintained a decent speed. The last group included Chen Fan and his friends. Yang Chu, having just awakened her abilities, was an SS level user but lacked the stamina of the others. Chen Fan stayed at the back to look after her. Zhao Mingze and Wen Hua also stayed with Chen Fan, not rushing to catch up with the others. "Brother Fan, who do you think will finish the 100 kilometers first, Gao Yuan or White Hair?" Zhao Mingze asked, trying to make conversation as they ran. "Without using abilities, Gao Yuan will definitely win. His physical strength is better than Bai Zun's," Chen Fan replied. "If Gao Yuan wins, won't White Hair lose face big time?" They chatted as they ran, and before they knew it, they had completed more than 10 laps. Gao Yuan and Bai Zun had already pulled ahead by 7 or 8 laps, but the two were still competing fiercely, neither gaining a clear lead. Bai Zun didn't seem to be giving it his all. Every time he passed Chen Fan's group, he would throw out a few mocking remarks. "This kid is too arrogant. Brother Fan, I need to step it up," Zhao Mingze said apologetically and began to accelerate. "Brother Fan, I'll run ahead too," Wen Hua said as he picked up his pace. Young Chu blushed, feeling like she was holding Chen Fan back. "Senior, you should run ahead too, or they'll keep mocking you," Young Chu said, panting heavily. Chen Fan frowned. With Young Chu's physical condition, it was impossible for her to finish 100 kilometers before sunset. After thinking for a moment, he shouted toward the center of the track, "Teacher Tian, Chu wasn't involved in the incident this time. Can she skip the run?" "No." Tian Xiang's thunderous voice boomed, rejecting him outright. "This old guy." Chen Fan cursed inwardly. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "Teacher Tian, then I'll run in her place. If I can't finish, I'm willing to take 20 lashes from you."
Tian Xiong, standing on the track, stared at Chen Fan with a meaningful smile.
As the dean of the military academy, he was well aware that an SS-level genius had joined the school. He had recognized Chen Fan at
first glance but chose not to reveal it immediately, wanting to observe him from multiple angles.
Interesting.
Since you're willing to run, then run, Tian Xiong said.
But you'll have to run 300 kilometers. Tian Xiong's booming voice was loud and clear, heard by everyone on the track. Ha ha ha, 300 kilometers? This kid is so dumb, he's just asking for a beating. Bai Zun almost burst out laughing.
Even for himself, completing 300 kilometers was
absolutely impossible. Teacher Tian, I'll help Chen Fan run 50 kilometers.
Zhao Mingze, worried about Chen Fan, quickly offered.
Gao Yuan, will help too and take on 50 kilometers. Gao Yuan said boldly.
Although Wen Hua wasn't from the combat department and had much less stamina than the other two, he also wanted to help. But Tian Xiong shouted sternly, no one is allowed to help.
Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart. His roommates wanted to help,
but he stopped them. I'll run the 300 kilometers myself.
Brother Fan.
The group was utterly shocked. Forget stamina, just the time alone made it impossible to finish 300 kilometers before sunset.
Senior, I can do it myself.
Yang Chuchu was on the verge of tears. How could she let Chen Fan push himself so hard? Trust me. Finishing 300 kilometers in 4 hours is no big deal, Chen Fan said with a gentle smile, exuding the confidence of a big boy. For others, 300 kilometers might be a pipe dream, but for him, it was nothing. Yang Chuchu wanted to say more, but suddenly, a long whip flew from a distance, wrapped around her waist, and pulled her off the track.
Just watch carefully,
Tian Xiong said coldly. At this moment, aside from Chen Fan's roommates, everyone else had mocking expressions in their eyes, as if they could already see Chen Fan being whipped.
This kid is risking his life just to impress a girl.
What an idiot, Bai Zun thought, feeling delighted in walking with a spring in his step. At that moment, Chen Fan began to unleash his full potential. He was determined to give it his all and complete
the 300 kilometers.
His speed was astonishing, like a cheetah, covering 100 meters in just 3 to 4 seconds.
Not bad speed.
Bai Zun kept a close eye on Chen Fan's performance, surprised.
But this kid is dumb. Running
this fast, he'll collapse within 10 laps. Bai Zun sneered, waiting for the joke to unfold. But to everyone's shock, 10 minutes later, Chen Fan had already completed 20 laps, his expression calm and composed.
How does he have such incredible stamina? Everyone was stunned.
Bai Zun's face turned grim as Chen Fan had already caught up to him. Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan were equally dumbfounded. Although they were both at the early second tier and slightly weaker than Chen Fan, they hadn't expected the gap to be this fast.
I refuse to lose to you.
Bai Zun, unwilling to lose face in front of his fans, gritted his teeth and pushed himself to the limit, sticking close to
Chen Fan. Brother Fan is this strong?
Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with determination.
Run!
The two gritted their teeth and accelerated, closely following Chen Fan. On the track, the four of them sprinted like cheetahs, covering 30 meters per second, their speed as swift as the wind. But it wasn't long before Zhao Mingze and the other two began to sweat profusely, gasping for air. Chen Fan's breathing remained steady. It seemed this was far from his limit. 10 minutes passed, and Zhao Mingze was the first to slow down, unable to keep up with Chen Fan and the other two. Brother Fan, I give up, he gasped, giving a thumbs up to Chen Fan, who was still sprinting. Among the four, his strength was the weakest, which was now indisputable.
Among the remaining three, Chen Fan's stamina was undoubtedly the strongest.
After running at full speed for over 20 minutes, he showed no signs of fatigue.
Meanwhile, Gao Yuan and Bai Zun were already gasping for breath, veins bulging on their foreheads. Zunzhen, keep going. We support you.
Bai Zun's female fans were nearly shouting themselves hoarse,
running alongside and waving flags. I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose to them.
Bai Zun roared, as if trying to motivate himself. But 5 minutes later, he could no longer hold on.
His strength seemed completely
drained, his steps faltered, and he collapsed to the ground.
Zunzhen lost? The female fans on site widened their eyes in disbelief.
Bai Zun had actually lost to two others.
Their idol's image had taken a massive hit. Zunzhen just doesn't have their stamina.
If you count his abilities, he's still the strongest.
Yeah, Zunzhen is the best. The female fans quickly found ways to console themselves. At this point, the only one barely keeping up with Chen Fan on the track was Gao Yuan.
With his burly build, he resembled a raging bear, each stride spanning 3 meters. But 5 minutes later, he too had to slow down, reaching his limit. If he continued sprinting at this pace,
his stamina wouldn't last for the challenges ahead. Brother Chen Fan, I admit defeat. Gao Yuan sincerely admired him at this moment.
When he first heard that Chen Fan was an SS level ability user, he was merely surprised. But now he was genuinely impressed. Chen Fan, however, paid no attention to the reactions around him, maintaining his incredible speed. Half an hour later, he effortlessly completed the first 100 kilometers, leaving everyone
dumbfounded. The gap was too obvious. Sisters, he's amazing. He's already finished 100 kilometers. Baizun's female fans couldn't help but fix their eyes on Chen Fan. How can his body be this strong? It's completely unreasonable.
Baizun was burning with anger, unwilling to let anyone steal his spotlight.
Kid, don't get cocky. Physical strength is useless, abilities are what matter.
At the freshman competition, I'll make you pay, Baizun vowed.
Silently.
Another hour passed, and Baizun, Gao Yuan, and the others completed the 100-kilometer challenge. They leaned against the track, panting heavily, quietly watching Chen Fan's performance.
Old Gao, do you think SS-level ability users are really this strong?
I feel like he's on a completely different level, Zhao Mingzi said to Gao Yuan.
I don't know, Gao Yuan shook his head, his gaze never leaving Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan smoothly completed his second 100 kilometers. This feels amazing.
Chen Fan was exhilarated, loving the sensation of being drenched in sweat. Then let's go even faster and test the limits, he said, suddenly tearing off his
t-shirt to reveal an almost perfect physique. His speed instantly increased by 30%. The scene stunned the entire crowd.
Baizun's female fans watched as Chen Fan sped past them, their eyes all fixed on him.
Wow, this guy has such a great body. I really like him. What should I do?
I feel a little guilty towards Zunzan, a wide-eyed, cute girl gasped as she shared her feelings with her friend.
Yeah, this guy's face is pretty good-looking too. However, Baizun's loyal fans still stood by their idol. Zunzan is the best. He's the provincial champion.
On the field, Zhao Mingzi couldn't help but laugh as he watched Chen Fan casually take off his shirt. He nudged Gao Yuan, who was resting beside him, and said with a chuckle, Brother Fan really knows how to play.
Now these girls are going to be completely smitten. This guy,
Tian Xiong, standing in the center of the field, also laughed. He thought that saying 300 laps earlier was too few, it might take 400 laps to push Chen Fan to his limit.
Chen Fan's speed was astonishing.
He completed the final 100 kilometers in just 45 minutes. His entire body was drenched in sweat, yet his breathing remained as steady as a mountain. Everyone swallowed hard, fully convinced that Chen Fan could endure another 300 rounds in his current state.
Brother Fan, I admit defeat. Zhao Mingzi struggled
to his feet despite the soreness, pretending to bow in submission.
Brother Fan, you're incredible.
Wen Hua and Gao Yuan gave him a thumbs up.
Yang Chuchu blushed and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms.
The girls on the track, who had previously harbored hostility toward Chen Fan, now looked at him with flushed faces and pounding hearts, secretly sending him flirtatious glances. Tian Xiong stared at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with doubt.
In his view, an SS-level ability user shouldn't have such a strong physique at the first or second stage. Could he be deliberately hiding the level of his ability? Is he an SSS-level user? Or perhaps an even rarer dual ability user?
The thought made Tian Xiong tremble all over.
What a peerless genius! He immediately wanted to take Chen Fan as his disciple.
Fixing his fiery gaze on Chen Fan, he said, Chen Fan, let me introduce myself.
I am Tian Xiong, a peak 7th stage ability user. My ability is S-level beast transformation, Sky Devouring Demon Bear.
Chen Fan was a bit stunned by the intense stare, not understanding why the other party suddenly introduced himself.
Besides, Tian Xiong's information was readily available on the Academy's official website. Tian Xiong continued, I will reach the 8th stage within a year. So, what are you trying to say?
Chen Fan was puzzled.
Tian Xiong clasped
his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, and adopted the demeanor of a master.
I want to take you as my disciple and personally guide your cultivation. What? Chen Fan's jaw dropped. Just a few hours ago, you were yelling at me, and now you've changed your tune so quickly? The people around were equally stunned. A master-level expert actively seeking to take on a disciple?
They were green with envy.
In the university, only a handful of top-tier students, after undergoing multiple tests, could be chosen by teachers as disciples. Most students could only receive standard education. Yet Chen Fan, on his first day of enrollment, had already caught the eye of a master.
Seeing Chen Fan hesitate, Tian Xiong quickly added, "Although I don't understand lightning techniques, my combat and fighting skills have reached their peak. My self-created infinite combat technique has even been
rated as an SS level technique. Since you've chosen the combat department, I assume you prefer close quarters combat.
If you become my disciple, I will spare no effort in teaching you all my ultimate techniques."
Chapter 87.
Refusal. The air suddenly grew quiet, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Chen Fan's response. When Hua leaned close to Chen Fan's ear and whispered, "Brother Fan, I heard that teacher Tian was the disciple of the former
dean of the combat department.
The current dean, Dai Jiangshan, and the white-clad war god, Luo Changsheng, are his senior brothers. I looked up some information, and it says teacher Tian has already been groomed as the
successor to the next dean.
If you become his disciple, you'll gain access to this circle and will absolutely dominate the campus in the future."
Chen Fan's heart wavered. I haven't heard much about Dai Jiangshan, but Luo Changsheng's name is indeed renowned. To be honest, Chen Fan was somewhat tempted.
However, the strength of a peak 7th stage ability user was still a bit low for him. His minimum requirement for a master was someone at the
peak of the 8th stage.
Only then could he have someone to protect him in times of danger. After all, he had already thoroughly offended the beast worship cult. Now, he was like someone walking on the edge of a blade, always
at risk of trouble.
Thinking of this, Chen Fan respectfully bowed to Tian Xiong and said apologetically, "Teacher Tian, I'm sorry, but I don't plan to take a master for now."
What? He actually refused? The people around were
so shocked they were speechless.
This was a master-level expert personally recruiting a disciple.
If it were them, they'd have knelt down and performed the traditional 3 bows and 9 kowtows already.
A flash of surprise and
awkwardness crossed Tian Xiong's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. Top-tier geniuses always have their own pride. Still, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss.
Tian Xiong nodded and said calmly, "Perhaps you don't know me well enough yet, so you're hesitant. But that's okay. During your 4 years at university, you're welcome to join me anytime.
If you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, you can also come to me for help." Earlier, Tian Xiong had thoroughly investigated Chen Fan's background. During the martial exam, he had risked his life to bravely resist the beast tide. During the great disaster in Qing City, he had ventured alone into the cult's lair, rescued Li Ji, and saved the city. Just now on the track, Tian Xiong had also witnessed Chen Fan's sense of responsibility. Talent, courage, mindset, and sense of justice all met his expectations. Therefore, even though he was rejected, he still hadn't given up on the idea of taking on a disciple. Chen Fan would not let the others' goodwill go to waste and quickly bowed again.
"Teacher Tian, thank you for your kindness." Tian Xiong patted
him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "With the dragon egg as a gimmick, several provincial top scorers have enrolled in the school this year. However, I think your strength should be the greatest. If you win first place and bring glory to the martial academy, I'll give you a spiritual medicine to enhance your physique."
"Thank you, Teacher Tian." Chen Fan quickly expressed his gratitude.
As they were speaking, the air suddenly turned cold, and a thin layer of frost covered the training ground in an instant.
A dissatisfied and furious voice came from afar. "Tian Xiong, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big talk?
For the past 10 years, the freshmen
champions have all come from our magic academy."
The chilling air was oppressive, and Chen Fan couldn't help but shiver. He looked up to see a figure moving like a phantom, approaching swiftly and stopping in front of them in
just a few steps.
The person glanced at Chen Fan a few times and snorted coldly, "Not bad talent, but you chose the martial academy. Mixing with a bunch of brutes, you're destined to amount to nothing."
The newcomer was Zhao Qian, the dean of the magic academy and a 7th-tier grandmaster.
He was very displeased that Chen Fan hadn't chosen their magic academy. Zhao Qian snorted coldly, and an invisible mental pressure directly assaulted Chen Fan's soul.
This was meant to intimidate him.
Chen Fan felt as if his soul had been struck by a heavy hammer. His mind grew dizzy, and he almost couldn't hold on.
At that moment, a large hand rested firmly on his back, steadying him.
Zhao Qian, bullying a student as a grandmaster, how shameless!
Tian Xiong angrily shielded Chen Fan.
He showed me no respect, so I was just teaching him a lesson.
Zhao Qian snorted coldly. As a student, respecting your teachers is the most basic rule. Our academy students don't need your interference. Tian Xiong's gaze turned icy, clearly indicating long-standing animosity between the two. Humph, but didn't you discipline Bai Zun, who is a disciple of our magic academy?
The tension between the two escalated. The students on the training ground fell silent, and even the female students running on the track stopped in their tracks.
Your martial academy dreaming of taking first place this year? Ridiculous, Zhao Qian said, turning to Bai Zun. Tomorrow's freshman competition is a ring match. Your ice god domain can cover the entire arena, giving you an absolute advantage. Tomorrow, I want you to defeat Chen Fan with all your might. Don't worry, teacher.
Bai Zun replied confidently, eager to prove himself. With Zhao Qian backing him, he felt even more assured.
Having a strong physique doesn't mean having strong skills.
In the ice god domain, you won't even have the chance to get close to me.
Let's wait and see. Although Chen Fan was mentally drained, he gritted his teeth and retorted.
Zhao Qian was slightly surprised that
Chen Fan could quickly regain his composure. However, he still looked down on him. You have no reverence for the strong. Your future path won't go far.
True strength lies in continuous growth, only then can one become a true
genius.
Zhao Qian turned to Tian Xiong and said coldly, Bai Zun will undoubtedly surpass this kid in the future.
Just wait and see.
By now, the commotion had already drawn the attention of many teachers and students.
After
finishing his words, Zhao Qian said no more. He grabbed Bai Zun, and their figures flickered through the crowd, quickly disappearing from sight.
Tian Xiong looked at Chen Fan with a hint of apology and began to explain. The
martial and magic academies have had deep-seated animosity since my master's generation. Back then, the school gave senior brother Luo a chance for a second awakening, and he successfully obtained the SS level ability, Chaos
Thunder Body.
At that time, the two academies almost came to blows over him, nearly causing a major disaster.
To prevent further conflict, the principal decreed that the choice of academy would be entirely up to the individual, and no one was allowed to interfere.
That's why it was Zhang Kuan who communicated with you from start to finish.
I see,
Chen Fan suddenly understood. An SS-level genius choosing the martial academy again had caused the magic
academy's leadership to lose face.
Chen Fan had indirectly become a thorn in their side, and Zhao Qian naturally harbored hostility toward him. Chen Fan sneered inwardly.
Today, Zhao Qian used the pressure of a grandmaster to bully him.
In just a few years, he would surely crush Zhao Qian with the might of a martial saint. After leaving the training field, Chen Fan immediately returned to his dormitory to rest with his eyes closed.
His mental
energy was nearly depleted, leaving him listless and drained. He had to recover his mental energy as quickly as possible, otherwise, he and the Dragon Egg would have no chance in tomorrow's freshman competition.
Mental energy, unlike physical strength, was slow to recover when overexerted. Damn it, Zhao Qian definitely did this on purpose.
He used the pressure of a grandmaster to instantly crush my mental energy, making it impossible for me to recover.
By tomorrow.
This way, the first place in the freshman competition would easily fall into the hands of the Magic Academy. As Chen Fan was brooding, a young man who appeared older than him knocked on the door and entered, handing him a bottle of pills and an E-grade battle knife.
Junior Chen Fan, this is a spirit-nurturing pill. Teacher Tian Xiong asked me to bring it to you.
After taking it, your mental energy will recover within half an
hour. This weapon is my personal one. I'm giving it to you. Make sure to crush those Magic Academy guys tomorrow.
This man was Du Huojun, a senior in his 4th year and the only disciple of teacher Tian Xiong.
He had already reached 4th tier strength. He was very friendly toward Chen Fan, treating him as a fellow junior disciple. Chen Fan felt a bit uneasy under Du Huojun's enthusiastic gaze and quickly avoided it, clasping his hands in thanks. Thank you, senior, and thank you, teacher Tian. No need to be so formal, junior. I've delivered the items, so I won't disturb you further. Good luck tomorrow. After flashing a kind smile, Du Huojun left in a hurry.
Chen Fan felt grateful. Teacher Tian Xiong and his disciple were truly good people. He opened the bottle, which contained 3 pills. Without hesitation, he took one and placed it in his mouth.
The next moment, his previously
groggy mind gradually cleared, and his mental energy recovered rapidly.
Teacher Tian Xiong is so thoughtful. Chen Fan was moved once again.
Pills that could restore mental energy were extremely precious.
Even Grandmaster level experts didn't have many in their reserves. Half an hour later, Chen Fan's mental energy was fully restored. Just then, the system notification suddenly sounded.
System task: win first place in the National Martial Arts
Freshman competition to qualify for an E-grade lottery draw. The system task has finally arrived. Chen Fan stood up from the bed, his gaze resolute. This time, even without the system's guidance, he would give his all to secure first place. Right, I still have over 2,000 slaughter points. I'll exchange them for lottery draws to enhance my strength and ensure nothing goes wrong. He acted decisively. Having already broken through to the second tier, he could now use physique enhancement cards. So, he started with F-grade lottery draws, as F-grade physique enhancement cards offered better value. With 1,000 slaughter points consumed, he obtained 4 physique enhancement cards, 3 mental energy enhancement cards, and 3 useless junk items. Chen Fan immediately used all the physique and mental energy enhancement cards. His physique increased from 200 to 212, and his mental energy rose from 200 to 209. With the remaining slaughter points, he exchanged for 1 E-grade lottery draw. This time, he obtained a rare strength multiplier card. Not bad. With this card, tomorrow's freshman competition should be no problem. While Chen Fan was quietly growing stronger, in Zhao Qian's private residence, Bai Zun held a boundary-breaking pill in his hand, his expression hesitant. The boundary-breaking pill, as the name suggested, could forcibly break through one's level. However, it would severely damage one's foundation. Zhao Qian urged, Bai Zun, stop hesitating. I've already received word that Tian Xiong sent someone to deliver a spirit-nurturing pill to that kid. His mental energy should have recovered. Although you have the Ice God domain, defeating that kid will still be difficult. Moreover, I've heard that someone from the Beast Taming Academy has tamed a 3rd-tier exotic beast. Your chances of snatching the dragon egg are less than 30%. But the boundary-breaking pill will harm my foundation. Bai Zun was still hesitant. Zhao Qian waved dismissively, unconcerned. Don't worry. After obtaining the dragon egg, I'll use a secret technique to extract the dragon soul from the young dragon and seal it into your Ice God domain. With this, your Ice God domain will have an ice element divine dragon guarding it. By then, your talent will undergo a complete transformation, allowing you to rival SS level ability users or even surpass them. Teacher is right. Hesitation only leads to failure. Bai Zun gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. Zhao Qian quickly used his special ability to help him absorb the effects. Half an hour later, Bai Zun successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. At this moment, Chen Fan had already arrived at the entrance of the school library, where he once again encountered Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan was the same as ever, with a 3-foot-long sword hanging at his waist. The two had arranged to meet here to investigate the mystery of the imitator. The imitator was extremely bizarre, capable of continuous resurrection. Legend had it that once it targeted you, it would keep appearing around you, even killing you in your sleep and taking your place. Because of this, Chen Fan took the matter very seriously. He definitely didn't want to be strangled to death in his sleep tonight. Zhang Kuan, noticing Chen Fan's good spirits, teased, I heard Zhao Qian is targeting you? Want me to teach him a lesson for you? No need, Chen Fan shook his head. Settling my own grudges is more satisfying. Within 3 years, I'll smash his head in. Ah, ambitious. Zhang Kuan thought Chen Fan was joking. After all, who had ever heard of someone becoming a grandmaster within 3 years? Let's go to the top floor archives. Maybe we'll find the secret of the imitator there. Zhang Kuan led the way into the Grand Library, with Chen Fan following closely behind. The library at the University of Special Abilities was unlike those of ordinary schools. It was filled with manuals on techniques and encyclopedias of exotic beasts. The library was massive, spanning 40,000 square meters, with over 1 million books on the first floor alone. The two quickly took the elevator to the top floor, where global secrets were stored, accessible only to those with SS level clearance. Zhang Kuan looked at the densely packed folders and felt overwhelmed. Chen Fan, there are at least tens of thousands of secret files here. Let's split up and search. Maybe we'll find something on the imitator. All right. Chen Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the rows of bookshelves. The mystery of Promia, the Bermuda Triangle, the Philadelphia experiment, the Tunguska explosion, everything was here. Amazing. I'll have to come here more often, Chen Fan marveled. 10 minutes later, Zhang Kuan called out from the other side of the room, Chen Fan, come quick. I found the imitator file. Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan opened the folder and pulled out the documents on the imitator. The file was over 100 pages long, and the two eagerly began reading. The earliest report came from Urena in North America.
Her husband, a righteous government official, had suddenly ordered the release of high-ranking members of the cult of beast worship, leading to his death sentence. She was baffled until one day, while reviewing the home surveillance footage, she discovered something eerie. A man who looked exactly like her husband broke into their home, killed her husband in his sleep, and took his place. From then on, the man who appeared before others was no longer her husband. After reading this, the two exchanged glances, confirming that the imitator was a conspiracy by the cult of beast worship. Hurry and see if there's a way to counter it. Chen Fan, feeling a chill, urged anxiously. An hour later, they finished reading the file and finally found the answer at the end. 15 years ago, the United Station fan didn't feel lucky at all, as he hadn't truly escaped the threat of the imposter. Zhang Kuan noticed his concern and comforted him, saying, "But before the imposter replaces a real person, its intelligence isn't high. You still have a chance to escape." Chen Fan sighed, thinking to himself that this was at least some consolation. However, he didn't know when the next imposter would appear. He really didn't want to live in constant fear, unable to sleep well. Zhang Kuan patted his shoulder and pointed to the last line of the document, saying, "Don't worry too much. It clearly states that any discovery of an imposter must be reported immediately. I think the higher-ups might already have a way to deal with the imposter. Tomorrow, I'll report the situation to the principal so he can escalate it. Someone should come to handle it soon. In the meantime, make sure to lock your doors and windows when you sleep, so you don't get ambushed by an imposter without realizing it. I'll also keep an eye on the dormitory area. If I spot one, I'll help you take it down." "Alright, that's all I can do," Chen Fan said helplessly. He still had a power-boosting card in his possession, so he figured he could hold out until help arrived. "Sigh, I still need to get on good terms with the dorm supervisor downstairs. If she's willing to help, I'll feel more at ease," Chen Fan thought to himself. After reading the file on the imposter, Chen Fan began searching for information on the Bluebloods and underground lizardmen. However, there were no related records, and even Zhang Kuan hadn't heard of them. The Bluebloods might just be a coincidence, or it could be related to that person's unique abilities, Zhang Kuan speculated, shaking his head. But Chen Fan didn't think so. The beast cult wouldn't target Qingqing City for no reason. By the time the two left the library, the sky was completely dark. Chen Fan had a simple dinner, bought some fruit at the supermarket, and headed back to the dormitory. In the lobby on the first floor, he was particularly attentive, immediately pulling out 2 apples to give to the dorm supervisor. As a quasi-martial saint, the dorm supervisor was taken aback by Chen Fan's proactive friendliness, as she had never encountered someone so outgoing before. That night, Chen Fan didn't dare sleep too deeply, subconsciously staying alert. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, a deep voice echoed across the National Martial Arts campus, waking everyone from their dreams. "All freshmen, attention! I am one of the vice principals of this school, Huangfu Chang. Please bring your equipment and gather at the field within 10 minutes for the opening ceremony. Latecomers will be expelled. Anyone making loud noises will be expelled. Those with disorganized formations will be expelled." At this time, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and 90% of the freshmen were still asleep. But Chen Fan had already finished washing up. The reason was simple. Zhang Kuan had specifically reminded him last night that he absolutely couldn't be late for today's opening ceremony. Zhao Mingze and a few others rubbed their sleepy eyes and reluctantly walked out of their rooms. "Brother Fan, this school is insane. It's only 5 o'clock. Zhao Mingze said helplessly, looking at Chen Fan. Gao Yuan and Wen Hua were also annoyed but didn't voice their complaints. Chen Fan, while wiping his battle knife, smiled and said, "Stop complaining and get ready. Didn't you hear? Latecomers will be expelled." "Humph, who believes that?" Zhao Mingze lazily packed his things, not taking it seriously at all. After all, they were all top talents from various provinces and cities. The school had gone to great lengths to recruit them. How could they be expelled over something so trivial? This is no joke. National Martial Arts used to be a military academy, and its old rules are still in place. Zhang Kuan even emphasized last night that being late would have serious consequences, Chen Fan said. "Which Zhang Kuan?" Zhao Mingze paused for a moment. "The director of your divine academy," Chen Fan replied with a mysterious smile. "Wow, you know Master Zhang?" Zhao Mingze's eyes lit up. He grabbed Chen Fan's arm, his face full of anticipation. "Brother Fan, Master Zhang is my idol. Can you help me become his disciple?" He.
Chen Fan shook him off disdainfully, pointed to the clock on the wall, and said with a smile, "In 8 minutes, forget about becoming a disciple. You might not even be able to stay at National Martial Arts." "Ha, I'm on it, Zhao Mingzi said as he rushed into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. 2 minutes later, Chen Fan and his 3 companions rushed out of the dormitory with their weapons, sprinting toward the field. The campus was bustling with activity, and many freshmen were also running at full speed. By the time Chen Fan and his group arrived at the field, it was already packed with people. At the front of the field stood 6 Grandmaster-level powerhouses, the deans of the 6 major academies. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan quickly joined. Tian Xiong lined up. Zhao Mingzi and Wen Hua headed to their respective academy teams. Soon, over 3,000 freshmen gathered one after another. Everyone knew there was a freshman competition today, so they all brought their weapons. The Beast Taming Academy's team was particularly lively, with many strange and exotic beasts following their owners. At this moment, most students still looked drowsy. The school is too much, scaring us with expulsion. It's so early. Many freshmen were panting heavily, full of complaints. Their hair was messy, and their clothes were somewhat disheveled. After all, the distance from the dormitory area to the field was about 3 or 4 kilometers. If they hadn't sprinted all the way, they wouldn't have made it on time. Just as everyone was muttering complaints under their breath, a furious roar suddenly came from the entrance of the field. "Time's up! Get out of here! You're all expelled!" Everyone was startled and turned toward the voice, only to see a figure blocking a dozen students who hadn't yet entered the field. The man stood tall and imposing, exuding the unique authority of a soldier. The group of students outside the gate mostly had a rebellious attitude and hadn't taken the school's warnings seriously, strolling leisurely on their way. Now, they were mercilessly stopped at the gate. "Why are we being expelled? We were just a little late," someone couldn't help but protest, their anger evident. The next second, a large hand swung out, sending them flying over 10 meters. "No more nonsense. When I say leave, you leave." The teacher's temper was explosive. He coldly stared at the students on the ground and sternly said, "If this were the military, this would be considered deliberately delaying combat and would be dealt with under martial law. Expelling you now is already lenient. I don't accept this. This is a university, not the military. Why expel us?" The students' anger flared even more. Who gets expelled just for being late to the opening ceremony? No one was willing to accept this. Why? "Because this is National Martial University," the teacher roared in response. "National Martial University trains warriors who charge into battle and defend the nation, not ungrateful degenerates like you. You have 20 minutes to pack your things and leave." The students finally panicked. Many collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy, and some even started crying. "Teacher, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We promise to obey from now on." Being expelled on the first day of school, they wouldn't even have the face to go home and face their parents. Impossible. The teacher was cold and unyielding. Soon, a dozen members of the campus security team arrived, directly dragging the students on the ground away. Amid their wails and pleas, they were swiftly removed. The more than 3,000 freshmen on the field were so frightened by this scene that they fell completely silent. No one dared to make a sound, fearing they might also be expelled. "Do you think the school is too harsh?" A voice suddenly came from the podium. Everyone turned to look and saw 7 figures standing there. These 7 were the deans of the 6 major academies and the vice principal of National Martial University, Huangfu Chang. They were all top-tier experts, their presence as vast as the ocean, making it hard for anyone to look directly at them. Huangfu Chang gazed at the freshmen on the field and said calmly, "Let me tell you, this world is 100 times more brutal than you imagine. Although we haven't found conclusive evidence yet, we can confirm that all the dimensional spaces on Blue Star are interconnected, forming one massive world. When we enter from different portals, we appear in different locations. Dimensional spaces are extremely mysterious. The deeper you go, the stronger the beasts inside become, so strong that even martial saint-level experts must tread carefully. What's worse is that the number of passages between Blue Star and the dimensional spaces is increasing. Perhaps in 10 years, the 2 worlds will fully merge. By then, Blue Star will be teeming with beasts. At that time, no one will be able to stay out of it. The weak will have nowhere to survive." The freshmen on the field began to breathe heavily. The mysterious nature of the dimensional space is well known, but most people believe they are independent worlds. Now, the higher-ups have provided a brand new perspective. If Blue Star is truly overrun by alien beasts in 10 years, how much time do they have left to improve their strength? Chen Fan fell into deep thought, realizing this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Yet, he was not afraid. With 10 years and the system's assistance, he was confident he could become a martial saint. Huang Fu Cheng scanned the crowd, noticing that most people were tense and uneasy, except for Chen Fan, whose expression remained calm. This made Huang Fu Cheng glance at him for a few extra seconds. After several breaths, he spoke again, "Destiny is always in your own hands. Resources will only be given to the top students. So, in the freshman competition, I hope you give it your all. The school will select 10 of you to form 2 elite teams for focused training. These 10 will be the strongest freshmen of Guowu University's 2024 class, and they will represent us in the National Freshman League 3 months from now. Now, freshmen whose student ID ends in 0, stay behind. The rest, head to the spectator seats." The crowd immediately stirred. Students whose IDs ended in 1 to 9 breathed a sigh of relief and moved toward the spectator seats. Chen Fan's ID ended in 7, while Gao's ended in 5, so the two of them also headed to the stone steps outside the field. Only a small group of students remained on the field, and the atmosphere grew extremely tense. Huang Fu Cheng called out again, "The rules of the competition are simple. You will be divided into 10 groups based on your student ID, with approximately 300 people per group. First, there will be a free-for-all within each group. Any participant who loses combat ability or whose body crosses the white line outside the field will be eliminated. The last 3 remaining in each group will advance. After 10 elimination rounds, a total of 30 participants will be selected. Additionally, I will personally choose the 2 strongest among the eliminated participants. These 2 will join the previous 30 freshmen in the upcoming championship battle. The championship battle will be one-on-one duels, determining the top 16, top 8, top 4, and finally, the ultimate champion. Do you all understand the rules?" Huang Fu Cheng's voice suddenly rose. "Understood." The freshmen responded in unison. "Good. The first elimination round begins now." As soon as Huang Fu Cheng finished speaking, the field erupted into chaos. Over 300 freshmen fought fiercely. The freshmen attacked mercilessly. Around the edges of the field, a dozen teachers stood scattered, closely monitoring the battle to ensure timely rescue if any student faced life-threatening danger. However, any rescued student would lose their qualification to advance. Sitting in the spectator seats, Chen Fan surveyed the scene. Among the 300-plus freshmen, only 2 were second-tier ability users. One of them was Bai Zun. At that moment, Bai Zun activated his Ice God domain, instantly transforming the surrounding 50-meter area into a world of ice and snow. Whistling winds blew, snowflakes drifted in the air, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. Bai Zun seemed to become the ruler of this icy world, with all the power of ice under his control. With a single thought, he quickly summoned over a dozen ice lions. They roared and charged at the surrounding freshmen. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen freshmen were defeated. "This ice domain is so cool," Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Zun's performance was exceptionally striking, immediately sparking heated discussions among the teachers and students. "Wow, Bai Zun is so strong. The others don't stand a chance. He's definitely going to advance." "That's right. Bai Zun is the top scorer from Shanxi province and a strong contender for this year's Freshman King." "I don't think he's necessarily the Freshman King. The guys from the Qianlong class are tough to deal with, and I heard Bai Zun was suppressed in physical strength by a genius from the military academy yesterday." Physical strength? The big shots from the Magic Academy don't rely on physical strength. As the surrounding discussions continued, Chen Fan's gaze was drawn to another second-tier ability user on the field. She was a girl wearing a tight-fitting purple battlesuit, with an outstanding figure. However, Chen Fan's attention wasn't due to her appearance but rather her highly unusual combat style. Her figure could transform into black mist, suddenly dispersing and vanishing. When she reappeared, she was already in front of an enemy several meters away. The dagger in her hand accurately stabbed at the opponent's throat. Her movements were light and swift, like a ghost on the battlefield. Chen Fan learned from others' conversations that her name was Yi Qingling, a graduate of the National Martial Arts Hidden Dragon class. Her ability was an S-level Night Phantom. It was said that she was even stronger in nighttime combat. "This girl's ability is quite unique," Chen Fan muttered, stroking his chin as he stared at her for a long time. Huang Fu Cheng mentioned that in October,
the National College Freshman League would include both team and
individual competitions.
Chen Fan could participate in the individual competition on his own, but the team competition required teammates. He planned to use this freshman league to select a few suitable teammates.
Yi Qingling, skilled in ambushes and assassinations, seemed like a good choice.
Of course, she was also beautiful, making her a visually pleasing addition to the team. Wow, abilities really are diverse and surprising, Chen Fan marveled.
Just
as he was sighing, Gao Yuan beside him nudged him, signaling him to look at the other side of the field. Chen Fan glanced over and was stunned.
Pea shooters?
In one corner of the field, Wen Hua scattered a handful of seeds.
On the ground, strange plants quickly sprouted from the alloy surface, resembling the pea shooters from Plants vs. Zombies.
They surrounded Wen Hua, continuously firing fist-sized cannonballs at the enemies.
The explosions
from the cannonballs were quite powerful, blocking many freshmen who tried to attack Wen Hua. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan exchanged glances and couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
It seemed that plant-based ability users could also
carve out their own path. The elimination in the 300-person melee was swift, and within 10 minutes, only 7 or 8 people remained on the field. Wen Hua, relying on his group of pea shooters, had managed to hold on until
now.
Wen Hua's strange plants are quite powerful and numerous.
Ordinary first-tier peak ability users can't beat him.
He should have a chance to advance, Gao Yuan quietly analyzed to Chen Fan. But on the field, Bai Zun scanned the remaining individuals and finally locked his gaze on Wen Hua.
Chen Fan's roommate? Dream on if you think you'll advance.
Bai Zun's sharp eyes fixed on Wen Hua as he swiftly appeared 10 meters away from him.
Such an
unserious combat style, he sneered disdainfully. The ice god domain rapidly expanded, enveloping Wen Hua and all his surrounding pea shooters. Wen Hua's heart tightened, knowing Bai Zun's target was him.
However, his strategy was based on defensive positioning, leaving him no way to escape.
He immediately activated his Heart of Nature ability, commanding the dozen pea shooters to attack Bai Zun.
But the gap between the two was too vast. A massive ice
shield suddenly appeared in front of Bai Zun, effortlessly blocking all the attacks. In the next moment, an ice lion charged forward, sending Wen Hua flying several meters with a heavy blow. Wen Hua crashed to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth.
I surrender. He knew he was no match for Bai Zun and quickly admitted defeat.
However, Bai Zun completely ignored him.
An ice spear formed in midair, viciously aiming to pierce Wen Hua, lying on the ground. Bai Zun, don't you dare!
Chen Fan and Gao Yuan shouted in alarm, standing up abruptly. This move was incredibly lethal and could likely kill Wen Hua on the spot. The surrounding teachers also widened
their eyes.
According to the rules, once someone surrendered, they were considered eliminated, and the opponent could no longer attack. They had relaxed, thinking the situation was under control, but Bai Zun's ruthlessness defied
the rules and aimed to kill. Help me! Wen Hua cried out in panic.
But the ice spear was already inches away from his chest, and the teachers had no time to intervene. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the ice spear. The tip of the spear stopped less than an inch from Wen Hua's chest.
The one who intervened was Huangfu Chang. Wen Hua is alive.
Chen Fan and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, finally breathing a sigh of relief.
On the field, Huangfu Chang stared at Bai Zun and questioned him, didn't you hear him surrender?
Ha! I didn't hear anything, Bai Zun feigned innocence, acting like a victim.
Huangfu Chang didn't believe him at all. He walked over
and coldly said, get out.
You're eliminated too.
Teacher, Bai Zun was utterly shocked, not expecting his plan to fail.
Principal, this isn't fair.
Zhao Qian, who had been watching the match from the sidelines, quickly
stepped forward and stood in front of Bai Zun.
Principal, Bai Zun just broke through to the mid-stage of Tier 2 yesterday. His vitality hasn't stabilized yet, and he couldn't stop his combat technique in time, which almost
injured Wen Hua.
Yes, I didn't mean to kill him. Bai Zun quickly found an excuse. Huangfu Chang glanced at him, confirmed that he had indeed just broken through, nodded without saying more, and returned to the podium.
The new students watching the match erupted in excitement. Mid-stage of Tier 2?
Bai Zun is actually at the mid-stage of Tier 2. I take back what I said earlier, this year's freshman king has to be him.
Listening to the surrounding
praise, Bai Zun was extremely pleased. He decided not to hide his strength anymore and directly released the aura of a mid-stage Tier 2. Scanning the audience, he quickly locked his gaze on Chen Fan. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he provocatively looked at Chen Fan. Faced with Bai Zun's provocation, Chen Fan merely gave a devilish smile.
Does he really think mid-stage tier 2 can scare me? He sneered inwardly. An S-class ability user could fight across 2 minor realms.
Bai Zun could at best contend with a peak tier 2 beast, while Chen Fan had already defeated tier 3 early-stage ability users barehanded. The gap between them was like heaven and earth.
A few minutes later, the whistle sounded, signaling the end of the first elimination match.
The 3 who advanced were Bai Zun, Yi Qingling, and his sword-wielding man from Yushin Academy.
The freshmen for the second elimination match quickly entered the arena.
Among them were 3 tier 2 ability users, one of whom was Zhao Mingze. The other 2 were graduates of the Qianlong class, their extraordinary strength evident.
Zhao Mingze's weapon consisted of 2
broad flying swords, controlled via magnetic fields, one for offense and one for defense, executing his attacks with precision. This elimination match was unsurprisingly straightforward, with the 3 tier 2 ability users
advancing smoothly.
After advancing, Zhao Mingze pulled Wenhua to sit beside Chen Fan and Gao Yuan. Wenhua still hadn't recovered, his face pale. Zhao Mingze looked at the highly praised Bai Zun with anger.
Brother Fan, Gao Yuan, Bai Zun was clearly deliberate earlier, he wanted to kill Wenhua.
I noticed, Chen Fan responded calmly.
Bai Zun's move was obviously a demonstration, a blatant provocation. Zhao Mingze said furiously, in the one-on-one
advancement match later, no matter who faces that white-haired kid, we have to teach him a lesson and avenge Wenhua.
Wenhua sighed, Mingze, forget it.
He's already advanced to mid-stage tier 2.
He's too strong, don't provoke him.
Wenhua, you're underestimating me, Mingze.
What's that white-haired kid's domain worth?
I'll slash him with one sword and make him submit. While the 4 were whispering, the surrounding crowd suddenly erupted in
exclamations. Wow, isn't that a tier 3 beast? Yusho Academy is cheating. Why are they even competing for the dragon egg? Just give it to them already. Using a tier 3 beast is outright bullying. Tier 3? Chen Fan and the others were shocked and quickly looked in the direction of the commotion.
They saw someone from Yusho Academy controlling a tier 3 early-stage scarlet armored sky bull. This scarlet armored sky bull wasn't actually a bovine, it was
a type of beetle over 5 meters long.
Its entire body was covered in a hard, blood-red exoskeleton as tough as steel, hence the name blood armor. Its forelegs resembled 2 sharp scythes, with extremely powerful attack capabilities. This creature possessed immense strength, comparable to divine bulls, earning it the name Sky Bull.
Wow, this guy's family must be loaded. They even managed to get a beast that can grow to tier 7? Zhao Mingze exclaimed in surprise.
He looked at Chen Fan with regret.
Brother Fan, it seems you won't be able to take first place this time.
Chen Fan shook his head lightly. A scarlet armored sky bull that had naturally grown to tier 3.
Early stage would indeed be beyond his ability to handle. But this beast had clearly been forcibly matured.
Its aura was unstable, and its foundation was damaged, likely making it difficult to reach tier 6 in the future.
Seeing the disdain in Chen Fan's eyes, Zhao Mingze's pupils suddenly contracted. Brother Fan, don't tell me you can defeat a tier 3 beast? What do you think?
Chen Fan replied with a mysterious smile.
Zhao Mingze and the other 2 gasped in shock, finding it hard to believe.
Chen Fan had intended to observe the scarlet armored sky bull's attack patterns, but no one in the match dared to step forward and provoke it. The scarlet armored beetle didn't even
need to make a move, its owner advanced effortlessly.
The 4th elimination match that followed was uneventful, with nothing noteworthy. It wasn't until the 5th match that Gao Yuan's appearance caught Chen Fan's attention. Gao Yuan's ability was the indestructible diamond body, which, when activated, caused his entire body to emit a dark metallic glow. His punches and weapon clashes produced the sound of metal colliding. Those first-tier peak ability users on the field couldn't withstand the power of a single punch from him. This is true close combat, every punch is powerful, relying entirely on an indestructible body. Chen Fan watched Gao Yuan showcase his skills, his eyes full of admiration. Gao Yuan's combat level was exceptionally high, almost on par with Chen Fan himself.
Chen Fan smirked devilishly. Finally, someone could spar with him. 10 minutes later, Gao Yuan shattered a
first-tier peak ability user's longsword with a single punch, sending the person flying 10 meters away.
This marked the end of the 5th elimination match.
Gao Yuan's performance earned him plenty of applause, even drawing
approving glances from the instructors of the Weapon Academy. Gao Yuan, your body is really tough. I think it's sturdier than an F-grade battle weapon. After returning to the team, Zhao Mingze curiously touched Gao Yuan's skin.
However, Gao Yuan had already deactivated his ability, reverting to his normal appearance, with no trace of metallic texture on his skin. In the sixth elimination match, a seemingly dull-witted young man caught Chen Fan's attention. This man was Wu Yu, whose ability was the S-grade Earth's Child. This rare ability allowed him to manipulate the Earth at will, even enabling him to briefly burrow underground. This guy's ability is incredibly practical. It's both offensive and defensive, and he can use the Earth as a shield to protect teammates. He must be recruited into the team. Chen Fan silently observed for a long time, feeling very satisfied with Wu Yu. After the freshman competition, the Rookie King could prioritize selecting teammates from the top 10. Chen Fan already had his answer: Gao Yuan, Zhao Mingze, Yi Qingling, and Wu Yu. This 5-person team was perfectly balanced, covering close combat, ranged attacks, defense, and assassination. I hope you all make it into the top 10. Don't let me down. As Chen Fan pondered, the elimination match ended. The uneven ground of the field was soon restored by an Earth Element ability instructor who placed his palm on the ground, spreading his ability rapidly to cover the entire field. The Earth began to shift, and within 10 seconds, the field was back to normal. Alright, contestants. For the 7th match, get ready. Huang Fu Cheng's voice rang out. Freshmen whose student numbers ended in 7 stood up from the stands and jumped into the field. It's my turn. Chen Fan also stood up and walked to a corner of the field. Go, brother Fan. Zhao Mingze and the others were so excited they almost shouted. They had long wanted to witness Chen Fan's strength. Naturally, Chen Fan's appearance also attracted a lot of attention, including Bai Zun and the freshman who controlled the scarlet armored beetle. At this moment, everyone on the field gripped their battle weapons, nervously awaiting the start of the match. Chen Fan, however, stood empty-handed, his expression calm and completely unperturbed. On the spectator stands, many freshmen were staring at him. Is that Chen Fan? The one who crushed Bai Zun with his physique yesterday? But I don't sense any strong aura from him. He shouldn't be a second-tier ability user, right? Who knows? Anyway, the Weapon Academy people are hyping him up like crazy, but I think his strength is definitely far inferior to Bai Zun's. A group of freshmen discussed animatedly. Bai Zun and Zhao Qian sat together, whispering to each other while occasionally glancing at Chen Fan on the field, their eyes filled with malice. Teacher, I've already arranged for the Magic Academy people to target him. Together. Even if they can't eliminate him directly, they can severely injure him. Bai Zun's face was grim. He was determined to win the Dragon Egg competition. Zhao Qian nodded and discreetly handed Bai Zun a blood-boiling pill. Bai Zun, your real threat is that scarlet armored beetle, not Chen Fan. This pill can double your strength temporarily, but the side effects are severe. After taking it, you'll be completely debilitated for half a month. Understood. Bai Zun nodded solemnly. As the two whispered, the match whistle had already sounded. The field erupted into a cacophony of battle cries. The first to charge at Chen Fan was a freshman from the Magic Academy. The long blade in his hand burned with flames as he slashed fiercely toward Chen Fan. So you're the one who offended my brother Zun? I'll kill you. His attack was brutal, and the flaming blade aimed straight for Chen Fan's head. One of Bai Zun's lackeys? Chen Fan frowned slightly and dodged effortlessly with a light step. Immediately after, Chen Fan sneered and struck back, his speed so fast that his opponent couldn't react at all. His fist landed squarely on the man's chest. The man felt as if his chest had been struck by lightning. Over a dozen ribs shattered instantly. His entire body was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Wang Hezhou, eliminated. A teacher quickly appeared and carried the man away. Chen Fan looked at his own fist, a bit stunned. It had been a long time since he'd fought against a first-tier ability user. He hadn't expected that without using any abilities, a simple punch could nearly incapacitate his opponent. So, this is how strong I've become. Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling a mix of awe and realization. The onlookers, including Zhao Mingze and his group, were exhilarated, their faces flushed with excitement. Especially Zhao Mingze, who stood up and shouted, "Brother Fan, you're amazing." Even Gao Yuan was shocked. With his physique, using abilities might allow him to severely injure a peak first-tier ability user with a punch. Yet Chen Fan, relying solely on physical strength, had far surpassed him. On the field, Chen Fan's dominance only provoked more enemies to attack him. All of them were from the Magic Academy, a crowd of over 60 people. Brothers, no matter how strong he is, he can't take on all 60 of us. Charge and take him down. A young man with lightning abilities led the charge, a massive lightning bolt striking toward Chen Fan. Showing off your skills in front of an expert?
Chen Fan didn't bother dodging.
The lightning struck his body and disappeared instantly, not even leaving a trace of static.
He can actually nullify lightning. The audience was stunned.
The young lightning user's face darkened. His full-force attack had no effect.
"I don't believe it," he roared, gathering even more lightning and striking fiercely at Chen Fan's chest.
Yet it felt like he was hitting steel. His wrist was left stinging with pain. He tried to pull his hand back but found it firmly stuck, as if absorbed. Chen Fan smirked devilishly, and in an instant, his thunder-devouring sacred body absorbed all the lightning energy from the young man.
"What kind of monster are you?" Fear filled the young man's eyes. "Monster? I don't like that term,"
Chen Fan said with displeasure, slamming his palm down on the opponent's head. The man's body spun 3.5 times in the air before collapsing to the ground, unconscious.
"His physical strength is insane. What kind of ability does he have?" The audience was shocked into speechlessness.
Even those who hadn't believed Chen Fan could suppress Baizun were now deeply shaken.
"But he's too arrogant. He's already surrounded. No matter how strong he is, it won't matter."
On the field, all the freshmen from the Magic Academy attacked Chen Fan simultaneously.
"Kid, magic is the strongest. How dare you challenge Brother Zun? Die!" Shouts erupted one after another as waves of magical attacks engulfed Chen Fan completely. "He's done for."
Baizun's supporters laughed, as if they could already see Chen Fan's demise. Zhao Mingze and his group, however, turned pale, standing up and cursing furiously.
"Do you Magic Academy guys have any shame?" The teachers responsible for student safety grew anxious. Over 60 attacks landing on one person at once, how could anyone survive? That without being turned to dust?
Just as they were about to intervene, they heard a voice transmission from Huang Fuchang.
"Do not interfere." The teachers were confused but didn't dare disobey.
At that moment, Chen Fan faced the barrage of attacks without a hint of fear. "Thunder wings," he silently chanted in his heart. In an instant, bluish-purple lightning radiated from his back, forming magnificent wings. The wings were adorned with mysterious patterns, like stars in the night sky, both enigmatic and awe-inspiring. With a single thought, Chen Fan's thunder wings wrapped around his body, shielding him from all the magical attacks. Thunderous explosions echoed as dust and debris scattered everywhere, shaking the entire training ground. At this moment, everyone in the audience stood up, holding their breath as they waited for the dust to settle. They were desperate to know whether Chen Fan was dead or alive. But before the dust completely cleared, a figure with lightning-forged wings suddenly soared into the sky, hovering dozens of meters above the ground, looking down on everyone.
"Remember this. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants."
Chen Fan's voice echoed throughout the venue, filled with arrogance. He hovered in mid-air, completely unscathed. His clothes spotless and tidy. Everyone stared at him in shock, unable to utter a word. His overwhelming strength left them too intimidated to resist.
"Chen Fan, invincible!" A voice from the crowd erupted first.
Immediately, all the students from the Combat Academy excitedly chanted Chen Fan's name. At this moment, the new students of the Combat Academy were ecstatic, but the faces of those from the Magic Academy were grim. Over 60 people had attacked together, yet they couldn't even touch a single hair on Chen Fan.
It was utterly humiliating, a complete disgrace.
Suspended in the air, Chen Fan looked down at the Magic Academy freshman who had tried to attack him, a wicked smile appearing on his face. He spoke calmly, "Now, it's time for you to taste my wrath." With a gentle flap of the wings behind him, his figure shot forward like lightning, appearing instantly before the crowd.
Not good. Everyone's hearts sank in alarm as they hurriedly activated their abilities to defend themselves. But it was already too late. "Thunder of the 9 heavens."
Chen Fan silently chanted in his heart, and a crisp dragon roar emanated from his spine. A blue-purple thunder dragon shot out from behind him, coiling and circling like the god of thunder.
Remember, weakness is the greatest sin. In the next moment, Chen Fan threw a punch, and the thunder dragon instantly flew out from his fist. Boom!
Wherever the thunder dragon passed, nothing could stand in its way. All attacks were obliterated, and all ability users were sent flying. With a single punch, over 30 Magic Academy freshmen were completely defeated, losing all ability to fight.
"Next, it's your turn." Before the remaining people could recover, the wings
behind Chen Fan transformed into a long blade, slashing horizontally through the air.
A massive blue-purple thunder light appeared before everyone's eyes.
Immediately, screams echoed one after another as the blade's energy struck the remaining individuals, sending them flying while coughing up blood. The spectators in the stands were breathless, utterly shocked.
The scene was too overwhelming.
With just 2 moves, all 60-plus freshmen from the Magic Academy were incapacitated.
Brother Fan is so damn strong.
Zhao Mingze and the others were so stunned that they couldn't
help but curse in amazement.
The freshmen who hadn't known Chen Fan before also exclaimed one after another, "This Chen Fan is terrifying. He's only at the early stage of the 2nd tier.
How can he have such terrifying combat power? He's even stronger than Bai Zun. Holy crap, I just found out he's the top scorer from the southern province." Someone suddenly pulled out their phone and loudly shared the news with those nearby. He's the top scorer?
So low-key, almost no one at school has heard of him.
Wait, don't rush. At this moment, someone revealed even more shocking news. This Chen Fan is incredible.
He actually publicly challenged all the freshmen from Jing University online before, saying he'd take them all down by himself.
What? I hadn't heard about this news. No wonder he's so arrogant.
With this level of strength, he's truly our role model.
Respect.
The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. But Bai Zun's face was dark.
Chen
Fan's earlier performance had proven that he was no match for him.
Zhao Qian's expression was also unpleasant.
Thinking back to yesterday when he had belittled Chen Fan on the training ground, saying he was inferior to Bai Zun, his face burned with embarrassment.
He turned to Bai Zun and said coldly, "Bai Zun, you still have a chance. During the one-on-one advancement matches, I'll secretly manipulate the draw to make Chen Fan face the genius from the Beast Academy first. The 2 of them will exhaust each other, and one of them will definitely be eliminated. By then, in the finals, you'll only need to face the remaining one. Take that boiling blood pill, and you'll defeat them effortlessly."
Zhao Qian and Bai Zun conspired in low voices, completely unbeknownst
to Chen Fan. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. He had absolute confidence in his strength. Any scheme was insignificant in the face of true power. On the training ground, everyone else kept their distance, staying at least 50 meters away from Chen Fan. No one dared to approach.
They all tacitly acknowledged that one of the advancement spots was undoubtedly
Chen Fan's. Chen Fan was at ease.
10 minutes later, all the first-tier ability users on the field were cleared out, leaving only him and 2 other second-tier ability users.
This marked the
successful conclusion of the 7th elimination round. Chen Fan returned to the stands, surrounded by admiring gazes from the students, with many girls secretly throwing flirtatious glances his way. Even Vice Principal Huangfu Cheng showed him a look of appreciation.
"Brother Fan, the way you spread your thunder wings and sword just now was absolutely stunning. Those wings were so cool," Zhao Mingze said excitedly, his face full of envy.
"Not bad," Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Earlier, it was just a surge of energy and blood to intimidate his opponent. He hadn't
intended to show off.
"Brother Fan, you've unintentionally attracted a huge fan base. Look at those girls over there, they're all glowing like peach blossoms, their gazes practically melting." Zhao
Mingze laughed heartily, gesturing for Chen Fan to look into the distance. As they chatted, a young man suddenly approached Chen Fan. It was the student who controlled the red-armored beetle, Zhang Chen. "Can we talk?" Zhang Chen asked. "Oh, what do you want to talk about?" Chen Fan asked politely, a bit surprised.
"I want to make a deal with you," Zhang Chen shrugged, a confident smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
"A deal?"
Chen Fan frowned slightly, already guessing the other party's intentions.
"That's right, a deal," Zhang Chen said. "If you voluntarily give up competing for the dragon egg, I'll give you 50 million. Of course, this would also count as my Jiang family owing you a favor."
"Sorry, I don't owe the Jiang family any favors."
Chen Fan's face darkened. 50 million and an ambiguous favor in exchange for a dragon egg? You've got some nerve. Besides, what is the Jiang family anyway? I've never even heard of them. Zhang Chen was
slightly surprised by Chen Fan's blunt refusal, and his tone turned cold. "Before the qualifying match, you still have a chance to reconsider."
"No need. Get lost,"
Chen Fan said impatiently. Forget that the opponent was controlling a half-crippled red-armored beetle. Even if it were in peak condition, he had ways to take it down.
Zhang Chen's face turned grim. He hadn't expected Chen
Fan to be so unyielding, even daring to tell him to leave on the spot.
"You really think I'm afraid of you?"
"I was only trying to protect the red-armored beetle, so it wouldn't exert too much force
and damage its foundation," Zhang Chen sneered.
"But since you insist, I don't mind risking this red-armored beetle to make you pay a heavy price." In Zhang Chen's view, Chen Fan's strength was probably slightly above the peak of the 2nd tier. With the red-armored beetle's current state, defeating Chen Fan wouldn't be easy.
If the beetle's foundation became unstable, things could get worse.
That's why he had lowered himself to negotiate. But since Chen Fan didn't appreciate the gesture, he wasn't afraid to let the beetle go all out.
Another self-important guy.
Chen Fan chuckled at Jiang Chen's arrogance. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. System task: slay the red armored beetle.
Task level E. Completing the task grants access to a lottery draw. Chen Fan's lips curled into a smile. Sure enough, a task had appeared.
He looked at Jiang Chen and smiled faintly. Your red armored beetle has already been sentenced to death.
Just wait and see. Chen Fan, we'll see.
I'll make you understand my power.
Jiang Chen said darkly, leaving in anger after failing to get a favorable response from Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained indifferent. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the early second tier. If not for the red armored beetle, Chen Fan wouldn't even bother with him.
Zhao Mingzi, however, was a bit worried and leaned in to whisper to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, the Jiang family is a major force in the capital.
They're well known among beast-taming families and have 3 8th-tier grandmasters in their ranks. No problem.
Chen Fan waved dismissively.
If trouble came, he'd deal with it. As long as he displayed enough talent, the National Martial Academy would definitely protect him. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Chen Fan and Jiang Chen sparked heated discussions among the freshmen.
Most believed Chen Fan couldn't win, as the red armored beetle was a tier 3 early-stage exotic beast. Unless Chen Fan was a top-tier ability user, victory seemed impossible. Of course, Chen Fan had his share of fans, especially among the girls.
His earlier performance had completely won them over.
The moment he spread his thunder wings and soared into the sky was breathtaking.
More importantly, someone had just revealed shocking news: Chen Fan was the only SS-level ability
user in this year's National Martial Academy intake. This means his potential is the greatest.
The future belongs to Chen Fan. Chen Fan watched the next 3 elimination matches attentively,
but didn't find any freshmen who particularly stood out to him. By 10 a.m., all 10 elimination matches had concluded.
Huang Fucheng stood on the podium, scanning the crowd with a satisfied expression.
You are the strongest batch of freshmen at Guowu in the past 20 years.
But don't get cocky. I've received news that the freshmen at Jing University and Mo University are just as strong.
Especially at Jing University, where there are no fewer than 5 SS-level ability users.
There are even rumors that they're hiding an SSS-level genius, ready to make a stunning debut at the freshman tournament.
Huang Fucheng's words caused the teachers and students on the field to gasp.
An SSS-level genius was almost unimaginable. Such a peerless expert was extremely rare even on a global scale.
In the history of Daxia's ability users, only 2 had ever appeared. One of them was even the Archbishop of the Beast Sect, who wielded spatial abilities.
Chen Fan was somewhat surprised but didn't feel much pressure. He was already a dual ability user, with a combined combat power preliminarily reaching the SSS level. Moreover, he believed he would have the opportunity to acquire a third ability in the future. Perhaps he might even directly draw an SSS-level ability someday. Pressure creates motivation.
If those guys from Jing University are too weak, the competition won't be any fun, Chen Fan shrugged, completely unconcerned. After all, with the system in hand, the world was his.
Huang Fucheng raised his hand to interrupt the crowd's discussions.
I'm telling you this only to remind you not to become arrogant and to keep working hard. Next, the 2 students I name will advance to the promotion matches.
Li Haoyu, Feng Xingyang, you 2 are advancing. Huang Fucheng selected the 2 strongest individuals from the eliminated group.
The 2 were overjoyed, immediately standing up with victorious smiles on their faces. Wen Hua, on the other hand, looked a bit helpless. He had originally thought he could advance, but now that he was eliminated, he couldn't help feeling disappointed.
You're not a combatant, so don't get involved.
I'll take care of Bai Zun for you. Chen Fan patted his shoulder to comfort him.
Our dorm didn't make it to the next round as a full team because I held everyone
back, Wen Hua said, not because he truly wanted to fight, but because he felt uncomfortable seeing all his roommates advance while he was the only one left out. You're the future master of
potion making.
The elixirs and potions for the brothers will all depend on you, Zhao Mingzi quickly consoled him upon noticing his low spirits.
Zhao Mingzi wasn't wrong. Wen Hua's S-level
ability, Heart of Nature, had immense potential and was bound to achieve great things in the future. Bai Zun, seeing the immense potential of the people around Chen Fan, grew increasingly jealous, his gaze turning even more malicious. At this point, All 32 advancing participants had been confirmed.
Huangfu Chang looked at the group and said, "Alright, next is the promotion matches. The 32 of you must take this seriously. The top 10 will form 2 school teams.
Each school team will not only attend classes but also receive special training from professional mentors.
The school will fully support your development. As for the rest, don't lose heart.
If you perform well, you still have a chance to be chosen by a teacher as a disciple."
The advancing freshmen
were all energized, eager to compete for a good ranking. Those who were eliminated could only watch them with envy. At the Ability University, becoming a member of the school team was a tremendous
honor.
They represented the strongest combat power and were admired by everyone. Seeing the atmosphere heat up, Huangfu Chang instructed a teacher to modify the field. With the teacher's ability in action, the ground of the field began to churn, as if the earth itself were turning over.
In just over 10 seconds, 16 arenas rose from the ground.
The crowd was amazed.
Even Chen Fan was a bit impressed. Incredible.
A saint-level earth ability user really can move mountains and overturn seas.
Another teacher began organizing the groupings. Everyone, quiet down and listen to my arrangements. Anyone who goes to the wrong arena will be disqualified immediately. The crowd held their breath. Zhao Mingze, Jianwei, head to Arena 1. Hao Jun, Gong Xiaotian, head to Arena 2.
Soon, the 32 participants were divided into 16 groups and took their places on their respective arenas. Chen Fan stood on platform 8, facing a frail young man named Gui Dongyi. Chen Fan had a deep impression of him. He was a unique ability user. When he activated his power, it was as if he transformed into a vengeful ghost.
His entire body turned pitch black, his 10
fingers became claw-like, resembling a humanoid monster. This ability was called Nether Ghost Form, an S-rank power. At this moment, on every platform, 2 people stood face to face, waiting
for the match to begin. The tense atmosphere lasted for over 10 seconds.
As the sharp whistle blew, the match officially started.
On platform 8, Gui Dongyi displayed a fawning expression toward Chen Fan. "Brother Fan, we're from the same academy. Go easy on me, so I don't lose too badly."
"Sure thing." Chen Fan, standing 10 meters away, responded with a smile.
Although Gui Dongyi
appeared submissive, there was a sinister glint in his eyes, revealing his true nature. As expected, just as Chen Fan pretended to relax, a pitch-black ghost suddenly crawled out of the shadow.
Behind him,
its sharp claws aimed straight for Chen Fan's back. The ghost was entirely ink-black, its claws as sharp as blades, exuding a chilling aura.
Gui Dongyi no longer looked weak. A
crazed smile spread across his face.
"Ha, fool."
The ghost moved with incredible speed, launching a sneak attack at close range.
Gui Dongyi was confident Chen Fan couldn't dodge it, but he miscalculated.
Chen Fan's mental strength had surpassed 200, making his perception extraordinarily sharp. He had already sensed the anomaly behind him. Chen Fan frowned slightly, and with a thought, activated Thunder Flash, instantly leaping 5 meters away. "Brother, you're breaking the rules.
Don't blame me if I don't hold back."
Chen Fan glared coldly at him, secretly calculating how many bones he should break.
Gui Dongyi hadn't expected his sneak attack to fail.
But even so, he showed no fear in the face of Chen Fan. "So what if you dodged?"
"You're strong, but I'm no weakling," Gui Dongyi shouted. "Nether Ghost Form."
In the next moment, the ghost abruptly rushed back into his body, and the two fused in a bizarre manner.
Gui Dongyi's strength surged.
Instantly, his entire body emanating a sinister ghostly aura, even showing signs of breaking through to the mid-second tier. At the same time, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, turning into a 3-meter-tall, pitch-black monster that looked as if it had crawled out of hell. If it weren't for some recent issues with my body, how could the top spot in Tianfu province
fall to someone else? Those Chen Fans and Baizuns are nothing.
I, Gui Dongyi, am the strongest of this generation. The monster Gui Dongyi had become spoke in a hoarse voice, eerily resembling
a demon from hell. The surrounding crowd was immediately intimidated by the terrifying aura.
Another dark horse.
This guy hid his strength so well. This match is going to be interesting. It's hard to say who's stronger. For a moment, many teachers and students were astonished.
But Chen Fan remained expressionless. Gui Dongyi was indeed powerful now, but compared to him, the gap was still vast.
Time to stretch a bit.
Chen Fan gently rotated his neck, producing crisp cracking sounds.
Arrogant.
Gui Dongyi, seeing that Chen Fan still didn't take him seriously, was
furious.
The nether ghost form twisted his emotions, making them uncontrollable, but it also granted him violent power. He roared and charged at Chen Fan at high speed, leaving after images in the air. Die! Guidong, like a madman, used his nether ghost claws to launch a frenzied assault on Chen Fan, his attacks wild and relentless. In just a few breaths, he had attacked over 100 times. However, Chen Fan's feet seemed glued to the ground, unmoving. It seemed as if he could easily defeat his opponent as long as he wanted to. Who just said that Guidong could hurt Chen Fan? This is basically an adult fighting a child. Guidong is indeed strong, but Chen Fan is even more terrifying. The freshmen on the training ground were all talking at once. At this moment, Zhao Qian, who had been staring at Chen Fan, looked extremely grim. Chen Fan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Zhao Qian had secretly arranged for Guidong to be in the same group as Chen Fan, intending to test Chen Fan's limits. But despite Guidong being close to the peak of the second tier, he couldn't even shake Chen Fan. Useless, Zhao Qian muttered under his breath, crushing the wooden armrest of his chair with a single squeeze. Meanwhile, Tian Xiong, sitting beside him, grew more and more satisfied with Chen Fan the longer he watched. He said calmly, in terms of talent, strength, and mentality, Chen Fan completely surpasses Bai Zun. This time, the title of Freshman King is undoubtedly his. Zhao Qian's face twisted as he coldly replied, "Let's see if he can defeat that scarlet-armored Skybull first." On the arena stage, Chen Fan was steadily approaching Guidong step by step. Having finished his warm-up, he felt bored and was ready to end the match with a single punch. As punishment for your sneak attack, breaking 10 of your ribs with this punch seems fair, doesn't it? Chen Fan's arm was wrapped in blue-purple lightning, forming a thunder dragon, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, Guidong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with unwillingness. Chen Fan, don't think you've won. I was just deliberately suppressing the power of my nether ghost body. In that case, let me show you the ultimate form of the nether ghost body. Frenzy mode, demon extreme form. With a frenzied roar, Guidong lost the last shred of his sanity, leaving only bloodlust and slaughter. His body turned from pitch black to blood red. Roar! By now, Guidong could no longer speak. His ghostly claws emitted a chilling ghostly aura as he lunged at Chen Fan in an instant. Such an evil ability exists in this world? Chen Fan frowned, sensing that Guidong's strength had increased significantly. After exchanging a few blows, Chen Fan unleashed a punch, the thunder dragon roaring with the momentum of his strike, sending the red monster flying. But Guidong had already gone mad, knowing no fear and feeling no pain. His body rebounded and continued to charge at Chen Fan. Boom! 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 Above arena number 8, blue-purple energy clashed violently with black aura, almost overturning the entire stage. The teachers responsible for modifying the training ground hurriedly used their abilities to reinforce the arena. In just a dozen breaths, Chen Fan, relying on his overwhelming strength, repelled Guidong more than 10 times. Yet he still couldn't completely subdue him. By now, many matches on the other arenas had already concluded. All eyes were focused on arena number 8. The monster Guidong had transformed into was terrifying, but Chen Fan's strength was even more fearsome. Had enough fun? Chen Fan finally lost his patience and stopped holding back. He no longer suppressed the power of his 9 Heavens Thunder movement. The Thunder Dragon erupted, and with one punch, he sent his opponent flying. Immediately after, Chen Fan flashed forward with lightning speed. Think you're so wild? Chen Fan grabbed Guidong by the ankle and lifted him straight off the ground. The next second, with a series of loud cracks, Chen Fan swung Guidong like a whip, slamming him hard into the ground. Boom! 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 The violent impact sounds echoed continuously. A few seconds later, Guidong's body was like a pile of mud, completely unconscious. Chen Fan wins. The referee's announcement finally made Chen Fan stop. He casually tossed Guidong to the ground. This Chen Fan won way too easily, didn't he? The teachers and students in the stands exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Guidong had already displayed combat power at the peak of the second tier, yet Chen Fan still won effortlessly. Is Chen Fan really an SS level genius? This is way beyond S level. Everyone was in awe. Huangfu Chang narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's explosive strength was so overwhelming that it had already surpassed the scope of an SS level genius. Could he be an SSS level ability user? Or a dual ability wielder? Huangfu Chang's heart trembled. He looked at Chen Fan with great anticipation, thinking that with this, the national freshman tournament in 3 months might just be the moment for Guowu Academy to claim the championship. As soon as this thought arose, he quickly said to Dai Jiangshan, the dean of the military academy beside him, Jiangshan, your military academy has really produced a promising talent. This year, his aptitude is even stronger than your junior brother Luo Changsheng. That's right, our National Martial Academy has truly found a treasure. Dai Jiangshan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chen Fan. Huangfu Cheng tentatively suggested, Jiangshan, if there's a chance, recommend him to Changsheng. Their abilities are quite similar, and I think he'd be a good fit as Changsheng's disciple. All right. Dai Jiangshan nodded firmly. As they spoke, the matches on the 16 arenas had almost all concluded. Chen Fan glanced around, both Gao Yuan and Zhao Mingze had advanced smoothly, and their condition seemed good, indicating their opponents weren't too strong. The ones he had high hopes for, Yi Qingling and Wu Yu, had also passed, which pleased him greatly. Before everyone could rest, the second round of advancement matches began immediately. Beasts on the battlefield never give us a chance to catch our breath, so there's no break between advancement rounds. The final Rookie King will be decided directly. Now, the 16-8 advancement matches begin. I will announce the groupings. A teacher loudly read from the list. Group 1. Chen Fan vs Yi Qingling. Group 2. Bai Zun vs Zhao Mingze. Group 3. Gao Yuan vs Wang Yiren. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. The only girl on the field was actually grouped with him, and she was also one of the teammates he had high hopes for. Getting a feel for her strength in advance isn't bad, Chen Fan thought to himself. But Mingze being grouped with Bai Zun is a bit concerning. He quickly advised Zhao Mingze, be careful, do your best, and if there's danger, surrender immediately. Zhao Mingze shrugged and said boldly, don't worry, brother Fan. Wow, that's practically a dangerous weapon. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Qingling looked at Chen Fan, her voice cold as she said, Chen Fan, you've looked at me more than 5 times this morning. You seem quite interested. This girl's perception is really sharp, Chen Fan thought, startled. He hadn't expected that every time he secretly glanced at her, she had noticed. He smiled, not the least bit embarrassed. If you can show even greater strength in this match, I'll be even more interested. Ugh, pervert. Yi Qingling snorted coldly, her gaze fierce. I have no interest in men at all. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure exploded like smoke. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Chen Fan, a dagger in her hand stabbing fiercely toward his eye. Pervert. That's what you get for sneaking looks at me. Chen Fan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected her to be so fiery, igniting at the slightest spark. Your strength isn't enough to hurt me. Chen Fan activated his 9 Heavens Thunder movement. A thunder dragon coiling around his body. A curtain of lightning formed in front of him, blocking Yi Qingling's dagger. Yi Qingling hadn't expected Chen Fan to react so quickly. She shifted her move, softly murmuring, Night Piercer. In the next moment, her dagger effortlessly pierced through Chen Fan's defense. Startled, Chen Fan quickly used Thunder Flash to teleport, instantly leaping 5 meters away. Wow, this girl's ability, Night Phantom, is truly unique. It can directly bypass my defenses. Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. Seeing Chen Fan scrutinizing her again, Yi Qingling immediately shouted angrily, Pervert, take this. Her body moved like a ghost, phasing through the void. If her attack missed, she would instantly vanish. Chen Fan dodged her attacks several times in a row, growing increasingly impressed with her. Yi Qingling's survival and assassination skills were both exceptional. A regular S-class genius might be instantly defeated by her. Of course, her ability had its weakness, her body was too fragile, and couldn't withstand even a normal punch from Chen Fan. As a result, Yi Qingling was extremely cautious, disappearing into invisibility the moment she sensed danger. As a result, for most of the time on ring number 1, only Chen Fan's figure could be seen. After a dozen breaths, Yi Qingling reappeared 10 meters away from Chen Fan, angrily shouting, Hey, pervert! What kind of man are you, dodging and evading all the time? If you have the guts, take this strike head on. Heh, Chen Fan almost laughed out loud. Says, the one who keeps dodging and disappearing, aren't you the same? Alright, I figured out your ability. From now on, I won't hold back. Chen Fan smiled faintly. He suddenly accelerated, instantly closing the distance to Yi Qingling and throwing a punch. Yi Qingling showed no fear, her figure vanishing into the void in an instant. A few seconds later,
she reappeared behind Chen Fan. However, before her attack could land, Chen Fan abruptly turned around, countering with a backhand punch aimed directly at her chest. Ah! Yi Qingling cried out in alarm, hastily vanishing again to escape. When she reappeared, her face was pale, her chest heaving violently, clearly terrified. Chen Fan's mental strength far surpassed hers, and his reaction speed was incredibly fast. She had no way to deal with him. Classmate Yi, just surrender. If this drags on, your ability will soon be exhausted. Chen Fan said with a smile, looking at her without a trace of concern that she might counterattack. I concede. Yi Qingling gritted her teeth in frustration but knew she couldn't win. There was no way she could defeat Chen Fan, his ability far outclassed hers. If she continued, her power would be completely drained, leaving her at his mercy. It was better to surrender and conserve her strength. After all, this elimination round would select the 2 strongest out of 8 to join the school team. Chen Fan won the match and turned his gaze to the adjacent ring. Over there, Zhao Mingzi was locked in an intense battle with Bai Zun, the situation critical. In the Ice God domain, I am a god, and all ice-based powers obey my command. How could you possibly defeat me? Bai Zun arrogantly taunted. The entire ring had turned into a thick layer of ice, resembling a world of snow and frost. Zhao Mingzi, caught off guard, had his feet firmly frozen in place. At this moment, Bai Zun summoned over a dozen ice dragons, which charged ferociously at Zhao Mingzi. Mingzi, watch out! Chen Fan shouted anxiously. Dragon Sword Strike! Zhao Mingzi shouted loudly but showed no fear. His 2 peerless flying swords turned into streaks of light, fiercely entangling with the ice dragon. Bai Zun hadn't expected Zhao Mingzi to be so strong and looked surprised. It seems I underestimated you a bit, Bai Zun said with a smile. The next moment, he waved his hand, summoning over a dozen ice spears behind him, which shot fiercely toward Zhao Mingzi. Zhao Mingzi's flying swords were entangled by the ice dragon, and his feet were frozen, putting him in extreme danger. Fortunately, he still had his sword sheath. He suddenly struck the ground with it, shattering the ice layer, and quickly leaped 5 meters away, narrowly avoiding the ice spears. Bai Zun immediately launched another attack, snapping his fingers. From the ground of the Ice God domain, a massive ice lion, over 3 meters long, materialized and roared as it pounced on Zhao Mingzi. Zhao Mingzi's physical body was weak, and after only a few exchanges, he was knocked. Zhao Mingzi finally couldn't suppress his anger and unleashed an unprecedented power. The ice layer emitted cracking sounds and shattered with a thunderous roar in the next moment. Electromagnetic storm. His eyes turned blood red, and a surge of violent spiritual energy radiated from the center of his brow. The space around him became the epicenter of a raging storm, tearing apart like a tornado. Wherever the storm reached, nothing could withstand it. Bai Zun was instantly blown away, and even the Ice God domain was torn apart, nearly collapsing. Not good. Bai Zun panicked and hurriedly stabilized the domain, quickly summoning over a dozen ice dragons to attack Zhao Mingzi. Facing the ferocious ice dragons, Zhao Mingzi showed no fear. With a thought, the unparalleled flying sword on the ground floated above his head. He infused all his spiritual energy into the sword, making its momentum unstoppable. Unleash the slaughter! Zhao Mingzi shouted, and a massive sword aura slashed out from the flying sword. The sword aura swept across, shaking the heavens. The dozen ice dragons were instantly destroyed, and the Ice God domain was split in 2. Mingzi's swordsmanship has reached a new realm. Chen Fan's heart surged as he witnessed this earth-shattering strike. The sword had already reached the peak of second-tier strength. However, Zhao Mingzi's spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and this strike was his limit. You broke my flying sword. This isn't over. He glared coldly at Bai Zun and voluntarily jumped off the arena. Blood flowed uncontrollably from 5 wounds on his abdomen, creating a gruesome scene. He walked up to Chen Fan and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Fan, I used 1 strike to break through that damned domain." Well done. Chen Fan patted his shoulder and quickly supported his shaky body. At this moment, the stands erupted in applause, with almost everyone cheering for Zhao Mingzi. Bai Zun's cruel treatment of Zhao Mingzi had left people both angry and disheartened. Zhao Mingzi's final strike brought a sense of satisfaction to everyone. This Bai Zun is simply twisted. Defeating someone isn't enough, he has to torture them too. I regret supporting him. Who can take him down? I find him so annoying, I really hope someone gives him a good beating. The freshman discussed fervently. Even Bai Zun's female fans fell silent, no longer defending him. His actions were truly disgraceful.
but Bai Zun paid no attention to the surrounding chatter. At this moment, he had become both frenzied and aggressive. He had abandoned Jing University and chosen National Martial Academy solely to compete for the Dragon Egg. As long as he obtained the Dragon Egg, his talent and strength would greatly improve. Failure was not an option. If I don't succeed, I'll fight to the end. Once I get that Dragon Egg, you'll all have to bow down and admit defeat. Bai Zun touched the blood-boiling pill in his pocket, brimming with confidence. At this time, Chen Fan and Gao Yuan helped Zhao Mingzi to the stands, where Wen Hua hurriedly came forward to meet them. Zhao Mingzi said with a bitter smile, "Wen Hua, I couldn't avenge you, I'm really useless." Wen Hua looked at him, injured yet still joking, feeling both moved and helpless. He sighed, placing his palm on Zhao Mingzi's sword-pierced abdomen. A green energy full of vitality flowed from his hand into the wound. Everyone's eyes widened as Zhao Mingzi's wound slowly healed before their eyes. Before they could react, Wen Hua proactively explained, "My ability, Heart of Nature, not only allows me to control plants and communicate with nature but also carries powerful vitality that can help others recover from injuries quickly." "That's amazing." Chen Fan was astonished. Wen Hua was practically a natural-born healer. The green energy enveloped Zhao Mingzi's abdomen, and his expression relaxed, clearly feeling comfortable. In less than 10 seconds, the wound was completely healed. But Wen Hua's face suddenly turned pale, his body swayed, and he almost collapsed. "Are you okay?" Chen Fan quickly supported him. Wen Hua weakly said, "Don't worry, Brother Fan, I just exhausted my ability. I'll be fine after resting for a night." "Good brother." Zhao Mingzi hugged Wen Hua tightly, feeling deeply grateful. But his face still showed a trace of frustration and unwillingness. "If my swordsmanship had broken through earlier, the outcome of this battle might have been different." He was right, the art of swordsmanship was extraordinary. Once his swordsmanship advanced, his strength would greatly increase. Driven by anger, Zhao Mingzi comprehended the sword stance, unstoppable. This brought a qualitative leap to his swordsmanship. Chen Fan patted his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Mingzi, do you want to join the school team?" Zhao Mingzi was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Of course I do. But my mental energy is depleted, and I can't wield a sword for now. I probably won't be able to secure the 9th or 10th spot." Chen Fan took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is a spirit-nourishing pill. Teacher Tian Xiong gave me 2, I only used 1. If you take it, you'll recover your mental energy within 10 minutes. "Really?" Zhao Mingzi was so happy he almost cried. He took the spirit-nourishing pill and said excitedly, "Fanji, Gao Yuan, we brothers must form our own battle team." Soon, the quarterfinals were about to begin. The layout of the field changed again as 4 arenas rose from the ground, dividing the large field into 4 zones. Each arena covered an area of over 10,000 square meters, providing more space for the abilities to be showcased. Chen Fan jumped onto the arena, facing his opponent this time, a second-tier early-stage ability user from the Magic Academy, Feng Woyo. Feng Woyo was a formidable opponent, second only to Bai Zun in the Magic Academy. He wielded wind-based abilities, moving as fast as lightning, with unpredictable wind blades. But in front of Chen Fan, none of this mattered. In this match, Chen Fan defeated Feng Woyo with just 3 punches, knocking him off the arena, leaving him unable to stand. The other 3 arenas also saw one-sided victories, with Bai Zun, Jiang Chen, and Gao Yuan emerging as the winners. Bai Zun and Jiang Chen's strength needed no further explanation, but Gao Yuan's performance surprised many. In this match, Gao Yuan used weapons for the first time, 2 massive battle axes. Standing over 2 meters tall, burly, and robust, his axe swings were imposing. His indestructible physique granted him a powerful body, and each axe strike carried astonishing force, weighing tens of thousands of pounds. His opponent was Hu Jing, also from the Magic Academy. Dissatisfied with the Magic Academy, Gao Yuan held nothing back in this match. His 2 axes swung with overwhelming force, and within a few rounds, he nearly split Hu Jing in half. If not for the referee blocking the final axe in time, Hu Jing would have been bleeding profusely today. Chen Fan nodded in approval. Gao Yuan's combat strength had already surpassed the late second-tier stage, barely reaching the peak. This was already quite impressive. However, in the upcoming matches, Gao Yuan might miss out on the top 2 spots. After all, the remaining 3 competitors were all above the second-tier peak level. "Gao Yuan, in the next match, you'll face Bai Zun. Be careful, and if things don't look good, surrender quickly. I'll deal with him." Chen Fan patted Gao Yuan's shoulder in reminder.
He clearly remembered the information Bai Zun revealed when tormenting Zhao Mingzi, that Bai Zun would be grouped with Jiang Chen next, while Gao Yuan would be grouped with Bai Zun. The Magic Academy will stop at nothing to win, Chen Fan thought disdainfully. But he didn't dwell on it. Whether it was Jiang Chen or Bai Zun, he wouldn't let them off easily today. As expected, the referees soon announced the groupings. Group 1, Gao Yuan vs Bai Zun. Group 2, Chen Fan vs Jiang Chen. The field was divided into two massive arenas, and the matches officially began. "Please step onto the arena," the chief referee shouted loudly, his voice stirring the atmosphere to a climax. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan nodded to each other and quickly rushed to their respective arenas. The students in the stands were thrilled. Although this wasn't the championship match, it was equally exciting. On Arena 2, Chen Fan and Jiang Chen stood tens of meters apart, staring at each other. Beside Jiang Chen, a 5-meter-long creature covered in blood-red armor fixed its gaze on Chen Fan, letting out a low growl. This was the infamous scarlet armored beetle that terrified the freshman. "Chen Fan, I'll give you one more chance. If you surrender, the conditions I promised still stand. Otherwise..." Jiang Chen gently stroked the scarlet armored beetle, a confident smile on his lips. He had every reason to be confident. After all, the combat strength of an SS level second-tier early-stage ability user was at most equivalent to a second-tier peak-level beast. His early third-tier red armored beetle might be unstable, but defeating Chen Fan would be no problem. "You really don't know how useless you are," Chen Fan sneered, showing no fear. In truth, Chen Fan had always been proud, often underestimated in competitions, and this time he was utterly enraged. More importantly, he held a system task in his hands. Today, he had to slay the red armored beetle. The tension between the two was palpable, and all the teachers and students focused their attention on them. "Alright, both of you get ready. We'll see the real deal in the arena." The referee saw that they were prepared and blew the whistle to start the match. "Chen Fan, I gave you a chance, but it's a pity you didn't cherish it." Jiang Chen sneered coldly, his voice icy. "Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." The red armored beetle seemed to sense its master's anger, its aura surging terrifyingly. On the stands, the weaker freshman couldn't help but swallow nervously, trembling in fear. "Beetle, take him down." Jiang Chen issued the command coldly, as if delivering an ultimatum to Chen Fan. The red armored beetle received the order, slowly retreated to create distance, began gathering power, and charged fiercely at Chen Fan. Its massive body resembled an armored vehicle, shaking the arena as it ran. The bloodstained giant horn on its head pointed directly at Chen Fan, intent on sending him flying. However, on the other side of the arena, facing the frenzied charge of the red armored beetle, Chen Fan stood motionless, not even attempting to dodge. The spectators thought he was paralyzed with fear, exchanging puzzled glances. "Chen Fan, dodge quickly. You'll die if it hits you." Those concerned for him shouted loudly, trying to snap him out of it. "Die? That's not me." Chen Fan sneered inwardly. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from him, overwhelming and immense. This aura was even more terrifying than the red armored beetles, shocking all the teachers and students. Is this his true strength? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to stop themselves from swallowing nervously. They finally realized they had severely underestimated Chen Fan. At this moment, lightning danced wildly around Chen Fan's body, two blue-purple thunder dragons coiling around him, resembling a war god descending. Sky-shattering strike. Facing the charging red-armored beetle, Chen Fan gathered all the lightning into his fist and struck out fiercely. With a deafening boom, his fist collided with the giant horn, and the powerful energy wave tore up the ground. In the clash, Chen Fan remained unscathed, while the red armored beetle was sent flying 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Gulp! The freshman couldn't help but swallow nervously. Chen Fan's strength was far beyond their imagination. Is this really a second-tier early-stage ability user? They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even Jiang Chen was stunned. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. Why are you so strong?" Jiang Chen stared at Chen Fan in shock, his mouth agape. "You want to know why I'm so strong?" Chen Fan said calmly. "Your red armored beetle, I've already sentenced it to death." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunder dragon flew out from his arm, once again sending the just risen red armored beetle flying. Over the next 2 minutes, Chen Fan unleashed a relentless assault, mercilessly pummeling the red armored beetle. But to his surprise,
the beetle's blood-red armor was extraordinarily tough, only showing scratches on the surface without sustaining any substantial damage.
Jiang Chen snapped out of his shock, seeing that Chen Fan couldn't break
through the defense, and his heart filled with joy.
Ha, Chen Fan, so what if you're strong?
My red-armored beetle's blood armor is incredibly tough.
At most, you can push it back, but you can't harm it at all. Chen Fan frowned slightly.
Although he had easily controlled the situation, he could have suppressed the red-armored beetle first and then dealt with Jiang Chen. But his goal was singular, to complete the system task and slay this monster.
Jiang
Chen was also clever. Although Chen Fan hadn't attacked him, he kept a safe distance at all times.
Can't break its defense? Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a pair of lightning wings grew from his back. Thunder Wing Slash. With a thought, Chen Fan merged the two thunder dragons into the
wings, preparing for the next wave of attacks. In the next moment, the thunder wing transformed into a sharp blade, instantly slicing through 10 meters of space like a curtain of lightning, slashing fiercely against the blood armor of the crimson-armored beetle. However, the thunder wing, which had always been unstoppable, failed this time, leaving only a shallow crack on the blood armor.
Chen Fan, stop wasting your energy. I admit I underestimated you, but there's no way you can beat me.
Jiang Chen laughed loudly.
Shut up.
Chen Fan impatiently extended his hand and pushed.
A thunder dragon shot out over
30 meters, exploding with a loud bang beneath Jiang Chen's feet, sending him flying.
If Chen Fan hadn't been reluctant to eliminate his opponent so easily, that strike wouldn't have just hit the ground. Cough, cough.
Even so, Jiang Chen was injured. He looked at Chen Fan, a trace of fear in his eyes. Now he understood that if Chen Fan wanted to win, his crimson-armored beetle wouldn't be able to stop him. Beetle, protect me!
Jiang Chen shouted. In
the next second, the crimson-armored beetle rushed over to shield Jiang Chen.
The blood armor on its abdomen opened automatically, revealing a space inside, large enough to accommodate a person.
Jiang Chen glared viciously at Chen Fan before climbing inside. The blood armor slowly closed, completely encasing
him.
Chen Fan was stunned, not expecting the abilities of this world's power users to be more ingenious than he had imagined.
He had read online. Before that, beast-taming power users wouldn't just stand there and take hits. They would either choose special beasts or modify the beasts' bodies when they
were young to enhance their abilities. Clearly, the abdomen of this crimson-armored beetle had been modified. As Chen Fan pondered, Jiang Chen's voice came from within the blood armor, filled with arrogance.
Chen Fan, what can you do to me? Once your powers are exhausted, victory will be mine.
The space inside the beetle's abdomen was extremely cramped and uncomfortable, but at this moment, Jiang Chen felt unusually safe and at ease.
Chen Fan, admit defeat. You can't beat me.
Jiang Chen laughed, commanding the crimson-armored beetle to charge at Chen Fan.
Rubbish! Chen Fan's figure moved like lightning.
He leaped up and delivered a thunderous kick to the beetle's jaw, sending it flying.
The crimson-armored beetle flipped over, exposing its abdomen to Chen Fan. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan punched its abdominal armor.
However, the blood armor on the beetle's abdomen remained as hard as steel,
completely unscathed. In the next moment, its jagged limbs kicked fiercely at Chen Fan. Activating his thunder flash, Chen Fan instantly dodged 5 meters away. He stopped and began to think.
Now, he had several ways to break through the crimson-armored beetle's defense. Once the Thunder God's spear was fully charged, a single shot could pierce the blood armor, a large number of thunderstorm seeds could blow it to pieces, and the system had even given him a
strength multiplier card, which would allow him to break through the defense with a single punch.
But he didn't plan to use any of these,
because he had
a cheaper and more effective skill: Aurora Whirlwind Break. Aurora Whirlwind Break was specifically designed to break defenses. The principle was simple. The high-speed rotation of thunder created a powerful tearing force, like an electric drill easily penetrating a steel plate. No matter how hard the material, it couldn't withstand this rotational force. Chen Fan had previously used this move to effortlessly tear through the highly defensive shell of a mystic turtle. The audience in the stands, seeing Chen Fan pause, felt a sense of regret for him.
What a pity! Chen Fan's strength is already close to the
early stage of Tier 3, but the crimson-armored beetle's defense is too monstrous.
If this drags on, he'll definitely lose. Jiang Chen's face was full of
smugness, convinced that victory was within his grasp. Chen Fan, admit defeat, came the taunting voice from the beetle's abdomen, laced with excitement.
Chen Fan suddenly raised his head, a flash of lightning in his eyes. Admit defeat? Keep dreaming. His figure moved. Thunder exploded beneath his feet as he leaped into the air. At this moment, 2 thunder dragons coiled around his body, driving countless bolts of lightning into a high-speed rotation that continued to accelerate. In an instant, a thunderstorm vortex spun wildly at the center of Chen Fan's foot, resembling a thunderstorm tornado or a lightning drill, carrying immense tearing force. Aurora whirlwind break. Chen Fan murmured in his heart. His foot, wrapped in the thunderstorm vortex, kicked fiercely at the blood armor on the crimson-armored beetle's back. In the next moment, a crisp crack sounded, and cracks appeared on the blood armor. The raging thunder tore open a massive gash like a power drill. Chen Fan's foot plunged into the flesh and blood, churning it into a bloody mess. Roar! The scarlet-armored beetle collapsed in agony, letting out a shrill cry. Jiang Chen was also caught in the chaos, arcs of lightning spreading across his abdomen, electrocuting him to the brink of death. Its defense is broken. This beast deserves to die. Chen Fan sneered coldly. Behind him, his thunder wings swept out, transforming into dazzling streams of light. Following the crack along the beetle's back, he slashed through it, splitting the scarlet-armored beetle in two. The beetle let out one final wail, its eyes glazing over, life completely extinguished. Jiang Chen stumbled out of the armor of blood in a sorry state. He stared blankly at the corpse of the scarlet-armored beetle beside him, which had been sliced cleanly in half. He had lost. His Tier 3 early-stage beast companion had failed to even scratch Chen Fan, ending up bisected instead. Slowly, he turned to look at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with terror. Chen Fan heard the system notification of the mission's completion, and a wicked smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. In a flash, he was by Jiang Chen's side, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. I despise those who put on airs in front of me, Chen Fan said coldly. Jiang Chen's face turned red and then purple. He clawed desperately at Chen Fan's arm, struggling with all his might. As a beast tamer, his physique was weak, and he knew that if Chen Fan exerted a little force, he could easily snap his neck. His eyes were filled with fear, and he didn't even have the strength to admit defeat. At this moment, the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school were focused on Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan had conquered them all with his strength. Zhao Mingze and Wen Hua shouted Chen Fan's name in excitement, their faces brimming with pride. Almost every girl looked at Chen Fan with sparkling eyes. Strength, talent, and looks, he had it all. He was practically the white knight in everyone's hearts. The referee of Arena No. 2 knew Jiang Chen had been utterly defeated but did not announce the end of the match. After all, the rules stated that the loser must admit defeat voluntarily. He also wanted to give Chen Fan some respect, as everyone could see that Chen Fan's future was limitless. From now on, when you see me, kneel and call me Grandpa, Chen Fan said. Then, he slapped Jiang Chen over a dozen times, nearly disfiguring his face. Jiang Chen was so terrified that he lost control of his bowels. All his pride was gone, leaving only fear and humiliation in his eyes. Trash! Chen Fan sneered in disgust. Get lost! He kicked Jiang Chen off the stage with cold indifference. The kick was fierce, infused with the power of thunder, and directly broke more than 10 of Jiang Chen's ribs. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The stage erupted into thunderous applause and countless screams from the girls. On the podium, Huangfu Chang and Dai Jiangshan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Chen Fan's talent was undoubtedly worth their full investment. Chen Fan stepped down from the stage amid the applause, his expression calm, and returned straight to the stands. Zhao Mingze and Wen Hua's admiration for him was almost overflowing. Especially Zhao Mingze, he knew that even if he achieved a breakthrough in swordsmanship, he still couldn't compare to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, be honest, your Thunder Saint physique, is it a top-tier ability? Take a guess, Chen Fan replied with a mysterious smile, saying no more. Ignoring the two of them, he began to check the system. The mission to kill the scarlet-armored beetle was an E-rank task, which allowed for 2 spins of the blue roulette. Without hesitation, Chen Fan clicked to start the draw. The roulette spun, and he acquired an E-rank physique enhancement card and a new combat skill, Thunderfall Technique, Divine Punishment. Chen Fan was delighted and quickly checked the skill's effects. Thunderfall Technique, the host can summon lightning strikes within a 50-meter radius. The lightning descends from the heavens, known as Divine Punishment. Great skill! Chen Fan was extremely satisfied. His strength was about to rise significantly again. After his excitement calmed, he used the Physique Enhancement card. A wave of comfort swept over him as his physique increased from 212 to 222. With his equipment upgraded, Chen Fan turned his gaze toward arena number 1. Gao Yuan was still holding his ground. Gao Yuan fought fiercely, his two massive axes easily tearing apart the ice beasts in the ice god domain.
At this moment, Bai Zun had yet to unleash his true ultimate move.
Earlier, Bai Zun had been fully focused on watching the battle between Chen Fan and Jiang Chen.
Now, his heart was in turmoil, like waves crashing in a storm, unable to calm down for a long time.
He hadn't expected Chen Fan to win, and to win so effortlessly.
This talent is practically on par with top-tier geniuses.
Why would he choose the National Martial Academy?
Bai Zun felt a twinge of regret. He regretted competing with Chen Fan and giving up Jing University for the National Martial Academy.
No, I can't show weakness.
I still have the boiling blood pill, I still have a chance.
Bai Zun's thoughts raced as he dealt with Gao Yuan while simulating a duel with Chen Fan in his mind.
On the stands, Zhao Qian noticed Bai Zun's unstable mindset and hurriedly used spiritual voice transmission to remind him, Bai Zun, don't underestimate the boiling blood pill. Judging by Chen Fan's earlier performance, you have a 70% chance of defeating him.
Bai
Zun froze for a moment, then his face lit up with joy.
Zhao Qian wouldn't deceive him, the two shared honor and disgrace together. Thinking of this, his mood instantly lightened. He looked at Gao Yuan, who was currently battling several ice dragons, his face brimming with excitement. Big fool, I've played with you enough. Now die.
He suddenly activated the ice god domain, causing the ice dragons in the air to swell to nearly double their size, instantly
suppressing Gao Yuan. One massive ice dragon tail struck Gao Yuan hard, sending him flying. But Gao Yuan quickly stood up, completely unharmed. In the next
moment, his entire body emitted a bronze glow, resembling an indestructible iron wall. He leaped up, towering 10 meters high, and his giant axe came
crashing down, shattering one of the ice dragons into pieces. Just as Gao Yuan landed, an ice spear shot from afar, aiming straight for his chest. Gao Yuan
showed no fear. The indestructible Vajra body was reputed to be the strongest physical ability, with astonishing defensive power.
He didn't bother dodging,
letting the ice spear collide with him. In the next moment, a crisp sound echoed as the ice spear shattered into shards upon impact with his body, as if
striking black iron. Gao Yuan sneered coldly and charged toward Bai Zun.
Bai Zun had clearly underestimated Gao Yuan and hurriedly unleashed a torrent of ice energy, attempting to freeze him.
But Gao Yuan's physical strength was too overwhelming. With a single exertion, the ice layer on his body shattered instantly. Take my axe. Gao Yuan charged forward, swinging his giant axe fiercely toward Bai Zun's head.
Fortunately, 3 ice dragons in the air rushed over,
colliding with Gao Yuan and sending him flying.
Bai Zun's eyes burned with fury. He had almost lost again. His heart was filled with intense jealousy. Why
were the people around Chen Fan so talented and powerful? He dared not hold back and fully activated the ice god domain. Ice dragons soared in the air, ice
lions roared on the ground, and at this moment, he summoned over 40 ice beasts with late-stage second-tier strength.
Attack with full force, he roared.
Over 40 ice beasts charged at Gao Yuan, attempting to tear him to pieces.
Mad demon battle technique. Gao Yuan showed no fear, his body radiating a beast-like, wild, and dangerous aura.
He held his axe with both hands, lightly tapping the top of the axe handle, producing a clicking sound.
The two battle axes merged into a single, 3-meter-long giant axe. Die!
Gao Yuan swung the giant axe, creating a whirlwind that effortlessly shattered the charging
ice beasts into shards. The ice god domain descended into chaos.
These ice beasts were condensed by Bai Zun's ability, as long as his energy wasn't depleted.
The ice beasts could continuously regenerate.
During this time, Bai Zun kept using ice spears and ice spikes to launch sneak attacks on Gao Yuan.
But Gao Yuan's defense was too strong. Bai Zun could only force him back without inflicting any damage.
The two fought fiercely for half an hour, and Bai Zun
still couldn't defeat Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan seemed indestructible, his mad demon battle technique wildly ferocious. On the stands, the teachers and students were already stunned. Gao Yuan's displayed strength was terrifying. Many instructors from the Weaponry Academy wanted to take him as their disciple. On the
arena, Bai Zun was extremely anxious, feeling utterly humiliated. As an S-class genius, he couldn't defeat his opponent in a short time.
Fortunately,
his level was slightly higher than Gao Yuan's, and his ability was stronger.
If the fight dragged on, Gao Yuan would eventually lose. Finally, after more
than 10 minutes, Gao Yuan began to fall into a disadvantage. The bronze glow on his body flickered intermittently, clearly reaching its limit.
He suddenly exerted force, sending the surrounding ice beasts flying. Then, he split his giant axe into 2 battle axes. "Come and die," he shouted, hurling a 1.5-meter-long battle axe straight at Baizun. The axe traced a streamlined arc, carrying immense power, and instantly appeared before Baizun. Baizun let out a scream and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, the giant axe, carrying spinning wind blades, still grazed his face, leaving a deep cut that bled profusely. Hiss! Baizun drew a sharp breath, touched the wound on his face, and burned with rage. "You're dead. I won't let you off." Just as he raised his head to vent his anger, Gao Yuan's figure was already nowhere to be seen on the stage. Gao Yuan, having exhausted the last bit of his powers, threw his battle axe and decisively jumped off the ring, voluntarily conceding defeat. Ring number 1, Baizun wins. The referee decisively blew the whistle. "Ah!" Baizun howled toward the sky, his anger having no outlet, leaving him extremely frustrated. This match, though he won, felt worse than losing. In the stands, Chen Fan and his companions exchanged glances and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Gao Yuan, though simple-minded, wasn't foolish. He knew to retreat after gaining the upper hand. Baizun stood on the stage, roaring incessantly, demanding another fight with Gao Yuan. But the referee gave him no chance, directly pushing him off the stage and throwing him out. The 2 rings were then merged into a massive arena of about 20,000 square meters. "Will Baizun end? Chen Fan, please take the stage." "The match will begin shortly," the chief referee announced loudly. "What?" Baizun calmed down, his face turning pale with fear. He had already used up most of his powers and had no chance of winning against Chen Fan in his current state. Zhao Qian's face also darkened, and he quickly turned to a middle-aged man from the Medicine God Academy for help. "Pharmacist Zhang, could you lend me a pill to restore abilities?" But the man coldly replied, "I remember Baizun nearly killed our academy's genius, Wenhua, in the first round, so, no, I won't lend it." "You!" Zhao Qian's face turned livid with anger. He then pleaded with several other teachers from the Medicine God Academy but failed to obtain any pills. At this moment, Chen Fan stood alone on the stage, quietly watching Zhao Qian's awkward predicament. "Teacher Zhao, if you beg me, I might lend you one," Chen Fan shouted loudly. He gave a devilish smile and pulled out a small red pill between his fingers. It was none other than the Great Sun Pure Yang pill. After consumption, it could allow someone to fight tirelessly for 3 days, but the cost was 3 months of energy depletion. But for Zhao Qian to beg Chen Fan? That was absolutely impossible. "If you don't want it, fine. I'll just feed it to the dogs," Chen Fan said with a smirk, casually slipping the pill back into his pocket. Zhao Qian and Baizun were seething with anger, but there was nothing they could do to Chen Fan. "Student Baizun, please take the stage immediately. If you fail to appear within 1 minute, you will be disqualified," the chief referee sternly reminded again. This was the rule once the top 32 matches began. No breaks were allowed. Of course, exceptions were made for those like Chen Fan, who defeated their opponents early. At this moment, the dean of the Magic Academy also looked displeased. His student was still absent from the stage, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was a disgrace. He pulled out a pill and handed it to Zhao Qian, whispering, "You must win this match. Losing is not an option." "Understood, Dean," Zhao Qian responded respectfully. He then handed the pill to Baizun, his voice cold. "Swallow it now." Baizun nodded and quickly swallowed the pill. In the next moment, a warm current spread rapidly throughout his body, and his powers instantly filled every part of him. "Chen Fan, you insulted me. Today, I'll make you pay 100-fold. Baizun strode onto the stage, brimming with confidence. "Show me your pathetic domain." Chen Fan sneered, glancing at him indifferently. "As you wish." Baizun roared, and within a 50-meter radius, the scene changed abruptly. Ice covered the ground, and snowflakes danced in the air. Soon, the entire area transformed into a frozen world. Chen Fan carefully sensed his surroundings. The ice god domain had an extremely low temperature. An ordinary person entering it would likely have their blood freeze instantly, turning them into an ice sculpture. But Chen Fan, with his formidable physique, was completely unaffected. At the referee's signal, Baizun launched his attack first. As always, he summoned several ice dragons in the air, which charged toward Chen Fan. Standing in the ice god domain, Chen Fan showed no fear. He threw a punch, and the force of his fist transformed into a thunder dragon, flying 10 meters, and effortlessly shattering one of the ice dragons.
He threw several more punches, and the ice dragons in the air were all reduced to shards of ice.
The second-tier late-stage ice beasts couldn't withstand even a single punch from him.
If this is all you've got, I should have finished you off long ago.
Chun Fan smiled meaningfully. Baizoon's face turned grim.
Even after advancing to the mid-second stage, the gap between him and Chen Fan was still terrifyingly large. He roared furiously, unleashing a torrent of ice toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered, and the third eye on his brow opened, resembling a deity.
A blue-purple lightning bolt shot out from the eye, and with a loud boom, the ice torrent was instantly devoured. Too weak, completely powerless. Chen Fan
looked at him coldly, as if he were the true master here. Baizoon roared, and suddenly, over 40 late second stage ice beasts appeared within the ice god
domain, charging toward Chen Fan.
Thunder rolled within Chen Fan's body, and 2 thunder dragons soared into the air, instantly shattering all the ice beasts
into pieces. These low-level beasts couldn't even get close to him.
Baizoon's eyes revealed terror. Only by witnessing Chen Fan firsthand could one feel the suffocating pressure he exuded.
Chen Fan, don't get cocky. Baizoon hadn't yet consumed the boiling blood pill. He still fantasized about being able to fight Chen Fan on equal footing.
1,000 spears unleashed.
He prepared to attack again.
Chen Fan suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of him.
In the blink of an eye,
a thunder-encircled palm struck Baizoon's face hard, sending him flying 10 meters away.
Baizoon's left cheek split open on the spot.
Blood streaming down, a gruesome sight. Immediately after, Chen Fan launched a series of thunderous attacks, slapping him again.
The sound of slaps echoed,
and Baizoon's face was beaten to a pulp, with teeth scattered all over the ground.
The spectators in the stands exchanged glances, stunned at the once arrogant Baizoon was being beaten so miserably by Chen Fan. Show some real skill, or this is just too boring. Chen Fan kicked Baizoon 10 meters away, sneering coldly.
Baizoon climbed to his feet, his face twisted like a wild beast.
As you wish.
He secretly swallowed the boiling blood pill hidden
under his tongue.
Instantly, his aura surged, reaching the early third stage. The ice god domain rapidly expanded, with a radius of 100 meters.
The audience in the stands was shocked. Could Baizoon have been holding back earlier? Is this his true power?
But the sharp-eyed students noticed something
unusual.
Look, the blood vessels on Baizoon's neck are pulsing, and his blood is clearly boiling. He must have taken a pill.
That's so shameless. The freshmen discussed heatedly.
The teachers frowned and turned their gaze toward the podium where Huangfu Chang sat.
Huangfu Chang's face was dark, and he had
already concluded in his heart that Baizoon had lost this match, regardless of the outcome.
However, the dean of the Magic Academy, a short elderly man, smiled faintly. Vice Principal Huangfu, we never stipulated that students couldn't use pills.
Besides, resources are crucial for a student's future
achievements. Huangfu Chang's expression was grim, but he didn't intervene.
On one hand, he wanted to see Chen Fan's true strength. On the other hand, the rules of the rookie competition indeed didn't ban pills.
This year's National Martial Rookie Competition was unprecedentedly lively, thanks to the debut of the Dragon Egg gimmick, which attracted significant attention.
On the arena, Baizoon stared coldly at Chen Fan, showing no trace of fear. His newfound strength filled him with confidence.
Chen Fan, within the ice god domain, I am the god. With a wave of his hand, the 100-meter radius transformed dramatically, and various phenomena appeared in the sky.
His body began to levitate out of thin air, overlooking Chen Fan with an extremely arrogant expression.
A god? Who isn't a god?
Suddenly, a pair of magnificent thunder wings unfolded behind Chen Fan, mysterious and dazzling like the starry sky.
In the next
moment, he soared into the air, rising 10 meters high to face Baizoon, resembling a young god king.
You dare compare yourself to me? Baizoon roared, and countless sharp ice crystals rapidly formed within the ice god domain.
With a single thought, the ice crystals shot toward Chen Fan.
Facing the overwhelming ice crystal attack, Chen Fan showed no fear.
Thunder erupted from his hands, shattering all the ice crystals with bolts of lightning.
Rampaging dragon.
A thunder dragon flew out from his palm, charging straight at Baizoon.
A mere trick.
Baizoon sneered, his increased strength filling him with confidence. With a wave of his hand, an ice crystal shield materialized, blocking the thunder dragon's attack. The two clashed fiercely in mid-air, their moves as swift as lightning, evenly matched. The gathered freshmen looked up at the fierce battle, too shocked to speak. The strength of the two fighters clearly surpassed the level of freshmen. Within the Ice God domain, the ice dragon summoned by Baizun had reached the peak of the second tier.
Over a dozen ice dragons surrounded Chen Fan, launching a frenzied attack.
Chen Fan fully activated Nine Heavens Thunder movement, fighting barehanded, with 2 thunder dragons coiling around his body, battling these powerful beasts without losing ground. Baizun, clad in ice armor, wielded a massive ice sword and joined the fray. Chen Fan, like a war god, unleashed violent thunder strikes one after another, blocking all attacks.
This is what I call thrilling. Chen Fan laughed. Heartily, fearless.
He craved battle. Only through constant fighting could he overcome the flaws brought by directly using physique enhancement cards. The battle raged on for several minutes.
Chen Fan finally used the new skill he had just acquired. Falling Thunder Technique, Divine Punishment. With a
thought, a blue-purple heavenly thunder descended from the sky, striking Baizun's head with a deafening crash.
Baizun was knocked to the ground, and when he got up, he appeared dazed.
Clearly, he hadn't expected an attack from above.
What kind of trick is this?
Baizun asked coldly, glaring at Chen Fan. Chen Fan revealed a wicked smile, the thunder wings on his back transforming into 2 streams of light that instantly shattered the ice dragon before him.
He looked down at Baizun and smiled faintly, saying, I am also a god. I can use heavenly thunder to punish villains like you.
With a casual gesture,
another bolt of heavenly thunder struck, knocking Baizun down again.
Then, continuous thunder strikes rained down, leaving Baizun battered and scorched. However, the effect of the boiling blood pill was incredibly strong, keeping Baizun's vitality surging and preventing him from falling easily.
Ice Giant, appear!
Baizun seized the opportunity and shouted. A towering figure, 7 meters tall, appeared, wielding a 5-meter-long ice sword, and swung it
fiercely at Chen Fan.
Chen Fan was startled and quickly dodged. The giant's sword struck the ground, leaving a massive crack.
This strength is solid. Chen
Fan was shocked. The ice giant's power was genuinely at the early stage of the 3rd tier.
Chen Fan leapt into the air and kicked the giant's head, but it
only caused minor surface damage.
So tough! Chen Fan exclaimed.
After exchanging over a dozen moves with the ice giant, he landed a kick on its chest. The high-speed rotating thunder pierced through its chest, leaving a 1-meter-wide hole. But before Chen Fan could catch his breath, the giant instantly regenerated, remaining as fierce as ever. Chen Fan, stop wasting your efforts. Baizun sneered. The ice giant and my ice god domain share the same source.
As long as my domain exists, you can't defeat it.
Baizun taunted while using thunder spears to disrupt Chen Fan.
Chen Fan frowned, merging 9 heavens
thunder movement with his thunder wings.
The wings transformed into blades of light, slashing down fiercely and severing the ice giant's head. Yet the giant quickly regenerated again. Chen Fan, just admit defeat.
Baizun, clad in ice armor, charged at Chen Fan with his sword.
Chen Fan fought alone, holding
his ground but struggling to endure. His mind raced, quickly devising a solution.
If I can't destroy this giant, then I'll destroy this cursed domain. Chen Fan decided coldly to use another skill, Thunderstorm.
He simultaneously unleashed the thunder seeds within his body. Now at the 2nd tier, Chen Fan had
108 thunder seeds, greatly enhancing their power.
Over the next few minutes, he scattered the thunder seeds throughout the ice god domain.
With a single thought, the seeds would trigger a chain explosion.
The blast's power could not only destroy the ice god domain but also overturn the entire field.
Chen Fan smirked, throwing his fists forward, sending 2 thunder dragons hurtling toward the ice giant and Baizun.
The violent thunder instantly sent them flying. Baizun, today I'll show you that any schemes and tricks are worthless in the face of true strength. I'll use the power of thunder to destroy your
ice god domain.
Get ready to witness a spectacular thunderstorm.
As Chen Fan's voice fell, the first thunder seed exploded. Boom! The impact wasn't significant, merely cracking the ice layer on the ground.
Baizun froze, ready to mock him, but his expression changed drastically in the next moment. The chain reaction of the thunderstorm had just truly begun. All the remaining thunder seeds simultaneously flickered with lightning, followed by an unceasing series of explosions. Boom! The arena instantly turned into a hellish inferno. The ground shook violently under the impact of the explosions, as if the earth dragon was flipping over, resembling a massive earthquake. The scene could only be described as the earth quaking and the mountains shaking. The shockwaves from the explosions swept across the entire arena, leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. The ice god domain was instantly shattered. Bai Zun's eyes widened with rage as he hurriedly used his thick ice armor to shield himself from the shockwaves.
Yet, in just a
flash, the ice armor was shattered, and his body became a mangled mess of flesh and blood, with nearly all his bones broken.
The
spectators in the stands stood up in terror, overwhelmed by the shocking sight before them. The referee by the stage snapped out of his shock and rushed onto the platform, dragging Bai Zun down. At this point, Bai Zun was barely recognizable as human.
Quick! His life is fading fast. If we don't treat him immediately, he might not make it, the referee shouted.
Zhao Qian hurriedly ran to Bai Zun's side, his heart burning with anxiety.
Somebody help! Please, save my student, he desperately
pleaded to those around him. But the teachers from the Medicine God Academy remained unmoved, clearly unwilling to intervene. At last, it was Huangfu Cheng who stepped forward. As a 7th-tier Grandmaster of the Medicine God Academy, he reluctantly assisted in
stabilizing Bai Zun's life.
After finishing the treatment, he coldly said to Zhao Qian, his life has been saved, but his talent is gone. With injuries this severe, combined with the side effects of the blood-boiling pill, his cultivation will likely fall back to the 1st tier.
Whether he can even advance again is uncertain.
What? Zhao Qian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had gambled everything, only to face such an outcome. His gaze suddenly snapped to Chen Fan, who stood on the stage with a calm expression, and a murderous intent surged within him.
Chen Fan, Bai Zun is ruined, tell me, how should I make you pay?
Zhao Qian's eyes were ice-cold, staring at Chen Fan like a venomous snake.
Ha!
Chen Fan chuckled coldly and said indifferently, Bai Zun did evil deeds that everyone despised.
He deserved this punishment. The fact that he wasn't blown to pieces just now is already his good fortune. You're just asking to die.
Zhao Qian finally lost control, standing up and approaching Chen Fan, brimming with murderous intent.
Enough! A loud voice rang out, it was Huangfu Cheng. He cast a cold glance at Zhao Qian and said, if you dare lay a hand on Chen Fan, I will kill you with one strike. This statement was not only directed at Zhao Qian but was also a warning to all the teachers of the Mage Academy. The potential Chen Fan had displayed was already comparable to that of top-tier prodigies. As long as no accidents occurred, he was destined to become a martial sage in the future. Therefore, Huangfu Cheng would not allow such a genius to fall. Faced with Huangfu Cheng's threat, Zhao Qian was drenched in cold sweat. He had just felt an aura of lethal killing intent. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly adjusted his demeanor, bowing to Huangfu Cheng. I was overly concerned for my disciple's life and lost my composure. Please forgive me.
Humph.
Huangfu Cheng snorted coldly and said indifferently, take Bai Zun away.
Zhao Qian immediately responded, carrying Bai Zun away, his heart filled with resentment. Huangfu Cheng scanned the crowd and loudly announced, I declare Chen Fan the champion of this year's freshman competition.
After the tournament, you may come to me to claim a dragon egg as your reward.
Furthermore, Chen Fan will serve as the captain of one of the school teams.
He may select 4 teammates to form a squad.
In the stands, the freshmen shouted Chen Fan's name in unison, their enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch.
With his strength, Chen Fan had earned everyone's recognition. He said little, simply
listening to the notification in his mind that his mission was complete, and smiled faintly. An E-rank mission completed with ease. Now he could draw twice from the blue-tier prize pool.
Huangfu Cheng, seeing that Chen Fan was neither arrogant nor complacent, admired him even more. He patted Chen Fan's shoulder as an elder might and said warmly, Chen Fan,
there's still the competition for the 9th and 10th spots to be decided.
Take a rest on the stage for now. Once the top 10 is finalized, you can choose your teammates.
Understood, Principal Huangfu. Chen Fan agreed readily.
After all, he was still waiting for Zhao Mingze and Yi Qingling to make it into the top 10.
Chen Fan returned to the stands, and Zhao Mingze said excitedly, Brother Fan, I'll definitely secure a spot in the top 10. I'm heading down now, remember to choose me as your teammate.
Don't worry.
Chen Fan patted his shoulder, signaling him to hurry to the match.
The remaining 2 spots in the top 10 would be decided through a group battle.
The 8 contestants eliminated in the round of 16 all took the stage, with only 2 advancing in the end.
The match began quickly,
and the contestants exchanged glances before unanimously targeting Zhao Mingze right from the start. The reason was simple, Zhao Mingze had recently mastered sword momentum, greatly enhancing his strength, so, naturally, everyone wanted to eliminate him first. Zhao Mingze, being clever, had anticipated this scenario.
He swiftly summoned his flying sword, its momentum sharp and fierce.
Combined with his flying sword technique, his attacks were incredibly aggressive. Despite being outnumbered, he showed no signs of faltering. After several minutes of intense battle,
Zhao Mingzi seized an opportunity and unleashed an electromagnetic storm that swept across the arena. All the weapons in the contestants' hands were instantly pulled into the air. In the next moment, these weapons turned against their owners, all under Zhao Mingzi's control, attacking them in unison. Simultaneously, a massive sword aura swept through the air, nearly slicing two freshmen in half, eliminating them directly. On the stands, Chen Fan nodded repeatedly. Zhao Mingzi's strength could now be said to be second only to his own. After all, Jiang Chen's scarlet armored beetle had already perished, and Bai Zun was now half crippled. On the stage, Yi Qingling also displayed formidable strength. However, after witnessing Zhao Mingzi's power, she chose to hide in the void, quietly waiting for the match to end. After all, once Zhao Mingzi cleared out all the opponents, she could naturally advance without issue. The battle continued for another 10 minutes, and Zhao Mingzi eliminated everyone on the stage without suspense. He looked around and shouted loudly, "Miss Yi, come out now, there's no one left on the field." He then added, "Brother Fan instructed me not to harm you." Zhao Mingzi deliberately raised his voice so that everyone on the field could hear, leaving them stunned. Could it be that Yi Qingling has caught Chen Fan's eye? Then she'll be our sister-in-law in the future, we better keep our distance from her. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Mingzi on the stage and shook his head helplessly. Yi Qingling already had misunderstandings about him, and now it seemed impossible to clear them up. On the stage, a stunning figure appeared before everyone. It was Yi Qingling. She was tall, with straight, slender legs, a full and perky chest, alluring curves at her hips, and a waist so slim it seemed it could be held with one hand. She was the epitome of a perfect figure, like something out of a manga. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed, her chest rising and falling, and her impression of Chen Fan as a playboy deepened. "I only like women." Yi Qingling snorted softly, crossing her arms and deliberately pressing her chest into a distorted shape, making it impossible to look away. The top 10 freshmen were finally decided. They were Chen Fan, Bai Zun, Jiang Chen, Gao Yuan, Zhao Mingzi, Yi Qingling, Wu Yu, Feng Qingyang, Wu Jing, and Li Zijian. Considering Bai Zun was now half-crippled and unsuitable for the school team, the teachers decided to let Gue Dongyi replace him. "Chen Fan, you can prioritize selecting 4 teammates to form the school team, just name them directly," Huang Fucheng said kindly. "All right, principal." Chen Fan nodded. He scanned the group, and among the 9, except for Gue Dongyi, Jiang Chen, and Yi Qingling, the others all showed expectant expressions. Without hesitation, Chen Fan named his choices: Zhao Mingzi, Gao Yuan, Wu Yu, and Yi Qingling. "You 4 will be my teammates. It's me after all." Yi Qingling felt a wave of nervousness upon hearing her name. She felt as though she had walked into the lion's den, captured by the demon Chen Fan. "I only like women, it's true," she kept reassuring herself. "Excellent choices." Huang Fucheng laughed heartily, fully approving of Chen Fan's decision. Zhao Mingzi and Gao Yuan's strength was undeniable, and their close relationship with Chen Fan meant he could trust them completely on the battlefield. Wu Yu possessed the Earth's Child ability, providing defense and control, making him a perfect fit for the team. As for Yi Qingling, having her as a top-tier assassin in the team would also make the atmosphere more lively. Hearing that he was chosen by Chen Fan, Wu Yu's honest face immediately lit up with joy. Everyone knew that following the genius Chen Fan would guarantee a bright future. He quickly saluted Chen Fan. "Thank you, boss." Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, then patted Wu Yu on the shoulder, like a gang leader welcoming a new recruit, his eyes full of encouragement and camaraderie. "Don't call me boss, just call me Brother Fan from now on." "Yes, Brother Fan." Wu Yu nodded solemnly, instantly slipping into the role of a loyal follower. Since Chen Fan had chosen his teammates, the remaining 5 had no choice but to form another team. On the podium, after some discussion, the teachers decided that since Jiang Chen's beast companion had perished and his strength was no longer reliable, Gue Dongyi would temporarily serve as the captain. Huang Fucheng quieted the crowd and announced to all the students and teachers, "I hereby declare the official formation of 2 school teams. The first team will be called Thunder, and the second team, Ghost Cry, with Chen Fan and Gue Dongyi as their respective captains." The freshman competition, which had lasted half a day, finally came to an end, and the students and teachers began to leave one after another. However, the top 10 freshmen, including Chen Fan, were asked to stay behind. Huang Fucheng looked at them and said seriously, "The purpose of forming these teams is, first, to concentrate resources on nurturing you and maximizing the use of the school's resources. Second, it is to prepare for the National College Freshman League, which will take place in 3 months. This league changes its format every year, and It's rumored that this year's competition might take place in an alternate dimension.
It will test not only individual abilities but also strategy, decision-making, and teamwork.
The Ministry of Education
allocates resources to universities based on the results of this competition every year. So the school hopes that you will prepare diligently over the next 3 months and help us achieve a good ranking.
As
Huangfu Cheng spoke, he glanced at Chen Fan, his eyes full of expectation. With Chen Fan, Wuwu University had a real chance at first place. Of course, the rewards for the competition are also very generous.
Huangfu Cheng continued.
U10 will be divided into 2 school teams, and each team will have a dedicated coach to train you. For the first 3 days of each week, you will attend elective courses alongside the regular freshmen, such as comprehensive analysis of superpowers, identification of spiritual medicines, and the essence of superpowers. You can choose these courses freely based on your needs.
From
Thursday to Saturday, your coach will lead you in specialized training, including physical fitness, willpower, tactical coordination, and more.
During this time, you will spend a significant amount of time in the alternate dimension. Sunday is reserved for rest.
A balance of work and rest is essential for improving your superpower levels.
After finishing his explanation, Huangfu Cheng called in the coaches for the 2 teams.
He handed their contact information to Chen Fan and then left. To Chen Fan's surprise, his team's coach turned out to be Tian Xiong, while the other team's coach was Zhao Qian.
The two were now fully at odds with each other.
Zhao Qian shot a cold glance at Chen Fan and Tian Xiong, his tone icy.
The 2 teams will have a sparring match once a month. Don't let our team crush you. Keep dreaming, Tian Xiong retorted bluntly. Just wait and see. Old grudges and new scores will settle them all sooner or later.
Zhao Qian snorted coldly and left in a hurry with the 5 members of Ghost Cry.
Chen Fan looked at Tian Xiong, a bit surprised. Teacher Tian, aren't you the director of education? How do you have time to be our coach? Tian Xiong laughed heartily, clearly excited.
Of course, it's so I can personally train you. I've already spoken with senior brother Dai and resigned as director. I'll be focusing solely on your training.
Chen Fan was speechless, thinking to himself, I didn't even agree to be your disciple, yet you're going to such lengths to look after me. Zhao Mingzi and Gao Yuan, who had a good relationship with Tian Xiong, seemed at ease.
Wu Yu and Yi Qingling, on the other hand, were a bit reserved in front of their new
coach.
Tian Xiong patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and called out to everyone, let's head to my office for a meeting. I'll go over your course schedules. Chen Fan and the others had no choice but to follow. While the other freshmen had already left, they were stuck enduring their new coach's torment.
10 minutes later, the group arrived at Tian Xiong's office. Tian Xiong had everyone sit down and began reviewing their performance in the competition, pointing out numerous shortcomings.
Take Xiao Zhao, for example. After your breakthrough in swordsmanship, your attack power has significantly increased.
However, your mental strength isn't strong enough, and your willpower isn't resilient. You can only use a few powerful sword techniques before exhausting your energy.
And the physical body is weak, close combat is not good, all of
these need to be strengthened.
Choose more related courses when selecting classes, Tian Xiong explained in detail, and everyone listened attentively, gaining a lot.
The meeting lasted for over an hour, and everyone
became clear about their course selections. Chen Fan, who hadn't entered the martial arts class in high school and had a weak foundation in abilities, needed to make up for this. Therefore, courses on spiritual
plants, spiritual medicine, and exotic beasts were a must. Weapon training also needed consideration.
Tian Xiong suggested he practice the battle halberd, battle knife, or spear.
After some thought, Chen Fan chose the spear.
After all, the spear paired best with thunder abilities, a spear like a dragon, a white horse with a silver spear, it's every man's dream. But spears are hard to master, as the old saying goes. A month for the staff, a year for the knife, a lifetime for the spear, indicating the difficulty of spear training.
Tian Xiong recommended he take the introductory spear technique course taught by Professor Zhang Xiao Yuan from the Weaponry Academy.
After the meeting, Chen Fan stayed behind alone.
He quietly asked Tian Xiong, Mr. Tian, you must have guessed that I'm a dual ability user, right? Tian Xiong nodded. Chen Fan didn't beat around the bush and directly said, my other ability is beast transformation.
Of course, he wouldn't reveal his true second ability, after all, the mimicry ability, which allows him to take on
others' appearances, is specifically for causing trouble and is better left unsaid. Beast transformation ability?
What a coincidence, we really are connected. Tian Xiong raised an eyebrow and quickly asked.
So, what kind of exotic beast can you transform into? He.
Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. My beast transformation ability is special, I can transform into several types of exotic beasts.
Tian Xiong spat out
the tea he had just drunk.
What? There's such a beast transformation ability? He stared at Chen Fan curiously and asked, what exactly can you transform into? Currently, I can transform into a thundercloud,
leopard, thunder falcon, and three-eyed thunder ape. Who knows what I'll be able to transform into in the future?
Currently only? Tian Xiong thought he had misheard and confirmed. Chen Fan scratched his head
and made up an excuse. My beast transformation ability is a bit unique. After a while, I'll gain another form.
It's quite frustrating.
Tian Xiong was completely shocked, thinking, you're just too incredible. After a long time, he finally spoke. The exotic beasts you transform into may not be individually powerful, but their versatility is unmatched. You must be asking me which beast transformation combat technique suits you best, right?
Exactly. Chen Fan showed a shy smile and nodded obediently.
Tian Xiong thought seriously for a moment and said, there is indeed a combat technique that suits you perfectly, called
12 Paths of True Spirit Mastery. The creator of this technique is Yi Wentian, also known as Yi Martial Saint.
His close combat skills were unparalleled in his time. This technique was developed by him over more than 10 years, observing the combat movements of 12 different types of exotic beasts. It corresponds to the combat styles of 12 different beast forms: tiger, leopard, bear, elephant, lion, monkey, ape, eagle, sparrow, roc, crocodile, and snake.
So, I think this technique is perfect for you. Once mastered, you'll be nearly invincible in hand-to-hand combat. Of course, when you use this technique after beast transformation, it will be even more seamless. 12 Paths of True Spirit Mastery? Yi Martial Saint's combat technique? Chen Fan's heart surged with excitement. He was certain this was the combat technique he had been searching for.
The mimicry ability is very special. As long as he absorbs an exotic beast, he can transform into it. This 12 Paths of True Spirit Mastery almost covers all types, making
it the perfect choice. Mr. Tian, does the school library have this combat technique? Chen Fan asked eagerly. Tian Xiong gently shook his head. The library only has printed copies.
Although the text and images
are the same, you can only learn the basics.
Only by seeing the creator's original work can you truly grasp its essence.
Why? Chen Fan was puzzled. Tian Xiong explained, some things can only be learned through comprehension, they can't be conveyed solely through text.
The original work carries the creator's spiritual imprint, which subtly helps you understand the true essence.
Is that even possible? Chen Fan finally understood why a set of techniques online could sell for tens of thousands or even millions.
It turns out those were original works, with every stroke imbued with the creator's effort.
Then where can I find the original work?
Chen Fan asked helplessly. Tian Xiong stroked his chin and recalled, a few years ago, I saw a book in my teacher's study.
Your teacher has it? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Yes. Tian Xiong nodded.
But a few years ago, he said he found the key to breaking through to Martial Saint, and then disappeared.
Sigh, what a letdown. Chen Fan sighed helplessly.
Seeing his worried expression, Tian
Xiong seemed to be in a good mood instead. All right, I was just joking. Although my teacher is gone, the book is still there. The key to his study is with senior brother Dai Jiangshan. I'll help you find it later. Isn't it inappropriate to take something without his permission? Chen Fan asked worriedly. Don't worry. We're all on the same side anyway, he won't mind. Tian Xiong laughed heartily. After leaving Tian Xiong, Chen Fan didn't return to his dormitory.
Instead, he went straight to Huangfu Cheng's villa, located in the backyard of the school.
When Chen Fan arrived, Huangfu Cheng was delighted. Come on, I'll show you the dragon egg.
In private, Huangfu Cheng was very approachable, completely lacking the airs of a grandmaster. Of course, this was only towards Chen Fan.
I knew you'd be eager to ask me about the dragon egg. I've been waiting for you for half a day.
Chen Fan scratched his head sheepishly and followed him to the second floor of the villa.
Huangfu Cheng opened a door, revealing a high-tech secret room. Chen Fan saw a dark blue, basketball-sized dragon egg quietly resting on a marble platform. Is this the dragon egg? Chen Fan asked curiously. Yes. Huangfu Cheng nodded. We've already examined this dragon egg. The life force inside is very weak.
Even if it successfully hatches, it might not grow to a high level.
Chen Fan felt a bit disappointed, thinking the dragon egg seemed more like a decoration.
Huangfu Chang, slightly embarrassed, explained, "A month ago, I led a team to explore a newly emerged dimensional space in northern Shanxi and discovered a dragon corpse that had just died.
Underneath it were two dragon eggs, likely laid just before its death.
We initially thought there were only 2 eggs, but unexpectedly, there was one more inside its body that hadn't been laid yet."
This is the one you're looking at. So this dragon egg has congenital issues? Chen Fan asked. Huangfu Chang nodded. That's right.
It wasn't naturally viable for hatching, we forcibly extracted it from the mother.
What about the other 2? Intact dragon eggs? Chen Fan asked curiously.
One was handed over to the state, and the other is with the dean of the Beast Taming Academy at our school. That dragon egg has already hatched into a deep blue baby dragon, very adorable.
Alright, I'll make do with this one for now.
Chen Fan stepped forward and gently touched the eggshell, as if he could hear the faint heartbeat of the little life inside.
Huangfu Chang
comforted him. "Chen Fan, if the hatching fails, don't be too upset.
I'll compensate you with equivalent resources." Alright, thank you, Principal. Chen Fan felt deeply grateful. Good kid. Huangfu
Chang, seeing the clarity in his eyes, felt even more satisfied.
"Come on, let me show you my collection over the years. You can pick any weapon you like here." Huangfu Chang patted Chen Fan's shoulder with a
smile and led the way out of the secret room. Chen Fan held the dragon egg tightly and followed him to another massive collection room. The room was filled with various weapons, all top-tier masterpieces crafted by renowned artisans.
"See if there's anything you like," Huangfu Chang said generously.
Chen Fan's exceptional talent and admirable character had earned Huangfu Chang's favor, making him particularly attentive to
Chen Fan. As Chen Fan looked around, his eyes widened when he spotted an SS-grade battle weapon.
It was a long sword, and just by being placed there, the cold aura emanating from its blade made his skin tingle. This was forged from a meteorite and is the signature work of the swordsmith master Ouyang Zi, Huangfu Chang introduced from the side. Chen Fan was tempted but knew he wasn't worthy of such a precious weapon. He continued to look around. The room didn't just contain high-grade weapons. His gaze finally settled on a purple spear. Huangfu Chang said, "This spear is called Chasing Lightning, and its grade is only D level. The reason it's here is that its creator was once my friend. I wanted to find a suitable owner for it, but I haven't met the right person," Huangfu Chang said. What he meant by no chance was actually that he hadn't encountered a junior he was satisfied with. "Senior, such a high-level weapon isn't suitable for me right now. Can I choose this gun instead? I've been wanting to practice shooting recently." Huangfu Chang was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised. He had thought Chen Fan would unhesitatingly take the high-level weapon, but unexpectedly, he chose the lowest grade one. "Chen kid, you need to think carefully. This opportunity only comes once. Who knows how long it'll be before you can come to me again," Huangfu Chang said seriously, looking at him. "This one, Chasing Lightning. I like the name." Chen Fan smiled as he took the gun off the wall. The gun was hefty, weighing about 200 pounds, just right for him. By the time Chen Fan left Huangfu Chang, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Back at the dormitory, everyone curiously stared at the dragon egg in his arms. Upon hearing that the dragon egg might not hatch, they all sighed. "Brother Fan, I thought you could become a dragon knight, but it turns out it's a dead egg," Zhao Mingzi said, somewhat disappointed. Wenhua gently touched the eggshell, then looked at Chen Fan in surprise and excitement, saying, "Brother Fan, it seems like it can actively absorb the life energy in my body." "It can absorb your life energy?" Chen Fan was shocked and looked at Wenhua for confirmation. "Brother Fan, let me try again." Wenhua gathered a green energy ball the size of a chicken egg between his fingers and slowly moved it closer to the dragon egg. Sure enough, as soon as the energy approached the eggshell, it was absorbed. After absorbing the energy, the previously still dragon egg began to tremble slightly, then floated up and stuck to Wenhua's palm, gently rubbing against it like a child asking for candy. Everyone exchanged glances. As expected, the divine dragon was a legendary mythical beast. Even its egg was so extraordinary. "Wenhua, it seems to particularly like your energy and treats you like a nanny," Zhao Mingzi joked as he watched. Wenhua scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "But my ability is already used up for today, I can't provide it with more life energy." Chen Fan had a bottle of Great Sun Pure Yang pills, which could accelerate the recovery of abilities. However, the pills had significant side effects, affecting Wenhua for 3 months after consumption. Chen Fan couldn't bear to let Wenhua suffer. The dragon egg seemed to understand Wen Hua's words and stopped pestering him. It began to circle in the air, as if observing everyone, and finally flew toward Chen Fan. It flipped and spun in front of Chen Fan, making him feel as though it was carefully examining him. A few seconds later, the dragon egg excitedly pressed against Chen Fan's cheek, even more affectionate than when it was asking for life energy earlier. Everyone was stunned. Chen Fan was also surprised, feeling like the little creature was playing with him. But with a dragon egg the size of a head rubbing against his face for too long, he couldn't help but reach out and take it down. Alright, stop messing around. The dragon egg obediently lay in his hand, completely quiet. The roommates nearby were already dumbfounded, swallowing hard and curiously asking, Brother Fan, it seems like this little guy has decided you're its master. Brother Fan, did you use some kind of bloodline binding spell on it? Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. That's all superstition, there's no such thing. He stroked his chin and speculated, maybe my charm is just too great, and this little guy decided to recognize me as its master on its own. Zhao Mingzi, Gao Yuan, Wen Hua. Everyone stared at Chen Fan in shock, momentarily speechless. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan carried the dragon egg back to his room. He locked the door and stared at the dragon egg seriously, saying, Be honest, what exactly attracted you? The reason Chen Fan asked this was not only because the dragon egg itself felt inherently close to him, but also because his system had quietly changed. The system had actually notified him that the dragon egg had voluntarily recognized him as its master, and it had done so the moment it saw him. At this moment, the system panel, in addition to his own attributes, had a new section: Battle Pet, Azure Dragon, Primordial Water Ancestor, Level, Unhatched. Hatching progress 20%. Abilities: Summon Wind and Rain, Unawakened, Extremine Water, Unawakened, Frostbody, Unawakened, Cloud Shadow Dragon, Unawakened, Dragon's Gaze, Unawakened, Ice Breath Dragon Roar. Unawakened, Azure Dragon Battle Chant, Unawakened, Dragon Seal Spacetime, Unawakened, Dragon Roar Shattering Space, Unawakened. Chen Fan stared at the dozen or so heaven-defying skills listed in the system, momentarily stunned. As expected of the legendary divine beast, so many powerful skills, it's truly extraordinary. But this only made him more puzzled. He couldn't understand why such a powerful divine beast would willingly recognize him as its master, especially since he had even prepared a set of coercive and persuasive methods. After all, just an hour ago, Huang Fuchang had told him that getting a divine beast to recognize a master was extremely difficult. The Beast Taming Academy's dean, Mo Jingtian, known as an 8th-tier beast taming grandmaster, reportedly spent an entire month living alongside a young dragon before earning its initial approval. Chen Fan placed the dragon egg on the table, adopting an interrogative posture, and said, Little one, I'll ask you a few questions. If the answer is yes, shake back and forth, if no, shake side to side. Are you very familiar with me? The dragon egg steadily shook back and forth, clearly affirming. Then do you know me? Chen Fan asked in surprise. This time, the dragon egg decisively shook side to side. Chen Fan was stunned. You're very familiar with me but don't know me, what's going on here? He rubbed his temples, falling into deep thought. This wasn't a casual question. He carried a great mystery within him that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried, the secret of his soul transmigration to Blue Star. Chen Fan had discovered that his memories of his past life on Earth were gradually fading, and he could no longer recall his previous experiences. Currently, he could still vaguely remember that in his past life, he had just graduated from the police academy and started working as a police officer. During an operation to apprehend a tomb raiding gang, he was struck on the head with a blunt object and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in the classroom of Class 6, Grade 3, on Blue Star. Maybe in another month, I'll completely forget everything about my past life, Chen Fan thought with some sadness. That was also a part of his life, and he couldn't understand why, even though the memories were still in his mind, they were being erased bit by bit, as if they didn't belong to this world. However, he had prepared for this, recording all his past life's knowledge and experiences in a thick notebook, which he kept in a spatial ring to occasionally review. There must be a secret hidden within me. Why did I transmigrate? Why do I have a system? Why does the dragon egg feel so close to me? From the start? Chen Fan was utterly baffled. He asked again, Little one, do you know what the system is? The dragon egg wobbled slightly, indicating it didn't know. Chen Fan sighed helplessly and had to set aside his doubts for now. These questions would eventually have answers. For now, his priority was to keep growing stronger. The little one seemed to sense his frustration and took the initiative to nuzzle against
Chen Fan's palm gently. Chen Fan sighed and changed the subject. Little one, can the energy you just absorbed help you hatch?
This time, the dragon egg hesitated for a moment before firmly shaking side to side,
indicating it couldn't. You mean you're still missing something? What exactly is it?
Chen Fan was completely stumped and could only continue communicating with the dragon egg through questions and answers. 10 minutes later, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that the dragon egg wasn't unwilling to hatch because it lacked the ability but because it didn't want to.
Its dragon soul was far stronger than
its two elder brothers, and its body hadn't yet developed enough to withstand the hatching process. If it hatched now, its body might collapse immediately, making survival impossible. So, it had no choice but
to remain in the egg, slowly nurturing and growing. This is going to be tricky. Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss.
Well, let Wenhua nourish it a bit longer, he said, adjusting his mood.
Chen Fan then made a
video call to Wang Yanran and Tongtong. As soon as Wang Yanran answered the call, she eagerly asked Chen Fan about his experiences over the past 2 days.
Feeling Wang Yanran's concern, Chen Fan's heart warmed.
Even though the memories of his past life were gradually fading, the warmth on Blue Star still gave him a sense of peace. Chen Fan teased his younger sister with a smile. Tongtong, have you been naughty these
past few days? Did you make Sister Ran angry?
On the other end of the video call, Tongtong was almost pressing her face against the camera, frowning and protesting.
Brother, I didn't make Sister Ran angry. And, also, you lied to me. I lied to you? How did I lie to you?
Chen Fan was puzzled.
I saw it.
Sister Ran's chest is all puffed up, she must be hiding snacks.
Really? I don't believe it. Chen Fan smirked, pretending to doubt her. Sister Ran, can you come over here for a moment? Prove to me that you're not hiding snacks. Chen Fan, Wang Yanran.
The two of them, separated by the video call, could both
feel the awkwardness.
Fortunately, at that moment, the dragon egg flew over and appeared in the video, instantly breaking the awkward atmosphere.
Wang Yanran and Tongtong widened their eyes in surprise. Brother, there's a giant flying egg behind you.
Tongtong exclaimed excitedly, as if she had discovered a new continent, pointing at the screen.
That's not a giant egg, it's a dragon egg, okay? Chen Fan said, helplessly, calling the dragon egg over to show them.
Tongtong, Sister Yanran, one day when I hatch the dragon egg, I'll take you both flying over the nightscape of Qing City on a dragon.
Okay. Tongtong's
eyes sparkled with excitement.
Wang Yanran blushed and quickly moved out of the camera's view.
As the video call was about to end, Chen Tongtong whispered to Chen Fan, brother, don't fall for any other girls in
college, or Sister Ran will be heartbroken. You little busybody.
Chen Fan chuckled bitterly as he hung up the call, tossing his phone aside and turning to look at the system panel.
At the moment, he still had an
unfinished task to help young Choo-Choo find a mentor who was a quasi-martial saint. He couldn't think of a solution for now, but fortunately, the task had no time limit, so he could take his time.
What a headache!
Chen Fan rubbed his temples and decided to set the matter aside for now. He planned to first claim the reward for winning first place in the freshman competition.
System, draw the prize. The blue roulette spun rapidly, and the 2 consecutive E-level rewards were quickly drawn.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a speed boost card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Thunder Shadow Clone
Technique. A speed boost card. Chen Fan was delighted and quickly checked its usage.
Speed boost card, after use, speed is doubled for 5 minutes.
Great stuff. Chen Fan was very satisfied. He already had a
strength boost card, and now with the addition of the speed boost card, his survival capabilities were even stronger. Next, he checked the Thunder Shadow Clone Technique skill.
Thunder Shadow Clone Technique.
The host can condense a Thunder Shadow identical to themselves in the surrounding area. The Thunder Shadow is a projection, not a physical entity, and cannot attack, but it can confuse enemies.
Chen Fan frowned.
The skill was useful, but its effects were limited. This skill makes it look like 2 people are fighting, but since the Thunder Shadow isn't physical, enemies will quickly see through it.
He fell into thought.
But soon, inspiration struck, and he came up with a new use. What if I combine Thunder Flash with the Thunder Shadow Clone technique, and during battle, use Thunder Flash to swap positions between my
real body and the Thunder Shadow?
That way, I can constantly switch between real and fake, confusing the enemy. When the enemy identifies my real body, I can use Thunder Flash to swap again, catching them off
guard. What a brilliant idea.
Thinking of this, Chen Fan was in high spirits.
He couldn't wait to test out this combo technique.
Unfortunately, the dormitory space was too limited for him to fully unleash his skills. It's only 4 o'clock now, still early. I'll head to the school's training room to practice and test its power.
Chen Fan couldn't contain his excitement. Just as he was about to open the door, the dragon egg followed him. Little guy, I'm heading out, you can't come with me. Chen Fan patted its smooth shell, trying to persuade it to stay.
But the dragon egg wouldn't listen and stuck close to him.
If I were to take you out and others saw a flying egg, the scene would be way too strange. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. The spatial ring could only store inanimate objects and couldn't accommodate the dragon egg.
Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind.
Attention, host.
As the host's beast companion, it can be stored in the system's built-in beast companion space.
What?
Chen Fan was surprised.
The system had this function? He tried giving the command.
System, store the dragon egg in the beast companion space.
Sure enough, the dragon egg turned into a beam of light, entered his forehead, and reappeared in the system panel.
Chen Fan's system panel already had an independent inventory, where power multiplier cards and speed multiplier cards were stored. Now, the dragon egg occupied one of the slots.
Curious, Chen Fan released the dragon egg again. Little one, do you know where you just were? The dragon egg seemed a bit confused, gently swaying its body to indicate it didn't know. What was the place like? A room? A sealed box? Or void?
Chen Fan bombarded it with questions, trying to understand the system through the dragon egg. But communication was difficult, and after a few minutes, he had to give up.
I'll ask it in detail once it hatches.
Determined, Chen Fan placed the dragon egg back into the system's beast companion space and pushed open the door to leave the bedroom. In the living room, Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan were still chatting, but Wen Hua was nowhere to be seen. He had probably overused his abilities and gone back to his room to rest. Seeing Chen Fan in a hurry, Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, Fan, where are
you rushing off to? Training. Are you coming?
Chen Fan couldn't wait to try out the new combo technique he had just thought of.
Training? Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions a bit odd. Brother, we just finished a fight. It's so rare to get a chance to relax, and now you want to train again? Zhao Mingze said with a laugh. Boss, we're not machines. How can we keep going without a break?
Chen Fan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just had a sudden flash of inspiration and thought of a new skill.
I can't help but want to try it out.
The two stared at each other on the
sofa, full of admiration. You're the real deal, boss. Skills are usually honed through repeated practice with battle techniques, and you just come up with one on a whim? 10 minutes later, the three arrived at
the northernmost part of the campus.
Here stood a dozen tall and imposing buildings, each representing a martial arts hall.
The top 10 martial arts halls in the Great Xia Kingdom all had branches at the National Martial Academy, specifically to serve these university students. Each of these buildings must have cost at least several billion.
Zhao Mingze exclaimed.
Of course.
The building materials must include a lot of precious alloys, otherwise, they couldn't withstand the energy released during ability training. Chen Fan patted Zhao Mingze on the shoulder and headed toward the building of the War Wolf Martial Hall.
The War Wolf Martial Hall covered over 10,000 square meters and stood 40 stories high, resembling a massive luxury hotel from afar. The first-floor lobby was bustling with students who had come to train. At the National Martial Academy, the fees for these martial halls were charged based on the students' campus card privileges. The higher the privilege, the lower the fee, with the difference covered by the school. For example, Chen Fan, with SS-level privileges, could use all facilities and equipment for free, with the school settling the bill regularly. Of course, weapons, herbs, and pills still had to be purchased personally. After all, no matter how talented a student was, the school didn't want them to freeload without contributing. The three stopped in the lobby, which was decorated in a simple yet grand style, with a white color scheme that exuded modernity. They took a quick tour to get a basic understanding of the place. The second and third floors were rest areas, offering tea, coffee, alcohol, and meat to meet students' post-training needs. The training areas started from the third floor and above, including gravity adjustment rooms, mental strength training rooms, speed resistance rooms, weapon training rooms, and combat practice rooms. After a brief tour, the three rented a combat practice room. The training room was spacious, over 200 square meters, providing ample space for them to showcase their skills.
Chen Fan walked to a corner, eager to
test the combo technique he had just conceived. Thunder Flash combined with Thunder Shadow Clone technique. As soon as he had the thought, he performed the Thunder Shadow Clone technique, and an almost identical
figure appeared beside him.
Chen Fan turned to look and found the clone so realistic that it was impossible to tell which was the real one. He threw a punch, and the clone mirrored his movements.
At that moment,
Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan, who were training nearby, noticed and were astonished.
"Whoa, Fan, why are there two of you? Is this the skill you just created?"
They hurried over, nearly dropping their jaws in shock.
"Guess which one is the real me?"
Chen Fan said with a smile, both figures speaking simultaneously.
"Of course, it's the one on the right," Zhao Mingze answered without hesitation. "Correct," Chen Fan replied,
unsurprised, and withdrew the Thunder Shadow. Gao Yuan, however, looked puzzled and scratched his head.
"Why can't I tell which one is real?" "Hee hee, old Gao, Fan's clone can fool the eyes but not the ears. The sound came from the right, so the one on the right is the real body." "You're smart." Chen Fan patted Zhao Mingze's shoulder, praising his cleverness. "My Thunder Shadow doesn't have a physical form, so it doesn't make any sound. That's the key to distinguishing them. Alright, you two go back to your training. I have some new ideas to test." Chen Fan sent them away and began experimenting with using Thunder Flash
to switch positions between his Thunder Shadow and his real body. Initially, the positions were always slightly off after switching, and the real body and the Thunder Shadow couldn't overlap perfectly. After an hour of effort, he finally managed to achieve a perfect position swap between the real body and the Thunder Shadow using Thunder Flash. He called Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan over again.
"Mingze, old Gao, guess. Again, who's the real me?"
The two spoke in unison, pointing to the Chen Fan on the left.
"Fan, it's definitely this one." "Really? So confident?" Chen Fan smiled.
"Of course,"
Gao Yuan replied, full of confidence.
However, when he reached out to touch the Chen Fan on the left, he found nothing there.
"What? This one's fake?" Gao Yuan and Zhao Mingze were both stunned. "Ha ha, the real me is over here." The voice came from the right. The two were completely bewildered, their understanding shattered. "Fan, how did you do that?" Zhao Mingze asked excitedly. It's a secret,"
Chen Fan replied with a mysterious smile.
"But it's still far from being useful in actual combat." He wasn't wrong.
For now, he could barely manage to use Thunder Flash to switch positions while stationary, achieving perfect overlap between his real body and
the Thunder Shadow. But in battle, to switch positions and achieve perfect synchronization with the Thunder Shadow, he still needed more practice. "Fan, this skill is amazing, it could be used to trick enemies," Zhao Mingze exclaimed.
Chen Fan nodded. But he wasn't just aiming to scare people, his real goal was to enhance his combat abilities. His objective was to have both figures attack the enemy simultaneously, alternating between real and fake during battle to create a unique fighting style and significantly boost his strength. However, Thunder Flash consumed a lot of energy, and currently, his abilities were down to
only 30%.
Thus, he had to pause his combination technique training for the day. He didn't want to deplete his energy completely, as he needed to be prepared for the imposters to launch another sneak attack. He couldn't afford to be caught off guard with no energy left. Chen Fan withdrew the Thunder Shadow, flexed his wrists, and looked at Gao Yuan.
"Old Gao, it's still early. Want to spar a bit? No abilities, limit the strength to under 1,000 kilograms, just technique."
Gao Yuan was highly skilled, no less than Chen Fan. Sparring with such a master in close combat would be very beneficial for his own improvement.
"Sure, Fan," Gao Yuan replied enthusiastically.
He was a battle fanatic himself and had always wanted to spar with Chen Fan after seeing his skills. "Fan, when I fight barehanded, no one can last 10 rounds against me."
Gao Yuan got into position, eager to begin. The show's starting, I'll be the referee,"
Zhao Mingze said excitedly, quickly stepping aside to make room for them.
"Old Gao, watch out." Chen Fan saw Gao Yuan was ready and launched the first attack.
His right leg shot out like a bullet, creating a crisp, explosive sound as it sliced through the air without using any abilities.
Gao Yuan was equally formidable, his iron
fists clashing against Chen Fan's swift leg techniques without losing ground. When ability users engage in close combat, if their strength is similar, the outcome is determined by skill. Therefore, martial arts routines are highly popular on Blue Star, and almost all ability users have learned them. In the training room, two figures exchanged blows rapidly, using only fists and kicks, countering each move with the battle locked in a stalemate. Zhao Mingzi cheered from the side, clapping in admiration. Over the course of 10 minutes, Chen Fan executed more than 20 techniques, including Kongming Fist, Bagua Palm, Wind Cutting, Kick, and Shadowless Kick, all of which Gao Yuan managed to block. Both were martial arts prodigies, evenly matched in fists and techniques. However, Chen Fan had greater mastery in leg techniques. A few minutes later, he suddenly struck, delivering a kick to Gao Yuan's chest, forcing him to stagger backward. "Watch out!" Chen Fan shouted, then unleashed the 18 linked Mandarin duck kicks in rapid succession. Each move seamlessly connected. Gao Yuan could only defend, retreating while countering with cloud-pulling hands to block Chen Fan's successive kicks. But the linked kicks grew faster and faster, and by the 10th kick, Gao Yuan revealed a flaw. Just as Chen Fan thought victory was assured, Gao Yuan suddenly stepped back half a pace, using both hands to redirect the force, catching Chen Fan midair and flinging him away. Chen Fan was thrown into the air, startled, but quickly adjusted his balance with several flips. His movements were as agile as a swallow, landing steadily without a scratch. "Impressive, old Gao." Chen Fan stopped, looking at Gao Yuan with delight. Moments ago, he had thought he had won. Gao Yuan's miraculous move had instantly dismantled his offensive. "Old Gao, what was that move just now? I've never seen it before," Chen Fan asked excitedly. Gao Yuan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Brother Fan, that's the Dragon Sparrow Hand from Taiji Combat Techniques. It emphasizes using force against force and going with the flow." Taiji Combat Techniques. Chen Fan murmured to himself. "I'll have to learn more from Gao Yuan in the future." Gao Yuan also admired Chen Fan. In terms of martial arts, this was the first time he had encountered an evenly matched opponent. "Brother Fan, I'll also seek your guidance on leg techniques in the future." The two developed mutual respect for each other. Zhao Mingzi, who had been completely absorbed in the thrilling duel earlier, finally snapped out of it. "Brother Fan, old Gao, your skills are incredible. I wouldn't last 3 moves against you barehanded. Your task is to practice swordsmanship. Of course, if you want to learn martial arts, I can teach you," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Forget it, practicing swordsmanship is already exhausting enough." Zhao Mingzi shrugged, then curiously asked, "Brother Fan, old Gao, how did you develop such skills?" "I had to support myself and my sister, so I spent years on the martial arts arena in the dojo. Over time, I naturally developed these skills," Chen Fan answered. Simply, then looked at Gao Yuan. "What about you, old Gao?" "I was an orphan growing up, relying on the help of others in the village. Without parents, I was often bullied as a child, so I started learning martial arts and developed my fighting skills. When I was 14, a first-tier scarlet-tailed tiger suddenly invaded the village, killing dozens of people. Without thinking, I grabbed an axe and charged at it, fighting to the death and eventually killing the beast. When the news reached the city, they said I had innate strength and special talent, so they sent me to a school in the city. My homeroom teacher was a martial artist, a renowned combat master. I studied martial arts with him for 3 years, and my fighting style became more disciplined, no longer the unrefined brawling of the past." Chen Fan and Zhao Mingzi listened to Gao Yuan's story, feeling deeply moved. It turned out Gao Yuan was an orphan, which explained why he had been the first to stand up and angrily scold Bai Zun in the cafeteria when Bai Zun froze everyone's food, saying he despised wasting food. Chen Fan had thought Gao Yuan was just hot-tempered, but now he realized Gao Yuan had experienced true hardship and hunger, which made him value every grain of food so much. What shocked them even more was that a 14-year-old child had managed to kill a scarlet-tailed tiger with nothing but a wood-cutting axe. It was almost unbelievable. After all, it wasn't an ordinary tiger but a beast. Even if it was only a first-tier beginner. Zhao Mingzi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Gao, your grades are so good. You should be able to get into Kyoto University. Why did you choose Guowu instead?" Gao Yuan replied without hesitation, "I rank 2nd in Yuzhou province. I chose Guowu because I want to join the military. Also, I don't like Kyoto, it's too noisy." Chen Fan and Zhao Mingzi both nodded in understanding. After all, everyone has their own likes and dislikes. Chen Fan then turned to Zhao Mingzi and asked, "Mingzi, what about you? Why did you choose Guowu?" Zhao Mingzi shrugged, playing with the only remaining Wushuang sword at his waist. "I chose Guowu to follow in my grandfather's footsteps. He graduated from here. My grandfather has been my idol since I was a child and the person I admire the most. He was the first in the history of superpowers to use the strength of an 8th-tier grandmaster to slay a 9th-tier exotic beast.
Could your grandfather be the legendary swordmaster Zhao Qixuan? Chen Fan blurted out. In surprise. Everyone knew that the gap between the 8th and 9th tiers was like heaven and earth. While superhumans in the early stages could easily defeat lower-tier exotic beasts with high-level abilities, those that grew to the 9th tier had incredibly strong bloodlines and talents. Challenging them across tiers was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, someone in history had truly achieved it. And the first to create this miracle was Zhao Qixuan. His name was as renowned as the sages, written into textbooks and remembered forever. That's right, Zhao Qixuan is my grandfather. Zhao Mingze nodded firmly. Chen Fan was even more shocked upon hearing the confirmation. The books say that the swordmaster sacrificed himself 3 years ago to stop 2 9th-tier exotic beasts from entering the other dimensional space. Yes, he killed one and severely injured the other. Zhao Mingze spoke with a mix of sorrow and pride. This Wushuang sword was given to me by him before the battle. Although it's not high level, it was the first weapon he used when practicing swordsmanship as a child. He hoped I could inherit his swordsmanship and become an invincible swordsman. Unfortunately, this is all that's left now. Zhao Mingze looked at the flying sword in his hand, unable to hide his grief. Mingze, the past is the past. Those who are alive must keep moving forward. Honing your swordsmanship is the best way to honor him, Chen Fan comforted. Zhao Mingze gripped the sword hilt tightly and nodded resolutely. Mingze, I remember you always wanted to apprentice under Zhang Kuan of the Sword God Academy. Why didn't you tell him about your grandfather's identity? He definitely wouldn't refuse, Chen Fan asked curiously. Fan, that's not the path I want to take. I hope to be recognized through my own efforts, not by relying on my grandfather's reputation, Zhao Mingze said with determination. Chen Fan looked at him in a new light. Usually, Zhao Mingze seemed carefree, even a bit unserious, but in reality, he was very ambitious. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan and Gao Yuan resumed sparring, while Zhao Mingze focused on studying sword techniques. As the sky gradually darkened, all three showed signs of exhaustion. Just as they were about to end their training, a message from Tianxiong popped up in their squad's group chat. There would be a special team training tomorrow. Chen Fan and the others didn't leave immediately but headed to the dining area on the second floor of the Wolf Warrior Martial Hall. Several high-end specialty restaurants were open there, with pricey menus featuring ingredients sourced from other dimensional spaces. Chen Fan gathered Yi Qingling, Wu Yu, and Wen Hua to organize a team dinner, aiming to strengthen their bond in preparation for tomorrow's training. When they saw Wu Yu again, he was still a bit shy, his chubby appearance making him seem very honest. Yi Qingling had changed out of her tight combat suit and was wearing a simple white t-shirt paired with an elegant short skirt, exuding youthful energy. Her long, slender legs beneath the skirt were fair and smooth, as if straight out of a comic book, drawing many admiring glances. Yi Qingling wrinkled her nose and huffed, pretending to be angry. What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Also, I only like girls. Humph. Though her tone was fierce, she wasn't truly upset. Ah, got it, Yi. Everyone joked about it, not taking it seriously at all. Such a beautiful girl liking women? No one would believe it. Wu Yu quietly squeezed over to Chen Fan's side, first sneaking a glance at Yi Qingling to make sure she wasn't paying attention to them, then whispered to Chen Fan, "Boss, don't worry. Both Yi Qingling and I graduated from the Qianlong class. She's been saying this for 2 years, but she doesn't actually like women." Chen Fan nodded. As he thought, this was just an excuse Yi Qingling used to avoid trouble. But he quickly realized, wait, what does don't worry mean? And why is this chubby guy telling me all this? I only admire her, don't overthink it. He turned his head and saw Wu Yu winking and raising his eyebrows at him. Boss, do you want to know about Yi Qingling's past? I can tell you. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. This chubby guy wasn't as honest as he seemed. He deliberately raised his voice with a smile. What did you say? You want to spill gossip about Yi Qingling? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, sharp gaze swept over them. Yi Qingling had already drawn the dagger from her waist, her eyes as icy as a blade. Wu Yu, if you say one more word, I'll cut out your tongue. Wu Yu shrank his neck in fear and quickly shut his mouth, clearly terrified. Everyone saw this and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dinner was exceptionally lavish, and they even ordered a bottle of special liquor made for ability users. The wine had a strange fruity aroma, clearly brewed from some kind of spiritual fruit from an alternate dimension. It was everyone's first time drinking it.
The taste was spicy, but it was very effective in healing hidden injuries and promoting blood circulation. After learning about Wen Hua's abilities, Yi Qingling and Wu Yu looked at him in a new light and wanted to befriend him. After all, injuries were common for ability users, and who wouldn't want to have a natural healer nearby? As the first gathering of the Thunder Team, the dinner lasted until 9 p.m. before everyone dispersed. Back in his dorm, Chen Fan habitually checked on the white cat. But today was different. The white cat's body was emitting a faint golden glow. Could it be that Catwoman is about to wake up? Chen Fan thought excitedly. According to Zhang Kuan, Catwoman's ability was the 9 lives illusion god. The so-called 9 lives meant she truly had 9 lives. With each rebirth, she would unlock a second form, which was another beast transformation ability. Chen Fan held the white cat and observed carefully. Within the golden glow, faint visions appeared, resembling 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. But the figure in the center wasn't a phoenix, it was a peacock radiating divine golden light. A golden peacock? Chen Fan was astonished. Could Catwoman's second form be the golden flame sacred peacock? The golden flame sacred peacock was immensely powerful, with talents comparable to an S-class ability user among humans. Its golden flames were the legendary Nanning Lihua, said to be even more potent than Samadhi True Fire, capable of incinerating everything. If Catwoman's beast transformation truly turned her into the golden flame sacred peacock, her strength would greatly increase upon awakening. As Chen Fan observed the golden vision, the white cat's body began to change. Within a dozen seconds, it had completely transformed into a golden peacock over 2 feet long. The peacock was stunningly beautiful, its wings so perfect they seemed like an illusion. Chen Fan carefully held it. The peacock's eyes moved slightly, as if trying to open, but it hadn't fully awakened yet. After struggling a bit, it fell back into slumber. The white cat has turned into a golden peacock. Guess I won't be able to pet a cat anymore. Chen Fan muttered to himself. Just as he gently stroked the golden peacock's feathers, the peacock suddenly reverted to human form. A smooth, flawless body appeared before Chen Fan's eyes, high, full breasts, a flat stomach, a slender waist, long, straight legs, and snow-white, unblemished skin. She was so stunningly beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Gulp! The sight made Chen Fan involuntarily swallow hard. The sudden weight caught him off guard, and his hands landed squarely on Catwoman's ample chest. So soft. Chen Fan instinctively gave a few squeezes, the sensation smooth and supple. But he quickly snapped out of it, his cheeks flushing as he hurriedly let go. Catwoman's bare body slid directly to the ground. Ah! Chen Fan broke out in a cold sweat, his breathing rapid. He quickly calmed himself and checked Catwoman's condition. Fortunately, she hadn't woken up yet, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it's not like I deliberately took advantage of you, but the feel was indeed nice, Chen Fan reminisced to himself, hastily shaking off the bad thoughts in his mind. After taking a deep breath, he picked Catwoman up from the floor and placed her on the bed. After all, he couldn't let her lie on the ground indefinitely. Catwoman was stunningly beautiful, and Chen Fan, being young and full of vigor, couldn't help but react. But he wasn't a bad person, he wouldn't take advantage of the situation, especially since Catwoman had helped him before. This little enchantress really makes it hard to resist. Chen Fan quickly covered her with a blanket to conceal her perfect figure, lest he lose control. Chen Fan calmed himself for over 10 seconds before dispelling the wicked thoughts in his heart. Alcohol really amplifies human desires. I should steer clear of it in the future. Chen Fan shook his head. Having a beauty on the bed, if my roommate walks in, that would be truly awkward. Thinking of this, Chen Fan hurried to the door and locked it. He plopped down on a chair, his gaze falling on the beauty lying on the bed, lost in thought. Chen Fan hesitated about whether to find some clothes for Catwoman. If she remained unclothed, sleeping together like this would be unbearably tempting. If Catwoman wakes up and finds herself naked, would she think I did something to her? He mulled over the thought repeatedly. Finally, he took out an F-grade ice silk nightgown from his spatial ring and dressed Catwoman in it. Catwoman, oh Catwoman, upright people like me are truly rare in this world, Chen Fan thought, satisfied as he looked at Catwoman in the nightgown. The outfit was originally a gift for Wang Yanran, but fearing she'd slap him on the spot, he'd kept it hidden in the ring all this time. The sexy nightgown paired with Catwoman's fiery figure made her even more alluring than when she was initially naked. If Catwoman wakes up wearing clothes, at least it won't be too awkward, Chen Fan consoled himself, lying down on the other side of the bed. The entire night, he was
restless, tossing and turning, unable to sleep soundly.
After all, he had to remain vigilant against the danger of imposters.
Fortunately, the night passed uneventfully. At 5 a.m. the next day, Chen Fan woke up.
He first glanced at the still sleeping Catwoman and, seeing she was still in deep slumber, quickly got up to tidy himself.
Today was the official training day for the Thunder Squad.
Tian Xiong had specifically emphasized that no one should be late, or they would face the consequences. At 5 a.m., in the early morning of Chang'an City, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Apart from Chen Fan and a few others, only
a handful of senior students were leaving their dorms to start their day's training.
Under dormitory building number 5, the 5 members of the Thunder Squad had already gathered.
After yesterday's dinner, their
relationships had noticeably improved. Before long, Tian Xiong arrived, carrying a massive military green duffel bag. He tossed the bag onto the nearby grass, creating a deep pit upon impact.
No one is absent, good.
He looked at the group, a meaningful smile appearing on his face.
Everyone felt a sense of unease, suspecting today's special training wouldn't be easy.
Coach, what did you bring?
The group curiously eyed the duffel bag. A gift I prepared for you.
Open it and see, Tian Xiong said with a mischievous grin.
A gift?
Of course, no one believed him.
Zhao Mingzi couldn't resist stepping forward to open the bag, revealing sets of metallic armor inside.
What are these?
Everyone asked in unison.
This is the Xian heavy armor, weighing 1,000 pounds. I specifically borrowed it from the military.
Wearing it will be excellent for physical training,
Tian Xiong explained, then emptied the duffel bag, revealing exactly 5 sets of Xian heavy armor. Your first task is to wear the Xian heavy armor and walk from here all the way
to the summit of Fengming Mountain. No using abilities along the way.
The group exchanged glances.
Fengming Mountain was dozens of kilometers away from the outskirts of Chang'an, and walking such a distance while
carrying 1,000 pounds was no simple feat. Tian Xiong ignored their reactions and casually picked out the lightest Xian heavy armor, tossing it in front of Yi Qingling.
Although you're on the assassin path, your physical strength is too weak. If an enemy catches you, a light touch could be the end. You need to improve your physical fitness. This 800-pound mystic heavy armor is just right. Try it on.
Yi Qingling, though a girl, was not delicate. She struggled to put on the mystic heavy armor. The originally graceful young beauty instantly transformed into a female general clad in armor.
Yi, how does it feel? Everyone asked with concern.
Yi Qingling tried to move, but the mystic heavy armor bound her muscles like chains, making her movements extremely difficult.
Every gesture required tremendous effort.
Coach, wearing this
is much heavier than I imagined.
It feels like my whole body is being crushed.
Before long, fine beads of sweat appeared on her fair neck. Heavy is the point,
Tian Xiong said sternly.
This is specialized physical training equipment designed for ability users.
After speaking, he began distributing the remaining mystic heavy armors.
He tossed a 1,200-pound armor to Zhao Mingzi. Zhao Mingzi, although you're a sword master and can remotely control flying swords, close-range dual-sword combat is a required skill.
If your body is weak, no matter how flashy your swordsmanship is, you'll struggle to fight enemies.
Wear this and train. Weak body? Struggling to fight enemies?
Zhao Mingzi's face turned red, but he didn't dare to argue. He could only pick up the armor and put it on with difficulty.
Climbing mountains wearing this thing?
This is way too hard, he thought in despair. At this moment, Tian Xiong's gaze fell on Wu Yu. Wu Yu, your Earth Child ability is a top-tier Earth-based power, but you haven't developed it. Your body is weaker than a chicken's, completely wasting your talent. From now on, you're the team's tank, the one who takes the damage.
With your current physique, you'd shatter at a touch. How can you protect your teammates? This 2,000-pound mystic heavy armor is for you.
Tian Xiong casually tossed the 2,000-pound armor to Wu Yu as if it were a sandbag. However, Wu Yu clearly didn't expect Tian Xiong to throw the heavy armor directly at him. He caught it in a panic, almost crushing his foot.
Wu Yu didn't dare complain and quickly obediently put on the armor. Although his physique was much stronger than Zhao Mingzi and Yi
Qingling's, the 2,000-pound mystic heavy armor still made him struggle, panting heavily.
Tian Xiong's gaze turned to Gao Yuan.
The indestructible diamond body is the strongest physical ability. It can endure and fight, and when cultivated to its peak, the body becomes nearly impervious to blades and bullets, a true immortal. In the country of Tianzhu, this ability is called sacred power. Their ruler possesses this ability and is known as the Undying King Ming, a martial saint. This ability has immense potential, but to develop it to its limit, you must bravely face life and death trials.
So, my requirements for you will be stricter.
Here, this 3,000-pound mystic heavy armor is yours. Gao Yuan nodded heavily, showing no resistance, and picked up the heavy armor from the ground, putting it on.
Coach, this feeling of being completely crushed and unable to breathe makes me incredibly excited. Gao Yuan threw a few punches into the air, exhilarated.
Oh? Excited? You'll be even more excited in the future, Tian Xiong said with a smile. He specialized in dealing with those who refused to submit. On the ground, only one mystic heavy armor remained, weighing 4,000 pounds. It was clearly reserved for Chen Fan.
Chen Fan reluctantly picked it up. Without
waiting for Tian Xiong to say more, he directly put it on. Only after wearing it did Chen Fan truly understand what Yi Qingling meant by sealed all over. His body felt like it was filled with lead, and every
movement was extremely laborious.
Tian Xiong looked at Chen Fan's uncomfortable expression and felt a bit of secret satisfaction. He deliberately laughed and said, Chen Fan, as the team leader, you need to
get used to this treatment. 4,000 pounds of weight shouldn't be a problem for you, right? What do you think?
Chen Fan rolled his eyes.
Can't you see I'm almost out of breath?
But he still gritted his teeth and
said, no big deal. Gutsy. Tian Xiong gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder, almost knocking him over.
He turned to the group and said, although you're all geniuses, your control over your bodies is far
too lacking.
When attacking, your muscles are like loose sand, and your strength can't be concentrated.
Your explosive power is far from enough. Let me demonstrate. Your power output can be at least 3 times stronger.
Triple?
Impossible.
Everyone was shocked, their voices growing louder.
Doubling the strength was still plausible, as they indeed lacked the body control of a master-level expert. Masters could precisely
mobilize every muscle and bone, naturally resulting in greater explosive power.
But a threefold difference sounded utterly unbelievable. The human body is like an untapped treasure. Once truly mastered, it can unleash astonishing power.
Train with me, and I guarantee your explosive strength will increase by at least double within a month. Tian Xiong surveyed the group, his voice calm.
Everyone's eyes widened.
Especially Gao Yuan, whose gaze was filled with longing, almost kneeling to become his disciple. Tian Xiong continued, if you want to get stronger quickly, you must endure hardship.
Starting today, you will
wear the Xin heavy armor and run to Fengming Mountain every day, rain or shine.
This includes class days from Monday to Wednesday. The group exchanged glances, their eyes full of reluctance.
On the first day of special training, they already felt the pressure from the coach.
All right.
Tian Xiong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look at him.
It's now 5:30 a.m. Everyone, start running.
Before the sun rises, I want to see you at the top of Fengming Mountain. No using special abilities during the run, or face the consequences. If you can't even complete this challenge, forget about participating in team missions, just
get lost.
Tian Xiong swept his gaze across the group, his tone full of warning.
Good luck. I'll be waiting for you at Fengming Mountain. With that, he turned and left. After Tian Xiong departed, Zhao Mingzi immediately approached, handing his phone to Chen Fan. Fanji, look, it's 30 kilometers from here to Fengming Mountain, and there's only an hour and a half until sunrise. Wearing this thing, it's going to be tough to complete the task.
Running 30 kilometers is doable, but climbing nearly 4,000 meters up Fengming Mountain is simply impossible.
Wu Yu added. Exactly, I've climbed Fengming Mountain before, and the
mountain paths are particularly difficult.
Yi Qingling frowned.
If they were traveling light, the group could easily complete the challenge. But now, burdened with armor weighing 1,000 pounds and forbidden from using special abilities, it seemed like a pipe dream.
Stop talking, let's run. Time is tight. Chen Fan took the lead, jogging forward.
Though the heavy armor weighed him down, it couldn't suppress his
determination to grow stronger. Fanji, wait for us.
The others gritted their teeth and followed. The 5 formed a line, their steps synchronized like a military drill. From Guowu University to Fengming Mountain, they had to traverse most of Chang'an City, then run north along the Fen River for over 10 kilometers to reach the mountain's base. Along the way, they remained silent, the only sounds being heavy breathing
and the pounding of their footsteps.
20 minutes later, they exited the city, leaving the flat roads behind and transitioning to rugged mountain paths, making progress even harder.
At this point, someone in the group finally couldn't hold on.
Yi Qingling tripped over a protruding rock and nearly fell into the rushing waters of the Fen River beside her.
Yi, are you okay?
The group quickly stopped and helped her up.
I'm fine.
Yi Qingling's face was pale, her hair soaked with sweat, and she was gasping for air, struggling to speak.
Fanji, let's rest for a bit.
I can't hold on much longer, Zhao said, barely. Standing, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his eyes pleading for help.
What about you guys?
Chen Fan didn't immediately agree but instead looked at Gao Yuan and Wu Yu.
We can't run anymore either. Let's rest.
The two responded with difficulty.
No.
Chen Fan's voice was stern, shouting with authority, displaying the dignity of a team leader.
The Xin heavy armor not only trained the body but also honed the will. Only by continuously tapping into potential and challenging limits could its true value be realized. Giving up easily was nothing but daydreaming. There was no way to grow stronger quickly. Do you remember what Teacher Tian said? If you fail the challenge, I won't say a single good word for you.
Chen Fan coldly stared at the group.
Everyone's expressions changed. To be honest, this was the first time they'd seen Chen Fan so serious.
They were all a bit scared, and no one dared to talk back. Brothers, don't blame me for being harsh. If you slack off, I guarantee none of you will complete the challenge.
Want to become strong, yet you can't endure this bit of hardship? Start running.
As the words fell, Chen Fan punched through a thick tree nearby.
The scene instantly became suffocatingly silent, as if everyone's breathing had stopped.
Gao Yuan and Zhao Mingzi exchanged glances, quickly stood up, and silently began running forward.
Wu Yu glanced at Yi Qingling, who was still sitting on the ground, adjusted his breathing without hesitation, and followed suit. Miss Yi, what about you? Are you running or not?
Chen Fan looked at Yi Qingling, who hadn't stood up yet, his voice cold. Your physique is indeed the weakest, but this set of heavy
armor is also the lightest. In your current state, you shouldn't have been tripped by a rock.
You were the first to fall, entirely because your heart isn't strong enough and your willpower is the weakest.
Yi Qingling hadn't expected that the usually joking Chen Fan would be so stern. I don't need you to care about me.
She felt so wronged by the boy's scolding that she almost burst into tears.
Chen Fan didn't comfort her, only said indifferently, Miss Yi, you've never truly been on a battlefield, have you? What do you mean?
Yi Qingling raised her head, clearly unconvinced.
Our Qianlong class may not have participated
in martial exams, but we've had graduation tests, and we've fought against exotic beasts. Chen Fan sneered dismissively, I'm talking about a real battlefield, where beasts roar endlessly, corpses lie everywhere,
and blood stains the sky. You've been there?
Yi Qingling snorted in defiance, questioning him.
Of course, many times. Chen Fan replied flatly. At that moment, the battles of Yuliang Pass and the defense
of Qingcheng flashed through his mind. Those two battles had deeply impacted him, especially the defense of Qingcheng, where retired veterans fought valiantly despite their injuries, scenes that made his blood boil every time he recalled them.
He looked down at Yi Qingling on the ground. On the battlefield, I've never seen a soldier retreat or give up. Even if they only have one breath left, they fight desperately, fearless and relentless.
And you, falling at the slightest setback, I don't think you'll ever become a true warrior. After speaking, Chen Fan no longer looked at Yi Qingling and turned to catch up with Gao Yuan
and the others. Your captain is really something.
Yi Qingling muttered, her face crestfallen, watching Chen Fan's distant figure, her eyes slightly red. Chen Fan's words were like knives, carving into her heart. One by one, leaving her angry, unwilling, and a little ashamed.
Being on the battlefield makes you so great?
Yi Qingling pouted, forcing herself to stand despite her exhaustion.
Her frail body swayed like a sapling in the wind, ready to fall at any moment.
She stared at Chen Fan's back in a daze. Just now, she had seen a depth in Chen Fan's eyes that someone their age shouldn't have. Clearly, he had just started college, how could he have battlefield experience? At that moment, Yi Qingling felt curious about Chen Fan for the first time. At the same time, his words ignited her fighting spirit. She gritted her teeth, ignoring her physical fatigue and pain, and chased after the group ahead. No one knew that this scene had already been observed by Tian Xiong, hidden in the shadows.
He glanced at Chen Fan, who bore the heaviest load yet
maintained the steadiest pace, and his evaluation of him rose even higher. In his eyes, Chen Fan was absolutely capable of leading this team. On the road ahead, no one in the team dared to mention resting. Although everyone's bodies had reached their limits, teetering on the edge, they gritted their teeth and followed Chen Fan, breaking through their limits again and again.
They didn't even realize that their willpower could be this strong.
Yi Qingling ran at the back, her face pale and devoid of color. The heavy armor on her body felt like a massive boulder, each step hammering her entire body, making her stagger.
But she didn't stop.
Chen Fan's words were like sharp thorns lodged in her throat. She refused to let herself be looked down upon.
6:30.
The sky was already bright, but the sun had yet to rise.
The five finally arrived at the foot of Fengming Mountain.
Fengming Mountain stood tall on the outskirts of Chang'an, named for the crisp and resonant phoenix cries often heard by nearby villagers. The mountain resembled a giant sword, its peak piercing the clouds, majestic and perilous.
Everyone, start climbing.
At Chen Fan's command, he took the lead, starting to climb along a narrow path. The group dared not slack off in the slightest,
closely following behind him.
Wearing the heavy Xianzhong armor made every step incredibly difficult. After 10 minutes, they had only climbed a few hundred meters. Chen Fan looked eastward, his brows tightly
furrowed.
At this pace, we won't reach the summit before sunrise.
Everyone, pick up the pace.
He charged ahead, moving like an agile monkey, using both hands and feet to leap and weave through the mountain
terrain.
Suddenly, an anxious shout came from behind. "Brother Fan, Yi Qingling seems to have fallen behind,"
Zhao Mingzi called out.
"What?" Chen Fan was startled. He turned to look back and saw the team stretched out in a long line, but Yi Qingling was nowhere in sight.
Could something have happened to her?
If she accidentally fell, her life would be in great danger.
The group immediately panicked, stopping in their tracks and looking nervously at Chen Fan.
"You all keep going up. I'll go back and find her." Chen Fan gritted his teeth and immediately turned to run downhill.
"We'll go too." Zhao Mingzi and the others were worried. "No need, you keep going up. I can find her on my own. Otherwise, you won't complete the mission."
Chen Fan's tone was resolute, leaving them no room to argue.
Without delay, he sprinted downhill, his knees enduring immense impact as he gritted his teeth and moved swiftly.
A few minutes later, he finally saw Yi Qingling. She was completely unable to stand, crawling laboriously on the stone steps, looking utterly
disheveled.
Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she stubbornly refused to cry out loud. Seeing that she was safe, Chen Fan felt a bit relieved, though he regretted speaking too harshly earlier.
"Miss Yi, take
a break," Chen Fan said as he approached, trying to help her up, but she refused.
"Go away."
Yi Qingling panted heavily, pushing him away with all her might, but Chen Fan could clearly feel her weakness.
"In your current state, you can't complete the mission. Rest. You've already done your best. I'll explain the situation to the instructor for you. Mind your own business," Yi Qingling insisted, struggling to crawl forward.
Her palms were scraped raw, and her fingertips were bloody and mangled.
"I'll carry you."
Chen Fan felt a pang of sorrow, realizing he might have been too harsh on his teammates. After all, they weren't
him.
He had experienced 2 lifetimes and possessed extraord. With a thud, he dropped to his knees, nearly fainting.
"It's boss. Brother Fan is here."
The few people lying on the ground were moved to tears.
Tian Xiong was also somewhat surprised.
He glanced at Yi Qingling, who had slid off Chen Fan's body, then looked at Chen Fan, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. Surprisingly, the summit of Fengming Mountain was unusually flat, as if it had been cut by blades and axes, clearly having been deliberately leveled. At the very center of the summit was a spring, its water steaming hot, glowing under the
morning light like a fairyland. Tian Xiong placed the 3 people into the spring one by one. Fengming Mountain is an extinct volcano.
This hot spring connects to the underground, with extremely high water
temperatures and containing special substances. Soaking for half an hour can completely eliminate fatigue.
Chen Fan and the others struggled to remove their heavy black armor, leaning against the spring wall with only their heads exposed above the water. A comfortable sensation surged through them, and Chen Fan felt strands of energy from the water seep into his body, quietly dissipating his exhaustion.
"Amazing." The group
exchanged glances, their joy barely contained. This spring only has this effect during the half hour after sunrise.
Relax your mind and don't resist the energy entering your body. It can enhance your physical strength. Really? The group excitedly emptied their minds. Their bodies, like sponges, absorbed the miraculous energy from the spring water with abandon. Unknowingly, the 5 of them fell into a deep sleep
from exhaustion, while Tian Xiong quietly stood guard nearby. Half an hour later, the group woke up, their fatigue completely gone, their physical strength noticeably enhanced.
The 5 of them leapt up, landing
on the ground, their bodies feeling incredibly light.
"How does it feel? Satisfied?" Tianxiong asked with a smile.
The training with the heavy black armor, combined with the nourishment of the spring water, has
greatly improved your physical strength. But if you want explosive power, this is far from enough. Tianxiong's tone turns serious.
Your lack of explosive power is mainly because you only train your muscles,
and not your tendons and bones. Training tendons? Chen Fan asked curiously, hearing about it for the first time. Exactly. Tianxiong nodded.
The human body has 12 major tendons and 473 minor tendons.
The 12 major tendons are key to transmitting strength throughout the body.
If you can train these 12 major tendons well, your explosive power can double.
If you manage to train all 473 minor tendons, your explosive power can increase threefold. The group listened, their breathing quickening.
A threefold increase in explosive power meant they could easily leap to a higher level. Previously, at the Bohai Bay port, Chen Fan had used a power-boosting card to effortlessly kill a second-tier peak enemy with his first-tier peak strength. Doubling his power had greatly enhanced his combat ability.
With Chen Fan's current strength, he
could barely suppress low-talent third-tier early-stage beasts,
but if his explosive power doubled, he could easily defeat them. A threefold increase in explosive power? He might even suppress third-tier mid-stage beasts.
As everyone calculated in their minds, Tianxiong poured cold water on their excitement.
Training tendons is extremely time-consuming and physically demanding. If you don't plan to follow a pure, close combat path, I don't recommend training the minor tendons. Training the 12 major tendons alone is enough to benefit you for life.
Most physical techniques on the market only train muscles, not tendons and
bones.
Techniques that train the major tendons are extremely rare. Without professional guidance, tendon injuries and broken bones are common.
Next, I'll teach you a unique physical technique called the tendon stretching and pulse drawing method.
This is something I developed after becoming a master, specifically for training the 12 major tendons. But remember, you must not share it without my permission.
Yes, coach. The group quickly nodded, knowing how precious this technique was.
Without waiting for them to urge him, Tianxiong began demonstrating.
This physical technique consists of 118 moves. I'll teach you step by step. Everyone focused intently, not daring to miss a single move.
Tianxiong moved slowly, explaining as he demonstrated, taking 2 hours to finish.
Next, start with the first move and follow me. Tianxiong
led the group in practice.
Chen Fan eagerly tried each move, feeling his tendons and bones stretch with a satisfying soreness.
After half an hour, Chen Fan had memorized all the moves and was imitating them with
about 70 to 80% accuracy. Tianxiong marveled at his exceptional talent.
Cao Yuan's talent for physical training was also impressive, nearly matching Chen Fan's.
Zhao Mingze and the others were slightly less skilled.
But by the end of the morning, they had also memorized all the moves and the key points for exerting force. Tianxiong was very satisfied. Practice 7 or 8 times a day from now on, combined with my special training, and you'll master the major tendons within a month.
Thank you, Teacher Tian. Everyone was ecstatic.
This meant that in a month, their strength would undergo a tremendous transformation.
Next, Tian
Xiong let everyone rest for half an hour to prepare for the second challenge of the day, hiking down the mountain while wearing the Xian heavy armor, then swimming upstream back to Chang'an City after reaching
the foot of the mountain. Everyone was stunned.
Swimming upstream while wearing armor weighing 1,000 pounds seemed utterly impossible.
Seeing through their concerns, Tianxiong calmly explained, swimming in
heavy armor requires immense explosive power in your limbs.
With your current physique, you're far from ready. I will allow you to use your abilities within this month. But after a month, you'll have to rely solely on your physical strength to cross the river.
If you fail the challenge, I'll kick you out of the team. Everyone was shocked, but no one dared to question him.
Fan, is this challenge even doable? The fun
river's current is so rapid, swimming upstream seems impossible, Zhao Mingze whispered to Chen Fan during the break, full of doubt.
It does seem unbelievable, but according to the coach's plan, as long as
our explosive power doubles, we should be able to complete the challenge.
Chen Fan also thought the task was daunting, but he trusted that Tianxiong wouldn't assign something unachievable. So the key is to quickly complete the training of the 12 power tendons. Gao Yuan added from the side. Gao Yuan now had complete admiration for Tianxiong.
He was on a path of pure physical training, and Tianxiong's method seemed tailor-made for him, benefiting him the most. As soon as the half-hour break ended, no one waited for Tianxiong's instructions. They all automatically put on their Xian heavy armor and prepared to descend the
mountain. Anyone who has climbed a mountain knows that descending is harder than ascending. The weight of the body puts significant strain on the knees and calves. It took them a full 40 minutes to reach the foot of Fengming Mountain again, facing the surging Fren River. Standing by the 100-meter-wide river, with its rapid currents and towering waves, everyone felt a bit intimidated and hesitated to act. "What's the matter? Scared already?" Tian Xiong stood behind them, his tone full of disdain. "When I was in the army, I swam upstream and conquered the Yangtze River. Don't tell me you're afraid of this little river." This little river? Chen Fan and the others were speechless. This river was 100 meters wide, with a rapid current and terrifyingly high waves. Wearing heavy armor, they feared they'd be swallowed by the water in no time. Tian Xiong patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said with a smile, as the captain, set an example for everyone. Chen Fan had no choice but to leap into the river. As expected, his body sank quickly, plunging straight to the bottom. "Use all your strength in your arms and legs, push yourself up." Tian Xiong's voice, like a booming bell, penetrated the 20-meter depth and reached Chen Fan's ears. Chen Fan remained calm, continuously paddling with his arms and legs. His powerful bursts of energy propelled him upward. But as soon as his head broke the surface, his body sank again. The buoyancy of the water was almost useless to him. Control the rhythm of your strokes. Once you surface, your arms and legs need to strike more than 50 times per second to stay afloat. Tian Xiong reminded him again. Chen Fan immediately tried. The high-frequency strokes made his arms and legs ache, but just as Tian Xiong said, he successfully kept his head above water. "Coach, I can't keep this up for even a minute," Chen Fan shouted. "Then use your abilities to assist for now," Tian Xiong replied. "I'll give it a try," Chen Fan yelled. The energy within his body surged from his spine, quickly spreading to every cell. His strength instantly increased, making swimming much easier. But swimming all the way to Chang'an City was still a daunting task. This kind of training is excellent for building physical strength. Persevering through it will bring immense benefits, Tian Xiong said, then urged everyone to get into the water. No one dared to hesitate, they all jumped into the river. "All right, let's go. Swim 15 kilometers within half an hour." Tian Xiong's command was absolute. In the water, the 5 of them formed a line, giving it their all to swim upstream. With their previous experience, their willpower was stronger. They gritted their teeth and pushed forward, like 5 giant fish, their speed resembling a sprint at full throttle. Takuma did not leave but strolled leisurely along the shore, his gaze fixed on their condition. Before long, the chubby Wuyu suddenly let out a miserable scream and instantly sank into the water. Everyone was startled, only to see a giant crocodile, 10 meters long, biting Wuyu's legs and desperately dragging him toward the riverbed. Bronze-toothed violent crocodile? Be careful. Chen Fan turned around, lightning gathering in his hands, ready to rescue him. But Takuma stopped him with a shout. Just a mere early-stage Tier 2 mutant beast. If he can't handle it himself, he might as well die. Chen Fan had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Wuyu quickly calmed down, his abilities erupting as 2 thick streams of mud shot up from the riverbed, tightly entangling the giant crocodile. Man and beast fought fiercely in the water. The bronze-toothed violent crocodile was powerful and had the advantage in the water. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle. On land, Wu Yu could contend with ordinary late-stage Tier 2 mutant beasts, but in the water, his earth power was significantly weakened. Coupled with the heavy armor he wore, his strength was greatly reduced. However, ability users could hold their breath underwater for several minutes without issue. Wu Yu was unable to free himself from the crocodile's bite on his legs for the moment, but he was very clever, using the 2 streams of mud to pull the crocodile toward the riverbed. As the 2 sank to the bottom of the river and made contact with the earth, Wu Yu's strength instantly surged. The riverbed churned with mud, and he was filled with power. With great force, he pried open the crocodile's jaws. Wu Yu broke free, and 2 earth dragon spikes burst from the soil, piercing the giant crocodile's heart. The crocodile stopped struggling, and Wu Yu quickly used a mud pillar to lift it out of the water, gasping for air, clearly exhausted from the battle. "Not bad," Takuma commented expressionlessly, then addressed the group. "This river connects upstream to Giant Peak Pass and downstream to Ancient Death Pass, both of which are entrances to interdimensional spaces. Half a month ago, Giant Peak Pass experienced a beast tide outbreak, so it's inevitable that mutant beasts are hiding in this river. But don't worry, the stronger beasts have already been cleared out several times. What's left are just small fry. As long as you stay a bit more focused, you won't end up ambushed like Wu Yu. Wu Yu's face turned red upon hearing his name mentioned. Everyone had been frantically paddling earlier, who would have noticed what was happening behind them? But he dared not argue and silently accepted the criticism. Alright, move forward, Takuma ordered again. With Wu Yu's reminder, the group began to pay attention to their surroundings. Although this increased the difficulty, it also heightened their vigilance. Within 10 minutes, the team encountered 3 mutant beasts. Fortunately, they were not very strong and were easily defeated by the group. However, just as they reached the halfway point, the river's surface suddenly surged with massive waves. Roar! A low roar echoed as a silver creature suddenly shot up from the water into the sky. The group was stunned. The creature had a pair of fleshy horns on its head, its body covered in silver scales, exuding a fierce aura. The oppressive presence it emitted made Chen Fan and the others feel short of breath. What is this thing? How could such a terrifying creature be in the river? The group trembled, their spines chilled. On the shore, Takuma was equally shocked. This creature resembled a dragon but wasn't quite a dragon, resembled a snake but wasn't quite a snake. It was the legendary Jiao Dragon. A Tier 7 mutant beast? The people at Giant Peak Pass are truly unreliable. How could they hide such a formidable enemy from us? Takuma's face twisted in rage, his fury boiling over. At this moment, the Jiao Dragon's gaze turned toward Takuma, its killing intent palpable. Protect yourselves, Takuma commanded, his aura surging as he instantly transformed into a 10-meter-long demon bear, his S-rank Devouring Demon Bear Beast transformation ability. Die, beast! The Devouring Demon Bear charged forward, its fist, a meter in diameter, carrying immense power as it struck directly at the silver Jiao Dragon in the water. The Jiao Dragon showed no fear, its tail whipping high and colliding fiercely with the bear's punch. The impact created shockwaves that instantly stirred up towering waves. Retreat! To the shore first! Chen Fan decisively shouted as the river churned and splashed around them. But before the group could move, countless silver sword-like projectiles suddenly shot out from the water. The group was stunned, and upon closer inspection, they realized they were silver water snakes. Most of these water snakes were first-tier exotic beasts, not very strong but incredibly fast, darting toward the group like sharp swords. What kind of trouble have we gotten into? Zhao Mingze, closest to the water snakes, bore the brunt of the attack. Without a sword in hand and feeling uncertain, he hurriedly used a magnetic field to lift his heavy armor, slowly ascending into the air. However, the silver water snakes shot out of the water like arrows, their sharp heads aiming directly at Zhao Mingze in midair. Good heavens! Zhao Mingze panicked. His heavy armor was cumbersome, making it difficult to evade the water snakes. Watch out! Chen Fan summoned lightning in his hand, striking the water snakes in front of him. Retreat to the shore. Quickly! Chen Fan unleashed his thunderous power, arcs of electricity spreading through the water, stunning the approaching water snakes. Wu Yu manipulated a stream of mud to lift himself and quickly swim toward the shore, while Yi Qingling vanished into the void and instantly reappeared on land. Gao Yuan, however, could only desperately swim in the water, becoming the primary target of the water snake's attacks. Chen Fan leaped out of the water, spreading lightning wings behind him, grabbed Gao Yuan, and flew toward the shore. The group had just landed and barely caught their breath when the water snakes, undeterred, continued to charge at them like mad creatures. Have these things gone crazy? Zhao Mingze cursed under his breath, grabbing one of the attacking water snakes. The snake was ferocious, showing no fear as it bared its fangs and lunged at Zhao Mingze's neck. Disgusting! Zhao Mingze snapped its neck with one hand and tossed it aside. Gao Yuan, now enraged, found himself unable to deal with the snakes in the water, but on land, they were no match for his punches. In less than half a minute, the group had completely cleared out the water snakes. Just as Chen Fan thought the danger had passed, a system notification suddenly echoed. In his mind. System task, lead your teammates out of danger. Task level, D. Completion rewards include a chance to participate in a lottery draw. What? A D-level task? Chen Fan was startled, almost doubting his ears. The highest task he had completed before was only E-level, several levels lower than this one. This task was clearly beyond his capabilities. He quickly looked into the distance and saw Tian Xiong being lured away by a white flood dragon, creating a significant gap. A sense of unease crept over him. Quick! Take off your heavy armor and retreat to Chang'an City immediately. Chen Fan shouted anxiously, swiftly removing his own heavy armor. The others, seeing his tense expression, asked in confusion, "Captain, haven't we already killed the water snakes? Aren't we supposed to wait for Coach Tian? Stop talking and take it off now."
Chen Fan had no time to explain. A sense of foreboding gripped him, as if a monster was watching them. He scanned the surroundings but found no trace of an enemy.
Remaining on high alert, he suddenly felt vibrations underfoot.
A massive claw burst out from the ground, lunging fiercely at him.
Thunder flash. Startled, Chen Fan reacted instantly, teleporting 5 meters away. The next moment, a deafening
explosion erupted as dirt flew everywhere. The ground shattered, and a colossal creature emerged from the earth, its gaping maw lunging directly at Gao Yuan.
Gao Yuan had no time to react and was bitten by
the giant beast, his upper body caught in its mouth. The heavy armor on him let out a crisp crack as it was crushed. Fortunately, Gao Yuan had already activated his special ability, his body glowing with a dark
iron sheen.
His indestructible physique withstood the beast's bite, which exerted a force of tens of thousands of pounds. The group stared at the monstrous creature before them, their hearts in their throats. The exotic beast was over 10 meters long, with a slender head and a body covered in black scales. It was a 4th-tier armored earth dragon.
Although Gao Yuan hadn't been bitten in half, the scales on his body were dented, and the excruciating pain made him scream in agony.
"Save him, quickly!" Chen Fan snapped out of his shock, grabbed a battle blade from his spatial ring, and leaped toward the armored earth dragon's head, slashing down fiercely.
Clang! A loud crash echoed as the blade struck the beast's tough scales, sparks flying.
Before he could swing again, the beast rammed its head into his chest, sending him flying
over 10 meters. "Don't just stand there. Go save Gao Yuan!"
Chen Fan shouted at the stunned group, of the crowd finally reacted, rushing toward the armored pangolin beast in unison.
Electromagnetic storm.
Zhao Mingze, without a sword in hand, could only rely on pure electromagnetic power. His eyes turned blood red as currents swept toward the giant beast like a tornado.
Earth Dragon Spike.
Wu Yu slammed his palm onto the ground, and sharp earth spikes instantly burst forth, stabbing toward the beast's abdomen. Yi Qingling conjured a ball of black energy in her hand, which condensed into a dagger. Her figure flickered, appearing instantly in front of the beast, and the dagger stabbed directly at its eye.
The group's counterattack was swift, but against this 4th-tier exotic beast, it was utterly ineffective. Their attacks landed on its body without causing any damage. "What do we do?
Fan, this creature's scales are too hard, we can't hurt it at all.
Gao Yuan can't hold on much longer."
Zhao Mingze was so anxious his heart felt like
it was about to leap out of his chest. "Focus on its head. Find a way to make it let go."
Chen Fan pulled a long sword from his spatial ring and tossed it to Zhao Mingze, then charged forward with his blade.
Zhao
Mingze caught the sword, surprised, but knowing this was no time for hesitation, he immediately used his flying sword technique to attack the beast.
Wu Yu and Yi Qingling didn't retreat either, continuing to join the battle.
Wu Yu used the earth to restrain the beast's limbs, buying time for the others, while Yi Qingling lurked like a ghost, waiting for an opportunity to strike at the beast's eyes.
The four worked together seamlessly. Though they hadn't managed to injure the beast yet, they successfully prevented it from further harming Gao Yuan. Minutes later, the beast finally lost patience. Instead of chewing, it simply swallowed Gao Yuan whole and turned its attention to the ants in front of it. It swallowed Gao Yuan? The group was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Gao Yuan is gone just like that? Zhao Mingze froze, staring at the beast in disbelief.
Chen Fan felt a pang of sorrow but quickly regained his composure.
The system hadn't declared failure yet, which meant Gao Yuan wasn't dead. Gao Yuan has an indestructible body, he won't die so easily. Kill it, cut open its stomach, and rescue Gao Yuan.
Chen Fan's voice was icy, his body surging with thunderous energy. 2 lightning dragons coiled around him as he advanced step by step toward the armored pangolin beast. Chen Fan's strength was enough to contend with early-stage 3rd-tier exotic beasts, but against a 4th-tier armored pangolin beast, he stood no chance.
Yet Gao Yuan had to be saved. System, activate the power multiplier card. System, activate the speed multiplier card. Chen Fan urgently commanded in his mind, knowing that relying on just one trump card wouldn't be enough. Today, it's either you or me. Chen Fan felt the surging power in his body and the dramatic enhancement of his reflexes, his confidence soaring. Doubling his strength alone wasn't sufficient, but doubling his speed made all the difference. The combined effect of the two was far greater than a simple sum. Now his attack power was at least 4 or 5 times what it had been before. Thunder wings. Chen Fan murmured. And lightning wings instantly unfolded. His speed skyrocketed, leaving only after images as he effortlessly dodged the beast's attacks. Furious Dragon Slash. Chen Fan evaded the claws and swept his blade horizontally, striking the beast's head with force. Clang! A loud noise echoed. Though he couldn't shatter the beast's tough scales, he successfully knocked its head to the ground, causing it immense pain. Again! Chen Fan leveraged his speed advantage to engage the beast in combat, managing to hold his own against it. The three others watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how Chen Fan's strength had suddenly surged. Stop staring. Join in, I can't hold out for more than a few minutes. Chen Fan grew increasingly anxious as the multiplier cards lasted only 5 minutes, after which his strength would rapidly decline. The three snapped out of their daze and quickly rushed forward to assist. Wu Yu, make the ground muddy to restrict its movements. Use the mud to cover its eyes so it can't see. Mingza, look for any weak points. And use the flying sword to attack them. Yi Qingling, coordinate with me to distract it and divide its focus. Got it. The three divided their tasks and swiftly took action. The armored pangolin beast soon fell into a disadvantageous position, allowing Chen Fan to concentrate his efforts on attacking a single point. His blade technique was incredibly precise, with every strike landing on the same scale on the beast's neck. Time passed unnoticed, and Chen Fan lost count of how many times he had slashed. The battle blade in his hand was already full of cracks, as if it would break in the next second. The tough scale armor on the neck of the pangolin armored beast also showed slight cracks. Almost there. Chen Fan dropped the half-broken blade, knowing that the scale armor could no longer withstand his Aurora Whirlwind strike. He leapt into the air and delivered a flying kick, the thunderous spinning force instantly shattering the scale armor and creating a basin-sized bloody hole on the beast's neck. But it wasn't enough to be fatal. Just as Chen Fan prepared to deliver another blow, his strength suddenly vanished, his speed and reflexes plummeted, and his forward momentum halted, leaving him unable to dodge the beast's charge. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out as Chen Fan was sent flying over 30 meters, internal injuries faintly surfacing. Damn it, Chen Fan thought anxiously. Without his restraint, the pangolin armored beast launched a frenzied counterattack, its massive tail sweeping toward Zhao Mingza, who hadn't had time to dodge. Zhao Mingza was struck unconscious by the heavy blow. Wu Yu, seeing no way to escape, hastily summoned a thick earth shield in front of him, but it was shattered by the beast's charge. The next moment, he was sent flying and landed heavily in the nearby Fun River. Of the four, only Yi Qingling managed to evade the disaster by retreating in time. Captain, are you okay? Yi Qingling appeared beside Chen Fan, her face pale, helping him up. I'm fine, cough cough. Chen Fan forced himself to endure the pain and quickly instructed. Go save Wu Yu first. Understood. Yi Qingling immediately rushed toward the Fun River. At this moment, the pangolin armored beast charged at Chen Fan again, its murderous intent surging. But just as it reached halfway, it suddenly stopped, its massive body collapsing to the ground and convulsing. What's going on? Chen Fan was puzzled. It turned out that the beast's stomach, like a crushing machine filled with strong acid, hadn't managed to kill Gao Yuan. His indestructible body gradually adapted to the brutal torment, and his physique quietly transformed, awakening his special ability. Just moments ago, Gao Yuan had suddenly opened his eyes, sensing he could alter his body's form. In the next instant, with a thought, his arms rapidly transformed into two massive black blades. He calmly exerted force, stabbing wildly into the darkness. Though the beast's stomach was extremely tough and Gao Yuan's blades, Wu Yu and Yi Qingling had fallen into their hands and were now unconscious. Leading the group was a middle-aged man riding a massive black fire-eyed tiger over 5 meters long. Are you people from the beast worship cult? Chen Fan's heart was on alert. The system hadn't indicated the task was complete, which meant these people harbored murderous intent toward him. Beast worship cult? The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully. He glanced at the corpse of the armored pangolin beast and showed a hint of admiration on his face. Young people these days are truly remarkable. To kill a 4th-tier exotic beast with 2nd-tier strength is rare. If they continue to grow, they'll surely stir up trouble in Dixia in the future. His tone suddenly shifted as he coldly drew a long blade and placed it against Chen Fan's neck. But unfortunately, you killed my beast pet, so there's only one path left for you, death. Chen Fan didn't understand the purpose or identity of these people, but Jiang Chen sneered, only you ignorant commoners would foolishly believe this is an intact dragon egg. Our Jiang family has long known this is just a stillborn, incapable of hatching. It's only
Value is as a stepping stone for the Jiang family to rise to power. Jiang Chen laughed maniacally, as if envisioning the Jiang family dominating China in the future. So, hand over the dragon egg obediently, and I might let you die with some dignity. Chen Fan stared directly into his eyes. The dragon egg isn't with me. Let them go, and I'll go to the dormitory to get it for you. Do you think I'm stupid? Jiang. Chen threw another punch and said viciously, do you think I'll let them go and you'll cooperate obediently? Tell me, what kind of restriction have you set up in the dormitory? Why can't my men get in? Chen Fan froze. Jiang Chen was truly unscrupulous, even attempting to break into his dormitory to steal the dragon egg. As for the restriction, he genuinely had no idea. Could it be the handiwork of the dorm supervisor? Senior? Chen Fan speculated internally. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, I did set up a restriction, and only I can enter. Let them go, and I promise to hand over the dragon egg to you. After all, as you said, this stillborn is useless to keep. Let them go? Dream on. Jiang Chen said coldly. I'll have someone escort you back to retrieve the dragon egg. Only after I have it will I release them. What guarantee do I have that you'll let us go then? Chen Fan retorted coldly. You have no choice. Jiang Chen roared, turning to the people behind him and ordering, hang the rest of them up and slowly drain their blood. Understood, young Master Jiang. Yu Laoda and the others grinned maliciously, hanging Zhao Mingzet and the others upside down from the cave ceiling, heads down, and swiftly slashing several cuts on their wrists. Blood began to drip steadily. You're too cruel. Chen Fan was so shocked he could barely speak. Jiang Chen laughed triumphantly, like a demon. Chen Fan, their blood will only last for an hour. You have 1 hour to bring the dragon egg, or they'll have to watch themselves bleed out and die in despair. You're a beast. Chen Fan spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, hitting Jiang Chen's face as he cursed him furiously. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen was not angered but instead grew even more frenzied. There's more excitement to come. Wake them all up and let them watch themselves bleed to death. Yes, young Master Jiang. You. Lao Lei Laosen placed Chen Fan onto the back of the electric lightning horned rhinoceros, then leaped onto its back himself, swiftly leaving the cave. The electric lightning horned rhinoceros was incredibly fast, and within minutes, they had already moved far from the cave. Chen Fan forced himself to stay calm, thinking of ways to escape. He knew that even if they handed over the dragon egg, Jiang Chen would not let them go. Silencing them was the only logical move. He couldn't place his hopes on Tian Xiong. If he were Jiang Chen, he would ensure that Tian Xiong had no chance of escaping from that silver flood dragon. After calming down, Chen Fan tentatively said, Big brother, you've seen my talent. There's no doubt I'll become a martial saint in the future. I see you're not part of the Jiang family. Let me go, and when I rise to power, you'll be my greatest benefactor. Kid, don't waste your breath. First, there's no guarantee you'd even remember this favor. Second, we can't betray the Jiang family. Lei Laosen sneered, his eyes filled with helplessness. Hand over the dragon egg and accept a swift death. It's your best option. Before he could finish speaking, Lei Laosen's expression suddenly changed. A golden arrow shot straight toward his forehead. Lei Laosen snorted coldly, raising his hand to summon a net of lightning that firmly trapped the arrow. Who's there? Show yourself. Lei Laosen scanned his surroundings warily. Soon, more than a dozen people wearing ghost face masks emerged. Leading them was a man wearing a mask resembling the azure-faced night wanderer. His gaze was icy, radiating a murderous intent as he stared at Lei Laosen. The young man beside you must be Chen Fan. Hand him over to me. The Ghost Fiend Mercenary Corps? Lei Laosen's face immediately tensed as he scanned the group. The Ghost Fiend Mercenary Corps was a notorious underground mercenary organization, operating in the northwest of the Grand Xia Empire. Their leader was a peak 4th level ability user, known as Azure-Faced Ghost, who always wore the Night Wanderer mask. The leader unsheathed a battle blade and pointed it at Lei Laosen. Since you know who we are, hand him over obediently, or I'll take you down along with him. Lei Laosen was nervous but gritted his teeth and said, Since you're mercenaries, negotiation should be possible. How much would it cost for you to stand down? Cost? The man in the Night Wanderer mask spoke with a mocking tone, his voice low and menacing. The employer offered me 800 million as long as I bring back this kid's head. How much can you offer? Lei Laosen was momentarily speechless. Spending 800 million to kill a second-level ability user? This wasn't a joke, it had to be for a deep grudge. Chen Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The situation today had turned out to be far more complicated than he had imagined. However, instead Of despair, he felt a sliver of hope. The more chaotic things became, the greater his chance of escape. He decided to stir things up further. He quickly shouted, "I have a dragon egg in my possession. Who wants it? Come take a look." "Shut up." Lei Laosan gripped Chen Fan's neck tightly, afraid he might say another word. But Chen Fan's statement was like a thunderclap, immediately causing an uproar among the mercenaries. In the Northwest region, who didn't know that the National Martial Organization had recently discovered 3 legendary dragon eggs? The azure-faced ghost burst into laughter and ordered his men, "Brothers, I didn't expect such a surprise today. Seize the boy. This time, I'm going home alive for sure." The members of the Ghost Fiend Mercenary Corps moved swiftly, activating their abilities as they charged toward Lei Laosan. Lei Laosan's eyes turned fierce, filled with the urge to strangle Chen Fan on the spot, but he dared not. After all, he carried the Zheng family's mission. The dragon egg had to be brought back. With a thought, the electric lightning horned rhinoceros beneath him shimmered with arcs of electricity, charging forward like a bolt of lightning. Several third-level ability users from the Mercenary Corps were instantly knocked flying, and a gap appeared in their encirclement. "Dreaming of stopping me? Wait for the Zheng family's wrath." Lei Laosan laughed maniacally, riding the electric lightning-horned rhinoceros as it bolted away with Chen Fan. "You won't escape." Several figures from the Ghost Fiend Mercenary Corps shot forward like arrows loosed from a bowstring, their speed astonishing. They broke away from the main group to pursue the pair. Wind ability users? Lei Laosan's heart tightened as he hastily urged the electric lightning-horned rhinoceros to accelerate. Electric lightning thunder technique. With a command from Lei Laosan, the lightning-horned rhino's speed surged, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly leaving the pursuers behind. The thunder sprint was the lightning-horned rhino's innate skill, allowing it to become a stream of light and run 5 kilometers at high speed. However, after 5 kilometers, the electricity stored in its body would be depleted, causing its speed to plummet and become extremely slow. Lei Laosan was well aware of this limitation. He grabbed Chen Fan and jumped off the rhino. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the Ghost Fiend mercenary group was still in hot pursuit. With the temptation of the dragon egg, they would never let Chen Fan escape easily. "Brothers, kill that guy and capture Chen Fan. With the dragon egg, we'll live the high life and never have to do this kind of killing work again." The shouts and cries from behind were deafening, and even though they were separated by several kilometers, Chen Fan and Lei Laosan could hear them clearly. "These lunatics!" Lei Laosan cursed under his breath, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "Old buddy, hold them off and buy me some time." Lei Laosan patted the lightning-horned rhino's head, his voice icy cold. The rhino's eyes showed grief and determination, but it still obeyed its master's command, letting out a mournful cry before turning to charge at the Ghost Fiend mercenary group. Lei Laosan, meanwhile, held Chen Fan tightly and sprinted away at full speed. "Kid, you've made me lose my beloved pet. I could strangle you right now," Lei Laosan said angrily. "Beloved pet?" Chen Fan sneered. "If it's so beloved, why did you abandon it so easily? You could have handed me over and perhaps saved your pet. Kid, stop dreaming. Whether you hand over the dragon egg or not, it's mine." Lei Laosan's feet sparked with lightning as he sped forward. They hadn't run far when sudden screams echoed from behind. They knew it was the sound of the lightning-horned rhino being killed. Lei Laosan's expression changed as the murderous intent from behind drew closer. Chen Fan, held tightly by Lei Laosan, did not resist but instead mocked him with cold sarcasm, disrupting his judgment. "At your speed, carrying me, they'll catch up in 5 minutes. By then, you'll end up just like that dumb rhino." "Shut up!" Lei Laosan roared, his anxiety mounting. He exerted himself fiercely, unleashing thunderous power from his body and forcibly channeling it into Chen Fan. "Kid, you asked for this. Taste the agony of the soul-devouring thunder." Lei Laosan's face twisted as he poured 30% of his internal thunder energy into Chen Fan, completely sealing his brain and spinal column. Chen Fan was utterly unable to resist. As the lightning entered his body, he lost all control, and the thunder energy coursing through him felt like countless ants burrowing through his flesh and soul. The pain was excruciating, unbearably so. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. He wanted to struggle but couldn't even move a fingertip. Lei Laosan sneered coldly, darting into the nearby forest. "Kid, enjoy the torment of the soul-devouring thunder here. Once I shake off those people, I'll come back to deal with you properly." With that, he threw Chen Fan to the ground, covered him lightly, and quickly disappeared. Chen Fan lay on the ground, his body ravaged by lightning, the pain and strange tingling sensation filling his flesh and soul. Yet, he felt a sense of relief.
His plan had worked. As long as my thunder-devouring sacred body can endure this lightning ability, I'll be able to escape. The spirit sealing pill could indeed suppress abilities, but for an SS level ability user like Chen Fan, its effect was far from complete. Moreover, as a dual ability user, the spirit sealing pill couldn't fully suppress his powers. With a thought, Chen Fan activated his thunder-devouring sacred body, slowly absorbing the thunder energy within him. The lightning energy released by a fourth tier ability user was incredibly powerful, far beyond any lightning he had absorbed before. Even absorbing a small portion was extremely taxing. But Chen Fan didn't slow down. He knew that if he didn't hurry back to the cave, Yi Qingling would be the first to suffer. Let's do this. Chen Fan's heart surged with determination as he immediately accessed the system. Moments ago, he had killed a fourth-tier armored tunnel beast, earning 1,000 kill points. The system panel now showed a total of 1,206 kill points. Without hesitation, he exchanged all of them for F-level lottery chances. System, give me a 12 draw. Chen Fan silently prayed. What he needed most right now was physique enhancement cards. As long as his physique improved even slightly, his speed of absorbing thunder would increase significantly. The spinning lottery will quickly stopped, and the 12th draw ended. This time, Chen Fan's luck was off the charts. He obtained 6 F-grade physique enhancement cards, for F-grade mental strength enhancement cards, an F-grade battlesuit, and an F-grade vitality pill. Fantastic! Chen Fan was so excited he almost jumped up. He immediately used all the physique and mental strength enhancement cards. A wave of comfort quickly filled his entire body, even alleviating much of the pain caused by the electric current's erosion. His physique value jumped from 222 to 244, and his mental strength rose from 209 to 221. My physique value is almost at mid-second stage. Overjoyed, Chen Fan immediately resumed controlling his ability to absorb the thunder within his body. The process was excruciatingly painful. The energy was several levels stronger than him. But he gritted his teeth and refused to give up. Sweat poured down like rain, veins bulged on his forehead, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. 10 minutes later, under the relentless stimulation of the thunder, his physique completely broke through, reaching the peak of the early second stage with I value of 249. However, the thunder within his body still surged like an ocean, sealing his entire being. If you better not go, we're afraid we can't protect you. Jiang Chen's face twisted, refusing to listen. I, a member of the Jiang family, and a mere underground organization dares to lay a hand on me? Young Master Jiang. Everyone hurriedly tried to dissuade him. This isn't the capital. Those savages in the mountains of the northwest are reckless and don't value their lives. You really shouldn't go. They pleaded with him repeatedly, their words filled with earnest concern. Seeing that Jiang Chen remained unmoved, Boss Yu quickly changed his approach. Young Master Jiang, you have more important matters to attend to. These students still need your supervision. What if they escape? That's true. Jiang Chen finally nodded reluctantly. After everyone left, Jiang Chen calmed down and suddenly fixed his gaze on Lei Laozhan lying on the ground, his heart burning with rage. You can't even guard a hostage? My Jiang family has wasted resources raising a useless piece of trash like you. Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, drawing his sword and stabbing fiercely toward Chen Fan's back. But a thunderous hand reached out, firmly gripping the blade. Chen Fan sat up, looking at Jiang Chen with a mocking expression. I've served your Jiang family for years, and this is how you repay me? Jiang Chen hadn't expected Lei Laozhan to regain consciousness. But he remained fearless, arrogantly replying, the Jiang family doesn't keep useless people. Chen Fan sneered, have you ever thought about letting me go? Letting my brothers go? Chen Fan's foot slammed into Jiang Chen's abdomen. Jiang Chen spat blood, trembling as he struggled to get up, continuously kowtowing in repentance. I was wrong, I was really wrong, please spare me. Spare you? Who spared me? A dagger appeared in Chen Fan's hand, and in the next moment, its blade plunged into Jiang Chen's abdomen. Aren't you fond of spilling others' blood? Let me help you fulfill that dream. Chen Fan stabbed Jiang Chen repeatedly. Within mere seconds, over a dozen bloody wounds appeared on Jiang Chen's body. Though none of them were fatal, they caused blood to gush out uncontrollably. Jiang Chen screamed in agony, powerless to fight back, only able to writhe on the ground, wailing in despair. Get up! Go and apologize to my brothers. Chen Fan grabbed Jiang Chen by the hair and dragged him toward the cave. Yet soon, he stopped in his tracks. After all, Jiang Chen's death was a burden he alone decided to bear. Chen Fan squatted down, staring coldly at Jiang Chen, his voice as chilling as ice. In your next life, remember to be a good person. He covered Jiang Chen's mouth and pressed the dagger against his chest, slowly pushing it in. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in terror, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He felt the blade piercing his chest, inching closer and closer to his heart. The looming threat of death drew nearer with each passing second. Jiang Chen struggled in panic, but Chen Fan held him down firmly. No, no, he screamed internally, but in the very next moment, the dagger mercilessly stabbed into his heart, completely penetrating it. Jiang Chen's heartbeat stopped instantly, and his life force rapidly drained away. Finally, his resistance ceased. He lay there, quietly awaiting death's arrival. Closing his eyes tightly, the sins of his life flashed through his mind like a rapid movie reel. At the same time, Chen Fan also shut his eyes, his rage subsiding after a few seconds. Killing Jiang Chen brought him no regret, even if it meant facing the wrath of the Jiang family. The events outside the cave were unseen by those within, but they heard Jiang Chen's anguished screams and Chen Fan's fury. They knew Jiang Chen was dead, and Chen Fan was the one who killed him. Relief mixed with a heavy weight in their hearts. They were thankful Chen Fan had come to save them, but they also knew this act would earn him the bitter enmity of the Jiang family. Chen Fan entered the cave. Several people remained suspended from the cave ceiling, blood dripping from their wrists, pooling into a crimson lake on the ground below. With a wave of his hand, lightning transformed into sharp arcs, instantly severing the ropes binding them. At the same time, his palm twisted, and streaks of lightning coiled around their waists like serpents, gently lowering them to the ground. Brother Fan. Captain. They didn't say thank you, but their tone conveyed everything. They knew fully well that Chen Fan could have just escaped back to Guowu University on his own, reported the situation to the school, and let them handle the Jiang family. By doing so, he could have avoided the blame for Jiang Chen's death. But if he'd taken that route, the four of them would have undoubtedly perished. Yet Chen Fan chose to take on the greatest risk, making the decision least favorable to himself in order to save them. This selflessness deeply moved their hearts. Captain. Yi Qingling's voice trembled with emotion. From climbing Fengming Mountain on Chen Fan's back to being rescued now, in this moment, she fully acknowledged his leadership. Chen Fan patted everyone's shoulders, a silent gesture of comfort. We need to leave here immediately. If Boss Yu and the others return, we won't stand a chance. Everyone understood the urgency and quickly followed Chen Fan out of the cave. Outside, Jiang Chen's corpse lay face up on the ground, riddled with over a dozen stab wounds. His death was grotesque and brutal. Brother Fan. Zhao Mingzi started to say something, but Chen Fan cut him off. His death has nothing to do with you all. I did it alone. Chen Fan waved dismissively, utterly unconcerned. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan led the group away from the cave, heading toward Chang'an City. Throughout the journey, Chen Fan remained silent, lost in thought. Walking beside him, Zhao Mingzi finally asked, Brother Fan, what are you thinking about? After a brief pause, Chen Fan looked at the group and said, don't you think all of this is too coincidental? This was only our first training session, so how did the Jiang family prepare in advance? And how did the Ghost Fiend mercenary group know we were nearby? Everyone didn't think much about it before, but now that we do, it's hard not to feel uneasy. Could it be that Coach Tian deliberately set us up? Someone speculated. Impossible, Chen Fan shook his head. If he wanted to kill us, there were plenty of opportunities. There's no need to make it so complicated. Then who could have known about our plan in advance? Zhao Mingzi asked in confusion. As everyone was speculating, the sound of shouting and killing came from the distance, mixed with screams and the clash of weapons. What's happening? The group exclaimed. Chen Fan's sharp, lightning-like eyes opened, and the distant scene gradually became clear. At this moment, the Jiang family's forces were fiercely battling the Ghost Shade mercenary group. The Jiang family members were all powerful fourth-tier ability users, but the Ghost Shade mercenary group had the advantage. In numbers, the two sides were evenly matched, fighting to a standstill. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fan said, you all change direction and head back to Guowu University. I'll go take a look by myself. As the saying goes, when two parties fight, a third party benefits. Today, Chen Fan intended to play the role of the fisherman who reaps the rewards. Brother Fan, that's too risky. Zhao Mingzi guessed Chen Fan's intentions and tried to dissuade him. These people are hidden threats. If we don't eliminate them, we won't be able to focus on our training later. Chen Fan said calmly. He then instructed everyone, don't tell anyone about today's events. Wait for me to return, and we'll confront Tian Xiong together. The group nodded. They all understood that while Jiang Chen had made mistakes,
the matter of killing him must never be mentioned. The best course of action was to pretend nothing had happened. After sending the group off, Chen Fan cautiously advanced toward the battlefield. His goal was not only to eliminate the enemies but also to collect kill points. According to the system, whether it was a beast or a human, as long as he killed them, he would earn kill points. A 4th-tier beast was worth 1,000 kill points, and a 4th-tier ability user was also worth 1,000. On the battlefield, there were at least 8 4th-tier ability users and 4 4th-tier beasts. Even killing just 1 or 2 would be a huge gain. In my eyes, you're no different from the people of the beast worship cult. Chen Fan hid in the grass, quietly waiting for the battle to unfold. 10 minutes later, both sides had exhausted their abilities, and the ground was littered with corpses. During this time, Chen Fan used his Thunder God Gun to remotely finish off several dying 3rd-tier ability users, accumulating 406 kill points. The battlefield was in chaos, with overlapping ability effects. Coupled with the distance, no one noticed his interference. As Chen Fan focused on observing the battlefield, 2 figures suddenly appeared nearby. One was Lei Laosan, and the other was someone he recognized, Shuangmian, the mastermind. Secretly manipulating the situation in Xincheng, Chen Fan broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, Shuangmian was entirely focused on the battlefield and didn't notice him hiding in the bushes. This guy has gotten even stronger. Why is he here in Chang'an City? Is he after me? Or Chu Chu? Or the dragon egg? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Fan's mind. He kept a close eye on the two. Lei Laosan's face was full of joy, as if he were basking in a spring breeze. Shuangmian, on the other hand, quietly observed the battle and spoke slowly. The poison the Jiang family gave you should be completely neutralized by now, right? Lei Laosan quickly replied respectfully, it's gone. I feel completely refreshed. And my cultivation has even broken through to the mid-4th tier. Lei Laosan smiled and curiously asked, brother, what's the name of the pill you gave me? How is it so miraculous? Shuangmian's expression remained cold, his gaze fixed on the battlefield as he calmly uttered 3 words, Beast God Pill. Beast God Pill? Lei Laosan was so shocked he nearly fainted. His face turned pale, and he stumbled heavily to the ground. The Beast God Pill, also known as the Ascension Pill, was a secret method used by the beast worship cult to control its followers. You're with the beast worship cult? Lei Laosan looked at Shuangmian in disbelief. Yes, Shuangmian nodded, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Lei Laosan's face turned grim. He hadn't expected the mysterious person who saved him to be from the beast worship cult, nor that he had unknowingly consumed the Beast God Pill. Once you take the Beast God Pill, you can never betray our cult. Shuangmian turned to him and said coldly, on July 15th, our cult will launch a major operation here. I need you to provoke a conflict between the Jiang family and Guowu University, drawing out all the high-ranking officials of Guowu. This, all right. Lei Laosan had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. This conversation exploded in Chen Fan's ears like thunder. He didn't know the exact details of the beast cult's major operation, but he was very clear that Chang'an City was about to face a disaster. Shuangmian observed for several minutes before leaving with Lei Laosan. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief, but his unease only deepened. July 15th, just 12 days away. Danger was imminent. These people were far too powerful, and as a mere 2nd-tier individual, he had no way to change the situation. For now, the only thing he could do was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Of course, he would pass this information on to the high-ranking officials of Guowu, but as for the outcome, no one could say for sure. Chen Fan waited quietly for a few more minutes. In the distance, the battle was gradually coming to an end. The Ghost Fiend mercenary group was almost completely wiped out, and most of the Jiang family members had also fallen. Blood stained the battlefield, leaving it lifeless and desolate. However, one person still stood strong on the battlefield, Yulauda. The black tiger under Yulauda had already collapsed in a pool of blood, but he himself maintained formidable combat strength. On the other side, the leader of the Ghost Fiend mercenary group was barely holding on, teetering on the brink of death. I can't wait any longer. If this drags on, that you guy will become invincible. Chen Fan stood up and walked toward the battlefield. At the same time, he activated his mimicry ability. His body slowly transformed, and in an instant, he took on the appearance of Jiang Chen. He was going to take matters into his own hands and eliminate both the Jiang family's. Eliwelauda was incredulous. He roared angrily and swung his palm at Chen Fan.
But Chen Fan was prepared. As soon as he thrust out his dagger, he immediately activated Thunder Flash. Yu Laoda missed his target and roared with wide eyes, "Young Master Jiang, why? Are you killing me? Do I need a reason to kill you?" Chen Fan responded coldly. Yu Laoda had an incredibly strong vitality, even with his heart pierced, he didn't die. His gaze turned fierce as he lunged at Chen Fan. After taking just 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. His face showed a struggle, and he slowly knelt down on both knees. "Young Master Jiang, I shouldn't have resisted you." This kneeling stunned Chen Fan. He slowly retreated, wary of a possible trap. Yu Laoda's face turned pale, his eyes filled with reluctance, and he pleaded, "For the sake of my 28 years of loyalty to the Jiang family, please don't implicate my family. Let them go free, okay?" His eyes were bloodshot, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. He stared at Chen Fan desperately, longing to hear a promise before his death. Chen Fan's heart stirred, and he found it difficult to evaluate the man before him. Life is important, but family is even more so. Perhaps without the Jiang family's control, he could have been a good person. Chen Fan sighed silently and solemnly said, "I promise to spare your family." He didn't utter the heartless words that would destroy a person's spirit, nor should he. Thank you. Yu Laoda, see me this." Chen Fan was momentarily speechless, his heart aching deeply. He hadn't expected Tian Xiong's injuries to be so severe. Fortunately, the heart was only pierced and not completely ruptured. Dean Xing is still trying, but the chances of survival are less than 30%. Less than 30%? Everyone's hearts sank, and their eyes turned red instantly. Zhao Mingze even slapped himself hard. Just a few minutes ago, he had doubted Tian Xiong. Huang Fu Cheng pulled Chen Fan aside and sighed. Tian Xiong returned with his last breath and passed out as soon as he got here. "Do you all really understand what happened?" At this point, Chen Fan dared not hide anything. He recounted everything in detail, the appearance of the white flood dragon that lured Tian Xiong away, the Jiang family's setup, and everyone's experiences. Huang Fu Cheng listened, suppressing his anger. He hadn't expected that the strongest freshman of this cohort had almost been wiped out in one fell swoop. Your training plan was drafted by Tian Xiong in advance, and its content was reviewed and approved by the school's senior management. This information would never be disclosed externally. Only the school's top brass knows about it, Huang Fu Cheng said solemnly. "Zhao Qian, does he know about our training plan?" Chen Fan asked, already considering Zhao Qian the prime suspect in this incident. "I know what you're thinking. He did participate in the discussions, but there's no concrete evidence. I don't want to easily suspect a teacher," Huang Fu Cheng sighed. "But rest assured, I will give you an explanation, and I will give Tian Xiong an explanation as well," Huang Fu Cheng said firmly. "As for the Jiang family, the school will demand accountability. Jiang Chen's death is their own doing." "Thank you, Vice Principal." Huang Fu, Chen Fan nodded, suddenly recalling the conversation between Shuangmian and Lei Laosan. He quickly reminded, the beast worship cult might take this opportunity to provoke conflict between us and the Jiang family. Should we hold off on questioning the Jiang family for now? The Jiang family has 3 8th-tier grandmasters. Although they can't compare to Guowu, if we spread ourselves too thin, it would give the beast worship cult an opening. Huang Fu Cheng shook his head lightly. The wound on Tian Xiong's heart was caused by a sharp blade, not just by a beast. Tian Xiong must have gone through something else. The Jiang family set up a trap to harm Guowu's grandmasters. Even if this matter escalates to the highest levels of Dasha, I will seek justice for Tian Xiong. Vice Principal Huang Fu, I think the person who severely injured Tian Xiong might not be from the Jiang family. Chen Fan thought for a moment and continued, the Jiang family's actions this time were covert, trying to use the beast ambush to cover up the truth. They clearly don't want to escalate the matter, so there's no need for them to harm Tian Xiong. Oh, your analysis makes sense. Huang Fu Cheng's eyes lit up. So, there's a third-party force behind the person who severely injured Tian Xiong. Then who could it be? Huang Fu Cheng fell into deep thought. It's either the beast worship cult or the mole who leaked our training plan, Chen Fan asserted. The beast worship cult has sufficient reasons to kill Tian Xiong. First, to provoke conflict between Guowu and the Jiang family. Second, to weaken Guowu's strength. If it's a mole leaking information, it's also understandable they have a grudge against Tian Xiong and want to take this opportunity to eliminate him. I see. You're still suspecting Zhao Qian. Based on your analysis, his motive is indeed significant. Huang Fu Cheng nodded. Whether it's Zhao Qian or not, We'll find out soon enough. I'll announce shortly that Tian Shun's condition has stabilized and that he'll wake up soon.
If it really is Zhao Qian, he'll be afraid of being recognized and will definitely take the risk to sneak in here and kill Tian Xiong.
The two finalized their plan, and Huang Fucheng added, although Tian Xiong has fallen, your training cannot stop. Starting tomorrow, your coach will temporarily be Zhang Kuan from Sword God Academy. He knows you, and I trust him to lead you. Alright. Chen Fan nodded heavily.
Returning to the dormitory, Chen Fan immediately sought out Wen Hua to find out if the nature's heart ability could help repair a heart.
Wen Hua apologized, saying, my ability level is too low.
The life energy I can provide is insignificant for a 7th-tier grandmaster and won't be of any help to teacher Tian.
Chen Fan sighed, feeling a bit disappointed.
He had anticipated this outcome.
However, Wen Hua's next words reignited his hope.
Brother Fan, I know of a senior whose ability is also the heart of nature.
He's incredibly powerful.
If we can invite him, curing teacher Tian Xiong shouldn't
be a problem. Oh, who is he? Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. An elder from the Miao ethnic group, with the surname Mo. I don't know his full name. Can you contact him? Chen Fan asked eagerly.
When I first awakened the heart of nature ability, he approached me, wanting to take me as his disciple. But I would have had to live with him in the deep mountains and forests, so I refused.
We haven't been in touch since,
Wen Hua said, a little embarrassed.
This clue is very important.
I'll call Vice Principal Huang Fu right away and ask him to help track down this elder.
Chen Fan was filled
with hope, his mood improving significantly. After finishing his call with Huang Fucheng, Chen Fan returned to his bedroom. As soon as he pushed the door open, a wave of scorching heat forced him back.
What's going on?
Chen Fan was shocked. The room was ablaze with flames.
Could this be the restriction Jiang Chen mentioned? Chen Fan endured the heat and peeked inside. He saw two figures amidst the
flames. One was the cat girl, and the other was the fierce dormitory supervisor.
Chen Fan was stunned. The cat girl was still unconscious, her entire body engulfed in golden flames, resembling a saint surrounded by fire.
The dormitory supervisor sat cross-legged beside her, her palms pressed against the flames, steadily absorbing them.
Big sister. Senior, what are you doing? Chen Fan quickly closed the door and asked in surprise.
The other party ignored him, focusing on absorbing the flames.
Chen Fan dared not act rashly and could only stand cautiously to the side. After all, this was a quasi-martial saint-level expert.
It wasn't until the flames on the cat girl were completely absorbed that the dormitory supervisor stood up and teased Chen Fan, "You're quite something, kid.
You don't spare
16-year-old girls, and now you're after 28-year-old mature women too." Chen Fan was embarrassed and didn't dare to argue, quickly changing the subject.
Senior, what was going on just now? The
Nanmingli fire in her body went out of control.
If I hadn't discovered it in time, the entire dormitory building might have burned down. Nanmingli fire out of control? What caused that? Chen Fan asked nervously. How would I know?
The dormitory supervisor glared at him, then pondered for a moment before saying, "It's probably related to the transformation of her ability."
Will this endanger her life? Chen Fan asked worriedly. She won't die.
It's just that her body hasn't fully adapted during the transformation process, so her ability went out of control.
Let her stay with me for the next few days to recover. Don't let the Nanmingli fire run wild again, it's no joke.
Thank you for taking care of her, senior.
Chen Fan quickly expressed his gratitude.
The dormitory supervisor waved her hand dismissively, and reminded him, an ability like the 9 Lives Illusion God is highly variable. This time, she was lucky to gain the top-tier S-level ability, the Golden Flame Sacred Sparrow.
But no one can predict what she'll get next time.
When she wakes up, make sure she cherishes this life.
Of course. Chen Fan nodded repeatedly. He already felt guilty.
The cat girl had suffered the backlash of the beast god Pill while helping him save Li Ji. He had promised to resolve her dual threats but hadn't taken action yet. The dormitory supervisor no longer paid attention to Chen Fan. She turned her gaze to the still unconscious cat girl and sighed, "It's a pity she's a bit older. Her body's adaptability is poor, otherwise, I could have passed on my legacy to her."
Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that this expert had the idea of taking on a disciple. He quickly said, "Senior, if you're considering taking a disciple, you could think about Yang Chuchu. She's still young." The other party sighed and refused. "Forget it. Taking her as a disciple would involve too much karma.
She has the true phoenix physique, and the beast cult is determined to have her.
I don't want to get involved. Senior, Chen Fan wanted to persuade her further but was interrupted. She won't advance to Martial Saint, and I can't protect her.
It would only disrupt my state of mind. As for whether he could advance to Martial Saint, sigh.
Chen Fan sighed helplessly and had to give up. Young Chuchu's apprenticeship could only proceed slowly. However, he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. The actions of the beast worship cult were likely targeting Yang Chuchu.
The dormitory manager spoke again. You're not simple, kid.
You saw through my identity the first time we met.
But regarding me, you'd better not inquire or tell others.
Otherwise, it won't do you any good. After saying this, she picked up the cat girl on the bed, and in the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and the two of them were gone from the room. If the door hadn't just opened, Chen Fan would have thought she had teleported away. This speed is too fast. Is this the strength of a quasi-martial saint? So fast that my eyes can't keep up.
Chen Fan sat on the stool, filled with emotion.
The oppressive feeling before the storm made him extremely anxious. Forget it, let's draw the lottery first. Chen Fan took a deep breath and decisively opened the system panel. D-level mission reward, white prize pool, there should be surprises.
He was full of anticipation. The roulette spun quickly,
and the 2 consecutive D-level rewards ended soon.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Primary Thunder Domain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Master Level Gun Technique Inheritance.
Chen Fan eagerly checked the details. Primary Thunder Domain forms a thunder domain within 10 meters around the host, filling the entire space with electric arcs. Ability users can sense lightning ions and have a 360-degree unobstructed view. After activating the domain, the host's physical functions double.
Enemies entering the domain will be paralyzed by the thunder, significantly reducing their combat power.
Note, the skill lasts for 5 minutes, and using it will cause exhaustion. The longer it is used, the stronger the exhaustion.
After reading, Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised. Doubling physical functions was equivalent to simultaneously using strength and speed multiplier cards, and there was no limit to the number of uses. The only drawback was the side effect, which could only be used in desperate situations.
No wonder it's a D-level starting reward, it's really powerful. Chen Fan then looked at the Master Level Gun Technique Inheritance.
Master Level Gun Technique Inheritance. Gun techniques are divided into basic, beginner, proficient, master, unparalleled, and divine levels.
Master level represents gun techniques that are polished to perfection, with movements as smooth as flowing water and without flaws. Even an ordinary shot carries gun momentum.
After receiving the inheritance, the host can instantly comprehend master-level gun techniques,
greatly enhancing strength. Fantastic! Chen Fan was overjoyed.
He had originally planned to switch from blade techniques to gun techniques, as guns paired better with thunder, allowing him to maximize his strength.
Now that he
had drawn a gun technique inheritance card, it saved him a lot of practice time. It's well known that the process of learning gun techniques is lengthy. Ordinary ability users need 2 years to build a foundation, 5 years to
reach beginner level, and even 20 years to truly master it.
Master-level gun techniques are even rarer and cannot be learned solely through time.
Calming his excitement, Chen Fan quickly ordered the system, accept the gun technique inheritance.
As soon as he finished speaking, a flood of memories surged into his mind.
He seemed to be immersed in it, holding an 8-foot-long spear, thrusting, stabbing, chopping, slashing, and sweeping.
Each movement was practiced millions of times in his mind. After completing the basic movements, he began practicing gun technique combos. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his
gaze as sharp as a golden divine spear, intimidating and awe-inspiring.
Chen Fan had just finished receiving the master-level gun technique inheritance, and a wave of mental exhaustion overwhelmed him.
He lay down and fell asleep.
At 3 a.m. the next day, he woke up from a nightmare. He dreamed that the beast worship cult's conspiracy succeeded, causing hundreds of thousands of casualties in Chang'an City, with
rivers of blood turning the city into a living hell. Yang Chuchu was also captured.
Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, filled with unease, unable to fall back asleep.
He glanced at his phone and saw no messages, indicating that Zhao Qian had not yet infiltrated Qingyuan residence to assassinate Tian Xiong.
He knew that in this kind of game, Zhao Qian might not necessarily fall for the trap, but how?
Would he know without trying? He had to take a chance and see if he could uncover anything.
After a simple cleanup, he left the dormitory and headed toward the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, only
desperate training could alleviate the pressure in his heart.
Life never lacks those who strive, and the path of cultivation is no exception. At this moment, the Warwolf Martial Arts Hall was brightly lit.
Chun Fan rented a regular training room and went upstairs. He gripped the Thunderbolt spear tightly, ready to test his master-level spear technique.
As his thoughts moved, the spear was quickly enveloped by a layer
of translucent energy, especially prominent at the tip.
This layer of energy was the spear's aura, intangible and invisible, yet capable of greatly enhancing the weapon's lethality.
Chen Fan eagerly began to wield
it, discovering that the Thunderbolt spear felt like an extension of his own body. With a mere thought, the long spear danced like a dragon, fierce and swift. Even without using his supernatural abilities,
the spear's aura could fly out to attack enemies. He felt that as long as he held the spear, he could remain unscathed even amidst a hail of bullets. So this is master-level spear technique? Truly impressive. After a few tries, he activated the beginner-level Thunder Domain.
Instantly, a 10-meter radius around him transformed into a domain of thunder, where everything within was clearly visible. He didn't even
need to turn around to know what was behind him.
His speed and strength doubled, and his power was astonishing. Standing within the domain, holding the long spear, he even felt invincible.
After a brief trial,
lasting only seconds, he quickly deactivated it due to the severe side effects of the beginner-level Thunder Domain. Next, he began practicing the Thunder Shadow Clone technique and the Thunder Flash combo skill.
Once integrated into combat, this combo would significantly enhance his strength.
At 5 in the morning, Chen Fan finished his training and hurried back to the dormitory building.
The other members of the
Thunder Squad were already waiting for him. Although it was Monday and everyone had classes, their daily training of hiking up Foaming Mountain continued as usual.
Outside the dormitory, Zheng Kuan approached, carrying a flying sword and a large cloth bag. The bag contained 5 sets of heavy mystical armor.
Although Tian Xiong had fallen, his training plan still had to be carried out.
At 7 in the morning, the Thunder Squad set off for Foaming Mountain once again. Zheng Kuan followed with his sword in hand, not daring to relax for a moment.
By 9 o'clock, they successfully completed Tian Xiong's training plan for the
first time and returned to Chang'an City.
The atmosphere on the way back was heavy. Tian Xiong's severe injuries had dealt them a significant blow, and no one complained of fatigue.
Upon returning to the National Martial Academy, the group immediately went to Qingyuan residence to visit Tian Xiong.
Tian Xiong remained unconscious, his chest enveloped by a mass of cyan energy, a method used by Qing Yue to forcibly
sustain his life.
Nearby, Du Huojun silently kept watch, saying nothing. Du Huojun was Tian Xiong's only disciple and had once delivered a spirit-nourishing pill to Chen Fan. The two had briefly crossed paths
before. Senior, I'm sorry, Chen Fan was filled with guilt, feeling that Tian Xiong's misfortune was his fault.
This isn't your fault. Du Huojun's voice was hoarse, clearly having cried all night. He looked at Chen Fan, his eyes bloodshot, pouring out all his emotions.
Junior, do you know?
Although Teacher Tian seems strict and rough, he's actually very meticulous at heart. In my sophomore year, I
encountered a beast tide while on a mission in an alternate dimension.
Everyone thought I was dead, but he believed I was still alive. He searched tirelessly in the alternate dimension for 7 days and nights
before carrying my near-dead body back.
Last year, my leg was bitten off by a ferocious beast. To ensure I wouldn't be affected, Teacher Tian sought out the best prosthetic master to craft a mechanical leg for
me.
For this, he camped outside the master's door for several days.
As he spoke, Du Huojun rolled up his pant leg, revealing a pitch-black mechanical prosthetic. Chen Fan was deeply moved and remained silent for a long time. After leaving Qingyuan residence, Chen Fan headed straight to the teaching building.
It was Monday, and he had a class at 10 in the morning, the structure of thunder skills. Although he could acquire skills through the lottery system, he still wanted to understand the principles behind them. Chen Fan listened to the lecture with exceptional focus. His thirst for knowledge was now stronger than ever. University life was gradually settling into a routine. The 5 members of the Thunder Squad had become very low-key.
Apart from attending classes, they trained relentlessly. Each of them had a goal in mind, to rejuvenate the Thunder Squad once Tian Xiong woke up.
During this time, Dai Jiangshan, the dean of the military academy, visited Chen Fan to inquire about Tian Xiong's condition. He also brought a booklet, something Chen Fan had long desired, the Beast Transformation Combat Technique, 12 Paths of True Spirit.
Dai Jiangshan's temples showed noticeably more gray hair. He looked at Chen Fan, sighed, and said, Chen Fan, before something happened to junior brother Tian, he entrusted me to find this book and give it to you. The authentic works of Marshal Saint Yi are rare, you must take good care of this one. On Thursday, July 7th, Chen Fan finally received good news. Huang Fucheng had found information about the mysterious doctor with the surname Mo.
In Qingyuan residence, the 5 members of the Thunder Squad gathered, along
with Wan Hua.
Huang Fucheng held a photograph in his hand, which showed an elderly man around 70 years old. He handed it to Chen Fan and said, I found information about this doctor in the official database. His name is Mo Chen, an 8th-tier grandmaster who has long been reclusive near the Taisu mountain range in Kunjiang province.
However, he has an eccentric personality and is known as the Evil Doctor. Evil Doctor? Everyone's hearts tightened. This was far from what they had imagined. How could a senior with a nature-based ability be called an evil doctor?
Huang Fucheng explained, he's called the evil doctor because of his peculiar
temperament. It's said that seeking his treatment requires equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange? Everyone was puzzled.
Huang Fucheng sighed, to put it simply, if you want him to treat a heart condition, you must bring him a living heart, and it must be from someone of the same level of strength.
Everyone frowned deeply. So, to ask him to save teacher Tian, we would first need to prepare a fresh heart from a grandmaster level. Expert? Exactly.
These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone.
Who could obtain a grandmaster's heart so quickly? Unless it was life for life. Huang Fucheng looked at Wan Hua. This is also why I asked Wan Hua to come along.
Perhaps he can persuade Mo Chen to help, considering your relationship. Wan Hua nodded without hesitation.
Huang Fucheng continued, the situation in Chang'an City is tense, and we can't leave. The task of finding Mo Chen is up to you.
Kunjiang province is located at the northwestern border of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Beyond it lies foreign territory. The Taisu mountain range serves as the boundary between Great
Xia, Russia, and the Stan Federation. This area is ungoverned and is home to many exotic beasts that have escaped from dimensional spaces, making it sparsely populated.
Finding Mo Chen here would be no easy task. That
afternoon, under Huang Fucheng's cover, Chen Fan and his team quietly boarded a high-speed train to Kunjiang province.
Du Huajun accompanied them. After the ambush last time, the Thunder Squad's actions were particularly discreet.
Only Huang Fucheng, Dai Jiangshan, and Zhang Kuan at the National Martial University knew about this mission. The high-speed train sped through the wilderness like a white ghost. Chen Fan gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, recalling the attack by the imitator. I wonder when that thing will come after me again, he thought to himself, though he wasn't worried. His strength had grown significantly. With his beginner-level thunder domain and master-level marksmanship fully unleashed, he could take on exotic beasts below the 4th tier. Not to mention, he had Du Huajun, a 4th-tier expert, by his side.
Chen Fan set
aside his thoughts and took out his phone to carefully read the introduction to Tianshan City.
Tianshan City was the train's final destination and the city closest to the Taisu mountain range in Great Xia. Due to its proximity to the border, it was loosely governed, with rampant violence and crime.
Junior, once we reach Tianshan City, I'll leave the rest to your arrangements, said Du Huajun, who was sitting next to Chen Fan. His face looked a bit haggard, but his spirits were much better. Since learning about Mo Chen, he had volunteered to join the mission.
Huang Fucheng initially disagreed, but after much persuasion, he relented.
However, he emphasized that all actions must follow Chen Fan's command. Logically, with Du Huajun's strength, he should have been in charge of this mission. But his impulsive nature had cost him a leg. Senior Du, the Taisu mountain range, stretches for thousands of kilometers.
Finding someone there is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Let's first gather information about Senior Mo in Tianshan City. If we can't find anything, then we'll head into the
mountains, Chen Fan reminded him, worried about his impatience.
Don't worry, Junior. This time, I'll listen to whatever you say. But how do you plan to gather information?
After all, we're not familiar with this place.
Du Huajun asked worriedly. Vice Principal Huangfu gave me a contact before he left.
When we get there, we'll reach out to him first. Chen Fan handed Du Huajun a note.
Xia Jiqiu? Du Huajun glanced at the name and exclaimed in surprise, who is this person? An old senior, a former student of Vice Principal Huangfu, now teaching at Kunlun University of Special Abilities. A teacher at Kunlun University? We have such an impressive senior? Du Huajun raised his eyebrows. Kunlun University of Special Abilities is located in Tianshan City and ranks first in the province of Kunjiang, also making it into the top 50 universities nationwide. Although it doesn't compare to the National Martial Arts University, it is still considered a top-tier university for special abilities. Being able to teach there is enough to prove this senior's capabilities. I heard he graduated 7 or 8 years ago and has already reached the 6th tier, Chen Fan replied briefly, then closed his eyes to rest. From Chang'an City to Tianshan City, even by high-speed train, it takes 8 hours. By the time they arrived in Tianshan City, it was already 7 p.m. However, since this place is located in the northwest of Daxia, there is a 4-hour time difference with the capital, and the sun was still high in the sky. The train slowly came to a stop, and the group of 7 headed out of the high-speed rail station. Senior Xia is already here, waiting at the exit. Chen Fan checked his phone and quickly quickened his pace. At the exit stood a man in his 30s, with a rugged face and neat short black hair, looking energetic. That man was Xia Jiqiu. As Huangfu Cheng's disciple, he dared not slack off after receiving his teacher's task to welcome them. Seeing fellow students from his alma mater in a foreign land, he was also quite happy. As soon as Chen Fan and the others walked out of the exit, Xia Jiqiu greeted them with a smile. Welcome to Tianshan City, fellow juniors. Hello, senior, everyone greeted him quickly. Xia Jiqiu's gaze fell on Chen Fan and, surprised, said, You must be Chen Fan. No wonder the teacher couldn't stop praising you over the phone. You've already reached mid-tier 2. At such a young age, much stronger than we were back then. Our leader has already reached mid-tier 2? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, especially Zhao Mingzi, who looked at Chen Fan with excitement. Boss, when did you break through? Chen Fan ignored him and humbly said to Xia Jiqiu, Senior, you're almost a master now, I'm still far behind. Ha, a master is still a long way off. Xia Jiqiu laughed and said, Let's go. I know you're in a hurry. First, we'll inquire about Dr. Mo's whereabouts, then I'll take you to settle down at Kunlun University. As they spoke, they boarded a bus heading toward the city center of Tianshan City. The security in Tianshan City was indeed chaotic. Chen Fan saw at least 7 or 8 violent conflicts along the way. However, the bus they were on, marked with the Kunlun University logo, was not bothered by anyone. Tianshan City has over 1,000 mercenary organizations, which is the root cause of the chaos here, Xia Jiqiu explained. So many mercenary organizations? Everyone was surprised. The Taishu mountain range is quite special. It's one of the few remaining primitive forests, home to many precious medicinal herbs that are beneficial to those with special abilities. Exotic beasts are also valuable resources. Unlike dimensional spaces, entry and exit here are not controlled by the military, so mercenary organizations have proliferated. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Xia Jiqiu continued, to inquire about Dr. Mo's whereabouts, we must start with these mercenary organizations. They frequently enter and exit the Taishu mountain range and are well informed. After a short drive, the bus stopped at the entrance of an alley. Let's go. The alley is too narrow for the bus. To enter, we'll walk from here. Xia Jiqiu led the way, and everyone got off the bus. They walked along the dim alley to its end, then turned right to find an old courtyard. This is just a cover. In reality, this is the black market where mercenaries take on tasks and conduct transactions, Xia Jiqiu explained. Black market? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. A black market is an illegal trading venue. He had heard of it before but had never seen one in person. 2 burly men stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking fierce and intimidating, like 2 gate guardians. As soon as the group appeared, they were stopped. Do you have a pass? A burly man asked coldly. Xia Jiqiu was well prepared and pulled out a special black card with golden edges from his pocket, handing it over. After inspecting it and confirming it was valid, the 2 men let them through. The group followed Xia Jiqiu through the gate, and what greeted their eyes was a spacious square, with a row of shops behind it. The area was bustling with mercenaries. This is the black market? The group looked around curiously. The shops were diverse, selling weapons, pills, and even dealing with the corpses of exotic beasts, everything one could imagine. The square was equally lively, with many people conducting private transactions. However, everyone had to follow the rules. 20% of the transaction value had to be handed over to the black market. It's not as chaotic as I imagined, Zhao Mingzi muttered softly. There's a grandmaster level figure backing this black market, so naturally, no one dares to cause trouble here. But once you leave, it's a different story. Be careful, Xia Jiqiu warned.
These mercenaries live on the edge, licking blood off their blades.
They have no
moral bottom line and are capable of bullying the weak, committing murder and arson.
Try to avoid coming to the black market. If you get targeted, it'll be a big problem. Chen Fan glanced around and indeed noticed several mercenaries secretly observing them. Du Huojun, however, didn't care. He snorted coldly and glared back fiercely.
Most of the mercenaries were at the 3rd or 4th tier, while Du Huojun himself was at the early stage of the 4th tier, with combat strength already at the late stage of the 4th tier.
With such strength, he naturally wasn't afraid. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless.
This senior really had a fiery temper.
He gently tugged
on Du Huojun's arm, signaling him to restrain himself. After all, they had more important matters to attend to during this operation, and there was no need to waste time on these small fry. Xia Jiqiu pointed to the shop
in the center of the square and said, "The mission pavilion is specifically for posting tasks.
I posted a task this morning about gathering information on Dr. Mo.
Let's go see if anyone has taken it." The group entered the shop, which had a quiet and elegant atmosphere.
Behind the counter was a short old man, resting with his eyes closed. The wall behind him was covered with many long plaques, each listing the names of tasks and their rewards.
Xia Jiqiu knocked on the table to wake the old man. "Boss Li, has anyone taken my task?"
The old man initially looked a bit impatient, but upon recognizing Xia Jiqiu, his expression immediately changed to a
smile. "Ha, Master Xia, you're here. My apologies, my apologies."
He politely pointed to the wooden plaques behind him and said, "Dr. Mo's whereabouts are mysterious. Everyone wants to find him, but few succeed."
"Are you saying no one has inquired about it?" Xia Jiqiu asked, a bit unwilling to accept it.
The reward for this task was very high, just providing a clue would earn 200,000, and directly revealing the location would bring a cash reward of 2 million.
"Not exactly."
A young girl came by and asked a few questions. The old man said slowly, lighting a cigarette.
"What did she ask? Did she provide any clues?" The impatient Du Huojun squeezed to
the front of the counter and asked urgently.
"She just asked who posted the task, and that was it," the old man replied.
The group felt a bit disappointed, but Chen Fan fell into deep thought.
He didn't think the girl would ask casually.
In today's fast-paced society, people don't usually concern themselves with unrelated matters.
Of course, this didn't necessarily mean she knew any secrets. Perhaps she was just one of Moe Chen's informants. "Boss, do you know her name?" Chen Fan asked politely.
The old man flicked his cigarette ash and hesitated deliberately.
"Young man, you're putting me in a tough spot. Protecting client privacy is a rule of the black market. You're asking me to break the rules." Chen Fan wasn't buying it and said directly, "Just name your price."
"You've got a sharp eye.
A flat rate, 200,000. 200,000? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Before Chen Fan could react, Du Huojun had already exploded in anger. "You don't have to ask, you know," the old man said disdainfully, completely unafraid. "Looks like you're asking for a beating."
Du Huojun shoved the counter aside and
grabbed the old man by the collar. The group was startled, and Xia Jiqiu quickly stepped in to stop him. "Junior, no trouble here."
The old man threw away his cigarette but stood up and angrily pointed at Du Huojun,
saying, "What? Want to fight? Believe it or not, you won't leave Tianshan City alive." Xia Jiqiu quickly apologized and quietly informed everyone, "This old man is the second uncle of the master behind the black market. It's better not to cause trouble.
No wonder he dares to act so arrogant in a place full of mercenaries."
Everyone finally understood.
Xia Jiqiu took out a card and handed it over.
"Boss Zhang, don't be angry.
Here's 200,000, please tell us about that girl.
Considering the face of Master Xia, I'll let it go this time. But don't let me see this rude kid again."
The old man accepted the card, still displeased but aware of Xia Jiqiu's
status. As the most promising teacher at Kunlun University, it was only a matter of time before he became a master, so the old man didn't dare to make a fuss.
"Gao Yuan, Mingzi, you guys accompany brother Du outside for a walk first.
I'll stay here with brother Xia," Chen Fan said, letting the others leave before politely asking the old man, "Boss Zhang, could you tell us about that girl?"
The old man pointed to a wooden sign behind him and said, "That's the task she posted.
She left the name Lin Shiyu, probably an alias. She's very lively, wears twin ponytails, and is about your age. It shouldn't be hard to find her." "Lin Shiyu?" Chen Fan murmured, glancing at the wooden sign.
The task was to find a purple spider flower, with a reward of 1 million.
"Purple spider flower? What's that?" Chen Fan didn't understand and tried to find clues about the girl from the task.
Hua Jun explained beside him, the purple spider flower resembles a spider and is highly toxic. Any beast below tier 4 that eats it will die. It has no medicinal value.
If it's useless, why is she looking for it? As Chen Fan pondered, the old man added, by the way, she just left here not long ago. If you go after her now, you might catch up.
Chen Fan and Xia Jiqiu had just stepped out of the shop when the group surrounded them.
Boss, brother Xia, any news?
Chen Fan nodded and said, the girl is named Lin Xiyu.
She just left not long ago. Let's split up and search, we might catch up. Just left? Everyone hurriedly chased outside. Wenhua, you're not strong enough to act alone.
Come with me, Chen Fan said, pulling Wenhua along in one direction.
Tianshan City was different from other cities, it was chaotic.
Although the sun hadn't set yet, most shops on both sides of the street were closed, and the streets were almost deserted. The two walked along the street for nearly a kilometer before finally spotting a shop that hadn't closed yet. It was a small shop called Veteran's Bun Shop. The shop was empty, with only the owner cleaning up, clearly preparing to close.
Chen Fan and Wenhua pushed open the half-closed glass door and entered.
The owner was a middle-aged man who seemed to have some physical inconvenience, walking unsteadily. He put down the steamer in his hand and said somewhat apologetically to Chen Fan, sorry, the buns are sold out.
Come back tomorrow, I'm about to close. Despite his mobility issues, he
stood straight, still carrying the demeanor of a soldier. No wonder it's called Veteran's Bun Shop, Chen Fan thought. He recalled the retired soldiers outside Qingcheng who had risked their lives to resist the beast tide.
Feeling a sense of respect, he politely asked, Uncle, did you see a girl with twin ponytails pass by just now? The owner stopped his actions and asked cautiously, why are you asking about her? Chen Fan was prepared
and smiled, she's our friend. We got separated just now, and we wanted to ask if you've seen her.
The owner sized them up, seeing that they were young and polite and relaxed. She just bought a few buns from me and left. Not long ago. The direction is right.
Chen Fan and Wenhua were delighted, quickly thanked him, and prepared to chase after her. But just as they stepped out the door, the owner called them back.
Young man, wait a moment. Help me give this to that girl. The boss handed Chen Fan an old envelope. What's this?
Chen Fan asked, somewhat surprised. He opened it to find some scattered bills inside.
The boss sighed, that girl has a kind heart.
Every time she comes to buy buns, she always gives extra money.
I'm not very mobile and can't refuse her. I've been keeping the extra money here. Please return it to her for me and thank her on my behalf. Don't
worry, sir, Chen Fan nodded, tucking the envelope into his coat. He felt touched and quietly took out a few 100 yuan bills from his spatial ring, slipping them into the pocket of the disabled veteran before leaving.
With Wenhua.
That girl is truly kind-hearted, Wenhua remarked, filled with curiosity about the girl they were looking for.
Chen Fan didn't respond. He couldn't understand why a retired soldier, who should theoretically
receive good government benefits, had ended up in such a situation. They walked along the alley for a few more minutes when suddenly, a commotion era the mercenaries surged forward like a tide, instantly surrounding Chen Fan.
Their attacks were ruthless, each unleashing their signature moves. Tyrannosaurus Fist, Divine Wind Slash, Shadow-Seeking Technique. On the street, over a dozen beams of supernatural energy shot forth like meteors, hurtling toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan showed no fear. With his spear in hand, he seemed to stand in an empty void.
Facing the onslaught, he didn't even need to use his supernatural abilities, his master-level spear techniques
were enough to handle them with ease. Spear technique, 1,000 rays overlapping rain.
As Chen Fan twirled his spear, countless spear shadows exploded outward, creating a 3-meter zone of absolute defense.
All attacks were blocked outside this perimeter. The chaotic battle raged on the street. Chen Fan, wielding his spear, stood alone against over a dozen enemies.
Lin Xiyu watched in stunned silence, unable to believe that this young man before her was so formidable. She had initially planned to escape amidst the chaos, but the fight captivated her, and she stopped in her tracks to watch.
So this is master-level spear technique. Your friend
is incredible, Lin Xiyu marveled to Wenhua beside her. Of course, Wenhua replied, feeling a sense of pride even though the praise was directed at Chen Fan. He then noticed a clear wound on Lin Xiyu's arm, with blood
seeping out.
You're injured, Wenhua quickly pointed out. Lin Xiyu looked down. She had been so focused on escaping earlier that she hadn't noticed the pain in her arm. She stuck out her tongue and said,
nonchalantly, it's just a scratch, nothing serious.
But soon, her expression changed, and she began to panic.
Oh no! My medicine pouch is gone.
She frantically searched herself, only to find that the small pouch hanging at her waist was missing. At this moment, the wound on her arm deepened, and the blood turned a dark brown color, dripping to the ground with a faint sizzling sound. "Why is your blood corrosive?" Wen Hua exclaimed, watching as the green stone pavement was eroded into a shallow pit. Lin Xiyu didn't have time to respond. Her face turned tense, and she suddenly dashed toward the battlefield.
"Are you crazy?" Wen Hua reacted quickly, grabbing her. "Let me go. My medicine pouch is over there."
Lin Xiyu shouted in panic. "Without the medicine, my wound won't heal, and the bleeding will only get worse."
"But you can't go there. It's a battlefield, you'll die."
Wen Hua held onto her arm tightly.
"Then what do you suggest?"
Lin Xiyu calmed down slightly, tears welling up in her eyes as the wound on her arm grew larger, and blood flowed out in streams.
"Let me try. Maybe I can help you," Wen Hua quickly said.
He activated his Heart of Nature ability, and a gentle white light enveloped her wound. The corrosive black blood seemed to retreat as if encountering a natural predator, slowly flowing
back into her body.
Wen Hua increased his power, and the wound finally stopped expanding and began to heal gradually. "You?" Lin Xiyu stared at Wen Hua in shock, her mouth slightly open in disbelief.
"Your ability is
Heart of Nature?" she asked.
Chen Fan, meanwhile, remained unaware of all this.
He was fully immersed in the thrill of his spear techniques. With his robust physique and master-level spear skills, he easily suppressed
the group of early-stage third-tier superhumans. After a while, Chen Fan decided to get serious. "Enough. I've played with you long enough."
His voice was deep and powerful. In the next moment, his thunderbolt spear erupted.
With lightning, perfectly merging supernatural energy with spear technique. Dragon soars in the wild.
As the spear thrust forward, a blue lightning bolt roared out from the tip, resembling a divine dragon descending
from the heavens. It instantly blasted several enemies away.
The siege collapsed in an instant. Chen Fan's techniques shifted again.
Dragon roars across the land. With a horizontal sweep of his spear, a dragon's roar echoed from the weapon. Wherever the lightning passed, enemies spat blood and fell to the ground, their fates uncertain.
Chen Fan retracted his spear and stood tall, satisfied as he surveyed the scene before him.
Lin Xiyu
stared at Chen Fan in a daze, her mouth slightly open, her eyes filled with shock. Wen Hua let out a long breath, walked over to Chen Fan, and said with admiration, "Brother Fan, I didn't know your spear skills were this
incredible."
Chen Fan nodded slightly without saying much, his gaze shifting to Lin Xiyu. Lin Xiyu finally snapped out of her daze and smiled.
"Thank you for your help. Without you, I don't think I'd have made it out alive today."
She patted her chest, still a little shaken. Chen Fan had a favorable impression of the young woman who actively helped the disabled veteran and politely said, "No need to thank us, miss.
We'd like to ask you something." "Oh, what do you want to ask?"
Lin Xiyu was a bit surprised.
"Miss, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Moe-chen?" "Moe-chen?"
Lin Xiyu looked somewhat astonished and shook her head.
"Sorry, I really don't know." "Don't know?" Chen Fan frowned slightly.
Wen Hua said anxiously, "We issued a task to find Senior M.O., and the black market boss said you had asked him about it."
"But I really don't know. If you find him, remember to tell me. I want to find him too."
Lin Xiyu playfully stuck out her tongue. Wen Hua was momentarily speechless.
"If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now."
Lin Xiyu, like a cheerful little deer, skipped past the mercenaries lying on the ground, picked up a delicate little bag, and was overjoyed.
"Phew, luckily I found it."
She breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to wave at Chen Fan and Wen Hua, and said, "Thank
you." With that, Lin Xiyu quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. "Brother Fan, why did you let her go?"
"This girl is clearly suspicious,"
Wen Hua said angrily.
He had thought that after helping her, she would
speak honestly.
"She is indeed suspicious, and very clever. I suspect that even if we hadn't shown up, those mercenaries wouldn't have been able to harm her," Chen Fan explained with a frown.
"Why?"
Wen Hua was puzzled. "Those mercenaries were poisoned, their strength was gradually weakening. I estimate that within a few minutes, they would collapse, even without me intervening."
"This girl is that capable?"
Wen Hua was surprised.
"She's definitely not simple."
Chen Fan patted Wen Hua's shoulder.
"Let's go.
We found her, so let's call the others to regroup."
"But didn't she run away?"
Wen Hua was confused.
"She can't escape." Chen Fan smiled faintly. "I Followed her just to confirm whether the black market boss was lying. Now I'm certain there really is such a girl. Next, we'll leave it to senior brother Xia to handle. He's about the same age as us and should be a student at Kunlun University of Special Abilities. Kunlun University of Special Abilities was completely different from the National Martial Arts Academy.
Its architectural style resembled ancient Roman gardens.
The campus was
adorned with numerous massive sculptures of exotic beasts, creating a tense atmosphere. Chen Fan and his group stayed at the school's guesthouse that night. After dinner, Xia Jiqiu brought information about Lin Xiyu.
She's a student at Kunlun University, but her real name isn't Lin Xiyu, it's Luo Yao.
She's a freshman this year, at the early stage of the second tier, and one of the most talented newcomers in the school.
Luo Yao?
The group murmured softly. Yes, the records show she's from a small village at the foot of the Taishu Mountains and has no connection to Moe.
This news left everyone a bit disappointed.
But Xia Jiqiu continued. However, there are some suspicious points about her.
What kind of suspicious points? The group was curious.
Her special ability is the body of 10,000 poisons. This ability is extremely rare on Blue Star, with
only about 100 known cases.
Aside from her, everyone else who awakened this ability died within a year. The body of 10,000 poisons is more like a disease, no one can cure it. It can poison enemies but also slowly
harm the user. Wan Hua nodded.
No wonder her blood is so terrifying, it can corrode marble when it drips on the ground. Her wounds are also difficult to heal.
This makes it interesting, Chen Fan interjected. How is she able to remain unharmed?
Her ability should have awakened over 2 years ago.
The group exchanged glances, each forming their own thoughts. This young woman named Luo Yao must have a deep connection with Moe.
After all, only a miraculous doctor could control the body of 10,000 poisons.
Senior brother Xia, is there a way to arrange a meeting with her?
We need to talk to her face to face, Chen Fan said seriously.
Xia Jiqiu nodded. It's too late today, we'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to be the school's monthly team battle tournament, she should participate. We can find her at the sports field. Team battle tournament?
The group was puzzled. Xia Jiqiu explained, Kunlun University students are influenced by mercenary culture, so they often form teams. The school hosts a monthly team battle tournament where teams compete against each other.
The top-ranked teams can even win rewards.
The team formed by Luo Yao is called the Luoshan Battle Team. They're very strong and have a great chance of winning the championship.
She will definitely compete tomorrow.
The next day, July 8th, Chen Fan and his group arrived at the sports field, which was already packed with people. The stone steps were completely occupied, and the students were in high spirits, clearly showing the popularity of the Battle Team Championship.
Boss, there are way too many people here. Did the entire Kunlun University show up? How are we supposed to find her? Zhao Mingze patted Chen Fan's shoulder, looking helpless. Chen Fan was also troubled and pondered, let's find a place to sit first. We'll naturally see her when she competes.
After sitting down, they curiously watched the matches.
The competition started with freshmen, followed by upperclassmen. Chen Fan quickly lost interest.
After all, Kunlun University of Supernatural Abilities didn't have the same foundation as the National Martial
Arts University, and there were almost no second-tier ability users among the freshmen. Just as the group was about to lose patience, a voice from the sports field instantly revitalized everyone.
Next up is the Luoshan Battle Team versus the Qing CI Battle Team. At the referee's command, 10 members from both teams quickly ascended the stage.
Is it starting? Chen Fan looked up. The two teams stood on opposite sides of the stage.
At the forefront of one team was a girl with twin ponytails. It was Lin Xiyu, whom they had seen
yesterday, also known as Luo Yao. Is this the person we're looking for?
Zhao Mingze and the others curiously observed her, while the surrounding crowd had already started cheering.
These are the two strongest teams among the freshmen. I wonder who will win.
Of course, the Luoshan Battle Team.
Their captain, Luo Yao, just advanced to the second tier. Not necessarily.
I heard that Lin Xingxi from the Qing CI Battle Team also advanced to the second tier a few days ago.
Really?
This match is going to be exciting. The students around
the sports field were buzzing with discussion, while Luo Yao and Lin Xingxi on the stage were already at each other's throats.
Clearly, there was long-standing animosity between the two. Lin Xingxi was quite attractive, with her hair tied high in a black, tight-fitting battle suit that accentuated her figure. She held a thorny whip about 4 or 5 centimeters thick.
coldly staring at Luo Yao. Her face was full of disdain. Luo Yao, I advise you not to push yourself. Just surrender and get off the stage. I've already advanced to the second tier, and the championship is mine. You're no match for me. Compared to Lin Qingxi's arrogance, Luo Yao was much more playful. She lightly patted her chest, pretending to be scared. Second tier, huh? I'm so scared. Then, she gestured a punch toward Lin Qingxi. When I beat you later, I won't hold back. To be honest, Luo Yao didn't take her opponent seriously. Not only was her own strength slightly superior, but her teammates were also stronger than the members of the Qing CI battle team. Lin Qingxi sneered, Luo Yao, I've warned you. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. The referee, seeing that the atmosphere was ready, announced, enough talk, the match begins. Teams, prepare yourselves. The students around the sports field cheered for their respective teams, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Luo Yao dropped her dismissive attitude and assumed an offensive stance. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a voice suddenly came from the Luoshan battle team. I forfeit this match. What? Someone forfeited? The words immediately caused an uproar. The match was about to start. How could someone suddenly withdraw? The sports field was instantly filled with murmurs. Luo Yao froze. She turned to look at the teammate who had spoken, her eyes full of surprise. Zhang Kai, what are you talking about? The young man called Zhang Kai offered no explanation. He walked straight out of the team and stood behind Lin Qingxi. I'm not joking. I've decided to leave the Luoshan battle team, so naturally, I can't participate in this match. Then why didn't you tell us earlier? Luo Yao's face darkened. Lin Qingxi stepped in front of Zhang Kai, a slight smirk on her lips. From now on, he's part of the Qing CI battle team. You! Luo Yao was furious. She knew the two were deliberately targeting her, trying to humiliate her. Otherwise, why would Zhang Kai wait until they were on stage to announce his decision? Luo Yao forced herself to suppress her anger and said coldly, Lin Qingxi, don't get too smug. The four of us left can still beat you. Really? Lin Qingxi sneered, her eyes full of mockery. At that moment, someone else on the stage spoke up, Sister Luo Yao, sorry, but we've decided to leave the Luoshan battle team. 2. The speakers were twin sisters, Su Qianyu and Su Qianxuan, their eyes showing a hint of guilt. Luo Yao's heart trembled as she looked at them in disbelief. Qianyu, Qianxuan, why? Haven't I treated you well? Luo Yao's voice quivered, her lips turning pale from biting them. Her eyes filled with disappointment. Sister Luo Yao, you've always been good to us, but, the sisters hadn't finished speaking when Lin Qingxi interrupted them. Luo Yao, you're nothing but a venomous woman, carrying poison with you. Do you think anyone would want to be your teammate? These words stabbed into Luo Yao's heart like a knife. She trembled violently, her face turning pale, almost collapsing. She turned to the last person in the team, her voice pleading, Ling Feng, what about you? Do you think the same? Are you leaving the team too? Ling Feng hesitated for a moment. Your ability does indeed have the potential to affect us, but I'm not like them. They were influenced by Lin Qingxi. I had planned to talk to you about leaving the team after this match. These words struck like a bolt from the blue. No one could understand the pain in Luo Yao's heart. She hated her own ability, wishing she were just an ordinary person. Although she had survived the curse of the myriad venom physique, it came at a cost. Her body constantly emitted colorless, odorless, invisible, and intangible toxins. Others couldn't sense it, but prolonged exposure would gradually affect their health. Since her awakening, she had no friends, not even the ability to keep pets like cats or dogs. The only companions she had were naturally venomous insects. She wasn't selfish, in fact, she was kinder than anyone else. From the first day the team was formed, she had shared this secret with her teammates. Of course, she didn't actually need to tell anyone. With the level of toxins she emitted now, they posed almost no threat to her teammates, who were at the peak of the first tier. But Luo Yao still chose to reveal her secret. Moreover, to thank them, she had shared many of the resources she had fought for with her teammates. And the result? Today, she was met with betrayal, humiliation, and a public disgrace orchestrated by everyone. Those teammates who had previously claimed not to care had now joined forces with others to humiliate her in front of the entire school. Luo Yao, as a myriad venom physique ability user, you should have been mentally prepared for this. Go fend for yourself and stop harming people at Koen University.
Lin Xingxi's voice was loud and filled with cold sarcasm.
I've never harmed anyone. Luo Yao struggled to say each word, her voice almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Whether you've harmed anyone isn't for you to decide. Lin Xingxi scanned the audience, her voice sharp. Classmates, you might not know this, but as
Luo Yao's myriad venom physique grows stronger, the harm to those around her will increase.
Here's a piece of advice, don't get too close to her, or you'll be the ones to suffer.
The sports field erupted in an uproar, with everyone discussing and their gazes changing.
Don't listen to her nonsense. Luo Yao panicked, her voice breaking down.
I've been working hard to control the toxins.
As long as your strength isn't far below mine, there's no effect. And I've been suppressing my cultivation, avoiding advancement.
At this point, she was on the verge of tears.
At this moment, she felt the hostility of the entire Koan University. Who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Lin Xingxi shouted loudly, Luo Yao, get out. Get out of here. Get out of Koan University.
You're just a poisonous woman.
No one wants to be your teammate.
The students in the stands began to jeer.
Koan University doesn't welcome you, hurry up and leave.
Yeah, I've been feeling unwell lately, turns out there's a monster emitting poisonous gas at school.
Luo Yao lowered her head, her body
trembling uncontrollably, her heart filled with despair.
Maybe I shouldn't have left the mountains. Perhaps I'm destined to be alone. Goodbye, my university.
Tears streamed down her cheeks as she turned around and slowly walked off the stage, her eyes completely devoid
of light and vitality. Wait!
At that moment, a voice rang out like a bolt from the blue, overpowering the mocking laughter on the
playground. Who said she has no teammates? I am her teammate. Me too. Me too. Me too. Voices echoed one after another, all coming
from a corner of the playground.
Several young figures emerged from the crowd, led by the imposing Chen Fan. Who are these people? I've never seen them before, whispers spread across the playground. Speaking so rudely and maliciously, is this the way Koan University teaches you to conduct yourselves?
Chen Fan scanned the surroundings, his voice firm and powerful.
The next moment, Lei Yi appeared behind him, leaping onto the stage.
Don't be afraid, today I'll help you regain your dignity, Chen Fan said softly, looking at the despondent
Luo Yao.
If it weren't for the incident at the old soldier's bun shop earlier, he might not have stepped forward.
But precisely because of
that, he couldn't bear to see kind-hearted people being wronged.
Who are you? Meddling in other people's business. Lin Xingxi glared coldly at Chen Fan. Yes, I am meddling, Chen Fan retorted icily.
Lin Xingxi sneered, her gaze sharp and menacing.
I advise you to get off the stage obediently, or you'll be the one humiliated. You sure talk big.
At that moment, Zhao Mingzi stepped onto the stage with the other three members of the Thunder Squad. Holding his unparalleled flying sword, Zhao Mingzi pointed at the members of the
Xingxi team and mocked, You trash dare to lay a hand on our boss? Who are you calling trash? Lin Xingxi exploded.
She had just advanced to the second tier as an A-level ability user and had never heard anyone dare to insult her like this. She was proud.
Zhao Mingzi
stood with his sword in hand, his expression cold.
Of course, I'm talking about everyone here.
You, the members of the Xingxi team,
were furious, each drawing their weapons, clearly ready to fight. What? Not convinced? If you're not, come and try. I'll take you all on with one sword. No one dares to be so arrogant in front of me, Lin Xingxi.
Lin Xingxi snapped her whip with a loud crack, the iron
whip striking the ground and leaving a crack on the stage floor. Today, no matter who you are, I'll teach you a lesson and let everyone
know the consequences of offending me, Lin Xingxi. On the stage, Lin Xingxi swung her iron whip, her voice cold.
How do you want to fight? 1-on-1 rounds, or a 5-on-5 group battle? Group battle? Rounds? Didn't I make myself clear? I'll take on all of you. Alone, including those who just quit the Luotian team. Zhao Mingzi responded coldly. Arrogant.
Lin Xingxi finally lost her composure.
I want to see just how capable you are. Spirit Snake Frenzy.
She attacked in a rage, her iron whip moving like a black snake, dancing
swiftly in the air.
As she swung the long whip, the next moment, shadows shot toward Zhao Mingzi like countless venomous snakes. This move, called the Chaotic Shadow Technique, was a whip technique infused with illusions, capable of confusing opponents while being highly
lethal. You can't even withstand this whip, yet you dare to shout here?
Lin Xingxi's voice was sharp and grating.
Zhao Mingzi snorted.
coldly, his eyes full of disdain. With his mental strength far surpassing Lin Qingxi's, he saw through the move's illusions at a glance. All flash, no substance. Without even drawing his unparalleled flying sword, he lightly flicked the hilt, sending his sword aura shooting out like thunder. It collided with the whip in midair in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Lin Qingxi staggered back. 3 steps, her face full of shock. Impossible. She couldn't believe that her proud killer move had been so easily dismantled. With such limited skills, you dare to boast about challenging our boss? Believe it or not, he could crush you with just one finger. Zhao Mingzi sneered. Ever since the battle with the armored pangolin beast, his admiration for Chen Fan had become almost blind. Crush me with one finger? Do you think I'm an insect? How dare you insult me like this? Lin Qingxi was so furious she lost her composure. Her chest heaved violently, and her eyes burned with rage. I'll tear your mouth apart. Spirit Serpent Mad Dance, she screamed sharply, her long hair whipping wildly as a dense black energy enveloped her whip, its destructive power suddenly amplified. Humph! Still too weak to withstand a single blow. Zhao Mingzi gripped the sword hilt tightly and swung lightly, sending a streak of sword energy shooting out like a white ribbon. In just a few steps, it pierced through the black whip, splitting it in two. The sword light did not diminish and continued straight toward Lin Qingxi's throat. The white sword light was as fast as lightning. Lin Qingxi, who had just entered the early stage of the second tier, was completely unable to block it. She felt her scalp tingle as the sword light rapidly magnified before her eyes, as if it would sever her head in the next second. No! No, she screamed desperately in her heart, wanting to dodge but unable to move. The sword light seemed locked onto her throat today, it seemed she was doomed. But just then, the sword light suddenly veered around her neck, cutting off only a strand of her long hair. With a thud, Lin Qingxi fell to her knees, her face pale, gasping for breath, utterly terrified. I'll let you off this time, trash. Zhao Mingzi said coldly. He was well aware of the limits. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he would never truly kill Lin Qingxi, but he had to teach her a lesson. Lin Qingxi was overwhelmed with shame and anger but powerless to resist. She couldn't believe she had been defeated by Zhao Mingzi in a single move. The other 4 members of Qingxi's team, oblivious to the danger, thought they could resist Zhao Mingzi by joining forces. They activated their abilities and charged at him. Together, even first-tier weaklings dare to make a move? Zhao Mingzi sneered, swinging his sword again. The white sword energy sliced through the air, instantly splitting into 4 streaks that shot toward the 4 attackers. Bang! 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 4 muffled sounds echoed as the 4 were simultaneously sent flying, coughing up blood. Gulp! The entire scene fell eerily silent, with only the sound of swallowing audible. Zhao Mingzi's strength had shocked everyone. His swordsmanship was so formidable that no one had ever seen anything like it. Who else wanted to drive Luo Yao away just now? Dare to come out and challenge me? Zhao Mingzi shouted loudly. He was holding back a surge of anger. Last night, Chen Fan had recounted how he found Luo Yao and shared the story of encountering a disabled veteran. In today's society, people willing to actively help the weak were becoming increasingly rare. Zhao Mingzi, similar in temperament to Chen Fan, couldn't stand seeing good people being bullied. The students around the field murmured among themselves, but no one dared to step forward to challenge him. Just as everyone thought the matter was over, a voice rang out, instantly igniting the atmosphere on the field. They're not students from Koan University. I recognize the leader, he's this year's martial arts champion from Shannon Province. Chen Fan. It seems he applied to National Martial University. What? The field erupted in chaos. No wonder I haven't seen them before. They're from National Martial University. Why are they here at Koan University? Are they here to cause trouble? Not sure if they're here to stir things up, but they definitely want to show off. Who dares to drive these people out of Koan University? Our internal affairs at Koan University are not for outsiders to meddle in. The students on the field were furious, convinced that Chen Fan and his group had come to cause trouble. At this moment, a sophomore student stood up. Kid, don't think you can flaunt your sword skills and act arrogant at Koan University. I'll take you on. He was at the mid-stage of the second tier, carrying a pair of green wind wings on his back. His speed was incredibly fast as he charged straight toward the arena. You're not qualified. Get lost. Zhao Mingzi glanced at him coldly. The unparalleled flying sword slashed through the air, sending a chilling sword energy toward the airborne wind-winged man. The man with wind wings dodged swiftly, but Zhao Ming's sword energy was incredibly strange, like rootless duckweed, unpredictable and erratic.
Ah! A miserable scream echoed as he was struck down by a single sword before even approaching the arena. One sword to instantly defeat a mid-stage second-tier ability user? Kuin Universities. Students exclaimed in shock. Is there anyone stronger?
Zhao Mingze arrogantly scanned the surroundings. He was unafraid of escalating the situation, as he had Chen Fan
and Du Huojun backing him up.
The field buzzed with discussions, and after a while, a young man wielding a sword stepped out from the crowd.
His appearance immediately ignited the excitement of Kuin University students, as he was evidently very famous here.
Didn't expect Xiaoyang to step in, he's one of our top sophomores.
That guy is doomed. Xiaoyang is at the late stage of second-tier cultivation and possesses an A-level ability. Defeating him will be a breeze. Late-stage second-tier cultivation was already considered top-tier combat power among Kuin University's sophomores. Xiaoyang's ability was the A-level Kanglan Cold Water, combined with his masterful swordsmanship, making him the absolute ruler among sophomores.
Amid the cheers, he stepped onto the arena, his gaze sharp as a blade.
This farce ends now. He pointed
his sword at Zhao Mingze, his voice icy. Your swordsmanship is decent, but far from true mastery.
Today, I'll teach you how to wield a sword. Teach me how to wield a sword? Zhao Mingze's face showed a disdainful smile.
Among his peers, he had yet to encounter anyone whose swordsmanship could surpass his.
What? You don't believe me?
Xiaoyang snorted coldly, exuding a sharp aura like a peerless divine sword ready to be unsheathed. I started practicing swordsmanship at 8, laid my foundation at 9, entered the basics at 12, and reached proficiency at 18.
Do you think I can't teach you? He was extremely confident. After awakening his ability, he
integrated water-based energy into his sword techniques, creating the Kanglan sword technique, which had earned recognition from many sword masters. Thus, he firmly believed that no matter how strong Zhao Mingze's swordsmanship was, it couldn't surpass his own. But Zhao Mingze sneered upon hearing this. He had just turned 18, and his swordsmanship had already reached the initial stage of mastery. It was called mastery because he had grasped the unstoppable momentum of the sword, a hallmark of
mastery-level swordsmanship.
Although his swordsmanship was still far from Chen Fan's mastery-level spear techniques, achieving mastery-level swordsmanship at 18 was
already astonishing. Proficient swordsmanship? Sounds impressive. Come, let me see this so-called proficient swordsmanship.
Zhao Mingze held the Wushuang flying sword.
His demeanor relaxed and carefree. Such arrogance. Xiaoyang was utterly enraged.
Water-based energy instantly gathered on his sword, the blade gleaming with a cold light. I'll make you surrender with one move, he shouted.
Wave-cutting strike.
The Kanglan sword technique unfolded, pale blue energy coiling around the blade, and a massive sword energy slashed directly at Zhao Mingze.
Flying sword technique, soaring dragon. Zhao Mingze didn't dare underestimate his opponent. Although Xiaoyang's swordsmanship was inferior to his, the late-stage second-tier cultivation was 2 levels higher than his own. He immediately deployed the flying sword technique. The Wushuang
flying sword, carrying powerful sword energy, soared through the air like a dragon roaring at the moon, colliding fiercely with Xiaoyang's attack.
With a thunderous explosion, both attacks dissipated simultaneously.
However, the Wushuang flying sword quickly spun in mid-air, its sword energy reviving, and shot toward Xiaoyang once
more. What?
Xiaoyang was momentarily caught off guard and hurriedly swung his sword to block.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The flying sword and Xiaoyang engaged in a fierce
battle, locked in an intense struggle. This guy is actually using the flying sword technique. Kuin University's students in the stands were all stunned.
The flying sword technique was unique in swordsmanship, renowned for its speed of attack. When mastered, it could take a person's head from 1,000 miles away.
However, this skill was
rarely passed down, with only the National Martial Academy offering related courses in the entire Great Xia. On the arena, Zhao Mingze distanced himself from the
battlefield, arms crossed, appearing relaxed and at ease. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was drenched in sweat. The flying sword was extremely agile, far more troublesome than he had
anticipated, and he dared not let his guard down.
Let me play with you using the flying sword. Proficient swordsmanship? Truly impressive. Zhao Mingze mocked from afar.
Xiaoyang burned with rage and shouted, the flying sword technique consumes a tremendous amount of mental energy.
I don't believe you can last more than 5 minutes. Then come and try. Zhao Mingzi responded indifferently.
After days of intense training, his mental strength hadn't improved significantly, but his resilience had
greatly increased. Exhausting Xiao Yang wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Yang is starting to struggle.
The previously enthusiastic Koen University students gradually quieted
down.
A sophomore defeating a freshman was already embarrassing, let alone the fact that the opponent was the strongest among their sophomores.
Kid, you've really angered me.
Xiao Yang, unable to hold out any longer, was entangled by the flying sword and forced into passive defense, his anxiety mounting.
Watch my wave-cutting triple slash.
Xiao Yang unleashed his full power, pouring the cold water energy of Kanglin into his sword.
Water element energy erupted, creating ripples in the air. Get lost.
His attacks surged like rolling waves, each wave higher than the last. The unparalleled flying sword was knocked away.
Xiao Yang seized the opportunity to close in,
sending a fierce water element sword energy slashing toward Zhao Mingzi's head.
Without a weapon, let's see how you block me.
He was brimming with confidence.
Blocking? You doesn't require a weapon at all.
Zhao Mingzi gripped the sheath of the unparalleled flying sword and executed a horizontal slash in the void. A streak of sword light shot out, directly targeting Xiao Yang.
Though unassuming, the sword light carried an unstoppable momentum. Xiao Yang was shocked and desperately tried to block, but he
was defeated by a single strike. He fell to the ground, struggling to get up, and looked at Zhao Mingzi with a face full of astonishment.
Sword momentum? How is that possible?
With a thought, Zhao Mingzi silently directed the unparalleled flying sword to Xiao Yang's back. At this moment, a mere thought from him would spell Xiao Yang's death.
Still want to teach me how to use a sword?
Zhao Mingzi coldly looked at him and mocked.
Xiao Yang's treasured sword fell to the ground with a clatter.
His cheeks flushed red with humiliation. He stared at the young man before him, the shock in his eyes lingering. That was master-level swordsmanship, and this young man had already
mastered it at such a young age. His achievements were astonishing, enough to be written into history. Xiao Yang's expression was conflicted, his body trembling, as
if his entire worldview had been overturned. After a long time, he bent over and bowed deeply to Zhao Mingzi.
I admit defeat, wholeheartedly. To possess master-level swordsmanship at the age of 18, I'm convinced, utterly convinced.
Xiao Yang's words were like a thunderclap, causing the surrounding students to erupt in chaos.
Xiao Yang actually lost? Impossible.
He's at late-stage Tier 2, while that kid is only at early-stage Tier 2.
How did he do it? Didn't you hear him? Master-level swordsmanship. It's hard to imagine, he's so young. Could it be that we're this far behind the geniuses from National Martial University?
The crowd was filled with dejection. To be honest, every student who made it into Koen University had been top-notch in their high schools, but Zhao Mingzi's performance today had shaken them to the core.
The appearance of sword momentum not only shocked the students but also left the teachers of Koen University dumbfounded. Many teachers gathered around. Teacher Xia, what on earth is going on?
Several teachers looked at Xia Jiqiu, their tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Xia Jiqiu helplessly glanced at an elder in the crowd and apologized.
Principal, they're my juniors. Should I step in and mediate?
No need, let them be. The elder shook his head, his gaze calm.
They're all spirited kids, each unique in their own way. Let them cool off and realize there are even stronger people out there.
On the sports field, the farce was far from over.
Zhao Mingzi's dominant display
had completely ignited the fighting spirit of Koen University's students.
You can't leave. After hitting someone, you think you can just walk away? Dream on. Yeah, showing off and then trying to escape? No way. If you want to leave, you'll have to crawl out of Koen University today.
Chen Fan thought the commotion was over, but unexpectedly, Koen University's students surrounded the arena, blocking anyone from leaving. Zhao Mingzi angrily shouted, I called out for a long time earlier, and no one
dared to step up. Why should we stay? Who said no one dares to fight? Our people will be here soon, you won't be leaving. Koen University's students were furious. I'll give you a few minutes. If no one steps up, then get lost and stop blocking the way.
A few minutes later, the crowd parted, and a young man carrying a gun jumped onto the
arena. His appearance brought a sigh of relief to the gathered Koen University students and teachers.
Lei Shuai, a junior, has personally come.
Finally, someone can teach these guys a lesson. Lei Shuai is at the early stage of Tier 3 cultivation. He'll probably put them in their place. Let them be arrogant. They even dare to challenge us at Cohen University. They need to learn their lesson. Ha, well said.
Lei Shuai, as his name suggests, was handsome, but his eyes were cold, like a venomous
snake ready to strike at any moment. Stop wasting time. I'll take on all of you alone.
If I can't defeat you within 10 breaths, consider it my loss.
Lei Shuai crooked
his finger, exuding extreme arrogance.
TCH.
The voice was still Zhaoming's.
What are you so arrogant about? You're just 2 years older than us. Do you think your early Tier 3 strength is enough to boast in front of my brother Fan? Too much talk. Lei Shuai's icy gaze locked onto Zhaoming's. The next second, without any warning, he attacked.
His spear pierced through the air, aiming straight for Zhaoming's heart. Zhaoming's hadn't expected Lei Shuai to disregard the rules like this, and hurriedly swung his sword to block. But his strength was ultimately no match for Lei Shuai's early Tier 3 power. After a few moves, he found himself in a dangerous
position. The students from Cohen University were finally excited. Ha, the swordplay kid dares to act tough. Wasn't he so impressive just now? The crowd's emotions
were high, completely forgetting that this was nothing more than bullying the weak.
So this is what so-called master-level swordsmanship looks like? Lei Shuai said, coldly, breaking Zhaoming's defense with a single strike.
The spear tip then aimed directly at Zhaoming's head.
Just as everyone thought Zhaoming was about to
fall, a thunderous hand suddenly appeared between the two, firmly grabbing the spear.
Who?
Lei Shuai was stunned.
He looked up to find someone standing in front of him. Let go.
He struggled to pull the spear back, but it wouldn't budge.
The next second, the person struck Lei Shuai's chest with their other hand.
Lei Shuai was shocked and
quickly tried to block, but his close combat skills were far inferior to his opponent's.
After a few moves, he was struck in the abdomen and sent flying backward.
The
spear was also snatched away.
Wow! The onlookers were completely stunned.
The tables had turned in an instant, and the situation shifted dramatically.
Their captain, Chen Fan, has stepped in, disarming an opponent barehanded. What incredible skill! The crowd was left speechless, overwhelmed by the powerful aura emanating from Chen Fan. Chen Fan patted Zhaoming on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside and rest. Leave the rest to me.
These simple 6 words were filled with absolute confidence. Lei Shuai got up, his eyes cold as he stared at Chen Fan.
Just now, you only succeeded because you ambushed me. Is that so? Then I'll give you a fair chance now.
Chen Fan tossed the spear back to him, clasped his hands behind his back, and stood there with a calm expression.
You're asking for death.
Lei Shuai erupted in fury, charging at Chen Fan with the spear. Chen Fan stood his ground, not moving an inch, countering with his thunder palm technique.
Bang! 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 Sparks of lightning flew.
As the two clashed, Lei Shuai grew increasingly frantic as the fight went on, his heart filled with panic. He was an A-rank ability user, with combat power equivalent to
a mid-tier 3 beast.
Yet this young man before him, only at mid-tier 2, could hold his own against him, defying all logic.
What did this mean? It meant Chen Fan might be an SSS rank ability user.
Not only was Lei Shuai shocked, but the sharp-eyed students and teachers around them also began to see Chen Fan as a monster.
Is this the strength of a martial arts champion? It's unbelievable. Too bad we don't know what his ability is. An SSS rank genius, yet no one ever discovered him.
I heard there's
an SSS rank genius at Jing University this year. Who would have thought Guowu University has one too?
As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lei Shuai had completely lost his composure. Being suppressed by Chen Fan had left him humiliated and furious. Even the most talented need time to grow.
Furious thunder technique, he roared, his
body surging with lightning as he poured all his power into the spear. The spear became engulfed in violent lightning as he thrust it fiercely at Chen Fan.
Enough. I've played with you long enough? Chen Fan snorted coldly.
His lightning-covered hand shot out like a dragon diving into the sea, firmly grabbing the spear. In the next moment, the devouring thunder sacred body activated, and a terrifying suction force appeared, instantly draining Lei Shuai's thunder power completely.
Not bad. Chen Fan smirked wickedly.
The sensation of absorbing various types of thunder was exhilarating, helping him rapidly enhance his strength.
You!
Lei Shuai's eyes widened in terror. His face pale. His entire supernatural power had just been absorbed, leaving him no chance to resist.
Off you go.
Chen Fan stepped forward and struck his palm against
Lei Shuai's chest, directly knocking him off the arena. Gulp!
The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of people swallowing nervously.
Everyone finally understood why this group was so arrogant. Their strength was simply overwhelming. Now you see how powerful my boss is, right? He could beat you with just one finger.
Zhao Mingzi sneered at Lin Qingxi below the stage.
Lin Qingxi's face turned pale, then flushed, as he quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Zhao Mingzi's gaze. Even Lei Shuai from the third year couldn't defeat him. Who else in the school can suppress this guy? The teachers and students of Coin University felt humiliated, their anger hard to contain.
Call Chu Kuang from the fourth year. If Chu Kuang steps in, he can definitely suppress him.
Yes, call Chu Kuang quickly.
Although it might sound bad to bully the younger students, it's better than letting the news spread that a freshman defeated us. Not long after Lei Shuai's defeat, the
teachers suggested summoning Chu Kuang.
Chu Kuang, a fourth-year student at Coin University, was at the late stage of the third tier and the strongest representative of Coin University. His appearance was like a stabilizing anchor, giving everyone a sense of relief. Standing over 2 meters tall, he was burly and robust, wielding a massive
golden dragon-patterned broadsword. With a loud clang, the giant's sword struck the ground. He looked at Chen Fan and spoke in a booming voice. Having me step in does feel like bullying the younger generation. I'll only use 3 strikes. If you can withstand them, I'll admit defeat.
Chen Fan shook his head lightly.
No need to be so polite. Go all out. Chu Kuang's eyes flashed, and he laughed heartily. Ah, kid, you're bold.
His gaze turned fierce, like a tiger unleashed.
In that case, don't blame me if I accidentally kill you. As his words fell, Chu Kuang's aura surged dramatically.
He raised the giant's sword high, as if preparing to split the heavens.
Take my strike.
Violet energy erupted around him, causing the arena to creak and the ground to crack.
Overlord slash. A massive blade aura tore through the space, forcing the
surrounding spectators to retreat.
Weaker students turned pale, unable to withstand the pressure.
On the arena, Chen Fan unleashed his thunder power.
2 blue-purple divine
dragons coiled around his body, resembling a thunder god. In his hand, the lightning-charged spear glowed brilliantly, like a dragon entwined.
Dragon roar across the skies. Break. Master-level spear techniques unfolded. At this moment, the spear's momentum was like a dragon, the thunder like a dragon, and his movements like a dragon. A dragon's roar shattered the void as the spear's momentum, accompanied by thunder, transformed into a giant dragon, swiftly colliding with the massive blade aura in the air. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the entire arena.
The powerful energy released from the clash instantly sent students who hadn't managed to dodge flying.
Cough! Cough!
The crowd scrambled to their feet, quickly looking toward the center of the arena.
Who won this time?
As the dust settled, the figures of both combatants
appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a draw. Both of them are incredibly strong.
The impressive one is Chen Fan. He's only at the mid-stage of the second tier.
The crowd buzzed with discussions, their voices filled with astonishment.
On the arena, Chu Kuang faced the situation with a confident smile.
That was just a casual move from me earlier. Since you could withstand it, I can now unleash my true strength. Chen Fan also smiled. I told you before, don't hold back. Just go all out. Ha ha ha. You're bold, I like it. Win or lose, I acknowledge you as a friend. Chu Kuang let out a loud shout, black energy surging all over his body. My ability is the A grade. Overlord power. Are you ready? As his words fell, his aura suddenly became extraordinary.
First move of the heaven-defying 7 styles, mountain-splitting strike.
This strike was heavy and fierce, its power as oppressive as a mountain, seemingly capable of splitting the earth. Chen Fan felt the overwhelming aura and was shocked, even experiencing a sense of helplessness. This blade technique is too strong.
Chen Fan exclaimed inwardly, the power of this move has already reached the peak of the third tier.
Thunder flash. He reacted quickly, his figure flickering as he narrowly dodged the attack.
Chu Kuang missed with his strike, and his blade technique
immediately shifted. The second move of the 7 styles defying heaven, earth-splitting style. This slash struck the ground. With a loud boom, the arena was split in 2.
Debris flew everywhere, instantly covering a 20-meter radius around Chen Fan. Hidden within the rubble was a deadly intent, as countless blade auras weaved through the stones, attacking indiscriminately in all directions.
Impressive technique.
A trace of caution flashed in Chen Fan's eyes as spear shadows surged around him like a tide, blocking all the blade auras. This time, he truly gave it his all. Without activating the Thunder Domain, his master-level spear technique was not powerful enough to reach the peak of the third tier. If you don't go all out, you won't be able to block the next move, Xu Kuang said coldly. He had already noticed that, despite the chaos, Chen Fan remained composed and clearly had a plan. Fine. Chen Fan closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, his expression had completely changed. Basic Thunder Domain, activate. With a low growl, a thunderous domain formed within a 10-meter radius around him, bringing the entire surrounding environment into his perception. At the same time, his strength and speed doubled dramatically. Come on, let me see your third strike. Chen Fan responded calmly. Now that's more like it. Xu Kuang licked his lips, raising his blade high. The third move of the 7 styles defying heaven, wind-breaking style. A fierce wind arose, and the blade seemed to transform into a razor-sharp gust, becoming untraceable. Blade auras streaked through the air like lightning, closing in on Chen Fan in an instant. Chen Fan smiled and flickered out of the way with ease. With his speed now doubled, he handled the blade auras effortlessly. But the wind-breaking style was not so simple. Although Xu Kuang appeared to have unleashed a single slash, it was actually a series of dozens of consecutive strikes. The dense wind blades came in wave after wave, encircling Chen Fan completely. Chen Fan simply closed his eyes, fully controlling everything within the Thunder Domain. With his spear in hand, he moved with agility and precision, detecting every attack from all directions in an instant. All the wind blades were shattered in a flash. Do you have any stronger blade techniques? Bring them all out, Chen Fan said confidently. I've only mastered the 4th move of the 7 styles defying heaven, but its power is already close to the 4th tier. If you can withstand it, I'll admit defeat. Bring it on. Fine. Xu Kuang roared. The 4th move of the 7 styles defying heaven, Mad Demon style. His eyes turned pitch black, his long hair danced wildly, and an aura of madness erupted from him. Die. 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 This move was completely different from the previous ones. The user lost all reason, becoming a mere tool of the blade. It seemed as though the person was controlling the blade, but in reality, the blade was controlling the person. Xu Kuang charged at Chen Fan, slashing with lightning speed, each strike carrying the power to split mountains, shatter earth, and break through the wind. The golden patterned blade turned pitch black, slashing relentlessly. Each strike carried tens of thousands of pounds of force, far surpassing the peak of the 3rd tier in attack power. In contrast, Chen Fan stood firmly at the center of the Thunder Domain, like an invincible fortress. Surrounded by thunder, his spear clashed with Xu Kuang's blade-light without losing any ground. The crowd around them retreated 100 meters, as this battle completely overturned their understanding. How is Chen Fan this strong? A mid-second tier fighter, possessing power beyond the peak of the 3rd tier, it's simply unbelievable. Even the high-ranking members of Koen University widened their eyes in shock, as Chen Fan's strength far exceeded their expectations. The crowd turned to look at Xia Jiqiu, their previous hostility replaced by curiosity and envy. Teacher Xia, who exactly is this junior of yours? What kind of ability does he have? Xia Jiqiu shifted her gaze away from Chen Fan, her mouth slightly open. After a long pause, she finally spoke. To be honest, I don't know either. My teacher only told me that he's extraordinarily gifted, but I never imagined he'd be this strong. The duel on the arena was nearing its conclusion. After 2 minutes of frenzied attacks, Xu Kuang's mad blade technique began to show signs of fatigue. In contrast, Chen Fan remained in excellent condition, as his basic Thunder Domain could last for 5 minutes. At this point, he still had plenty of energy to continue fighting. A few seconds later, Xu Kuang was sent flying and completely lost his combat ability. His berserk state naturally dissipated, and he regained clarity. Struggling to stand, his eyes were filled with admiration for Chen Fan. I, old Chu, admit defeat. Your blade technique is truly extraordinary. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to see the last 3 moves. Definitely. For a moment, the two shared mutual respect. The surrounding audience dared not make a sound. Chen Fan had single-handedly defeated the strongest fighter in their school, silencing everyone with his strength. At this moment, the anger in people's eyes was replaced by reverence for a powerful figure. Everyone understood that defeating a late-stage Tier 3 opponent as a mid-stage Tier 2 was something even an ordinary SSS level ability user couldn't achieve.
For the next few years, or even decades, or centuries, it would be Chen Fan's era. Miss Luo, may I borrow a moment of your time? Chen Fan ignored the others, his gaze locking onto Luo Yao in the audience. Still in shock, Luo Yao snapped out of it and nodded gently. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave with his group, several smiling teachers approached, their faces full of goodwill. Hello, Chen Fan. I have a good relationship with your school's teacher Su Chen. My name is Hong Chang. If you have the chance, do visit Coen University more often. Yes, Chen Fan, do you know teacher Mu Qing from your school? She's my junior sister, and we're very close. When you come to Coen University, treat it like your own home. Don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Chen Fan, these kids just needed a good lesson. Feel free to come and teach them a thing or two in the future. These teachers were well aware that no one would dare provoke Chen Fan now. After all, someone this strong could trample everyone underfoot in just a few years. Chen Fan smiled helplessly, exchanged a few polite words, and then left with his group. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Xia Jiqiu's office. Luo Yao had already recovered from her earlier despair. Looking at the members of the Thunder Squad, her eyes were filled with gratitude. In the darkest moment of her life, they had stepped forward, bringing her light and warmth. Her gaze shifted to Chen Fan, carrying a question. I want to know, why did you help me? Chen Fan met her eyes directly and answered sincerely. Helping you, first, because I couldn't stand what those people were doing, second, because you helped those who deserved help, and third, because I actually have something I need your help with. Chen Fan did not hide his intentions. Luo Yao nodded lightly, seemingly unsurprised by his honesty. After a moment of silence, she asked, Are you investigating Moe Chen? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised that she brought it up herself. He quickly explained, Actually, one of our mentors had their heart pierced and is now on the brink of death. We have no other options but to seek the legendary divine doctor. Yes, I know where Moe Chen is. I can take you to him. Really? Everyone leaned in excitedly. Tianxiang's situation had been a heavy burden on their hearts, and now they finally saw hope. Yes, let me pack my things, and we can leave immediately. Miss Luo, you don't seem to be in great condition. Why not stay at the school to rest? Just tell us where Senior Mo is, and we'll go find him. Ourselves, Zhao Mingzi suggested with concern. Luo Yao shook her head. Without me leading the way, you won't be able to get in. Besides, I've decided to leave this place and never come back. By noon, Chen Fan and his group of 9 arrived at the gates of Coen University. Xia Jiqiu had already arranged for a vehicle to see them off. He looked around at everyone and patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Take care, junior brothers and sisters. I still have classes these days, so I won't be able to see you off. Thank you for all your help these past few days, Senior Xia. Everyone quickly expressed their gratitude, reluctant to part. Chen Fan and his group boarded the bus and left Tianshan City, heading west. After crossing the vast Gobi Desert and traveling for 4 hours, they finally arrived at the foot of the Taisu mountain range. The Taisu mountain range was majestic and imposing, with steep peaks stretching over 1,000 kilometers from north to south. The group got off the bus and looked up, all struck by the breathtaking beauty of nature. From here on, we can only proceed on foot, Luo Yao reminded everyone, taking the lead as they ventured into the mountains. Starting from here, it will take another 2 days and nights to arrive. Since leaving the gates of Kunlun University, Luo Yao's spirits had noticeably improved, becoming more lively. Luo Yao, how about I help you carry your luggage? Zhao Mingzi showed particular concern for her and proactively offered. No need, I can manage myself. Luo Yao decisively refused, not giving him any chance to interject. Zhao Mingzi could only retreat dejectedly, walking over to Chen Fan and complaining in a low voice. Brother Fan, my charm isn't bad, right? Why doesn't Luo Yao show any interest at all? What, have you fallen for her? Chen Fan teased with a smile. Haha, is it that obvious? Zhao Mingzi laughed awkwardly, trying to cover up. Do I even need to say? How many times have you tried to please her along the way? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Zhao Mingzi whispered, Brother Fan, this girl is kind-hearted and happens to be my type. Then all I can do is wish you luck. This girl isn't from an ordinary family. Just as the group stepped into the Taisu mountain range in search of Moe Chen, far away in Chang'an City, thousands of miles away, the atmosphere was tense and fraught with danger. News of the beast cult's siege spread like wildfire, filling the entire city with anxiety and panic. At the same time, the Jiang family, in Alliance with the four major families of the capital, pressured National Martial University to provide an explanation for Jiang Chen's death. They firmly claimed that Jiang Chen's death was related to Chen Fan. The Education Bureau also paid close attention to the matter and had officially notified National Martial University to open an investigation into Chen Fan. In a conference room at National Martial University, nearly all the 8th-tier grandmasters were present, 12 in total. Huang Fu-chung sat at the center of the round table, his brows furrowed. I have been entrusted by the principal to preside over today's meeting. Regarding the Education Bureau's notice, what are your thoughts? The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, and everyone remained silent. Huang Fu-chang tapped the table and spoke again. Everyone, share your opinions. We can ignore the Jiang family, but the Education Bureau's notice must be addressed. Dai Jiangshan snorted coldly and was the first to speak. The Jiang family in the capital sure has connections, they can even pull strings with the Bureau. After speaking, he casually added, this matter is easy to handle. Just say I killed Jiang Chen, and let the Education Bureau deal with it however they want. Nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, a reprimanding voice rang out. The voice came from Gongsun Liaguang, the dean of the Magic Academy, who was seated opposite Dai Jiangshan. Dai Jiangshan, do you think this is child's play? If the Bureau's notice isn't handled properly, National Martial University won't receive a single penny of funding next year. What will happen to the school's over 10,000 students then? Humph. I heard Jiang Chen secretly tried to frame Chen Fan. His death is his own fault. Dai Jiangshan retorted fiercely, showing no signs of backing down. Soon, the conference room erupted into a heated argument. Those led by Dai Jiangshan supported Chen Fan, while those led by Gongsun Liaguang advocated handing Chen Fan over to resolve the issue. Gongsun Liaguang, don't drag the old grudges between our two academies into this matter involving a young student. Let me ask you, if Chen Fan had chosen your Magic Academy back then, would you still hand him over? Dai Jiangshan slammed the table and questioned. Dai Jiangshan, I have no personal bias, but can you guarantee that Jiang Chen's death has nothing to do with Chen Fan? There are countless ability users in the world, and the Jiang family has already reconstructed the scene. Chen Fan didn't kill an ordinary person, he killed the heir of the Jiang family from the capital. This matter is beyond our control. Is it worth angering the Bureau over one Chen Fan? Under Gongsun Liaguang's impassioned speech, those who had been silent began to side with him. Dean Dai, don't be too stubborn. Chen Fan has great talent, and I guess the Bureau won't execute him directly. At most, they'll punish him and let him go. Everyone began persuading Dai Jiangshan. At this moment, Huang Fu-chang tapped the table again. The discussion is almost over. Before we vote, I want to show everyone a video. With that, he turned on the screen at the front of the conference room. The video showed Chen Fan's duel with Chu Kuang from Kunlun University. This was sent to me by my former student Xia Jiqiu. Before making a decision, let's watch it together, Huang Fu-chang said, refraining from further explanation. This battle was not a big deal for the grandmasters, but everyone watched intently, their eyes wide open, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. The video ended, freezing on the moment when Chu Kuang fell to the ground. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. A mid-stage second-tier cultivation, yet possessing combat power close to the fourth tier, this is something even top-tier geniuses struggle to achieve. Being able to recruit this student is a stroke of luck for Guowu. Even Gongsun Liaguang's attitude quietly shifted. Huang Fu-chung turned off the screen, looked at everyone, and said, now, please raise your hands to vote. Those in favor of handing over Chen Fan, raise your hands. The conference room was eerily silent, with only faint breathing audible. The crowd exchanged glances, but no one raised their hand. Huang Fu-chang finally smiled, taking out a prepared reply letter and handing it to everyone. I've already drafted a response to the headquarters. Take a look and see if you have any objections. The paper contained only a few dozen words, but it clearly expressed Guowu's stance. Chen Fan is a student of our school and has committed no wrongdoing. If there are any objections, all grandmasters of Guowu are willing to personally visit the headquarters to explain face-to-face. After reading the statement, everyone nodded in agreement. This was no ordinary reply, it was a counter-pressure tactic. What does face-to-face explanation mean? It implies that if you continue to press the issue, all the grandmasters of Guowu will mobilize and come directly to confront you. Since there are no objections, sign to confirm. I'll deliver this reply to the capital overnight. All right. Everyone agreed without hesitation. At this moment,
Dai Jiangshan looked at Gongsun Liaguang, his gaze unusually devoid of hostility but still tinged with teasing.
Dean Gongsun, are you still worried about Guowu's funding? For next year?
Gongsun Liaguang met his gaze, his voice filled with emotion. With him here, Guowu is bound to win the national freshman competition this year.
The headquarters will be scrambling to reward us.
After speaking, he looked at Dai Jiangshan with a hint of envy. Old Dai, your military academy really struck gold this time.
But Chen Fan is most suited for dual cultivation in military strategy.
When he returns, tell him that he can come to me with any questions about lightning-based abilities. Chen Fan was completely unaware of what had transpired in the Guowu conference room. At this moment, the group of 8 had already spent 2 full days and nights in the Taishu mountain range. They had ventured hundreds of kilometers deep into the mountains.
With Luo Yao leading the way, they easily avoided powerful exotic beasts.
The strongest opponent they encountered along the way was merely a mid-stage 4th-tier rockfire giant lizard. With Du Huajun, a 4th-tier expert, present, the group naturally remained safe and sound. After spending these 2 days together, Luo Yao had grown close to the group, especially with Yi Qingling, with whom she walked hand in
hand, showing great intimacy. The group also learned about Luo Yao's relationship with the renowned physician Mohen turned out to be Luo Yao's biological grandfather.
My grandfather doesn't like being disturbed, so he chose to live in seclusion here.
Just 20 more kilometers, and we'll reach the Misty Forest.
Beyond the Misty
Forest lies Yulan Valley, where my grandfather resides.
As they drew closer to home, Luo Yao's previous gloom was swept away, replaced by a face full of joy.
However,
at that moment, a sharp screech pierced the sky. The sound was incredibly penetrating, striking directly at the souls of everyone present.
Everyone felt as if
their heads were splitting, their faces pale, nearly fainting. Fortunately, the sound did not last long, otherwise, their souls might have completely collapsed.
Even so,
Zhao Mingze and others had blood streaming down their faces, creating a terrifying scene.
Wen Hua even fainted outright.
At this moment, only Chen Fan and Du Huajun were in relatively better condition.
What's going on?
Just as the group was bewildered, a thunderous crash echoed from the distant forest.
Chen Fan and the others looked.
Far ahead, where the forest several hundred meters away had collapsed, rocks flying everywhere.
2 terrifying exotic beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. One of
the beasts resembled a tiger, its entire body covered in dragon scales, with a length exceeding 7 meters. It was none other than a 5th-tier dragon-scale thunder
tiger beast.
Legend has it that this type of exotic beast carries dragon blood, possesses extraordinary talent, and has strength comparable to top-tier human ability.
Another strange beast appeared, even more bizarre. It resembled a giant moth, its entire body pitch black like ink, with only its face stark white, resembling a terrifying ghost face from afar. What kind of monster is this? No one could recognize it. Luo Yao's face turned pale as she trembled and said, "This is the ghost-faced moth. A spiritual-type beast. Its cries carry mental attacks. We must take a detour. If we get close, we're doomed." No one dared to delay.
They quickly carried the unconscious Wen Hua and retreated swiftly. However, after walking less than 2 kilometers, a system notification suddenly echoed in Chen Fan's mind.
System task, help the dragon. Egg absorbed the dragon bloodline from the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. Task difficulty, D-. What the heck? Chen Fan almost couldn't help but curse. The dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast was a top-tier 5th-grade beast. Not only was it beyond his ability, but even Du Huajun couldn't handle it. Yet, since the system issued the task, it meant the beast's blood was useful for the dragon egg. Perhaps this was the key to the egg hatching.
As Chen Fan accompanied the group on their journey, he racked his brain for solutions. Facing the beast head-on was suicidal. He could only wait for the 2 beasts to fight each other to exhaustion. But the chances of that were slim. Even if they did fight, a top-tier 5th-grade beast, even injured, was still beyond his capability. He kept thinking of ways to set traps to kill it, but he was at a loss. With his current strength, it was simply impossible. Just as Chen Fan was at his wit's end, they arrived at the misty forest that Luo Yao had mentioned. The scenery before them changed abruptly. A vast expanse of dense fog stretched out ahead, resembling a sea of mist from afar. The group stopped at the edge of the mist, not daring to enter recklessly. Luo Yao took out several pills and handed them to the group. "The mist is poisonous. Take the antidote first. Once inside, stay close to me, or
You'll get lost. How can there be such dense fog on a sunny day?
Chen Fan looked at the mist, which only allowed visibility for a dozen meters.
Luo Yao explained, this fog is produced by a plant called the mist sea demon vine. Mist sea demon vine? The group had never heard of it. It's a 7th grade exotic plant. This misty forest is actually just one tree.
Its roots and branches are incredibly vast, covering an area of over 10 kilometers.
So big?
The group was astonished.
That's right. My grandfather transplanted it from an alternate dimension.
At the time, it was only 6th grade, and it advanced to 7th grade thanks to my grandfather's abilities.
The
group praised her grandfather, admiring him deeply. Indeed, the heart of nature ability was extraordinary.
The misty forest was truly perilous. As soon as they entered, swarms of branches lunged at them like demonic claws. These branches seemed alive, automatically avoiding Luo Yao and targeting only Chen Fan and the others. The claw-like branches moved at lightning speed, terrifyingly fast. The group turned pale with fear, unable to dodge such horrifying attacks. At the critical moment, Luo Yao's delicate voice rang out. Xiao Wu, don't hurt them. They're my friends.
The dry, claw-like branches immediately stopped and slowly retreated.
Exotic plants that surpass
7th grade develop intelligent consciousness.
Xiao Wu is very smart, isn't that right, Xiao Wu? Luo Yao said cheerfully. The mist sea demon vine seemed eager to show off. Several of its vines intertwined for a few seconds and transformed into a swing beside Luo Yao.
She sat on it, playing happily like a child.
The group watched
curiously, but Chen Fan frowned in thought.
After a few seconds, he asked, Luo Yao, can this mist sea demon vine deal with 5th grade beasts? Luo Yao was a bit surprised, but quickly understood his meaning. Chen Fan, you're not thinking of dealing with those 2 beasts from earlier, are you?
Yes,
Chen Fan nodded. That dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast is very important to me.
I want to use the mist sea demon vine to kill it.
My grandfather said Xiao Wu's strength is no weaker than an average 7th grade beast. Dealing with the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast shouldn't be a problem.
But you'll need to lure it here first, as Xiao Wu can't move.
Chen Fan
pondered for a moment and said, I'll figure out how to lure the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. When the time comes, have Xiao Wu help me kill it.
Brother Fan, luring that beast is too dangerous. The group tried to dissuade him, worried, but Chen Fan insisted, its blood is crucial for the hatching of the dragon egg. I must get it.
Junior Chen, let me help you lure it over, Du Huajun offered proactively. Chen Fan refused, he didn't want to risk others' safety.
You all wait here for me.
10 minutes later, he returned to the spot where he had previously discovered the 2 beasts. At this moment, the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast had gained the upper hand.
Chen Fan dared not be careless and retreated to a distance of 2 kilometers to quietly observe.
2 kilometers was the maximum range of the Thunder God rifle. Beyond this distance, the bullets would dissipate automatically and lose their shape. He slowly opened his thunder eyes, and the battle 2 kilometers away was crystal clear. 5 minutes later, the ghost-faced moth was torn to shreds, but the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast was also badly injured.
Its abdomen
had been ripped open, a deep gash revealing mangled flesh and blood. Its right eye was shattered, one front limb severed. It was in terrible condition.
However, it still wasn't something Chen Fan could confront directly.
Chen Fan was extremely tense, forcing himself to stay calm as he silently pulled the trigger of the Thunder God rifle. A thunder bullet shot out, heading straight for the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. The beast's vigilance was incredibly sharp. Just as the bullet was about to hit, it leapt abruptly, dodging it with ease. In the next moment, it locked its fierce gaze in Chen Fan's direction, letting out a deafening tiger roar. So sharp! Chen Fan quickly stowed his rifle and retreated, unfurling his thunder wings to soar into the sky.
Missing the shot didn't matter, he only wanted to grab its attention. Sure enough, the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast was enraged.
Its massive body shook with fury as it charged madly toward Chen Fan. Despite losing a front limb, the beast could leap over 100 meters with each bound. The 2-kilometer distance was merely a matter of a dozen breaths for it. Watching the approaching figure behind him, Chen Fan grew increasingly anxious.
Lightning surge. Basic thunderstorm domain.
Chen Fan unleashed his full power, and 2 thunder dragons emerged behind him, merging into his thunder wings. As the thunderstorm domain activated, his speed instantly doubled. His figure streaked across the sky like lightning, like a shooting star, but he still couldn't shake off the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. The chase continued, and soon they had traveled over 10 kilometers. By this point, the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast was less than 100 meters away from Chen Fan. It could pounce on him with its next leap. At the critical moment, Chen Fan focused his mind and shouted internally, "Thunder burst!
Activate!" Chen Fan had already planted thunder seeds in advance.
As soon as the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast stepped into the area, Chen Fan decisively detonated them.
Boom!
A series of explosions erupted.
Although the blasts weren't powerful, they effectively disrupted the beast's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan surged forward. At full speed, widening the gap by a kilometer.
Furious, the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast charged out of the explosion center and resumed its pursuit of Chen Fan. Fortunately, by this time, they were nearing the misty forest. Just as the beast was about to catch up, Chen Fan dove straight into the forest.
The expected scenario didn't unfold.
The dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast stopped 100 meters outside the misty forest, glaring cautiously at them, but it didn't dare to proceed further. At this moment, the others had gathered around Chen Fan.
"Why won't this creature come in?" Chen Fan asked with a frown.
Luo Yao explained, "High-level beasts like this have extremely sharp senses.
It must have detected Xiao Wu's presence, so it doesn't dare approach." Unwilling to give up, Chen Fan asked, "Can the Misty Sea Demon Vine attack it from a distance?"
Luo Yao shook her head. Xiao Wu's attack range is only 50 meters, but it's staying 100 meters away, so it's out of reach.
Chen Fan's mind raced, preparing to take the risk and provoke it once more.
However, his abilities were already depleted, and the side effects of the thunderstorm domain were beginning to manifest.
His entire body was drained, leaving him too weak to move. The basic thunderstorm domain could only last 5 minutes. The longer it was used, the stronger the exhaustion that followed.
Chen Fan nearly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Du Huojun immediately stepped in to support him and said firmly, "Junior, let me try. I'm confident I can lure it 50 meters closer."
"Senior Du."
Chen Fan tried to say something, but Du Huojun had already stepped out of the misty forest. His abilities erupted instantly, transforming him into a 5-meter-long black roaring sky demon tiger. At the same time, his mechanical prosthetic limb swiftly morphed into a mechanical tiger claw. This set of mechanical prosthetics was specially crafted by Dexia's top prosthetic master at Tian Xiong's request, designed to ensure Du Huojun's combat power wouldn't be affected after his beast transformation.
Transformed into the howling demon
tiger, Du Huojun charged at the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast, and the two tigers instantly clashed. Although the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast sustained significant injuries, it was still not something Du Huojun
could easily handle. After several rounds, Du Huojun was already struggling.
Though impulsive by nature, he wasn't foolish. He understood his task was to lure the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast 50 meters closer to
the misty forest.
Thus, he fought while retreating.
Sure enough, the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast fell for the trap.
As soon as it stepped into the 50-meter range, a vine shot out like a black line, instantly piercing
through its body.
The dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast roared furiously and struggled desperately, but it was futile.
Soon, it was tightly bound by the vine and dragged back into the misty forest. Everyone was stunned
by the incredible power of the Mist Sea Demon Vine.
Du Huojun reverted to his human form, staggering back into the forest with a grin.
He felt guilty for not being able to help Chen Fan much along the way, but now that he had helped capture this exotic beast for Chen Fan, he was overjoyed.
"Thank you, Brother Du,"
Chen Fan sincerely expressed his gratitude. In poor condition himself, he stumbled toward the dragon-scaled thunder tiger
beast. Up close, the exotic beast looked even more terrifying.
Its body was covered in metallic, dragon-like scales, and its claws were extraordinary 5 talons spread wide, resembling the legendary dragon claws.
"This creature is practically a fusion of a dragon and a tiger," Zhao Mingze exclaimed.
After observing for a moment, Chen Fan focused his thoughts, and a head-sized egg appeared in his hand. It was a dragon egg. As the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast's blood rapidly drained, Chen Fan didn't have time to extract it manually, so he let the dragon egg absorb it directly. The Thunder Squad was already accustomed to Chen Fan's ability to summon items out of thin air, but Du Huojun and Luo Yao were still somewhat surprised.
Chen Fan didn't bother explaining, as everyone assumed it was his special ability.
The dragon egg was visibly excited, landing on the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast's corpse and beginning to absorb its dragon blood. A few minutes later, the dragon egg finished absorbing the blood but did not hatch, indicating that the exotic beast's dragon blood was insufficient for
its incubation. "Looks like I'll need to find more dragon blood," Chen Fan thought to himself.
At that moment, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host.
D-level mission completed. You may now participate in the system lottery. Without hesitation, Chen Fan chose to draw.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained a D-level spatial ring. Spatial ring? D-level? Chen Fan quickly checked it.
This ring had a larger capacity,
offering 10 cubic units of space.
The spatial ring is great. The previous one with only 3 cubic units was indeed too small. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. He discreetly materialized the ring and wore it on his finger, placing the previous ring into his pocket. His long spear, chasing lightning, which had been strapped to his back due to its length, could now be stored in the spatial ring.
Chen Fan, do you want the corpse of this dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast? Luo Yao asked.
No, I only need its dragon blood, Chen Fan replied with a slight shake of his head.
Then let's give the corpse to Xiao Wu, Luo Yao said.
As she finished speaking, the Mist-Sea Demon Vine extended its tendrils, directly absorbing the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast's corpse into a dried husk, completely turning it into nutrients. The group continued forward, soon passing through the misty forest. The scenery ahead transformed into a lush green valley with a crystal-clear blue lake at its center.
The picturesque landscape resembled a paradise.
This is Yulan Valley, where my grandfather lives,
Luo Yao said again.
The group entered the valley, breathing in the fresh air that was invigorating and soothing. At the center of the valley lay Yulan Lake, surrounded by a few elegant wooden cabins.
At that moment, an
elderly man stood at the door of one of the cabins, his gaze fixed on the group.
Grandfather!
Luo Yao called out excitedly, rushing toward the old man.
Chen Fan and the others dared not be careless, knowing that this was
the person they had come to find. They quickly quickened their pace, approaching and greeting him one by one.
Moe Chen ignored the others, gently patting Luo Yao's head, his eyes filled with affection. Yao Yao, why have you come back? Luo Yao recalled her experience at Koin University, her nose tingling with emotion.
Grandfather, I'll stay here in Yulan Valley with you from now on.
I won't go anywhere else. Who made you suffer?
Moe Chen's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Luo Yao recounted her experiences at Koin University to the elderly man, and after hearing her story, Moe Chen was furious.
I'll accompany you to Koin University later. I must confront their principal face to face. Forget it, grandfather, Luo Yao, kind-hearted as always, persuaded him.
Moe Chen's anger gradually subsided, and he turned to Chen Fan and the others,
asking, what are you doing here? Chen Fan quickly replied respectfully, Senior Mo, we came to ask for your help in saving our teacher.
He hurriedly explained their purpose.
Oh? Moe Chen's face remained expressionless. Do you know my rules?
Chen Fan and the others' expressions changed. The rule was to exchange a 7th-tier Grandmaster's heart for his assistance.
Senior Mo, saving lives is urgent, and we have no way to find a Grandmaster's heart right now.
But I promise to repay you with a fresh heart in the future, Du Huojun said anxiously, his eyes full of pleading.
Come back when you have it. Moe Chen snorted coldly, preparing to send them away. Grandfather! Luo Yao quickly intervened.
Moe Chen's gaze fell on Wen Hua, who had just regained consciousness, and he said indifferently, it's not impossible for me to save someone, but this boy must stay
behind.
This. The group looked troubled.
Senior, you.
Wen Hua was naturally unwilling. Moe Chen spoke again, 2 years ago, I sought you out. If you're willing to stay and become my disciple, I'll help you save your teacher. Wen Hua was at a loss for how to respond. Trading his freedom for Tian Xion's life left him deeply conflicted, especially since Tian Xion had no connection to him.
Luo Yao said urgently, Grandfather, why must he stay?
Moe Chen did not explain, his voice turning stern.
What? Unwilling? If you're unwilling, then leave immediately.
With that, he threw out a bottle of pills. These are 4th-tier spirit-nourishing pills. Worth the favor you did for Yao Yao.
Take them. My Yulan Valley does not welcome outsiders.
He was resolute, directly driving the group out of Yulan Valley.
Wu Hai, do not let them enter Yulan Valley. Moe Chen ordered. Sternly at the edge of the misty forest,
the Wu Hai demon vine transformed into a large net, blocking the group from entering the valley.
What should we do?
The group was at a loss.
Wait a little longer, perhaps there will be another chance, Chen Fan said solemnly. The group had no choice but to wait in the misty forest, unwilling to leave.
Meanwhile, inside Yulan Valley, the departure of the group left Luo Yao feeling even more
downcast.
She looked at Moe Chen, almost on the verge of tears.
Why won't you help them? Why must Wen Hua stay?
Moe Chen sighed, lightly tracing Luo Yao's wrist with his finger and extracting a drop of blood. The blood was unusually strange, struggling at his fingertips, and those with strong spiritual power could even hear a faint screeching sound from within. Its toxicity is growing stronger. Moe Chen muttered to himself. This is a cursed ability. The longer the blood exists, the stronger its toxicity becomes. He looked at Luo Yao, his eyes filled with helplessness and affection. Yao Yao, your grandfather is powerless. I've researched this for 2 years and still haven't found a way to break the curse. I'm sorry you've had to suffer. Luo Yao's nose tingled, and tears slid down her cheeks. It's not your fault, grandfather. Over the past 2 years, Moe Chen had conducted numerous live experiments, specifically studying this curse. For this, he had collected many organs from powerful individuals, gradually earning the nickname Evil Doctor. Yao Yao, as things stand, only the power of the heart of nature can suppress this curse. But your grandfather is old and doesn't have many years left, Moe Chen said. Luo Yao was overcome with emotion, sobbing uncontrollably. After a long time, she choked out. So that's why you want Wenhua to stay, isn't it? Yes, Moe Chen sighed deeply. But everyone has their own life. We can't make decisions for others, Luo Yao said stubbornly, wiping away her tears. Grandfather, if my life is only 20 years long, then let all the beauty stop at 20. I won't force anyone, Moe Chen said quietly. He had raised Luo Yao since she was a child and knew she was a kind-hearted girl. If Wenhua were forcibly kept, it would only make Luo Yao even sadder. Sigh. Moe Chen sighed and finally said, Yao Yao, go call them in. He understood in his heart that since things had come to this, it was better to help Chen Fan and the others. In the future, Luo Yao might have to rely on them. Everyone returned to Yulan Valley once again. After inquiring about Tian Xiang's injuries, Moe Chen nodded, indicating that this matter was a simple task for him. However, he did not immediately set out for Guowu to save people. Instead, he led everyone to another wooden house. The moment he pushed open the door, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Ripples appeared inside the room, revealing an entrance to an interdimensional space. Moe Chen looked at everyone and said, this is an interdimensional entrance that the authorities have not yet discovered. Before heading to Guowu to save people, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Please instruct us, Senior, Chen Fan immediately responded. I need you to help me awaken someone. Awaken someone? Where is this person? Everyone was puzzled. Come on, the person is inside this interdimensional space, Moe Chen said, stepping in first. The group followed closely behind and arrived on a small island. The island was not large, about the size of a small village, surrounded by an endless sea. It was very quiet here, with no signs of any strange beasts. At the center of the island was a hemispherical barrier, not very large, but its surface resembled a dreamy curtain, woven from countless ethereal threads of light. What is this? Everyone was confused. This is a barrier formed by prolonged mental energy. The person I want you to awaken is inside, Moe Chen explained. Senior, who exactly do you want us to awaken? With your strength, do you really need our help? Chen Fan asked with a frown. Moe Chen sighed and did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Luo Yao. The person I want you to awaken is Luo Yao's mother. Luo Yao's mother? Everyone was shocked. Yes, this barrier is actually a dream barrier, formed by Luo Yao's mother's dream, Moe Chen said as he began to recount the story. It turned out that this interdimensional space was discovered by Moe Chen. The environment here was excellent, with no disturbances from strange beasts, so he brought Luo Yao's mother, Mo Yulan, to live here. Mo Yulan had awakened an SS level ability called Primordial Dream, with exceptional talent and stunning beauty, which had attracted many talented peers to pursue her. However, her proud nature left no one able to win her heart. After living here for a long time, Mo Yulan developed a desire to explore the wider world. Initially, Moe Chen disagreed, but when Mo Yulan advanced to the 7th tier master level, he finally felt reassured and stopped restricting her. However, after Mo Yulan set sail, she never returned. A year later, she came back to the island, pregnant. Moe Chen was both overjoyed and furious, happy that his daughter had returned safely, but angry that she was pregnant, and refused to reveal what had happened, spending her days in tears. Moe Chen was helpless. After Luo Yao was born, Mo Yulan fell into a deep sleep and could not wake up. As he finished speaking, his face seemed to age significantly. Why did she fall into such a deep sleep? Everyone was puzzled.
Moe-chen explained, this is a dream she created herself, and she is trapped inside, unable to wake up. I hope you can enter the dream barrier and help her wake up. Senior, have you tried waking her yourself? Chen Fan asked. Sigh, I've tried. The barrier prevents both me and Luo Yao from entering. Unless it's forcibly destroyed, but doing so would mean Yulan would never wake up again. If you can't enter, how can we? Chen Fan and the others were doubtful. I'm not sure either. You can give it a try. If you can pass through the barrier, you'll be able to enter her dream world. All right. Although they didn't hold much hope, when they touched the barrier, they surprisingly passed through it with ease. As soon as they entered, the surroundings changed instantly, and they found themselves outside an ancient city. For large characters were engraved on the city gate, City of Hope. Just as everyone was marveling, a crisp voice rang out. Hurry inside. The beast tide is coming, and the gates are about to close. Everyone was startled and looked up. On the city wall stood a lively and spirited young girl of about 17 or 18, her ponytail swaying. It was Luo Yao. Luo Yao is here too? The crowd exchanged glances. Surprised. After all, Moe-chen had said that this barrier repelled both them and Luo Yao. But the Luo Yao on the wall seemed not to recognize them and shouted, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in. She seems not to know us. The crowd looked at each other in confusion and disbelief. Meanwhile, the sound of beastly roars came from behind, as if thousands of wild beasts were charging forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Is this really a dream? Why does it feel so real? Zhao Mingze exclaimed in surprise. If we die here, will we really die? The crowd's expressions froze, and their previously relaxed mood turned tense. Quick, get into the city. If we get trampled by the beast tide, it'll be trouble, Chen Fan decisively suggested. The group dared not hesitate and rushed into the city gates. At this moment, the area beneath the city gate and atop the walls was crowded with people, numbering at least 10,000. These individuals looked tense, armed with weapons, and ready for battle. Hey, you all look unfamiliar. Are you from Hope City? Luo Yao jumped down from the city wall, walked up to the group, placed her hands on her hips, and asked. Seeing their hesitation, Luo Yao spoke again, Hey, I'm talking to you. The group exchanged glances, now certain that this person was not the Luo Yao they knew from outside. Chen Fan quickly made up an excuse, saying, We got lost and accidentally stumbled upon this place. Accidentally stumbled upon this place? Luo Yao was initially surprised, then her face lit up with a joyful smile. You wouldn't happen to be from Blue Star, would you? She stared at the group, her eyes full of curiosity. Yes, Chen Fan replied, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze and scratching his head. That's great. I heard Hope City hasn't seen outsiders for nearly 20 years. The last time someone accidentally came here, it was my mom. If she saw you, she'd be so happy. Luo Yao's eyes carried a hint of warmth. Before she could finish speaking, a horn suddenly sounded from the city wall, followed by a stern command. The first wave of the beast tide is here. Warriors, prepare for battle. Luo Yao's expression immediately turned serious. She quickly said to the group, The beast tide is extremely dangerous. Follow me closely and don't get separated. The group followed Luo Yao up the city wall. By now, warriors with long-range attack abilities had already begun shooting at the beast tide army. In an instant, hundreds of exotic beasts fell within the horde. However, the sheer number of these beasts was overwhelming, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Luo Yao pulled out a bow from her back, drew the string, and a golden energy arrow automatically formed. In the next moment, whoosh, the golden arrow flew out, piercing through the head of a mid-second tier exotic beast in the distance. Chen Fan was astonished. The Luo Yao here didn't possess poison-based abilities but rather some kind of metal-based power. He glanced around, the humans here were incredibly brave, clearly accustomed to beast tides attacking the city. Outside the city walls, more and more exotic beasts surged forward, and close combat ability users joined the fray. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. Luo Yao kept her bow drawn, staying close to Chen Fan and the others. Don't be afraid. My archery skills were taught by my father, they're really good. I'll protect you. Just as she finished speaking, a bone-armored violent ape of early third tier leaped up from below the city wall, charging straight at Luo Yao. Luo Yao quickly shot an arrow, but the ape's gray bone armor was incredibly tough, and the arrow failed to inflict any damage. The ape moved with astonishing speed, leaping several times to reach Luo Yao, opening its bloody maw to bite down on her head. Luo Yao's close combat abilities were weak, leaving her unable to dodge. Her face turned pale with fear. At that critical moment, Chen Fan acted decisively. Just as the ape was about to bite Luo Yao, he swung his fist, imbued with thunderous power, and shattered the ape's head. Luo Yao was stunned, staring at Chen Fan in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Fan frowned deeply. Killing this violent ape did not earn him any slaughter points, indicating that this place was definitely not the real world. Help me kill the enemies. After some thought, Chen Fan ordered the people behind him. Since this wasn't the real world, letting everyone train themselves properly wouldn't be a bad idea. Yes. The group quickly activated their abilities and charged toward the nearby beasts. At this moment, Luo Yao also snapped out of her daze, gave Chen Fan a deep look, and then joined the battle. The fight was exceptionally fierce, but the warriors of Hope City steadfastly defended the walls, preventing any beasts from breaking through the defenses. However, the beasts came in endless waves, growing stronger and stronger. Half an hour later, 5th and 6th tier beasts were already scattered across the battlefield. On the human side, many powerful ability users also chose to join the fray. By this time, Chen Fan and his group had already retreated, as the battlefield was no longer something they could intervene in. The battle raged on for another half hour, with 7th-tier beasts becoming increasingly numerous. Although humans had master-level experts fighting, their numbers were far fewer than the 7th-tier beasts in the beast horde. Just as Chen Fan thought Hope City was doomed to destruction, a melodious flute sound suddenly echoed across the chaotic battlefield, standing out starkly. As the flute played, the morale of the human warriors surged, and their combat effectiveness increased by about 30%. Meanwhile, the beasts became sluggish and dispirited, with weaker ones even collapsing to the ground. "It's my mother!" Luo Yao exclaimed excitedly, pointing to an elegant woman on the battlefield. Chen Fan looked in the direction Luo Yao indicated. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, exuding extraordinary grace and bearing. A striking resemblance to Luo Yao. Could this be the person we're looking for? Chen Fan wondered to himself. "Is your mother named Mo Yulan?" he asked Luo Yao. Luo Yao was surprised. "How do you know my mother's name?" Chen Fan understood but did not explain. At this moment, cheers erupted again from the rear of the battlefield. "The lord of the city is here." Chen Fan turned around and saw a man in his 30s appear. He held a black bow and arrow, and as he drew the string, a golden arrow feather sliced through the air, instantly exploding the head of a 7th-tier beast. Then, he continuously drew the string, firing golden arrows in rapid succession, killing over a dozen 7th-tier beasts in an instant. "Long live the city lord!" The crowd cheered and applauded. Luo Yao was equally excited, grabbing Chen Fan's arm and saying, "That's my father." "Your parents are incredibly powerful," Zhao Mingze exclaimed in amazement. "Of course. They're both 8th-tier grandmasters. They're the guardians of Hope City." With their intervention, the battle quickly came to an end. The strong retreated, while the weaker ones went outside the city to clean up the corpses scattered across the mountains and fields. Chen Fan and his group followed Luo Yao to the outskirts of the city. Here, Luo Yao remained kind-hearted, and with Chen Fan's earlier assistance, she had a favorable impression of him and his group. After a brief interaction, Chen Fan learned that Hope City was actually built in an alternate dimension, and the ancestors of the city's inhabitants originally came from Blue Star. Luo Yao explained to everyone, "Hope City has existed for over 100 years. Our ancestors said that when Blue Star first discovered the entrance to the alternate dimension, the country sent a group of people to investigate. But the passage was unstable at the time, and the entrance collapsed, trapping our ancestors in the alternate dimension, unable to find their way back home. So, they had no choice but to build a city here and struggle to survive." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions. According to the history of Disya, 100 years ago, there was a legion called the Brave Warriors, which was lost in the alternate dimension due to the collapse of the entrance. The people of Hope City before them were likely the descendants of that Brave Warriors legion. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan shifted the topic to their purpose for coming. "Luo Yao, can you take us to meet your mother? We have something we need to discuss with her." "What do you want to see my mother for?" Luo Yao asked innocently, without any suspicion, just curiosity. Chen Fan made an excuse, saying, "Didn't you mention that in the past 20 years, apart from us, only your mother has come here from Blue Star? We want to find her and ask if there's any way to return to Blue Star." "You can't go back." Luo Yao gently shook her head. Our elders searched for many years but couldn't find the way. Since you want to meet her, I can take you there. Seeing people from Blue Star will probably make my mother very happy. Luo Yao agreed, and half an hour later, they returned to the city and arrived at the largest manor in the city center, where they met Mo Yulan. Mother, these are my friends. They all come from Blue Star, Luo Yao said as she walked forward, leaning against the beautiful woman and acting coquettishly. Mo Yulan was not surprised by their arrival. After sending Luo Yao away, she slowly began to speak. You are not from this world. What brings you here? Chen Fan and the others quickly bowed and explained their purpose in detail. Mo Yulan remained silent for a moment, and Chen Fan gathered his courage to ask, Senior, why do you remain immersed in this dream and refuse to wake up? Do you know that the real Luo Yao and Senior Mo are waiting for you outside? Mo Yulan sighed and pointed to her mind, where scenes from her life began to unfold. It turned out that years ago, Mo Yulan had traveled across the sea by ship and accidentally arrived at Hope City. There, she met a man equally gifted, Luo Jingyun, the city's lord. At the time, the two quickly fell in love. After learning about the origins of Hope City, Mo Yulan and Luo Jingyun planned to lead everyone back to Blue Star along the route she had taken. When the news spread, the city's residents were overjoyed. After all, they were often attacked by strange beasts and had long been exhausted. However, during their migration, the sea was besieged by countless terrifying sea beasts. All 80,000 residents of Hope City perished, buried in the ocean. Luo Jingyun, in an attempt to protect Mo Yulan, also fell victim to the beast tide and couldn't escape. This experience dealt a heavy blow to Mo Yulan, who always felt she was responsible for the destruction of Hope City. After returning to Yulan Valley and giving birth to Luo Yao, she fell into a dream and remained asleep for 18 years. Hope City is gone. This city is merely an illusion. In my dream, I don't want to wake up, nor do I want Hope to completely disappear, Mo Yulan said, tears streaming down her face, her voice filled with sorrow. The group, who had initially intended to persuade her, chose silence. To Mo Yulan, this dream world was her everything, and she had no reason to wake up. After a moment, Chen Fan asked, Senior, there's something I don't understand. Why do you prevent Luo Yao and Senior Mo from entering the dream? Wouldn't meeting in the dream also be a good thing? Mo Yulan sighed. It's not that I don't want to, but this world already has a Luo Yao. The rules dictate that there cannot be a second Luo Yao here. As for my father, his power is too strong, and my dream cannot contain him. Unless one day, I become stronger than him. I see, the group nodded. Mo Yulan looked at Chen Fan. I want to know, how is the Luo Yao outside, is she doing well? Luo Yao is doing well, but her awakened ability is the poison body, which causes her some pain. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided not to hide the truth. But don't worry. With Senior Mo by her side, she'll be fine. We'll all help her too, Chen Fan added quickly, seeing her tense expression. Thank you. I owe Luo Yao and my father an apology. But I truly can't bear to let go of this hope. City, Mo Yulan said softly. When you return, please tell my father that Yulan is sorry. The group sighed inwardly, knowing this was the best outcome Mo Yulan could achieve. After all, she was happy here. Before I send you out, I will give you a special trial. I hope you can help Luo Yao more in the future, Mo Yulan said, waving her hand gently. The group was immediately plunged into an intense and endless battle. Her voice echoed. Again, this is a dreamscape I created. In 2 hours, you will truly wake up. By then, your strength should have advanced by 1 level. Using her dream origin ability, Mo Yulan pulled the group into a dreamscape. They faced an unending wave of beasts, with only 2 choices, kill or be killed. Die in just 2 short hours, they experienced countless deaths. Chen Fan was no exception. After enduring the fear of several deaths, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of this place. Amidst the killing, he began practicing the combination skill of Thunder Flash and Thunder Shadow Clone technique. Since this was an illusion, he didn't have to worry about exhausting his abilities. As a result, his skill progressed astonishingly fast, even beginning to show effectiveness in combat. In those 2 hours, Chen Fan died a total of 38 times. When he woke up, he was already outside the barrier. Having faced the trial of death head-on, his mental strength had improved significantly, and his cultivation had reached the threshold of the late stage of the 2nd tier. All he needed was to absorb the thunder energy of a Tier 3 beast, and he could immediately break through to the late stage of the 2nd tier. Zhao Mingzi and the others didn't have such strict limitations, but they also advanced by a small realm,
reaching the mid-stage of the second tier.
Wen Hua advanced to the early stage of the second tier.
Only Du Huajun, who had the highest cultivation level, didn't break through, but his mental strength also increased considerably.
This opportunity was rare, and everyone was thrilled.
It meant they were one step closer to winning the National College Freshman Championship. Nearby, Moe Chen saw the group awaken and quickly stepped forward to inquire about their experience.
Chen Fan recounted every detail of the dreamland without holding anything back. After listening, Moe Chen remained silent for a few minutes before speaking.
This is good.
Since Yulan was happy in the dream, I can rest assured.
Beside him, Luo Yao was already in tears. Over the years, she had harbored resentment toward her mother for abandoning her.
Now that she knew the truth,
she could no longer suppress the emotions bottled up inside. It turned out her mother loved her, otherwise, her figure wouldn't have appeared in the dream.
Don't be sad, Zhao Mingze comforted her.
In there, your mother cared about you deeply.
We even saw your father, he's a great hero who protects an entire city. He's incredible. I remember what he looks like.
I'll draw him for you later. That afternoon, Moe Chen instructed the Misty Sea Demon Vine to guard the area and then led the group away from Yulon Valley.
In the Taishu mountain range, their progress was swift. With Moe Chen, an 8th-tier grandmaster, they didn't have to worry about ambushes from beasts.
When they reached a gorge, Moe Chen suddenly raised his hand to stop everyone.
Chen Fan, boy, haven't you been looking for a thunder element beast? Here's your chance. Oh, where is it? Chen Fan's heart leaped with joy.
He was just one step away from the thunder energy needed to break through to the late stage of the second tier, so he had been searching for a thunder element beast along the way.
At the bottom of the gorge.
But that's a late tier 3 beast, and I won't be helping you, Moe Chen said calmly, his hands clasped behind his back.
Chen Fan looked down into the gorge and indeed saw a late tier 3 purple thunder berserk lion.
He smiled confidently.
No need for assistance, senior. Give me 1 minute. With that, Chen Fan leaped down, his thunder wings unfurling behind him as he rapidly closed in on the purple thunder berserk lion.
He made no effort to hide his presence, and the violent energy fluctuations quickly woke the slumbering beast.
The purple thunder berserk lion roared, its body radiating with purple thunder, and its massive frame leaped fiercely toward Chen Fan. Thunder domain activate.
Chen Fan shouted in his mind, unleashing his strongest attack. Thunder gathered at his fist, and he struck the purple thunder berserk lion's head with a powerful punch. The several-ton body was sent flying over 10 meters. Before the lion could stand up, Chen Fan's hand, sharp like a blade, had already pierced into its heart. With a thought, the thunder-devouring sacred body activated silently, and the immense thunder energy poured crazily into his body. Within moments, the barrier blocking his breakthrough shattered with a roar. His aura surged upward, and he successfully advanced to the late stage of the second tier. Feeling the newfound, immense power within him, Chen Fan's heart filled with joy. In just 10 days, he had advanced 2 small realms. The speed of his improvement was astonishing. Excited, he turned to glance at his system panel. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body, SS, Mimicry, F, level, late stage of Tier 2 physique, 320 mental power, 342 slaughter points, 11388 skills, 9 heavens thunder. Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm, Thunder Wings, Thunderstorm, Aurora Whirlwind Break, Thunder Shadow Clone Technique. Evaluation, a wolf with initial offensive capabilities. Current task, help young Chuchu join the quasi-martial saint. Sect, task level E. Both physique and mental power have broken through 300. Chen Fan was so excited he almost jumped up.
In the distance, Moe Chen's expression shifted dramatically, first with surprise, then with admiration.
He had long known that Chen Fan was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected him to instantly kill a late-stage Tier 3 beast. Now, Chen Fan had advanced to the late stage of Tier 2. To reach this level at such a young age, Moe Chen had rarely seen anyone like him in his lifetime. Zhao Mingze and the others were even more in awe, practically worshipping him. They had thought their cultivation levels were similar, but Chen Fan had once again widened the gap.
Brother Fan, I admire no one but you. Your cultivation speed is like a rocket, shooting straight up.
Zhao Mingze quickly approached, flattering him with a serious tone.
Seeing this, Wu Yu was unwilling to be outdone and pretended to kneel. Boss, don't just stand there, let me bow to you.
This chubby guy had spent so much time with Zhao Mingze that he had also picked up his slick-talking ways. Yi Qingling's eyes sparkled as she lightly bit her lip, lost in thought.
All right, enough fooling around. Let's get moving, Chen Fan said, shaking his head helplessly. Zhao Mingze leaned in again and asked, Brother Fan, What do you think Vice Principal Wang Fu Cheng's reaction will be when we return?
I bet his jaw will drop, Wu Yu answered for Chen Fan, his tone full of admiration.
M.O. Chen watched their banter with a smile, appearing particularly amiable. Who would have thought that this usually intimidating evil doctor could be so approachable at this moment?
When they left National Martial University, everyone was feeling downcast, but the atmosphere on the return journey was lively. Not only had they secured Mo Chen's help, but Chen Fan had also broken through to a new minor realm.
However, when they returned to Tianshan City, a piece of news once again dampened the mood. Xia Jiqiu informed them that all high-speed trains to Chang'an City had been suspended. Senior brother Xia, what happened in Chang'an? Chen Fan and his companions grew tense.
Xia Jiqiu solemnly replied, the teacher sent a message, saying that rumors of the beast worship cult attacking the city are spreading like wildfire. The military has already taken control of the area.
The teacher asked me to tell you all to stay in Tianshan City for now and lay low. Chen Fan immediately
called Huang Fu Chang and learned that the news of the beast worship cult's attack had not been leaked by him.
No one knew who had spread it.
Once the news broke, the authorities were overwhelmed and decided to mobilize more than half of the troops
from Wanggeguan and Jufengguan to guard Chang'an City as a precaution. Huang Fu Chang repeatedly urged them to wait a while before returning to Chang'an. However, after some discussion, the group decided to set off immediately, even if it meant driving back to National Martial University. For Chen Fan, the reason was simple: he needed to revive Tian Xiong as soon as possible, and both young Chuchu and Catwoman were at National Martial University. He had to return. Xia Jiqiu was somewhat helpless and ultimately couldn't stop them. He could only arrange for a bus to take them away.
Everyone was anxious, so Chen Fan simply took over the driver's seat and floored the gas pedal. The bus sped down the highway, reaching a speed of 160 kilometers per hour, leaving all other vehicles far behind. The original driver was so scared he was sweating, gripping the handrail tightly and repeatedly shouting, slow down, slow down.
It's too fast, too fast.
He had never imagined a bus could go this
fast in his life.
Relax, this isn't even my limit, it's just the bus's top speed, Chen Fan said calmly, one hand on the steering wheel.
On the morning of July 14th, after driving through the night, Chen Fan finally arrived in Chang'an City.
The main roads were heavily barricaded, with soldiers standing guard to prevent anyone from entering. Chen Fan's vehicle was also stopped.
Please turn around.
Entry is prohibited, only exits are allowed, a soldier announced solemnly.
Why? Everyone's expressions turned grim.
Apologies, to prevent members of the beast cult from sneaking in, this area is under military control, and no one is allowed to enter, the soldier explained.
Brother Fan, what do we do now?
Everyone looked at Chen Fan.
Mo Chen's expression darkened, seemingly ready to force his way through.
Chen Fan quickly took out a silver medal and handed it to the soldier.
Comrade, we are definitely not members of the beast cult.
The soldier took the medal and froze, his
eyes widening.
A silver one-star medal. This meant that the young man before him had performed outstandingly in a massive rescue operation involving millions of people. Moreover, such a high-level medal was only awarded once per campaign.
The soldier immediately saluted. Greetings, Commander.
Chen Fan's companions behind him were utterly confused, casting puzzled glances. When they saw the silver medal, their eyes widened.
A silver medal. Even Mo Chen's gaze wavered. The medal's significance was immense.
Brother Fan, how do you have such a high-level medal? Everyone asked excitedly.
Chen Fan didn't elaborate and turned to the soldier. Comrade, can we enter Chang'an City?
You can enter.
The soldier immediately stepped aside. Thank you. Chen Fan put away the medal, called everyone onto the bus, and drove off. Brother Fan, what exactly did you do to earn that medal?
The people on the bus were still buzzing with excitement.
Standing nearby, Du Huajun couldn't help but feel envious.
Many graduates from ability universities need to earn a medal to graduate. For example, at our National Martial University, earning a bronze 2-star medal is enough to graduate.
Junior, you've just started school and
already surpassed the requirement by far. As they chatted, they headed straight for National Martial University.
When they returned to the Qingyuan residence in the university's backyard, Huang Fu Cheng's expression immediately turned stern. Didn't I tell you not to come back?
But soon, his face lit up with joy. Your ability levels have all increased. His delight was almost palpable. Chen Fan had already reached the late stage of the second tier, and the other members of the Thunder Squad had advanced to the mid-stage of the second tier, leaving Huang Fu Cheng astonished. Their strength had far surpassed the geniuses of other schools. This year, winning the national freshman competition for ability universities was no longer just a dream for National Marshall University.
Principal, this is Senior M.O., Chen Fan quickly introduced M.O. Chen beside him. Dr. M.O., I've long admired your name. Huang Fu Cheng immediately greeted him warmly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huang Fu Chang led everyone to the medicinal bath barrel where Tian Xiong was recovering. Dr. M.O., do you think his heart can be repaired? Huang Fu Chang asked expectantly.
M.O. Chen placed his palm lightly on Tian Xiong's heart, carefully examining it before cautiously saying, for someone so gravely injured to still be alive, it's thanks not only to your timely treatment but also to his sheer willpower.
An ordinary person would have been long gone. Is there a way to save him? Huang Fu Cheng's face tensed. For me, it's a piece of cake, M.O. Chen said confidently. Moreover, he's currently on the verge of breaking through the peak of the 7th tier. Once he wakes up, he might have a chance to advance and become a Grandmaster. Oh, then I'll leave it to you, Dr. M.O.
Repairing the heart of a Grandmaster-level expert required time, so the group refrained from disturbing him and followed Huang Fu Chang out of the room.
After seeing everyone off, Huang Fu
Chang sat down with Chen Fan to chat. He asked in detail about Chen Fan's experiences over the past few days inside. Chang'an City is in a state of panic right now, with tension in the air. The beast cult is truly a scourge that must be eradicated. Chen Fan nodded and speculated, the beast cult wouldn't attack this place without reason. I think they might be targeting young Chu Chu. That's possible,
Huang Fu Chang said with a frown.
There's a long-standing rumor within the beast cult that the offspring of the true phoenix and true dragon can inherit the will of the beast god and become the beast god's earthly vessel on Blue Star.
If the beast god descends, humanity is doomed. Is that rumor true? Chen Fan had initially been
skeptical, but Catwoman, a former member of the beast cult, insisted that the beast god was real. I'm not sure if the beast god truly exists. The beast worship cult is too mysterious. They have countless connections to other dimensional spaces and methods so numerous that they're impossible to guard against. So, I think the beast god might be real, we just can't comprehend it.
Don't worry, though. I'll assign a Grandmaster-level teacher to secretly protect young Chu Chu and ensure her safety. Thank you, Principal Huang Fu.
After leaving Huang Fu Chang, Chen Fan headed to the first floor of the dormitory, where he encountered the fearsome dorm manager. The quasi-martial saint raised an eyebrow upon seeing Chen Fan.
Oh, not bad.
It's only been a few days, and your strength has already reached the late stage of the 2nd tier.
But let me remind you, advancing too quickly isn't always good.
If your foundation is unstable, it's best to spend 10 days and nights in an
other dimensional space to hone your abilities. Thank you for the advice, Senior. Chen Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. He then asked, Senior, how is Catwoman? Has she woken up?
Not yet, but soon.
Probably in the next couple of days.
The southern bright leaving fire within her has stabilized.
Go in and take a look.
Chen Fan carefully entered the room and saw Catwoman lying quietly on a small bed, like a sleeping beauty. Her ample chest rose and fell with her breathing, a breathtaking sight.
Ha! Her aura is several times stronger than before. Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise.
Indeed, the dorm manager nodded.
The 9 Lives Illusion God ability is quite unique.
If she awakens a higher level ability, her strength will
skyrocket. If it's a weaker one, her strength will plummet.
She's currently at the late stage of the 3rd tier, and her cultivation is still rapidly increasing.
Reaching the 4th tier after waking up won't be a problem.
Well, this is a case of misfortune turning into a blessing, Chen Fan murmured.
On July 15th, the entire city of Chang'an was in a state of panic. Residents stayed indoors, too afraid to venture outside. The streets were deserted, with only tens of thousands of ability warriors standing guard, prepared for any emergencies. The National Martial Academy was equally tense. Students barely left their dorms, all hiding within the school.
With over a dozen grandmasters stationed at the academy, it was the safest place in the city unless a martial saint attacked. Chen Fan woke up in the morning to the sound of the system notification. Attention, host, disrupt the beast worship cult's plans.
Mission level, D+. Completing the mission will grant you a chance to participate in the lottery. Chen Fan's drowsiness vanished instantly.
As expected, the beast worship cult was planning something big today. The system only mentioned disrupting the beast worship cult, but it didn't provide any specifics on how to do it.
Chen Fan grumbled.
Sitting on his bed, feeling uneasy, he decided to organize his current survival tools. He looked at his spatial ring and quickly took out a wooden fish. This was a special item he had obtained through a lottery using
slaughter points after the battle in Chang'an.
When struck, the wooden fish would create a protective shield within a 100-meter radius, rendering him immune to all damage.
However, the effect only lasted for 10 seconds and could only be used once a month.
When he first got it, he had impulsively struck it once, triggering a 1-month cooldown period. Now, exactly a month later, the effect had been restored.
A 10-second invincibility state might save my life at a critical moment, Chen
Fan muttered to himself before carefully storing the wooden fish back in the ring.
Currently, it was the only usable item in his spatial ring. I'm so broke.
Chen Fan sighed, deciding to splurge for once and exchange all the 10,000 plus slaughter points in the system for lottery chances. Having just advanced his abilities, his physique and mental strength had reached the late stage of the second tier. He planned to push both to their limits. System, spend 2,000 slaughter points for 20th level.
Green lottery draws.
Chen Fan commanded without hesitation. System, please, just give me physique and mental strength enhancement cards.
Chen Fan silently prayed as the system quickly completed the 20 draws. Congratulations, host, you've
obtained 1 nourishing essence pill.
Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1 F-level mental strength enhancement card.
Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1 strengthening fruit. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1 F-level
physique enhancement card.
Chen Fan quickly checked and found that the 20 draws had yielded a total of 6 F-grade physique enhancement cards and 7 mental power enhancement cards.
Without hesitation, he used them. A wave of soreness and exhilaration
swept through his body as his physique value rose to 338 and his mental power to 363.
Still quite a gap from the late-stage second-tier physique limit.
Chen Fan frowned and continued exchanging for F-grade draws. When he had spent a total of 7,000 slaughter points, both his physique and mental power reached 399, hitting the late-stage second-tier limit.
His physical and mental attributes had improved significantly in an instant. Impressive.
Chen Fan carefully felt the changes, his heart
brimming with joy.
I still have over 4,000 slaughter points left.
Exchange them all for E-grade blue pool draws.
The current situation was tense, and improving his strength was the top priority.
He decided to go all out.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Lightning Flash Thunder Technique. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, the name sounded very familiar.
System, what is this skill?
Lightning Flash Thunder Technique. Upon use, the host's entire energy will be drained, transforming into a bolt of lightning that allows the host to sprint a certain distance rapidly. Please note, the sprint distance depends on the host's strength. With your current late-stage second-tier energy reserves, the maximum sprint distance is 3 kilometers.
Isn't this the innate skill of that lightning-horned rhino, Lei Lao-san? Chen Fan immediately understood. But that rhino can sprint 5 kilometers, and I can only manage 3. Looks like I'm still no match for that dumb beast.
Chen Fan chuckled helplessly.
Still, it's not bad. It could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Chen Fan issued a second E-grade draw command.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item Hidden Soul Orb.
What is this? Chen Fan asked curiously.
When worn, it can conceal your aura, helping you evade tracking and hide your presence.
Not bad, a great item. Chen Fan was delighted and quickly pocketed it. With this, even after using the Lightning Flash Thunder technique
and depleting his energy, he could rely on this item to hide and avoid being tracked.
One more time.
Chen Fan silently chanted in his heart. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of entangled pendants.
What are these? Chen Fan asked curiously. The entangled pendants are a pair of jade pendants that can sense each other. No matter how far apart they are, the child pendant will always fly back to the mother pendant. Chen Fan took them out and tested them. He separated the 2 cookie-sized jade pendants, and sure enough, one of them actively flew toward the other. I can give the mother pendant to young Choo Choo. That way, if something happens to her, I can use the child pendant to find her. Chen Fan calculated carefully. The beast worship sect wanted the true phoenix's body, which meant they needed her alive, so young Choo Choo wouldn't be killed. After the final draw, I'll give the mother pendant to Choo Choo. Having made up his mind, he exchanged his last 1,000 slaughter points for a draw. Final draw, let's go. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a hidden reward from the blue pool, an ability replication card. Chen Fan looked at the ordinary black card in his hand and curiously asked, "What is the ability replication card?"
The ability replication card allows you to permanently replicate another person's ability, but only abilities of S grade or below.
Chen Fan was stunned. What did this mean? It meant he could soon possess a second ability, and it could be S grade. Could it be that I, Chen Fan, am about to become a man with 3 abilities?
His breathing grew heavier.
System, I really love you. Chen Fan tightly gripped the ability replication card, unable to put it down.
At this moment, the images of those strong individuals with S-grade abilities flashed rapidly through his mind as he pondered which S-grade ability would be the best to replicate.
Zhao Ming's ability is out. I don't want to turn into Magneto. Gao Yuan's is no good either.
A body full of iron isn't interesting, and besides, my thunder-devouring sacred body already has a strong physique bonus. As for Wu Yu, earth-based abilities don't pair well with my lightning abilities.
Yi
Qingling's ability is pretty good, Night Phantom.
If I could learn it, I could move like a ghost on the battlefield. Who could stop me then?
That's settled then, the Dark Knight Phantom ability, I want it. Just as Chen Fan was about to call Yi Qingling
to meet up, the system's voice suddenly rang out.
Attention, host, the ability can only be copied after the target's death.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Chen Fan was instantly embarrassed. Helpless, he began considering other ability
users around him. Who else is an S-level ability user nearby? Should I take out Bai Zun first?
But that guy's already crippled and disappeared somewhere. After thinking it over, he decided to abandon the idea.
The Ice God domain didn't suit
him. Summoning a bunch of ice blocks to fight was boring. He preferred close combat, taking on anyone who dared challenge him.
Forget it, I'll keep this card for now. The Beast Cult is planning something big later, maybe I'll be able to hunt down an S-level ability user.
After finishing the lottery draw, Chen Fan quickly freshened up and headed to the teacher's villa area behind the school. This time, he wasn't going to see Huangfu Chang but to find Yang Chuchu.
Yang Chuchu was under special
protection and had been arranged to live with a female teacher.
The teacher's name was Yi Shuang, a 7th-tier master. Though over 40, she was well-maintained, still attractive, and exuded charm.
Standing next to Yang Chuchu, they looked like sisters.
Hello, Teacher Yi. Chen Fan had learned Yi Shuang's name from Huangfu Chang.
Meeting her for the first time, he quickly greeted her respectfully.
Chen Fan? Please come in.
Yi Shuang glanced at Chen Fan, sensing his late 2nd-tier
cultivation level, and was secretly surprised. Her smile grew even warmer. She finally understood why the school's grandmasters valued Chen Fan so highly.
No wonder a genius like Yang Chuchu, with her SS-level ability, is so captivated by him. Yi
Shuang thought to herself. A girl's gaze in love doesn't lie.
From the moment Chen Fan entered, Yi Shuang could see Yang Chuchu's feelings for him.
You two can chat.
Yi Shuang smiled knowingly and tactfully left the living room to the pair.
After Yi Shuang went upstairs, Yang Chuchu's smile blossomed completely. Senior, why are you here?
Yang Chuchu excitedly approached, her face tinged with a faint blush. Chen Fan caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance and was surprised.
In just half a
month, Yang Chuchu had already advanced to the mid-1st tier.
Truly worthy of the SS-level ability True Phoenix physique. Chen Fan marveled inwardly. Senior, where are you looking? Yang Chuchu noticed Chen Fan staring at her chest, and
her face instantly turned red as she quickly lowered her head.
Ahem. Chen Fan coughed awkwardly.
In truth, he had been wondering whether Yang Chuchu wearing the mother pendant of the twin pendants on her chest would be too conspicuous.
After all, this item was different from ordinary jade pendants and could easily attract attention.
Hearing Yang Chuchu's words, Chen Fan finally noticed that the curves below her fair neck were more pronounced than before. He rubbed his nose and took out
the mother pendant from the twin pendants. Chuchu, wear this. What is it? Yang Chuchu asked curiously. This is the mother pendant from the twin pendants. I have the child pendant. If you wear it, no matter where you are, I can use the child pendant to find you, Chen Fan explained. No matter where I am, you can find me?
Yang Chuchu's heart raced as she listened. She obediently put it on, admired it for a moment, then slightly pulled down the neckline of her t-shirt and tucked the pendant
into her chest.
Chen Fan was much taller than Yang Chuchu, and the two were standing close together. Her action of pulling down her neckline was clearly visible to him.
A flash of jade-white skin appeared briefly full and rounded, just beginning to take shape. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking that Yang Chuchu must have done it on purpose.
After chatting for a while longer, Chen Fan left young Chu Chu with the undesirable reward he had received from the lottery draw and then got up to leave. Back at the dormitory, Chen Fan began conserving his energy, waiting for the beast cult's arrival. But as the sun set, Chang'an City remained calm, with no sign of the beast cult. In the dormitory, everyone had waited all day without anything happening and was already bored out of their minds. Chen Fan, Gao Yuan, and Wen Hua ended up sitting on the sofa playing cards as Zhao Mingzi paced back and forth anxiously. The news about the beast cult attacking the city can't be fake, right? If they don't come soon, it'll be dark. Wen Hua played a card and looked up. I don't think the beast cult will attack the city today. If I were them, I'd strike suddenly when we're unprepared. But now, Chang'an City is guarded by a 10,000-strong army with tight defenses. Who would be foolish enough to attack the city at this time? Wen Hua is right, I think so too. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. No, the beast cult will definitely make a move today. Chen Fan put down his cards, his tone firm. Oh, Brother Fan, how can you be so sure? Zhao Mingzi had just asked when the dormitory building suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Everyone was startled. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from the distant horizon. This isn't an earthquake, the beast cult is here. Let's go check it out. Chen Fan decisively jumped out of the window and rushed outside the dormitory building. The campus was in chaos, with many students rushing out, almost everyone holding a weapon. Look over there, a student exclaimed. Chen Fan looked up and saw a blazing fire atop a mountain peak on the outskirts of Chang'an City. The flames shot straight into the sky like a giant torch. The sky had already darkened, and the dim heavens were illuminated red by the firelight. The blaze was massive, and the flames soared tens of thousands of meters into the air before exploding like fireworks. That's Fengming Mountain, someone in the crowd shouted. In alarm. Could it be a volcanic eruption under Fengming Mountain? Will it spew lava? A trembling voice asked. Isn't Fengming Mountain supposed to be an extinct volcano? How could it suddenly erupt? And so violently. Everyone was panicked. As the volcano erupted, countless burning boulders rained down on Chang'an City like cannonballs. For a moment, citizens ran out of their homes, staring in shock at the catastrophic sky. Inside the National Martial Arts headquarters, Huang Fu Chang and other grandmasters' faces turned grim. If these fiery boulders really hit Chang'an City, the consequences would be unimaginable. It must be the beast cult's doing, setting the mountain on fire. Stop those boulders. The grandmasters exchanged glances and then soared into the sky together, heading toward the incoming fiery boulders. Mental art, thousand threads net. Huang Fu Chan unleashed his mental power, forming a massive net that firmly intercepted a large cluster of fiery boulders. Dai Jiangshan wielded his flaming green dragon crescent blade, each swing releasing a 100-meter-long fiery blade aura, shattering large swaths of incoming boulders. The grandmasters fought with all their might, desperately protecting Chang'an City. However, the range of the boulders was too vast, and some inevitably slipped through, falling into the city. In front of dormitory building number 5 at National Martial Arts University, a 5-meter diameter boulder engulfed in flames hurtled toward the lawn like a meteor. On the lawn, a few young men were chatting, unaware of the danger. Fortunately, a nearby student noticed. Get out of the way. A boulder is flying toward you. The group looked up in fright, and the boulder was already less than 100 meters away. It was moving so fast that they had no time to dodge. It's over, it's over. They were terrified, resigned to their fate. Chen Fan scanned the crowd and recognized one of them as Gao Wenba, a senior he had met when he first arrived at National Martial Arts University. How unlucky. Good thing I'm here. Chen Fan thought, deciding to intervene. The power carried by this boulder was terrifying, and he had to give it his all. Thunder Domain, activate. 9 Heavens Thunder Strike. He made a throwing motion, channeling immense power to hurl his Thunderbolt Spear. With a dragon's roar, the purple spear, wrapped in blue and purple lightning, shot through the air like a swimming dragon, crossing dozens of meters in an instant and striking the fiery boulder. With a flash of purple light and a burst of sparks, the boulder shattered with a deafening explosion. The next moment, Chen Fan leaped into the air and caught the spear steadily. The rescued group, still shaken, felt a weight lifted from their hearts. They quickly approached the figure who had just saved them. Classmate, thank you for saving us. Chen Fan retracted the lightning and turned around with a smile. No problem. Just lending a hand. Gao Wenba recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, Chen Fan, Jr. Long time no see, Chen Fan said with a smile.
Cao Wenbo was still somewhat in disbelief. Witnessing that terrifying strike earlier, he had assumed it was his senior who had acted, but unexpectedly, it was Qin Fan, who had been at the school for less than a month. "Junior, your strength has improved too quickly." The people nearby were also stunned upon hearing this. "This is a junior? Are you sure? With this level of strength, can he really be a junior?" Cao Wenbo quickly introduced Chen Fan to the others. When they heard the term Rookie King, they finally understood. "I had heard before that a newcomer had arrived at the school, someone whose strength surpassed many of the older students. I didn't believe it, but now I see it's true. Today, I've truly been enlightened." The people who had been rescued were Gao Wenba's roommates, all second-year students with mid-tier second-level cultivation. At this moment, their attitude toward Qin Fan was extremely humble and respectful. Just as they were speaking, several massive flaming boulders fell from the sky again. These boulders didn't hit the crowd but created a deep pit. Upon impact, initially, no one paid much attention, but when they heard a crackling sound coming from the pit, they all gathered around. They saw the boulder split open, revealing a curled-up figure. The creature's entire body was pitch black and shiny, humanoid in shape, but its skin resembled black rock. Its muscles were solid, and its 10 fingers were claw-like, each half a meter long. "What kind of monster is this?" The onlookers were horrified, having never seen such a creature before. "It looks like a demon that crawled out of hell." The more timid students began to retreat. The monster slowly opened its blood-red eyes, appearing extremely terrifying. In the next second, it leapt out of the pit, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. No one had ever seen such a monster, and their hearts were filled with fear. But the monster was incredibly fast and agile. It charged at a mid-tier second-level student. The student hurriedly swung his blade to defend himself, but one of the monster's black claws grabbed him, and in the next moment, his heart was crushed by another claw. Gulp! The brutal scene made everyone involuntarily swallow hard. Meanwhile, similar creatures began emerging from other pits. Chen Fan and his companions observed from a distance, their brows furrowed. "Brother Fan, how could these stones contain such monsters?" Zhao Ming's voice trembled. These creatures exuded an overwhelming aura, and even he couldn't confidently say he could defeat them easily. Monsters hidden inside the stones. How did the beast worship cult manage this? Could they have placed them inside beforehand? Everyone speculated. At this moment, Huangfu Chang, who was in the air fending off the flaming boulders, also noticed the situation below. He frowned, pondered for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. He quickly used his ability to amplify his voice across the entire area. This is an SS-level ability called Ghostly Puppeteer. This ability can temporarily grant life to certain objects. The monsters inside these rocks were created by the Ghostly Puppeteer ability and are called rock demons. Huangfu Chang's voice echoed across the skies of Guowu. Everyone was shocked. An SS-level ability, Ghostly Puppeteer? Such a unique power actually exists. The beast worship cult is indeed formidable, capable of mastering such an extraordinary ability. At this moment, more and more flaming boulders were falling within Guowu, and rock demons were crawling out of them, frantically attacking the surrounding students. Meanwhile, the entire city of Chang'an was plunged into chaos and slaughter. The flaming boulders themselves had already caused massive destruction, and the appearance of the rock demons only worsened the situation. Even more terrifying was that the strength of the rock demons was proportional to the size of the boulders. From boulders with a diameter exceeding 20 meters emerged monsters over 10 meters tall, with strength reaching the 7th level. "Quick! Slay the rock demons, defend Guowu, and protect Chang'an." Huangfu Chang's voice resounded across the sky. On Chen Fan's side, a 2-meter-tall rock demon charged toward them. Gao Wenba and his roommates' faces turned pale, and they instinctively stepped back. "What are you afraid of? I'll handle it." Yao Yuan stepped forward without hesitation, activating his ability. His body surface shimmered with a metallic luster as he confronted the rock demon head-on. The two were similar in size, and their battle was evenly matched. This rock demon's skin is as hard as rock, its toughness rivaling Gao Yuan's. Its strength is close to the 3rd level. Zhao Mingze exclaimed in astonishment. "Mingze, go help as well and resolve these rock demons as quickly as possible," Chen Fan ordered in a deep voice. In front of Building 5, 7 or 8 rock demons had appeared, causing injuries to over a dozen people in a short time. Most of the residents here were freshmen and sophomores, whose strength was generally weak and unable to fend off these monsters.
Chen Fan scanned the area and found that, apart from himself, the strongest person was Zhao Mingzi.
Responding to the call, Zhao
Mingzi took action, his unparalleled flying sword shooting straight toward one of the rock demons. Chen Fan, meanwhile, charged at the strongest rock demon in the area. This particular rock demon stood 3 meters tall, exuding a terrifying aura. With strength already at the late 3rd tier. This rock demon is too strong, I don't want to die here. The students in front of Building 5 scattered in panic upon seeing the massive humanoid monster.
They didn't even entertain the thought of resisting.
However, the rock demon was incredibly fast, catching up to a female student in just a few leaps. Her face turned pale with fear as she looked back, only to see the enormous black claw viciously reaching for her head.
It seemed as though her life would end in the next moment. Someone save me!
Tears welled up in her eyes, her face ashen, as she desperately prayed in her heart. Just as the black claw was about to strike her, a purple spear suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking
the demonic claw.
In the next instant, Chen Fan swung the spear again, its immense power sending the 3-meter-tall rock demon flying. The girl, who hadn't expected to survive, felt a wave of relief wash over her body going weak and nearly collapsing to the ground. Chen Fan reacted quickly, reaching out to hold her steady and prevent her from falling.
Are you okay?
Chen Fan's voice was calm, but to the girl, it sounded as gentle as a heavenly melody.
Feeling the warmth of
Chen Fan's hand and catching a glimpse of his handsome profile, her heart began to race.
I'm fine. Thank you for saving me.
She quickly stepped away from Chen Fan's embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed.
If you're fine, then leave this place. Immediately.
Chen Fan didn't have time to dwell on her thoughts and immediately charged toward the rock demons with his spear. These rock demons were all sources of kill points, and Chen Fan wouldn't let them go. The rock demon he had sent flying had
already gotten back up, angrily charging at Chen Fan.
Its speed was astonishing, reaching him in the blink of an eye.
Courting death.
Chen Fan, whose strength had reached the peak of the late 2nd tier, could easily defeat this late 3rd tier
rock demon even without using the beginner-level thunder domain. Employing master-level spear techniques, he steadily blocked the rock demon's ferocious attacks.
The crowd that had initially fled now stopped to watch in amazement at Chen Fan's
prowess. Chen Fan is incredible.
That rock demon is almost at the peak of the 3rd tier, yet he hasn't taken a single hit.
He's growing so fast.
I remember during the freshman competition, he was only at the early 3rd tier.
It's been just
half a month, and he's already this strong. I think only a few juniors and seniors in the school can beat him. Even the top sophomore, probably isn't his match. The onlookers whispered among themselves, with many girls' eyes sparkling.
The girl Chen Fan had saved stared at him, unable to look away. After exchanging dozens of moves with the rock demon, Chen Fan stopped holding back.
His entire body surged with energy, and a thunder dragon coiled around his spear.
I've already figured out your weakness.
You have no value left. He sneered, thrusting his spear forward. Blue-purple lightning roared out, blasting the rock demon's head into fragments. Congratulations, host, for earning 100 kill points.
Chen Fan then charged at
the other rock demons, which were only at the 2nd tier.
He dispatched them effortlessly, taking them down one by one.
The crowd erupted in cheers.
Mingzi, old gal, stay here to protect everyone. Falling rocks might pose a danger. I'm heading elsewhere to hunt more rock demons.
Chen Fan gave his instructions before pushing through the crowd and heading to another area. Inside the National Martial Arts Academy, the teachers were busy dealing with high-tier rock demons, leaving the
lower-tier ones for the students to handle.
After a moment of thought, Chen Fan decided to take out the Thunder God Spear, as it was the best weapon for stealing kills. Soon, a peculiar scene unfolded in the dormitory area. Chen Fan strolled leisurely,
holding a weapon no one had ever seen before.
As long as a rock demon appeared in his line of sight, even hundreds of meters away, he could precisely shoot and explode its head with one shot. While many were still locked in fierce battles with the
rock demons, the head of the rock demon in front of them would suddenly explode.
Within just 10 minutes, Chen Fan had killed over 100 rock demons with the Thunder God gun, bringing his kill count to 3,205. However, the awkward part was that, while the Thunder God gun was excellent at stealing kills, it consumed a significant amount of energy. Just as he was about to put the Thunder God gun away, a domineering and irrefutable voice came from behind him.
Hey, classmate, what's that? Weapon in your hand? Let me take a look.
Chen Fan turned around to see a young man, also holding a gun, staring greedily at his Thunder God gun. Sorry, it's a personal item, not convenient to show, Chen Fan replied coldly.
The young man's face darkened. I'm Mai. You've probably heard of me. Hand over the weapon, and you can follow me from now on. Mai? Never heard of you, Chen Fan replied indifferently, completely uninterested. Follow you? No thanks. He had just scanned Mai with his thunder vision. Mai's strength was decent, at the early stage of Tier 3, but nothing extraordinary. Heh, so arrogant. Since you're unwilling, I'll take it myself. Mai approached coldly. A faint smirk appeared on Chen Fan's face. He had been at Guowu for quite some time, but he hadn't expected to encounter campus bullying today. Beating him up should be fun. Just as Chen Fan was about to make a move, a figure stepped in front of him. Mai, are you trying to bully someone again? The girl had a slender figure, but her chest was unusually full. Her features were delicate, with a tear mole on her face that added to her charm. At this moment, she was holding a silver sword pointed at Mai, her face full of anger. By Mushi, it's you again. Get lost, don't meddle in my business. Mai shouted impatiently. Both were top students in their second year at Guowu and the only two early-stage Tier 3 ability users in their year, but their personalities were vastly different. Mai was arrogant and liked to oppress the weak, while Bai Mushi was gentle and often took care of her juniors. Mai, with so many rock demons in the school right now, instead of protecting your classmates, you're here bullying others. Bai Mushi's face was full of anger. Those weaklings deserve my protection? Bai Mushi, get lost. I've found something interesting, Mai said, gripping his long gun, his eyes showing a readiness to fight at any moment. The tension between the two immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Aren't those the two strongest second-year students in our school? Everyone, including Makino, who was lying on the ground barely clinging to life, stared wide-eyed. A late-stage Tier 2 ability user could actually exude such an aura. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing to the extreme. Come on, it's perfect to test my limits on you. Chen Fan gripped the Thunderbolt spear tightly, his voice calm. When he was at mid-stage Tier 2, he could rely on the beginner-level Thunder Domain and master-level Spear techniques to withstand the strongest peak Tier 3 beasts. Now, as a top-tier late-stage Tier 2, he was confident in challenging this early-stage Tier 4 Rock Demon. The Rock Demon roared and charged at Chen Fan. With a thought, Chen Fan summoned two Thunder Dragons using the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, one enhancing himself and the other empowering the Thunderbolt Spear. The spear moved like lightning as he fiercely clashed with the Tier 4 Rock Demon, holding his ground without faltering. From afar, Bai Mushi was dumbfounded. The Chen Fan she had just protected turned out to be this powerful. She smiled bitterly, realizing how foolish her earlier actions were. Perhaps she hadn't been protecting Chen Fan but Makino instead. Makino, lying on the ground, looked pale, his heart a mix of shock and despair. He had always considered himself an S-class ability user and the strongest genius in his sophomore year, yet he was easily suppressed by someone 2 tiers below him. What kind of monster is this guy? Late stage Tier 2 and he can go toe-to-toe with an early stage Tier 4? His mind was utterly shaken. On the battlefield, Chen Fan used the combination of Thunder, Flash and Thunder Shadow Clone techniques for the first time. His figure suddenly split into two, attacking the Rock Demon simultaneously from the left and right. The Rock Demon couldn't distinguish between the real and the fake, and Chen Fan managed to pierce its chest with his spear. However, this creature had no nervous system or flesh organs. It felt no pain, no fear, and its combat power remained undiminished. But Chen Fan's clone technique left it utterly confused, unable to discern reality from illusion. Chen Fan darted left and right, shifting up and down, making it impossible to tell truth from deception. In the next minute, the Rock Demon failed to land a single hit on Chen Fan, while its body was shattered repeatedly by his spear. Enough, time to send you off. Chen Fan judged the timing to be right and decided not to overuse the beginner-level Thunder Domain, as its side effects were severe. Spear technique, sky-shattering strike. Thunder erupted from the spear tip, streaking across the sky like a meteor. In the next moment, half of the Rock Demon's body was blasted into powder. Congratulations, host, for earning 1,000 kill points, the notification sounded in his mind, filling Chen Fan with joy. Now he could already hold his own against early-stage Tier 4 beasts in life-and-death combat. The surrounding people stared at Chen Fan, who was enveloped in thunder, completely stunned. Too powerful, unbelievably powerful. I just remembered. I was wondering why he looked so familiar, turns out it's Chen Fan. A student suddenly recognized him and exclaimed, Chen Fan? Which Chen Fan? The people around quickly asked. The freshman who almost overturned the entire arena during the freshman competition half a month ago, the supernova. So it's him.
In just half a month, his strength has already surpassed the two strongest sophomores. As everyone was discussing, Baimushi mustered her courage and walked up to Chen Fan, extending a fair hand in a handshake gesture. "Hello, Chen Fan. I'm Baimushi. Thank you for saving me. By the way, could we exchange WeChat? I'm the captain of the sophomore school team. Maybe we can hunt beasts in the dimensional space together in the future. Bye." Mushi blinked her big eyes, her face full of innocence. Chen Fan smiled and extended his hand, shaking hers. "Of course, no problem." Their interaction made the surrounding male students envious. They're already holding hands? Baimushi is known as the pure goddess, and she initiated it. Oh my god, my world is collapsing. Stop envying. Do you have Chen Fan's talent? If I were a girl, I'd throw myself at him too. With his talent, who could possibly compete with him in the future? After adding Baimushi on WeChat, Chen Fan turned his gaze to Makino, who was lying on the ground. Makino trembled all over, his pain seemingly vanishing. Chen Fan grinned at him and suddenly conjured something in his hand, the Thunder God Spear. Mushi's eyes widened. This boy could actually conjure things out of thin air, how mysterious. Chen Fan looked at Mai and asked, "Do you still want to see this thing?" "No, I don't want to see it." Mai quickly shook his head. "It's fine, take a look," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Big brother, I really don't want to see it." Mai pleaded desperately, refusing outright. "Not seeing it is fine, but you'll have to slap yourself 100 times before I share anything with you," Chen Fan said with a grin. Mai gritted his teeth and began slapping his cheeks repeatedly, shouting, "Brother Fan, I was wrong. Remember, if I catch you bullying others again, I won't let you off so easily next time," Chen Fan said coldly, leaving behind a warning. Before turning to leave, he had more important matters to attend to: hunting rock demons and accumulating kill points. For small fry like Mai, he couldn't be bothered to waste his time. Baimushi followed closely behind him and asked, "Classmate, can I join you?" She was full of curiosity about Chen Fan. "Suit yourself," Chen Fan replied indifferently. The two teamed up, and wherever Chen Fan went, he killed. Baimushi didn't even get a chance to make a move. She followed Chen Fan like a well-behaved girlfriend. Her beauty and good figure attracted envious glances from many boys. Chen Fan, however, was focused solely on killing. At this point, his kill points had already reached 6,000. He planned to accumulate 10,000 points to exchange for a D-grade white lottery draw. Before long, the rock demons within the school were completely cleared out. Chen Fan then walked straight out of the school, with Baimushi naturally following him. Having a beautiful companion along the way put Chen Fan in a good mood, but Baimushi's endless questions left him a bit helpless. "Chen Fan, are you really an SS level ability user? Is your ability to conjure objects out of thin air part of your power, or is it related to spatial abilities? Have you ever had a girlfriend?" On the way, Baimushi asked Chen Fan dozens of questions. "Senior, are you a walking encyclopedia?" Chen Fan teased. After spending some time together, Chen Fan learned that Baimushi's ability was S-level ice-based, called Ice Soul Abyss. Her attacks carried intense icy erosion, making enemies feel as if they were trapped in a frozen cavern, slowing their movements. Those with weaker constitutions could even instantly turn into ice shards. Her strength was impressive, capable of reaching late-stage Tier 3 when fully unleashed. Chen Fan and Baimushi spent the entire night hunting in the city. By the end, Baimushi was completely exhausted, while Chen Fan remained full of energy. His kill points had surpassed 15,000. On the morning of July 16th, the chaos in Chang'an City gradually subsided. Of the 10,000 soldiers stationed in the city, 2,000 had died. The death toll among ordinary citizens was still being tallied, but it was estimated to exceed 100,000. On a street in Chang'an City, Chen Fan and Baimushi walked side by side, looking at the devastated city and the scattered corpses, their hearts heavy. Amid the ruins, a woman clutched the body of a small child, wailing uncontrollably, her emotions completely collapsing. Chen Fan couldn't bear to look. The child was only 7 or 8 years old, reminding him of Tong Tong. "Damn beast cult," he muttered angrily under his breath. "The beast cult is truly despicable." Baimushi frowned, her eyes moist. A worried voice came through the phone. "Chen Fan, come to my house quickly, young Chuchu is missing." "What?" Chen Fan's heart sank, and he immediately rushed toward the villa area behind the school. A few minutes later, he arrived at Huangfu Cheng's house. By then, a crowd had already gathered there. How could Chuchu go missing?
Chen Fan asked anxiously. Huang Fu Cheng's face was grim. We don't know either. Teacher Yi Xuan was seriously injured and is unconscious. Right now, Dr. Mo is treating her.
Maybe when she wakes up, we'll find out what happened.
Chen Fan frowned deeply.
As expected, the actions of the beast worship cult were far more complicated than he had imagined.
Half an hour later, Moe Chen poked his head out. She's awake. If you have questions, you can come up and ask.
Everyone hurried upstairs to the second-floor room. Yi Xuan was leaning against the headboard, her face pale and her expression weary.
Teacher Yi, what exactly happened? Who hurt you? Where is young Chu Chu? Huang Fu Cheng asked in a deep voice.
Yi Xuan spoke softly. It was Zhao Qian.
Last night, he ambushed me amidst the chaos and took young Chu Chu away. Zhao Qian. So it was him. Anger surged across everyone's faces. When Tianxiong's heart was pierced, Chen Fan had already suspected Zhao Qian, but the man had never revealed any flaws. Who would have thought he would do something so outrageous today? What does he want with young Chu Chu?
Could he really have defected to the beast worship cult? Dai Jianshan's voice was filled with killing intent. The dean of the Magic Academy, Gongsun Liaguan, was also present.
Though he said nothing, his eyes burned with fury.
Zhao Qian was a teacher at his academy, and this incident was a disgrace to the Magic Academy.
Rest assured, I will personally capture him and give everyone an explanation. I, Gongsun Liaguan, have failed in my duties and offer my apologies to all of you. He bowed deeply to the crowd.
At that moment, he seemed to have aged significantly. Alas, Huang Fu Cheng sighed, the most troublesome part is that we have no idea where Zhao Qian has taken young Chu Chu.
Everyone's expressions turned grave. No matter how skilled one was, without a target, there was nothing they could do. Everyone, I have something that can locate young Chu Chu. Chen Fan took out a jade pendant. The crowd, experienced as they were, immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Chen Fan, what is this? Huang Fu Cheng asked. This is the sub-pendant of a parent-child entanglement pendant.
I gave the main pendant to young Chu Chu in advance.
As long as we follow the sub-pendant, we can find her. Good. Chen Fan, well done. Leaving a backup plan. Huang Fu Cheng praised, then turned to the crowd. Let's not delay. We'll act together. I must find out what Zhao Qian is up to. At this moment, in an underground space beneath Fengming Mountain on the outskirts of Chang'an, a massive alternate dimension had formed after 2 hours of eruption.
Inside, many members of the beast worship cult had gathered. At the forefront stood a figure draped in a blood-red robe and wearing a snakehead mask. His true face was obscured, but his aura surged like tidal waves. Few could stand against him, save for a martial saint. This man was one of the 12 bishops of the beast worship cult, codenamed Snake Sovereign. In the power structure of the beast worship cult, the leader was called the Holy Master, the strongest figure in the cult, whose true identity remained unknown. Following the Holy Master were the 12 bishops, named after the 12 zodiac animals. Their strength was at least that of quasi-martial saints, and their real-world identities were shrouded in mystery. The man standing in the underground space of Fengming Mountain was the Snake Sovereign Bishop, a master with an SS-level ability called Ghostly Manipulation. Facing him stood a man none other than Zhao Qian, who had abducted young Chu Chu. I've brought young Chu Chu as agreed. You promised me the opportunity to ascend to Grandmaster. Are you going to fulfill it now? Zhao Qian sneered. The man in the blood robe let out a strange laugh and took out an item. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao. Our cult always keeps its promises. This is an 8th tier vitality pill. Consuming it will allow you to ascend to the 8th tier. The vitality pill was a specialty of the beast worship cult. It was said to require the extraction of the essence blood from 81 7th tier or higher exotic beasts to refine a single pill, making it extremely precious. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Qian's eyes. He had been stuck at the peak of the 7th tier for a full 10 years. For this vitality pill, he was willing to betray the National Martial Alliance. However, when he reached out to grab the blood-red pill, the man in the blood-red robe suddenly clasped his hands together, leaving Zhao Qian empty-handed. What do you mean by this? Zhao Qian's face immediately darkened. Don't be impatient, Teacher Zhao. If you want this pill, you still need to do one more thing. Speak. Zhao Qian's voice was hoarse. Swallow the beast god pill and become one of us in the beast worship cult. Zhao Qian's expression turned grim. He remained silent for a moment, clearly struggling internally. Teacher Zhao, you've already betrayed Guowu. There's no turning back. Why not?
Join us and create a grand future together? Besides, let me tell you, without the guidance of the beast gods swallowing the life pill will only cause your body to explode and kill you. The man in the blood-red robe spoke calmly, patiently, persuading him. Explode and die? You're lying to me. I don't believe you. Zhao Qian glared at him angrily. Lying to you? Heh, if you don't believe me, try it yourself. The man in the blood-red robe casually tossed the life pill to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian caught the pill, his face showing a conflicted expression. He didn't dare to gamble on whether the other man's words were true or false. The man in the blood-red robe didn't rush him, simply standing quietly to the side, waiting. 2 minutes later, Zhao Qian finally made up his mind. Give me the beast god pill. A wise choice. The man in the blood-red robe tossed another pill to him, a sly smile on his face. Swallow the beast god pill first, then take the life pill. In 2 hours, you'll ascend to the rank of an 8th-tier grandmaster. After giving his instructions, the man in the blood-red robe turned to the surrounding disciples of the beast worship cult and ordered, "The time is almost here. I need to activate the secret technique. Guard this place and don't let anyone disturb me." Understood. The group immediately responded in unison. The man in the blood-red robe picked up the unconscious Yang Chuchu from the ground and headed toward another underground chamber. At this moment, Chen Fan and his group had already followed the Jade Pendant's guidance out of Guowu University. Accompanying them were Huangfu Chang, Dai Jiangshan, Gongsun Liguang, and Zhang Kuan. Huangfu Cheng hadn't brought any other strong fighters, as no one knew whether the beast worship cult would target Chang'an City next. Huangfu Cheng frowned and said, "The Jade Pendant is pointing toward Fengming Mountain. It seems Zhao Qian really has defected to the beast worship cult. When I find that beast, I'll burn him to ashes." Gongsun Liguang gritted his teeth. The others said nothing, but the murderous intent in their eyes was almost tangible. The group quickened their pace. Not long after leaving Chang'an City, a thunderous bull's roar suddenly echoed through the air. The sound carried a powerful shockwave, causing ripples in the very fabric of space. The moment the sound reached his ears, Chen Fan felt his blood and energy surge uncontrollably, almost losing his composure. Fortunately, Huangfu Chang reacted quickly, helping him stabilize his energy. Chen Fan gasped for breath. After recovering, he noticed Huangfu Chang and the others standing protectively in front of him. "What's wrong, teachers?" he asked curiously. When he peeked out, his pupils dilated sharply. 100 meters ahead, 8 exotic beasts stood in a row, each with a person on its back. The 3 beasts in the center exuded the most powerful auras, clearly at the 8th tier. One of them was over 10 meters tall, covered in brown fur, with massive horns on its head, resembling a humanoid yak. A mountain-moving battle bull. Chen Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. The textbooks had mentioned this type of exotic beast. It resembled a bull, walked upright, possessed incredible strength capable of moving mountains, and had formidable combat abilities, ranking among the top of the 8th-tier beasts. Beside the mountain-moving battle bull was a 3-headed lion, its body cloaked in blazing flames, nearly 10 meters in size. Chen Fan had never seen this type of exotic beast before. It was likely some kind of variant. The most terrifying one was the beast on the far right, whose aura had reached the peak of the 8th tier. It was the Jiang family's guardian beast, the heaven-devouring Crimson Jiao. The remaining 5 were all 7th-tier exotic beasts. Among them, Chen Fan recognized one, the silver Jiao dragon they had encountered during the Thunder Squad's first training mission. Chen Fan's heart tightened. Seeing this lineup and the silver Jiao dragon, he immediately understood who these people were. It was the Jiang family from the capital. The middle-aged man standing on the heaven-devouring Crimson Jiao was the first to speak. "Vice Principal Huangfu, hand over Chen Fan from your school, and the Jiang family will spare you today." Huangfu Cheng's face darkened, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "Jiang family, you really are relentless. Chen Fan killed the only heir of my Jiang family, leaving me without descendants. This hatred, I will never forget." The middle-aged man's gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixed on Chen Fan as if he wanted to devour him alive. Chen Fan couldn't help but shiver. These people were too powerful, and he was completely unable to resist. However, Huangfu Chang and the others would never give him up easily. "Want Chen Fan? No way. Get lost quickly and stop delaying us. Otherwise, when the National Martial Forces arrive, they'll wipe out your beast cult comrades along with you." Dai Jiangshan snorted coldly, releasing a powerful aura to suppress them. He pretended to be tough and falsely claimed that reinforcements were right behind them, hoping to scare off the Jiang family. After all,
they were at a numerical disadvantage.
Ha, in this situation, do your country's warriors dare to go all out? Jiang Wei was sneered, clearly unconvinced. Master Jiang, our operation this time is crucial. Please step aside. Huang Fu Cheng's voice was icy cold. Hand over Qin Fan, and we'll leave naturally. Otherwise, there will be no choice but to fight today. The Jiang family clearly wouldn't let go easily. In that case, I, Huang Fu Cheng, will test the Jiang family's skills. Huang Fu Cheng's aura erupted at the peak of the 8th tier.
His reputation had long been established, he was not someone to be trifled with.
When provoked, he naturally wouldn't back down.
Prison of heaven and earth, he roared, and a massive cage formed from spiritual power suddenly appeared, trapping the Jiang family within. Huang Fu Cheng was a top-tier psychic ability user, and in the later stages, this ability was incredibly powerful, capable of killing enemies invisibly or even instantly destroying their brains with overwhelming spiritual force. Prison of heaven and earth was his signature move. The cage, constructed from spiritual power, suppressed the spiritual energy of those inside. Those who couldn't withstand it would suffer brain death. Huang Fu Cheng's spiritual power was like a mountain, firmly pressing everyone within the cage. The Jiang family's expressions changed, and even Jiang Weiwa showed a hint of concern. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong his spiritual power is, it can't surpass all of us combined. Focus your spiritual energy together, and we can break through this cage. Jiang Weiwa quickly organized a counterattack. The black spiritual cage began to waver under the relentless attacks from the Jiang family. Huang Fu Cheng, relying on his own strength to suppress them, was clearly struggling. He quickly instructed the people beside him, Zhang Kuan, take Qin Fan and retreat first. Zhang Shan, Lieguan, prepare to fight. Understood. The three immediately took their positions. Zhang Kuan wasted no time, grabbing Qin Fan's shoulder and retreating swiftly. Qin Fan did not resist, he knew staying here would only be a burden to everyone. However, he was still worried and asked, Teacher Zhang, they have the advantage in numbers. Will the vice principal and the others be okay? Don't worry. The vice principal is incredibly strong. Unless someone at the quasi-martial saint level intervenes, they won't be able to kill him. That's good. Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The two retreated quickly, and the spiritual cage finally couldn't hold on and shattered with a loud crash. The Jiang families, numerous beast pets, like wild horses freed from their reins, roared and charged at Huang Fu Cheng and the other two. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Before long, a 7th-tier exotic beast broke free from the battlefield and chased in the direction where Qin Fan and Zhang Kuan were fleeing. It was the silver dragon. Its speed was astonishing, like a streak of silver light closing in on the two. Zhang Kuan sensed the anomaly behind them, raised an eyebrow, and said to Qin Fan, hold on tight to me. Today, I'll show you what it's like to fly. Zhang Kuan quickly summoned his flying sword, grabbed Qin Fan, and leaped onto it. The flying sword accelerated instantly, soaring at a height of 30 meters above the ground. This altitude was just above the treetops but not too high, avoiding detection. It was Qin Fan's first experience of such high-speed flight, and his heart raced as the silver dragon was left far behind. Flying on a sword was truly enviable. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of Fengming Mountain. Zhang Kuan brought Qin Fan down from the flying sword and hid behind a large, concealed rock. Qin Fan looked at the fish-shaped jade pendant in his hand and frowned, saying, the jade pendant indicates that Chu should be imprisoned nearby, but this place is empty, and there's no sign of anyone. Let me investigate. Zhang Kuan placed 2 fingers on his forehead, spreading his spiritual power outward. Soon, he discovered a clue. There's a large hollow space underground. Oh, it's hollow below? Qin Fan was surprised. Teacher Zhang, can you see what's inside? No. Zhang Kuan shook his head. It's too deep. My mental power can only reach the edge. Then let's find the entrance, Qin Fan decisively suggested. The two carefully searched. Zhang Kuan's mental probing was highly efficient, and soon they found a clue at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Kuan stopped in front of a section of the mountain and whispered to Qin Fan, the entrance is here. Here? I don't see anything special, Qin Fan said, puzzled. Your mental power isn't strong enough to spot the flaw. This place has been tampered with by an illusionist. It looks intact on the surface, but it's actually hollow, Zhang Kuan explained. Now that we've found the entrance, what do we do next? The two hid to the side and discussed in low voices. The underground situation was unclear, and barging in recklessly would be dangerous. Wait for the
Vice Principal and the others to come? Zhang Kuan suggested. We can't wait. Delays could lead to complications. Mr. Zhang, I have a plan.
Chen Fan leaned in and whispered his idea.
What? You have another ability? Shape-shifting? Zhang Kuan was shocked. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone else hear. Chen Fan quickly reminded him. Show me your transformation. Let me see if I can spot any flaws, Zhang Kuan said curiously. All right. Chen Fan nodded. Watch closely. With that, Chen Fan instantly transformed into Zhao Ming's appearance. Wow! Zhang Kuan's eyes widened as he carefully examined Chen Fan with his mental power, full of amazement. Your ability is incredible. I can't detect a single flaw. Chen Fan also breathed a sigh of relief.
Ever since advancing to the second tier, his mimicry ability had evolved.
Not only could he imitate appearances, but he could also completely replicate a person's aura. Chen Fan, oh Chen Fan, how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Don't tell me you have a third ability? Zhang Kuan marveled.
Take a guess, Chen Fan replied with a smile.
Zhang Kuan was speechless. No wonder this kid's combat power was so strong. It was clear he wasn't just a dual ability user. In that case, I'll stick with you to the end. Zhang Kuan's eyes were resolute.
Chen Fan hid behind a large rock and took out the stealth soul orb he had won in yesterday's lottery.
In the next moment, his entire aura disappeared. Combined with
his mimicry ability, he slowly blended into the surrounding environment. Seeing that Chen Fan was ready, Zhang Kuan walked to the illusion-concealed cave entrance and shouted loudly, "Members of the beast worship cult, you are surrounded by me.
Surrender now."
His tone was outrageously arrogant. Then, the long sword on his back unsheathed and flew into the air. Under his mental control, the sword energy slashed at the mountain.
Boom!
Rocks flew everywhere, and the hidden cave entrance was revealed. The members of the beast worship cult in the underground space immediately panicked.
What? We're surrounded? Could it be the National Martial Army? Their expressions changed drastically as they prepared for battle. You beasts of the beast worship cult, come out and meet your doom.
My treasured sword is almost rusting, I'll use your next to sharpen it.
Zhang Kuan shouted, his words becoming increasingly provocative. Chen Fan could hardly believe how wild Zhang Kuan was acting.
Normally so refined and gentle, he had suddenly turned so brazen. The members of the beast worship cult underground exchanged glances, their expressions shifting.
After listening for a while, they finally understood. The one shouting was just a single person? One person dared to claim he had surrounded all of them? How infuriating.
Brothers, charge out with me and take down this arrogant guy. In an instant, 200 to 300 people rushed out.
Zhang Kuan's expression shifted slightly as
he saw the crowd pouring out.
Among them were 3 7th-tier ability users.
Leading the group was a bald man with sharp eyes, exuding a murderous aura as he stared at Zhang Kuan. With such big talk, I thought a martial saint had arrived.
Turns out it's just a 7th-tier master.
You've got guts, I'll give you that. Brothers, capture him, clean him up, and fry him in oil. The surrounding members of the beast worship cult swarmed toward Zhang Kuan.
Zhang Kuan inwardly complained, not expecting the cult to have so many experts.
But his expression remained defiant. After all, his goal was to create chaos and give Chen Fan an opportunity.
He laughed loudly and controlled his flying sword to meet the attackers. Perfect timing. Let me show you the power of my flying sword technique.
Zhang Kuan's arrogance was unmatched, and his strength was indeed formidable. The Tiangang sword formation quietly activated, countless sword energies spinning rapidly around him.
The sword energy
was both offensive and defensive, and for a moment, despite the beast cult's siege, there was no sign of defeat.
Kill him.
The Archbishop will reward us handsomely.
Chaos erupted in front of Fengming Mountain. Zhang Kuan's Tiangang sword formation
was incredibly powerful, with sword energy blanketing the sky, attacking every enemy without bias. Soon, the beast cult's original formation was scattered. Chen Fan hid in the shadows, observing for 2 minutes.
Feeling the timing was right, he transformed into a member of the beast cult on the battlefield.
Amid the chaos, he quietly blended into the crowd without drawing attention. He set his sights on a beast cult member at the early stage of the 4th rank.
You're the one. Chen Fan approached silently. He had a good reason for choosing this person.
Observing earlier, he noticed this member had charged out alongside the person he was mimicking, indicating they likely had a good relationship.
Moreover, this person had been
lingering on the outskirts of the battlefield, barely contributing, clearly timid and cowardly. As Chen Fan approached, the man was sluggishly gathering a fireball, preparing to throw it at Zhang Kuan in the distance. Chen Fan stood behind him and lightly tapped his shoulder. The man jumped in fright, nearly losing control of the fireball.
Liang Shan, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death. He turned around angrily.
Follow me, I found a stash of pills over there, Chen Fan said.
In a low voice. Pills? Such a good find?
The man was delighted but quickly grew suspicious.
Liang Shan, why does your voice sound different?
Caught in a minor flaw, Chen Fan remained calm, as he had already prepared an excuse. While he could change his appearance and mimic others' voices, he needed to have heard the person's voice beforehand. In this case, he had no idea what Liang Shan's real voice sounded like. So, he could only imitate a hoarse voice, as if severely injured.
My throat
was hurt just now, he said casually, then urged, look, I just picked these up, and there are plenty more over there. He opened his palm, revealing 4 or 5 nourishing pills.
Where? Really? Such a good deal? Take me to see. The man's eyes gleamed with greed. The two walked behind a large rock, and the man eagerly asked, Liang Shan, where are the pills? Right on the ground, can't you see?
Chen Fan casually pointed to the ground, his tone carrying a hint of surprise.
Oh, where? I don't see anything.
The man bent down, carefully inspecting the ground beneath him. In the next instant, Chen Fan's blade rose and fell, and a fine head flew into the air. In your next life, be a good person, Chen Fan said softly, then decisively. Stored the corpse in his spatial ring. His E-grade spatial ring had a capacity of 10 cubic meters, and a single corpse took up almost negligible space. With this, there's absolutely no chance of failure. Chen Fan emerged from behind the rock, his appearance changed again, now resembling the man he had just killed. He silently blended back into the scene. The beast cult members were in chaos due to Zhang Kuan's disruption, and no one noticed anything unusual.
All of this did not escape Zhang Kuan's notice. He couldn't help but admire Chen Fan's skill and cunning.
Looks like this kid often uses this trick to fool others, Zhang Kuan muttered to himself. The next moment, he shouted, 10,000 swords return to the sect. The sword energy in the air instantly condensed into a massive flying sword. At Zhang Kuan's command, the flying sword swept out, its immense power instantly crushing the strongest individuals in front of him. Then, he leaped onto the flying sword, his figure soaring into the sky, completely breaking free from the beast cult's encirclement. Just wait, I'll be back soon with reinforcements to completely pacify this place. The people on the scene gritted their teeth in anger but were powerless. The flying sword was too fast, impossible to catch even on horseback. Within the beast cult, a bald man of the 7th rank cursed a few times before instructing everyone, brothers, retreat to the cave for now. Once the archbishop completes the ritual, we'll deal with Guo Wu properly. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, retreating to the underground space. Chen Fan mingled among them, his brows furrowed. He had just heard 2 critical words, archbishop and ritual. He was no longer a novice who had just entered the world of supernatural abilities and had some understanding of the hierarchy within the beast worship cult. The title of archbishop indicated at least a quasi-martial saint-level expert.
But what did the ritual signify?
A sense of foreboding rose in his heart, and he suspected this matter might be related to Yang Chuchu. After entering the underground space, Chen Fan carefully observed his surroundings. The space was vast and scorching, with a crimson glow suffusing the entire area. Just as he was surveying the scene, a member of the beast worship cult approached. It was the person he had previously impersonated, Liang Shan.
Liang Shan walked with a limp, his face full of complaints.
Zhong Yuan, you're pretty lucky to have avoided injury.
I wasn't so fortunate.
That swordsman seemed to be targeting me specifically, his sword light chased me for a full 2 minutes.
Chen Fan chuckled inwardly, it was evident that Zhang Kuan had done it on purpose.
He silently noted a name, Zhong Yuan. So, this identity of mine is called Zhong Yuan, huh, he thought. Smiling, he consoled Liang Shan, tough times always lead to better days.
True, you're right. I feel like I'm about to break through to mid-stage tier 4.
Congratulations, Chen Fan said, cupping his hands in a gesture of celebration before quickly changing the subject.
Do you know when the archbishop will complete the ritual? If the national martial forces arrive, we'll be in trouble.
Yeah, Liang Shan replied, his face showing concern.
But I don't think it'll be too soon.
It's a blood transfusion ritual, where the blood of a phoenix corpse is injected into a young girl's body. Such a process won't be quick, it'll probably take more than half a day.
What? A blood transfusion?
Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he almost gave himself away. A storm of emotions surged within him.
A phoenix corpse? Injecting the blood of a phoenix corpse into young Chuchu's body, what exactly is the beast worship cult trying to achieve? He steadied himself and asked casually, Liang Shan, do you know why the Archbishop wants to perform a blood transfusion on that girl?
I do, Liang Shan said smugly.
I overheard the deacons talking about it. This blood transfusion is meant to forcibly enhance the girl's cultivation level.
Enhance her cultivation level? Chen Fan was utterly shocked.
Liang Shan continued, I guess.
It's because our Holy Son's Azure Dragon physique has already reached Tier 8 and is about to transform into a true dragon, while that girl's true Phoenix physique is only a Tier 2.
The gap between the two is too vast, making it impossible for them to combine and reproduce.
So, they have to forcibly enhance her cultivation level by injecting Phoenix blood. The more Chen Fan listened, the more horrified he became. The beast worship cult's methods were indeed beyond imagination. Pretending to remain calm, he said, our sacred cult is truly formidable, even managing to acquire a Phoenix corpse. I heard that the Phoenix corpse was brought back from an alternate dimension by the Holy Master 100 years ago.
To prevent decay, it's been sealed in this volcanic lava ever since.
After chatting with Liang Shan for a while and extracting key information, Chen Fan quickly found an excuse to leave, fearing that the more he spoke, the more likely he was to slip up. He observed for a few minutes and soon pinpointed the location of Yang Chuchu's blood transfusion. It was at the far end of the underground space, where the temperature was extremely high, and faint phoenix cries could be heard.
Summoning his courage, Chen Fan approached. Perhaps due to the intense heat, there were no other members of the beast worship cult in the vicinity.
Standing at the entrance of the cave, he peered inside and saw a golden phoenix, a full 20 meters long, lying on the altar. Blood-red runes danced on the altar, and golden blood flowed like threads, connecting the phoenix corpse to Yang Chuchu. Yang Chuchu was unconscious, but her aura was surging rapidly, already reaching Tier 3 cultivation. Beside her, a man in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged, controlling the operation of the altar. The entire space was filled with a violent and bloodthirsty atmosphere.
Although unconscious, the pain on Yang Chuchu's face was evident.
The forced infusion of the beast's blood was extremely dangerous. One misstep, and her body could explode.
Clenching his fists tightly, Chen Fan cursed inwardly, these bastards.
Just as he was devising a plan to rescue her, footsteps sounded behind him.
Zhong Yuan, what are you sneaking around for? Chen Fan's heart tightened.
He quickly adjusted his expression and turned around. When he saw who it was, he froze. It was Shuangmian.
You're not Zhong Yuan.
Who are you, really?
Shuangmian's gray pupils swept over Chen Fan, glinting coldly.
Chen Fan, so it's you.
Damn it, this guy can still recognize me.
Chen Fan's heart tightened. The dual-faced ability was the twin-headed viper, possessing two pairs of eyes. One pair could petrify enemies, while the other
could pierce through illusions and reality.
Chen Fan had thought his mutated mimicry ability could evade detection, but he hadn't expected the dual-faced eyes to be so formidable.
Chen Fan, you're courting death. Die for me, death stare.
The dual-faced man roared, shooting a gray beam straight at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was prepared. He pulled a corpse from his spatial ring and threw it toward the gray beam. The corpse instantly petrified, blocking the dual-faced man's attack.
The commotion quickly caught the attention of the blood-robed bishop. What's going on, Dual-Face?
The bishop's voice was stern.
Dual-Face respectfully replied, rest assured, Bishop.
A reckless brat has barged in, but I'll handle it immediately.
The bishop nodded silently. Dual-Face's gaze turned cruel, his face full of mockery. Chen Fan, how do you want to die?
This old bastard. Chen Fan cursed inwardly. In the underground space, more and more members of the beast cult gathered.
Faced with such a
large formation, Chen Fan remained calm because he had a life-saving trump card. He had long prepared to strike the wooden fish and then unleash the lightning flash thunder technique in case of danger. The wooden fish would grant him 10 seconds of invincibility, and the lightning flash thunder technique would allow him to escape 3 kilometers instantly. In fact, he only needed 3 seconds to use this move to escape unscathed.
Moreover, as agreed, Zhang Kuan would be waiting 3 kilometers away, ensuring absolute safety.
This trip wasn't in vain. I've uncovered the beast cult's conspiracy.
Now is the time to call for reinforcements.
With a thought, a golden wooden fish appeared in his hand.
Chen Fan showed no panic, which only enraged Dual-Face further.
Dual-Face was so furious he was about to explode, his gaze as if he wanted to devour Chen Fan alive.
Chen Fan, do you know how much I sacrificed to reattach this head? Dualface approached step by step. Outside Chung City, he had once been decapitated, but because his ability was the twin-headed viper, he didn't die. Reattaching the head had come at a great cost. Today, I'll swallow you whole to vent my hatred. With that, Dualface's body transformed into the twin-headed viper. Two massive blood-red mouths lunged at sea. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he transformed into a golden-winged roc. The golden-winged roc was incredibly fast, even faster than Chen Fan's lightning thunder. Technique. Kid, die for me. The golden-winged roc lunged at Chen Fan with its sharp claws. But in the next moment, its entire body was sent flying by a swastika-shaped force. Unwilling to give up, the man tried attacking several more times, but all his attempts failed. Kid, I don't believe you can dodge my attacks forever, the golden-winged roc roared. Chen Fan remained calm, as his invincible state hadn't ended yet, giving him enough time to rendezvous with Zhang Kuan. 3 kilometers away from the underground space, Zhang Kuan paced back and forth on an open field, holding his flying sword. This kid sure has guts. Zhang Kuan sighed. He had been waiting for 10 minutes, which felt like an eternity to him. Could he have already died in there? Just as Zhang Kuan was about to go back and check, a humanoid streak of lightning rapidly approached from the distance, with a golden-winged roc in hot pursuit. Zhang Kuan squinted and could vaguely make out Chen Fan's figure. Not bad, this kid has quite a few tricks up his sleeve to escape. Zhang Kuan let out a sigh of relief, slid his finger, and the flying sword in his hand shot out instantly, heading straight for the golden-winged roc hundreds of meters away. The flying sword was incredibly fast, as swift as lightning, far surpassing Chen Fan's lightning thunder technique. Startled by the sudden flying sword, the golden-winged roc quickly extended its claws to block, but it was nearly sliced in half. The flying sword, agile and precise, turned back for another attack. The beast cult member panicked completely and hurriedly used a secret technique to flee. Zhang Kuan did not pursue, as more beast cult members were approaching from the distance. By this time, Chen Fan had returned to his normal form, his energy completely depleted. He quickly took out a vitality pill and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved, his energy began to recover slowly. Mr. Zhang, I've basically scouted the situation in the underground space. Let's leave here first. All right. Zhang Kuan nodded and quickly left with Chen Fan. A few minutes later, the two shook off the beast cult members and arrived at a hidden location. Zhang Kuan eagerly asked about the situation. In the underground space of Fengming Mountain. Chen Fan, how many beast cult members are there? How strong is the strongest one? Chen Fan recounted everything he had seen and heard. Zhang Kuan, though mentally prepared, was still shocked. As expected, it's him. One of the 12 bishops of the beast cult, the snake sovereign. How strong is he? Chen Fan asked. Quasi-martial saint. Zhang Kuan replied solemnly. Quasi-martial saint? Chen Fan had no concept of this term and continued to ask, how much stronger is a quasi-martial saint compared to an 8th-tier peak? The difference is immense. A quasi-martial saint has already stepped into the threshold of a martial saint. Our vice principal is at the 8th-tier peak, but he wouldn't last more than 3 to 5 seconds against a quasi-martial saint. Then what's the point of saving anyone? Chen Fan couldn't help but curse, feeling a bit unwilling. Doesn't our top academy have anyone who can contend with a quasi-martial saint? Zhang Kuan frowned and said, there is. The principal himself is a quasi-martial saint, but he went to India a few months ago and isn't in the country. Then what about the grandmasters of our National Martial Alliance? If they join forces, can they defeat him? They can, but the cost would be enormous. It might require sacrificing half of them to take down the snake sovereign. Chen Fan fell silent. The price was too high. After thinking for a moment, he said, when I was discovered by the two-faced man, he didn't act personally. Could it be that he's busy presiding over the blood replacement ritual and doesn't have time to deal with me? Oh? Zhang Kuan raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, we might have a chance to launch a surprise attack. But if we're wrong, or if he abandons the ritual to act personally, we'll still be in great danger. As the two were at a loss, Chen Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a person came to mind, the dormitory manager lady. He slapped his thigh and said, how could I forget her? If we can get her to help, the situation will definitely turn around. Seeing the look of excitement on Chen Fan's face, Zhang Kuan couldn't help but ask, you know someone who can contend with a quasi-martial saint? Sort of, but she might not be willing to help. I have to give it a try, Chen Fan nodded. Oh? Where is she now? Is she far from here? If it's too far, it'll be too late by the time she arrives. It's not far, it's within our Guowu. What? Who is it? I've been at Guowu for 20 years, how come I've never heard of this person? Zhang Kuan was surprised. It's that dormitory supervisor lady. Dormitory supervisor? Are you sure? Zhang Kuan almost dropped his jaw. Let's go, Mr. Zhang. We'll head back to Guowu first. I'll find her, and you contact the other teachers. The two quickly agreed and hurried back to Guowu University. Upon returning to the school, they split up to take action. Chen Fan headed straight for dormitory building number 5. In the lobby on the first floor, Chen Fan once again met the quasi-martial saint and respectfully greeted her. Greetings, senior. I have a favor to ask. The dormitory supervisor lady glanced at him coldly and said, you definitely don't have anything good to ask for. I won't help.
Chen Fan quickly explained, Senior, Yang Chuchu, the young girl you met before, has been captured by the beast worship cult. Snake Sovereign is currently trying to replace her blood with phoenix blood. If they succeed, our human race might face annihilation. Wait. The dormitory supervisor's expression immediately turned serious. What did you just say? Replace her blood with phoenix blood? Yes, is there a problem? Chen Fan was a bit puzzled. Are you talking about phoenix blood, as in the blood of a phoenix? Yes, the beast worship cult obtained a 20-meter-long phoenix corpse. A phoenix? A real phoenix. The dormitory supervisor's demeanor changed dramatically, exuding a powerful aura. I never expected that my chance to ascend to martial saint would be here. Where is that phoenix corpse? She stared at Chen Fan intently, urgently asking. At the foot of Fengming Mountain, Chen Fan quickly replied. Good, good, good. The dormitory supervisor said excitedly, Chen boy, if I can advance to martial saint, I'll owe you a huge favor. Also, I'll help you rescue Yang Chuchu. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected her to agree so readily. Senior, let's act quickly. Chen Fan urged. You go ahead. I need to prepare some things before heading to Fengming Mountain. Although anxious, Chen Fan couldn't force the quasi-martial saint, so he had to leave first. After leaving the dormitory building, he immediately called Zhang Kuan. However, Zhang Kuan brought bad news. 20 minutes ago, large-scale beast tides erupted simultaneously at Jufeng Pass and Wangu Pass, and most of the strong individuals from the school had gone there. Chen Fan, it seems the beast worship cult had planned this all along. First, they used the eruption at Fengming Mountain to draw our attention, then took advantage of the chaos to abduct Yang Chuchu. And now they're using the Zhang family and the beast tides to stretch Guowu thin. Zhang Kuan's voice was full of frustration. Yang Chuchu was personally recruited by him to Guowu, and he couldn't help but feel guilty about the situation. Chen Fan, maybe I should have let Yang Chuchu go to Jing University or Mo University back then. Chen Fan sensed Zhang Kuan's regret and comforted him, Mr. Zhang, the outcome isn't decided yet. I've already convinced that senior. Really? Zhang Kuan was instantly excited. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to successfully persuade a quasi-martial saint. Absolutely. But the senior needs some time to arrive, so delaying the blood replacement ceremony will depend on us. Chen Fan said solemnly. All right, I'll fight alongside you. Zhang Kuan said through gritted teeth. At that moment, a steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Fan, I'll join this time too. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Fan was immediately thrilled. Mr. Tian, you're awake? Awake. Thanks to you all bringing in Dr. Mo. Tian Xiong said. Mr. Tian, it's my fault for involving you. Chen Fan said apologetically. Kid, don't say that. Tian Xiong laughed heartily. I've been with Zhang Kuan, so I'm aware of the situation. There aren't many strong individuals left at Guowu who can fight, and even Dr. Mo is too drained from treating me to join the battle. But don't worry, your coach supports you. Thank you, Mr. Tian. Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart. After agreeing on a meeting point, Chen Fan hung up the phone. A few minutes later, at the gate of Guowu University, he met the two of them again. Tian Xiong patted Chen Fan's shoulder, full of satisfaction. Good lad. In just a few days, you've broken through 2 minor realms? Sigh, I still feel like my progress is slow. If it weren't, I wouldn't always be troubling others, Chen Fan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness in the face of the current situation. Don't sigh. If the sky is falling, there will always be taller people to hold it up. Before you grow up, we teachers are your umbrella of protection. When you can truly stand on your own, it might be your turn to protect us. This is the meaning Of inheritance, Tian Xiong said, full of confidence in Chen Fan. As the saying goes, a child's character is seen at 3, and their future at 7, and the same applies to those with special abilities.
The talent Chen Fan was showing now proved
that as long as he didn't fall, he would undoubtedly become a martial saint in the future.
Chen Fan nodded silently, remembering these words clearly.
10 minutes later, the three arrived at the site of the battle between Huangfu Chang and the
Jiang family.
The originally dense forest had been almost leveled, and the fight was extremely fierce. Huangfu Chang and his two companions were formidable, showing no signs of defeat despite being surrounded.
Chen Fan and his two companions hid
in the distance, not revealing themselves, and began discussing in hushed tones.
This battle won't be decided anytime soon. If we rashly intervene, we won't be of much help and might get caught up in it ourselves. I suggest we head straight to Fengming Mountain to disrupt the blood exchange ceremony and delay their plans, Zhang Kuan said gravely. Chen Fan shook his head.
No, our strength is limited. If that snake sovereign targets us, we're doomed.
I have an idea. I'll transform into Jiang Chen's appearance, and you can hold a sword to my neck and walk me over.
This will create a commotion, and the Jiang family will definitely be distracted, giving the principal and the others a chance to severely damage the enemy.
That's a good idea, Zhang Kuan nodded. Tian Xiong, however, shook his head.
No need to go through all that trouble.
You two stay here and wait, I'll be back soon.
Before Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan could react, Tian Xiong had already strode out, his aura surging
dramatically, far surpassing what it had been before. 8th tier? Old Tian has broken through to the 8th tier. Zhang Kuan exclaimed in shock.
The people on the distant battlefield were also drawn to this powerful aura, turning to look. They saw Tian Xiong approaching step by step, his body beginning to transform. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a heaven-devouring demon bear over 15 meters tall.
This demon bear was filled with terrifying blood energy, and its massive body exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Who dares to trouble Chen Fan? Tian Xiong's voice boomed like thunder.
With one stride, he crossed 100 meters and appeared before a 7th-tier beast. He revealed a cruel smile and unleashed a powerful punch. 7 stars circled his fist, radiating an awe-inspiring and mysterious aura.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, the 7th-tier beast was reduced to a mist of blood by a single punch.
Tian Xiong's figure flashed, instantly appearing before another 7th-tier beast. The beast was completely immobilized by the overwhelming blood energy. Boom!
Another loud explosion, and this beast also turned into a mist of blood. As Tian Xiong prepared to attack a third beast, the Jiang family
finally reacted.
An 8th-tier mountain-moving battle bull charged at Tian Xiong, aiming directly for him. Their fists collided, and the blood energy exploded, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation.
Teacher Tian is incredible. He just broke through to the 8th tier and can already hold his own against the mountain-moving battle bull. Chen Fan exclaimed in amazement from his hiding spot. Zhang Kuan was equally shocked. Old Tian really turned misfortune into fortune this time. After exchanging more than 10 punches, Tian Xiong and the mountain-moving battle bull finally separated. Tian Xiong walked over to Huangfu Chang and his two companions, speaking up. Vice Principal, Senior Brother, Dean Gong's son, I didn't arrive. Too late, did I?
Tian Xiong, congratulations, Huangfu Chang and the others said, looking at the transformed heaven-devouring demon bear with joy. The National Martial Academy had gained another formidable warrior. On the battlefield, Tian Xiong reverted to his human form and stood shoulder to shoulder with Huangfu Chang and the other two. The combined aura of the 4 grandmasters completely suppressed the Jiang family and their group of killers. Zhang Weiwa stared at Tian Xiong, his eyes filled with disbelief. How are you still alive? Tian Xiong sneered, his killing intent surging. Surprised, aren't you? Not only am I alive, but I've also broken through to the 8th tier. Beside him, Dai Jiangshan asked gravely, Junior brother, was the Jiang family involved in the attack that severely injured you? Yes, I chased the Silver Flood Dragon to the Red Pine Forest, but ended up falling into an ambush set by the Jiang family in Zhaoqian. If I hadn't temporarily broken through using the Sealing Demon Infinite Battle Technique, I might not have even had the chance to escape. It seems we must fight the Jiang family to the death today. Dai Jiangshan was furious after hearing this. Huangfu Cheng quickly transmitted a mental message, Jiangshan, the most important thing is to save young Chuchu first. Don't linger here too long. Dealing with the Jiang family can wait. Understood. Dai Jiangshan, knowing the priorities, nodded decisively. Huangfu Cheng turned
to Jiang Wei and asked coldly, Master Jiang, do you still want to continue this fight? Jiang Wei's face darkened. Tian Xun's appearance had disrupted their advantage. Continuing the fight would only lead to defeat. However, the Jiang family didn't retreat immediately. Instead, they secretly discussed through mental transmission for a while before finally leaving. The Jiang family didn't play their cards well, Dai Jiangshan snorted coldly. We can't worry about that now. Let's go. Save young Chuchu, Huang Fucheng said in a deep voice. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan and his group of 6 arrived at the foot of Fengming Mountain. The previously damaged mountain had already been restored by Earth Element ability users, Enin. Illusion had been set up at the entrance. The group stopped outside the cave entrance without entering immediately. Huang Fucheng asked Chen Fan, when will that prospective martial saint arrive? Chen Fan shook his head. I'm not sure. She didn't specify a time. Huang Fucheng said gravely, we can't wait any longer. Zhang Kuan, you stay and protect Chen Fan. The rest of you, come with me to deal with that snake sovereign. Everyone responded in unison. Huang Fucheng let out a low shout, his spiritual power spreading outward. The mountain seemed to be forcibly split open by an invisible hand, creating a passage. This action immediately alerted the beast worship cult members in the underground space. Who dares to come looking for trouble? Again? A 7th-tier beast worship cult member charged out with a blade. But upon sensing the aura of the 4 people before him, his expression changed drastically, and he turned to flee. The next moment, a massive hand formed of spiritual power descended from the sky, crushing him into pulp. Charge! Huang Fucheng snorted coldly, stepping forward and instantly appearing in the underground space. Tian Xiong and the other 2 followed closely behind. The aura of the 4 swept through the entire underground space, leaving the beast worship cult members trembling in fear. They were like tigers charging into a pack of wolves, and wherever they passed, the cult members spat blood and were sent flying. They're grandmasters from the National Martial Alliance. Run! Don't get close! The underground space descended into chaos. Huang Fucheng and the others swept through the area, quickly reaching the end of the underground space, where they saw a massive sacrificial altar. At this moment, the blood exchange ritual was nearing its conclusion. Yang Chuchu's entire body was engulfed in Phoenix Divine Flame, and her body and appearance had undergone significant changes. She had grown taller, and a golden mark about an inch long, resembling a small phoenix, had appeared on her forehead. This golden mark had transformed her aura, adding a hint of seductive charm to her once pure face. Huang Fucheng's expression darkened. Yang Chuchu's sudden increase in power was not a good sign. The beastly and wild nature hidden within the phoenix blood would cause her to lose herself, turning her into a bloodthirsty maniac who wouldn't even recognize her loved ones. In other words, Yang Chuchu would become a completely different person. Save her. Huang Fucheng couldn't afford to hesitate. His spiritual power formed a massive hand, reaching for Yang Chuchu on the altar. But the snake sovereign wouldn't let him succeed. The blood-red runes on the altar glowed brightly, effortlessly blocking Huang Fucheng's spiritual power. A formation? Is this the work of a formation master? Huang Fucheng was taken aback. Formation masters were extremely rare, capable of controlling the power of the 5 elements, using mountains and rivers as their canvas, and the blood of exotic beasts as their ink to create formations imbued with power. Don't waste your efforts. The 4 of you can't save her, the snake sovereign said with a sinister laugh, seated cross-legged beside the altar and controlling the blood exchange ritual. His voice echoed from beneath his snakehead mask. Consider it an honor to witness the birth of our cult's holy maiden. Huang Fucheng's face turned grim. He said to the 3 behind him, the altar is protected by a formation, and the snake sovereign holds the control. To save young Chuchu, we must first take him down. Then let's do it. Tian Xiong snorted coldly, his body instantly transforming into the devouring demon bear. As he launched a punch toward the snake sovereign, the serpent sovereign presided over the ceremony, unable to move, but extended one palm effortlessly to block Tian Xiong's heavy punch. You've just advanced to the 8th tier, you're not qualified to challenge me. He transformed his palm into a fist and sent the 15-meter-tall figure of the sky-devouring demon bear flying with a single blow. Attack together. Even if we can't defeat him, we must stop the blood exchange ceremony. Huang Fu Cheng shouted, charging forward with Gongsun Lieguan and Dai Jiangshan. The serpent sovereign let out a disdainful, eerie laugh. With just you lot? Don't dream about it. Do you know what divine intervention means? It means commanding ghosts and gods
he shouted, pointing a finger, and the massive stones on the cave walls came to life, transforming into rock demons over 10 meters tall.
These rock demons exuded a fierce aura and were all 8th tier powerhouses. If you want to touch me, you'll have to get through this first. The Serpent Sovereign sneered, placing his hands back on the altar. The rock demons, fearless and impervious to pain, fought desperately. Fortunately, Wang Fu Chang and the other 3 were equally powerful, and the battle quickly became a stalemate. Not bad, you 4 have earned a bit of my respect. If you're willing to join the beast worship cult, I might spare you later, the Serpent Sovereign said coldly while continuing to control the ceremony. Stop spouting nonsense, Tian Xiong roared. The beast worship cult has no conscience. Even if I die, I won't join you. Well said. The others echoed in unison. Quite the backbone, the Serpent Sovereign sneered. In 10 more minutes, the blood exchange ceremony will be complete. Then I'll kill you all first and head to Guowu for a massacre. His maniacal laughter echoed through the underground space. Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan hid in the distance, their faces full of anxiety. Zhang Kuan frowned and said, if that senior doesn't show up soon, it'll be too late for everything. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion shook the sky. A massive fissure tore through the mountain, and scorching flames and heat waves instantly swept through the underground space. A woman emerged slowly from the flames. She was clad in silver battle armor, her long silver-white hair flowing behind her, and wielded a mixed heaven battle halberd over 2 meters long. Is that the senior you were talking about? Zhang Kuan's jaw dropped in astonishment. The overwhelming aura emanating from the woman nearly suffocated him, yet she looked surprisingly young. Chen Fan was also incredulous. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her silver hair and armor exuding a heroic elegance, completely unlike the dormitory supervisor from Building 5. However, he vaguely recognized traces of the supervisor's features in her face. It should be her, Chen Fan said uncertainly. At that moment, the woman walked through the flames, step by step, approaching the Serpent Sovereign. Her appearance immediately startled him. The Serpent Sovereign stared intently at the woman, deep wariness visible beneath the mask on his face. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Hand over the Phoenix Corpse, or today I'll cut you down. The woman's voice was filled with unmatched authority. The mixed heaven battle halberd in her hand burned with scorching flames, clearly ready for combat. Impossible. I advise you to back off. Opposing the beast worship cult will lead to no good end. The Serpent Sovereign glared at her. Since you refuse to yield, I'll take it myself, the woman said coldly. The next moment, a giant hand formed of flames reached for the Phoenix Corpse on the altar. How dare you, the Serpent Sovereign roared, and the blood-red runes on the altar quickly gathered powerful energy, attempting to block the flaming hand. But the fiery hand lightly slapped, instantly shattering the rune's energy. Destroying my cult's ceremony, you deserve death. The Serpent Sovereign's voice turned hoarse. He shouted, and dozens of terrifying rock demons crawled out from the ground, charging at the woman. Although we're both quasi-martial saints, the difference in strength is obvious, the woman said softly, then swung her over 2-meter-long mixed heaven battle halberd. All the approaching rock demons were instantly shattered into pieces. Since you refuse to see reason, I'll send you on your way, the woman said, shaking her head. The sea of flames behind her was instantly absorbed into her body. In the next moment, a fiery blade aura swept out horizontally, the top of the underground space was split in two, the earth cracked, and the entire Fengming mountain began to shake violently. The blade energy was unstoppable, heading straight for the Snake Lord. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths, the Snake Lord rasped. In my name, I grant you life. Phoenix rebirth. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed his full power. He clenched his claw in the void, and the Phoenix corpse on the altar suddenly opened its eyes. A powerful aura of a mythical beast spread rapidly, followed by a piercing phoenix cry that shook the heavens and earth. A massive phoenix figure soared into the sky. At that moment, the phoenix seemed to be reborn. Today, no matter who you are, you must die. The Snake Lord controlled the phoenix to charge at the silver-haired woman. Seeing this, the woman grew excited instead and took the initiative to engage. The fierce battle between the woman and the phoenix caused the underground space to collapse completely. Zhang Kuan grabbed Chen Fan by the shoulder and quickly ran toward the cave exit. The two reached the surface, and from a distance, Chen Fan was almost dumbfounded. A living phoenix appeared before his eyes. This must be a temporary life granted, not a true resurrection, Zhang Kuan analyzed. Even so, it's incredible. This supernatural ability is just insane. Chen Fan's heart raced, worried that the silver-haired woman might not be a match. Otherwise, how could it be rated as SS level? Zheng Kun was equally tense. But that woman isn't ordinary either.
Her ability seems to be the legendary SS level Flame Sun Sacred Body. At this moment, the Snake Lord was simultaneously controlling the Phoenix Corpse to battle the silver-haired woman and commanding the Rock Demon
to attack Huangfu Chang and the other three. They're all fighting desperately. What should we do? Chen Fan looked at Zheng Kun anxiously.
Zheng Kun waved his hand, his gaze falling on the beast cult members hiding and observing in the distance.
You hide yourself well.
I'll deal with those bastards.
With that, Zheng Kun drew his sword and left. Chen Fan hid behind a large rock, staring unblinkingly at the breathtaking battle in midair. When will I ever have such strength? Chen Fan was filled with envy. Once a superhuman reached the 8th tier, they could fly through the air.
In the sky, the silver-haired woman was fiercely clashing with the phoenix. The collision of two fiery energies in the air sent sparks flying, enough to scorch the earth. The silver flames were the blood-red fire ignited by the Flame Sun's sacred body, while the phoenix radiated golden divine flames. The intertwining of the two flames created a breathtaking spectacle.
The silver-haired woman was extraordinarily powerful.
Relying on the Flame Sun's sacred body, she fought the ancient mythical beast without falling behind and even gained a slight upper hand. The battle lasted 10 minutes, and the silver-haired woman completely suppressed the
Snake Lord.
She wielded the Chaos Heaven halberd, and with a casual strike, she carved a massive 100-meter-long crack into the ground.
Forget it, forget it.
If that's the case, the remaining phoenix blood is no longer needed, the Snake Lord sighed. In the next moment, the residual essence blood within the phoenix began to boil. As the phoenix blood burned, its power surged rapidly.
Fiercer flames ignited on its golden feathers, and its aura was nearing the 9th tier limit. Kill her. For me, the Snake Lord roared. A sea of golden flames spewed from the phoenix's mouth.
In the air, the blood-red flames from the Flame Sun's sacred body were completely overwhelmed by the golden firestorm. The silver-haired woman was struck and sent flying over 1,000 meters. Daring to oppose the beast cult is the stupidest decision you've ever made in your life.
Ha ha, the Snake Lord mocked.
At this moment, he believed the outcome was decided.
Chen Fan watched the silver-haired woman, so nervous he could barely breathe.
If she lost, none of them would leave alive.
Come on, he silently prayed.
If he had a blessing card, he would have helped her.
Unfortunately, he had nothing. The silver-haired woman was being pushed back.
Step by step, the situation critical. Yet her face showed no trace of panic, as if she had been waiting for this moment all along.
Martial Saint Realm, here I come.
A faint smile appeared on her lips as she voluntarily withdrew her flames.
The phoenix in the air continued to spew divine flames, trying to burn her to ashes.
The golden flames engulfed her, but she remained motionless.
Why isn't she resisting?
Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, the Snake Lord's expression changed
drastically, finally realizing what was happening. Withdraw the phoenix divine flame, quickly, he urgently commanded.
It's already too late, the woman snorted coldly. Observe her movements, understand her intentions.
Thank you for helping me, she murmured softly. Ascend to sainthood immediately.
In the next moment, an aura 10 times stronger than before erupted from her body. She slowly rose into the air, and behind her appeared a massive translucent figure, towering at a height of 100 meters.
This is the Dharma aspect of heaven and earth. She's become a martial saint, exclaimed Huangfu Chang and the others. Dharma aspect of heaven and earth? Chen Fan also recognized the phenomenon.
Legend has it that the greatest distinction
between a martial saint and ordinary superhumans is the possession of the Dharma aspect of heaven and earth.
They can summon a Dharma body to fight, instantly amplifying their combat power 100-fold. With the appearance of the Dharma aspect
of heaven and earth, the outcome was already clear.
A martial saint represents a leap in life, with a rumored lifespan of up to 500 years. The silver-haired woman stood in midair and casually waved her palm toward the phoenix's corpse. The Dharma aspect behind her mimicked the same motion. A fiery giant palm tore through the air with immense power, like a burning sun falling from the sky. The 20-meter-long phoenix corpse instantly turned to ashes. The fiery giant palm continued
its momentum, nearly piercing through the nearby Fengming mountain. So powerful. Is this the strength of a martial saint?
Chen Fan was utterly shocked.
Next, it's your turn, the silver-haired woman chuckled lightly, raising her palm to strike at the Snake Sovereign.
Blood vessels in the Snake Sovereign's eyes bulged as he realized the beast cult's plan had failed, inadvertently creating a 9th-tier martial saint. Don't think you can kill me, the Snake Sovereign laughed maniacally. as if he had lost his mind. But just as the fiery giant palm was about to hit him, a massive spatial vortex suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the palm's inevitable path. The overwhelming palm entered the vortex and instantly vanished, without a trace. Immediately afterward, the sky was torn open by a rift, and a figure slowly emerged. The man was dressed in a black robe and wore a dragon-shaped mask on his face. He stood there without emitting the slightest energy fluctuation. Upon recognizing the mask, everyone's expressions changed drastically. This man was none other than the leader of the 12 bishops of the beast cult, an SSS-level spatial superhuman dragon sovereign. Huangfu Chang and the others had already retreated from the battlefield. They looked up at the distant figure with grave expressions. "Is he very strong?" Chen Fan asked. "Ranked 4th on the global top 100 combat power list." Huangfu Chang replied solemnly. "4th? That means only 3 people on Blue Star can defeat him?" Chen Fan was stunned. This was a man standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star. Dragon Sovereign coldly gazed at the silver-haired woman, his voice icy, as if it could freeze the air. "Disrupting my cult's plans, how? Do you wish to die?" The silver-haired woman frowned slightly but quickly regained her composure. "If you were here in person, I wouldn't stand a chance. But with just a spatial projection clone, you can't defeat me. Is that so?" Dragon Sovereign stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze overlooking everyone. "Spatial divine art, dimensional void finger." He pointed a finger, and spatial energy surged like a tide. In an instant, a massive transparent finger shot out from the space, traversing hundreds of meters and appearing directly in front of the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman was prepared and swiftly dodged the moment the finger approached. The dimensional void finger missed her, merely grazing past her side, and smashing into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. "Such sharp instincts, huh?" Dragon Sovereign sneered coldly, unfazed by his missed attack. After advancing to Martial Saint, one's instincts become incredibly sharp, almost able to predict the opponent's next move the moment they raise their hand, allowing for preemptive evasion. Otherwise, such an attack capable of traversing spatial dimensions would have already severely injured the silver-haired woman. "I've already said, with just this clone, you can't kill me. But I will destroy this clone of yours," the silver-haired woman snorted coldly, her mixed heaven battle spear slashing out a dazzling blaze as she fiercely struck at Dragon Sovereign. "Spatial divine art, teleportation." Dragon Sovereign scoffed, his figure instantly disappearing and reappearing hundreds of meters away. "My spatial projection clone may not be strong, but the power of spatial abilities is beyond your reach." Dragon Sovereign sneered, his figure flashing instantly to appear before the silver-haired woman. "Spatial divine art, annihilation." With a wave of his hand, a vast space before him suddenly collapsed, attempting to engulf his opponent. Yet the silver-haired woman was no weakling. Her Flame Sun's sacred body withstood the spatial annihilation head-on, emerging completely unscathed. The two clashed fiercely, their battle reverberating across heaven and earth, with even casual strikes capable of splitting mountains and cracking the ground. The silver-haired woman's strength exceeded Long Zun's expectations. "Just stepping into the 9th tier and already this strong? You are no nameless figure. State your name," Long Zun said coldly. "5 years ago, people called me Valkyrie," the woman replied. As she finished speaking, terrifying flames ignited around her, and a 100-meter-tall manifestation behind her burned just as fiercely, outshining the sun in the sky. "Valkyrie? I've heard of that name," Long Zun nodded slightly. On the ground, Huangfu Chang and the others were utterly shocked. "Valkyrie Yen Yuehua? Wasn't it said that she failed to break through to Martial Saint 5 years ago and perished in a sea of fire? Who would have thought she had been hiding at our National Martial University all along?" "Valkyrie, that name is truly imposing," Chen Fan silently praised. The aerial battle was awe-inspiring. The silver-haired woman's combat prowess was astonishing, her crimson flames burning half the sky. Even with Long Zun's ability to teleport, he couldn't escape her control. In mere moments, Long Zun's spatial projection clone was suppressed and forced into retreat. "You're quite formidable, your strength already rivals that of veteran Martial Saints," Long Zun remarked, his clone on the verge of collapse, yet his expression remained relaxed. "Next time, I'll come in person." As he spoke, he tore open a massive spatial rift in the air, preparing to retreat. But the silver-haired woman's killing intent surged. "Come and go as you please?" "Not so simple," she sneered coldly, unleashing a fiery blade aura spanning 1,000 meters. The blade light swept across the sky, slicing Long Zun's clone in half before it could enter the spatial rift.
The unstoppable blade light continued toward Fengming Mountain in the distance. Wherever it passed, Fengming Mountain was cleaved in two. This earth-shattering strike left everyone dumbfounded.
Half the mountain collapsed.
The impact akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake, shattering everything around it.
Huangfu Cheng hurriedly urged everyone to retreat.
Amid the chaos, no one noticed a figure darting out from the ruins of Fengming Mountain, heading straight for the still open spatial rift in the sky. By the time the crowd reacted, the figure had already entered the rift.
That person looks like Zhao Qian.
Tian Xiong was the first to notice.
It's him. The group quickly confirmed, recognizing Zhao Qian with their Granchi seemed to recall something, turned back to look at Chen Fan, and said, if you encounter trouble you can't solve, you can come to the fire domain to find me. I can help you 3 times.
Thank you, senior. Chen Fan bowed deeply to the figure in the air.
The people beside him, including Huangfu Chang, were both shocked and envious.
Having a martial saint lend a hand 3 times was an extraordinary honor.
By the way, your eldest girlfriend should be awake by now.
Remember to
find her when you return, the silver-haired woman said with a light laugh. Her speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from everyone's sight.
Eldest girlfriend? Could it be that Sister Catwoman has woken up? Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy.
After the silver-haired woman completely left, Huangfu Chang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The aura of a martial saint had made it almost impossible for them to breathe.
They looked at
Chen Fan and teased him with a smile. Chen kid, you sure have a lot of girlfriends.
Don't listen to senior's nonsense.
It's not like that at all, Chen Fan said awkwardly.
You dare say a martial saint is talking nonsense? Aren't you afraid she'll come back to trouble you?
Huangfu Cheng laughed and continued, Chen Fan, you seem to have a good relationship with this senior. Being able to have her help you 3 times is no small favor.
It's all right, Chen Fan said, rubbing his nose, secretly feeling fortunate.
Ever since he learned she was a quasi-martial saint, he had made a point to greet her warmly whenever he entered or left the dormitory building, even shamelessly offering her some fruit when he had it.
But let me remind you, don't waste those 3 opportunities.
If it's something our instructors can handle, come to us first. Only use those 3 chances as a last resort, Huangfu Chang advised.
Don't worry, Principal Huangfu, Chen Fan nodded gratefully.
At that moment, the system's task completion notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the D+ level task. You have received 3 consecutive draws from the white prize pool.
Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Fan finally felt at ease.
If a D+ level task is this difficult, what about C level and B level ones, he muttered to himself. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the D level draw. In the previous D level white prize pool draw, he had obtained the beginner Thunder Domain, Master Level Gun Technique Inheritance, and a 10-cubic space ring. The D-level white prize pool was full of treasures.
What are you daydreaming about? You're grinning so wide your mouth is about to split. Tian Xiong slapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, pulling him out of his fantasy.
It's nothing, Chen Fan quickly replied with a smile. By the way, teachers, what's next? Of course, we clean up the remaining beast worship
cultists in the area.
Huangfu Chang said sternly.
These guys think they can still win and haven't fled far. We'll split up and make sure to annihilate them completely.
Alright, I've been itching to kill these bastards, Tian Xiong and the others responded one after another.
Huangfu Chang reminded again, Zheng Kuan, you take Chen Fan back to Guowu first. It's still not safe here.
Alright, Zheng Kuan reluctantly agreed. He had wanted to enjoy a good fight, but since it was an order, he had
to comply. Chen Fan had already guessed Zheng Kuan's thoughts.
After Huangfu Chang and the others left, he took the initiative to say, Teacher Zhang, you don't need to worry about me.
I can handle myself.
Oh,
are you sure? Zheng Kuan hesitated. Don't worry. Have you forgotten how I infiltrated the beast worship cult's lair?
Chen Fan said confidently. After sending Zhang Kuan off, Chen Fan didn't return to school but instead headed in another direction. He had something important to do, hunting
down Shuangmian.
After Shizuan's death, he had seen the direction in which Shuangmian fled. He dared to pursue Shuangmian alone for 2 reasons. First, Shuangmian had been severely injured in the underground space, with only 10% of his strength remaining. Second, Chen Fan coveted Shuangmian's special abilities. He still had an S-level ability replication card in his possession. Shuangmian's pupil technique abilities were extremely appealing to him. He didn't need the beast transformation ability of the twin-headed serpent. What he wanted were the 2 powerful pupil techniques.
Moreover, these two techniques could be activated without transforming into the twin-headed serpent. The first was Death Stare, an incredibly powerful pupil technique. Anyone struck by its gaze would instantly turn to stone.
Combined with the formidable offensive capabilities of his thunder-devouring sacred body, it would make him nearly invincible. Next is the Eye of Void Break, which allows him to see through all illusions and deceptions, immune to trickery and disguise, just as Dual Face can see through his mimicry. The Eye of Void Break itself also possesses immense offensive power, destroying everything in the path of its golden light. Therefore, Dual Face must die today. Chen Fan moved at lightning speed, his thunder-devouring sacred body enhancing him, his figure flickering like a phantom. A few minutes later, he caught up with the staggering, fleeing Dual Face.
This old guy is really badly injured. Chen Fan sneered coldly.
In the next moment, a purple thunderbolt shot from his hand, heading straight for Dual Face's back. The purple thunderbolt streaked toward him.
Although Dual Face's body was severely
injured, his sharp mental acuity sensed the killing intent. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he hastily rolled to dodge. When he stood up again, his expression was extremely grim.
Chen Fan, so it's you. Dual Face, today we settle our old scores.
Chen Fan picked up the thunderbolt, his gaze icy.
Ha ha ha. Dual Face glanced around and suddenly burst into laughter.
Chen Fan, oh Chen Fan, you refuse the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell.
I thought you had a mentor with you, but it turns out you're alone. Just me is enough.
Chen Fan smiled confidently. Now that Dual Face's bones were half shattered and his strength reduced to less than a tenth, Chen Fan's methods were more than sufficient to kill
him. Dual Face glared at Chen Fan and mocked, young and arrogant. Without invincible skills, do you think your late-stage second-tier cultivation can defeat me? Then let's find out. Chen Fan sneered, his entire body crackling with electricity.
Blue-purple arcs of lightning enveloping him and the thunderbolt in his hand.
The aura he released had astonishingly reached the early 4th tier. Dual Face's expression changed, disbelief flashing across his face. How can you have such an aura?
He was gravely injured, his strength falling to the early 4th tier.
Seeing Chen Fan's aura reach the same level, he felt a twinge of fear. Nothing is impossible. Geniuses are always incomprehensible. Today, I'll send you to hell. Chen Fan
stopped speaking, unleashing his master-level spear techniques as he charged at Dual Face. Dual Face's eyes burned with rage as he suddenly transformed into a two-headed serpent, engaging in fierce combat with Chen Fan.
As the two clashed head-on,
a gray beam of light shot from one of the serpent's eyes, aiming straight for Chen Fan's chest. The beam was incredibly fast, but Chen Fan was prepared, dodging several meters away in an instant.
Dual Face's sneak attack failed, and he hurriedly activated the Eye of Void Break.
A golden beam shot toward Chen Fan, who immediately condensed thunder wings to shield himself. At the same time, the two thunder dragons generated by the Nine Heavens thunder merged into the thunder wings. He was ready to test the power of the Eye of Void Break. The golden beam continuously bombarded the thunder wings, its immense force pushing him back dozens of meters. Chen Fan's legs carved two long, deep trenches into the ground. What power! Chen Fan marveled inwardly. A typical early 4th tier beast would likely have been obliterated by this attack. The stronger, the better. Chen Fan retracted the thunder wings and charged at Dual Face again. As he approached, his figure split into two, with two spears attacking Dual Face from the left and right simultaneously. Dual Face sneered, the Eye of Void Break easily discerning the real from the fake. Just a petty trick. He opened his massive jaws, biting toward the Chen Fan on the right, only to snap at empty air. With a pft, the Chen Fan on the left thrust his spear into Dual Face's body. Impossible. You actually deceived my Eye of Void Break. Dual Face's face was filled with terror. Nothing is impossible. Failure often stems from arrogance. Chen Fan was very satisfied with this combination technique. It made his already formidable combat style even more unpredictable and versatile. Chen Fan's attacks were relentless and unstoppable. 2 minutes later, he had completely subdued Dual Face, pinning him to the ground. With a pft, the thunderbolt pierced through Dual Face, pinning him down. Any last words? Chen Fan stepped on Dual Face, his tone icy. Dual Face could no longer maintain his two-headed serpent form and reverted to his human shape. I hate this. If I had known it would end like this, I would have killed you the first time we met on the outskirts of Qingcheng. If you had known? Then you shouldn't have joined the beast worship cult. You shouldn't have slaughtered the innocent. Chen Fan sneered coldly, stepping down on Dual Face's remaining rib bones and snapping them completely.
Dual Face screamed in anguish, blood spurting from his mouth. Chen Fan, don't think you've won. The beast gods shall protect me in the afterlife, while you and yours will struggle in the depths of hell. Ha ha ha. Long live the beast god. Long live the beast worship cult. Dual Face curled up on the ground, his expression utterly deranged. Madman. Chen Fan muttered under his breath, his foot crackling with thunder. With that, Dual Face finally breathed his last. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10,000 slaughter points. 10,000 slaughter points? This guy was actually a 5th-tier supernatural being? Chen Fan was overjoyed, the exhaustion brought on by using the primary Thunder Battleground technique significantly eased. What an unexpected surprise! And things are about to get even better. System, activate the ability replication card. Chen Fan said excitedly. Detected within a 10-meter radius of the host, S-Class Beast Transformation ability, Twin-Headed Serpent. Would you like to replicate it? Yes. Chen Fan responded decisively. Ability replication in progress. Please wait. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the system's notification sounded once more. Host, be advised, the infusion of an S-Class ability will render you unable to control your body for 5 minutes. S-Class ability infusion has begun. As the words faded, Chen Fan immediately collapsed onto the ground. System, this is the middle of nowhere. Could you at least give me a heads up next time? In this state, even a wild wolf could tear me apart. Chen Fan was panicking internally. He had assumed he could decide when to infuse the ability after replication, but it had started automatically without warning. Let's hope my luck holds out, and no members of the beast worship cult show up during this time, Chen Fan silently prayed. The 5 minutes dragged on, feeling like 5 hours. At last, as the system's notification rang out again, he regained control of his body. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the S-Class ability, Twin-Headed Serpent. Feeling the transformation within his body, Chen Fan was ecstatic. Although the ability didn't directly elevate his level, both his physique and mental strength had improved tremendously. He immediately checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Abilities, Thunder Devouring Sacred Physique, SS, Mimicry, F, Beast Transformation, Twin-Headed Serpent, S. Level, Late 2nd Tier. Physique, 500. Mental Strength, 500. Slaughter Points, 11,388. Skills, 9 Skies Thunderstrike, Thunderflash, Thunderpalm, Thunderwings, Thunderstorm, Aurora Whirlwind Break, Thunder Shadow Clone Technique. Evaluation, a wild wolf with emerging offensive prowess. Current missions. 1. Help young Choo-Choo apprentice under a quasi-martial saint. Mission level, E. 2. Disrupt the beast worship cult's operations. Mission completed, eligible for a reward draw. Wow, both physique and mental strength have reached 500. An increase of a full 100 points. It seems the boost from the ability has shattered my level's limit. Chen Fan marveled at the strength coursing through his body. The side effects brought on by the primary Thunder Battleground had also vanished completely. He had a strong hunch if he wanted to, absorbing a Thunder Beast would allow him to easily break through to the peak of the 2nd tier. Now, where should I go to test out the 2 new ocular abilities I've just acquired? Chen Fan's eagerness was palpable. As he deliberated, a figure appeared in his line of sight. It was Lei Laosan, one of Jiang Chen's former subordinates. After joining the beast worship cult, Lei Laosan had been following Dual Face's orders. This time, he had come specifically to find Dual Face. As he searched for traces of him, he spotted Chen Fan. From a distance. Instantly, his killing intent surged, and he charged toward Chen Fan like the wind. But when his eyes fell on the corpse lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically. Lord Dual Face is dead? Did you do this? Lei Laosan's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. That's right, Chen Fan replied with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on Lei Laosan. He had been itching to try out the new ability he'd just acquired, and Lei Laosan showing up so soon was perfect timing. Impossible. There's no way you could have done this. You're not strong enough? Lei Laosan, after calming himself, spoke with a sinister glare. Do you think bluffing will make me back down? Think whatever you like, Chen Fan said indifferently, waving his hand as though he couldn't care less. Fine, I'll take your head back. Maybe I'll get promoted to steward. Crimson Thunder Claw. Lei Laosan suddenly bent his hand into a claw, lightning swirling around it, and lunged fiercely at Chen Fan's neck. Yet Chen Fan stood motionless, as if paralyzed with fear. Could this kid be scared stiff? Lei Laosan chuckled inwardly. Just as the Crimson Thunder Claw was about to touch Chen Fan, a vertical pupil suddenly appeared on Chen Fan's forehead.
A gray beam of light shot out abruptly, heading straight for Lei Laosan.
The beam was so fast that Lei Laosan had no chance to dodge.
The gray light struck him effortlessly.
In the next moment, the area of his body that was hit began to turn to stone. What's happening? Why am I turning into stone? Lei Laosan looked down at his gradually petrifying
body, panic written all over his face. The petrification numbed him, and other parts of his body began to stiffen.
He struggled to breathe, feeling as though he was suffocating.
Ah! He screamed in agony, lightning enveloping his entire body as he desperately used his powers to resist the petrification. But the vertical pupil on Chen Fan's forehead emitted another beam of light.
This time, it was golden.
The golden beam appeared warm, yet it carried a destructive force.
Boom!
The petrified area on his chest was blasted
open, leaving a gaping hole.
The golden light then swept across his entire body, shattering him into pieces.
Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 slot. A few minutes later, Chen Fan handed over a tissue and gently comforted her. It's all in the past now. You're a new person, and the future will be even brighter. After crying, Catwoman's emotions stabilized. She suddenly looked up at Chen Fan, as if she had remembered something. You little rascal, did you enjoy looking at your sister's body? Ha? What do you mean? I didn't look at your body. Chen Fan quickly stepped back a few paces, watching her warily. Humph, a real man should own up to his actions.
I wasn't fully conscious at the time, but my mental senses were still active.
Not only did you see everything, but you also changed me into sleepwear, didn't you?
Catwoman's face carried a playful smile, with a hint of coquettishness.
Well, you. Anyway, I didn't do anything inappropriate. Catwoman, do you have a name? Chen Fan quickly changed the subject to avoid the awkwardness. You little rascal, who doesn't have a name? Catwoman lightly patted Chen Fan with her fair hand, acting a bit coy. But I haven't used my name in a long time. My surname is Yun, and my given name is Li. Yun. Li? Chen Fan repeated softly. That's a pretty name. What do you plan to do next? He asked. Catwoman thought for a moment and said, I want to go home first and pay respects to my parents. It's been 10 years since I last went back. And then? Then I want to travel around and truly experience this world. Catwoman's eyes sparkled with longing. Over the years, she had been entangled with the beast worship cult and had never truly felt the outside world. That's a good idea, Chen Fan nodded. But you currently don't have a legal identity, which will make it difficult to move around. After I return to Guowu, I'll ask Principal Wangfu to help you get an identity. It shouldn't be a problem. The two of them chatted like old friends beside the double corpses for a long time. As the sky darkened, Chen Fan stood up. Catwoman, no, Yun Li, where are you staying tonight? I'm planning to head back to Guowu. I'll stay at your dorm. Catwoman stood up, stretched lazily, and revealed her fair abdomen. To be honest, she was starting to rely on Chen Fan a bit. That's not really appropriate, is it? Chen Fan scratched his head. You've already seen everything. So what's there to mind, you little rascal? Catwoman snorted softly and swayed her hips as she walked toward Guowu. Since you don't mind, I certainly don't mind. Chen Fan grinned mischievously and quickly followed her. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan and Catwoman appeared on the Guowu campus. Their arrival sparked a wave of discussion among the students. When did our school get such a stunning beauty? My goodness, she's like a living Sudaji. She's absolutely gorgeous. How come I've never seen her before? She's simply breathtaking. Catwoman's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. She stood at least 1.75 meters tall, with a slender and alluring figure. Her captivating face made passing male students unable to resist stealing a few glances. If she were my girlfriend, I'd be willing to live 10 years less, no, 20 years less. Forget it, even 50 years less would be worth it. Stop dreaming. She's holding on to that guy's arm. She already has a boyfriend. I really envy that guy. How does he get to have such a beautiful girl by his side? The male onlookers cast jealous and envious glances at Chen Fan. Stop sighing. Do you even know who that guy is? A bespectacled student said seriously. Who is he? Everyone asked curiously. The only SS level ability user in our school. Yesterday, he almost scared Mai from the sophomore class into wetting his pants. And I heard that our schools by Xiaohua followed him around all day yesterday, acting like a little fangirl. Wow, that's really impressive. Having talent really makes a difference.
Along the way, countless envious gazes were cast their way.
Back at the dormitory, Zhao Mingze and the other two roommates were stunned when they saw Catwoman.
Her aura was completely different from that of ordinary college students. She was much more mature, and combined with her mesmerizing looks, her appeal to men was overwhelming.
The three quickly realized they were staring too much and hurriedly made way for the two of them. Brother Fan, is this your new sister-in-law? Zhao Mingze asked in mock surprise. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Fan glared at him and then gave a brief introduction. This is my friend. She's here to visit Guwu for a few days and will leave soon.
You can just call her Sister Yunli.
Chen Fan casually made up an excuse,
not mentioning the cat girl's past, as he wouldn't bring it up without her consent.
Zhao Mingze and the other two understood immediately,
and nodded with a smile.
After a brief chat, Chen Fan took the cat girl back to his bedroom.
He first called Huangfu Chang to confirm that everyone had returned to Guwu before speaking.
Principal Huangfu, I need your help with something. Go ahead. Huangfu Chang agreed without hesitation.
I have a friend who needs a legal identity.
Can you help me get an ID card for her? No problem.
Just send me the name, photo, and age, and you can pick it up at my house tomorrow afternoon, Huangfu Chang readily agreed, not even asking who this friend was or why she needed it.
Chen Fan felt a surge of emotion. This showed that Huangfu Chang completely trusted him.
Thank you, Principal. Chen Fan quickly expressed his gratitude.
Don't mention it. You must be tired today, so get some rest. Tomorrow morning, Tian Xiong will lead the team for training again. Remember to remind everyone.
Got it, Principal. After hanging up, Chen Fan turned around to see the cat girl lazily lying on the bed.
There's only one bed. How are we sleeping tonight? Chen Fan asked helplessly. Up to you.
The bed is mine, figure it out yourself, little brother, the cat girl replied while lying there, her alluring posture enough to make anyone dizzy. Vixen, Chen Fan cursed silently.
What do you want to eat tonight? I'll order takeout, Chen Fan asked. Nothing. I just woke up, still feeling weak.
I'll sleep first, the cat girl said, pulling the blanket over herself and quickly falling asleep. You sure trust me, Chen Fan muttered, shaking his head as he sat down on a nearby chair and began the lottery draw. System, start the lottery, he thought, and the lottery wheel in his mind began to spin. Congratulations, you have obtained a beauty retention pill. When consumed by a woman, it grants eternal youth.
Chen Fan looked at the white pill and frowned. This item was useless to him and could only be given away. Congratulations, you have obtained
the skill Furious Thunder Shield, which allows you to form a massive shield in front of you, capable of blocking attacks twice as strong as your own and reflecting them entirely.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up.
Defensive skills were rare, and this one was extremely
practical.
Being able to block attacks twice as strong as his own made it a top-tier defense.
Not bad. He was overjoyed. The third lottery draw ended. Congratulations, you have obtained an SSS level spatial ability fragment.
Collect 10 fragments to exchange
for an SSS level spatial ability. What? Chen Fan was almost dumbfounded. A spatial ability fragment? It works like this? At
this moment, Chen Fan was thrilled. He had previously witnessed a battle between Long Zun and the female war goddess Yen Yuehua. Although Yen Yuehua had won, it was merely a spatial projection clone. The mystery and power of spatial abilities had left him in awe. But needing to draw 10 fragments to exchange for it makes it quite challenging. Chen Fan frowned but quickly came to terms with
it. After all, it's an SSS level ability. It's normal for it to be rare. I'll succeed eventually. 100,000 kill points
could be exchanged for 1 D-level white lottery draw, and killing a 5th-tier exotic beast earned exactly 100,000
kill points. As long as his strength improved, he could exchange for the spatial ability. Next, I'll use up all the kill points.
Chen Fan thought, staring at the 250,000 kill points displayed on the system panel, his excitement barely contained.
System, use 100,000 kill points for a lottery draw. Chen Fan said boldly. Understood. The system will now begin the lottery. Congratulations.
Host, you have obtained a 10 cubic meter spatial ring. Chen Fan looked at the silver ring glowing in front of him and felt a bit disappointed. He already had a 10 cubic meter spatial ring, so there was no need for another.
System, do another D-level lottery draw. Chen Fan commanded again.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the exquisite dagger.
A dagger? This counts as a D-level reward?
Chen Fan frowned, staring at the small, delicate dagger, feeling puzzled.
Host, please note that the exquisite dagger can absorb mental energy, effectively countering mental attacks. Oh, so impressive? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't draw the spatial ability fragment, this dagger was very practical against specific ability users. There are only 5,000 kill points left, so I can only redeem an E-level lottery. Without hesitation, Chen Fan continued the draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one E-level physique enhancement card.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of Sheng Yuan pill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of Yunshin pill. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 E-level mental strength
enhancement card.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Swift Thunder Shadow Step. Chen Fan carefully examined these rewards. He had already accumulated quite a few physique and mental strength enhancement cards. When he reached the peak of the second tier, he could use them all at once to push his physique and mental strength to the limit. The Sheng Yuan pill was an upgraded version of the Yang Yuan pill, allowing faster recovery of abilities. As his strength increased, the Yang Yuan pill's effects were no longer sufficient, making the Sheng Yuan pill highly valuable to him. This bottle contained 5 pills.
The Yunshin pill,
which Tian Xiong had given him a few bottles of before, was particularly effective in restoring mental strength.
The Swift Thunder
Shadow Step was a skill that enhanced speed, making the body more agile and enabling faster movement, useful for both combat and
travel. Chen Fan was very satisfied with this harvest. After the lottery ended, Chen Fan took out the dragon egg. He had already discovered the key to hatching the dragon egg, absorbing energy containing the blood of dragon vein exotic beasts. Therefore, in a few days, he planned to venture alone into the dimensional space, both to help hatch the dragon egg and to train his abilities. In preparation for reaching the peak of the second tier, early the next morning, before Catwoman woke up, Chen Fan had already left the house. Today was the day to resume special training. At 5 a.m., the 5 members of the Thunder Squad had gathered in front of dormitory building number 5.
Good morning, coach. Everyone was happy to see Tian Xiong.
Not bad, your abilities have improved.
Very good, Tian Xiong said with a smile. Today, I will retest your strength. Come, I'll take you to a place.
10 minutes later, the group arrived at the top floor of the War Wolf Martial Hall.
There were only a few ordinary training rooms here.
The rooms looked unremarkable, with just a few simple chairs.
Coach, are you sure this isn't a tea room?
It doesn't look like a training room at all, Zhao Mingzi joked. You'll find out soon enough.
Tian Xiong smiled mysteriously.
First, find a place to sit. After everyone
sat down, Tian Xiong tapped the wall a few times, and the scene before them suddenly changed.
They found themselves standing on
a vast open land, with a blue sky overhead.
Teacher Tian, have we entered an illusion?
Having experienced the dream space before,
everyone quickly sensed something was off. That's right, this is an illusion. Tian Xiong nodded. This room was set up with an illusion by a rune master.
Just tap the wall 3 times, and you can enter here. The higher the ability level, the stronger the
destructive power.
Ordinary training rooms can't withstand it, but illusions are different. Here, you can unleash your full potential.
So amazing? How much does it cost to use this place for a day? Zhao Mingzi and the others asked curiously.
1 million, Tian
Xiong replied casually.
1 million?
Everyone was shocked.
What did you expect? In this day and age, only the strong have the
resources. However, SS level permissions allow free access.
Tian Xiong smiled.
Doesn't that mean Brother Fan can use it for free too?
Everyone looked at Chen Fan with envy in their eyes.
Chen Fan ignored them and squinted his eyes, using the void eye
to scan the surroundings, instantly seeing through everything here. The void eye is truly remarkable, Chen Fan praised inwardly.
I brought you here to test your strength.
I will limit my power to the mid-4th tier.
You will all attack me together. Whoever defeats me first will end today's training,
Tian Xiong said firmly.
Ha! Zhao Mingzi's face turned bitter upon hearing this.
Coach, isn't this too unfair? We're only at the mid-2nd tier, and you're suppressing yourself to the 4th tier to fight us?
Humph, don't forget your captain's strength.
Although he's only at the late 2nd tier, his power is already close to the 4th tier.
Suppressing myself to the mid-4th tier is just right. That's true. Zhao Mingzhe and the others nodded in agreement. After all, their captain was a monster. Come on, all of you together. Tian Xiong beckoned with a finger, a smile playing on his lips.
Displaying the strength of a mid-4th tier fighter, he didn't even need to transform into his beast form, his fists alone were enough to handle the situation.
If you can't take me down, none of you are leaving here today. Tian Xiong was ready to teach these kids a good lesson.
Zhao Mingzhe and the others were still trying to discuss tactics when Chen Fan interrupted them directly.
You all just watch from the side. I'll handle this alone. Ha! Captain, did we hear you right? Are you sure? Everyone's eyes widened. In shock. I'm sure.
I want to test my strongest combat power.
Chen Fan nodded firmly. Ah, Chen Fan, you're quite bold. Tian Xiong burst into laughter, a mischievous grin on his face. Don't go running to Principal Huangfu to complain if I hit too hard.
Later.
Don't worry, coach.
Chen Fan smiled and immediately entered his strongest combat state.
A fist crackling with blue-purple lightning shot toward Tian Xiong with unstoppable momentum. Tian Xiong didn't take it seriously and casually threw a punch to meet it.
However, the immense power transmitted through the punch nearly disrupted his stance. Fortunately, as an 8th tier expert, every inch of his muscles and bones was under precise control. His fist only retracted half an inch before he stabilized himself. Wow, I almost embarrassed myself in front of this kid, Tian Xiong thought to himself, secretly astonished.
Looks like I need to take this seriously. After exchanging a few blows, the surprise in Tian Xiong's eyes deepened. Not only could Chen Fan keep up with
his punch speed, but his strength was also on par.
Good kid.
I thought you were already impressive at the early 4th tier, but I underestimated you, Tian Xiong said, his eyes filled with admiration. The reason Chen Fan was so strong was that he was the only person on Blue Star with 3 types of power abilities. Be careful, kid, Tian Xiong warned as he unleashed a combat technique. His punch created a flurry of fist shadows, moving so fast they were almost impossible to track. But Chen Fan merely squinted slightly, using his void-piercing eye to discern the real from the fake.
He executed his Thunder Shadow Clone technique, baited out an attack, and then landed a direct punch to Tian Xiong's chest.
Tian Xiong staggered back several steps, his mouth agape.
The 4 onlookers were equally stunned. They had just witnessed their captain force the coach to retreat. Brother Fan is defying the heavens,
Zhao Mingzhe said, his voice trembling as he turned to the other 3. He's at the late 2nd tier but can unleash the power of a mid-4th tier fighter. That's practically skipping 2 major levels.
How does the boss do it? Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Tian Xiong snapped out of his shock. Good kid. With this kind of strength, not only have I never seen it, I've never even heard of it. Again.
This time, Tian Xiong got serious, fully unleashing the power of a mid-4th tier fighter.
He began using a series of powerful combat techniques.
Chen Fan, undaunted, opted for his swift Thunder Shadow Step. His speed and agility increased dramatically, and with the combination of Thunder Shadow Clone and Thunder Flash, he managed to suppress Tian Xiong completely.
The 4 onlookers were dumbfounded. 2 minutes passed, and Chen Fan's thunderous power continued to erupt. Tian Xiong found himself
retreating step by step in the illusionary battlefield, several times nearly forced to exceed his mid-4th tier strength.
The
boss isn't just defying the heavens, he's already defied them, the group murmured in awe.
Good kid, this punch is my signature move from back in the day.
It's called the 5-fold sky-shattering fist.
Watch out.
Tian Xiong steadied himself, his entire body emitting the roar of tigers and the rumble of thunder. The wind from his punch howled, and the force of his fist formed tangible air
currents.
5 layers of fist shadows stacked in spiral toward Chen Fan with overwhelming power.
What a strong technique. Chen Fan's heart tightened.
The air currents from the punch formed a massive vortex, trapping him in place with no way to escape.
The
punch had already locked onto him, but Chen Fan showed no fear. With a shout, the lightning within him transformed into a massive shield in front of him. This was his newly learned skill, the Thunderstorm Shield.
Boom, 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 boom. 5 consecutive
explosions echoed as the Thunderstorm Shield remained unshaken. However, Tian Xiong was forced back by the rebound of his own power, retreating several steps. Death stare. In the next moment, the vertical pupil on Chen Fan's forehead suddenly opened, and a gray beam shot toward Tian Xiong's ankle.
Tian Xiong's legs instantly went numb, and he collapsed to the ground. Oh my god. Boss. Actually won. Zhao Mingze and the others exclaimed in shock. Coach Tian didn't even last 3 minutes before being overturned.
Boss is incredible, they shouted excitedly. At this moment, Tian Xiong shook his body slightly, and the petrification effect on
him instantly disappeared. He stood up, looking at Chen Fan with disbelief in his eyes. Kid, you've been hiding your strength well. What's the deal with this petrification ability of yours? Chen Fan had no intention of keeping it a secret. After all, since
he had abilities, he would inevitably use them. And once used, they were bound to be discovered sooner or later.
So he simply said, Coach Tian, I didn't tell you everything before. I'm not a dual ability user, I'm a triple ability user. What?
The 4 people behind Chen Fan cried out in shock.
Old Gao, did I hear that wrong? A triple ability user? Old Zhao, you didn't hear wrong. Boss said he's not dual ability, he's triple ability. Wow. The group couldn't help but gasp.
They had been together for so long, and Chen Fan had never mentioned having other abilities. Boss, are you really a triple ability user?
Oh my god, I've heard that.
Dual ability users are already extremely rare, but a triple ability user like you is one of a kind. The chubby Wu Yu was so excited that he trembled all over. After all, the stronger Chen Fan was, the more thrilled he became.
Don't get so close, chubby. I don't.
Like men, Chen Fan said as he pushed away Wu Yu, who was about to pounce on him.
Tian Xun's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. At this moment, he finally understood why Chen Fan was so formidable.
Coach, as per our agreement, does today's training end
here?
Chen Fan asked with a hint of apology.
Tian Xiong smiled awkwardly.
He had planned to thoroughly exhaust the Thunder team all day, but instead, he himself had been KO'd in 3 minutes.
Chen Fan, do you have other plans? Tian Xiong asked curiously.
He knew that even if Chen Fan lost, he was always the one who trained the hardest.
I have a friend visiting, and I want to spend
the day showing her around Chang'an City, Chen Fan said, a little embarrassed. After getting her ID card, Catwoman planned to return home to pay respects to her parents, so Chen Fan decided to accompany her today.
Then go ahead, Tian Xiong agreed readily. Coach, what about us? Zhao Mingze asked expectantly. Don't even think about it.
Just now, only Chen Fan made a move, you guys didn't
participate. Come on, all of you together, let's keep training. Tian Xiong's eyes turned cold, revealing a hint of ruthlessness.
Soon, only the sounds of their shouts and clashes echoed in the training ground.
After leaving the Warwolf Martial Arts Hall, Chen Fan first went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast, then returned to the dormitory. Catwoman was already awake. When she saw Chen
Fan enter, she lifted the blanket and sat up. Her lazy demeanor upon waking, combined with her slightly messy long hair, made her
look even more alluring.
Her fair, slender legs were exposed, causing Chen Fan's heart to race.
Get up and have breakfast. I'll
take you around today, who knows when you'll be back next time, Chen Fan said, quickly averting his gaze.
What? Can't bear to part with me?
If you beg me, I might stay, Catwoman teased playfully. Humph, as if I'd miss you, Chen Fan replied with a cold laugh. Chang'an City, with a population of over 15 million, was a bustling metropolis.
Its city center was incredibly vibrant, home to the most luxurious shopping district in Shanxi province.
The actions of the beast cult hadn't caused much damage here, as the
city government was located nearby. Chen Fan borrowed Zhao Mingze's prized car, a McLaren with a futuristic design. The moment this
multi-million-dollar luxury car appeared, it immediately attracted countless envious gazes. As the car door opened, a snow-white, slender leg stepped out, followed by Catwoman's perfect figure and stunning beauty. Wow, the kind of woman who drives this car must
be a top-tier beauty. But I wonder which young master of Chang'an City is in the car with her.
As the crowd whispered among themselves, Chen Fan's tall and upright figure stepped out. This young master looks quite unfamiliar, but with such a beautiful girl by his side, his identity must be extraordinary. A pair of sunglasses suddenly appeared in Chen Fan's hand.
After putting
them on, he instantly exuded a roguish charm. The cat girl naturally linked arms with him, looking like a couple.
All expenses today are on young Master Chen, Chen Fan declared boldly.
Then this big sister won't hold back, the cat girl said with a sweet smile, her soft voice lingering in the air. Her goddess-like smile left almost everyone around stunned. Ignoring the gazes of others, Chen Fan held the cat girl's hand and walked into the mall.
The cat girl's spending power was indeed astonishing. In just half a day, Chen Fan's funds had decreased by 800,000.
By noon, the cat girl was carrying bags upon bags, all from top luxury brands,
and worth a fortune.
Although Chen Fan felt a pang of heartache, he could only obediently pay up. After all, he had already boasted. Besides, with over 10 million still in his account, 800,000 was still manageable.
I'm exhausted, the cat girl deliberately dragged
out her words, her face showing a hint of playful grievance. Chen Fan immediately realized she wanted him to help carry the bags. Helplessly, he pulled a silver ring out of his pocket.
Here, take this.
What is it?
The cat girl asked curiously. This is a spatial ring.
It can store items and has a space of 3 cubic meters inside, Chen Fan explained with a smile.
Wow, does something like this really exist? You're not tricking me, are you?
The cat girl widened her eyes in surprise.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Put it on and use your mental energy to sense it. You'll feel the space inside. Really? Half skeptical, the cat girl put on the ring. Soon, her face lit up with astonishment. There's really space inside.
She excitedly shook Chen Fan's arm, acting like a spoiled child.
From now on, you can put your bags in there.
It'll make going out much more convenient, Chen Fan reminded.
Horror. The cat girl nodded happily. Remember to keep it a secret.
Just say it's your own special ability, Chen Fan added.
Got it, the cat girl obediently agreed.
She didn't ask where Chen Fan had gotten such a treasure. To her, it was his secret, and she wouldn't pry unless he chose to tell her himself. At that moment, Chen Fan pulled out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and
handed it to the cat girl. This pill is for you too. What is it?
The cat girl curiously examined the bottle, which contained a
snow-white pill about the size of a ping-pong ball. This is a beauty retention pill. Once you take it, your appearance will remain
as it is at the moment of consumption, never aging until the end of your life. The cat girl was so shocked that her mouth fell
open.
Such a treasure, capable of eternal youth, was incredibly tempting for any woman, far more so than the spatial ring.
After all, a love for beauty is innate in women. Is this really for me? The cat girl was overjoyed. Go ahead and take it, Chen Fan said nonchalantly.
Such things were useless to him. As for Wang Yanran, he believed there would be opportunities to obtain more in the future. Without doubting the pill's effects, the cat girl gently placed it in her mouth. The pill melted instantly, and a strange energy quickly coursed through her body. As an ability user, she could clearly feel the changes happening at the cellular level.
She was entirely convinced that this pill would keep her forever young. Thank you, little brother, she said excitedly, unable to resist giving Chen Fan a kiss.
Chen Fan was stunned, feeling the soft, fragrant sensation on his lips.
He was so shocked he almost couldn't speak. He had been kissed, and it was his first kiss. By the time he came to his senses, the cat girl had already run off. In the afternoon, Chen Fan received the cat girl's new ID card from Wang Fu Chang.
Her name remained Yun Li, but her address and ID number had been changed.
By evening, Chen Fan saw the cat girl off and drove back to Guowu alone. He couldn't help but feel a bit empty inside. Yang Chuchu had left, and now the cat girl was gone too. The two people he had brought from Qingcheng were no longer with him.
Forget it, I'll just head to the martial arts hall to train, Chen Fan muttered, shaking his head to push aside thoughts of relationships. With nothing to do, he decided to go to the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall to practice the 12 paths of true spirit mastery that Gongsun Liaguang had given him.
He hadn't practiced this combat technique since receiving it, but now
that he finally had some free time, he planned to train diligently in this ultimate skill of martial saintji. By the time he arrived at the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall, it was already past 7 in the evening, but the hall was still packed with people. The first-floor lobby was crowded with students lining up to handle various matters.
Chen Fan chose the shortest line. After waiting for 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. At the counter stood a sweet-looking girl with a professional smile. Hello, classmate. Which type of training room would you like to rent?
A combat training room capable of withstanding the strength of a 4th-tier ability user, please, Chen Fan replied politely.
The girl glanced at the computer and smiled. You're in luck. There's only one
4th-tier combat training room left. Please show me your campus card, and I'll process it for you.
All right. Chen Fan smiled
and was about to hand over his campus card when suddenly, a large hand slammed heavily onto the counter.
I'll take that training room. Chen Fan frowned and looked over. Standing beside him was a tall, buzzcut young man. The receptionist froze for a moment before quickly saying, "Classmate, this training room has already been reserved by this student." "Ha, no rush. I'll talk to him. I'm sure he'll agree," the buzzcut youth said with a grin, turning to look at Chen Fan. He placed a hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and spoke in a commanding tone, "Hey, classmate, you know who I am, right? Do me a favor and let me have this training room." Chen Fan frowned, brushed the hand off his shoulder, and said coldly, "Sorry, but I can't do that." "Oh?" A glint of coldness flashed in the buzzcut youth's eyes. At National Martial Academy, almost no one dared to refuse him. "You don't know who I am? You must be a freshman this year," the buzzcut youth said, looking down at Chen Fan. "Yes, a freshman. What do you want?" Chen Fan replied, annoyed. He was already in a bad mood today, and now someone was trying to take his training room. "What do I want? Didn't your high school teachers teach you to respect your seniors? I want this training room, so get lost before I make you regret it," the buzzcut youth said arrogantly. "Make me regret it? You can try." Chen Fan's expression turned icy. He was truly angered now. Their argument quickly drew the attention of everyone in the lobby. Some looked at Chen Fan with a hint of sympathy. Where does this kid get the guts to provoke Xiao Xiong? Xiao Xiong is the top student in the third year. Yeah, I heard Xiao Xiong is already a peak third-tier ability user. Even though his ability is only A-level, his advancement speed is incredible. He's even stronger than some S-level ability users at the same tier. This freshman is done for. Offending Xiao Xiong means his life at school is going to be miserable. Of course, some people recognize Chen Fan. "I know that guy. His name is Chen Fan, a freshman. A few days ago, he even taught Mu Yi from the second year a lesson. He's not weak. Teaching Mu Yi a lesson is nothing. Mu Yi is only at the early stage of the third tier, while Xiao Xiong is at the peak of the third tier." Chen Fan heard all the murmurs around him clearly. In fact, he didn't need anyone to tell him. With his void-piercing eye, he had already seen through the buzzcut youth's strength. To be honest, he could easily take the guy down with one hand. The buzzcut youth hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so defiant. His face turned red with anger, and he suddenly swung a slap at Chen Fan. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. Moving faster, he struck. First, before the youth's hand could touch him, Chen Fan had already slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the first-floor lobby. Everyone watching was stunned. Even Xiao Xiong was momentarily dazed by the blow. Holy crap, this kid is done for. I bet Xiao Xiong wants to kill him now. We'd better step back. Don't want to get caught in the crossfire. In the lobby, the students who had been lining up quickly retreated. Xiao Xiong stood frozen for a moment before finally exploding with rage. Ever since becoming an ability user, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like this in front of so many people. "If I don't beat you to the ground today, my name isn't Xiao Xiong." His voice was deep, like an enraged beast. Just as he was about to strike, a stern voice rang out. "No private fights allowed in the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall. If you want to fight, take it outside." A middle-aged man walked over, his imposing presence making Xiao Xiong feel short of breath. This man was Hong Chang, the owner of the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall and an early-stage 6th-tier ability user. Xiao Xiong was about to use his abilities, but the interruption left him particularly annoyed. However, he had no choice. Facing a 6th-tier ability user, he had no right to resist. "Kid, don't get cocky. If you have the guts, never leave this place, or I'll kill you." "Pathetic clown," Chen Fan said disdainfully. He turned and handed his campus card to the girl at the front desk. "Reserve the training room for me. I'll be back shortly." Oh, okay," the girl stammered, momentarily stunned, but still took the campus card. When she saw the SS level clearance on the card, she almost dropped her jaw. Chen Fan glanced at the buzzcut young man in front of him and sneered, "Follow me outside." Whoa, this kid is bold. The surrounding students were secretly amazed. Xiao Xiong's face twisted into a cruel smile. "Since you're so reckless, I'll grant your wish." The two walked out of the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall, and Xiao Xiong couldn't wait to make his move. But Chen Fan raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, what do you want?" Xiao Xiong was burning with rage. "Ordinary fighting is boring. Dare to go to the dueling arena?" Chen Fan said coldly. The dueling arena? The onlookers gasped. This kid is crazy, daring to challenge the dueling arena? Not sure if he's truly confident or just lost his mind. At National Martial University, students were allowed to spar but not cause serious injuries.
The dueling arena, however, was different.
As long as no
one was killed, even crippling the opponent was permitted.
The dueling arena? Fine, fine. Since you want to embarrass yourself publicly, I'll oblige. Xiao Xiong sneered and headed toward the dueling arena first. The crowd from the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall followed closely behind.
Xiao Xiong and Chen Fan were both prominent figures at the school. One was this year's rookie king, the other
the strongest junior.
News of their duel naturally caused a sensation. Soon, word spread, and more students from National Martial University rushed to the dueling arena. The dueling arena resembled a large indoor stadium, capable of holding tens of thousands of spectators. At the entrance stood two massive war drums on either side. When both drums were struck simultaneously, it signified mutual agreement to duel, and the supervising teacher would appear. Chen Fan and Xiao Xiong each approached a war drum and struck them simultaneously.
Boom, 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 the drum beats thundered. Moments later, the doors to the dueling arena swung open, and an elderly man stepped out.
Though aged, his aura was powerful, likely at the master level.
The old man glanced at the
two, appearing somewhat surprised by the significant disparity in their abilities.
But he said nothing, merely nodded and walked to the center of the arena. Step forward. Kid, get ready to be beaten. Xiao Xiong sneered and jumped onto the stage first. Chen
Fan smirked inwardly, leaping lightly and effortlessly covering over 20 meters to land on the stage.
By now, more and more students had poured in.
In a short time, the dueling arena was packed with thousands, with crowds still streaming in at the entrance. It's been half a year since National Martial University has seen a duel.
Finally, some excitement. Many students exclaimed in excitement.
But the gap in their abilities is too wide. It'll probably be a one-sided crush, not very interesting.
Yeah, Xiao Xiong's strength is well known. He's said to be aiming for 4th-tier ability user status. Chen Fan is definitely at a disadvantage. This time,
inside the dueling arena, the students were buzzing with discussion, with almost no one favoring Chen Fan.
Chen Fan didn't care at all.
Today, he was determined to prove himself in front of everyone and let the entire National Martial University know
they had underestimated him. Before the duel begins, do either of you have anything to say? The elderly man stood between them and asked in a deep voice.
I have nothing to say, Chen Fan replied calmly. He didn't need words, strength was the best proof.
Neither do I,
Xiao Xiong said with a cruel smile, his eyes filled with anticipation.
If that's the case, then let the duel begin. As
soon as the old man finished speaking, Xiao Xiong's aura erupted instantly. As an A-level ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier, his strength was enough to rival a 4th-tier early-stage beast. The moment his aura spread, the students on the stage gasped
in astonishment. Xiao Xiong is invincible.
Listening to the cheers of the audience, excitement ignited in Xiao Xiong's eyes. At the same time, a massive gray-brown bear's shadow appeared behind him. This type of ability user, who manifested a beast's shadow,
was not of the beast transformation type but rather an enhancement type. Chen Fan immediately recognized this ability, an A-level enhancement ability called Earth-Splitting Tsang Bear. Kid, die.
Xiao Xiong charged at Chen Fan, his fist surrounded by a swirling
blood aura.
Simultaneously, the earth-splitting Tsang Bear's shadow behind him mimicked his movements, combining their punches into one, aiming directly at Chen Fan. Xiao Xiong is so strong, the crowd exclaimed. However, Chen Fan remained motionless. Is this kid too scared to move? Someone murmured. Just as Xiao Xiong's fist was less than half a meter away from Chen Fan's aura suddenly exploded.
Boom!
Violent thunder erupted from his body, blue-purple lightning crackling and spreading in all directions. In the next moment, a hand enveloped in lightning slowly rose and firmly caught Xiao Xiong's fist, stopping it just a foot
away from his head. Bang! The collision of blood aura and thunder unleashed a powerful energy wave that rippled outward. Impossible!
Everyone watching stood up in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing.
My God, his aura is overwhelming. He actually
caught Xiao Xiong's fully charged strike with ease.
Just how powerful is he? Everyone was stunned. Xiao Xiong's pupils dilated sharply.
A punch that could easily kill a third-tier peak beast was effortlessly stopped by the opponent. This made no sense.
I don't believe it, he roared, desperately trying to pull his fist back, but it wouldn't budge. It felt as though an invisible force was clamping down on it, rendering all his efforts futile. His face was filled with shock, unable to comprehend how a freshman could possess such strength. Chen Fan looked at him coldly, his hand tightening. The blood aura on Xiao Xiong's fist dissipated instantly. Then, Chen Fan threw a punch of his own. The strike, as heavy as thunder, sent Xiao Xiong flying dozens of meters, slamming him hard into a thick pillar. Cough, cough. Xiao Xiong struggled to stand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You provoked me. Are you ready to face my wrath? Chen Fan's eyes were icy. Don't get cocky. I was just careless earlier. Xiao Xiong growled, slamming his fists into the ground. Mountain-shaking earth-splitting fist. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled and cracked. A fissure racing toward Chen Fan. Rocks flew everywhere, and explosions of force accompanied the fissure's advance. This was the earth-splitting Song Bear's innate skill and Xiao Xiong's most powerful attack. However, Chen Fan, surrounded by lightning, stood firmly in the center of the explosion, completely unharmed. Not a bad move, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. It's ultimately futile. Chen Fan activated his lightning shadow step, appearing in front of Xiao Xiong in an instant. With a simple uppercut, he sent Xiao Xiong flying once again. The crowd on the stage was dumbfounded. A second-tier late-stage ability user was effortlessly dominating a third-tier peak ability user, leaving Xiao Xiong with no chance to fight back. This completely overturned their understanding. What kind of monster is this? For the next 2 minutes, Chen Fan single-handedly put on a show, his violent lightning completely suppressing Xiao Xiong. Everyone could see clearly that this duel was not a competition but a one-sided crushing. Chen Fan had won decisively. After 2 minutes of relentless attacks, Xiao Xiong was beaten beyond recognition. The spectators looked at Chen Fan with awe and reverence. The hierarchy at National Martial Academy is about to change. I bet that within 6 months, no one will be able to stop him. At that moment, a soft cough echoed, and a middle-aged man quickly entered the dueling arena. He stepped in front of Xiao Xiong. Ha! It's Teacher Wei Yuan. The senior students of National Martial Academy recognized him. Wei Yuan was the director of the third-year students in the martial arts department at the academy. Is Teacher Wei here to cause trouble for Chen Fan? After all, Xiao Xiong is his student. Probably. If your personal disciple was beaten like this, anyone would be furious. While everyone was engaged in heated discussions, Wei Yuan gently nodded at Chen Fan and said apologetically, "Student Chen Fan, how about letting him go for now? If you keep hitting him, he might be completely crippled." Chen Fan frowned slightly and was about to respond when Wei Yuan continued, "I've already understood the situation. It was Xiao Xiong who provoked you first. As his teacher, I have the responsibility to apologize to you. This bottle of healing elixir is my token of apology." After speaking, Wei Yuan handed over a bottle of elixir and then bowed respectfully to Chen Fan. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Even if Chen Fan was still angry, he wouldn't be disrespectful to a master teacher of the academy. All right, since Teacher Wei has spoken, I naturally have to give face. You can take him away, Chen Fan said. Thank you. If you have the chance, come to my place, and I'll make you a good cup of tea, Wei Yuan said with a hint of gratitude, glancing at Xiao Xiong on the ground before helping him up and leaving the scene. The dueling arena fell into a deathly silence, and everyone was stunned. They had just witnessed a master treating someone with such humility. This completely overturned their understanding. Why? Why was a master so courteous to Chen Fan, speaking to him as an equal? Even though Chen Fan was exceptionally talented, he was still far from the level of a master. In truth, the students of Guowu Academy were unaware of the news behind the scenes, but 2 critical pieces of information had already reached the teachers. The first was that the long-absent Valkyrie Yan Yuehua had made a powerful breakthrough to the Martial Saint Realm and had publicly promised to assist Chen Fan 3 times. The second, even more shocking, was a notification from Huang Fu Chung earlier that day. Here's what happened. After Tian Xiong learned that Chen Fan was a tri-elemental ability user, he immediately reported it to Huang Fu Chang. Huang Fu Chang was astounded and promptly informed all the teachers at Guowu Academy. From now on, if any teacher deliberately made things difficult for Chen Fan,
their teaching qualifications would be revoked on the spot.
With these two pieces of news, who would dare treat Chen Fan as an ordinary student?
In the Guowu dueling arena, Chen Fan became
famous with one battle.
Someone recorded his fight with Xiao Xiong and uploaded the video to the school forum.
Everyone who watched
the figure standing amidst the thunder was utterly shocked. Now, no one at Guowu dared to underestimate this freshman who had been enrolled for less than a month.
Chen Fan paid no attention to the outside reactions. He was already immersed in studying Yi Wuxing's 12 Paths of True Spirit techniques at the Warwolf Martial Hall.
This combat technique consisted of 12 chapters, each corresponding to a beast form combat style. Chen Fan carefully studied the general principles of the technique.
Once mastered, an ability user could manifest a faint beast-shaped phantom behind them when performing a specific beast form combat style, with their
attacks carrying the characteristics of that beast. Take the tiger form combat style as an example. A tiger phantom would appear behind the user, and their attacks would resemble a tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding ferocity. Endurance, physical strength, and explosive power would all be significantly enhanced. When using the leopard form combat style, the body would become extremely agile, movements as swift as a cheetah, with every action lightning fast and running speed astonishing.
After reading through it,
Chen Fan's initial dismissive attitude completely changed. This combat technique was not only powerful in attack but also remarkable
in its versatility. Against different enemies and environments, one could switch between various beast form combat styles to adapt. No wonder they say mastering it makes you invincible in close combat.
It's truly impressive.
Chen Fan nodded in approval. In the
days that followed, Chen Fan began to study the technique seriously. With his already strong close combat abilities and his ability to transform into the Thundercloud Leopard, Purple Thunder Lion, Three-Eyed Thunder Ape, and Thunder Falcon, he quickly grasped the leopard, lion, ape, and eagle combat styles.
He directly transformed into the Thundercloud Leopard to personally experience the
attack methods of the leopard form combat style. In just a few hours, he had already mastered most of the moves.
Over the next few
days, apart from attending classes and training, Chen Fan devoted almost all his time to studying this combat technique.
A week
later, he had fully mastered the 4 beast form combat styles and had become proficient in the remaining 8.
In a training room
at the Warwolf Martial Hall, Chen Fan invited Tian Xiong to be his sparring partner.
With Tian Xiong's strength, he could easily
handle Chen Fan's techniques, making him the perfect person to help test the power of the combat styles. After an hour of sparring,
Tian Xiong's eyes sparkled with surprise.
I heard that Yi Wuxing's most talented student took a year to master this combat technique.
But you managed it in just a week.
I only relied on the advantage of being able to transform into a beast, Chen Fan said
humbly, sitting down to begin self-analysis.
This combat technique enhances my strength no less than my master-level spear skills. Even without using the power of the Devouring Thunder Sacred Body, with just my physical strength and this technique, I can easily handle a 3rd-tier peak-level beast. If I combine it with the basic Thunder Battle Domain and the 9 Heavens Thunder
movement, I can defeat a mid-4th-tier beast barehanded. Adding the Thunder Shadow Clone technique and Thunder Flash skill, even a
late 4th-tier beast would find it hard to kill me.
Chen Fan was very satisfied with the results of his week's training. Chen Fan, I heard from Vice Principal Huang Fu that you're planning to go to the interdimensional space in a couple of days?
Tian Xiong asked. Yes, coach, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. I've found a way to hatch the dragon egg, which involves absorbing
dragon bloodlines, so I'm preparing to hunt such beasts in the interdimensional space. Do you want me to go with you?
Your current status is sensitive, Tian Xiong said with concern. I looked into the incident with the Ghost Fiend mercenary group you encountered
recently.
It's true that someone has placed a bounty on you in the black market, with a reward as high as 800 million.
Several mercenary groups nearby have their eyes on you. It's too dangerous to go alone.
No need, coach. Flowers in a greenhouse can never grow real roots. This trip is also to train my abilities and prepare to break through to the 2nd-tier peak.
All right then.
Tian Xiong nodded, but be careful.
Don't worry, coach.
After leaving, Chen Fan did not return to his dormitory to rest but headed straight to the villa area behind the school. This time, he was going to meet the dean of the Beast Academy, Su Mu. Su Mu was the most knowledgeable person about exotic beasts at National Martial University, often referred to as the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts.
Chen Fan's purpose was clear, to inquire about which exotic beasts in the nearby interdimensional space carried dragon bloodlines. He arrived at the entrance of Su Mu's villa and gently pressed the doorbell. After a moment, a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform opened the door to greet him. "You must be student Chen," the middle-aged man asked with a smile. "Yes, I'm here to visit Dean Su," Chen Fan quickly replied. "Come in, Dean Su is expecting you," the butler said, maintaining his smile as he led Chen Fan into the living room. On the sofa sat an elderly man with a goatee, playing with a half-meter-long slender creature. Chen Fan stared at it. The creature was unusual, with dragon horns on its head and 4 claws under its belly. It was clearly a living baby dragon. This must be the baby dragon hatched by Dean Su, Chen Fan thought curiously as he observed. The baby dragon also noticed him, its gaze turning sharp and fierce. If not for the old man holding it, it might have already lunged to attack. So ferocious at such a young age, Chen Fan marveled inwardly. At this moment, the old man stood up, a smile on his face. "This little one is very wild and naturally wary of strangers." Chen Fan quickly bowed respectfully. "Dean Su, it's an honor to meet you. Sorry to disturb you." No need to be so formal. "Have a seat," Su Mu said warmly. "Vice Principal Huang Fu called me this morning to tell me you were coming. I've also looked into your situation." He gestured for Chen Fan to sit and then turned to the butler standing nearby. "Yuan Ping, bring the materials I prepared." "Yes, Dean," the butler replied respectfully, soon returning with a thick booklet. The booklet was bound with A4 paper, clearly prepared on short notice. Su Mu handed it to Chen Fan. "Exotic beasts with dragon bloodlines are rare. Over the years, I've only encountered 189 species, and only 12 of them have appeared in the Wangu Pass." As Chen Fan listened, he flipped through the booklet. Each page documented a type of exotic beast with dragon bloodlines. Su Mu patiently explained the habits and distribution areas of each species in detail. After listening attentively, Chen Fan sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Dean Su, thank you so much." Su Mu smiled and said, "I hope you can hatch that dragon egg, so my young dragon will have a companion." "It will definitely happen," Chen Fan nodded confidently. After leaving Su Mu's villa, Chen Fan stopped by Huang Fu Cheng's office on his way. He planned to set off for the ancient pass early the next morning and needed to request leave from Huang Fu Cheng. Huang Fu Cheng's office was located on the top floor of the National Martial Arts University's main teaching building, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the entire campus. Seeing Chen Fan arrive, Huang Fu Cheng was delighted and personally brewed a cup of tea. "This is Pu Yunling tea, produced in a dimensional space near Yunnan and Guizhou. It's extremely rare, and drinking it regularly is very beneficial for enhancing abilities. Most people don't get the chance to taste it." Chen Fan picked up the teacup and took a small sip. As the tea entered his body, his fatigue instantly dissipated. "Excellent tea," Chen Fan praised. You really know your stuff. This is something money can't easily buy," Huang Fu Cheng chuckled and asked, "What brings you here today?" Chen Fan sat upright and said, "Principal Huang Fu, I plan to set off for the ancient pass tomorrow morning and came to request leave." "How many days will you need?" "About a week or so," Chen Fan replied uncertainly, as finding the dragon-blooded beast wouldn't be easy. "That's fine," Huang Fu Cheng nodded. "I've already informed your subject teachers. You can arrange your classes flexibly. This is a special privilege the school has granted you." "Thank you, Principal," Chen Fan expressed his gratitude politely. "Be careful while you're out," Huang Fu Cheng said, handing Chen Fan a transparent jade token. "This contains a sealed strand of my mental power. If you crush it, it will form a mental barrier that can block an attack from a 6th-tier ability user for 5 minutes. Use it to save your life in critical moments." "Principal, this is too precious," Chen Fan said, accepting it with both hands, feeling deeply grateful. He knew that condensing mental power was extremely taxing, and Huang Fu Cheng must have put a lot of effort into it. Huang Fu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "When you return, I plan to organize a sparring match between 2 freshman school teams. You must perform well then." "Don't worry, Principal," Chen Fan assured him. The next morning, Chen Fan bid farewell to Zhao Mingze and the others and headed alone to Chang'an City's high-speed rail station. There was a direct high-speed rail line from Chang'an City to the ancient pass, taking only 40 minutes, which was very convenient. At 9 a.m., Chen Fan arrived.
The ancient pass, unlike the Jade Pass, was located at the border between Shaanxi Province and eastern Shaanxi Province and was historically a famous military stronghold. The beasts in the dimensional space here were extremely powerful, and beast-tied attacks on the pass were frequent. The stationed army here numbered over 10,000, and the Legion commander had reached the peak of the 8th tier in strength. Adjacent to the military camp was a small town filled with shops, inns, restaurants, and various other establishments. These shops catered specifically to ability users who came here to hunt beasts. Chen Fan didn't enter the dimensional space directly but instead wandered around the town, which indeed had much to see. The streets of the town were bustling. In addition to vendors selling beast carcasses, there were many teams recruiting new members. Looking for ability users above the 2nd tier? Must specialize in defense. Salary negotiable. Anyone want to search for spiritual herbs together? Our team needs a main attacker. Who's heading to Green Feather Forest? We can team up, but your strength must be above mid-2nd tier. Green Feather Forest? A voice from the roadside caught Chen Fan's attention. Su Mu's information had mentioned that several types of beasts lived in Green Feather Forest. Seeing Chen Fan pause, the young man who had just called out approached him. Brother, are you heading to Green Feather Forest? We can team up. This young man was burly, a head taller than Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan hesitate, he added, you might not know, but a group of purple flame twin-tailed foxes recently appeared in the mass grave valley of Green Feather Forest. These creatures are particularly cunning and like to target lone ability users. When there are more people, they don't dare show themselves. We already have 4 people and just need 2 more to set off. Want to join us? Following the young man's gesture, Chen Fan looked toward a cafe where 2 men and 1 woman were seated. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan agreed. On one hand, this group of people wasn't very strong. If they really wanted to make a move on him, he could easily counterattack. On the other hand, it was his first time at Wangu Pass, and having someone familiar with the area to guide him was convenient. Alright, brother, you go over there and order a cup of coffee. Tell the server to put it on my tab. I'll go find someone. From Qingyu Forest, the young man said enthusiastically as soon as Chen Fan agreed. Chen Fan nodded and walked into the cafe, heading toward the 3 people inside. The 3 were quite young, likely students from a nearby university for those with special abilities. 2 of them were male, 1 chubby and 1 thin. They glanced at Chen Fan with disdain before returning to their phones. Only the girl among them gave Chen Fan a friendly look. Chen Fan smiled and nodded at her in greeting but didn't say much. At this moment, Chen Fan had already used his mimicry ability to alter his appearance. With so many people wanting to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show his true face. He had given this identity the name Xiao Fan, a sophomore at Guowu University. Before long, the burly young man returned, bringing with him a young man dressed in white. The man in white carried a 3-foot-long qingfeng sword and exuded an extraordinary aura, his presence far surpassing anyone else in the room. The 2 who had been playing on their phones earlier were initially stunned upon seeing him, then quickly put on fawning expressions. They stood up immediately and hurried over to greet him. Brother Lin, are you heading to Qingyu Forest as well? Yes, the man in white replied with a smile. Like you, I'm going to complete a mission. The graduation requirements for universities specializing in special abilities were entirely different from those of regular liberal arts universities. At a liberal arts university, students needed to complete a thesis and pass a defense to graduate. However, at a university for special abilities, graduation was based on mission points. The school's official website would post numerous missions, each worth a certain number of points. Students could choose missions to undertake, and only by accumulating enough points could they graduate. As a result, 4th-year students at these universities spent almost their entire final year completing missions. Although the 2 young men looked down on Chen Fan, they were extremely respectful toward this white-clad man named Lin. Brother Lin, with your strength, you must be close to meeting the graduation requirements for Jindong Martial University, right? Still short by 200 points. After completing this mission, I'll have enough, the man in white said with a smile. A 200-point mission? The 2 were shocked. Brother Lin, isn't that a mission only mid-stage tier 3 individuals can take? Have you broken through again? I was fortunate to break through to mid-stage tier 3 a few days ago, the man in white replied, his smile warm and approachable. Everyone around Chen Fan was stunned.
while mid-stage Tier 3 was common at Guowu University. It was practically godlike at an ordinary university for special abilities.
Brother Lin, you truly are the top talent of
Jindong Martial University.
After graduation, you could even become a martial arts teacher at a key provincial high school. The two flattered him eagerly. Even the girl looked at the man in white with admiration in her eyes. The man in white noticed her and
greeted her politely but completely ignored Chen Fan.
At this point, the burly young man organizing the operation was also delighted.
With a mid-stage Tier 3 expert joining them, everyone's safety was much more assured.
Friends, before we set off, I think we should introduce ourselves to get to know each other better and cooperate more effectively once we enter the dimensional space.
Good idea, everyone agreed.
I'll start, the burly young man said first.
My name is Xiao Shan. I'm a Tier 3 early stage ability
user, and my ability is a B-grade black iron body. After that, everyone except Chin Fan introduced themselves in turn.
The man in
white was named Lin Qingfeng, a mid-stage Tier 3 ability user with a B-grade wind ability. The chubby and thin young men were named Yuan Shua and Gao Chang, respectively. Both were peak Tier 2 ability users, with B-grade defensive bone armor and B-grade speed
abilities.
As for the girl, her name was Chen Shiwen. She was also a peak Tier 2 ability user, with a B-grade fire ability.
When it was
Chen Fan's turn, he gave a simple introduction. My name is Xiao Fan. I'm a late-stage Tier 2 ability user, and my ability is a B-grade
beast transformation.
He didn't elaborate on what kind of beast transformation it was, as this group of people had no interest
in him. Dragging along a burden.
The chubby Yuan Shua turned his head and muttered to Gao Chang, not caring if Chen Fan heard
him. Chen Fan's lips curled slightly.
People like this, lacking strength themselves, still love to look down on those weaker
than them. These two really think they're something. If they don't behave once we're in the dimensional space, they can't blame me for being petty. After paying the bill, Xiao Shan called out to everyone, it's getting late. We need to set off and return before dark.
All right.
Everyone nodded and followed him toward the entrance of the forgotten ancient pass. The entrances to dimensional
spaces were strictly guarded, with identity checks conducted one by one, and the forgotten ancient pass was no exception.
Chen
Fan had prepared in advance, having used Huangfu Cheng's ID to handle everything.
After his identity was verified, he passed through smoothly.
As he stepped into the dimensional space, he felt a slight dizziness before finding himself in a plaza.
Surrounding the plaza were towering city walls, heavily guarded by soldiers. Let's go. It's a 2-hour journey to Qingyu Forest. We need to
pick up the pace, Xiao Shan said, taking the lead.
The group left the city and followed a small path heading north. Before long, they encountered their first exotic beast, a late-stage Tier 2 terror wolf. The terror wolf trailed them from a distance, not initiating an attack.
It's just a late-stage Tier 2 beast.
I'll take care of it.
Yuan Shua sneered, raising his blade and charging
forward. Xiao Shan quickly stopped him. Don't act recklessly. Don't you have any experience? Wolves are pack animals, they don't act alone. This one is just bait, and there must be a pack behind it. We need to speed up and shake them off. Xiao Shan's evident experience earned Chen Fan's admiration.
But Yuan Shua felt uncomfortable. He glanced around and saw Chen Fan staring at him, which
made him furious. Kid, what are you looking at?
If it weren't for us, that terror wolf would have torn you apart by now.
Ha!
You're quite confident, Chen Fan replied calmly, a faint smile on his face. Yuan Shua was so angry he wanted to hit him.
At that
moment, the sound of continuous howling came from behind, sending a chill through everyone.
Looking back, they saw a cloud of dust
rising as a wolf pack charged toward them, numbering at least 100.
The leading wolf king's strength had even reached Tier 3. Run!
There's a forest 2 kilometers ahead, the territory of the shadow leopard.
Once we get there, the wolves shouldn't dare to follow. Xiao Shan's face changed drastically as he urged everyone to flee. Without hesitation, the group ran for their lives. Everyone knew that being caught meant certain death.
Lin Qingfeng and Xiao Shan, being the fastest, led the way.
Close behind was Gao
Chang, a speed ability user, naturally faster than most late-stage Tier 2 individuals.
The slowest were Yuan Shua and Chen Fan.
Chen Fan was slow because he wasn't afraid at all, merely playing along with the group.
Yuan Shua was slow because he was too fat. Chen Fan deliberately stayed just ahead of him, which infuriated Yuan Shua. The wolf pack drew closer, and Yuan Shua's heart pounded. with anxiety. He gritted his teeth and ran with all his might, but no matter how much he sped up, Chen Fan was always just a bit faster. How is this kid running so fast? Yuan Shuo panted heavily, desperately trying to catch up. Being at the back meant the greatest danger, and no one wanted to be the last. 2 kilometers was only a few minutes' run for these ability users. But for Yuan Shuo, it felt like an eternity. The terror wolves behind him were closing in, and he could almost hear the Wolf King's breathing. Fatty, your speed is terrible. If you don't pick it up, the Wolf King's going to bite your butt, Chen Fan teased, glancing back. Yuan Shuo looked and broke out in a cold sweat. The Wolf King, a beast as large as a water buffalo, was less than 10 meters away. What do? I don't want to die. Yuan Shuo shouted in panic. Senior brother Lin, Gao Chang, save me, he called out to the 2 companions ahead. But neither of them paid him any attention. Turning back to save him would risk being surrounded by the wolf pack themselves. Yuan Shuo felt a chill down his spine as he saw the 2 figures ahead not even turning back. His face twisted into a ferocious expression in an instant. That's right, I can deal with this brat first, make him draw the Wolf King's attention, and then I'll have a chance to escape. With a ruthless determination, Yuan Shuo swung his fist powerfully, aiming straight at Chen Fan. Kid, block for me. However, just as his fist lashed out, Chen Fan suddenly quickened his steps. The punch that was intended for his back missed entirely. Yuan Shuo had put too much force into his strike, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could get back on his feet, the Wolf King behind him leaped forward, pinning him down. Help me! Yuan Shuo screamed in terror, his eyes filled with fear, his shrill cries piercing the air. But the Wolf King gave him no chance. Its massive fangs sank into his neck, snapping it in one bite. You brought this on yourself, Chen Fan muttered coldly, a smirk curling on his lips as the screams behind him abruptly ceased. The killer would eventually be killed. Besides, he hadn't even attacked proactively, all he had done was dodge the strike. The others ahead, hearing the screams, glanced back briefly before continuing to run for their lives. Yuan Shuo's death, in fact, eased the pressure on the group. Taking advantage of the fact that the wolves were distracted, feasting on Yuan Shuo's corpse, the group quickly dashed into the forest. What rotten luck, running into a wolf pack as soon as we came in. Chen Shiwen panted heavily, her face still pale with fear. Xiao Shan leaned against a large tree, regulating his breath. Meanwhile, Gao Chang and Lin Xingfeng whispered to each other, occasionally casting disdainful glances at Chen Fan. Chen Fan paid them no mind. Whether it was Gao Chang, who was at the peak of the 2nd tier, or Lin Xingfeng, at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, in his eyes, they were nothing but clowns. After a few minutes of rest, Xiao Shan called out to the group. Let's move quickly. Shadow leopards often appear in this forest, and it's very dangerous here. Since we've rested enough, let's get going. Xiao Shan seemed very familiar with the terrain and beasts in the area, clearly someone who had been active here for years. With him leading the way, the group swiftly made their way through the forest. After another half-hour of walking, they finally arrived at the edge of the Valley of Graves, the territory of the violet-flamed twin-tailed fox. This area was littered with bizarre rock formations, making it difficult to spot the beasts hiding within. Xiao Shan addressed the group. Now that we're one person short, the danger of being targeted by the violet-flamed twin-tailed fox is even greater. I suggest we move in a 2-1-2 formation. How should we arrange it? The group asked curiously. Xiao Shan looked at Lin Xingfeng. You and Gao Chang are the strongest, so you'll lead at the front. I'll stay at the rear with Miss Chen to guard against sneak attacks. Chen Fan, you're the weakest, so you should stay in the middle where it's safer. All right, Chen Shiwen quickly nodded in agreement. Lin Xingfeng and Gao Chang, however, were not too pleased. They considered Chen Fan to be useless and a burden to the group. But out of respect for Xiao Shan, they didn't voice their complaints. Besides, letting Chen Fan stay at the back could backfire. If he were ambushed by the violet-flamed twin-tailed fox, he might not even notice it, which would be even more dangerous. The group cautiously entered the Valley of Graves. The surroundings were eerily silent, the only sound being the crunch of their footsteps against the gravelly ground. Everyone was on high alert, ready to respond to any sudden attack. Walking in the middle, Chen Fan frowned slightly. Beasts generally didn't suppress their aura, and with the strength of his spiritual perception, he should have sensed the presence of the violet-flamed twin-tailed fox if it were here. Yet, he couldn't detect any beastly aura at all. Moreover, the valley was lifeless. Aside from scattered rocks, there wasn't even a single tree. This environment was completely different from what the textbooks described as the habitat preferred by violet-flamed twin-tailed foxes. Something's not right. What's wrong here? Chen Fan murmured to himself. He could sense that something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what.
Just then, a sudden fluctuation of energy came from behind him.
Chen Fan's brows furrowed as he quickly turned around. To his surprise, Xiao Shan and Chen Shiwen had simultaneously activated their abilities. Xiao Shan's entire body turned into black iron armor, while flames ignited in Chen Shiwen's palms. What are they trying to do? Chen Fan's heart tightened.
The two bypassed Chen Fan entirely and lunged toward Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang, who were in the lead.
Xiao Shan's black iron fist slammed heavily into Lin Qingfeng's back, while Chen Shiwen's flaming palm struck Gao Chang's spine. The two were sent flying, spitting blood as they crashed to the ground. Why are you attacking us?
Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang were both shocked and furious. Today's college students are so easy to fool.
I just make up a lie, and you believe it. Xiao Shan's expression changed, becoming extremely fierce.
Chen Shiwen also put on a cold, ruthless face.
Fourth brother, how did I do as a decoy? Our teamwork is getting better and better. This is already the third group we've tricked, right? Not bad, worthy of praise. The two were laughing happily when a few more men emerged from behind a large boulder nearby. Fourth brother, seventh sister, well done. The group surrounded them, visibly excited.
After the laughter subsided, a one-eyed man fixed his gaze on Chen Fan and the other two, grinning maliciously.
Alright, let me see if this batch has anything valuable on them.
Fifth brother, that guy's sword is pretty good. It's D-grade quality, worth at least tens of millions, Xiao Shan reminded him.
Oh, then I need to take a good look.
The one-eyed man's eyes gleamed as he quickly picked up the longsword Lin Qingfeng had dropped. After examining it carefully, he strapped it to his waist. Then, he viciously kicked Lin Qingfeng in the face and snarled, "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you.
Give me your phone, unlock it, and tell me the passwords for your bank cards."
Lin Qingfeng initially tried to hold out, but after being beaten badly, he had no choice but to
comply.
Chen Fan watched coldly, already understanding that they had been set up by this group of mercenaries.
I should have realized earlier. Xiao Shan is so familiar with the terrain and the exotic beasts here, he must frequent this dimensional space. How could someone like that not have his own team? Forming a temporary
team with strangers was never realistic, Chen Fan thought with a bitter smile, admitting his lack of worldly experience.
But he wasn't afraid at all, as this group was far too weak. Even their leader was only at the late third stage. Well, it can't be helped. You just had the misfortune of running into me. What happens next? I can only say sorry.
Before long, Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang handed over all their belongings and collapsed to the ground, crying in despair. They knew they wouldn't survive the day. The one-eyed man approached Chen Fan, his smile sinister and chilling.
Kid, you're calm and collected, aren't you? Quite bold. Now it's your turn.
He sneered and swung his spiked club fiercely at Chen Fan.
Courting death. Chen Fan snorted coldly and kicked out with full force, sending the one-eyed man flying over 20 meters. The man's internal organs were shattered, and he died instantly. Fifth brother. The mercenaries were terrified and rushed toward Chen Fan. You're the one courting death.
Xiao Shan was the first to charge, his entire body turning as hard as black iron. Standing over 2 meters tall, he lunged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan had initially thought well of Xiao Shan, but now he realized it had all been an act.
You deserve to die.
His eyes turned icy as he instantly appeared in front of Xiao Shan and threw a punch. The punch pierced straight through Xiao Shan's iron-like
body.
Xiao Shan looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, disbelief written all over his face. How are you, this strong?" he asked with difficulty. "You're just too weak," Chen Fan replied coldly, casually smashing Xiao Shan's head with a palm strike.
The gruesome scene shocked everyone, especially Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang, who were lying on the ground. They couldn't believe their eyes.
A body as tough as black iron had been pierced through with a single
punch. What kind of strength was this?
The mercenaries, panicked, charged at Chen Fan again.
No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than me, the square-faced leader roared.
He was at the late third stage, and behind him appeared the phantom of a Vajra from Buddhist lore, exuding a powerful aura that was nearly at the peak of the third stage.
Kid, you killed my two brothers. You deserve to die. Remember, the one who kills you is Thunder Vajra Wang Jinyue. He
brandished a massive ring saber and charged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered and unleashed the tiger form technique from the 12 true spirit arts.
Behind him appeared the phantom of a giant tiger, its aura intimidating. Tiger descends the mountain.
Starving tiger tears the lamb. Chen Fan moved like a ferocious tiger, his attacks accompanied by resounding tiger roars. After a few moves, he punched the enemy's weapon away, then transformed his fist into a claw and
effortlessly snapped Wang Jinyue's neck. The boss is dead. The mercenaries were terrified, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. By now, it was too late to escape.
Chen Fan switched to the leopard form technique, his movements as swift as a hunting leopard. Within a dozen breaths, he had eliminated all the mercenaries. Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang were utterly stunned by the massacre, too powerful. The two looked at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, both shocked and overjoyed. Thank heavens, we survived. But soon, fear appeared in their eyes again. They worried that Chen Fan might kill them too. After all, they hadn't treated him well along the way. The two were filled with regret. Chen Fan walked toward them, and they trembled in fear, quickly kneeling and kowtowing. Brother Xiao, I was wrong, please don't kill me. Tears streamed down their faces. This was the deepest regret of their lives. Chen Fan felt disdain in his heart. He had no interest in dealing with such clowns. Of course, if they had made the first move, they would already be two corpses.
Do you know the way to Qingyu Forest? Yes. We know. The two nodded hastily. Lead the way.
Behave well, and I won't kill you, Chen Fan said indifferently. The two exchanged glances, almost crying. Tears of joy. Along the way, they treated Chen Fan with utmost respect, terrified that he might change his mind and kill them.
Half an hour later, a vast,
primeval forest appeared before them.
Young Master Xiao, this is Qingyu Forest.
It's enormous, and the deeper you go, the stronger the beasts become. We usually only dare to operate within a 10-kilometer radius of the outskirts, Lin Qingfeng said respectfully, bowing his head.
All right, Chen Fan nodded. You can leave now.
Thank you, young Master Xiao. The two quickly expressed their gratitude and ran off, afraid that Chen Fan might change his mind.
Chen Fan entered
Qingyu Forest and headed straight for the depths. He didn't deliberately conceal his presence. Any beast that dared to approach him was swiftly dealt with. This not only accumulated kill points but also honed his abilities. After venturing more than 20 kilometers in, he finally felt some pressure.
Most of the beasts here were around the 4th tier.
Chen Fan took out a concealment soul pearl from his pocket and wore it on his chest. The pearl could mask his presence, making it impossible for beasts to detect him unless they saw him directly. He carefully searched the area.
According to the information provided by Dean Su,
there were 4 types of beasts in Qingyu Forest that carried dragon bloodlines. Chen Fan set his sights on the scarlet scale mystic snake.
This type of snake
liked to stay near ponds, making it relatively easy to locate. Over the next 2 hours, he found 4 ponds but no sign of the scarlet scale mystic snake. It wasn't until the 5th pond that he finally discovered some clues. There are traces of a large snake crawling on the ground. Chen Fan observed by the small lake, his heart filled with joy.
I just don't know how strong this creature is.
The scarlet scale mystic snake typically reached the early 4th tier upon
maturity, with a few rare ones advancing to the mid-4th tier.
Chen Fan threw a large rock into the lake, causing water to splash everywhere.
Ripples spread
across the surface, but no beast emerged.
Could it have gone out to hunt?
Chen Fan frowned, spreading the thunder wings on his back.
He unfolded his wings and flew above the lake. Thunder roars in the 9 heavens.
Chen Fan muttered, and 2 thunder dragons appeared behind him.
If you won't come out, I'll force you out. Chen Fan sneered coldly. Violet lightning continuously struck the lake's surface.
The lake, only a little over 100 square meters, was soon
filled with blue and purple electric arcs under Chen Fan's relentless assault.
Water, being a conductor, ensured that any beast in the lake, unless immune to
lightning, would suffer torment. Sure enough,
the lake's surface suddenly exploded, and a giant python as thick as a barrel emerged.
Roar! It opened its ferocious
mouth and lunged at Chen Fan in the air. Although Chen Fan was airborne, his movements remained agile. With a flap of his thunder wings, he landed on the shore.
It's indeed the scarlet scale mystic snake. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed.
This mystic snake was only at the early 4th tier, making it easy for Chen Fan to handle. The scarlet scale mystic snake, unaware of the danger, slithered onto the shore and lunged at Chen Fan again. If Chen Fan wanted a quick fight, he could use Death's Stare. But he chose not to. He had another goal, to hone his abilities and prepare to break through to the peak of the 2nd tier. So, he opted for a frenzied combat approach. Covered in lightning, with 2 thunder dragons coiling around him, he unleashed the 12 paths of true spirit, relentlessly attacking.
The Scarlet Scale Mystic Snake. With his current strength, he could handle an early 4th-tier beast without the need for the Thunder Domain's support. That was more than enough. The 12 Paths of True Spirit provided him with formidable combat techniques. Before long, the Scarlet Scale Mystic Snake was completely suppressed. Its tough scales were shattered one by one. At this moment, it began to feel fear and wanted to escape. It suddenly raised its head, spewing a terrifying energy beam toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan was already prepared and easily dodged the lightning attack. His fist transformed into a thunder dragon, punching straight into the giant serpent's mouth. The thunder dragon, carrying immense destructive power, roared as it pierced through the serpent's rear neck. The crimson-scaled mystic snake's eyes dimmed, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chen Fan steadied his chaotic breathing and retrieved the dragon egg from the system's pet space. The dragon egg affectionately rubbed against his face. "Alright, let's see what that is," Chen Fan said, pointing to the crimson-scaled mystic snake nearby. The dragon egg excitedly flew to the top of the snake's head. Soon, a suction force emanated from the dragon egg, and before long, the dragon bloodline within the corpse was completely absorbed. Chen Fan observed as the surface of the dragon egg became even more lustrous. "I wonder how many exotic beasts it needs to absorb to meet the hatching conditions," he muttered to himself. Stowing the dragon egg away, he continued forward. After walking several hundred meters, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something's not right. With my late 2nd-tier strength entering the crimson-scaled mystic snake's territory, it should have actively attacked me. Why did it remain hidden until I forced it out? Chen Fan frowned and thought, could it be unwilling to leave the lake? Is there something special in the water? With this thought, he immediately turned back toward the lake, preparing to dive in and investigate, hoping for an unexpected discovery. A minute later, he returned to the lakeside, ready to jump into the water, when suddenly, several voices came from afar. Chen Fan quickly hid behind a large rock and took out a stealth soul orb, wearing it around his neck. That crimson-scaled mystic snake is really cunning. If I could swim, I would have dealt with it long ago. Why would I need your help? Old Fong, you're really lucky to discover a treasure like the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Once we kill that snake and get the treasure, the benefits for everyone will be substantial. Don't worry, there'll definitely be a share for everyone. Soon, 3 figures appeared by the lake. Seeing the dead crimson-scaled mystic snake on the ground, their expressions immediately darkened. A pale-faced, beardless young man squatted down to examine it closely, shook his head, and said, "This snake has been dead for about 5 minutes. The Ice Soul Snow Lotus Inn. The lake must have already been taken. Damn it! I was only gone for 10 minutes, and someone beat me to it." The black-faced man stomped on the snake's head, instantly turning it into a pile of mush. "Old Fong, don't get angry." The last man, who had a scholarly demeanor, comforted him, "That person hasn't gone far. Let's split into 2 groups to chase them. You 2 go first, and I'll go back to notify the captain to mobilize the entire Divine Eagle mercenary group to surround them. We won't let them escape." "Alright." The pale-faced young man and the black-faced man responded, focusing on the tracks on the ground and heading in the direction Chen Fan had left. The scholarly man quickly departed in another direction. After they left, Chen Fan emerged from behind the rock. Ice Soul Snow Lotus? This is a divine medicine that Ice Element ability users dream of. He was thrilled. Although it was useless to him, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Such an item was incredibly valuable, likely worth tens of billions, and extremely scarce. Legend has it that the Ice Soul Snow Lotus can cause Ice Element ability users to experience a dramatic surge in power. An A-level Ice Element user could ascend to S-level, and an S-level user could further advance to SS level. Better secure it first. Without hesitation, Chen Fan jumped into the icy, bone-chilling lake water. The cold pierced him, almost making him shiver. This chill must be emanating from the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. He quickened his pace, swimming toward the lake's bottom. The lake wasn't large but was very deep. After swimming for dozens of meters, he finally saw the Ice Soul Snow Lotus at the bottom. The lotus wasn't big, only about the size of an adult's palm, emitting a pure, jade-like glow, exuding an air of mystery. What a treasure! Chen Fan excitedly reached out to grab it. However, as soon as he touched the stem, a piercing cold instantly froze his arm. So cold! He shivered, quickly enveloping his arm with thunder energy to suppress the chill. With a gentle force, he broke the lotus stem. Got it! Chen Fan was overjoyed and swiftly swam toward the lake's surface.
Meanwhile, the people tracking him had already noticed something amiss. They walked several hundred meters and suddenly noticed the tracks on the ground had disappeared. The tracker examined carefully and discovered that Chen Fan had turned back at this spot. The two immediately guessed that Chen Fan might be hiding by the lake and quickly returned, just in time to see Chen Fan emerging from the water. The two were so furious they stomped their feet. "Kid, you almost tricked us. How dare you take my stuff? Hand over the ice. Soul Snow Lotus, and I'll make sure you die painfully." The dark-faced man pointed at Chen Fan viciously. The pale-faced young man quietly circled behind Chen Fan to prevent him from escaping. Chen Fan coldly swept his gaze over the two, calculating his options. Both were at mid-4th tier strength. He was confident he could win in a one-on-one fight, but against both of them, he was still lacking. These two are strong. Taking them down quickly is too difficult. If they manage to stall me until the Divine Eagle mercenary group arrives, I won't be able to escape. Forget it, I'll dodge them for now and settle the score after I reach the peak of the 2nd tier. With that thought, he quickly stored the Ice Soul Snow Lotus into his spatial ring. The two men on the shore frowned, puzzled as to how Chen Fan had made the Ice Soul Snow Lotus suddenly disappear. This kid isn't simple. Take him down first. Without hesitation, the two launched their attack. The dark-faced man, relying on his astonishing explosive power, stepped across the water and charged straight at Chen Fan. Behind him appeared a red wolf beast, exuding a fierce aura. "Kid, die." The violent blood energy blasted directly toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan leaped out of the water, instantly gathering lightning all over his body into a single punch. With a thunderous boom, their fists collided, surprisingly evenly matched. At the same time, the pale-faced young man's fiery giant palm struck toward Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan had anticipated this and quickly used Thunder Flash to dodge. A late 2nd tier is this strong? The two exchanged glances, astonished. But the lure of money and profit made them unwilling to give up, and they attacked Chen Fan again. Chen Fan didn't want to drag things out and immediately unleashed his strongest move, Thunder Dragon Fist, forcefully repelling the pale-faced man. Then, his figure split into two, darting off in opposite directions. The dark-faced man hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and chasing one of the figures. But that shadow had only run a few meters before suddenly dissipating, leaving only traces of lightning flickering in the air. Tricked. His heart sank, and he turned to pursue Chen Fan's other figure. However, Chen Fan had already used Swift Wind Thunder Shadow Step to dash dozens of meters away. "Quick, chase him. Don't let him escape." The two shouted angrily, chasing relentlessly. Chen Fan pushed himself to the limit, fully unleashing Swift Wind Thunder Shadow Step. This skill was agile and ideal for running, allowing him to weave effortlessly through the dense forest. 10 minutes later, after a winding path, Chen Fan finally shook off his pursuers. He had silently ventured 40 kilometers deep into Green Feather Forest. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his body suddenly tensed, and he felt as though something was watching him. He anxiously scanned his surroundings but found no movement. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? Sweat beaded on Chen Fan's forehead. No, I need to leave here immediately. His heart tightened as he sensed danger approaching. Just then, a creature several dozen meters away was staring intently at him. The creature had a dragon's head and a leopard's body, with long limbs and large, sharp claws resembling dragon talons. Lin Yuan beast. Chen Fan almost cried out. Legend had it that Lin Yuan beasts were descendants of dragons and Qilins, mixed with leopard beasts, forming a powerful exotic species. They carried a strong dragon bloodline, and their strength could reach the 8th tier upon maturity. The Lin Yuan beast before him was about 3 meters long, clearly not yet mature, but its aura already indicated late 4th tier strength. Chen Fan silently pulled out his thunder chase weapon. Today, he had no choice but to fight to the death. Lin Yuan beasts were known for their speed, and Chen Fan didn't believe he could outrun it. He dared not use his lightning surge technique either. This was Green Feather Forest, teeming with beasts. If he used his full power, his energy would be depleted, and even if he escaped the Lin Yuan beast, he wouldn't be able to evade other pursuing beasts. At this moment, the Lin Yuan beast circled around Chen Fan, its speed alternating between fast and slow, its distance shifting unpredictably. Chen Fan knew the beast was toying with him. Like a cat playing with a mouse, it wouldn't rush to kill but would torment its prey until it grew bored. This young beast was clearly doing the same. Chen Fan tightly gripped the Thunderbolt, his eyes fixed on the opponent to prevent a surprise attack. 2 minutes later, the Lin Yuan beast suddenly launched an assault. It moved as swiftly as lightning, closing the distance of dozens of meters in an instant. Its sharp dragon claws lunged straight at Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan remained highly alert, thrusting the thunderbolt forward to clash with the claws. The intense impact forced Chen Fan to retreat 5 steps, almost losing his grip on the thunderbolt. The Lin Yuan beast landed lightly without injury. It clearly hadn't expected Chen Fan to block its attack, showing a look of surprise. Staring at Chen Fan, it waited a few seconds before launching another attack. The attack was still simple and direct, but its speed was despairingly fast. Fortunately, Chen Fan had mastered the beginner-level Thunder domain. Once inside the domain, the enemy's speed would be suppressed, while his own speed and strength would multiply. He also possessed dynamic vision, which allowed him to barely track the Lin Yuan beast's movements. Chen Fan held the chasing lightning sword across his chest and once again managed to block the attack with difficulty. However, he noticed 3 deep claw marks etched into the shaft of the sword. His heart tightened. If that claw had struck his neck, it would have easily severed his head. The Lin Yuan beast grew increasingly enraged after failing to catch Chen Fan twice. Its attacks became more frequent, striking over 10 times in just a few breaths. Chen Fan struggled to defend himself, and the chasing lightning sword in his hand was already covered in scars. The sword likely wouldn't last much longer before becoming completely useless. He decided to take the initiative, employing the Thunder Shadow Clone technique to engage the enemy, but the result was still a mess. I can't drag this out any longer. Chen Fan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The beginner level Thunder domain could only be maintained for 5 minutes, and the longer it lasted, the stronger the fatigue in his body. Based on Chen Fan's experience, he could fight without issue for up to 3 minutes. Beyond that, fatigue would hit him like waves, one after another. No matter how strong his willpower was, it wouldn't hold up. Do I have to use the mental defense Jade Pendant principle Huan Fu gave me? Chen Fan quickly considered ways to break the situation. But that thing only provides defense. After 5 minutes, I'll still be doomed. He quickly dismissed the idea. There's one last move, success or failure hinges on this. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan decisively stored the chasing lightning sword into his spatial ring. Come on, he shouted loudly. To the beast, this was undoubtedly a provocation. The Lin Yuan beast roared furiously, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. But this time, Chen Fan remained completely still, even closing his eyes. The Lin Yuan beast's speed was too fast, so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. His ability to block its attacks relied entirely on reacting during the brief moments when the beast entered his thunder domain. Thus, when facing the Lin Yuan beast, his vision had become a liability. Chen Fan shut his eyes tightly, and the image of the domain automatically appeared in his mind. Soon, the Lin Yuan beast's figure emerged within the thunder domain, moving at incredible. This trip went much smoother than I imagined. Chen Fan put away the dragon egg and turned his gaze to the Lin Yuan beast lying on the ground. I heard it has a dragon tendon in its body, which is said to be greatly beneficial for the bones and muscles. I wonder if that's true. Shortly after, he extracted a 2-meter-long dragon tendon from the Lin Yuan beast's spine, tugging at it a few times. Chen Fan marveled, the toughness is incredible. It would definitely make a great whip or bowstring. As he thought about it, he stored the dragon tendon in his spatial ring. After tidying up, he rested for a while and only continued forward after his abilities had recovered to their peak. This time, he didn't venture deeper into the Qingyu forest but retreated more than 10 kilometers outward. The beasts here were almost all weaker than him, which made him feel slightly more at ease. According to Dean Su's information, the Qingyu forest still has tiger-winged dragon-pattern beasts, earth dragon beasts, flame, sheep dragon-horn beasts, and turtle snake beasts. None of these are easy to deal with. Sitting on a massive rock, Chen Fan rubbed his temples and thought, I'll search the outskirts for a few days first. If there's no gain, then I'll risk going deeper into the Qingyu forest. After making his decision, he continued searching the primeval forest. Meanwhile, in a cave outside the Qingyu forest, a mercenary group of over a dozen people was gathered around a fire, eating wild game. The meat roasting over the fire belonged to some unknown beast, and it was being grilled to a crispy, fragrant perfection, filling the cave with its aroma. Brothers, it's rare to be this comfortable. Come, let's have a drink. The man sitting in the center was tall and broad, with a square face and a prominent hooked nose. To Big Brother. To the captain. The people in the cave raised their cups and drank in unison. Just as the group was enjoying themselves, a figure rushed in hurriedly.
The newcomer was drenched in sweat, clearly having run all the way here.
It was the third young man who had appeared in the Qingyu forest alongside the black-faced man and the pale-faced youth.
Ah, strategist Ji Yuan is back. Wang Hu, go cut some meat. For strategist Ji.
The man in the center laughed heartily and called out to a slightly younger man beside him. Ji Yuan had no mood for food or drink at the moment.
After steadying his emotions, he quickly said, "Boss, stop eating for now.
We've discovered a treasure."
A treasure? What treasure? The previously lively crowd immediately quieted down.
Boss, it's the Ice Soul Snow Lotus.
What? Ice Soul Snow Lotus? Where is it? Quickly, show it to me.
The hook-nosed man stood up abruptly, his breathing heavy.
We could have gotten it, but someone beat us to it. Ji Yuan hurriedly recounted the events. The hook-nosed man was instantly furious, spilling his drink everywhere. Someone dares to snatch a treasure right under the nose of the Divine Eagle mercenary group?
They're clearly tired of living.
Brothers, let's move out. Alive, I want to see the person. Dead, I want to see the corpse. Even if we have to search every corner of the Qingyu forest, we must drag that guy out.
Understood. The group of mercenaries responded in unison. Ji Yuan quickly added, Boss, I suggest we send a few people to guard the exit of the Qingyu forest. If that person tries to escape, we can trap them.
Good idea.
The hook-nosed man
randomly pointed at a few people in the crowd.
You three, guard the exit of the Qingyu forest. Even if a grasshopper comes out, search them thoroughly. While the mercenary group was plotting how to capture Chen Fan, he remained completely unaware. After searching for 2 hours, he still hadn't found anything. Of course, it wasn't entirely fruitless, at least he had killed quite a few beasts along the way, bringing his kill points to 8,000. As night began to fall, Chen Fan muttered softly, looks like I'll have to spend the night here.
Spending the night in a dimensional space was extremely dangerous, as many powerful beasts were accustomed to coming out at night.
However, Chen Fan didn't plan to return to Blue Star, as retreating would waste too much time. After searching the area for a while, he soon arrived at a slope with a one-person high cave entrance. Chen Fan decided to investigate the cave. If it was safe, he would spend the night there. He first observed the entrance for a while, then pressed his ear against the mountain wall to listen for 2 minutes before cautiously entering the cave. After advancing a few meters, the space inside the cave suddenly opened up. Chen Fan looked around and found that it was as spacious as a room. The walls were marked with numerous claw scratches, and tufts of exotic beast fur were scattered on the ground. This must be the nest of some exotic beast, but judging by the looks of it, no one's been back here for a long time. It might have already died outside. Chen Fan sighed in relief and decided to spend the night here.
He tidied up briefly and took out his overnight gear. From his spatial ring, a tent, an inflatable mattress, a quilt, and even a pillow. If anyone else saw this, they'd probably think he was on vacation. After all, with such a small backpack, who would bring these things into a dimensional space? But Chen Fan had spatial rings, 10 cubic meters each. And not just one. If I don't take care of myself, who will? Chen Fan set up his little nest, lay down comfortably, and felt very satisfied. After resting for a while, his stomach began to growl. He sat up, preparing to go out and hunt some exotic beasts to try his hand at cooking in the wild. Crawling out of the cave, he worried that the nest he just set up might be destroyed by a sudden intruding beast. So, he moved a large boulder to block the entrance before leaving with peace of mind. By now, he was no longer the rookie who had just entered the dimensional space. He knew which exotic beasts were edible and which ones tasted good. He began searching for prey nearby but hadn't found anything suitable yet. Suddenly, he spotted 2 adult figures. Both appeared to be around 40 years old. One was a dwarf with slightly bowed legs, standing less than 1.4 meters tall. The other had a normal build but a face covered in black moles, making him extremely unattractive. The two were whispering to each other while cautiously observing their surroundings. Chen Fan watched them from a distance. It was already late, and any ability users still active in the Azure Feather Forest at this hour were definitely not ordinary. He hid behind a large tree, using a concealed soul orb to completely mask his presence. Before long, the two passed by him, and their conversation drifted into his ears. Oldly, I heard from the boss that 2 years ago, an Ice Soul Snow Lotus was auctioned off on the black market for 2.8 billion. If our Divine Eagle mercenary group finds one, we'll strike it rich for sure. Haha,
I heard the White Emperor Corporation is searching everywhere for an Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Apparently, their young master was injured, and they're hoping to use this divine herb to restore his abilities. If we find it, we could extort 5 billion from them, and they'd have no choice but to comply.
5 billion. That means us brothers could get a hefty share, right?
Of course. If we're the first to find a lead, the boss will be so pleased that he might give us a few billion to split.
TSK, damn, once I have money, I'm done with this mercenary life.
I'll find a nice place to enjoy myself, playing with a different woman every day, never repeating.
Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter at this point. Chen Fan frowned deeply. Ice Soul Snow Lotus? Divine Eagle Mercenary Group? Could these two be after me?
Their strength is only at the early 4th tier.
Taking them down and interrogating them for information shouldn't be a problem. After a
moment of thought, he decided to act. The vertical pupil on his forehead suddenly opened, and a gray beam shot straight at the dwarf.
Since it was a sneak attack, the dwarf had no time to react and was instantly petrified.
The mole-covered man beside him stopped in his tracks upon hearing the commotion and turned to look. By then, the dwarf had already fallen to the ground with a thud.
Who's there? The mole-covered man was startled and quickly turned around.
Chen Fan had silently appeared behind him.
A thunderous punch struck the man's abdomen.
Unable to dodge, the man was sent flying by the impact.
The immense force shattered his internal organs instantly.
Chen Fan swiftly followed up, his hand surrounded by crackling lightning as he firmly gripped the man's neck.
You!
The man's eyes were filled with terror. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you immediately, Chen Fan said coldly.
All right.
Brother, whatever you want, I'll cooperate, the man quickly pleaded.
Come with me. I have questions for
you, Chen Fan ordered coldly, flicking his fingers to release a bolt of lightning.
The lightning struck the petrified dwarf, and in the next second, with a loud boom, the dwarf exploded into rubble. A few minutes later, Chen Fan Dr., are you from the Divine Eagle Mercenary Group?
Chen Fan looked at him calmly, a sharp dagger appearing in his hand.
Yes, I am.
The man nodded frantically, feeling the
immense pressure from the dagger.
Tell me about the strength of your Divine Eagle Mercenary Group and how you plan to deal with me.
I'll tell you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll say everything.
Under Chen Fan's coercion and intimidation, the man with the black mole quickly confessed everything.
The Divine Eagle Mercenary Group consisted of 18 members, all 4th tier ability users.
The weakest were at the early stage of the 4th tier, while the strongest was their leader, Li Kuangying, who was at the late stage of the 4th tier, nearly at its peak. From his confession, Chen Fan learned
that the Divine Eagle Mercenary Group was actively hunting him.
As for his appearance, the two men who had fought him earlier had already described it to the group.
Chen Fan sneered inwardly, changing my appearance is easier than changing clothes. Catch me? Dream on.
Brother, I've told you everything. Please let me go, the man with the black mole pleaded desperately.
Brother?
Who's your brother?
Chen Fan cursed under his breath. Without warning, the dagger pierced through the man's heart.
Chen Fan carried the corpse several hundred meters away from the cave. From a distance, he saw a pack of beast-like creatures, resembling hunting dogs, quickly approach the scene, devouring the body down to tea. Judging by the time, today marks my 5th day in Qingyu Forest.
Chen Fan stood atop a giant tree, frowning in thought. It seems I'll have to venture deeper into Qingyu Forest.
After making up his mind, he focused on the flamehorn dragon beast. Not because this exotic beast was weak, but because they preferred living on
steep cliffs. So, finding towering cliffs would likely lead to discovering them. Chen Fan took out a simple map of Qingyu Forest, drawn by Su Mu. Although not very precise, it was sufficient to determine the general direction.
After a quick glance, he headed deeper into the forest. Along the way, he proceeded cautiously and soon found a small river marked on the map.
Following the river for over 20 kilometers, he came across a cliff.
The river water cascaded down the cliff, forming a spectacular waterfall. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Chen Fan looked down into the gorge, which was several hundred meters deep. Hopefully, I can find the flamehorn dragon beast here.
If not, the next cliff is 100 kilometers further in.
After silently praying, he began carefully searching the area around the cliff. Half an hour passed, but he found nothing. The conditions here are so ideal, it's impossible for there to be no flamehorn dragon beast. Just as he was about to give up, a green figure appeared in his field
of vision.
The creature seemed to be walking on the vertical cliff, moving nimbly and at an incredible speed.
I've found it. Chen Fan recognized it as the flamehorn dragon beast, with dragon horns on its head and a body resembling a sheep. This creature isn't very strong, probably only at mid-level tier 4.
The thunder wings on his back emerged as he prepared to fly down and hunt the exotic beast. However, the flamehorn dragon beast suddenly darted into a cave on the cliff. Chen Fan frowned and dove down, stopping at the cave entrance. The interior was pitch black, making it impossible to discern the size of the space. I wonder if this creature has companions. He didn't rush in but began to think. Soon, he came up with a plan. Flying to a spot 100 meters away from the cave, he took out the Thunder God rifle. In the next moment, with a loud bang, a lightning bullet shot into the cave.
Moments later, a flamehorn dragon beast poked its head out. It scanned its surroundings and quickly spotted Chen Fan in the air. Its eyes turned red, and it spat a ball of fire straight at him. The flames were extremely hot and fast, but Chen Fan was prepared. With a flick of his thunder wings, he easily dodged. The flamehorn dragon beast tried several times but failed to hit Chen Fan, retreating back into the cave. Chen Fan took out the Thunder God rifle again and fired into the cave. Soon, the flamehorn dragon beast
appeared at the entrance again, enraged by the provocation but helpless against Chen Fan in the air. After testing a few more times, Chen Fan confirmed there was only one flamehorn dragon beast. He felt reassured. It seems there's only this one creature here. With a thought, his thunder wings carried him swiftly toward the cave entrance. The flamehorn dragon beast spat fireballs at Chen Fan, but he dispersed them with a single punch. Realizing Chen Fan was difficult to deal with, the exotic beast immediately retreated into the cave.
Chen Fan snorted coldly and quickly pursued it inside.
The cave was pitch black, but with his thunder eyes, he could still see ahead clearly. The cave was spacious, but the passages were intricate, resembling a maze. The flamehorn dragon beast had long disappeared.
Chen Fan had thought
victory was certain, but unexpected complications arose. He began carefully searching the cave. The passages were not naturally formed. It was evident that the flamehorn dragon beast had dug them itself. Just as Chen Fan cautiously explored, the exotic beast suddenly appeared behind him. It displayed a cunning expression, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. The dragon horns on its head emitted a faint green glow as its speed abruptly increased, charging fiercely at Chen Fan's back. Focused on exploring ahead, Chen Fan suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation behind him. He quickly turned around, and the thunder shield instantly materialized in front of him. The flamehorn dragon beast collided with the shield and was sent flying. This creature is quite clever, Chen Fan thought, immediately releasing Death Stare to lock onto the fallen flamehorn dragon beast. The dragon horns on its head glowed green, surprisingly blocking the death ray with sheer force. Just as Chen Fan was about to strike again, the flamehorn dragon beast quickly disappeared into the maze of tunnels.
Damn it!
Chen Fan activated his Swift Wind Thunder Shadow Step and gave chase. But soon, he lost sight of his target again.
This creature knows the terrain too well. Killing it here is going to be extremely difficult.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan turned and headed toward the cave entrance. When he was 10 meters away, he stopped.
A faint smile
appeared on his lips as he quietly placed dozens of thunder seeds along the cave walls. "I'll let you off this time," he shouted deliberately, then walked steadily toward the entrance.
Moments later, he leapt into the air, soaring upward. Sure enough, not long after, the flamehorn dragon beast poked its head out again.
It looked up at Chen Fan in the sky, its eyes full of provocation, as if to say, "Come
at me if you dare." Chen Fan sneered. Just what I wanted. Thunderstorm.
With a thought, the hidden thunder seeds inside the cave exploded instantly.
The flamehorn dragon beast at the entrance jumped in
fright, and by the time it reacted, the tunnel inside the cave had completely collapsed.
Ha!
Chen Fan laughed triumphantly and charged toward the flamehorn dragon beast.
Panic flashed in the beast's eyes as it hurriedly fled along the edge of the cliff. Chen Fan couldn't run along the cliff face, but he could fly.
Furious bolts of lightning relentlessly pursued the fleeing flamehorn dragon beast.
Before long, he seized an opportunity and struck it with a precise thunderbolt spell. The flamehorn dragon beast lost its balance and plummeted straight down the cliff.
Falling from hundreds of meters high, even a fourth-tier
beast couldn't survive.
Chen Fan slowly descended, looking at the nearly shattered corpse, his heart surging with excitement.
The dragon egg would soon hatch. He took out the dragon egg. Little one, it's time.
The dragon egg flew excitedly to the flamehorn dragon beast's corpse, absorbing the dragon bloodline within.
Before long, the dragon egg began to tremble slightly. Then, a clear dragon roar emanated from within the egg.
It seems the little one is about to hatch, Chen Fan said, standing nearby, waiting anxiously. As the dragon bloodline absorption increased, the surface of the dragon egg became
covered with dense cracks.
Suddenly, the once clear sky turned dark with thick clouds. Within the clouds, violent golden lightning churned and roared.
Chen Fan didn't understand what was happening, but the
overwhelming pressure above made it hard for him to breathe.
What's going on? Why did the weather suddenly change?
While Chen Fan was bewildered, all the ability users in the Azure Feather Forest also looked up at the sky, their faces full of confusion.
Why did the weather suddenly turn gloomy?
Yeah,
the weather in dimensional spaces is usually stable. Why does it look like it's about to rain?
The ability users frowned, preparing to find shelter from the rain. But in the sky, there was only rolling lightning, with no sign of a single raindrop.
Look! The golden lightning in the clouds is forming the shape of a dragon.
You're right, it's a dragon shape.
Could this be a celestial phenomenon? Is some divine weapon about to appear? Stop imagining things. There's no such thing as a divine weapon. Then how do you explain this celestial phenomenon?
I
don't know.
While everyone was still in shock, a group of mercenaries from the Divine Eagle Guild also noticed the scene. They surrounded a hook-nosed
man, chattering away. Boss, what's going on here? How should I know? Li Kuan-Yin glared at his underlings.
Let's go, brothers. Let's check it out. At this moment, Chen Fan stared at the golden thunder dragon in the sky, an inexplicable urge to devour it surging in his mind.
I must be crazy.
He quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. In truth, this urge wasn't a rational idea but a call from the thunder-devouring sacred body within him. However, he knew that such powerful lightning would kill him instantly if he touched it, leaving not even a trace behind.
The day I can devour lightning like this,
I might be able to destroy a martial saint with just a finger. While Chen Fan was lost in his wild thoughts, the dragon egg suddenly shot into the sky, heading straight for the golden thunder dragon.
What the hell, little one, what are you doing?
Chen Fan had no time to stop it. As the dragon egg soared 1,000 meters high, the thunder dragon in the sky emitted a radiant multicolored light, shining down onto the eggshell. The next moment, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the heavens. The dragon egg completely shattered, and a half-meter-long azure baby dragon emerged.
Under the radiance of
multicolored light, the baby dragon's strength rapidly increased.
The scene was like the forces of heaven and earth injecting a soul into it. In just 10 minutes, its aura surged to the 4th tier. At the same time, the phenomenon in the sky dissipated. That's a dragon. It's really a dragon.
Many people in the distance witnessed the scene, especially the members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group, who had
already arrived at the site.
Seeing the baby dragon in the sky, everyone exclaimed in shock.
After circling once in the air, the baby dragon quickly flew toward Chen Fan. It approached him and affectionately
rubbed its face against his with its dragon horn.
Little one, you did it,
Chen Fan said, holding it in his arms with deep affection. This scene was clearly seen by the members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group.
Brothers, grab that kid and snatch the baby dragon. Li Kuan-Ying's eyes were filled with greed.
Chen Fan had noticed their arrival earlier, but since the dragon egg hadn't fully hatched, he couldn't
escape on his own.
Kid, hand over that dragon, Li Kuan-Yin said, staring intently at Chen Fan.
Chen Fan frowned deeply.
This man was at the late 4th tier, his strength nearing its peak, making him
an impossible opponent.
Not to mention, there were 10 4th-tier mercenaries behind him.
Boss, this is the kid who took the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, a dark-faced man whispered into Li Kuan-Ying's ear.
Oh? Li Kuan-Yin looked at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with even greater desire. The mercenaries behind him drew their weapons one after another.
Just as Chen Fan was desperately thinking of a way to escape,
the baby dragon in his arms flew in front of him and let out an angry roar at the enemies. So young and already knows how to protect its master, truly a divine beast, Li Kuan-Yin said in astonishment.
Capture that kid, but don't harm the baby dragon.
As soon as he finished speaking, the mercenaries lunged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was about to pick up the baby dragon and flee when the baby dragon suddenly let out
a dragon roar, its body instantly transforming into a 4-meter-long giant dragon.
Roar! The mid-4th tier mercenary charging at the front was swept away by its tail.
Immediately after, the baby dragon
spewed a stream of ice energy from its mouth. The powerful energy directly repelled one of the mercenaries. The baby dragon's strength was astonishing, holding its own against 10 fourth-tier mercenaries
without faltering. Moreover, its dragon scales were incredibly tough, with swords and blades leaving no marks upon impact. This little one is so powerful? Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise. Li Kuanying was equally shocked. He transformed into a two-headed black eagle and joined the battle, his sharp talons aiming straight for the baby dragon in the air. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately activated his full combat mode. Thunder energy shot out through his weapon, Chase Lightning. The two-headed black eagle spewed a green wind blade from its mouth, effortlessly shattering Chen Fan's attack. Chen Fan charged at it with his spear. After several intense exchanges, the already damaged Chase Lightning was shattered by the black eagle's talons. The next moment, the black eagle's beak struck fiercely toward Chen Fan's chest. Chen Fan quickly used his thunder shield to block, but the shield was instantly shattered by the eagle's beak. Chen Fan's heart raced as he activated Thunder Flash, narrowly dodging the attack. The two-headed black eagle, now transformed, did not continue attacking Chen Fan but turned its focus to the baby dragon. Its sharp claws struck the baby dragon's back. With a squelch, the dragon's iron-like scales were pierced effortlessly. The baby dragon let out a deafening roar of pain. This roar not only carried a powerful sonic attack but also contained mental energy. The two-headed black eagle was forced back by the overwhelming sound waves. At that moment, Chen Fan quickly activated his lightning bolt thunder technique. He grabbed the baby dragon and disappeared in a flash. In the air, the two-headed black eagle glared furiously at the fleeing pair, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Chase them. It then spread its wings and shot like an arrow toward the direction where the lightning had vanished. After flying 3 kilometers, Chen Fan's internal energy was completely depleted. He urgently said to the baby dragon, "It's up to you now." The baby dragon, incredibly intelligent, quickly grabbed Chen Fan with its claws and flew swiftly toward the distance. After flying several more kilometers, Chen Fan hurriedly called out to the baby dragon, "Little one, put me down." Then, he stored the little dragon into the beast pet space, equipped the concealment soul orb, fully restrained his aura, and quietly hid behind a large tree by the roadside. Before long, the group of mercenaries hurried past him, completely unaware of his hiding spot. Once they were far away, Chen Fan slowly stepped out from behind the tree, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Divine Eagle Mercenary Group, I'll remember this debt. Once I advance to the peak of the second tier, I'll make sure to settle it with you." After speaking, he swallowed a vitality pill and quickly left. Half an hour later, Chen Fan returned to the cave where he had spent the night. As soon as he entered, he eagerly released the little dragon. The little dragon flipped and tumbled in the air with excitement, overjoyed. Chen Fan carefully examined its injuries and, seeing that the wounds had already scabbed over, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a divine beast, "Its recovery ability is truly astonishing." After marveling for a moment, Chen Fan fell into thought. The dragon egg has already hatched. I can't keep calling it little one, it needs a proper name. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your whole body glows with a faint green light, so I'll call you Qingyu." The little dragon tilted its head as if seriously considering the name, then happily nodded, its eyes filled with joy. "Right, my system panel has information on battle pets. Let's see if there are any updates." Chen Fan focused his mind and checked the system interface deep in his consciousness. On the system panel, next to his personal information, a new section for battle pets had appeared. After the dragon egg hatched, the battle pet interface had quietly updated. Battle pet, Qingyu, Azure Dragon, level, juvenile combat power, mid-4th tier abilities, summon wind and rain, frost breath torrent, Azure Dragon. Battle chant, mystic ice physique, unawakened, cloud shadow flying dragon, unawakened, dragon's gaze, unawakened, frost dragon roar, unawakened, dragon seal spacetime, unawakened, dragon roar shattering. Sky, unawakened. Mid-4th tier combat power, this little one is almost as strong as me right after hatching. But it's not surprising, considering it absorbed the dragon blood of many 4th tier exotic beasts and was blessed by the phenomenon of heaven and earth. This level of strength makes sense. Chen Fan muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the description of Qingyu's abilities. Currently, it had awakened 3 skills, Summon Wind and Rain, Frost Breath Torrent, and Azure Dragon Battle Chant. Frost Breath Torrent should be the ice element energy Qingyu spits out, and Azure Dragon Battle Chant must be the dragon roar it used to repel the hook-nosed man. But what exactly is this Summon Wind and Rain ability? Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at Qingyu and asked, "Qingyu, can you summon wind and rain?" Qingyu nodded lightly and exhaled a stream of air.
Instantly, the water vapor in the cave condensed into a small cloud, which then began to drizzle.
However, due to the limited water vapor
in the cave, the cloud quickly dissipated. This scene left Chen Fan utterly astonished. The legendary dragons can control clouds and rain, and today I've seen it with my own eyes.
He looked at Chengyu with deep affection. Truly a divine beast.
If I raise it well, it will surely dominate one day. With this thought, Chen Fan took out an Ice Soul Snow Lotus.
This little one has ice element attacks. Let's see if this Snow Lotus can help it.
Before Chen Fan could finish speaking, Xingyu had already flown to the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, its eyes filled with longing.
You want it? Chen Fan asked. Xingyu nodded
vigorously.
Then it's yours.
Chen Fan smiled and handed over the Snow Lotus, worth billions, to it. Xingyu clutched it tightly with its claws, overjoyed. Then, it began devouring the Ice Soul Snow Lotus
in large bites.
Before long, it had swallowed the entire thing.
After eating, its body transformed into an ice soul form, and its aura grew even stronger.
Chen Fan quickly checked the system, and Chengyu's
information had already been updated.
Battle Pet, Xingyu, Azure Dragon, Level, Juvenile Combat Power, Late 4th Tier Abilities, Summon Wind and Rain, Frost Breath Torrent, Azure Dragon Battle Chant,
Mystic Ice Physique, Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon, Dragon's Gaze, Unawakened, Frost Dragon Roar, Unawakened, Dragon Seal Spacetime, Unawakened, Dragon Roar Shattering Sky, Unawakened. Chengyu's combat
power has risen to the late 4th tier, and it has awakened 2 more skills, Mystic Ice Physique and Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon.
Chen Fan was overjoyed. The body of ice should be its current Ice Soul form, but what exactly is the ability of the Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon?
Before he could think further, Xingyu provided the answer herself. Mist began to spread around, and her figure darted rapidly through the air, moving so fast that it left a continuous trail of afterimages. The mist grew thicker, and her form became increasingly elusive.
So fast! Chen Fan marveled. Xingyu's speed almost exceeded the limits of his eyesight.
The little creature was clearly having fun, flying around the cave for several minutes before returning to Chen Fan's arms, panting. Chen Fan gently stroked her small head.
It seems that even the leader of the Divine Eagle mercenary group can't hurt you.
Xingyu nodded, her expression fierce, as if eager to seek revenge immediately. Chen Fan smiled helplessly.
Xingyu, don't rush for revenge just yet. I need to break through to the peak of the 2nd tier first. After resting for half a day, we'll go hunt Thunder-type beasts and aim for advancement. After days of life and death
battles, Chen Fan felt his abilities had matured, and the time for an upgrade had arrived.
While Chen Fan hid and rested, the members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group couldn't find him and had no choice
but to withdraw from the Green Feather Forest. They all lay in wait at the forest's exit, reasoning that instead of searching aimlessly, it was better to wait for him to come out. After all, no one could hide in the forest forever. Half a day later, Chen Fan emerged from the cave with Chengyu. Xingyu lay on his back, her head peeking out from his shoulder.
Before long, Chen Fan spotted a Thunder-type
beast, a thunder pattern horned bull at the early stage of the 4th tier. The beast noticed Chen Fan and, mistaking him for an easy target, charged at him furiously. Chen Fan sneered, throwing a few punches,
and easily taking it down.
Then, he placed his palm on the thunder pattern horned bull's head. A terrifying devouring force began to operate, and the thunderous energy within the beast surged wildly into
Chen Fan's body. Half a minute later, Chen Fan's aura skyrocketed significantly.
Peak of the 2nd tier, he said with a faint smile, casually tossing the beast's corpse to the ground.
After reaching the peak
of the 2nd tier, Chen Fan immediately checked his system panel. His physique and mental strength had both reached 520. Only a 20-point increase in physique and mental strength, not much of an improvement. But that's okay, the restriction on using point cards has been lifted, so I can continue upgrading with them. Previously, Chen Fan had accumulated quite a few point cards, intending to use them all at once to push himself to the limits of the 2nd tier peak. As waves of exhilarating sensations washed over him, his physique increased to 562, and his mental strength rose to 559.
I feel like I can keep improving.
Chen Fan decided to exchange slaughter points for lottery draws. In the F-grade prize pool, he could usually get a point card every 3 draws. Chen Fan spent 5,000 slaughter points and obtained 7 physique point cards and 8 mental strength point cards. Let's see where the limits of my 2nd tier peak lie. He used the point cards consecutively. His physique stopped increasing at 583, while his mental strength reached 580.
Is this my limit?
Chen Fan felt his strength had grown significantly, filling him with confidence.
Now, he was ready to face the hook-nosed man head-on. Xing Yu, let's hunt a few more beasts and then head back. Afterward, Chen Fan and Xing Yu went on a frenzied hunting spree.
Both were strong enough to handle late-stage fourth-tier beasts, as long as they didn't venture more than 50 kilometers into the green feather forest.
Half a day later, Chen Fan's slaughter points had surged to 40,000.
As the sun began to set, Chen Fan prepared to return to Blue Star.
Xing Yu, hide inside my clothes and don't come out unless I command you. Chen Fan disliked drawing attention, knowing that some people targeting Xing Yu could bring danger, even costing him his life. Xing Yu
obediently burrowed into Chen Fan's sleeve, with only her eyes peeking out from his collar. The green feather forest was flanked by steep mountain ranges, narrowing toward the exit to form a natural barrier.
Members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group hid on both sides, ready to block Chen Fan's escape. Boss, it's getting dark.
That kid might not come out today, a mercenary said to Li Kuanying.
What? Thinking of slacking off and going back to drink? Li Kuanying glared at him angrily. Stay put. That kid might try to escape under the cover of darkness.
The mercenary felt annoyed but retreated nonetheless.
As he turned around, he spotted a figure in the distance. His eyes lit up. Boss, the kid is here. Oh? Li Kuanying looked over. That's him. Everyone, hide and wait until he gets close. Surround him.
From all sides, don't let him escape.
Yes, the group responded in unison.
Chen Fan hadn't expected the Divine Eagle mercenary group to block his exit, but he wasn't concerned.
He had already begun using mimicry to alter his appearance.
As he stepped out of the green feather forest, a furious roar came from behind a boulder.
Attack! Surround him!
Immediately, more than a dozen people charged out from
all directions, encircling Chen Fan completely.
Chen Fan was slightly startled but, upon recognizing them, a smile appeared on his face.
Don't think I'm the same as I was half a day ago. Since you've come
seeking death, I'll show you my true power today, he thought coldly.
Li Kuanying stared at Chen Fan and asked, Kid, where's that young dragon?
Xing Yu,
someone is looking for you, Chen Fan said with a wicked smile.
Xing Yu understood Chen Fan's meaning and emerged from his collar, blaring fiercely at the hook-nosed man.
Come here.
Li Kuanying snorted coldly, his hands transforming into eagle claws as he lunged at Xing Yu. Xing Yu let out a dragon's roar and instantly transformed into a 4-meter-tall ice spirit form, actively engaging Li Kuanying in battle.
Li Kuanying was shocked. How has this young dragon's power grown so quickly? But no matter, I can still suppress it.
He snorted coldly, transforming into a 2-headed black eagle and fiercely battling Xing Yu.
Xing Yu's icy body, combined with the strength of a cloud shadow flying dragon, showed no signs of weakness even against the near-peak 4th-tier 2-headed black eagle.
The longer Li Kuanying fought, the more terrified he became. He hadn't expected that in just half a day, the young dragon could hold its own against him. Feeling uneasy, he quickly ordered the mercenaries around him, kill that kid quickly, then capture this young dragon.
Together,
the Divine Eagle mercenary group charged at Chen Fan.
Kid, die.
The first to rush forward was the black-faced man who had previously fought Chen Fan by the lake. His ability was a B-level
enhancement type, bloodthirsty violent wolf.
Now, his aura erupted, and behind him, a blood-red violent wolf roared. His blood energy condensed into a massive fist, which he swung fiercely at Chen Fan's head.
Chen Fan snorted coldly and threw a punch of his own.
This time, he used his full strength.
Elementary Thunderstorm Domain plus 9 Heavens Thunder Movement plus Tendon Stretching and Pulse Pulling Technique,
doubling his explosive power. As their fists collided, the black-faced man's expression twisted in pain.
Immediately, the sound of cracking bones echoed, his right arm was forcibly broken. His eyes filled
with terror as he tried to retreat, but Chen Fan gave him no chance. In the next moment, a thunderous palm struck his chest. With a pft, blood sprayed out, and his heart was shattered by Chen Fan's palm. Without sparing him a glance, Chen Fan darted behind him like Lias. The number of attackers dwindled. Chen Fan felt less and less pressure. In less than 2 minutes, he had slain 9 people, leaving only one survivor. This man was utterly terrified. Seeing Chen Fan approaching, he dropped his weapon and turned to flee. But there was no way Chen Fan would let him escape. Activating his swift thunder shadow step, he quickly caught up to the man. In the next moment, his thunder fist pierced straight into the man's heart. Li Kuanying, who was battling Xing Yu in the air, was so enraged his eyes turned red. The Divine Eagle mercenary group he had painstakingly built was wiped out by Chen Fan alone.
It's only been a few days, how did this man and that dragon suddenly become so much stronger? Li Kuan-Ying was utterly shocked. I can't keep fighting head-on. If we continue, we'll both die.
Li Kuan-Ying growled, and the black feathers on his body shot toward Qingyu like sharp swords. The sky was filled with black feathers,
leaving Qingyu with nowhere to hide.
But Qingyu was incredibly clever, quickly shrinking its body and using its cloud shadow flying dragon ability. It weaves nimbly through the feathers, completely
unharmed.
The two-headed black eagle in the air wasn't trying to kill Qingyu but was instead attempting to escape.
However, Chen Fan wouldn't give them the chance.
Old man, don't even think about running. Chen Fan's third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, shooting out a golden beam of light. This beam carried destructive power, as if it could tear through space.
Li Kuan-Ying's face changed drastically, and he flapped his wings frantically to dodge.
The beam from the void-piercing eye relentlessly pursued him. The two-headed black eagle was fast, and Chen Fan fired continuously for 10 seconds without
hitting it.
But this delayed their escape. Qingyu broke free from the feather assault, transforming into a 4-meter-tall frost dragon and charged at the two-headed black eagle.
Chen Fan's thunder wings
spread behind him as he soared into the sky to join the battle. The three clashed fiercely in mid-air. With less than 2 minutes left in the initial thunder domain, Chen Fan dared not relax and unleashed his full power. Qingyu was equally ferocious, having long resolved to kill the enemy that had severely injured it years ago.
Soon, the man and the dragon suppressed the two-headed black eagle. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed. It was the Azure Dragon battle cry.
The sound waves struck the two-headed black eagle, sending it flying backward and disrupting its mental strength.
Chen Fan seized the opportunity, his thunder wings transforming into blades that slashed fiercely at the two-headed black eagle.
The thunder-infused wing blades directly severed one of its wings.
The black eagle let out a miserable
cry, lost its balance, and plummeted toward the ground. Qingyu swiftly dove, its dragon claws grabbing the two-headed black eagle mid-air. With a squelch, blood splattered as the dragon claws deeply pierced the black eagle's body. Qingyu didn't land but instead circled in the air with the black eagle, as if declaring victory.
At this moment, Chen Fan's initial thunder domain was about to end, and he quickly descended to the ground.
Qingyu, stop playing around and bring him down. Qingyu slowly landed, and Li Kuan-Ying, now barely alive, reverted to his human form.
Chen Fan drew his dagger, ready to end him personally.
Young hero, spare me.
Li Kuan-Ying pleaded desperately.
Qingyu's dragon claws firmly pinned him down.
If you don't kill me, I am willing to serve you. Li Kuan-Ying tried to say
more, but Chen Fan stabbed his heart with a single strike. The dagger clattered to the ground, and Chen Fan collapsed as well.
At this moment, the side effects of the initial thunder domain began to manifest. His
entire body ached, and he couldn't even lift his hand. The side effects of the initial thunder domain are really severe.
This was Chen Fan's first time using this 5-minute skill. In the past, he would always end battles within 3 minutes, which almost eliminated the side effects.
Even when using it for 4 minutes, he could still move freely afterward thanks to his strong willpower.
But the 5-minute side effects were truly unbearable. Qingyu, take me away from here first. Find a safe place to hide, and we'll act again once I've recovered. Qingyu quickly grabbed Chen Fan and flew into the distance.
Before long, they returned to the previous cave.
Chen Fan took a Shangyuan pill and lay down to rest.
To his surprise, as the Shangyuan pill was absorbed into his body, he felt strands of energy being released from his 12 major meridians, spreading to the surrounding muscles. Even more astonishing, this energy gradually alleviated his weakness.
Chen Fan was overjoyed. I didn't expect the tendon
stretching and vein pulling technique to be so effective in relieving fatigue, he thought excitedly. I've now trained 12 major tendons, doubling my explosive power, which is comparable to the
strength-enhancing effects of the beginner-level thunder domain. So, the tendon stretching and vein pulling technique can offset the side effects of the beginner-level thunder domain. However, the beginner-level
thunder domain is stronger. Not only does it enhance strength, but it also boosts speed, sensory perception, and control over thunder.
Therefore, the tendon stretching and vein pulling technique cannot completely counteract its side effects.
But if I manage to train all 473 minor tendons in my body, my explosive power will increase threefold. My tendons and bones will also be able to withstand 3 times the force, which should fully neutralize the side effects of the thunder domain. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt even more grateful to Tian Xiong, as this set of physical techniques was taught to him by Tian
Xiong.
Half an hour later, Chen Fan's energy was fully restored, and he leapt to his feet.
Xingyu, let's go.
The sky was completely dark now, and Chen Fan decided not to stay overnight here, opting instead
to travel back to Blue Star through the night.
As they exited the Qingyu forest, they encountered a group of terror wolves at the forest's edge, feasting on the corpses of the Divine Eagle mercenary group
members.
Upon seeing Chen Fan, the terror wolves bared their fangs and growled lowly. But as soon as Chen Fan released his aura, the wolves scattered immediately. The blood-soaked remains on the ground made
Chen Fan frown.
As he passed by one of the corpses, a card caught his attention.
The card was hidden in the corpse's abdomen, and if the wolves hadn't torn open the abdomen, Chen Fan would never have noticed.
What is this?
He retrieved the card and examined it closely.
The card was the size of a regular bank card, with the words Psionic Alley engraved in the center. Below these words was a string of
numbers. Psionic Alley? Is it a place?
Chen Fan frowned and thought, this corpse should belong to that hook-nosed guy. The card was probably something he swallowed to hide.
What kind of item would someone swallow to keep hidden?
Either it's valuable, or it can't be seen by others. With this thought, Chen Fan cleaned the card and stored it in his spatial ring. I'll have to look up Psionic Alley online
when I get back.
Having made up his mind, he continued on his journey with Qingyu. This time, they traveled much faster. In less than an hour, they reached the exit of the dimensional space at the ancient Pass of Death. After undergoing inspection by the station warriors, Chen Fan finally set foot on Blue Star's soil, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed.
Let's find a hotel here for the night and rest.
Well,
we'll head back to Guowu early tomorrow morning.
Chen Fan searched for accommodations in the small town outside the ancient Pass of Death.
After being turned away by 3 fully booked hotels, he finally managed to secure a room at the 4th one.
Once inside his room, he enjoyed a refreshing hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and prepared to head downstairs to find a restaurant for a good meal. The restaurants near the dimensional space were quite unique, often using ingredients sourced from the dimensional space.
Some even offered to cook exotic beast meat brought in by customers. After spending
several days in the dimensional space, Chen Fan was particularly nostalgic for the food on Blue Star. As he approached the elevator, 3 young and beautiful women walked toward him, chatting about their
plans to enter the dimensional space tomorrow.
The tall, high-ponytailed girl in the middle stood out with her striking appearance and an aura of aloofness, like a proud flower.
She was none other than
Chen Fan's high school classmate, one of the 3 beauties of Qingqing 5th High School, Morong Xiaoxiao.
Chen Fan, engrossed in browsing recent news on his phone, didn't look up. But once inside the
elevator, Morong Xiaoxiao noticed him.
Her eyes first showed surprise, then excitement. Chen Fan, is that you? I can't believe I'm running into you here.
Morong Xiaoxiao was the first to speak.
Hearing
someone call his name, Chen Fan looked up and saw her face, his expression turning to surprise.
Morong Xiaoxiao? That's right, it's me. Chen Fan, what a coincidence. I heard you went to Guowu University? Morong Xiaoxiao's excitement was understandable.
During the martial arts exam, Chen Fan had once single-handedly challenged a flame lion to save her life. Coupled with the joy of meeting an old friend in a
distant place, anyone would feel happy.
What a coincidence, Chen Fan replied with a smile. The 2 girls beside him were completely stunned. They had been with Morong Xiaoxiao for almost a month and had never seen her so enthusiastic toward a man. Curiously, they asked, Xiaoxiao, who is this handsome guy?
Aren't you going to introduce him to us?
Yeah, Xiaoxiao, is this your secret boyfriend? The other girl
teased with a laugh. Hearing the words boyfriend, Morong Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned red.
Shue, Yaching,
don't talk nonsense. He's my classmate, Chen Fan.
Oh, and he's the top martial arts scholar of our southern province this year, Morong Xiaoxiao proudly introduced Chen Fan.
Top scholar of the province? The 2 almost exclaimed in unison.
They looked at him with even more curiosity.
Handsome
guy, are you really the top scholar of the province? Of course, Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Wow, then your skills must be incredible.
Right? Are you already a Tier 2 beginner ability user? The 2 bombarded him with questions, their excitement overflowing as they tried to learn everything about Chen Fan.
Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. Morong Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead, feeling a little
embarrassed. These 2 best friends were so unrestrained, where had their usual composure gone? Chen Fan, let me introduce them to you. They're my best friends and also my roommates. This is Mu Qinxue, and this is Su Yaching.
The 2 had completely different styles. The cute girl with fair skin, a slightly plump figure, and short hair was Mu Chenxue. The other, Su Yaqing, had a style similar to Morong Xiaoxiao, tall and slender with long, flowing hair. Both were quite attractive, and while they weren't as stunning as Morong Xiaoxiao, they were still widely recognized beauties. As they spoke, the elevator reached the
ground floor. Chen Fan, we're going to eat. Want to join us?
I heard that Qingyuan Yash restaurant nearby is really popular, Morong Xiaoxiao said, her eyes full of anticipation.
Sure, I haven't eaten yet, Chen Fan readily agreed. The three girls were delighted. Handsome guy, since you're the top scholar, why didn't you go to Jing University or Mo University? Why did you choose Guowu? Su Yaqing asked. With a smile. Before Chen Fan could answer, Mu Chenxue interjected, could it be that you couldn't bear to be apart from our Xiaoxiao, so you chose a school closer to her? Don't talk nonsense, Morong.
Xiaoxiao quickly pinched her. Chen Fan smiled helplessly. As expected, three women together made for a lively scene. At this moment, Chen Fan already knew that Morong Xiaoxiao was studying at Jindong Martial University in the neighboring province. He couldn't help but think of Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang. Chatting and laughing, the four of them arrived at the entrance of a restaurant with a rustic yet elegant decor. It was already packed. After some effort, they managed to find an empty table. Xiaoxiao, Xue and I will sit on this side, and you and Chen Fan can sit across from us, Su Yaqing and Mu Chenxue. Thoughtfully arranged for Chen Fan and Morong Xiaoxiao to sit together.
The close proximity made Morong Xiaoxiao's face turn red again.
Chen Fan, on the other hand, was unfazed. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of her fragrance, his heart as calm as still water. Ladies, order whatever you like. It's on me, Chen Fan said generously as the only man in the group. Then we won't hold back, the three girls said, taking the menu from the waiter and flipping through it.
This one is really famous. I saw a lot of people recommending this dish online.
Clearly, they had done their homework.
In no time, they had ordered 5 signature dishes. Aren't you going to order a few more? Chen Fan asked. This is enough, the three replied, showing restraint.
They weren't the type to order excessively just because
someone else was paying. Order a few more.
Don't underestimate a guy's appetite, Chen Fan said with a smile, taking the menu and adding 3 more dishes before calling the waiter over.
Chen Fan was
generous, especially since he had a system and didn't need to spend large sums of money on resources like other ability users. Soon, the waiter brought all the dishes to the table.
The 4 of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. By the way, what brings you to Wangu Pass? Chen Fan asked curiously.
We have a survival practice class that takes place in a dimensional space.
The whole class
came, Morong Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. Look, over there and there, those tables are all our classmates, Mu Chenxue pointed not far away. Chen Fan nodded, thinking to himself, no wonder those guys
looked so unhappy with me earlier.
Turns out they were worried I'd steal the girl they like.
What about you, Chen Fan? Why are you here? Morong Xiaoxiao asked. I'm here for some training. It's over now, and I'll head back to school tomorrow. You're leaving tomorrow?
Morong Xiaoxiao said softly, feeling a bit disappointed. By the way, Chen Fan, with your talent, you must have already broken through to
the 2nd tier, right? Morong Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, I have, Chen Fan nodded. That's amazing.
For us, reaching the 2nd tier by the end of freshman year would already be a blessing, the 3 girls said
admiringly.
At that moment, a young man slightly older than Chen Fan pushed open the door to Qingyuan Elegant Pavilion. He scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Chen Fan's table.
Ha! The 3 flowers of our school's 702 dormitory are actually here.
As soon as he saw the 3 girls chatting animatedly with an unfamiliar guy, his expression darkened.
Who is this guy? How dare you touch the women I have my eyes on?
He snorted coldly and walked toward Chen Fan. As he approached, his face quickly shifted to a smile.
What a coincidence to see you 3 here, he said to the girls.
The 3 girls were surprised to see him and stood up to greet him.
Hello, President.
From their expressions, it was clear that this man held a high status at Jindong Martial University, and the 3 girls were full of respect
for him.
Are you here for the survival practice course? The young man asked with a smile. Yes, senior, Mu Chenxue replied with a smile. The young man turned to Chen Fan and politely asked, and who
might this be? President, this is Chen Fan, my high school classmate. He's really amazing, Su Yaqing said innocently, thinking the president was just curious.
A freshman, the young man continued.
Yes, Chen Fan replied. The young man smiled even more brightly. If you three don't mind, I'll join you at this table. The three girls looked troubled. The table was only big enough for 4 people. If another person joined, someone would have to squeeze in at the edge, making it cramped. Moreover, this meal was Chen Fan's treat, so the girls felt it wasn't their place to decide. The young man patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said in a tone that left no room for refusal, "Classmate, make some room for me. Go grab a stool and sit on the side." Although he was smiling, his tone was firm. "Are you sure you want me to grab a stool and sit on the side?" Chen Fan looked up at him, a faint smile on his lips. "You're the only guy at this table, aren't you?" the young man said with a smile. This scene was noticed by the Jingdong Martial University students in the restaurant, and they immediately began whispering among themselves. Zhang Jinlan actually showed up. "I heard he's already declared that no one should even think about touching the 3 flowers of the 702 dormitory. This guy is done for. If he's smart, he'll give up his seat and apologize. Maybe then he can avoid trouble." It's not that simple. Zhang Jinlan is known for being ruthless. He won't let him off easily. The murmurs around them were clear to Chen Fan. He quickly learned the young man's identity: Zhang Jinlan, a third-year student at Jingdong Martial University, at the late stage of the 2nd tier, and the current student council president, a standout among the 3rd years. Morong Xiaoxiao and the other 2 girls grew worried for Chen Fan as the atmosphere grew tense. They thought to themselves, no matter how talented Chen Fan was, he was only a freshman, while Zhang Jinlan was already a 3rd year. "Don't make me lift you up myself," Zhang Jinlan said, his tone growing heavier as he released the aura of a late-stage 2nd-tier cultivator. He assumed Chen Fan dared to challenge him because he was unaware of his strength. "Lift me up? You're welcome to try," Chen Fan said. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura several times stronger than Zhang Jinlan's suddenly erupted. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Zhang Jinlan, and his face instantly turned pale. What was this pressure? It was like walking down the street and suddenly being pounced on by a tiger, the kind of instant fear that left you panicked and helpless. At that moment, Zhang Jinlan felt exactly like that. His aura completely collapsed, and he slumped to the ground. The murmurs around them fell silent. Chen Fan hadn't targeted anyone else, so they only felt the immense pressure without experiencing fear. Morong Xiaoxiao and the 2 girls also looked at Chen Fan in astonishment. The student council president, who was at the late stage of the 2nd tier, was so intimidated by him that he collapsed. Just how high was Chen Fan's cultivation level? The 3 girls' eyes lingered on Chen Fan. Zhang Jinlan gasped heavily, not daring to utter a single word. His mind was in turmoil, unable to believe that a freshman could be this strong. "Get lost, don't be an eyesore here," Chen Fan said coldly. Zhang Jinlan, as if spared from death, quickly scrambled up and ran out of the restaurant without even daring to look back. This scene left Morong Xiaoxiao's classmates in the restaurant speechless, and no one dared to speak ill of Chen Fan anymore. "Chen Fan, your strength is incredible. Are you planning to win the championship in this year's freshman league?" Morong Xiaoxiao said excitedly. "Yeah, I'm starting to look forward to it too," Mu Chenxue chimed in. "I heard that participating in the competition can earn you tickets to watch the event live. Chen Fan, remember to save us a few tickets so we can cheer for you on site," one of them added. The group chatted and laughed for 2 hours before exchanging WeChat contacts. The 3 girls reluctantly said goodbye to Chen Fan. Back at the hotel where he was staying, Chen Fan sent a message to Huangfu Chang, informing him that he had left the alternate dimension and would return to Guowu tomorrow. A few seconds later, Huangfu Chang replied with "OK," followed by another message: "What time will you arrive at the train station? I'll send someone to pick you up." Chen Fan was touched and quickly replied, "No need to trouble yourself, principal. I'll have Zhao Mingzi pick me up." Huangfu Chang responded with "all right" and then asked, "Did it succeed?" Chen Fan knew he was asking about the dragon egg hatching and replied, "It succeeded." "Good, I'll wait for your return," Huangfu Chang replied. After finishing the conversation with Huangfu Chang, Chen Fan relayed the same information to Tian Xiong, whose response was similar. After politely declining Tian Xiong's offer, Chen Fan called Zhao Mingzi and asked him to pick him up at Chang'an Station early the next morning. Zhao Mingzi readily agreed. "Brother Fan, did the dragon egg hatch?" Zhao Mingzi asked excitedly. "It hatched." "Wow, does that mean I'll get to see the legendary dragon tomorrow? Let me touch it when the time comes." "Of course. If you dare," Chen Fan teased with a smile. After hanging up, Chen Fan made a video call to Wang Yanran.
Before entering the alternate dimension, he had already informed Wang Yanran and Tong Tong.
Wang Yanran
was clearly worried about Chen Fan, as she had been messaging him every day to check if he had safely returned.
When the video connected, Wang Yanran visibly relaxed. Tong Tong, come quickly, your brother
is calling, she said. Tong Tong rushed over, her face full of joy.
Brother, did you hatch the dragon egg?
Of course, your brother handled it with ease, Chen Fan said with a smile, summoning Qingyu.
Qingyu appeared in front of the camera, its eyes filled with curiosity.
It was very intelligent and behaved obediently in front of the lens.
Wow, is this a dragon? I really want to hug it, Tong Tong
said, her face full of wonder.
When your brother comes back,
you'll be able to hug it, Wang Yanran said with a smile.
Brother, when are you coming back? Tong Tong asked expectantly. Probably during the winter break.
What? That's still so far away, Tong Tong said, frowning.
Wang Yanran also looked a bit disappointed. Xiao Fan, can't you come back sooner?
Chen Fan felt a pang of guilt.
I'll come home for
a visit after finishing the National College Freshman League. After ending the call, Chen Fan lay on the bed and looked at the system panel. His accumulated kill points had reached 50,000, and he planned to do a round of consecutive draws from the D-level white prize pool.
5 draws, let's hope I can get some spatial ability fragments. Right now, Chen Fan was very eager for spatial abilities. Starting the first draw. The roulette stopped, and the system's voice announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10-step phantom poison pill.
This poison pill can cause the target to bleed from all 7 orifices and die within 10 steps. Note, effective only against ability users or beasts below tier 6.
Chen Fan opened the porcelain bottle and saw a pitch-black pill. Not bad, though I wonder if I'll
have a chance to use it, he said, storing it in his spatial ring.
Next came the second draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an oath scroll. This scroll can be used to establish a master-servant contract.
As long as the subject swears allegiance to the host and drips blood, their life and death will be under the host's control.
Limited to 3 times, and the opponent's strength cannot exceed the host's. Not bad, but the master-servant contract can't be signed with someone stronger than me, it's a bit restrictive. Chen Fan thought for a moment and put it away.
The third lottery draw was completed. Chen Fan obtained a skill, Heaven and Earth Thunder Seal. When activated, a massive thunder seal appears in the sky, and its impact upon descent is astonishing. A long-range attack skill, pretty powerful. The fourth lottery draw began. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of Earth Mother's crystal. When absorbed by an Earth Element ability user, their Earth Element abilities are doubled.
Chen
Fan held the yellow crystal, about the size of a tennis ball, and examined it carefully.
Earth Mother's crystal, I've heard it's as precious as Ice Soul Snow Lotus, a divine medicine for specific ability
users. He planned to give it to Wu Yu, the chubby guy. This time, he's really lucked out. For the final lottery draw, he hoped to get a space ability fragment. The system seemed to hear his wish and
actually granted him one.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a space ability fragment.
Amazing. Chen Fan was thrilled. I really hope I can gather all the space abilities soon. The next morning, Chen Fan boarded a train heading to Chang'an.
Outside the high-speed rail station, Zhao Mingzi was waiting beside a flashy McLaren. Seeing Chen Fan emerge, he immediately greeted him with a warm hug.
Brother Fan, welcome back. Why are you acting like I've been gone for ages? The two got into the car, and Zhao Mingzi couldn't wait to ask, Brother Fan, where's the dragon? Let me see it. Hey, look.
Behind you, Chen Fan said with a smile. Zhao Mingzi turned around and saw a greenish creature baring its teeth at him.
Ah! Zhao Mingzi was startled but quickly composed himself. So this is the dragon. But this little guy is way too fierce. Hey, Brother Fan, how about I help you discipline it?
Zhao Mingzi grinned mischievously and reached out to grab the greenish creature.
Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, a weakened version of the Azure Dragon battle cry. Zhao Mingzi froze on the spot, then turned back helplessly after a few seconds. Little guy, I was just joking with you, huh? With that, he said no more and started driving. Back at Guowu Academy, Chen Fan immediately went to see Huangfu Chang. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Huangfu Chang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh? You've broken through again?"
It was an unexpected surprise, Chen Fan replied with a smile.
Well done.
Huangfu Chang patted his shoulder and added, "Bring out the young dragon and let me take a look."
Qingyu emerged cautiously
from Chen Fan's clothes, staring at Huangfu Chang with a cold and wary expression.
Don't be afraid, Chengyu.
This is my elder, Chen Fan said softly, stroking its little head to comfort it.
Chengyu quickly relaxed its guard. Huangfu Chang marveled, Chen Fan, this little dragon has such a strong presence, it's just hatched, yet it already exudes such aura? Chen Fan didn't hold back and recounted the celestial phenomena that occurred during its hatching.
Huangfu Cheng exclaimed, no wonder, this is one of the rare beasts capable of breaking through the 9th tier.
Breaking through the 9th tier? Chen Fan looked puzzled. Principal, are there levels beyond the 9th tier?
Of course there are, Huangfu Cheng affirmed.
Ancient ruins have murals depicting legends of levels beyond the 9th tier, though no one in reality has ever broken through. That doesn't seem right.
I remember the history of abilities on Blue Star only spans 100 years.
Huangfu Cheng pondered for a moment. Modern records
indeed only go back 100 years, but archaeologists have found evidence of abilities in some ancient ruins.
These are just murals without written explanations, so the information has never been made public to avoid causing panic. Then why was there a gap? Why did abilities only emerge 100 years ago? Chen Fan asked 3 consecutive questions. Huangfu Cheng sighed, that ancient civilization
was far more powerful than ours, with top-tier ability users emerging one after another.
But it seems to have been instantly destroyed by some overwhelming force. Chen Fan gasped, instantly annihilating a civilization. What kind of power is that?
No one knows, Huangfu Cheng said with a sigh.
This world is far more terrifying than you imagine. Only by continuously improving your strength can you ensure your survival. Chen Fan suddenly remembered something and asked, Principal, have you ever heard of inner earth people or blue-blooded people?
Huangfu Cheng thought for a moment, shook his head, and said,
never heard of them, probably just folklore. Alright then. Chen Fan didn't press further.
Upon hearing that Chen Fan had returned, Tian Xiong, Zheng Kuan, Su Qichan, and Gao Yuan all rushed to Huangfu
Cheng's house.
Everyone was amazed when they saw Qingyu, especially Su Qichan, whose eyes nearly popped out. His young dragon was black, only at the 2nd tier, while Chen Fan's Qingyu was already at the
4th tier. So envious, Su Qichan sighed.
The 2 young dragons quickly started playing together, but Su Qichang's black dragon seemed like a little brother in front of Qingyu.
Qingyu, don't bully
him, he's your little brother after all, Chen Fan said, seeing Qingyu riding on the black dragon and flying around recklessly.
Little brother? Su Qichan's face darkened. My young dragon hatched first.
Yours is the little brother, alright? However, with such a gap in strength, the little brother role could only go to his own black dragon. While everyone was focused on the 2 young dragons playing,
Tian Xiong suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, your aura has grown stronger again? Did you break through?
Everyone stared at Chen Fan, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. Chen Fan replied, I almost didn't notice, but I've broken through to the peak of the 2nd tier.
Wow! A wave of exclamations erupted around him. Boss, breaking through is as easy as drinking water. For you, isn't it?
Zhao Mingzet and the others were speechless.
I think Chen Fan's talent is even stronger than the SSS level genius at Jing University.
This year, we're definitely going to take 1st place. In the league, Dai Jiangshan said excitedly.
Huangfu Cheng nodded, but don't get complacent.
Jing University has done a great job keeping their 3S level ability user under wraps.
We still don't know their strength or abilities. He looked at everyone and added, so,
keep Chen Fan's strength a secret.
Don't underestimate Jing University's determination.
This year marks their 100th anniversary, and they're
aiming for the championship. Moreover, the National College Freshman League has another important purpose, selecting members for the national team's reserve squad. The top talents in the country are all eyeing this opportunity. Chen Fan, you have to give it your all.
Don't worry, Principal, Chen Fan nodded seriously. The national team represents the country's top talent and strength, receiving the highest level of resource support.
It's an unparalleled honor to bring glory to the nation.
By the way, Huangfu Chen continued, since you're back, we'll hold a school team exhibition match tomorrow.
At 10
o'clock, on the field, you'll face off against the Ghost Cry Squad.
Chen Fan thought for a moment and asked, Principal, is this really necessary?
Our strength should far surpass the Ghost Cry Squad, right? Huangfu Cheng explained, the exhibition match isn't just about competing in strength, it's more about showcasing the true power of your Thunder team. Only then can all the teachers and students at Guowu see your strength, and we can confidently provide you with more resources and support.
Chen Fan, everyone has seen your performance in the dueling arena. Tomorrow, I hope the real stars will be the other 4. Understood, Chen Fan nodded firmly. He knew that Huangfu Chang must have heard a lot of doubts recently. After leaving Huangfu Chang's place, Chen Fan led everyone to Tian Xun's villa. Teacher Tian, I'd like to discuss tomorrow's tactical arrangements with them at your place. No problem, Tian Xiong waved his hand and led the way. Zhao Mingze leaned closer to Chen Fan and said, Boss, the 4 of us against their 5, do we really need to bother with tactics? We can win easily.
Stop talking nonsense, Chen Fan shot him a glance, his tone slightly scolding.
Back at Tian Xun's house, Chen Fan first had Tian Xiong check his tendon stretching and vessel expanding technique. Tian Xiong was surprised and said, Kid, with how busy you've been lately, I thought your 12-force tendon training would have fallen behind. I didn't expect you to progress even faster than them.
Hee, Chen Fan chuckled, Coach, the reason my physical technique has shown some results is that I found a treasure.
A treasure? What kind of treasure?
Including Tian Xiong, everyone curiously looked at Chen Fan, especially Gao Yuan, whose eyes were filled with anticipation. He had always followed the pure physical technique route,
and doubling his explosive power would significantly enhance his combat ability. This is it. Chen Fan pulled out a translucent, jelly-like long tendon as if performing a magic trick. Ha! What is this? Everyone asked curiously.
The dragon tendon from the spine of the Lin Yuan beast, Chen Fan said with a smile.
What a treasure!
Everyone recognized its value, and Tian Xiong exclaimed, the Lin Yuan beast
is an extremely rare exotic creature, and you actually found its bones?
Sigh, I almost lost my life trying to kill that thing, Chen Fan said, looking at the members of the Thunder Squad.
Later, I'll divide it among everyone. I think you'll all be able to master the 12 force tendons. Long live the boss. Long live the captain. Brother Fan is awesome.
The Thunder Squad cheered enthusiastically. Chen Fan then turned to Wu Yu, Fatty, I'll trouble you to stew this dragon tendon.
Ha? Why me? Isn't cooking supposed to be the girl's job?
Wu Yu grumbled reluctantly but still took it.
At this moment,
Yi Qingling glared at Wu Yu with a murderous look in her eyes. Fatty, who said cooking is only for girls?
Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became relaxed.
Chen Fan took out something and said, if you cook it well, I'll give this to you.
Ha? Wu Yu stared at it, his eyes lighting up. Damn, boss, this is the essence of Mother Earth. Where did you get it?
You don't need to know that, Chen Fan said with a smile.
So, are you cooking or not? Boss, I don't have many hobbies, but I love cooking. Just wait, in half an hour, the braised dragon tendon will be ready. Everyone laughed again, envious.
The essence of Mother Earth could double the control power of Earth Element ability users. Once Wu Yu absorbed it, his strength
should rival that of an SS level ability user. Half an hour later, Wu Yu brought out a plate of braised dragon tendon, and everyone eagerly began tasting it. Before long, the plate was completely emptied. Chen Fan quickly reminded them, get up and practice the tendon stretching and pulse drawing technique.
Without hesitation, everyone immediately got up and started practicing physical techniques.
In less
than half an hour, they each mastered the 12 force tendons one after another.
Gao Yuan excitedly punched the air, his current strength now sufficient to contend with early-stage third-tier exotic beasts. Doubling his explosive power also greatly enhanced Yi Qingling's abilities. As an assassin, this made breaking through defenses much easier. Zhao Mingze and Wu Yu's improvements were less pronounced since
they were long-range attackers, but their defense and self-preservation abilities had increased significantly. Wu Yu looked at Chen Fan, rubbing his hands together with an expectant expression.
Boss, that
essence of Mother Earth, hee.
Take it.
Chen Fan casually tossed it to him.
Thank you, boss.
Wu Yu caught it like he had found a treasure.
After absorbing it, go test your strength outside, Chen
Fan said with a smile.
Got it.
Wu Yu quickly sat on the sofa, a faint yellow earth element energy appearing in his hands. Everyone stood aside, not wanting to disturb him.
Half an hour later, with a crisp
sound, the essence of Mother Earth completely shattered.
Wu Yu stood up, looking refreshed. Boss, I did it.
I feel like my control over earth element energy has improved significantly.
Let's go test it.
Outside, Chen Fan said, patting his shoulder. Everyone followed him to the front yard of Tian Xun's villa.
Wu Yu couldn't wait any longer.
With a thought, the soil on the ground began to churn.
As he
clenched his hand in the air, a massive earth python as thick as a barrel rose from the ground. The python was lifelike, as if it had real life.
At the same time, Wu Yu shouted, "Rise!" In the next moment,
The ground behind him surged, transforming into various exotic beast shapes. With a single gesture, the beasts behind him charged forward like an army, their momentum overwhelming.
Holy crap, little you use. Strength improved so quickly? Zhao Mingze exclaimed in surprise. Impressive, truly remarkable. Tian Xiong also showed a look of approval.
Wu Yu's ability strength has already reached SS level, now possessing early-stage third-tier combat power. Wu Yu still wanted to continue experimenting, but Tian Xiong quickly interrupted. Enough, if you keep messing around, my courtyard will be completely ruined. Wu Yu scratched his head and promptly stopped outputting his powers. Tian Xiong scanned the group. Apart from Yi Qingling, the members of the Thunder Squad could now hold their own against early-stage third-tier ability users. You truly have an excellent captain, Tian Xiong remarked.
Then, he patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. How do you plan to arrange tomorrow's public match? Chen Fan looked at the four members of the Thunder Squad. Finish the fight within 1 minute tomorrow, okay? No problem, they replied in unison.
The next morning at 9 o'clock, the National Martial University sports field was
already packed with people.
This public match had garnered significant attention, even attracting top-tier seniors. They had previously missed the chance to witness Chen Fan in action and regretted it deeply.
So they arrived an hour early.
I really hope to see Chen Fan's performance. I heard the other members of the Thunder Squad are also strong. Beating the Ghost Cry Squad shouldn't be an issue.
The
Ghost Cry Squad seems to only have Gue Dongi with some skill, the others aren't much.
As the chatter grew, the time slowly approached 10 o'clock. The two squads appeared at the entrance of the sports field.
And thunderous cheers erupted.
Chen Fan! Chen Fan!
Many girls shouted loudly, their faces flushed and hearts racing. By now, Chen Fan had become the male idol of all the girls in the school.
Chen Fan! Chen Fan! I love you, like a mouse loves rice. Someone in the crowd held up a sign with Chen Fan's name, almost losing control in excitement. Whoa, isn't that an old cheesy love song from decades ago?
Chen Fan listened, his face slightly red.
Boss, look.
That girl who just shouted is quite pretty. Zhao Mingze nudged Chen Fan, his eyes gleaming.
Yi Qingling snorted coldly and urged, let's go, it's too noisy. Yi, are you secretly in love with the boss? I heard you don't like guys, Zhao Mingze teased with a mischievous smile.
Say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth off, Yi Qingling glared at him. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have taught him a lesson. In a corner of the audience, Bai Mushi had also arrived, accompanied by her squad members. A good-looking girl nudged her and smiled. Captain,
it seems your competition is quite fierce.
Li Luoluo, stop talking nonsense. Bai Mushi scratched the girl's waist, and the two quickly started playfully bickering. The two squads walked to the center of
the sports field, and a figure descended from the sky gracefully. It was Huang Fu Chang.
He raised his hand to signal for silence. Students, the Thunder Squad and Ghost Cry Squad have been established for
a month.
Today, we are holding this public match to assess the strength of both teams. Please watch carefully, learn from them, and strive to excel. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause.
Next, let
Teacher Wang host this duel, Huang Fu Cheng said, then elegantly took his seat at the center of the podium. Soon, a middle-aged man stepped onto the stage and stood between the two teams.
Hello, students.
I am Wang Jun, the host and referee for this match, from the law department. Now, let me introduce the members of the two squads. First, the Ghost Cry Squad, Hua Jing, early stage second tier, S level.
Ability, Universal Scarlet Flame.
Feng Qingyang, early stage second tier, S level ability, Clear Gale. Diao Zhan, early stage second tier, S level defensive ability, Guardian Wings.
Li Zijian, early stage second tier, S level enhancement ability, Titan Body. And their captain, Gue Dongi, mid-stage second tier, S-level ability, Nether Ghost Form. When Gue Dongi was introduced, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Gue Dongi broke through to mid-stage second tier within just a month of entering school. His talent is incredible. Wang Jun quickly restored order.
Next, introducing the members of the Thunder Squad.
Cao Yuan, mid-stage second tier, S-level ability, Indestructible Body. Another wave of exclamations erupted. Yao Yuan also broke through to mid-stage second tier, that's amazing. Yi Qingling, mid-stage second tier, S-level ability, Night Phantom. Wu Yu, mid-stage second tier, S-level ability, Child of the Earth. Zhao Mingze, mid-stage of tier 2, S-level ability, Electromagnetic Storm. As the referee
introduced him, the crowd first erupted in commotion, then gradually fell silent.
After more than 10 seconds, discussions began to spread among the audience. Thunder Team is too strong. they're all mid-stage. Tier 2. In just 1 month, the gap between the two teams has grown so much. How can Ghost Cry Team even compete? Soon, Wang Jun introduced Chen Fan. Chen Fan, peak stage of Tier 2, SS level ability. Thunder Devouring Sacred Body. As a teacher at the school, Wang Jun naturally knew that Chen Fan was a tri-element ability user, but Huang Fucheng had specifically instructed him to keep this information confidential. Therefore, he only mentioned the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body ability. Even so, the students were still shocked. Wow, peak stage Tier 2. Advancing 3 minor stages in just 1 month, this is simply unheard of. Oh my god, he really is the male idol. His talent is absolutely extraordinary. Male idol, male idol. A group of fangirls was beside themselves with excitement. Alright, students, both teams have been introduced. Now, I want to ask, do either of the teams have anything they'd like to say to the other? Let's start with Ghost Cry Team. Wang Jun spoke again. The members of Ghost Cry Team looked at each other, hesitant to speak first. Although they were talented, facing an opponent that clearly outmatched them left them silent. Finally, Ghost Dongi stepped forward. Chen Fan, I admit that I'm not as strong as you right now, but I will catch up to you. After he finished speaking, the surrounding students applauded, giving him some face. Wang Jun smiled and said, it seems Ghost Dongi is quite confident in his abilities. Now, does Thunder Team have anything they'd like to say to their opponents? Wang Jun turned and smiled at Chen Fan. Chen Fan replied indifferently, to ensure fairness, I won't participate in this match. I trust my teammates to finish the battle within 1 minute. The audience erupted in astonishment once again. The male idol is so bold, I'm absolutely in love. Some expressed regret. What a pity, we won't get to see Chen Fan in action today. Others were intrigued, I'm actually looking forward to this showdown even more now. Referee Wang Jun waved his hand grandly, the field is yours. Wang Jun stepped aside, and the battle began immediately. Ghost Dongi sneered, finish us in 1 minute? Wishful thinking. Gaozhan, show them what top-tier defense looks like. Got it, Captain. Suddenly, Gaozhan's body emitted a pair of light shadow wings, forming a 5-meter diameter hemispherical energy shield that enveloped all 5 members of Ghost Cry Team. Guardian Wings is the strongest group defense ability, impenetrable unless the ability user's energy is completely depleted. Standing inside the energy shield, Ghost Dongi smiled faintly. With these Guardian Wings, we can hold out for 3 minutes. You seem quite confident. Zhao Mingzi slid his finger, and his flying sword released a burst of sword energy, striking the Guardian Wings. A pfft sound was heard, but the energy shield remained completely intact. How about that? I told you, finishing us in 1 minute is impossible. Ghost Dongi laughed heartily. Zhao Mingzi was about to unleash a killing move when Gao Yuan stopped him. Let me handle this. I want to see how many strikes these Guardian Wings can withstand. Gao Yuan transformed into a 3-meter-tall golden giant, merging his twin axes into one massive battle axe. With a roar, he leaped up and slammed the axe onto the Guardian Wings. The immense impact caused the energy shield to tremble violently. Gaozhan's face turned pale. Are you okay? Ghost Dongi and the others asked anxiously. I can still hold on, Gaozhan replied through gritted teeth. Not bad. Take another strike from me. Gao Yuan struck again, causing the energy shield to shake even more violently. Gaozhan spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao Yuan had undergone a mutation inside the body of a mountain dragon armor beast, doubling his explosive power. This strike was enough to overwhelm even a Tier 3 early stage beast, let alone a Tier 2 early stage Gaozhan. Not even a top-tier defense ability could withstand it. How many more strikes can you take? Gao Yuan shouted. After stabilizing his breath, Gaozhan held up 3 fingers. Alright, then I'll strike 3 more times. Gao Yuan delivered 3 consecutive powerful blows, and Gaozhan collapsed unconscious. Not bad. Gao Yuan carried his axe, clearly impressed by Gaozhan's performance. As Gaozhan fell, the wings of protection shattered completely. 15 seconds left, finish them. Zhao Mingzi shouted loudly. Then, the 4 members of the Thunder Team faced off against the 4 members of the Ghost Cry Team. Gao Yuan confronted Gui Dongi. Zhao Mingzi pointed his sword at Feng Qingyang. Yi Qingling vanished into space and suddenly appeared behind Hu Jing, while Wu Yu summoned an Earth Lion to charge at Li Zijian. The battle was about to erupt. Zhao Mingzi, Yi Qingling, and Wu Yu almost instantly defeated their opponents, leaving only Gui Dongi to struggle against Gao Yuan for over 10 seconds before falling. Boss, exactly 1 minute, Zhao Mingzi said, looking at Chen Fan with a smile. Not bad, Chen Fan nodded, waved his hand, and headed toward the exit of the field, with Zhao Mingzi and the others following closely behind. The audience hadn't even reacted before the battle was over. It wasn't until the 5 members of the Thunder team completely left the field that thunderous applause erupted. Over the next few days, the hottest topic on campus was Chen Fan and his Thunder team. Chen Fan didn't pay much attention to it, continuing to focus on training and studying. It wasn't until a weekend a few days later, when he had some free time, that he remembered something. That day, after breakfast, he returned to his dormitory and was flipping through his spatial ring when a black card suddenly appeared in his view. It was the very card he had found inside Li Kuangying. Psionic Alley, I need to find out what this is. Soon, he found the answer in a post titled, Mercenary's Home. Psionic Alley was an underground marketplace that specifically served mercenary organizations. Since many mercenaries lacked legal identities and their income often came from dubious sources, they couldn't store their money in regular shops for fear of confiscation during investigations. Thus, underground shops emerged to meet this need. The card in Chen Fan's hand was a storage card. Unlike regular bank cards, this card could not only store money but also hold private valuables, entrusted to these underground shops for safekeeping. It seems this card must contain all of Li Kuangying's wealth. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been stored in this card. Of course, it could also be the entire fortune of the Divine Eagle mercenary group, Chen Fan thought, stroking his chin, feeling a bit excited. If it truly was the wealth of the entire Divine Eagle mercenary group, he would have hit the jackpot. Moreover, he discovered that these underground shops only recognized the card, not the person. No matter who you were, as long as you had the card, you could conduct business. These underground shops are really something, Chen Fan marveled. Then, he began searching for the exact location of Psionic Alley, but unfortunately, he only found some vague clues, estimating it to be somewhere in Yongchang City, Shanxi Province. Just as Chen Fan was hesitating about whether to go, his phone rang. It was Du Huojun calling. Junior, I have something I'd like your help with. Chen Fan had a good impression of Tian Xiang's top disciple and replied with a smile, Senior, feel free to ask. You're great, Junior, but it's hard to explain over the phone. Let's talk in person. Sure, Chen Fan agreed, as he happened to be free. After hanging up, Chen Fan headed to the cafe next to the school. Du Huojun was already waiting for him there. Beside Du Huojun sat a young man with a mohawk hairstyle, his head shaped like a bullet. When they saw Chen Fan, both stood up to greet him. Hello, Junior, I'm Li Ziong, the bullet-headed young man said enthusiastically, waving at Chen Fan. Hello, Senior Li, Chen Fan responded with a smile. Du Huojun went to the counter and ordered a cup of coffee for Chen Fan. Junior, is 3 sugars okay? Du Huojun handed the coffee to Chen Fan. Thank you, Senior Du, Chen Fan said politely as he accepted it. Du Huojun got straight to the point. Junior, I wanted to ask for your help with a task. Oh? Senior. What kind of task? Tell me about it first, Chen Fan said, putting down his coffee. In the cafe at National Martial University, the 3 of them sat together. Du Huojun organized his thoughts and said, in the 4th year, you must complete a certain number of points to graduate. Li Ziong and I took on a challenging task and would like your help. Senior, you really think highly of me, Chen Fan said, touching his nose, immediately realizing that the task wouldn't be simple. Sigh. Du Huojun sighed, this task was forced on us by the school, there's no way to refuse. He looked at Chen Fan, full of expectation. Teacher Tian called me and asked me to invite you to join. He said you should have late-stage 4th tier strength now. Chen Fan didn't say much. As long as it wasn't too dangerous, he would definitely help. Senior, tell me about the task first. All right. Du Huojun nodded. This time the task is to capture Zhang Rubing, the president of Four Seasons Group, alive. Four Seasons Group has developed rapidly in recent years, becoming the top-ranked company in Yongchang City within just 10 years. But investigations have revealed that this company has been using improper means to suppress competitors. Over the past 10 years, several bosses of rival companies have encountered incidents one after another. The Yongchang City Inspectorate has been secretly investigating for a long time and already has solid evidence proving that Zhang Rubing is behind all this. However, this guy has a powerful team of superhumans under him, including 2 late-stage 4th-tier experts. The Yongchang City Inspectorate doesn't dare to act rashly for fear of alerting him, so they sought help from the school. But all the school's 4th-tier superhumans are out on missions, so this task has fallen to us. Understood. Chun.
Fan nodded silently. Senior Du, I'll help with this task. He had already planned to visit Yongchang City, so he might as well lend a hand. Great, with you here, I feel much more at ease.
Du Huajun breathed a sigh of relief.
He had been deeply impressed by Chen Fan's calmness and wisdom when they went to the Taishu Mountains together to find Moe Chen.
Is there a plan for the capture? Chen Fan asked.
There is. Du Huajun said, Four Seasons Group will hold a subsidiary company inauguration ceremony tomorrow at Yongchang City's Fuhua building, inviting many political and business figures.
We plan to
blend in and take action when the opportunity arises.
Alright, when do we leave? This afternoon.
We'll take the train to Yongchang City and meet up with the local inspectorate.
In the afternoon, Chen Fan took leave from Huangfu Chang and Tian Xiong and set off for Yongchang City with Du Huajun and Li Ziong.
Outside Yongchang City's high-speed rail station, 2 members of the inspectorate were waiting
nervously in a black business car.
Seeing Chen Fan and the others walk out of the station, the 2 quickly got out of the car to greet them. Welcome, welcome, 3 outstanding students from National Martial University. A middle-aged man in his 40s smiled and shook hands with the 3.
Director Wang, have you been waiting long? Du Huajun clearly knew him.
Ha, not long at all. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and looked at Chen Fan, saying, This young man looks familiar yet unfamiliar. How should I address you?
Du Huajun introduced him. This is my junior, Chen Fan.
Ha, anyone who gets into National Martial University is talented.
Taking on tasks as a junior, that's impressive. Director Wang, you're mistaken. Chen Fan is only a freshman.
Li Ziong corrected him with a mysterious smile.
A freshman? Director Wang raised his eyebrows.
Ha, you can tell that these 2 seniors of yours value you highly, bringing you along for such an important task to gain experience.
Ah, Director Wang. You're mistaken again.
Chen Fan is here to help, his strength is exceptional. Li Ziong said with a smile. Ha, your school is truly full of talent.
Director Wang said politely, though he wasn't entirely convinced.
After all, no one would expect a freshman to be so strong.
Let me introduce you. This is Li Jia, who joined the inspectorate last year.
He's an outstanding graduate of Jindong Martial University, and has just reached 3rd-tier strength. Director Wang pointed to the young man next to him, who looked refined and scholarly.
Hello.
Everyone exchanged greetings.
During your time in Yongchang City,
you can entrust all matters to Li Jia.
He will assist you throughout.
Director Wang said, then led everyone into a business car.
I've already arranged a restaurant. We'll talk while we eat.
The group arrived at a high-end hotel, where a private room was filled with exquisite dishes. After seating everyone, Director Wang raised his glass for a toast. Chen Fan also had a few drinks. When Director Wang learned that he was at the peak of the 2nd tier in cultivation, he was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless, and all his previous disdain vanished.
Brother Chen, tomorrow's operation is extremely dangerous. I suggest you don't come along.
With your talent, if something were to happen to you, your teacher would definitely hold me accountable. He spoke half-jokingly, causing everyone to laugh.
Du Huajun
put down his chopsticks and said, Director Wang, to be honest, I specifically invited Chen Fan. His combat strength is no less than mine.
Really?
Director Wang and Li Jia looked skeptical.
Director Wang, do you have the information on the 4 Seasons Group? Chen Fan interrupted.
Yes, I had Li Jia organize it, Director Wang replied, looking at Li Jia.
Distribute a copy to everyone.
Understood.
Director.
Li Jia quickly stood up, took several documents from his bag, and handed them out. All the information about the 4 Seasons Group's high-level combat forces is here. Take a look.
Zhang Rubing's
security team consists of 6 people. The captain and vice-captain are late-stage Tier 4 B-level ability users, while the other 4 are mid-stage Tier 4 B-level ability users. Their abilities are clearly detailed here for your reference. They're quite strong, Du Huajun and Li Ziong remarked with furrowed brows.
Director Wang, what's the plan? Chen Fan asked. Zhang Rubing is just an ordinary person. If we can get close to him, we'll act quickly to take him down. If there's no opportunity to get close, we'll have to use force.
At that time, I'll need Brother Du and Brother Li to keep the 2 late-stage Tier 4 ability users occupied. I'll handle the other 4, and Li Jia will seize Zhang Rubing. Brother Chen, you adapt as the situation demands.
Chen Fan frowned slightly.
It seemed they still didn't fully trust his abilities.
Perhaps they were aware of his exceptional talent and didn't want him to take unnecessary risks. The next day, the group of 5 arrived at the entrance of the Fuhua building. 2 security guards quickly stepped forward to block them. "Do you have an invitation?" "Without one, you can't enter," a tall security guard said coldly. Director Wang handed over a gold-embossed card. The security guard verified it and respectfully saluted. "Sir, you hold an A-level invitation, which allows you to bring 5 people inside." "All right," Director Wang responded briefly, then led Chen Fan and the others into the building. "This invitation was sent by Zhang Rubing's people. But he would never have guessed that I'm here today to arrest him," Director Wang said with a cold smile. The first-floor lobby was bustling with people, as many local elites had gathered. As the director of the Yongchang City Inspection Bureau, Director Wang was recognized by many, and naturally, some came over to exchange pleasantries. Whenever someone asked about Chen Fan and the others, Director Wang would always say, "They're interns from the bureau, here to gain some experience." However, after being interrupted several times, Chen Fan grew irritated and found an excuse to wander off on his own, leaving the crowd. The place resembled a luxurious banquet, with delicious food displayed all around. Chen Fan picked up a nice-looking cookie and ate it while scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a crisp female voice came from behind him. "Huh, Chen Fan, is that you?" Chen Fan instinctively turned around and was surprised to see Morong Xiaoxiao, Mu Chenxue, and Su Yaqing. "It's you!" Chen Fan was also a bit surprised. The 3 women quickly walked up to him, their faces full of delight. "Chen Fan, what are you doing here?" Morong Xiaoxiao asked. "First, I came with some friends," Chen Fan replied with a smile, then asked, "What about you? Why are you here?" Su Yaqing, lively as ever, chimed in, "Chen Fan, you wouldn't have guessed, but Xue is actually from Yongchang City." "Oh?" Chen Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Su Yaqing playfully blinked and said, "Xue's dad couldn't make it, so she brought us along to join the fun." "I see," Chen Fan nodded lightly. "Chen Fan, there are a lot of celebrities on the 2nd floor. Want to go take a look?" Mu Chenxue suggested softly. Chen Fan looked up, his gaze sweeping toward the 2nd floor, and remarked, "President Zhang sure has money to invite so many celebrities." Su Yaqing immediately chimed in, speaking excitedly, "That's right, he's the richest man in Yongchang City. I heard his current wife used to be a top-tier actress named Li Yanruo." Just as the group was chatting happily, a commotion suddenly broke out in the venue. A middle-aged man in a suit entered the hall, followed by 6 bodyguards. "Mr. Zhang is here." "Mr. Zhang, congratulations on the joyous occasion." People around greeted him one after another. "So this is Zhang Rubing," truly cautious, Chen Fan slightly raised an eyebrow, noticing the stern expressions of Zhang Rubing's bodyguards, who stayed close to him without a moment's lapse. Not far away, Director Wang and a few others were also watching intently, waiting for an opportunity. Zhang Rubing had already stepped onto the stage and began his speech. "Friends, thank you all for coming. I, Zhang, feel deeply honored. Before the official ribbon-cutting ceremony, I have prepared 2 gifts for Yongchang City. First, I am personally donating 500 million yuan to establish a scholarship fund to help students from underprivileged families complete their education. Mr. Zhang is truly a great man." Applause immediately erupted around him. Zhang Rubing continued, "Second, I plan to build a hospital in Yongchang City that will exclusively serve impoverished individuals, addressing their inability to afford medical care. Mr. Zhang is so compassionate." The crowd once again showered him with praise. At this moment, on Du Huojun's side, Li Xiang frowned and whispered to Director Wang, "This person seems decent. Are you sure he's harmed so many entrepreneurs behind the scenes?" Director Wang snorted coldly, "That's just his facade. Do you really think he's kind-hearted? We've discovered that under the guise of the scholarship fund, he secretly coerces some attractive female students into participating in sex trafficking to sustain his business empire. Not to mention, he's also involved in illegal human organ trafficking. I suspect the hospital he's planning to build is just a cover." "That despicable?" Li Xiang hadn't expected the other party to be so ruthless, and his voice involuntarily grew louder, drawing the attention of those around him. He quickly shut his mouth. Director Wang raised his glass to cover his mouth and said in a low voice, "Watch for my signal to act later." Meanwhile, Mu Chenxue and the other 2 looked at Zhang Rubing on the stage with respect on their faces. However, Chen Fan frowned deeply. According to Director Wang's intel, Zhang Rubing was supposed to be an ordinary person. But just now, when he secretly used his void-piercing eye to take a look,
he discovered that Zhang Rubing was actually a late-stage level 4 ability user.
A late-stage level 4 ability user pretending to be an ordinary person. What is he up to? To have gone unnoticed for so many years, he must be anything but simple.
Counting Zhang Rubing, the other side has 3 late-stage
level 4 ability users and 4 mid-stage level 4 ability users.
On our side, we only have 4 late-stage level 4 ability users.
If a fight breaks out, we might not win. Moreover, Zhang Rubing's ability is still unclear, making this battle highly risky.
While Chen Fan was calculating in his mind, Director Wang and the others had already made their move.
Director Wang, Du Huojun, and Li Xiong
simultaneously charged toward Zhang Rubing. Their plan was simple: capture Zhang Rubing first, and the remaining bodyguards would naturally be no problem. But as soon as the 3 made their move, it was as if they had hit an invisible wall and were instantly sent flying backward. One of the men beside Zhang Rubing stood with his hands raised, clearly having deployed a defensive measure.
Du Huojun and the other 2 were flung backward, crashing into the audience behind them.
The scene immediately descended into chaos, with cries of pain echoing everywhere.
Director Wang got up, his face grim. He hadn't expected Zhang Rubing's men to be so alert. It seemed today would inevitably lead to a tough battle. He shouted loudly, "Inspectorate conducting an operation. All unrelated personnel, clear the area immediately."
The crowd quickly retreated to avoid getting caught in the crossfire.
Director Wang, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Rubing glared at him angrily.
Director Wang sternly replied, "Zhang Rubing, you are suspected of murdering multiple entrepreneurs.
Come with us." Director Wang, you must be mistaken. I, Zhang, have always abided by the law. Whether you're guilty or not isn't for you to decide. Director Wang's ability flared, his aura imposing. Go, capture them. The hall erupted into a fierce battle.
Du Huojun transformed into a howling sky demon tiger, clashing with an ability user whose body was covered
in rock. Li Xiong confronted another late-stage 4th-tier ability user.
Meanwhile, Director Wang used his psychic powers to simultaneously attack the remaining 4 mid-stage 4th-tier ability users.
Li Jia, capture Zhang Rubing.
Director Wang shouted while battling.
Don't worry, Director. The mission will be completed.
Li Jia's eyes were firm as he charged forward in large strides, reaching out to grab Zhang Rubing's neck.
Mr. Zhang, you're under arrest.
Li Jia did not use his abilities, thinking it unnecessary to deal with an ordinary person.
Watch out.
Seeing this, Chen Fan hurriedly shouted a warning.
However, it was already too late.
Just as Li Jia extended his hand to grab Zhang Rubing, in the next instant, it was as if he had been struck by a cannonball. His entire body was sent flying backward, slamming into the wall with a heavy thud before sliding to the ground, motionless, like a puddle of mud. At that moment, Li Jia's chest bones were all shattered, and his clothing was instantly soaked with blood. He coughed up large amounts of fragmented internal organs. After a few seconds of convulsing, he completely lost consciousness.
Li Jia.
Seeing this sudden and tragic scene, Director Wang's eyes turned red. It was evident that Li Jia's injuries were extremely severe, and his chances of survival were slim. Turning to look at Zhang Rubing, he no longer resembled an ordinary person. He now stood over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulged, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint layer of flames.
The Fire Titan physique. Director Wang's expression darkened. The Fire Titan physique was an ability ranked between Grade A and Grade B. Those who possessed it not only had incredibly strong bodies, but the flames on their skin could also burn their opponents, causing searing pain. But what truly shocked Director Wang was not the flames, it was the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Rubing.
He had reached the late stage of the 4th tier, far stronger than anyone else present. "Since I've been exposed, I'll kill all of you today," Zhang Rubing said coldly. His voice was like icy water, sending chills down one's spine. He took a step forward, his flaming fist suddenly striking toward Director Wang. Director Wang, already outnumbered in battling 4 opponents, had no time to dodge, let alone defend himself against this fiery punch. Just as despair began to set in, a figure appeared like lightning, firmly intercepting the blow. "It's him." Director Wang recognized the figure, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend how a peak 2nd-tier ability user could exude such terrifying power.
Chen Fan is this strong?
Zhang Rubing was also somewhat surprised. He had long noticed Director Wang's arrival with 2 4th-tier ability users, but he hadn't expected that a young man at the peak of the 2nd tier could possess such formidable strength. "Mr. Zhang, surrender," Chen Fan said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion.
"Kid, you've got some skill, but you still can't take me down." Zhang Rubing roared in anger. Flame God Fist.
His attacks were wide and ferocious, each strike carrying the violent power of flames. Chen Fan's spear was now broken, so he switched to using the 12 True Spirit Strikes to engage.
The 12 True Spirit Strikes was a close combat killing technique.
Combined with the enhanced physique and speed from the Thunder Domain, it made him nearly invincible. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Fan, especially Morong Xiaoxiao and the other two girls, who were staring unblinkingly. So he's already this strong, Morong Xiaoxiao thought, feeling a tinge of sadness in her heart. Chen Fan's monstrous talent and the heroic figure surrounded by thunder made her feel utterly unworthy of him. By this time, Zhang Rubing's repeated attacks had failed, and he was growing increasingly anxious.
I can't drag this out any longer.
If others arrive, I'm dead for sure. With that thought, he completely lost control.
Zhang Rubing pulled out a blood-red pill and swallowed it.
Instantly, his aura surged, and the flames around him flared up to a height of over a foot.
It's the blood-boiling pill. Chen Fan frowned slightly.
The fiery long fist once again struck toward Chen Fan, its power now doubled compared to before.
Chen Fan dared not take it head-on and quickly used Thunder Flash to dodge.
But Zhang Rubing's fiery fists relentlessly pursued him. A barrage of fiery punches came at him like a torrential storm.
Chen Fan could only dodge repeatedly, struggling to keep up with the onslaught.
In his mind, he weighed his options. If he fought back directly, he would undoubtedly have to reveal his Death Stare ability, but there were too many people around, and the National College Freshman League was about to start.
He didn't want to reveal too many secrets. Forget it, let Chengyu help.
Chen Fan made up his mind and opened the system's built-in beast pet space. The next moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the hall, and a 4-meter-long azure dragon appeared.
What is that? The people around were stunned, their mouths agape. That looks like the legendary dragon. Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with excitement. It's a dragon. Oh my god, I actually saw a mythical creature. The appearance of this ancient divine beast in front of the crowd was overwhelming. Even the bystanders couldn't help but cast their gazes over.
Xingyu, go, take him
down. Chen Fan calmly ordered.
Xingyu exuded a murderous aura, letting out a battle cry of the azure dragon, instantly transforming into its ice
spirit form. A bone-chilling cold enveloped the area, snapping Zhang Rubing out of his daze.
He hurriedly threw a punch toward Xingyu.
Xingyu's
ice body was extraordinarily tough, and combined with the astonishing speed brought by the cloud shadow flying dragon, it was far beyond what Chen
Fan could currently achieve.
Very quickly, Xingyu suppressed Zhang Rubing. The fierce battle lasted for 15 minutes before the effects of the
blood-boiling pill finally wore off.
Xingyu unleashed a torrent of icy energy from its mouth, freezing Zhang Rubing into an ice sculpture.
The
remaining 6 security personnel had no chance of escaping. A few minutes later, all 6 were lying on the ground, barely alive.
The battle in the
hall finally subsided, and everyone quietly watched Chen Fan. This young man was too mysterious, his strength unbelievably powerful, and he even
had a legendary divine dragon by his side.
At this moment, Director Wang walked over and bowed deeply to Chen Fan.
This bow was not only because
Chen Fan had saved his life but also because he was completely in awe of Chen Fan's abilities.
Young brother Chen, no need to be polite. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Old Wang will always be here to help you. Director Wang, go check on Li Jie's condition. He
might still be saved, Chen Fan said, patting his shoulder as a reminder.
Yes, yes.
Director Wang snapped out of it and quickly ran toward the young
man lying in a pool of blood. Fortunately, he's still breathing.
Director Wang let out a sigh of relief, pulling out Chen Fan glanced around
coldly and said, check the balance on this card for me. Certainly, sir. Please follow me.
The attendant took the card and led him to the counter. Sir, your card has a balance of 620 million. After checking, she politely returned the card to Chen Fan.
So much.
Chen Fan was shocked. Although he had guessed there was a significant amount, he hadn't expected it to be this much. He was secretly delighted but kept a calm expression. Sir, would you like to make a purchase or withdraw money? The attendant asked with a smile.
If you wish to withdraw, you can provide me with an account, and I'll transfer the funds immediately.
Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, take me to see your merchandise first.
Of course, sir. Soon, Chen Fan followed the attendant to the second floor.
The area was filled with a variety of goods, elixirs, spiritual materials, weapons, and even combat techniques. Chen Fan headed straight to the weapons section. He urgently needed a new spear. He stopped at the spear section and quickly noticed a black spear. The attendant nearby, with a keen eye, immediately recommended it. Sir, this is called Godslayer, meaning it can
slay gods if they stand in your way.
It's crafted with the core of Thunder Abyss wood for the shaft and the essence of extraterrestrial meteorite for the tip. It's an A-grade weapon, sufficient for use up to the 6th tier. Chen Fan picked up the spear, and as lightning surged into its body, he heard the sound of wind and thunder.
He looked at it in amazement.
Sir, you're a lightning element ability user.
This spear is practically made for you.
Thunder Abyss wood thrives on lightning. When lightning flows through the shaft, it not only encounters no resistance but also increases
speed by 30%.
The more lightning you channel into it, the heavier the spear becomes, and the greater its destructive power.
Can I try it? Chen Fan was intrigued.
Of course, but you'll need to go to the 3rd floor, where there's more space for you to demonstrate.
All right. Chen Fan couldn't wait.
On the 3rd floor, Chen Fan began wielding the spear. Although it weighed 300 kilograms, it felt as light as a feather in his hands. His movements were as swift as lightning, the spear shadows dancing like a dragon emerging from the sea or a frenzied serpent.
The attendant nearby,
who had never seen such impressive spear techniques, was momentarily stunned.
Chen Fan started channeling lightning into the spear. The black shaft crackled with electricity, resembling a writhing thunder dragon.
As he swung it, the spear seemed to come alive.
What a great spear! Chen Fan exclaimed in admiration after testing it.
How much is this spear? He asked. Sir, the materials used for this spear are extremely rare, and
it was crafted by a master. The price is 588 million, the attendant replied with a smile. Wow, that expensive? Chen Fan was secretly surprised.
But he quickly realized that as an A-grade weapon, it was sufficient for a 6th tier ability user, so the high price was reasonable.
I thought I'd
struck it rich overnight, but it turns out a single spear will cost me everything, Chen Fan thought with some heartache.
However, he ultimately decided to buy the spear.
After all, he urgently needed a reliable weapon, and the Godslayer spear was a perfect match for him.
All right, charge
it to my card, Chen Fan said calmly, handing over the gold-edged black card.
Certainly, sir. Please follow me. The beautiful attendant smiled knowingly and led Chen Fan to the main hall.
A few minutes later, the transaction was complete, and the attendant handed the spear to Chen Fan.
Sir, do you need anything else? The beautiful attendant asked again.
No, thank you, Chen Fan replied decisively.
He didn't lack anything else. Very well, sir. We look forward to your next visit.
After Chen Fan left, a middle-aged man called the attendant who had just served him to the side.
The beautiful attendant quickly greeted him respectfully. Manager Wang, you were looking for me?
Yes. The middle-aged man nodded.
Shaoli, that young man just now looked unfamiliar. Was it his first time here?
Yes, manager. Whose card was he using? The middle-aged man asked curiously. The system shows it belongs to Li Kuangying, the woman answered honestly.
Li Kuangying? The Li Kuangying of the Divine Eagle mercenary group? The man frowned.
Yes, manager. Strange, Li Kuangying has always been cautious and never easily gives his card to others.
Could it be that this kid killed him? Impossible, this kid is only at the 2nd tier, how could he possibly kill Li Kuangying?
The middle-aged man thought for a moment, and then said to the waiter, call Tai Cheung over, I have something to tell him.
In an office in the psionic dark alley of Yongchang City, a man
with a scar on his face pushed the door open and entered. Supervisor Wang, you were looking for me, he asked respectfully.
Tai Cheung, I have a task for you.
Supervisor Wang turned his computer screen toward him. On the screen was surveillance footage of Chen Fan. This kid just used Li
Kuangying's membership card to buy a long spear worth 588 million. Go retrieve the spear. As for him, kill him. Supervisor Wang revealed a sinister smile. Killing and robbing were nothing new to him.
Understood, Supervisor Wang, Tai Cheung replied, preparing to leave. Supervisor Wang called out to him again, wait, take a few more people with you.
Tai Cheung frowned. Do we really need to make such a big fuss over a 2nd-tier kid? Stop talking nonsense and follow orders. Supervisor Wang commanded sharply, waving him off to get the job done.
At this moment, Chen Fan hailed
a taxi and headed straight for the Yongchang City high-speed rail station.
Du Huajun and Li Xiang had already left for school at noon, so he
didn't need to worry about them.
After the car had traveled a few kilometers, a black sedan suddenly blocked the road ahead.
Chen Fan, who had been
resting with his eyes closed, opened them abruptly. The taxi driver muttered a curse under his breath, clearly displeased.
Chen Fan watched as
several men got out of the car, a sense of unease rising in his heart. "Driver, as soon as I get out, leave immediately," Chen Fan said coldly as he stepped out of the car. The leader, Tai Qiong, crossed his arms over his chest, his face full of disdain. The three men behind him spread out,
blocking Chen Fan's escape route. "You're pretty lucky, kid, getting your hands on Li Kuanying's card. Now, where's that B-grade long spear? Hand it
over, and I'll make your death quick," Tai Qiong said mockingly, as if he had already decided Chen Fan's fate.
Chen Fan's heart tightened, seeing
how quickly these people had arrived and how they knew the true identity of the card in his possession. He quickly deduced who they were.
"You people are really something.
You sell something and then try to rob immediately." The tip of the god-slaying spear was pressed against his throat.
"Don't kill me." Tai Qiong fell to his knees, begging desperately.
"I won't kill you," Chen Fan's voice was as cold as ice, "as long as you swear loyalty
to me and drop your heart's blood here."
Suddenly, an ancient scroll appeared in Chen Fan's hand, the Oath Scroll.
Tai Qiong froze, frightened by this eerie method. "What? Unwilling?"
Chen Fan asked coldly, like a grim reaper passing judgment.
"Willing. I'm willing."
Tai Qiong felt the coldness
on his neck and quickly shouted, "Heaven and earth bear witness,
the sun and moon is proof, I, Tai Qiong, swear loyalty to you, to follow you in
life and death,
and never betray."
"Good,"
Chen Fan said, lightly moving the spear, its tip drawing a drop of blood.
Tai Qiong felt a chill in his chest and looked down to see a tiny hole in his heart. He raised his head to look at Chen Fan's stern face, utterly shocked. To wield a spear with such precision required mastery-level skill.
To achieve this level of spear mastery at such a young age was nothing short of genius.
At this moment,
he felt a strange willingness to submit. Chen Fan dropped the blood onto the scroll, and a soul of fate flew out from Tai Qiong's body, entering
Chen Fan's mind. In Chen Fan's mind, a transparent energy figure identical to Tai Qiong stood silently.
Chen Fan felt that Tai Qiong's life and death were now entirely under his control. With a thought, his consciousness transformed into a giant hand, tightly gripping the energy figure in his
mind.
Outside, Tai Qiong struggled in pain. No. Chen Fan tested it for a moment before releasing the giant hand.
Tai Qiong knelt, drenched in sweat, bowing repeatedly. "Stand up.
As long as you work hard, I won't kill you." Chen Fan's voice remained cold.
"Thank you, master." Tai Qiong
felt his fate no longer belonged to him.
"What's your name?" Chen Fan asked coldly. "Tai Qiong, your humble servant." "Who sent you to kill me?"
"Master, it was Wang Yang, the head of the Lingning Dark Alley Yongchang branch, a 6th-tier expert," Tai Qiong revealed without hesitation.
"Take this. If he's not dead within 3 days, you'll be the one to die."
Chen Fan tossed him a poison pill he had won in a previous draw.
"Master, what is this?"
Tai Qiong respectfully accepted it, full of doubt.
7-step illusion poison pill. Anyone below the Grandmaster level who takes it will die without question.
Tai Qiong's face turned bitter, but he knew he had no choice but to obey.
Defying Chen Fan meant certain death. After
giving his instructions, Chen Fan added, "Someone in the black market is offering 800 million for my life.
I want you to find out who it is." Late
at night, upon returning to Guowu, a system notification suddenly sounded in Chen Fan's mind.
"Congratulations, host. The task of helping young Chu Chu find a master is complete. You may now participate in the lottery." Chen Fan was delighted. This meant young Chu Chu had awakened, and Yen Yuehua
had accepted her as a disciple. Next time we meet, her strength will surely be greater, Chen Fan thought with anticipation.
The reward was E-level, and he quickly completed the draw, obtaining a bottle of Sheng Yuan pills and a mental PowerPoint card. Chen Fan was not disappointed. Yang
Chu Chu's awakening was already the greatest reward.
The next day, Chen Fan went to the Magic Academy to find Gongsun Liiguang. Gongsun Liiguang was surprised to see him. "Chen Fan, what brings you here?"
Chen Fan bowed and said, "Dean Gongsun, I want to learn a combat technique that combines
thunder and spear skills. I seek your guidance." Master-level spear skills refer to the ultimate mastery of spear techniques. Previously, Chen Fan had only used spear techniques to channel thunder, but that was not a true fusion of the two. Gongsun Liiguang was delighted to hear this. "What you want to learn must be thunder spear techniques, right?" "Yes, Dean, it's about using the spear to perform thunder-based combat techniques." Chen Fan nodded eagerly.
"Ha, you've come to the right place. Those guys in the Weapon Academy only know brute force. This kind of spear technique
is exclusive to our Magic Academy. Come, I'll show you some good books. Gongsun Liaguan laughed heartily and personally led him to the Magic Academy's exclusive library.
Chen Fan, an advanced spear technique can greatly enhance your combat power, but it's also extremely challenging. I suggest you start with gun techniques below grade A.
Anything above that level will be very difficult for you to master. Even if you do, the amount of thunder energy in your body won't be enough to execute effective moves. Chen Fan nodded silently.
The stronger the technique, the more thunder energy it required, this he understood. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Dean Gongsun, putting aside the difficulty, what do you think is
the strongest spear technique a 4th-tier thunder ability user can perform?
That would undoubtedly be the renowned 7 absolute spears of
Hell Suppression, Gongsun Liaguan replied with a smile.
This spear technique is considered the pinnacle of grade A techniques, created in the early
years by the Thunder Saint.
However, with your current strength, you can at most master the first 2 moves.
The first move is called Inverted Galaxy. When performed, the ability user wields a spear to summon thunder, transforming their surroundings into a vast galaxy.
The powerful airflow condenses the thunder into a swirling galactic vortex.
With one strike, the thunder falls like meteors, splitting the earth and destroying
everything in its path.
Dean Gongsun, is there a copy of this book here? Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked. Chen, are you really determined? Gongsun Liaguan frowned.
I've already reached the master level in spear techniques. I believe I can master it, Chen Fan replied firmly.
Gongsun Liaguan was momentarily speechless.
The higher the level of spear techniques, the easier it was for someone proficient to grasp them.
It was like asking a college student to solve middle school problems. They could answer them just by flipping through the textbook. He thought to himself, young people these days are really overconfident.
After searching for a while, he handed Chen Fan a thick copy of 7 Absolute Spears of Hell
Suppression.
Chen Fan was stunned as he looked at the book, which was as thick as 2 Xinhua dictionaries stacked together.
Just reading through it would take several days, let alone mastering it.
Chen, spear techniques of this level aren't that simple, Gongsun Liaguan couldn't help
but laugh. Do you know how many ability users your age have mastered powerful sword or spear techniques? Most people rely on their abilities to fight.
The stronger ones might attach their abilities to weapons and use simple moves in combination.
True high-level spear or sword techniques
require 3 to 5 years of dedicated practice to achieve any results.
For beginner ability users, it's better to focus on improving their ability levels rather than spending time on these techniques.
Only when they hit a bottleneck in their abilities do they start studying martial
skills. Chen Fan thought about it and realized it was true.
Although his spear skills were decent, they were still just basic moves like slashing, chopping, sweeping, and thrusting. Among the college students he had encountered, only Chu Kuang, a senior at Kunlun University, had mastered an advanced sword technique. With just the first 4 moves of heaven-defying sword technique, Chu Kuang had nearly defeated him.
When the technique
was performed, fierce winds howled, phenomena surged, and the moves were unpredictable. I'm not against you practicing advanced spear techniques.
I just want to remind you to prioritize.
Right now, the most important thing is to improve your ability level, Gongsun Liaguan said seriously.
Don't worry, Dean Gongsun.
After leaving the Magic Academy, Chen Fan headed straight to the training room at the Wolf Fang Martial Hall.
He couldn't
wait to see this top-tier grade A spear technique for himself.
7 Absolute Spears of Hell Suppression was divided into 7 moves. First move, Inverted Galaxy. Second move, Fleeting Splendor. Third move, Soul Reaper. Fourth move, Thunder's Homage. Fifth move, 8 Desolations Suppress
Hell. Sixth move, Heaven and Earth Cleave. Seventh move, Primordial Genesis. In the training room, Chen Fan immersed himself completely.
It took him an entire day just to read through the first 3 moves.
The last 4 moves he only skimmed through, as they required too much ability power and were completely out of reach for him. Closing the book, Chen Fan murmured, to summarize, the first move has the greatest power, the second move is incredibly fast, leaving the enemy no time to react, and the third move can automatically track the enemy, leaving them nowhere to escape.
The spear technique was comprehensive, and he was very satisfied with it. Over the next period, Chen Fan devoted a significant amount of time to studying this spear technique.
Although he was already at the master level, mastering even one move was still extremely challenging.
On August 20th, Nearly 2 months into the semester, Chen Fan received a message from Bai Mushi. Chen Fan, our team is planning to go to the Ancient Pass for training. Does your team want to join us?
Chen Fan looked at his phone and replied with a smile, Senior Bai, let me ask Mingzet and the others first.
Then I'll get back to you.
Ever since he met this sophomore senior, she often invited them to train together.
After a month, everyone had become quite familiar with each other.
With a sparring partner, Zhao Mingzet and the others had made rapid progress.
The next day, a group of 10 gathered at the entrance of the National Martial Arts School.
Bai Mushi's team was called the Ice Edge Squad, consisting of 3 women and 2 men.
Besides,
Bai Mushi, one of the women had a baby face and was named Lui.
Her ability was extremely rare, an S-level support type called Starlight Divine Radiance.
She could shoot out starlight energy to connect with teammates, boosting their combat power by 30%.
This ability was particularly powerful because it provided a group-wide enhancement.
The other woman was even more striking.
She carried a square shield in her left hand and a large sword in her right.
She was taller than Gao Yuan, with a physique resembling a small mountain, solid and sturdy rather than bulky.
Her name was
Chen Yuan, and she was the defensive and damage-absorbing expert of the Ice Edge Squad, possessing the S-level ability Mountain Shaking Overlord.
Body.
Among the 2 men, one was bald and dressed in black, named Zhou Yan. His ability was an A-level Inferno Control, allowing him to summon raging flames at will and turn the surroundings into a sea of fire.
The other man was slender and named Lin Yu, with an A-level Wind-type ability called Storm Sprint.
Not only was he as fast as lightning, but he could also stir up fierce winds to disrupt enemies.
Of the 5, only Bai Mushi
was at the mid-stage of Tier 3, while the other 4 were at the early stage of Tier 3. The overall strength of the Ice Edge Squad was significantly higher than that of the Thunder Squad, except for Chen Fan, of course. Everyone greeted each other warmly, already quite familiar.
Zhao Mingze looked at the group and said, It's been a while since we entered a dimensional space. Should we go to Giant Peak Pass or Ancient Ruins Pass?
Bai Mushi turned to Chen Fan and said, Chen Fan, I suggest we go to Giant Peak Pass. There was a beast tied there recently, and the military cleared it out once, but there are still plenty of exotic beasts left. The school encourages us to hunt exotic beasts, and there are generous rewards.
I have
no objections, Chen Fan replied with a smile. Rewards weren't important to him, he mainly wanted to practice his spear techniques and accumulate
kill points.
He felt he was just one step away from mastering the first 3 moves of the 7 Absolute Spear of Hell and urgently needed real
combat experience. Giant Peak Pass works for me. I'm ready to fight exotic beasts for 3 days and nights, Gao Yuan said in a deep voice.
This lunatic, Zhou Yan and Lin Yu exchanged dry smiles. Recently, Gao Yuan had been sparring with them almost daily, refusing to stop until he
was completely exhausted. They couldn't take it anymore, so they had nicknamed him Madman.
Soon, the group reached a consensus to head to Giant Peak Pass. The dimensional space entrance at Giant Peak Pass was uniquely located at the top of a towering peak in Qiangzhou City, Shanxi Province. The terrain was treacherous, and it took them half an hour by cable car to reach the summit.
Although many teams entered and exited the dimensional
space, such a young team still attracted quite a bit of attention.
Shortly after entering the dimensional space, they noticed a mercenary group tailing them. The mercenaries were strong, with 2 leaders at the early stage of Tier 4.
Chen Fan's group also took note of them.
Lin Yu said gravely, We're being targeted. What should we do? We're not far from the entrance, so they probably won't dare make a move. Should we retreat from the dimensional space for now? His face showed concern.
In the dimensional space, one not only had to guard against exotic beasts but also against
humans.
As everyone hesitated, Chen Fan said coldly, No need. He turned to face the group, his aura erupting.
10 seconds. Disappear from my sight, or don't blame me for being ruthless.
His voice thundered like a storm. The mercenaries were startled, his figure like a spear piercing the
sky, radiating sharpness. Retreat! Retreat now!
The mercenaries scattered like frightened birds, fleeing desperately.
On Chen Fan's side, everyone watched the dramatic scene, unable to help but marvel.
Let's go, Chen Fan said expressionlessly, leading the group deeper into the dimensional
space. Soon, they encountered their first exotic beast, a Tier 3 early-stage one-horned wild bull. I'll take care of this one, Gao Yuan volunteered.
Drawing 2 battle axes from his back and charging at the wild bull, after training, his combat strength improved significantly.
5 minutes
Later, he chopped off the bull's head alive.
Madman, the horn of the one-horned wild bull is valuable. Dig it out, it can sell for a good price. Lin Yu kindly reminded. Gao Yuan quickly cut off the horn and stuffed it into his backpack. After walking for a few more minutes, a blazing scarlet wind wolf appeared in their sight.
It was incredibly fast, possessing both wind and fire attributes.
A wave of heat surged forward as the beast charged at them.
Its sharp claws swiped fiercely at Lin Yu's head. Startled, Lin Yu immediately activated his storm sprint ability, summoning a gust of wind from behind to blow toward the blazing scarlet wind wolf. The wind swept past the beast's body, merely shaking its flames.
Not good. At the
critical moment, a black spear blocked the sharp claws.
Everyone, fall back.
Chen Fan's voice was cold and stern.
This blazing scarlet wind wolf
was at the mid-4th tier, making it a perfect opponent for him to hone his spear techniques.
He didn't use his basic thunder domain, relying solely on his spear skills to face the enemy. Thunder coursed along the black Godslayer spear, resembling a dormant dragon awakening.
With a single thrust, the spear's tip spun with lightning, clashing repeatedly with the blazing scarlet wind wolf. As he fought, Chen Fan attuned himself to the
rhythm of his spear.
His spear techniques had become as fluid as flowing water, each move showcasing the mastery of a grandmaster.
After 10
minutes of combat, the blazing scarlet wind wolf was visibly exhausted, while Chen Fan remained full of energy. The power of thunder encircled the
spear, unwavering.
He had truly achieved a state of focused concentration. Every move was precise, wasting not an ounce of strength.
5 minutes
later, the blazing scarlet wind wolf collapsed completely, barely breathing. Pathetic, Chen Fan sneered inwardly, driving his spear through its head. The surrounding people cast admiring glances at him. While everyone was still training hard in the dimensional space, in the top-floor office of the Baidi Group headquarters in Chang'an City, a middle-aged man in a suit was bent over, processing documents.
The door was knocked, and a man in combat attire walked in.
Big brother, our people have sent word that the boy has left National Martial University, the man in combat attire
reported. The man in the suit furrowed his brows, standing up abruptly, his gaze icy. He finally decided to leave National Martial University?
Where
is he now? He asked coldly, staring at the man in combat attire. We've been keeping an eye on him.
He entered Giant Peak Pass, the man replied
nervously.
Kill him and bring back that dragon, at all costs, the man in the suit commanded. Rest assured, big brother.
If he doesn't die, I'll
bring you my head, the man vowed.
Thank you, second brother, the man in the suit said.
Baidi Group was the largest enterprise in Shaanxi province, and its leader, Bai Yaozong, was Bai Zun's father. Ever since Bai Zun was severely injured by Chen Fan, Bai Yaozong had harbored a deep hatred for him. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had hatched a dragon egg, his obsession grew. Someone had informed him that the abilities of the Soul Dragon were compatible with his son, and the dragon's flesh and blood could help his son recover. All these factors combined led him to take the risk,
even if it meant offending National Martial University.
Of course, he had already made arrangements. If things went south, he would shift all the blame onto his second brother, claiming it was his unilateral action and had nothing to do with him.
In the eyes of these wealthy tycoons, human relationships were of little consequence.
In the dimensional space, the number of beasts slain by the group had exceeded 100.
Chen Fan had
made 10 moves in total, each time draining the beasts of their last ounce of strength to ensure their complete demise. In doing so, his understanding of spear techniques deepened. The next day, the group rested briefly in a quiet valley.
The continuous battles had left everyone somewhat fatigued. Chen Fan, like a magician, pulled out a grill.
Zhao Mingze and the others busied themselves, some cutting up beast meat, some starting a fire,
and others skewering the meat.
The scene resembled a picnic gathering.
Boss, I suspect you must have a fourth ability. Is it related to space? Zhao Mingze leaned in and asked in a low voice.
Mind your own business, Chen Fan kicked him lightly. In truth, he wished he had spatial abilities, but he was still far from collecting 10 spatial ability fragments.
Just as everyone was enjoying the food, a green arrow suddenly pierced through the air, silently aiming for Chen Fan's head. The arrow flew incredibly fast. It wasn't an ordinary arrow but one shot by a special ability user.
Chen Fan was eating skewers and feeling thirsty, so he bent down to grab a can of beer from the ground.
This simple action saved his life. A green arrow whizzed past the top of his head and struck a massive boulder nearby. the boulder exploded with a deafening roar. Ah! The people joking around were startled and immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings. Several hundred meters away, a man holding a longbow looked regretful.
He snorted coldly and, with lightning-fast movements, shot 3 more arrows in quick succession, aiming once again at Chen Fan.
Chen Fan was already prepared.
As soon as the arrows entered his line of sight, he swiftly dodged. The arrows missed him but exploded upon hitting the ground, and the
shockwaves still affected him. The arrows are coming from over there, Bai Mushi urgently pointed out.
Chen Fan coughed twice, patted the dust off. His face and his expression darkened. The enemy was clearly targeting him.
What do we do, Brother Fan? The group asked anxiously. This time,
the opponent changed tactics.
Instead of targeting Chen Fan alone, they fired over a dozen arrows in rapid succession, launching an indiscriminate attack on the entire team.
The arrows were so fast that, apart from Chen Fan, the others found it nearly impossible to evade.
Zhao Mingzi swung
his sword, releasing a wave of sword energy that barely managed to block one volley. He looked at Zhao Mingzi and the others and whispered, "In a
moment, I'll find a way to distract them. You take the chance to return to Guwu immediately." Brother Fan, what are you planning to do? Everyone grew nervous. Determination appeared on Chen Fan's face. There was only one way to get everyone out of this predicament: capture Bai Zun. But with so many experts around, he could only use that move. A golden wooden fish appeared in his hand. He tapped it, and a golden swastika symbol appeared in the air.
Chen Fan strode out of the mental barrier.
He had 10 seconds of invincibility, enough time to capture Bai Zun. Lightning flash thunder technique.
Chen Fan silently chanted in his heart, instantly transforming into a lightning form. His figure moved as fast as a bolt of lightning. He dashed past the crowd, grabbing someone in passing.
By the time everyone reacted, Bai Zun was already gone. He took Zuner. Bai Yaozu roared in fury. "Chase him! Don't let him escape!"
Chen Fan reverted from his lightning form, released Qingyu, and quickly swallowed a Shangyuan pill. At this moment, Bai Zun, whom he held in his hand, had already been knocked unconscious.
"Qingyu, hurry, get me out of here!" Qingyu acted swiftly, grabbing Chen Fan and Bai Zun.
Using the Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon skill, it moved at an incredible speed, disappearing from sight in
an instant. Bai Yaozu couldn't catch up and hatched a plan.
"You, go back and capture those students." He knew Chen Fan had used a mental barrier
to protect everyone and would surely return to save them.
Inside the mental barrier, Zhao Mingzi and the others were filled with mixed emotions.
Chen Fan had risked everything to save them. "Do you think the boss will be okay?" Wu Yu asked softly. "He'll be fine. Brother Fan will definitely
be okay," Zhao Mingzi said firmly. "Hurry up, Chen Fan told us to leave the dimensional space immediately," Ling Yu urged.
"Yes, once we're out.
Contact the school teachers to rescue Chen Fan," Zhao Mingzi said. Although Zhao Mingzi, Gao Yuan, and the others were reluctant, they knew the situation
was urgent and rushed toward the dimensional space's exit.
10 minutes later, Qingyu shook off the pursuers and brought Chen Fan to a dense forest. Chen Fan had recovered some of his abilities. Looking at the unconscious Bai Zun, he fell into deep thought.
Killing him would end it all.
But if the Bai family catches up, there'll be no chance to fight back. After thinking for a while, he decided to keep Bai Zun alive for now.
Elsewhere, a psychic near Bai Yaozu transformed into a hellhound.
It sniffed the air and quickly located Chen Fan.
"Brother Yao, that kid might have
a treasure that conceals his aura. I couldn't smell him, but I caught the young master's scent 8 o'clock direction."
"Good. Follow me. We must capture him."
As Chen Fan sat cross-legged, recovering his abilities, a green light shot toward him. Chen Fan remained vigilant and dodged with a
lightning flash at the first moment.
Immediately, he grabbed Bai Zun from the ground and held him in front of himself.
Seconds later, Bai Yaozu and
his men surrounded him completely.
"Chen Fan, hand over Bai Zun, and I'll let you go," Bai Yaozu said coldly. "Do you take me for a fool?" Chen Fan sneered. "Everyone, back off, or I'll kill him right now." As he spoke, lightning surged at his fingertips. "You wouldn't dare!" Bai Yaozu shouted in panic. "If you don't want him dead, back off. Once I'm safe, I'll release him." Bai Yaozu's face twisted with rage. "I'm counting to 3. If you don't back off, I'll kill him."
1, 2. Chen Fan's voice was cold and resolute, without a trace of hesitation.
"Let him go!" Bai Yaozu roared.
The people surrounding Chen Fan slowly made way.
"Don't move.
I'll release him 5 kilometers away, Chen Fan said coldly, striding away. His speed was astonishing as he activated the Gale Thunder Shadow Step. Before long, he arrived at a swamp. Chen Fan glanced at Bai Zun in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly exerted force, snapping Bai Zun's neck. Letting you live is not an option. With that, he tossed Bai Zun's corpse to the ground, unfolded his thunder wings, and flew swiftly over the swamp. A few minutes later, Bai Yaozu and his men arrived at the scene. Seeing Bai Zun's corpse, Bai Yaozu let out a furious roar. Chen Fan! I will make you pay. Chen Fan used the hidden soul pearl in low altitude flight to leave no trace in the swamp, quickly shaking off his pursuers. He had no intention of leaving the dimensional space. Among the Bai family group, the strongest was only at the peak of the 4th tier. Acting alone, he felt no pressure, as these people had no chance of catching him. Moreover, he still needed to continue practicing his spear techniques. After altering his appearance, Chen Fan began searching for traces of exotic beasts. Meanwhile, Bai Yaozu had completely lost track of him. The team dispersed and began a wide-scale search. By the lakeside, Chen Fan was locked in a fierce battle with a late 4th-tier bronze-toothed violent crocodile. The crocodile's body was incredibly tough and ferocious, lunging at Chen Fan with relentless aggression. Chen Fan showed no fear, his spear techniques growing increasingly sharp. The first move of the 7 Absolute Spear of the Prison, Inverted Galaxy, was nearing perfection. He took a deep breath, his aura surging. The spear in his hand trembled slightly, as if accumulating boundless power. Specks of starlight began to flicker along the spear's shaft, resembling stars in the night sky. Inverted Galaxy was finally comprehended. The bronze-toothed violent crocodile sensed an unprecedented threat, a trace of panic flashing in its eyes. It roared angrily, turned, and leapt into the lake, swimming toward the depths. Chen Fan's gaze was resolute, as if reflecting the entire starry sky. The spear spun in the air, thunder gathering like a torrential downpour, the scene resembling an inverted galaxy. In the next moment, the god-slaying spear thrust forward violently. Where the spear tip pointed, the space roared as if it were about to shatter. A powerful bolt of thunder shot forth, carrying destructive force. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky. A thick blue-purple thunderbolt plunged into the lake, instantly piercing 10 fathoms of water and striking the crocodile directly. With a deafening explosion, the crocodile's tough body was blasted to pieces. The lake water turned red. Without looking back, Chen Fan lifted his spear and left. The Bai family members were frantic, like ants on a hot pan, as their search yielded no results. They knew time was running out, after all, even Zhao Ming's group hadn't caught up. Chen Fan continued his path of slaughter. With Inverted Galaxy mastered, his next goal was the second move of the 7 Absolute Spear of the Prison, Fleeting Radiance. Fleeting Radiance emphasized extreme speed, showcasing the most beautiful power in an instant. The speed was so fast it seemed to freeze time, the beauty fleeting, and the enemy's life ending in that moment. With the foundation of the first move, the second move was much simpler for Chen Fan. After numerous battles, he finally grasped the threshold. At this point, he set his sights on a late 4th-tier wind-devouring demon wolf. This exotic beast was incredibly fast, wielding the power of wind, and even peak 4th-tier ability users dared not provoke it lightly. Chen Fan decided to use it to hone Fleeting Radiance. The wind-devouring demon wolf was the overlord of the grasslands, capable of riding the wind. Even with Chen Fan pushing his Gale Thunder Shadow Step to the limit, he couldn't fully match its speed. Surrounded by green wind blades, each of its attacks carried a sharp whistling sound. Chen Fan's god-slaying spear danced, creating countless spear shadows as thunder clashed with wind blades. He continuously pushed his limits, giving his all. He understood that only by risking everything could he quickly master Fleeting Radiance. Faster, faster. This became his sole thought. The movements, power flow, and thunder control of the second move of the 7 Absolute Spear of the Prison replayed in his mind repeatedly. Gradually, the spear shadows in his figure merged into one, thunder shadows encircling his body. At this moment, his spear speed broke through its bottleneck. The spear became lightning, and lightning could transform into a spear. Die! Chen Fan coldly uttered a single word. A thunderous flower bloomed in an instant, like an ephemeral blossom. In the next moment, the spear pierced through the air, its tip radiating the brightest light. The spear, like a bolt of lightning, instantly penetrated the heart of the wind-devouring demon wolf. Chen Fan retrieved his spear and turned to leave. 10 minutes later, his abilities were replenished. Chen Fan took out the book recording the 7 absolute spear of the prison and carefully reread the full details of the third move, Soul Reaper. The essence of Soul Reaper was that no matter how agile the opponent's movements, once locked onto by this move, escape was impossible. This move required not only speed but also seamless flexibility, emphasizing the unity of man and spear. With the spear moving as the heart-willed, Chen Fan hunted several exotic beasts in succession but still couldn't find that feeling. Just then, he encountered 3 members of the Bai family. "Perfect, I'll use you 3 to test my spear," Chen Fan sneered coldly, shedding his disguise and striding out from his hiding spot. The 3 were searching for him, and seeing him appear so brazenly, their killing intent surged. "Kid, why aren't you hiding anymore? Have you accepted your fate and decided to make it quick?" one of them sneered, coldly, staring at Chen Fan. Chen Fan shook his head lightly and stepped closer to the 3. "I'm here to send you on your way. Courting death." The 3 roared, drawing their blades and charging at him. "Just what I wanted," Chen Fan said, swinging his Godslayer spear to meet them head-on. His spear moved like a serpent, and even against 3 opponents, he was not at a disadvantage. The Bai family trio grew increasingly tense as the fight went on. Chen Fan's fierce strength, terrifying spear techniques, and overwhelming thunderous aura made them feel utterly outmatched. "Combine forces," one of them shouted. The 3 stood back to back, their auras merging instantly. Their 3 weapons emitted a strange glow, intertwining to form a massive blade of light that slashed fiercely toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan showed no fear and let out a low shout, prison-suppressing. 7 absolute spear, first form, inverted galaxy. A vision of a starry river surrounded him, and thunderous power shot forth from his spear. The thunder clashed with the light blade, shattering it instantly. The thunderous force, unstoppable like a raging river, sent the 3 flying. Then, the Godslayer spear bloomed with 3 thunderous flowers. The trio had no time to react as their hearts were pierced by 3 streaks of light. This was Chen Fan's prison-suppressing 7 absolute spear, second form, fleeting glory. "Congratulations, host. Kill points increased by 3,000. The system's notification sounded just as Chen Fan was feeling a bit pleased with himself. Then another prompt followed: "System mission, hunt by Yaozu. Mission level D. Completion will grant a chance to draw a reward." Chen Fan frowned slightly. With his current strength and mastery of the first 2 spear forms, defeating Bai Yaozu, a peak 4th-tier expert, was unlikely. The further he progressed, the harder it became to fight opponents of higher levels. But Chen Fan had a plan. As long as he mastered the 3rd form, Soul Reaper, and had Qing Yu's assistance, he was confident he could kill Bai Yaozu. "Next, I'll kill enemies while practicing the 3rd spear form," he decided. After collecting the trio's weapons into his spatial ring, he left quietly. Half an hour later, he was battling a late 4th-tier forest giant lizard in a dense forest. An hour after that, he encountered 2 more members of the Bai family and dispatched them effortlessly within 10 seconds. As he bent down to collect his spoils, a green arrow shot toward his back at lightning speed. Chen Fan, ever alert, deflected the arrow with a flick of his Godslayer spear. The Bai family archer was shocked, not expecting his sneak attack to be so easily thwarted. No wonder the young master was defeated by him, he thought, but his hands didn't stop. 3 consecutive arrows shot out, like venomous snakes lunging at Chen Fan. Chen Fan snorted coldly, flicking his spear to deflect all 3 arrows. "A marksman daring to reveal his position, truly courting death," he muttered, activating his lightning shadow step. Moving as fast as a bolt of lightning, he charged at the archer. The archer frantically fired arrows, but Chen Fan's spear techniques had advanced significantly, and every arrow was deflected. Panicked, the archer tried to retreat, but he couldn't escape Chen Fan's speed. In a flash of lightning, the Godslayer spear pierced through his back. Chen Fan bent down to pick up the bow and arrows. The bow was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, clearly of high grade. Though not quite B grade, this bow is at least C grade and worth tens of millions, he thought excitedly, storing the loot in his spatial ring. Over the next half-day, he encountered several more members of the Bai family, all of whom he easily eliminated. Aside from Bai Yaozu, there should only be 2 Bai family members left, Chen Fan calculated silently. Afterward, Chen Fan hunted a few more exotic beasts, but still couldn't execute the Soul Reaper move. An hour later, he arrived at a wide mountain valley and encountered an exceptionally powerful exotic beast. This was a silver-armored ghost mantis, 4 meters long, its entire body clad in silver armor. Even more terrifying were its forelimbs. mutated into two sharp sights over 2 meters long, gleaming with a cold light. This creature's aura is overwhelming, almost at the peak of the fourth tier. Chen Fan's heart tightened as he stared at the two sides. Moments ago, he had witnessed the silver-armored ghost mantis shred a late fourth-tier crimson flame tiger into pieces within a few exchanges. The silver-armored ghost mantis was crouched, gnawing on the crimson flame tiger's corpse. Sensing Chen Fan's presence, it raised its head and fixed its massive compound eyes coldly on him. Chen Fan gripped the Godslayer spear tightly, the power of thunder within him slowly circulating, emitting a faint sizzling sound. He knew that, judging by the icy metallic sheen and the ferocious aura, this was going to be an extremely intense battle. In nature, insects possess exceptional abilities, and with the same body size, they can easily overpower lions and tigers. Therefore, this massive mantis was not to be trifled with. Just as Chen Fan was contemplating his strategy, the silver-armored ghost mantis launched its attack. Its hind legs stomped the ground forcefully, propelling its body forward like a spring, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, heading straight for Chen Fan. The two giant sides were raised high and slashed down fiercely. Chen Fan reacted swiftly, raising the Godslayer spear horizontally to block the sides, but the immense pressure transmitted through his arms nearly forced him to his knees. So strong, he thought in shock. At that moment, all 12 of his meridians were taut like drawn bowstrings. His strength surging, he pushed the sides away with great effort and dodged 10 meters back. However, the silver-armored ghost mantis pressed its attack relentlessly, its sides creating dense afterimages, aiming to slice him into pieces. Chen Fan, of course, was no pushover. He quickly counterattacked with the Godslayer spear. But his arms soon grew numb, and his palms ached faintly. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, its strikes incredibly fast, leaving him no room to breathe, let alone execute his galaxy reversal technique. He had attempted fleeting bloom several times, but it had little effect. The opponent's silver armor was incredibly tough, and Chen Fan couldn't pierce it. Unless he could strike its compound eyes and directly penetrate its brain, there was no way to kill it. But the opponent wasn't foolish either, its sides whistled through the air with no apparent openings, leaving Chen Fan no chance to target its eyes. To kill it, I'll need the assistance of Death Stare or master the soul reaping technique, Chen Fan thought, gritting his teeth and resisting the urge to use Death Stare. He decided to use this battle as an opportunity to fully comprehend soul reaping. If I fail, so be it, he encouraged himself. Sometimes, only by risking everything can one surpass others. As he adapted to the attack rhythm of the silver-armored ghost mantis, Chen Fan's spear techniques became more agile and unpredictable. A faint sense of enlightenment began to emerge in his heart, and the trajectory of the Godslayer spear grew increasingly elusive. Spear shadows intertwined with flashes of lightning, and gradually, he began to grasp the essence of that power. As time passed, this feeling grew stronger and stronger. Now's the time. Chen Fan's mind focused, and with a shout, he swung his spear. Hell-suppressing 7 absolute spear, third form, soul reaping. As he uttered the command, his energy, spirit, and focus reached their peak. The Godslayer spear thrust forward, simple and unadorned. But the power of thunder erupted from its tip, splitting into multiple streams of lightning, each following a different trajectory yet converging on the same target. It was precisely because the lightning was dispersed that it bypassed the side's defenses. When all the streams of lightning converged, they formed a surging river, rushing toward the compound eyes of the silver-armored ghost mantis. That immense power seemed capable of destroying anything in its path. The silver-armored ghost mantis was powerless to resist. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the streams of lightning pierced through its compound eyes, directly destroying its brain. The silver-armored ghost mantis let out a miserable screech, its massive body swaying a few times before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Chen Fan exhaled deeply and slumped to the ground. This battle had been exceptionally grueling, but he had finally mastered the third form of the hell-suppressing 7 absolute spear. Rest for half an hour. Next, it's time to hunt Bai Yaozu. Mastering the third form gave him the confidence to face Bai Yaozu. Now, his combat strength was nearing the pinnacle of the late 4th tier. While he might not be able to defeat Bai Yaozu in a one-on-one fight, with Qing Yu's assistance, he had a good chance of victory. Half an hour later, Chen Fan stood up and began searching for Bai Yaozu's whereabouts. Before long, he encountered another member of the Bai family. In the forest, Chen Fan easily defeated him, forced out Bai Yaozu's location, and ended his life with a single shot.
Finally, an hour later, he came face to face with Bai Yaozu in front of a small hill. Chen Fan had many ways to kill Bai Yaozu. For instance, he could use his mimicry ability to disguise himself and ambush his opponent, or deliver an unexpected fatal blow with his death stare. But today, he chose an open and honorable method of combat. He did this for two reasons: to enhance his life and death combat skills and to hone his abilities in preparation for advancing to a third-tier ability user. Bai Yaozu was accompanied by another man. When the two saw Chen Fan, their faces immediately turned cold. Chen Fan! Bai Yaozu roared, raising his Vajra mace and smashing it toward Chen Fan. The man beside him stepped forward first. "Boss, let me teach this kid a lesson," he sneered, charging at Chen Fan with two massive brass hammers. "You're courting death." Chen Fan sneered coldly, raising his spear to meet the attack. "Die!" The man swung his giant hammer down with all his might. Chen Fan, holding his spear with one hand, forcefully blocked the attack. "Is this all the strength you have to wield a hammer?" His eyes darkened, and with a sudden movement of his spear, a thunderous flower bloomed and vanished in an instant. Chen Fan let out a cold snort, and his figure instantly split into two shadows. The Thunder Shadow Clone technique was incredibly powerful in battle. He was actually able to fight the injured Bai Yaozu to a standstill. At the same time, Xingyu unleashed the Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon technique, launching a frenzied assault on Bai Yaozu from the side. One man and one dragon managed to suppress Bai Yaozu. Surrounded and under attack, Bai Yaozu found himself in a desperate situation. Hatred surged in his heart. He hadn't expected Chen Fan and Cheng Yu to be so difficult to deal with. Fear began to rise within him, and he chose to flee. But Chen Fan gave him no chance. The third form of the prison-suppressing seven deadly spear, Soul Reaping Strike, was unleashed. Countless streaks of light shot out from the spear tip, seemingly guided by a mysterious force, all converging on Bai Yaozu's back. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the streaks of light converged and detonated. Bai Yaozu's fleeing figure collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Chen Fan dropped to one knee, the earlier burst of power having drained all his abilities. "Congratulations, host. The mission to hunt Bai Yaozu has been completed. You are now eligible for the lottery draw." The system's notification sounded. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately chose to draw. The reward for the D-level mission was 2 consecutive draws from the white prize pool. The first draw was completed quickly. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 space ability fragment." Chen Fan's face lit up with joy. He had just acquired another space ability fragment, bringing his total to 3. "Looks like my luck is pretty good." Chen Fan smiled and proceeded to start the second draw. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a comprehension enhancement card. Upon use, comprehension ability increases 5-fold for 1 hour. A comprehension enhancement card?" Chen Fan's eyes widened instantly. This was the first time he had seen such a card. A 5-fold increase in comprehension? With this card, I should be able to master the 4th form of the prison-suppressing 7 deadly spear, 10,000 thunders bowing, ahead of schedule. Chen Fan was thrilled. If he could master this move, the National College Freshman tournament would be in the bag. Adjusting his mindset, Chen Fan decided not to linger in the dimensional space. He quickly left with Qingyu. At this moment, everything outside Jufeng Pass seemed calm. Suddenly, 3 imposing figures appeared, their overwhelming presence instantly putting the soldiers on edge. The 3 hovered in mid-air, their aura dominating the entire Jufeng Pass. They were none other than Huangfu Chang, Dai Zhangshan, and Tian Xiong. The arrival of these 3 grandmasters was, of course, because of Chen Fan. After Zhao Mingzet and the others escaped from the dimensional space, they immediately contacted Huangfu Chang. Upon hearing that Chen Fan was in danger, Huangfu Chang was furious and rushed to Jufeng Pass without delay. The arrival of the 3 grandmasters immediately alerted Jufeng Pass, even startling the highest-ranking commander, Grandmaster Hongwu. Initially, Hongwu thought it was an attack by the Beast Worship sect and was taken aback. Only upon seeing Huangfu Chang and the others did he breathe a sigh of relief. He flew into the sky and faced the 3 from a distance. "Brother Huangfu, why the urgency?" Hongwu asked. "Hongwu, I need you to mobilize all the soldiers within the pass to help me find someone," Huangfu Chang said anxiously. "Who could make you so nervous?" Hongwu was surprised. "It's a genius from our academy, Chen Fan. He's being hunted in the dimensional space. If something happens to him,
It will be a great loss to the National Martial Academy and will impact the entire Great Xia.
Is a single student really that important? Hone.
Wu was puzzled. However, mobilizing all the troops to search for a student was clearly against protocol.
The army's duty is to guard Jufeng Pass and prevent beast invasions, not to search for people, Hongwu firmly refused.
Hongwu, if you don't cooperate, don't expect the National Martial Academy to assist you when the beast tide breaks out in the future, Dai Jiangshan said, glaring angrily.
The atmosphere instantly became tense, and
everyone in Jufeng Pass held their breath. They all wanted to know who this Chen Fan was to warrant such attention from 3 grandmasters of the
National Martial Academy. Just then, Chen Fan happened to emerge from the dimensional spaces exit.
Looking up, he saw the 3 figures hovering
in the air. Overjoyed, he waved and shouted, "Teachers, I'm here."
The surroundings were already silent, and his voice immediately drew everyone's
attention. All eyes turned to him.
The 3 in the air also noticed him, and their tense expressions relaxed as they flew toward him.
"Chen Fan, are you hurt?"
The 3 surrounded him, carefully inspecting him.
Everyone at Jufeng Pass looked at Chen Fan, who was encircled by the 3 grandmasters, with envy. "Where are the people chasing you?" Huang Fu Chang asked after confirming he was fine.
"Dead," Chen Fan replied calmly.
"Dead?"
The 3 exclaimed in unison, astonished.
"Yes, I killed them."
Huang Fu Chang and the others were dumbfounded. Those chasing Chen Fan were 4th-tier peak experts.
"Good lad." The 3 exchanged glances and laughed heartily. The day after returning to Guowu University, a piece of news shook the entire Shaanxi province.
The Baidi Group, a major enterprise, collapsed overnight, and the Bai family's upper echelon was wiped out by a
mysterious force. People speculated that Guowu University was behind it, but no one dared to discuss it openly in Shaanxi territory. A few days later, in Huang Fu Cheng's office, Chen Fan and Huang Fu Cheng sat face to face.
"Principal Huang Fu, I plan to visit Lei Yuan to prepare for advancing to a 3rd-tier ability user," Chen Fan said. He felt he had reached the limit of the 2nd tier.
Huang Fu Cheng nodded. Lei Yuan is particularly
beneficial for lightning-type ability users, helping them comprehend natural thunder.
However, Lei Yuan is different from other dimensional spaces.
It is not guarded by the military but controlled by the 6 major families of Nanling.
You must be cautious when you go. Don't worry, Principal,
Chen Fan said with a solemn nod. In the afternoon, Chen Fan boarded a high-speed train heading to Nanling alone.
As the name suggests, Lei Yuan
is filled with thunder and lightning, along with numerous lightning-type exotic beasts, making it a frequent destination for lightning-type ability users. Unlike other dimensional spaces, Lei Yuan has a toll gate at its entrance.
Chen Fan paid 100,000 yuan to gain entry.
As soon as he stepped into Lei Yuan, he saw terrifying thunder gathering in the sky. Lightning struck continuously, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The air was filled with electric arcs, and all ability users had to endure the burning sensation caused by the arcs. However, Chen Fan felt nothing. The arcs struck him without even causing a ripple. This time, Chen Fan's goal was not to hunt exotic beasts but to find a special liquid. This liquid, called thunder liquid, is a liquefied form of thunder and lightning. Thunder liquid is extremely valuable, an excellent elixir for strengthening the body, with a single drop worth tens of millions. The formation of thunder liquid is irregular, leading to the emergence of a special profession in Lei Yuan called Thunder Seekers. These individuals are active in Lei Yuan, solely focused on finding this precious thunder liquid.
Chen Fan cautiously walked
through Lei Yuan for a long time, hunting several lightning exotic beasts along the way, but he did not absorb their thunder energy. At this moment, in the sky a kilometer away, thunder surged down like a tide, striking continuously. In this area, the thunder was golden and exceptionally dazzling, attracting the attention of many thunder seekers. It's actually a golden thunderstorm. After the storm ends, thunder liquid will definitely appear, and it will be golden thunder liquid. This type of thunder liquid is 10 times more valuable than ordinary thunder liquid. Before long, hundreds of people had gathered here, their eyes filled with greed, ready to snatch the thunder liquid at any moment. However, the thunder was still striking relentlessly, and no one dared to act rashly, only waiting quietly for the thunder to dissipate. Chen Fan was also somewhat excited. He hadn't expected to be so lucky, encountering the birth of thunder liquid as soon as he arrived at Lei Yuan. Everyone, this thunderstorm was discovered first by the Xiao family. "Please leave immediately," a woman in battle attire shouted loudly.
Behind her was a group of people, each with a fierce gaze, ready to act at any moment. It's Xiao Hongmei. She's the only daughter of the Xiao family. The Xiao family patriarch has 6 sons and only one daughter, who is spoiled endlessly. If we offend her, we won't be able to survive in Nanling. Better to let it go. The surrounding people whispered among themselves, giving up the idea of competing for the Golden Thunder liquid. Xiao Hongmei's eyes flashed with pride. In Nanling, as long as she spoke, no one dared to disrespect her. Although many people retreated, some stayed to watch the spectacle. After all, Golden Thunder liquid was too rare. Chen Fan stood silently to the side, expressionless. Just a few words to make him give up? Impossible. Moreover, he didn't mingle in Nanling and didn't care about the Xiao family's reputation at all. At this moment, the thunder began to gradually dissipate, and the golden arcs of lightning converged toward the center, condensing into a golden lightning liquid the size of a peanut, floating in midair. The golden lightning liquid has formed, Xiao Hongmei said with a smile as she walked toward the lightning liquid. Suddenly, a figure flashed past her and directly grabbed the lightning liquid in the air. It was Chen Fan. After obtaining the lightning liquid, he didn't linger and quickly fled. Xiao Hongmei was stunned for a moment, not expecting someone to dare to snatch her possession. Damn it! Catch that little thief. I'll make him regret it for the rest of his life. Her face turned red with anger as she ordered the people behind her. The group behind her was formidable, led by Shou Hong, a 5th-tier ability user. How dare he steal from the young lady? Kill him. They chased after Chen Fan like madmen, feeling the murderous intent. Behind him, Chen Fan didn't dare to stop and accelerated his pace. However, the opponents were too strong and much faster than him. Sensing the pursuers getting closer, he scanned his surroundings and decisively rushed toward the area where the thunder was most concentrated. Before long, a valley appeared before him, with thunder rolling violently. Without hesitation, Chen Fan dashed into the valley. The pursuers stopped at the edge of the valley, not daring to enter. Xiao Hong glared at Chen Fan. That brat actually dared to enter Thunder Valley. The lightning here can easily kill a 5th-tier ability user. The people behind him looked grim. Boss, should we go in? Are you kidding? Do you want to be struck into ashes by the lightning? Xiao Hong responded coldly. At this moment, Xiao Hongmei also arrived. Knowing the dangers of Thunder Valley, her expression turned sour. Inside the valley, the countless bolts of lightning didn't attack Chen Fan. As expected, my thunder-devouring sacred body shares the same origin as the lightning here. The lightning automatically ignores me, so I'm completely safe here. Thinking this, he grew bolder and directly held the golden lightning liquid in his hand, preparing to absorb it. Outside, Xiao Hongmei's eyes burned with fury. Brat, if you dare ruin my treasure, I'll never let you off. Chen Fan met her gaze with a mocking look. Want to kill me? Then come in. He shrugged, looking indifferent. The Xiao family members' faces darkened, unable to understand why the lightning didn't attack Chen Fan. Xiao Hongmei pointed at someone in the group. You, go in and see if the lightning really won't strike people. The person she pointed at turned pale but didn't dare to resist. He cautiously stepped into Thunder Valley. As soon as he entered, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, instantly reducing him to ashes. The Xiao family members' pupils contracted sharply at the sight. Young lady, the lightning hasn't lost its effect. That brat must have used some method to avoid being attacked by it, Xiao Hong said. Then what do we do? Am I just going to let him take my lightning liquid? Xiao Hongmei said angrily. Don't worry, young lady. That brat can't stay in Thunder Valley forever. As soon as he dares to come out, I'll capture him and force the golden lightning liquid out of his body, Xiao Hong sneered. Inside the valley, Chen Fan felt relieved seeing that they couldn't enter. He found a flat spot and sat cross-legged. Holding the golden lightning liquid tightly in his hand, he carefully examined it. The liquid contained an immense amount of energy, enough to directly elevate him to the 3rd tier. Without hesitation, Chen Fan swallowed it in one gulp. The golden lightning liquid exploded inside him, quickly filling his internal organs. He began to activate his thunder-devouring sacred body, and the powerful suction force completely absorbed the energy. His aura surged continuously, and golden lightning flickered around him. Time passed unknowingly. When Chen Fan opened his eyes, golden lightning flashed within them. In the next moment, with a loud boom, he finally broke through to the early stage of the 3rd tier. He stood
up, exuding a terrifying aura, his strength greatly enhanced.
With my current power, I can now go head-to-head with a peak 4th-tier opponent,
Chen Fan said with a confident smile. He flicked his finger lightly, and a golden bolt of lightning tore through the air, instantly shattering
a massive boulder in the distance. Next, I will harness the power of thunder here to comprehend the 4th move of the 7 absolute prison suppressing spear, 10,000 thunders bowing.
He took out the manual of the 7 absolute prison suppressing spear and began to study it intently.
Soon, he realized there were still many parts he couldn't understand. Looks like I'll have to use the comprehension enhancement card. With this thought, Chen Fan decisively activated it.
Instantly, his mind became exceptionally clear, and previously vague memories became vivid. His comprehension ability increased fivefold, and the previously incomprehensible content became clear one by one. As time passed, he gradually mastered the move, 10,000 thunders bowing. Finally, with a single thought, the surrounding thunder began to churn, moving at his command.
He swung
the spear in his hand, and a bolt of lightning from the sky above Thunder Valley struck a massive boulder with pinpoint accuracy.
Let's make it more exciting,
Chen Fan muttered under his breath. As he twirled his spear, the surrounding thunder surged wildly, forming a small-scale lightning
storm.
These bolts of lightning obeyed his commands, striking their targets with precision. The thunder used in 10,000 thunders bowing wasn't generated by him but borrowed from the surrounding electrical energy. This meant that in Thunder Abyss, his combat power would be greatly enhanced. Adjusting his state, Chen Fan slung the god-slaying spear over his back and walked out of Thunder Valley. The Shao family members had long grown
impatient.
When they saw Chen Fan appear, their spirits immediately lifted.
Kid, you finally came out, Xiao Hongmei glared at him angrily. Gat him. Take him down.
At her command, a 4th-tier peak ability user charged at Chen Fan, wielding dual Vajra claws.
The opponent's entire body glowed red as he lunged forward. Chen Fan snorted coldly.
A 4th-tier peak Chen Fan thought for a moment and took out the Oath Scroll.
This scroll could control 3 people.
Although Xiao Hongmei's strength was not impressive, Chen Fan felt she could still be useful.
Xiao Hongmei hesitated slightly, but Chen Fan's god-slaying spear suddenly pushed forward half an inch, slicing her fair neck.
Blood trickled down her neck, and the
life-threatening situation left her no room to hesitate. I am willing to pledge loyalty to you. Soon, Xiao Hongmei recited the oath and dropped
a drop of her heart's blood onto the scroll. Instantly, an indescribable connection formed between her and Chen Fan.
She found herself unable to
harbor any malice toward him. Instead, she felt an unusual closeness.
Master,
she whispered softly, her face tinged with shyness.
Chen Fan barely
glanced at her and said indifferently, I have a task for you, help me collect more thunder liquid. He had discovered that thunder liquid was immensely beneficial to him. The thunder power it contained was purer and closer to nature than that of thunder-type beasts.
Understood, Master.
Hongmei will do her best to gather thunder liquid for you, Xiao Hongmei replied earnestly.
Good girl, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. When you return, you know what to say, right?
Xiao Hongmei was clever and naturally understood Chen Fan's meaning.
Hongmei will say that I encountered
thunder beasts, and they sacrificed themselves to protect me.
Excellent. Chen Fan was very satisfied. After giving her his contact information, he sent her away.
Next, he decided not to leave Thunder Abyss but to continue hunting thunder beasts and honing himself.
Chen Fan trained alone in Thunder Abyss.
After mastering the move 10,000 Thunders Worship, he had a chance to escape when encountering powerful thunder beasts. As long as he didn't venture beyond 100 kilometers into Thunder Abyss, his life was relatively safe.
On the first day, he hunted 26 thunder beasts. On the second day, he killed 32.
After half a month, he had slain a total of 521 thunder beasts. His kill points had reached an astonishing 180,000. 180,000 kill points. I can draw 18 times from the white prize pool, Chen Fan thought excitedly.
After half a month of continuous killing, he felt extremely fatigued and decided to leave Thunder Abyss today.
First, his mental state had reached its limit. Second, the national freshman competition
was about to begin, and he had to return in time.
After leaving Thunder Abyss, Chen Fan contacted Xiao Hongmei. She arranged for the most luxurious
hotel in Nanling and even delivered 10 drops of thunder liquid. However, these drops were quite ordinary and couldn't compare to the golden thunder liquid he had absorbed before.
Seeing Chen Fan frown, Xiao Hongmei felt a bit aggrieved. Golden Thunder liquid is too precious, the conditions for its formation are extremely difficult, and it's rarely obtainable. You've worked hard, Chen Fan said, accepting the Thunder liquid and placing it into his spatial ring. He didn't need it for now, he could wait until he reached mid-stage tier 3 to use it. After taking a hot bath and enjoying a hearty meal, he began the lottery draws. He couldn't wait to use his 18 chances in the white prize pool. Wait, should I exchange 100,000 kill points for one draw in the orange prize pool instead? He hesitated for a moment. Drawing from the orange prize pool usually required completing a sea-level mission. Exchanging kill points for it would cost 100,000 points. Let's take a gamble. Chen Fan decided to give it a try. System: one draw from the orange prize pool. The lottery will begin spinning, and Chen Fan's heart raced with tension. Soon, the draw concluded, and he obtained a golden card. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the unparalleled level spear technique inheritance. Chen Fan was almost dumbfounded. The unparalleled level spear technique was far superior to the master level, and its practitioners were extremely rare. Every move carried an aura of intimidation, and its sheer presence deterred ordinary opponents from engaging directly. With the unparalleled spear technique, his strength would greatly increase, and he could even glimpse the final 3 moves of the prison ceiling 7 absolute spear system, accept the inheritance. Chen Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. Countless insights into spear techniques flooded his mind, immersing him in a vast ocean of spear knowledge. He was utterly captivated. The inheritance lasted the entire night. When he woke up, the god-slaying spear was trembling slightly. With a thought, the A-grade spear flew into his hand automatically. With another thought, the god-slaying spear began to move in the air on its own, thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, and striking. All actions were incredibly agile, even smoother than when he controlled it manually. I can actually control the spear with my mind. Chen Fan was astonished. This is not a supernatural ability but a pure mental power, so extraordinary that it's hard to describe, as if an invisible hand is helping him control the spear. Unparalleled spear techniques have already transcended the realm of reality and reached a spiritual level. Calming his excitement, Chen Fan began the lottery draw again. 8 consecutive draws from the white prize pool. Let's do it all at once. The system's lottery will spun rapidly and completed the draw in no time. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the skill Death Thunder Spear. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the martial art Universal Demon Breaking Fist. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the advanced version of Thunder Wings Phantom Thunder God Wings. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a spatial ability fragment. Congratulations, host, you've obtained master level martial art inheritance. Congratulations, host, you've obtained a bottle of soul nourishing pill. 8 notification sounds rang out in succession, and Chen Fan was overjoyed. The Death Thunder Spear is a long-range attack skill that can gather the power of thunder to kill enemies from afar, with immense power. With his current strength, he could easily kill a peak 4th-tier exotic beast with one shot. The Universal Demon Breaking Fist can harness the power of universal phenomena, delivering a punch with astonishing force, making it effortless to defeat enemies. Even more impressive is the Phantom Thunder God Wings, which can triple Chen Fan's speed while providing formidable defense. The other rewards were also top-tier treasures, needing no further explanation. The championship of the Freshman League. Chen Fan must win it. The next day, Chen Fan returned to National Martial Arts University. To his surprise, Zhao Mingze and his group had all advanced by 1 tier, reaching the late 2nd tier in strength. Brother Fan, while you were away, Coach Tian trained us relentlessly. It was like going through hell, Zhao Mingze said exaggeratedly, though his face was full of joy. Not bad. I thought I was the only one who made progress, Chen Fan said with a faint smile. Ha! The group didn't react immediately. Brother Fan, are you saying you've advanced too? Then you're already at the early 3rd tier? My goodness, crossing a major realm in just 3 months. Brother Fan, your talent is unbelievable. Everyone marveled at Chen Fan's talent. Huangfu Chang and Tian Xiong stood to the side, their faces full of satisfaction. It seems this year's Freshman League championship belongs to National Martial Arts University, Huangfu Chang said, then added, registration for the Freshman League has already started. Don't forget to sign up today. Additionally, as one of last year's top 10 schools, National Martial Arts University is exempt from the first round of qualifiers and will directly participate in the official competition on October 1st. There are many ability universities across the country, but
not all schools qualify to compete.
The official freshman league has only 16 slots, with the top 10 schools from last year automatically advancing. The remaining schools must compete in the qualifiers for 6 slots.
The competition is extremely fierce, almost brutal. In the following days,
the Thunder squad trained according to plan until the qualifiers ended. On this day, the group gathered at Huangfu Cheng's villa.
The screen displayed information about the 16 teams. Huangfu Cheng addressed everyone. After 10 days of qualifiers, 6 universities successfully advanced.
They are Tianjin University, Jinling University, Ice City University, Evergreen University, Linjiang University, and Hongdu University.
Hongdu
University is this year's dark horse. They've never entered the official competition before, but this time they took first place in the qualifiers.
Principal, do you have their match footage? Zhao Mingze asked. No. To prevent teams from studying tactics in advance, recording was prohibited. Throughout the qualifiers, Huangfu Cheng replied calmly. With your strength, dealing with them will be easy.
The real opponents are Capital
University and Magic University. Defeat them, and you'll be champions.
The next day, the 5 members of the Thunder squad boarded a private jet
to Kyoto, accompanied by Huangfu Cheng and Tian Xiong. Huangfu Cheng represented National Martial Arts University, while Tian Xiong was the head coach of the school team.
The freshman league is held annually in the capital of Daxia.
Participating teams must arrive a day early for identity verification.
Upon arriving at the capital airport, a group of students dressed as volunteers approached them at the exit.
Hello, classmates. We are students from Jing University and volunteers for this freshman league. May I ask which university team you are from?
We can arrange a special vehicle to take you to the competition venue. Guowu University, Chen Fan replied with a smile.
Guowu?
The group of volunteers immediately showed
hostility on their faces, snorted coldly, and turned away.
Chen Fan and his group were somewhat puzzled. Zhao Mingze explained from the side, the
leader is a collateral descendant of the Zhang family.
It seems they have a strong dislike for Guowu.
The group didn't pay much attention. Zhao Mingze said, my family has already arranged a special vehicle.
We'll take my family's car to the competition venue. After speaking, several men in suits
saw Zhao Mingze and immediately greeted him respectfully. Good day, young master.
Thank you for your hard work, Zhao Mingze said with a smug smile.
Brother Fan, now that we're in Kyoto, this is Zhao family's territory.
I'll cover all the expenses, Zhao Mingze said generously.
The Zhao family was once a top-tier family in Kyoto, but after the death of old Master Zhao in battle, the family's power significantly declined. However, even a dying camel is bigger than a horse, and the Zhao family still holds considerable influence in Kyoto. Due to traffic congestion in
Kyoto, it took them an hour to reach the competition venue, the Star Dome Arena. This venue is specifically designed for hosting various large-scale events and can accommodate 40,000 spectators. Although the competition hadn't started yet, a considerable number of spectators had already
gathered on site.
I heard that tickets for this league have been scalped to 100,000 yuan each, Zhao Mingze said nearby.
40,000
seats, 100,000 per ticket, that's only 4 billion. Even if they sell that many tickets for one match, this amount of money isn't enough to cover the expenses of hosting this event.
How much will the Education Bureau lose? Wu Yu remarked. Chen Fan smiled and said, 4 billion is just the revenue from ticket sales.
Don't forget about advertising fees, live streaming tips, and peripheral consumption.
All of these combined will definitely exceed several billion. The Education Bureau will make a profit this time.
So that's how it is, the group said as they chatted
and walked into the arena.
Inside, there were already quite a few participating teams. As soon as they appeared, a burly young man blocked their
path. Which one of you is Chen Fan?
The man asked rudely, his eyes full of anger.
I am. What's the matter?
Chen Fan replied calmly, looking at
him. My name is Mu Wudi.
I came to see if you're qualified to compete.
Since you're here, let's settle it on the field.
After saying this, he snorted
coldly and walked away. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. He didn't know this person at all. Mu Wudi, why does that name sound so familiar?
Soon, Chen Fan remembered. This guy was the second-place martial arts exam candidate from Southern Province.
Back then, he was unwilling to accept defeat and even argued with Chen Fan online.
The competition at Jing University is so fierce, yet he managed to get in.
That's quite surprising, Chen Fan thought to himself. The members of the Thunder Squad were also a bit confused and asked one after another, "Boss, who is this guy? He dares to provoke you, so arrogant."
"Just a clown," Chen Fan said indifferently. At that moment, Chen Fan noticed a familiar figure among Jing University's
Team Yi Beichen.
A surge of killing intent instantly rose in his heart.
Yi Beichen was one of the culprits responsible for his parents' deaths. One
day, he would personally take revenge. Yi Beichen also noticed Chen Fan and gave him a faint smile, his eyes full of mockery.
"Chen Fan, do you know Yi Beichen? He seems to dislike you," Tian Xiong asked with a frown.
Chen Fan briefly explained the grudge between them.
Tian Xiong patted him
on the shoulder and said, "Yi Beichen recently broke through to the 8th level Grandmaster, becoming the youngest Grandmaster. His reputation
is huge. Killing him won't be easy.
But when the time comes, Coach, I'll help you," Tian Xiong said loyally.
"Thank you, Coach," Chen Fan said, feeling touched. However, if he truly took action, he wouldn't involve Tian Xiong. After completing their identity registration, the group returned to the hotel.
In the evening, the competition schedule was announced.
Tian Xiong gathered everyone and said, "The Freshman League consists of team matches and survival matches.
The Education Bureau will rank teams based on their total scores from both events.
Every match is crucial. The
team matches will last for 7.5 days, with one match every half day, totaling 15 matches.
The schedule is tight. Adjust your state immediately after the match and recover your abilities."
"Understood," everyone responded in unison. The next day, the Star Dome Arena was packed
to capacity.
The audience seats were a sea of people, with fans holding banners high to cheer for their favorite schools and contestants.
Domestic
and international media reporters gathered at the venue.
The competition was equipped with a professional commentator and host, an 8th-tier Grandmaster named Tian Yu.
As the Summer War Song played, the 16 participating teams entered the arena one by one.
The first team was Kyoto
University, with National Martial University entering third. The order of appearance was determined by last year's rankings.
When the war song ended,
the 16 teams, dressed in uniform team attire, stood neatly in the center of the arena.
All the spotlights focused on them. Tian Yu, dressed in a lavish outfit, flew into the air.
He raised the microphone and said excitedly, "Dear audience, I am your old friend, Tian Yu.
The annual Freshman League has begun again, and I believe everyone is eager to watch the matches, right?
But before the competition starts, let me introduce
our special guests. They are Deputy Director Li Changshu of the Education Bureau, Vice President Yuan Wuji of Kyoto University, Vice President Zhongli Jin of Magic City University, Vice President Huangfu Cheng of National Martial University."
He introduced a total of 17 guests, with Li Changshu being the only one not affiliated with the 16 participating universities. "Dear audience, and all the contestants, do you want to know what the rewards for this year's Freshman League are?"
Tian Yu stirred up the atmosphere.
"Yes," the audience responded in unison.
"Then I won't keep you in suspense.
Every member of the champion team will receive an S-grade weapon, and they can choose freely."
"Wow!" The audience immediately erupted.
S-grade weapons were already considered divine artifacts, and many grandmasters were not qualified to own them.
These weapons couldn't be
bought with money and were considered rare treasures.
To be able to freely choose an S-grade weapon, the reward is too generous. In the center
of the arena, the hearts of all the contestants were racing. The reward was incredibly tempting.
Chen Fan's eyes lit up as well. S-grade weapons were treasures one couldn't easily come across. Tian Yu continued to announce, "The runner-up team will receive a plus-grade cultivation resources for each member.
The third-place team will receive a set of A-grade combat techniques tailored to their abilities. Although not as valuable as S-grade weapons, these rewards were still highly prized."
The generous prizes not only shocked the contestants but also drew admiration from the vice presidents seated in the guest area.
Vice President Zhongli Jin of Magic City University remarked, "Directorly, the Bureau is being so generous this year, offering 5 S-grade weapons at once.
Even I'm envious."
Li Changshu stroked his beard and said, "This year's students are far superior to previous years, so the rewards are naturally different."
His words subtly glanced at the vice presidents of Kyoto University and Magic City University. "I wonder which team will ultimately claim these 5 S-grade weapons." The two vice presidents smiled confidently, clearly having high expectations for their teams.
Inside the arena, Zhao Mingzi nudged Chen Fan's arm and said excitedly, "Brother Fan, if I win the championship, I'll
definitely choose an S-grade flying sword.
I'm counting on you, Brother Fan." Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him and began observing the other contestants. He noticed that there were quite a few hidden experts among them, with 5 or 6 being third-tier ability users.
What surprised him even more was that there was someone in Kyoto University's team whose ability level he couldn't discern. These people must have been secretly trained long
ago, like the hidden dragon class at National Martial University, but they're even stronger, Chen Fan thought to himself.
However, he wasn't afraid at all. With his strength, he could handle any situation. At this moment, Tian Yu announced loudly again, to ensure everyone can watch each
match. We will only hold 1 match per time slot. Each match will last a maximum of half an hour. If no winner is determined within that time, it
will be considered a draw. Alright, now announcing the teams for the first match, Hongdu University vs National Martial University. The arena erupted in applause. The first match is us?
Zhao Mingzi and the others became nervous. Chen Fan comforted them, "Relax, the sooner we finish, the
sooner we can rest."
The 5 members of Hongdu University looked provocatively at Chen Fan, full of momentum.
At this moment, Tian Yu picked up
the microphone to begin the pre-match introduction. "Dear audience, Wowu University is a veteran-strong team, so there's no need for much introduction.
Today, let's focus on Hongdu University."
Hongdu University's team achieved a flawless victory in the qualifiers, with each match lasting no
more than 5 minutes.
They are hailed as the biggest dark horse. Their captain has even reached the early stage of Tier 3 abilities.
Let's see if they can step over the veteran powerhouse Wowu University. With Tianyu's introduction, the audience began to rally behind Hongdu University. After all, everyone loves to see an underdog upset. Hongdu will win. Hongdu will win. Deafening chants echoed throughout the venue. The atmosphere in the guest seats was also tense.
"Huangfu, my apologies, but our Hongdu University is definitely going to win this match," said Due, the vice principal of Hongdu University, a chubby man with a cheerful face.
"Win? You're overthinking it." Huangfu Chang snorted coldly. "What? You don't believe me? Want to place a bet? What kind of bet?" Huangfu Chang, confident in Chen Fan's abilities, showed no fear.
Due chuckled, "How about
betting an S-grade weapon? Add some excitement to the match." "Alright," Huangfu Chang replied with a smile. "If Guowu loses, this S-grade dagger is yours."
"Ha, Huangfu, you're so generous. You're even willing to bet the famous Long Yuan dagger."
"In that case, I won't hold back. If Hongdu
loses, this S-grade golden crow blade is yours." Their wager immediately caught the attention of the surrounding vice principals.
Yuan Wuji, the vice principal of Kyoto University, smiled meaningfully. "Huangfu, I'm afraid your Long Yuan dagger won't be safe."
"Oh, Wuji, do you know some inside
information?" Everyone was curious.
Yuan Wuji said, "Hongdu University's captain, Li Fengxian, was originally a student at our Kyoto University but transferred to Hongdu for certain reasons. His abilities are exceptional, with top-tier talent in both abilities and combat.
With him on the team, Hongdu University has the potential to rank in the top 3.
Wuji, you hold him in such high regard."
Everyone was surprised.
At this moment, apart
from the teams from Wowu and Hongdu, all others had left the stage. The whistle for the match sounded, and both sides instantly entered combat mode. On Hongdu University's side, Li Fengxian took the lead, his entire body radiating Buddha's light, surrounded by dense golden Buddhist
scriptures. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "Oh my god, that's the Heaven's Wrath Battle Buddha body, an SS grade ability."
The crowd gasped in shock.
The Heaven's Wrath Battle Buddha body is a berserk version of the Buddhist Vajra body, with an appearance of serene Buddha light but hidden with
the killing intent of an angry Vajra.
It is an ability with extremely explosive power, hence the name Battle Buddha.
Li Fengxian is incredible. He can easily defeat a Tier 4 early-stage ability user. Wowu University is so unlucky, facing Hongdu University in the first match. Losing the opening battle would be a huge blow. Hongdu University truly lives up to its reputation as this year's dark horse. They're about to overthrow Wowu, the veteran prestigious school, in the first match.
The other players from Hongdu University were equally formidable, with all their ability
levels reaching late Tier 2. This year's Hongdu University is truly extraordinary. On Guowu University's side, the 5 members formed a 1-2-2
formation, with Chen Fan at the forefront. At this moment, his body was enveloped in a faint golden lightning.
The captain of Guowu University. Doesn't seem impressive, his ability level is only late tier 2.
Spectators showed disappointed expressions.
The reason they believed Chen Fan was
only late tier 2 was because he had used a mimicry ability to disguise himself.
Moreover, he deliberately suppressed his strength to late tier 2,
as he felt that this level of power was enough to easily defeat Li Fengxian, who was at early tier 3.
This battle hasn't even required me to use my full strength. Guowu, you disappoint me.
Li Fengxian shook his head lightly, then waved his hand.
Take them down in 2 minutes. The 5 members of Hongdu University charged forward first.
I'll handle their captain, the rest are yours. Chen Fan rushed to the front, thunder exploded
beneath his feet.
Although he only utilized the power of the late second tier, his speed was as swift as lightning.
Facing Chen Fan, Li Fengxian was
indifferent, even somewhat disappointed.
Late second tier strength? Don't embarrass yourself in front of me.
After speaking, Li Fengxian unleashed the Buddha Demon Divine Palm, a golden palm imprint 3 meters wide under the blessing of Buddha's light.
The golden palm imprint seemed to
tear through the air, blasting straight toward Chen Fan. In the arena, the golden Buddha palm exuded overwhelming momentum, striking at Chen Fan
from a distance with immense force.
The power of Li Fengxian's palm has already reached the early 4th tier.
National Martial University is in big trouble this time.
The audience erupted in exclamations. The vice principal of Hongwu University smiled, seemingly confident of victory.
At
this moment on the stage, Chen Fan did not use his spear because he felt it unnecessary.
He planned to defeat his opponent with his fists. Universal demon-breaking fist.
This was a new technique Chen Fan had learned. His body continued to charge forward, and a phantom of a dragon elephant appeared behind him. As he punched, golden thunder surged within him, condensing into a thunderous fist 3 meters in diameter.
The golden thunder fist carried destructive power, unstoppable in its momentum.
The thunder fist tore through the air and collided with the Buddha palm.
The two powerful energies exploded, their impact sweeping in all directions. So strong! The audience exclaimed repeatedly.
As the energy dissipated, Li Fengxian was forced back 30 meters, while Chen Fan remained unscathed.
What is going on? Everyone stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. My goodness!
The captain of National Martial University used late second tier strength to withstand Li Fengxian, who was at the early 3rd tier.
Classmate, don't just say withstand, he forced him back.
Whether at the scene or in the online livestreams, the audience was in an uproar.
This completely overturned their understanding. An SS grade Heavenly Wrath Battle Buddha body was actually repelled by someone 2 levels lower? This is unbelievable. What kind of ability does Chen Fan possess? On various online streaming platforms, speculation about Chen Fan's abilities flooded in. However,
the thunder-devouring sacred body had never appeared before, and no one knew the truth. The vice principals in the guest seats were also shocked. The vice principal of Hongwu University looked grim, his relaxed demeanor gone, while Huangfu Chang still wore a broad smile.
Huangfu, what ability does your school's captain have? This golden thunder, I've never heard of it before. The vice principals began inquiring about Chen Fan's background. Huangfu Chang feigned mystery and did not answer.
On the stage, Li Fengxian recovered from his shock, filled with shame and anger.
He had never been defeated face-to-face by a peer before. You have some skill. I underestimated you earlier. But you're destined to lose. My palm technique has already reached the master level. How can you compete with me? Li Fengxian roared, lotus flowers blooming beneath his feet as he charged fiercely at Chen Fan. Master-level palm technique? I'd like to see it. Chen Fan smiled faintly and took the initiative to engage. Golden Holy Buddha light surrounded Li Fengxian's entire body, his palms glowing with Buddhist script. Each strike carried overwhelming force, as if aiming to firmly grasp Chen Fan.
In the audience, Li Fengxian's fans were so excited they seemed to be on a sugar rush, their faces flushed red as they shouted
fervently, Li Fengxian is invincible! Li Fengxian is invincible!
To master a palm technique at such a young age, Li Fengxian is undoubtedly the strongest genius of our time. The vice principals in the guest seats sighed in admiration.
At this moment, Chen Fan and Li Fengxian were locked
in fierce combat, evenly matched. Chen Fan's close quarters fighting seemed chaotic, yet he always managed to block Li Fengxian's deadly palm.
Strikes at just the right moment. This left everyone puzzled. What technique is Chen Fan using?
Sometimes he strikes like a ferocious tiger, other times he soars like a mighty eagle. His moves are unpredictable, yet he can still fend off Li Fengxian's attacks.
After dozens of intense exchanges, someone finally recognized Chen Fan's technique. I remember now.
Chen Fan seems to be using the 12 Paths of True Spirit.
What? The 12 Paths of True Spirit by Marshal Sankey? That's a top-tier technique, said to be extremely difficult to master.
It's rumored that Marshal Sankey once declared that if anyone could fully master these 12 combat forms, he would take them as his disciple.
My God, have you counted? How many forms Chen Fan has used?
The major live streaming platforms instantly exploded with chatter. Li Fengxian had fought Chen Fan for over 100 rounds, and it was clear that Li Fengxian was struggling, while Chen Fan remained as imposing as ever.
How are you so strong? Li Fengxian took a step back, a hint of apprehension appearing in his eyes for the first time.
It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak, Chen Fan
sighed coldly. To be honest, Li Fengxian's level wasn't enough to make him exert his full strength.
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd
erupted in an uproar. My God, Chen Fan actually called Li Fengxian weak? The arrogance of Chen Fan from National Martial Arts University is off the charts.
His strength speaks for itself.
No wonder Li Fengxian is already drenched in sweat.
The crowd murmured in low voices. Chen Fan, with his late-stage second-tier strength, unleashed combat power comparable to the early fourth tier, shocking everyone.
Li Fengxian, enraged by Chen Fan's blunt taunt, looked grim. That was just a test.
Forcing me to use the ultimate form of that heavenly wrath battle Buddha body, now you have the right
to be smug. In the next moment, Li Fengxian's aura surged dramatically, and his body suddenly grew to 3 meters tall. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he transformed into a fearsome figure. Behind him, golden Buddha flames soared into the sky, and scorching heat waves swept across the arena.
The 8 people still fighting, including Zhao Mingzi, turned pale.
The intense heat was overwhelming, and they dared not linger, quickly leaping off the stage. With these small fry out of the way, I can finally go all out. Li Fengxian's booming voice reverberated throughout the venue.
Everyone was stunned, deeply shaken by the sight of his formidable form.
At this moment, Li Fengxian's strength had risen to the mid-4th tier level.
Brother Huangfu, it seems your National Martial Arts University is going to lose. The vice principals present shook their heads.
The gap in strength was like heaven and earth. The terrifying Buddha flames engulfed the stage, yet Chen Fan stood calmly in the sea of fire, completely unharmed. These Buddha flames couldn't even penetrate his thunderous protective aura.
You're still not qualified, Chen Fan said indifferently,
looking at Li Fengxian 20 meters away. Arrogant.
Li Fengxian erupted completely, his 3 heads and 6 arms charging forward ferociously. Chen Fan, however, remained unmoved, not even shifting his footing. No matter how ferocious the attacks, he blocked them steadily with long punches.
This, is Chen Fan defying the heavens? Everyone couldn't help but think. The scene was simply too overwhelming. Just how strong is he? The crowd exclaimed in shock.
In the guest seats, the principals of various schools stood up, their eyes filled with disbelief.
They saw that Chen Fan had mastered a grandmaster-level boxing technique. But that wasn't the only reason they were in awe.
What shocked them the most was that Chen Fan had integrated the grandmaster-level boxing technique into the 12 true spirit techniques, elevating this top-tier combat art to an even
higher level. How did he do it? This kind of close combat talent, did even Marshal Sankey achieve this back in the day?
The vice principals were filled with questions. The word genius was no exaggeration when applied to Chen Fan.
His close combat talent was simply otherworldly. After mastering
a grandmaster-level boxing technique, he had seamlessly integrated it into the 12 true spirit techniques in just 1 week.
At this moment,
the shock he brought to everyone was unparalleled. Although Li Fengxian was a contemporary prodigy, he paled in comparison to Chen Fan.
This is my strongest move. If I can't take him down with this, I lose. Li Fengxian couldn't hide the frustration in his heart.
This was the first time in his 18 years that he had felt this way. At this moment, his entire body was ablaze, and countless dense Buddhist scriptures collapsed,
transforming into streams of Buddha light that converged into his palm.
10,000 Buddhas as one, overturning heaven and earth, he roared, unleashing his ability, pouring it into his palm. At the same time, the Buddha shadow behind him opened its eyes, and Buddha palms, like the divine
palms of Tathagata, struck toward Chen Fan from all directions. Facing this strike, Chen Fan gently shook his head, full of disappointment. The move
was powerful, but it was too slow. With his current abilities, he had at least 3 ways to easily evade it. But he chose to confront it head-on.
Let me show you the gap between us. 9 Heavens Thunder Roar. Chen Fan silently recited his technique. In the next moment, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena.
A golden thunder dragon emerged from his body. He threw a punch, and the original dragon elephant shadow merged with the
thunder dragon, becoming even more vivid.
The force of the punch surged like a rampaging beast, destroying everything in its path.
Li Fengxian's earth-shattering palm was instantly obliterated into ashes.
The unstoppable dragon elephant fist finally stopped just 1 foot away from Li Fengxian. The fist seemed to materialize, frozen in midair, showing no signs of dissipating. Li Fengxian collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had
been drained.
He knew in his heart that Chen Fan had held back, otherwise, he would have been severely injured and unable to continue.
If he were gravely injured, the upcoming matches would put Hong University in danger.
Thank you, Li Fengxian managed to utter 2 words with difficulty. His eyes filled not only with shock but also with deep gratitude.
No need to thank me. You have strong abilities, and injuring you severely would
be unfair to Hong University, Chen Fan said calmly, withdrawing all his thunderous power.
The scene fell into dead silence. Even a powerful
competitor like Li Fengxian had been defeated so effortlessly, leaving everyone speechless with shock.
No one knew whether Chen Fan's final punch
had been at full strength, but even if it wasn't, it was enough to astonish everyone. After a full 10 seconds of silence, someone finally started
clapping.
Soon, the audience rose in unison, and the 40,000-seat arena erupted into thunderous applause. In major online live streams, the comment sections froze momentarily, and after a dozen seconds, waves of congratulatory messages for Guowu University's victory flooded in.
In the guest seats, Hong University's vice principal was stunned.
He had never expected to lose the first match, let alone lose so decisively.
However, when he
looked at Huangfu Chang, there was no trace of resentment, as Chen Fan's restraint had left them with hope.
Brother Huangfu, please accept this
Golden Crow battle blade, he said respectfully, handing over the long blade in his hand.
Huangfu Chang smiled and accepted it without hesitation.
The other vice principals looked at Huangfu Chang with changed expressions, some envious, some jealous, but none dared to mock him.
Of course, not.
Everyone had lost confidence in their school's team. The vice principals of Jing University and Mo University still wore confident expressions.
Back
in the arena, Tian Yu appeared again, praised Chen Fan's performance, and announced the start of the next match.
The second match was evergreen.
University vs. Jin City University, but due to the overwhelming impact of the first match, interest in this one was low.
As a result, while viewers
online and on live stream platforms were watching the match, their discussions were entirely focused on Chen Fan.
It wasn't long before netizens
dug up the fact that Chen Fan had been the top martial arts student in Shannon province. They then discovered that he had been rejected by Jing
University and had instead joined Guowu University.
This led to a flood of posts online about the feud between Chen Fan and Jing University. Titles like Aiming at Jing University, Can Chen Fan Succeed in Revenge, and Miss Genius, Jing University Crying in the Bathroom began to dominate.
Fans swarmed Jing University's social media accounts with intense comments. Even casual onlookers eagerly anticipated the showdown between Guowu and Jing University.
This match was no longer just a competition between schools, it had become a battle for Chen Fan to humiliate Jing University.
Jing
University's PR team responded strongly, refusing to admit they had made a mistake in rejecting Chen Fan, claiming instead that they had better
choices.
They publicly revealed the strength of their team: 1 SSS level ability user, 3 SS level ability users, and 1 S level ability user. The announcement caused a massive sensation, especially the news of the SSS level ability user, which was like a nuclear explosion shaking the
entire internet.
In the morning matches, Jing University was the 5th to compete and easily defeated last year's 5th-ranked Nan University in
just half a minute. Their SSS level captain didn't even need to step in.
Jing University's topic instantly overshadowed Chen Fan's, taking the top
spot on Weibo's trending list.
Chen Fan paid no attention to this, he was busy replying to messages from friends on WeChat.
Almost everyone who knew
him had sent him a message, and he responded to each one with humility.
Wowu University's second match was scheduled for the third match in the afternoon, against last year's fourth-ranked Ji University.
As the two teams stepped onto the arena, the audience immediately began buzzing with
discussion. Everyone was well aware of the strength of both teams.
This match is bound to be exciting.
Zhejiang University performed brilliantly this morning, and the next round is sure to be intense.
I didn't expect Zhejiang University to gather 5 superpowered individuals with the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth this year. The 5 of them have formed a 5 elements formation, and its power is astonishing.
In the arena, the 5 members of Zhejiang University stood in a pentagonal formation, their expressions calm and brimming with confidence. As the
whistle blew, the 5 simultaneously unleashed their powers.
5 colors of light enveloped their bodies. Their strength was formidable, with one
SS-level superpowered individual leading 4 S-level superpowered individuals. At the forefront of the pentagon stood a silver-haired young man,
Chen Xianfeng.
His aura was as sharp as a sword, causing the surrounding air to crackle. Behind him loomed a massive phantom of a white tiger,
representing the top-tier SS-level metal ability, White Tiger Soul Roar.
His power was immense, with his ability already at the early stage of the third tier.
The other 4 were equally extraordinary. A young woman held an ancient zither woven from vines, emitting a green glow and S-level ability, called Sky-Reaching Divine Wood.
The other 3 controlled Xinming Water, Zhurong Fire, and Yellow Springs Earth, respectively.
Activate the formation. With a loud shout from Chen Xianfeng, the 5's energies instantly merged. The 5 elements celestial formation took shape immediately.
The 5 abilities perfectly aligned with the principles of the 5 elements, forming a self-sustaining system that caused the aura of Zhejiang
University's team to skyrocket.
Within mere breaths, the aura each of them emitted miraculously reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier.
This scene shocked the entire audience.
After all, when they entered the arena, Zhejiang University's 5 members had only displayed early-stage 4th tier
strength.
My goodness, this year's freshman league is truly filled with experts.
Zhejiang University has hidden their strength so well. It looks
like National Martial University is in danger this time.
Exactly.
No matter how strong Chen Fan is, he can't possibly take on 5 mid-stage 4th tier superpowered individuals alone. Not to mention, the 5 elements celestial formation can continuously wear him down until he's defeated.
I thought National Martial University could secure a spot in the top 3, but Zhejiang University has emerged as a dark horse. At this moment, everyone felt sorry for Chen Fan.
In terms of individual strength, Chen Fan was undoubtedly powerful, but against the 5 elements celestial formation, he could only resign himself to fate.
What a pity. Last year, Chen Fan's strength was absolutely top-notch.
But this year, luck doesn't seem to
be on his side.
Even the vice principals in the guest seats showed regretful expressions.
Principal Zhong, your Zhejiang University has hidden
its strength well, managing to gather these 5 abilities.
The admissions office must have scoured the entire country, right? The crowd was filled with envy. In the arena, Chen Fan and his teammates were also ready for battle.
Brother Fan, let me test them first, Zhao Mingzi said as his flying sword shot toward Chen Xianfeng like a streak of silver light.
Chen Xianfeng snorted coldly and flicked his fingers, sending out a golden
sword condensed from metal elements that easily shattered Zhao Mingzi's flying sword.
Their strength is overwhelming. Zhao Mingzi and the others were stunned.
Take this 5 elements technique, 5-colored blazing light.
Chen Xianfeng shouted, and 5 thick beams of 5-colored light shot
out from the formation, heading straight for the National Martial University team. The move was immensely powerful, carrying an aura of destruction.
That made the audience gasp in shock.
National Martial University is probably going to be wiped out in one move, the crowd thought to themselves.
But in the next moment, on National Martial University's side, a pair of dazzling lightning wings unfolded behind Chen Fan, with starlight swirling around them as if he had mastered the secrets of the universe. This was the advanced version of Lightning Wings' Phantom Thunder God Wings.
The wings, about 10 feet long, were covered in rolling golden lightning. When the 5-colored blazing light from the 5 elements celestial formation struck the Phantom Thunder God Wings, it didn't even cause a ripple. Such was the formidable defense of the wings.
Incredible! This scene made the audience gasp in shock once again.
The Phantom Thunder God Wings were mysterious and awe-inspiring, capturing everyone's attention and
leaving them unable to look away.
This is definitely a top-tier defensive combat skill. Chen Fan actually mastered such a defensive skill.
His talent is truly extraordinary. It seems this match won't be so one-sided after all. On the battlefield, Chen Fan flapped his lightning wings, charging straight toward Zhejiang University's 5 members while enduring the 5-colored blazing light. The beams couldn't stop him at all. This Chen Fan is simply unbelievable, the crowd exclaimed. The 5 students from Zhejiang University were initially shocked to see Chen Fan withstand the 5-colored blazing light, but when they saw him charging forward, their expressions shifted to delight. 5 elements trap formation. Invite the enemy into the jar. At Chen Xuanfeng's command, the formation shifted, trapping Chen Fan within the circle of the 5. Chen Fan, you should know how formidable the 5 elements celestial formation is. Once inside, not even the King of Heaven can escape, Chen Xianfeng laughed loudly. White Tiger, the master of slaughter. Auspicious gold tiger roar, he shouted, and his 7-meter-long phantom of a white tiger appeared. Behind him, its sharp claws lunging at Chen Fan. Just what I wanted. Chen Fan snorted coldly, activating 9 heavens thunder, lightning dragons, coiled around his body. With a spread of his thunder wings, Chen Fan soared into the sky and punched directly at the white tiger. Tendons stretching and vein extraction, strength multiplied, he silently chanted in his heart. His strength instantly doubled, and a terrifying aura erupted from within him. With a thunderous boom, the white tiger was shattered by a single punch. The 40,000 spectators erupted into stunned cheers. A single punch to take down a mid-4th tier white tiger. This scene was simply breathtaking. Chen Fan is incredible. A late 2nd tier cultivator. Unleashing such power, who can possibly be stronger than him? Chen Fan's fans screamed wildly. Even the vice presidents of various universities were dumbfounded. They had initially thought Chen Fan's combat strength was at most mid-4th tier, but now he had shattered a mid-4th tier white tiger with 1 punch. Only Huangfu Chang remained expressionless. He knew that Chen Fan had already advanced to the early 3rd tier. If Chen Fan unleashed his full power, not just mid-4th tier opponents, but even peak 4th tier ones might not be able to withstand him. The 5 from Zhejiang University turned pale, and blood seeped from the corner of Chen Xuanfeng's mouth. That punch from Chen Fan was simply too powerful. All together, take him down. Chen Xianfeng dared not be careless. The 5 from Zhejiang University simultaneously unleashed their abilities. Surrounding Chen Fan, they attacked with 5 different powers, plunging the scene into chaos. 5 mid-4th tier ability users joined forces to encircle and kill Chen Fan. Chen Fan snorted coldly. In the next moment, 2 more lightning dragons leaped out from within him. 3 lightning dragons coiled around him. This was the transformation brought about by Chen Fan's advancement to the 3rd tier and the activation of 9 heavens thunder. Chen Fan stepped into the Swift Wind Thunder Shadow Step, simultaneously using Thunder Flash and Thunder Shadow Clone technique. In an instant, 2 identical figures of Chen Fan appeared on the battlefield, their movements indistinguishable and unpredictable. With just his fists, he suppressed the 5 from Zhejiang University. Everyone held their breath. This completely shattered their understanding. The shock Chen Fan brought was overwhelming. 3 minutes later, Chen Fan delivered 5 consecutive punches, sending the 5 from Zhejiang University flying backward, coughing up blood. Do you have any stronger techniques? This 5 elements celestial formation is nothing special, Chen Fan said lightly, shaking his head. The 5 from Zhejiang University looked grim. Chen Xianfeng stood up, his face ashen. This move was originally reserved for Peking University, but I didn't expect to use it now. Since that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. Power of the 5 elements, converge upon me. Chen Xianfeng roared madly. Within the 5 elements celestial formation, the energy of the other 4 surged wildly toward him. His aura skyrocketed, instantly reaching late 4th tier. The remaining 4 collapsed to the ground. I alone command the Tao of the 5 elements. How can you possibly contend with me? Surrounded by the light of the 5 elements, Chen Xianfeng floated in midair. The Tao of the 5 elements had become self-contained, allowing him to defy gravity. It was known that only 8th tier grandmasters could achieve free flight without any external aid. The arena fell into dead silence, all eyes fixed on him. At this moment, Chen Xianfeng stood high above, like a god looking down on all beings. With every gesture, the light of the 5 elements swirled around him, awe-inspiring and majestic. Yet Chen Fan remained expressionless. Now this is getting interesting, he said with a faint smile, spreading his thunder wings and preparing to soar. However, he was locked in place by a mysterious force, unable to fly. Ha, Chen Fan, the arena is now under the control of the five elements power, you can't move.
Chen Xianfeng sneered as the
arena's environment transformed.
The ground churned, blazing flames rose, and the fire of Zhu Rong engulfed the entire field.
In the air, the
water of Xianming turned into a torrential downpour, seemingly capable of corroding everything. At the same time, the energy of the metal element surged violently. The entire scene resembled an apocalyptic landscape. Chen Fan was deeply trapped, the Tongtian Jianmu transformed into a withered, vine-like giant hand that tightly restrained him, burning flames scorched him, and sharp metal blades tore into him.
Chen Fan, let's see how long you can last in my five elements inferno.
Chen Xianfeng laughed loudly. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Chen Xuanfeng's current strength was no longer something a late-stage Tier 2 could contend with.
Chen Fan is going to lose, the crowd sighed. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned.
Chen Fan's aura, originally at the late-stage Tier 2, suddenly shifted, surging straight to the peak of Tier 2.
His aura skyrocketed instantly. Did I see that right? Peak Tier 2? Wasn't he just late-stage Tier 2 a moment ago?
Chen Fan is defying the heavens, he was suppressing his strength.
Earlier, Fan God is truly going against the heavens.
The crowd exclaimed loudly.
Chen Fan also shouted, break.
Golden lightning erupted from his body, instantly shattering the giant hand formed by the Tongtian Jianmu.
Fan God shattered the Tongtian Jianmu with just his abilities burst? Fan God's ability is too powerful.
The audience erupted in astonished cries.
Fatal Thunder Spear. Immediately after, a golden spear formed.
From lightning appeared in Chen Fan's hand. This was a new long-range attack skill he had recently acquired.
Flying in the air? Come down and face your death.
Chen Fan sneered coldly, and the thunder spear tore through the sky, shooting straight at Chen Xianfeng. The spear moved at incredible
speed, leaving a long golden trail in the air. Terrifying golden lightning enveloped the spear, and its destructive aura approached Chen Xianfeng.
Panicking, he gathered the power of the five elements to defend himself.
Five Elements Shield. A massive shield composed of 5 different
abilities appeared, incomparably sturdy, with flowing Dao patterns, mysterious and unfathomable.
My 5 Elements shield is indestructible, he can't
break it, Chen Xianfeng thought to himself.
But in the next moment, a deafening explosion rang out.
The fatal thunder spear shattered the shield
directly. Chen Xianfeng was shocked, but fortunately, the spear also disintegrated.
Before he could recover, Chen Fan shouted again, Thunder Wing.
Slash.
Behind Chen Fan, the phantom thunder god wings transformed into a massive golden light blade, thin as a cicada's wing.
The blade was 10
meters long, adorned with stars, resembling the most beautiful weapon in the world.
Thunder wings turning into a blade? This is eye-opening. Wow. This is the coolest skill I've ever seen. Fan God is too versatile.
Amid the exclamations, the enormous light blade slashed horizontally, as if it would cut the entire arena in half.
Its power was overwhelming, and Chen Xianfeng couldn't resist being struck directly. The light of the 5
elements shattered instantly, and he was about to be split in two.
Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Chen Xianfeng, blocking the blade for him. It was Tian Yu. Death rescue triggered, Chen Xianfeng is eliminated.
A trace of surprise flashed in Tianyu's eyes because he felt that even if he hadn't intervened, Chen Fan could have stopped the blade in time.
What did this mean?
It meant that Chen Fan's movements were effortless, indicating his strength far exceeded what he had displayed. I didn't expect Chen Fan to have hidden strength, Tian Yu thought to himself. He gave Chen Fan a deep look before announcing, this battle is over, National Martial University wins. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers.
Fan God is incredible. National Martial University is awesome. Fan God defeated Zhejiang University 1v5 effortlessly, not even giving them a chance to catch their breath. I declare Fan God as my idol from now on.
More female fans screamed continuously in the arena.
In the guest seats,
Zhejiang University's vice principal let out a long sigh, his face full of helplessness.
He hadn't expected the 5 Elements team, which the school
had cultivated with all its resources, to lose.
Other vice principals congratulated Huangfu Chang.
Huangfu, I didn't expect the deepest hidden
strength to be from your National Martial University. What treasure did you give Chen Fan to hide his ability level? Indeed, Huangfu, is there an even greater secret yet to be revealed?
Ah, this is already Chen Fan's limit. Huangfu Chang naturally wouldn't say more.
In the arena,
Chen Fan had just stepped off the stage when he was surrounded by a group of reporters.
Chen Fan, was that your limit just now? Chen Fan, how confident are you in facing the SSS level ability user from Beijing University? Chen Fan, you. Just as Chen Fan finished dealing with the reporters, a tall, imposing white man with a stern expression approached.
His gaze was deep, his demeanor understated, yet he exuded an overwhelming
sense of pressure. Hello, Chen Fan. My name is Kasarode, from the Stanford Academy of Supernatural Abilities in the United States. The white man's Mandarin was exceptionally fluent. I would like to invite you to join our academy.
Name your terms: beauty, money, status, resources, whatever you
desire, we can provide. Stanford Academy of Supernatural Abilities?
The surrounding crowd was astonished.
This was the top-ranked supernatural
university in the United States, and they were actively inviting Chen Fan with such generous conditions.
No need, thank you. Chen Fan coldly refused. As a citizen of Daxia, how could he easily betray his country and pledge allegiance to another?
Young man, don't be so quick to refuse. The United States has always been at the forefront of supernatural research.
Joining us will give you a better future.
The Stanford Academy of Supernatural Abilities has already produced 20 martial saints. A glimmer of light flashed in Kazarode's eyes, and Chen Fan suddenly felt an
invisible mental wave invading his mind. Say yes, won't you? A tempting voice echoed in his head, attempting to brainwash him. This was clearly a psychic ability. Just as Chen Fan was on the verge of mental collapse, a light cough sounded in his ear, pulling him back from the abyss. Who are you?
Tian Xiong appeared beside Chen Fan, coldly glaring at the tall white man.
Sorry, wrong person. Kasarode forced an awkward smile and turned to leave. Chen Fan's head was still spinning, not fully recovered.
He shook his head, and after a few breaths, managed to expel Kazarode's voice
from his mind. Chen Fan, what happened just now? Tian Xiong asked with concern. That man was suspicious.
He used some kind of ability to try to brainwash me, Chen Fan said gravely.
What? Tian Xiong was shocked and quickly looked around for Kasarode, but he had already disappeared without a trace. Chen Fan, be careful. Don't go out alone in the next few days. You've been too eye-catching, and many dark forces will target you, especially these foreign powers. If they can't recruit you, they'll find ways to eliminate you, Tian Xiong warned. Understood, coach. Chen Fan
felt a wave of tension in his heart. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Kasarode hid in a corner, a cold smile on his lips.
He pressed his earpiece and whispered, recruitment failed.
Execute Plan B. Leave no genius from Daxia alive this year.
That evening, Zhao Mingze invited everyone to celebrate Wowu University's 2 consecutive victories at a 5-star hotel in Kyoto. Meanwhile, in the lounge of Modu University, the team was intently watching a holographic projection.
The projection was playing footage of Chen Fan's matches.
Tomorrow's first match would pit them against Wowu University, so they had gathered to analyze Chen Fan's weaknesses. This is the 7th time. Have you figured out how to deal with Chen Fan? The Modo coach asked. Modu's team captain, Luo Jinghong, crossed his arms and frowned.
That final move of his, Thunder Wing Slash, clearly only used the strength of a late-stage 4th tier.
If his strength is truly only at that level, we can handle it. But if he's hiding more power, we might lose. Could he really be hiding more strength? A 2nd-tier peak already displaying late-stage 4th-tier power is incredible enough. Could he possibly have the strength of a 4th-tier peak? A handsome young man nearby said in a low voice. It's hard to say. He fought so effortlessly, he might have even more powerful moves he hasn't shown yet.
Nearby, Modu University's vice principal was also present.
He looked at Luo Jinghong and said, Jinghong, I heard Lord Luo Shang will be attending tomorrow's match? Luo Jinghong replied firmly, yes, my father will be there, so I must win this battle. Luo Jinghong's father was one of Daxia's top combat experts, a 9th-tier martial saint, Luo Shanhe.
He had 12 children, and
Luo Jinghong was just one of them.
Although the children of martial saints were naturally stronger than others, the competition among them was fierce. To stand out, Luo Jinghong knew he could not afford to disappoint his father in tomorrow's match. He looked at the handsome young man beside
him.
Yi Qingxiao, I heard that the girl in the national martial team is your biological sister.
You must be able to find out Chen Fan's background, right? Yi Qingxiao showed a bitter expression. Yi Qingling is my half-sister. She's the daughter of my father and his mistress. We've always had a bad relationship. For me, and for Magic University, I believe you can do it, right? Luo Jinghong placed a hand on his shoulder, his expression serious. Yi Qingxiao gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I promise you. I will definitely uncover Chen Fan's secret." In a private room at the Kyoto National Banquet Hotel, the National Martial Team was having a meal. Yi Qingling glanced at her phone, and her face suddenly turned grim. Everyone noticed her unusual behavior and expressed concern. "Qingling, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" "I'm fine. Someone's looking for me. I need to step out for a bit," Yi Qingling said hurriedly before leaving. "What's going on with Qingling?" The group was puzzled. Chen Fan said to Zhao Mingze, "Arrange for 2 people to follow her. Make sure nothing happens." "Got it, brother Fan." Zhao Mingze immediately called the hotel owner. This 5-star hotel was part of Zhao Mingze's family business. At his command, the owner quickly dispatched 2 sharp subordinates to follow Yi Qingling. In a park near the National Banquet Hotel, Yi Qingling met Yi Qingxiao. "Sister, long time no see," Yi Qingxiao said, with a smile. "I'm not your sister," Yi Qingling responded coldly. "You messaged me saying you could tell me about my mother. Speak now. Don't rush. It's rare for siblings to meet. How about we chat about family matters first?" "Cut the nonsense." Yi Qingling drew a dagger from her waist, her gaze icy. After giving birth to her, Yi Qingling's mother had faced increasingly difficult circumstances. When Yi Qingling was 10, her mother was forcibly taken away, her whereabouts unknown. "Want to know where your mother is? I can tell you, but you have to do something for me." "Speak." Yi Qingling trembled slightly. She had always been thinking about her mother, and today she was determined to learn the truth. Sister, my condition is simple. Tell me Chen Fan's secret, and I'll tell you your mother's whereabouts." I won't betray my teammates," Yi Qingling firmly refused. "Don't you want to know where your mother is?" Yi Qingxiao's face darkened. He had thought this condition would be heavy enough. Seeing Yi Qingling turn to leave, he flew into a rage. Staring at her back, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and a crimson flame suddenly ignited in his hand. "Damn it!" He hurled the fireball at Yi Qingling. Caught off guard, Yi Qingling was struck in the back by the fireball. With a loud explosion, she was blasted. "Chen Fan, this is a family matter. Stay out of it." Yi Qingxiao's face was ashen as he stared warily at Chen Fan. "Family matter?" Chen Fan frowned and turned to look at Yi Qingling. "Captain, he's my brother," Yi Qingling said weakly. "Your brother?" Everyone was stunned. And after learning the truth, their anger intensified. How ruthless! To treat his own sister like this? "Qingling, we'll teach him a lesson. For you." The members of the National Martial Arts Team had deep bonds and would never stand by and watch Yi Qingling be bullied. Chen Fan was the first to charge forward, appearing in front of Yi Qingxiao like lightning and landing a heavy punch on his face. Yi Qingxiao had no time to react, and took the punch head-on, his eyes swelling like 2 giant panda eyes. Chen Fan had no intention of letting him off, striking repeatedly and kicking Yi Qingxiao to the ground. The others, seeing this, immediately rushed forward and began punching and kicking the fallen Yi Qingxiao. The people from Modu University, who had been hiding in the shadows, originally planned to wait for Yi Qingxiao to force Chen Fan to reveal his trump card. At this moment, they had no choice but to show themselves. "Stop! What are you doing? Are you trying to kill him?" Luo Jinghong's voice was firm as he stopped the crowd. Chen Fan coldly looked at Luo Jinghong, having long since noticed the Moto group hiding in the dark. "Aren't you here to test my strength? Now's the perfect time. Come and try." Chen Fan provocatively beckoned with his finger. Luo Jinghong's face turned extremely grim. The commotion had already attracted the attention of many passers-by. If this incident spread, it would greatly affect not only him but also the reputation of the Luo family. He shook his head and said, "This was Yi Qingxiao acting on his own. It has nothing to do with me." After speaking, he coldly glanced at Yi Qingxiao. Yi Qingxiao shivered and quickly nodded in agreement, admitting that it was his impulsive decision and had nothing to do with the others from Modu University. Chen Fan, of course, didn't believe him. If it truly had nothing to do with them, the Modu group wouldn't have shown up here. But since Yi Qingxiao admitted it outright, and considering he was Yi Qingling's brother, Chen Fan couldn't really beat him to death. "Brothers from National Martial Arts, if there's nothing else, we'll take Yi Qingxiao with us. There's a match tomorrow, and we need To take him back for treatment, Luo Jinghong said with a smile. Take him away. On tomorrow's battlefield, I won't hold back, Chen Fan snorted. Coldly. After the Moto group left, Chen Fan and the others brought Yi Qingling back to the hotel and asked her for a detailed account of what had happened. Chen Fan patted her shoulder and comforted her. Qingling, don't worry. We'll all help you. The next day's match was the first round between National Martial Arts University and Moto University. This match had been hyped up by major media outlets in advance and was highly anticipated. In the past, National Martial Arts University had no qualifications to compete with Moto University, but this time was different. Because National Martial Arts University had Chen Fan. Chen Fan was hailed as the biggest dark horse of this tournament, earning the title of God Fan. Another reason this match drew attention was Luo Jinghong. His name had already spread far and wide, as the identity of the martial saint's son was simply too captivating. In the arena, the teams from National Martial Arts and Moto University had yet to take the stage, but the audience was already in an uproar. I heard Luo Jinghong broke through to the late stage of Tier 3 yesterday. There's no suspense in this match. Late stage of Tier 3? Is that reliable? The surrounding people were shocked. Very reliable. I heard Marshal Saint Luo personally came to the capital last night to help him break through. Wow, Marshal Saint Luo came? Will he watch the match today? Who knows? But it looks like God Fan is going to lose this time. Many people showed regret. Of course, Chen Fan's fans remain steadfast in their support. I bet God Fan will crush Luo Jinghong. Ask me. If you don't believe it, I'm a true fan. My God Fan is invincible. It doesn't matter if he's the martial saint's son, he'll still be beaten to a pulp. I became a fan because of his Thunder Wing Slash. That skill is just too cool. Not only was the live audience buzzing, but the live stream rooms were also packed early. Many streams even opened polls to guess the winner. The result? Chen Fan received overwhelming support, with an 80% approval rating. I just like boys who play with lightning, so I support God Fan. I'm a fan of God Fan's looks. Thunder Wing Slash is so handsome that I've already set it as my phone wallpaper. At 8:15, the match officially began. After Tian Yu's passionate opening, the teams from Guowu and Modu stepped onto the arena. Something's off. Why does Guowu only have 4 people? Where's that pretty girl? Why isn't she on the field? The audience quickly noticed something unusual. Didn't you see the announcement? Yi Qingling suffered a serious injury and can't compete today. Guowu has to fight 4 against 5 in this match. 4 against 5? Looks like Fan Shin will have to shoulder all the responsibility. But she was fine yesterday. How did she end up seriously injured today? Rumor has it that Moto ambushed Yi Qingling last night. That's so shameless of Modu. Shoo, keep it down, Lord Luo Shang is here. The heated discussions abruptly ceased as 2 figures appeared in the center of the guest seats. One was Luo Shanhe, the martial saint Luo. The other, equally renowned, was Yi Wentian, the martial saint Yi. This was the first time in the history of the freshman league that 2 martial saints attended together. As the 2 took their seats, vice presidents from various universities stood up to pay their respects. Lord Luo Shang, Lord Yi Shang. Everyone hurriedly saluted. The 2 smiled and nodded, signaling for everyone to sit down. Yi Wentian glanced at Luo Shanhe beside him and said with a smile, Brother Luo, you have such refined taste, coming here to watch the young ones compete. I had some business in the capital today, so I thought I'd drop by to see how my son performs, Luo Shanhe replied. With a laugh, then curiously asked, Brother Yi, aren't you stationed in the northern provinces? What brings you here today? I heard someone has mastered my 12 paths of true spirit technique to perfection, so I came out of curiosity to see for myself. Luo Shanhe was slightly taken aback. Brother Yi, are you planning to take on a disciple? Let's observe first, no need to rush to conclusions. Their conversation wasn't deliberately kept private, so the surrounding university vice presidents heard it clearly. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Chen Fan to gain Yi Wentian's recognition. After all, Yi Wentian ranked 3rd among the martial saints of Daxia, a formidable figure. The crowd turned their eyes to Huang Fucheng, filled with envy. Being able to produce a disciple of a martial saint was something Guowu University could proudly boast about for the next decade. They could even include it in their admissions brochures to attract more top-tier students. Huang Fucheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
On the arena, Wawu University and Moda University were evenly matched, both sides exuding killing intent.
Especially Chen Fan, he wouldn't hold back in this battle. The whistle suddenly blew. On Modu's side, Luo Jinghong quickly gave orders, stick to the plan. Understood.
Captain, the team responded in unison. One of Modu's team members waved his hand, and the light and shadows on the arena instantly shifted.
The 5 members of Modu vanished on the spot. Ha! Where did Modu's team go? How did they all disappear at once?
The audience erupted in astonishment.
A few seconds later, the 5 suddenly appeared beside Gao Yuan. Startled, Gao Yuan immediately activated his indestructible Vajra body. But it was too late. 5 simultaneous attacks struck him, eliminating him instantly. Then, the 5 disappeared again. The audience was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. When did Modu's team learn to turn invisible? They didn't show this ability at all in yesterday's match. On the arena, Chen Fan frowned. When the 5 ambushed Gao Yuan earlier, he had tried to flash over to save him but was still a step too late. What kind of ability is this? He scanned the surroundings but couldn't find any clues. Using this technique, Modu's team eliminated everyone except Chen Fan within a minute. They reappeared 50 meters away from him, their faces full of smugness. Luo Jinghong sneered, Chen Fan, you're next. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 disappeared again. Suddenly, a ripple of movement came from behind him. He turned sharply, only to see Yi Qingxiao's longsword already inches from his neck. Yi Qingxiao wore a triumphant smile. Chen Fan, you're done for. Just as the sword was about to pierce him, Chen Fan caught the blade with just 3 fingers. Done for? You think you're worthy? Chen Fan snorted coldly. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the longsword snapped in two. In the next moment, he kicked out, sending Yi Qingxiao flying 50 meters away. All his ribs were broken, and he immediately fell unconscious. This scene stunned everyone. My heavens, just how strong is Chen Fan's physique? Breaking a longsword with his fingers. If this isn't a stunt, then what is? Unbelievable. How did he react so quickly at such close range? The audience exclaimed in shock. Yi Wentian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Just now, Chen Fan had used the snake form technique from the 12 Paths True Spirit Art, Spirit Snake. Exploring the path. Achieving this level with just one move would take at least 10 years of practice. Seeing Yi Qingxiao defeated, the other 4 members of MODA became cautious, avoiding close combat and switching to ranged attacks. Playing dirty tricks. Chen Fan snorted coldly, and a vertical pupil appeared on his forehead. Let me see what tricks you're hiding. The void-breaking eye suddenly activated, scanning the surroundings. The hidden figures of MODA's 4 members were instantly exposed. Found you. Chen Fan sneered, his figure disappearing in an instant, reappearing 20 meters away the next moment. This was the technique of Thunder Flash, and his maximum range had now increased to 30 meters. Chen Fan suddenly appeared beside one of them, grabbing his neck. The man's body trembled, and his ability was instantly nullified. Following this, the other MODA team members' figures were all revealed. How did he discover Zhang Jin? MODA's members were shocked. Zhang Jin's ability was an S-level light manipulation skill, capable of affecting light and achieving collective invisibility. Yet Chen Fan had directly seen through it. The audience was equally astonished. How did Chen Fan find that guy? Didn't you see the third eye that appeared on him just now? It must have helped him. Amazing. The three-eyed Divine Lord is so cool. Zhang Jin, caught by Chen Fan, was immediately eliminated. At this moment, the remaining 3 members of MODA snapped out of their shock, still brimming with confidence. Luo Jinghong, holding his silver spear, spoke arrogantly. Chen Fan, I intended to take you down with minimal effort, but you saw through us. Fine, today we'll have a real man's duel, no holding back. He waved to the 2 beside him. You 2, step back. The reason Luo Jinghong dared to challenge Chen Fan head-on was twofold. His strength had significantly increased last night, boosting his confidence, and his father was watching nearby, so he had to defeat Chen Fan in the most decisive way to prove himself. Chen Fan were both lightning ability users. Let's see who's stronger. Luo Jinghong said coldly. Suddenly, terrifying black lightning erupted from his body, radiating a destructive aura. This was the top-tier SS level ability, Calamity Divine Thunder. This lightning is quite interesting, Chen Fan said with a faint smile,
wanting to test whether his thunder-devouring sacred body could absorb the calamity divine thunder.
Attack!
Luo Jinghong swung his spear, sending a massive black lightning bolt hurtling toward Chen Fan.
Chen Fan didn't dodge.
He spread his arms wide, directly facing the black lightning.
Thunder-devouring sacred body, activate.
In the next moment, a powerful suction force appeared,
instantly absorbing the calamity divine thunder completely. Ha! The effect is this good? Chen Fan felt a noticeable enhancement in his abilities.
The calamity divine thunder landed on Chen Fan without causing the slightest ripple, leaving everyone stunned.
Luo Jinghong's eyes widened in disbelief. My calamity divine thunder, it's gone? The surrounding audience was even more shocked. Lightning immunity? What kind of ability does the Divine Lord have to neutralize such a powerful calamity divine thunder? How many secrets does the Divine Lord have that we don't know about?
Even the vice principals of the universities in the guest seats were astonished.
Luo Jinghong couldn't believe that his calamity divine thunder had no effect on Chen Fan.
He increased the output of his lightning, sending thunderbolts as thick as barrels toward Chen Fan, but still, there was
no effect.
Everyone was utterly dumbfounded.
How could this fight continue? Chen Fan was practically Luo Jinghong's nemesis. Just as Luo Jinghong
was despairing, he suddenly noticed Chen Fan's expression change. The energy carried by the calamity divine thunder was simply too overwhelming, and Chen Fan hadn't been able to absorb it completely. The lightning churned within his body, causing him immense pain.
Damn, I was too confident. Chen Fan's face darkened. Did something happen to Chen Fan? Everyone present noticed his unusual state. The black calamity divine thunder on his face kept flickering, clearly causing him pain. Ha, Chen Fan, although you can absorb thunder, you didn't expect this, did you? My calamity divine thunder is of such a high level that you can't digest it right away. Luo Jinghong laughed wildly as he charged forward, intending to defeat Chen Fan in one fell swoop. Thunder slash!
The spear struck down fiercely toward Chen Fan's head.
At this moment, Chen Fan couldn't mobilize the thunder within his body. He could only rely on his physical strength to endure. The 12 paths of true spirit technique activated leopard form. His movements became extremely agile, narrowly dodging the spear's attack.
The two engaged in a fierce battle, but without the aid of thunder, Chen Fan's combat power was significantly reduced. Yet, relying on the close combat prowess of the 12 paths of true spirit technique, he managed
to hold off Luo Jinghong's full force attacks. Wow! God Fan can fight Luo Jinghong to a draw even without using his abilities? I want to apprentice
under God Fan and learn his martial arts.
In the guest seats, Yi Wentian's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at Chen Fan. His close combat talent was too strong, he was practically a monster.
In just a few minutes, Chen Fan had displayed various forms of the 12 paths of true spirit technique, each executed to perfection. A genius, truly a genius.
Yi Wentian marveled inwardly. Huang Fu Chang, on the other hand, grew anxious and secretly wiped his sweat.
Although Chen Fan could still fight Luo Jinghong now, without the support of his abilities, his stamina would soon be
exhausted.
Moreover, there were two other teammates from Emoda eyeing him like tigers, and Chen Fan was bound to lose eventually.
Chen Fan, stop struggling. You're no match for me.
Luo Jinghong grew more excited as the fight went on. His spear techniques were extremely refined, flexible, and
ever-changing, with each move being lethal.
You might not know, but just yesterday, my spear techniques also broke through to the master level.
Next, let me show you what master-level spear techniques look like.
He shouted, and his spear movements became as fierce as a dragon, with its destructive power suddenly increasing. The audience gasped in amazement, as the spear was known to be the most difficult weapon to master.
Achieving master-level spear techniques was extremely rare among young people.
In the future, he might even reach the unparalleled level and become a true
master of spear arts. Luo Jinghong's talent in spear techniques is too strong. He'll definitely inherit Lord Luo Shang's legacy in the future.
Yeah, I've practiced spear techniques for 20 years and still can't match his skill.
Master-level spear techniques, Luo Jinghong is truly impressive.
Discussions buzzed among the audience, while Luo Shanha in the guest seats looked on with a face full of pride.
Yi Wentian was also
surprised and said, "Brother Luo, your son's talent in spear techniques is truly remarkable."
"Ha, not bad, not bad," Luo Shanha responded modestly.
"Brother Yi, you're a close combat expert, and your spear techniques have reached the divine level.
Jinghong admires you greatly. If you have the chance, Could you guide him for a few days and help him improve his spear techniques? Ha, no problem, Yi Wendian agreed with a smile. Just as everyone was awed by Luo Jinghong's master-level spear techniques, a disdainful TCH came from the stage. TCH. I thought it was something impressive, but it's just master-level spear techniques. Chen Fan deliberately distanced himself and said mockingly. You dare look down on master-level spear techniques? Luo Jinghong's face darkened, his gaze icy. Of course. Master-level spear techniques? Anyone can do that, Chen Fan sneered. What the? The audience was stunned. God Fan, you're way too arrogant. Those are master-level spear techniques. Are they really that simple? At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly shouted, Spear, come. Instantly, all the weapons began to tremble slightly. While everyone was dumbfounded, a black spear broke through the air above the National Martial University rest area and swiftly landed in Chen Fan's hand. What kind of move is this? A weapon can fly on its own? Everyone was dumbfounded. Could this spear be the legendary divine weapon? It seems to have developed self-awareness. Don't be silly. The Freshman League rules state that weapon levels can't exceed grade A. How could it be a divine weapon? Then how did Chen Fan do it? He just shouted, and the weapon flew over on its own? I'm completely shocked. While the audience was still confused about what had happened, the big shots in the guest seats widened their eyes in astonishment. This is unparalleled level spear techniques. The representative from Magic University stammered. Yu Wendian even stood up, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan, breathing heavily. Could this child be the destined disciple of mine? Seeing the guests in the VIP seats so agitated, the audience couldn't help but grow curious. What exactly had happened to make them lose their composure like this? Someone pulled out their phone and shouted excitedly, I looked it up, this is truly an unparalleled level gun technique. Unparalleled level gun technique? What's that? I've never heard of it. It's a level higher than master level gun techniques. Oh my god, Fan God is incredible. Unparalleled level gun technique, I'm convinced. Did Fan God start practicing with guns in the womb? Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on the man on stage holding the Black Godslayer gun, faces full of admiration. Fan God! Fan God! Nearly everyone at the scene was chanting his name. Luo Jinghong was also dumbfounded. The master-level gun technique he had always been so proud of was utterly insignificant in front of Chen Fan. So it turned out that when Chen Fan said, a master-level gun technique that anyone with hands can learn, he was being serious. You're too much. Luo Jinghong roared in anger. He raised his gun and charged at Chen Fan, but with the unparalleled level gun technique in hand, Chen Fan's combat power was on a completely different level. Even without the aid of thunder, the unparalleled level gun technique alone was enough to suppress Luo Jinghong, leaving him with no way out. Fan God has surpassed everyone's imagination. He's incredible. The audience erupted, and online support for Chen Fan skyrocketed to 99%. Everyone was completely won over by this unparalleled level gun technique. Everyone, attack together. I refuse to believe we can't take him down. Luo Jinghong roared. Two representatives from Magic University lunged at Chen Fan simultaneously. One manipulated force fields, causing significant interference to Chen Fan, while the other was a support ability user who could enhance teammates' combat power. With the two joining in, the situation immediately turned against Chen Fan. What a pity, this genius Chen Fan is ultimately going to lose. Yeah, such a shame. Just as Chen Fan was being pushed to his limit, the tide of the battle turned once again. Black Calamity Divine Thunder filled the entire arena, leaving Chen Fan with nowhere to escape. Chen Fan, surrender. You're at a dead end. Luo Jinghong said smugly. Surrender? Keep dreaming. Chen Fan sneered, his aura suddenly shifting. Fine, then I'll play with you. Ability, Twin-Headed Abyssal Serpent. In an instant, Chen Fan transformed into a 10-meter-long twin-headed abyssal serpent. The serpent exuded an intimidating aura, slithering nimbly through the Black Calamity Divine Thunder. The audience was in complete uproar. Is this a second ability? Fan God is actually a dual ability user? Oh my god, I'm witnessing a living dual ability user. Fan God, just how many secrets are you hiding? The shock of Chen Fan revealing his second ability was immense, like a nuclear explosion. Major livestream platforms instantly went wild, and everyone watching the twin-headed abyssal serpent swimming through but Calamity Divine Thunder couldn't help but gulp. This was a top-tier S-level ability.
Historically, many dual ability users had weak second abilities.
Fan God, you're incredible.
In the arena, the faces of the three from Magic University changed drastically. The twin-headed abyssal serpent's eyes emitted a gray beam, instantly petrifying one of them. Then, its massive tail slammed down, nearly crushing him on
the spot. If not for divine intervention, that person would have been dead. This meant he was eliminated.
Next, the other serpent head fired a golden beam, destroying everything in its path, taking out another
member of Magic University.
At this point, only Luo Jinghong was left standing alone. By now, Chen Fan's thunder-devouring sacred body had fully adapted to the Calamity Divine Thunder.
He felt exceptionally comfortable.
Thunder-devouring sacred body, activate.
In the next moment, the black Calamity Divine Thunder in the arena was swallowed whole by the twin-headed abyssal serpent's massive maw. Your Calamity Divine Thunder is pretty good. Bring on some more. The twin-headed abyssal serpent let out a low, hoarse voice. Luo Jinghong couldn't help but shiver. Chen Fan, since you won't make the first move,
I'll just have to drain you dry myself.
Chen Fan lunged at Luo Jinghong. The two clashed fiercely once again. Soon, Chen Fan, transformed into the two-headed Shisha serpent, tightly coiled around Luo Jinghong.
The devouring thunder sacred body suddenly erupted, forcibly extracting the Calamity Divine Thunder from Luo Jinghong's body.
10 seconds later, Chen Fan, satisfied, threw Luo Jinghong to the ground. At this point, there was no trace of supernatural power left in Luo Jinghong.
Meanwhile, Chen Fan felt exhilarated. He had reached the conditions for another breakthrough.
In the next moment, he couldn't suppress it, and
his ability level directly advanced to mid-tier level 3. Everyone in the audience was stunned. They had never seen anyone break through during a competition.
What kind of ability does God Fan have? It's too defiant of the natural order.
God Fan, the eternal legend.
This match no longer required Tianyu to announce the results. Magic University was utterly defeated.
The victory was seized by National Martial
University, dethroning the perennial top-ranked Supernatural University.
Thunderous applause erupted across the venue.
Huang Fu Cheng clenched his fists in excitement. Luo Shanha's eyes flashed with disappointment.
As he turned and left, Yu Wendian approached Huang Fu Cheng, whispered a few words, and also chose to leave.
Huang Fu Cheng's hands trembled with excitement after hearing him.
As Chen Fan stepped off the stage, Zhao Mingze and the others rushed over and hugged him tightly.
Boss, you're incredible.
There's only one tough battle left, beat Capital University, and we're the champions.
Brother Fan, I can already see the S-Class battle gear waving at me. The remaining matches in the morning were uneventful.
By lunchtime, Huang Fu Cheng found Chen Fan.
Chen Fan, the upcoming opponents aren't strong. You need to
prepare well for the final showdown with Capital University. In this match, you must perform exceptionally.
After the competition, Yi Wusheng wants me to take you to meet him.
Chen Fan was surprised.
Yi Wusheng wants to meet me? We don't seem to have any connection. Huang Fu Cheng smiled. I guess he wants to take you as his disciple. Take me as his disciple?
Chen Fan was even more astonished.
Zhao Mingze and
the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Becoming a disciple of Wusheng was akin to soaring to the top. From then on, he could walk with pride wherever he went.
Huang Fu Cheng continued, so you must prepare. Well, you absolutely have to win the final match against Capital University. No problem. Chen Fan nodded seriously.
Being able to apprentice under a master like Yi Wusheng was something he was more than
willing to do.
Yi Wusheng had countless unique skills, and Chen Fan was eager to learn them. In the following days, National Martial University continued its winning streak, with many teams surrendering right from the start. After all, there was no need to endure a beating. Conserving strength to face other schools was a wiser choice. Thus, on the final day of the competition, National Martial University tied with Capital University for first place with 13 consecutive wins. Capital University was incredibly strong, with their captain, Gu Wangchuan, being the only SSS-level ability user in this year's competition. His ability level had reached the terrifying peak of level 3. On the 7th day of the competition, the Sky Arena was packed to capacity. Today was the final day, the battle for the team championship.
Tianyu
hovered in the air, brimming with enthusiasm.
Dear audience, like you, I've been eagerly anticipating this match. This is not just a showdown between the strongest universities, it's also a battle for the Rookie King. Dual ability versus SSS level ability, who will emerge victorious? Let us witness this pinnacle duel together.
The audience erupted in waves of exclamations.
The competition was held in the capital,
giving Gu Wangchuan the home field advantage, with more supporters present for him. However, online, Chen Fan still led by a wide margin. The reason was simple: Gu Wangchuan's face was perpetually cold and expressionless, and his looks didn't appeal to female fans.
How can a zombie face be a match for God Fan? So what if he's at the peak of level 3?
God Fan can still crush him.
Go, God Fan. I want to see him beat up zombie face. The atmosphere in the arena was tense. Gu Wangchuan remained expressionless, but his teammates were full of disdain. National Martial University? You dare challenge us, Capital University?
Ha, they have no idea how powerful Captain Gu is. With a single wave of his hand, he can knock Chen Fan down.
National Martial University, of course, refused to back down. Zhao Mingzi sneered. Zombie face can't possibly be a match for my brother Fan.
No matter how strong he is, he'll still get crushed by my brother Fan.
Wu Yu chimed in. Exactly. You haven't even seen our boss's true strength yet.
I guarantee he'll crush your captain. The match hadn't started yet, but the tension between the two sides was already palpable.
Of course, the main characters, Chen Fan and Gu Wangchuan, hadn't said a word.